In Eastern Europe, in a small landlocked nation called Sokovia, snow blankets the ground all year round. The temperature hovers at 10 degrees below zero, and human traces are exceedingly rare. On the summit of a mountain in this barren land, a young man of about 20 lies prone on the ground, holding a pair of binoculars as he searches intently for something. He has a head of black hair and a typical Asian face. A form-fitting agent's uniform outlines his robust, well-proportioned physique. His features are resolute and handsome, and between his brows lingers a faint aura of killing intent. Suddenly he locks onto a distant mountain range, and the corner of his mouth curls upward. Hydra's base is far harder to find than in the movies, he murmurs. His name is Nan Zhou, a transmigrator who accidentally arrived in this Marvel world 20 years ago, and became an orphan later adopted by Peggy Carter. Peggy Carter not only took him in, but also had him trained from childhood as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now at the age of 20, Nan Zhou has already become a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. on equal footing with Natasha and Barton. His current mission is to eradicate this Hydra stronghold. Lowering his binoculars, Nan Zhou focuses his thoughts, and a holographic-like interface suddenly appears before his eyes. On the interface, the title Superhero Inheritance System is displayed. Name Nan Zhou. Age 20. Unlock template DC Universe Deathstroke template 98. Condition to increase inheritance: wear the Deathstroke mask daily and throw 10,000 punches to raise the Deathstroke template by 0. 1. Current items: Superman's outer briefs, Batman's mask, Green Arrow's damaged arrow, Deathstroke's mask, Captain America's uniform. When any character template's inheritance reaches 100%, the template lottery will be unlocked. Once the Deathstroke template reaches 100%, I'll get a chance at a template lottery. Staring at his system interface, Nan Zhou is visibly thrilled. After 4 years of torment, he is finally about to see the light at the end of the tunnel. After traversing into the Marvel world and being adopted by Agent Peggy, Nan Zhou underwent agent training throughout his childhood. It was not until he turned 16 that this so-called superhero inheritance system truly awakened. The system possesses 2 lottery mechanisms: 1 item lottery granted for every 7 days of check-in, and a template lottery unlocked once a template's inheritance reaches 100%. At the very beginning, Nan Zhou directly drew the Deathstroke template. As this template gradually awakened, his strength grew ever more formidable. Today, as a level 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he already stands nearly at the pinnacle of ordinary humans. As for the item lottery, the prizes have mostly been utterly useless, such as Superman's outer briefs. Now, however, his Deathstroke template is approaching 100%. Once it reaches full inheritance, he will be able to draw another template. Let's hope I pull something good this time. Flash, Green Lantern, anything like that would be fine. Closing his system interface, he adjusts the communications device at his ear and speaks calmly. Egghead, I've reached the designated position. On the other end of the line, a slightly displeased middle-aged male voice responds, Deathstroke, I've told you many times. Use your codename when you make contact. Deathstroke is Nan Zhou's codename, chosen because he has inherited the Deathstroke template. Faced with this dissatisfied reprimand, Nan Zhou merely clicks his tongue and ignores it. Naturally, the man on the other end is none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Nan Zhou pulls a pair of glasses from his pocket, slips them on, and streams the entire scene directly back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How do we handle this? Nick Fury's face darkens as he studies the transmitted image. Deathstroke, fall back. Now is not the time to attack. Your mission is complete. Nick has his own plans. In his view, this is not yet the right moment for an assault. Hearing this, Nan Zhou frowns slightly. He glances at his system interface. Only 2% remains before the Deathstroke template reaches 100%. The achievement for killing 5,000 enemies is within reach, and once it is completed, he will be rewarded with an additional 5% inheritance. At that point, the Deathstroke template will be fully inherited. He has no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. To increase the Deathstroke template's inheritance, Nan Zhou must wear the Deathstroke mask every day, throw 10,000 punches, and run 40 kilometers. Only then can the inheritance rise by 1%. Because of his duties as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he has not always been able to complete these tasks daily, which is why that final push to 100% has taken him 4 long years. Now, if he can slaughter every Hydra operative inside this base and complete the achievement of killing 5,000 enemies, the Deathstroke template will finally hit 100%, and he will gain a guaranteed template lottery. I believe the time has come. Enticed by the lure of full inheritance, Nan Zhou ultimately decides to launch an assault on the base. Deathstroke, my order is to retreat. It is not yet time. We're laying a long line to catch a big fish, Nick insists. Seeing Nan Zhou hellbent on attacking, Nick feels a twinge of unease. Nan Zhou, however, continues to ignore him. The connection is abruptly severed, and even the transmitted feed goes black in an instant. That bastard. Nick's face darkens further. This is far from the first time Nan Zhou has disobeyed orders. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou rises from the ground, dons the Deathstroke mask, and silently slips toward the edge of the base. At the topmost watchtower of the base, a Hydra sentry cradles a machine gun as he patrols. Nan Zhou creeps up behind him step by step. The Hydra soldier continues scanning the outer perimeter of the tower, having noticed nothing amiss. Suddenly, 2 hands clamp down on his head. With a single brutal twist, the crunch of displaced vertebrae echoes from his neck. Nan Zhou has snapped his neck. The Deathstroke template has granted him exceptional combat skills, physical prowess, firearms mastery, assassination techniques, and even a regenerative ability. Without such gifts, he could never have become a level 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in such a short span of time. Infiltrating this place without a sound is for Nan Zhou a trivial matter. He gently lays the unlucky Hydra soldier's body aside, then turns his gaze toward the remaining patrols, the corners of his lips curling upward. The slaughter begins. 1, 2, 3. More and more Hydra operatives collapse into pools of blood. Nan Zhou moves through the base like a specter, the personnel within scarcely even sense the disappearance of their comrades. Before long, the entire base falls into an eerie silence. At that moment in the base's tower, Baron Strucker sits at his desk and finally senses that something is wrong. Someone, anyone, he calls out twice, but no response comes. A cold premonition of doom coils in Baron Strucker's. He rises and opens the door to his office only to find it obstructed by something. Focusing his gaze, he sees an arm lying across the threshold. Baron Strucker violently pushes the door wide. This time his eyes are greeted by countless corpses strewn across every corner of the base. A suffocating sense of danger crawls over his skin. He suddenly recalls the pistol lying on his desk and turns back in a rush to grab it. But as he turns, he discovers Nan Zhou already seated at his desk, idly leafing through the files spread out before him. Relax, Nan Zhou says coolly. There are no survivors. You are the only Hydra operative still alive in this entire base. Nan Zhou skimmed through the documents spread across the Baron's desk when something familiar caught his eye. Who are you? Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Baron Strucker stared at the masked man before him, forcing himself to appear calm. At this moment, he was completely unarmed, no different from meat laid out helplessly upon a butcher's block. Nan Zhou was straightforward. He simply nodded. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Codename Deathstroke. Hearing that name, Baron Strucker involuntarily took a step back. The infamous Deathstroke was a name that made every Hydra operative blanch. Neither Black Widow nor Hawkeye possessed the same terrifying level of deterrence as he did. True to his codename, the mere sight of him was like hearing the tolling of one's own death knell. In the past 2 or 3 years, numerous key members of Hydra had fallen beneath his gun. So you're still scheming over the Tesseract? Isn't that thing in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands? Nan Zhou scoffed. You're obviously at the end of your rope, yet your thieving heart refuses to die. The blueprint upon the desk was clearly a design centered around the Tesseract, which amused Nan Zhou to no end. As long as we obtain the Tesseract, Hydra will rise again without difficulty. When that happens, your fate will be miserable. You have slaughtered so many of Hydra's upper echelon, yet you have never touched Hydra's true roots. Killing me will be of no use whatsoever. Nan Zhou chuckled twice at those words, then reached for the pistol lying upon the desk. It's a pity. You probably won't live long enough to witness Hydra's so-called resurgence. As his words fell, a gunshot rang out. The bullet punched straight into Baron Strucker's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he used the last of his strength to remain standing. Hail Hydra! With that cry, his life came to an end. Truly loyal, Nan Zhou murmured as he walked up to the Baron's corpse and gently closed the eyes that remained stubbornly open. Your roots are all buried inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Anyway, that's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s problem, not mine, Nan Zhou said lightly. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. It had detected that the host had slain 5,000 designated targets, awarding a 5% inheritance increase. The Deathstroke template had now reached full inheritance, triggering a guaranteed template draw, and the voice asked whether the host wished to proceed. Nan Zhou did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded. Draw. In the next instant, a massive light screen appeared before his eyes, cycling through countless images at a frantic pace. After more than 10 seconds, it froze on the figure of a towering man, nearly 2 meters 70 in height, with a vicious visage and a body exuding the very aura of death, standing before Nan Zhou. The mechanical voice intoned that the guaranteed template draw had commenced and congratulated the host for obtaining the Darkseid template. Because the 5,000 kill bonus still had 3% inheritance remaining, 3% of Darkseid's power would now be integrated. Darkseid. Nan Zhou shot to his feet, his face filled with shock. He had thought that drawing a template like the Flash for his second one would already be excellent, yet he had unexpectedly obtained Darkseid. This was the Dark Lord of the DC Universe, the mightiest being of Apocalypse, the sole existence across the multiverse, and a new god of the cosmos. His very presence had directly catalyzed the formation of the Justice League. Forcing himself to steady his excitement, Nan Zhou immediately chose to inherit the template. In the blink of an eye, an invisible force began rampaging through Nan Zhou's body. Darkseid's phantom instantly fused into him, and a colossal power flooded his frame. Even the surrounding air trembled from the sheer magnitude of the energy. That energy surged wildly through his body, every inch of him suffused with intense heat. He could even hear Darkseid's manic laughter echoing from within. With a slight clench of his fist, he could feel the terrifying might he now wielded. With a mere stomp of his foot, cracks spread across the floor. At this point, Nan Zhou's physical resilience had become truly monstrous. Bullets, perhaps even explosions, might no longer be able to harm him. Elated, Nan Zhou strode out of Baron Strucker's room only for his gaze to suddenly lock onto a section of wall. Drawing upon years of experience as an agent and the boost from the Deathstroke template, he quickly recognized it as a concealed door. He realized that he had failed to notice it when he infiltrated earlier. A rare oversight. A stray fish in the net, is it? Nan Zhou suspected that someone might still be inside, and he also wanted to test the limits of his newfound strength. He balled his fist, and using less than 20% of his strength, smashed the wall to pieces. The sheer force startled even Nan Zhou himself. With the wall collapsing, 3 children came into view. A little girl with a head of vivid red hair immediately drew Nan Zhou's attention. Beside her stood a silver-haired boy and a girl with deep green hair. At that sight, Nan Zhou seemed to recall something. Nan Zhou's abrupt appearance had greatly startled them. Fear flickered in their eyes. Wearing a gentle smile, he approached the children. "Don't be afraid. What are your names?" Seeing his kindly smile, the red-haired girl allowed a measure of her guard to fall and spoke up. "My name is Wanda. He is Pietro, and she is Lorna." Her words brought a faint curve to Nan Zhou's lips. As he had suspected, the 3 before him were none other than the childhood versions of Scarlet, Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. "Nan Zhou, this is not the first time you've disobeyed orders." At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters inside Nick Fury's office, Nick regarded the relaxed Nan Zhou before him with an unpleasant expression. "My order was clearly to retreat. Why did you?" He broke off and let out a long sigh. Nan Zhou's strength was undeniably formidable, surpassing even Black Widow and Hawkeye, but the fact that he refused to be controlled left Nick in a difficult position. A level 10 agent who acted entirely on his own and frequently disobeyed orders was a critical problem. "I simply felt I could handle it, that's all. I even brought you back plenty of intel," Nan Zhou replied. Nan Zhou toyed with an apple in his hand, without any intention of eating it. "The gains you brought back this time are indeed significant, but gains and insubordination are 2 entirely different matters," Nick retorted. Looking at Nan Zhou, Nick could not help feeling his temper rise. Nan Zhou's skill as an agent had essentially been trained personally by Peggy, who regarded him as a cherished protege. It was only because Peggy had molded him that Nick trusted him at all, otherwise he would never have entrusted such critical missions to someone so willful. Yet if Nan Zhou continued down this path, he would face the risk of being eliminated. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no use for those who refused to follow orders. Still, removing a level 10 agent was no simple matter. The outcome might well be mutual destruction. Given that you took out a Hydra base this time, killed Baron Strucker, and brought back a wealth of useful data, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not pursue disciplinary action against you. Just be more careful next time. Nick had already uttered that "next time be careful" admonition more times than he could count. "Got it," Nan Zhou replied flatly, then rose and left the office. Leaving Nick's office, Nan Zhou stepped into the elevator. He leaned against one corner, quietly waiting as it descended. When the elevator reached a certain floor, it halted. The doors slid open, and Agent Hill, dressed in standard S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical attire, stepped inside. Nan Zhou looked at Hill, and her gaze met his, both sharing a smile. As children favored by Peggy, they had grown up together, making Hill Nan Zhou's childhood sweetheart. However, unlike Nan Zhou, Hill was an operative of the World Security Council placed beside Nick to monitor him, although she seemed to be more supportive of Nick. "You've given Nick quite a headache," Hill said as she approached Nan Zhou. "When you hung up the communication device," Nick's face was dark as, hearing Hill's words, Nan Zhou chuckled. "I just felt his decision was incorrect. I could have taken down that base." It was not the first time Nan Zhou and Nick had disagreed on decisions. Their thoughts diverged greatly. "Let's not talk about that for now. What have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around." Nan Zhou wasn't keen on discussing that topic and casually changed the subject. "Recently, I've been getting in touch with Tony Stark." Upon hearing Nan Zhou inquire about her recent activities, Hill couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Tony Stark? What are you contacting him for?" Thinking about the timeline, it seemed that soon Tony Stark would be captured in Afghanistan. Nick wants to acquire some weapons and advanced technologies from Stark, but unfortunately, despite numerous attempts to reach him, it has always been his assistant answering my calls. Tony Stark really is infuriating. He seems so busy, yet he can still be found in a casino. Hill said, resting her hand on her forehead, clearly preferring to go on missions rather than have too much contact with Stark. After resolving this matter, consider asking Nick for a raise. Though Nan Zhou said this, he knew that Hill's current mission would be impossible to complete, for soon Stark would transform from an arms dealer into Iron Man. The elevator reached the first floor, and the two stepped out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together." Hill hesitated for a moment before finally saying. Nan Zhou didn't hesitate and nodded. "Of course." Seeing Nan Zhou agree, Hill smiled sweetly before turning to leave. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou returned to Peggy's home. Since being transported to this world and adopted by Peggy, Nan Zhou had been living in her home. At that moment, there were 3 more children in the house whom he had rescued from Baron Strucker's base. However, none of these 3 children possessed any superpowers yet. Under normal circumstances, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver gained their powers after coming into contact with the Mind Stone. As for Northstar, she should exist in a universe with mutants, but this universe lacks such a setting. Thus her existence puzzled Nan Zhou. It was likely due to his crossing over that caused some disruption in this universe, leading to the existence of Northstar. If Northstar wanted to gain superpowers, her method should be similar to those 2. Nan Zhou walked into Peggy's room and found her telling stories to the 3 children. Clearly, Peggy had made the 3 children feel at ease around her. "You're getting along quite well," Nan Zhou said as he sat down on the bed. "You always seem to be restless. Did you complain to Nick again this time?" Peggy glanced at Nan Zhou, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach, clearly aware of his defiance. "I just listened to Nick's complaints. That was nothing serious." Hearing Nan Zhou say this, Peggy merely sighed. "At 20 years old, you're still so troublesome." Nan Zhou's rebellious nature was well known throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure even Nick couldn't control. What about these 3 children? Aren't you planning to report this? Scarlet Witch and the others were directly brought to Peggy's home by Nan Zhou, a fact he had concealed from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick. Nan Zhou shook his head. I have my own ideas. I'll let these 3 children stay with me. Peggy didn't say much. Through their earlier interactions, she noticed that the 3 children seemed to really like Nan Zhou, perhaps because he had rescued them. Keeping them close seemed like a good decision. Moreover, for Nan Zhou, these children were future superheroes, so having them around would undoubtedly be of great benefit. As for the Mind Stone, as long as everything progressed normally to the New York battle, Nan Zhou would naturally have the opportunity for them to come into contact with it, and thus gain superpowers. With these thoughts, Nan Zhou pulled up his system page, a page that no one else could see except him. Looking at the template section where an entry for the Darkseid template had appeared, Nan Zhou reached out to select it. Damn. Seeing the conditions for increasing the inheritance of Darkseid, Nan Zhou was left dumbfounded. The difficulty seemed a bit absurd. Daily exposure to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours, along with completing 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, increases by 1 for every 30 days. Logically, with 3 of the Darkseid template and 100 of the Doomsday template, doing push-ups and pull-ups should be trivial. However, being exposed to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours is not an easy feat. Omega radiation is comparable to gamma radiation, if not stronger. Regardless of whether Nan Zhou's body could withstand it, even obtaining a room with such high-intensity omega radiation. Moreover, the key is that only after completing 30 days or a month would there be a 1 increase. This means that for Nan Zhou to reach 100 of the Darkseid template, it would likely take much longer than it did to inherit. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou let out a helpless sigh. How he longed to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and escape this place filled with rules and restrictions. The desire for freedom had never been so strong in Nan Zhou. By evening, he contacted Hill as agreed, and the two arrived at a restaurant. They sat in the restaurant. It was their first time having a meal alone together since Nan Zhou joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill wore a dress she rarely donned, shedding the cold demeanor of an agent, making her resemble the Hill who grew up alongside Nan Zhou. You look beautiful today. Looking at Hill at that moment, Nan Zhou blurted out. This made Hill's face flush as she shot him a reproachful glance. Such an action only made Nan Zhou feel she was even more beautiful. However, Hill's expression was not particularly happy. The night after tomorrow, Tony Stark will attend the Aurora Awards ceremony. Nick wants both Coulson and me to be present and to have contact with him. Contact? Nan Zhou recalled some matters. Are you also going to have contact with him? Hill shook her head. This matter is left to Coulson. I'm only here to assist him. How about you come with me? Hill looked at Nan Zhou with expectation in her eyes. I'm going. What for? Nan Zhou still needed to resolve the schooling issues for the 3 children he brought back. He wasn't keen on traveling far to attend some Aurora Awards. Moreover, Stark wouldn't be present anyway. He was still in the casino. Hill noticed that Nan Zhou wanted to refuse, and her expression showed some disappointment. She looked around and finally spoke slowly. You know how he is. Hearing this, Nan Zhou understood. Tony Stark was notoriously a womanizer. All women who had contact with him needed to prepare themselves mentally. It was clear that Hill was resisting this matter. Since she had said so, Nan Zhou naturally couldn't continue to refuse, and could only. Hill was visibly excited upon seeing this, and a smile returned to her face. I will tell Coulson about this. He will definitely. Ever since Hill began her work as an agent, she rarely showed such a smile. Her nerves always taut. Only during the time spent with Nan Zhou could she truly relax her mind and body. After dropping Hill off at her place, Nan Zhou did not rush back to Peggy's home. Instead, he entered the slums of Washington. He came here for something important. Even though it was the capital of the United States, the slums were dirty, a place rife with crime. At this moment, Nan Zhou held his phone, and the page displayed a black market website. Their various big shots were offering bounties, and Nan Zhou's target this time was the leader of a small pill-selling gang in the slums. A drug lord controlling the entire small pill business in the slums. The bounty on this person's head was quite substantial. Killing each other in the same trade, it's truly tragic. Nan Zhou had already locked onto this person's location. Even though this big shot had long hidden deep within the slums, it was exceptionally easy for Nan Zhou to find him. On a dark and windy night, a night fit for murder and arson. Nan Zhou was dressed in dark clothing, moving through the slums unnoticed. Soon Nan Zhou discovered some suspicious individuals. Although their clothing was simple and humble, they all had guns at their waist, and what they were guarding was undoubtedly Nan Zhou's target, located right inside that tent lit by a light. Found this unfortunate. Seeing this situation, Nan Zhou naturally locked onto the target's position and then equipped his thermal imaging device. Inside the tent, there was indeed someone, judging by the state, they appeared to be tasting coffee. Let's test my physical strength this time, Nan Zhou thought, leaping down. Who are you? His sudden appearance caught the attention of the gang. One person raised his gun and asked. But he didn't wait for Nan Zhou's response. Instead, he received a punch from Nan Zhou. With just one punch, the gang member was sent flying, literally flying out. Damn it, there's an enemy. Other gang members, seeing this, drew their guns and started shooting at Nan Zhou. However, the bullets hitting Nan Zhou were like hitting a steel plate, causing him no harm. On the contrary, Nan Zhou took down one child with each punch. None of those hit by his fists escaped unscathed, all collapsing with crushed chests, including his target. Before long, all the gang members here were eliminated by Nan Zhou, leaving only the smell of blood and an eerie silence. He swaggered over and severed his target's head, placing it in a bag. Mission accomplished. Nan Zhou headed towards the trading location. The trading venue was also in Washington, not too far from here, located in a bar. The contact was a burly man in a suit, and his attitude towards Nan Zhou was quite cold. Nan Zhou frowned, sensing a hint of an ominous aura. The suited man led Nan Zhou to a special room in the bar. There were no extravagant lights or sounds, but the lighting remained dim. This is the head. Nan Zhou didn't want to waste time and placed the head on the table. He just wanted to get his money and leave. It really is his head. You've helped me quite a bit. Opposite him was another man in a suit. One could deduce from the ring on his hand that this person held a significant status, likely a big boss in the underworld. The infamous Assassin 47, to be able to help me complete this task is truly an honor. The underworld boss across from him laughed sinisterly, which displeased Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou learned that this world had no game called Assassin, which is why he named himself Assassin 47, and he gained a remarkable reputation in the underground world. I will give you the money, but you might have to wait until your next life, the boss said, and immediately his subordinates drew their guns, all aiming at Nan Zhou's head. You probably don't know, but there's a bounty of $300 million on your head, so. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou chuckled coldly. He had anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect this guy to actually have the guts. The great underground world Assassin 47 is finally going to become history, is he? The boss' face was filled with fanaticism. Killing this person would not only grant him a fortune of $300 million, but also establish his name in the underground world. Truly foolish. Nan Zhou sighed, finding the boss before him somewhat endearing in his foolishness. Then Nan Zhou swiftly turned and crushed a gang member's hand into a pulp, while others immediately opened fire on him. However, the bullets hitting Nan Zhou caused no damage. Instead, the ricochet took down several gang members. In less than 10 seconds, everyone in the room was knocked down by Nan Zhou, with no signs of life left. Their deaths gruesome. Nan Zhou's punch even shattered their internal organs. The boss was left dumbfounded. The speed at which one could descend from heaven to hell was truly swift. Who are you? The boss could not accept the situation. He drew his gun and fired 3 shots at Nan Zhou. But those bullets hitting him caused no harm. You're a monster. The boss screamed in despair. Who has ever seen someone for whom bullets do not cause harm? Nan Zhou looked at this boss and sighed helplessly. I say, you really are foolish. Do you think if you kill me you will actually get that? Moreover, you can't even kill me. As he spoke, Nan Zhou picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground due to the boss' trembling hands. Your thoughts are bold, but impractical. I initially thought we could be great partners, but you turned yourself into a soul beneath. Saying this, Nan Zhou raised his hand and fired a shot, ending the boss' life. The surroundings were already filled with corpses. Nan Zhou searched around, but found no box for storing money, indicating they never intended to bring any money. Thinking this, Nan Zhou took all the valuables here, calculating that although he lost a bit, it was still acceptable. What a hassle. He couldn't help but curse, then left the room. After leaving the room, Nan Zhou glanced at a corner nearby. Matthew Murdoch, I hope you keep this confidential. Thank you very much. After saying this, Nan Zhou walked away directly. After he left, someone emerged from the corner he had just seen. It was none other than Daredevil Matthew Murdoch. Matthew entered the room he had just been in. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, he could sense the tragedy that had occurred inside through his keen sense of smell. This Assassin 47 is definitely not an ordinary human. On the night of the 3rd day at the Aurora Award ceremony, why haven't we seen Stark? Coulson spoke up. Coulson and Hill were here to get in touch with Tony Stark, but it seemed that Stark was not present. He might be at the casino. Nan Zhou, who was beside Coulson, looked at Colonel Rhodes speaking on stage and responded, this so-called Aurora Award is nothing but trivial for Stark. He definitely wouldn't come to accept it. He's probably at some casino, and it would be easy to find him. Nan's words made Hill and Coulson exchange glances before both nodded. Everyone basically knows what kind of person. He'll check right now. Meanwhile, the award ceremony had begun, and Stark's figure was still absent. The last to take the stage for the award was Obadiah. Staying. Nan Zhou looked at the bald man before him, who was Stark's first enemy to face Ironmonger. However, Obadiah was not yet Ironmonger, but he had already started plotting to eliminate Stark. Not long after, Coulson's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at his phone and said, found him. He's at a casino not far from here, just a few minutes by car. At that moment, Obadiah's brief speech in place of Stark also ended, and everyone present stood up ready to leave. As they squeezed through the crowd exiting the awards venue and got into the car to reach the casino where Stark was, Colonel Rhodes was already chatting with Stark, who was surrounded by voluptuous women. You found him, go for it. Nan Zhou glanced at Coulson, signaling him to seize the opportunity. No way, the military is here. Coulson shook his head. Nick's mission had one important point: to keep the military unaware of this matter, and Colonel Rhodes was in. Nan Zhou could only shrug. If the military learned about some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, it would not be favorable for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nan Zhou could only shrug. If the military learned about some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, fortunately, he did not have to wait long. It was unclear whether Rhodes' arrival had dampened Stark's spirits or for some other reason, but after chatting a few words with Rhodes, Stark left the poker table heading toward the casino exit with his bodyguard Happy. Seeing Colonel Rhodes shake hands and bid farewell to Stark, Coulson knew his opportunity had come. Mr. Stark. Coulson approached Stark, speaking as he took out his business card. I'm with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, and I hope to discuss some matters with you privately. As Coulson spoke, he handed over his business card. That name is really long and unpleasant. Now I suggest you change it. Stark said, motioning for Happy to take the card. If there's something, please first contact my assistant, and then my assistant will arrange a time for you. I have other matters to attend to. Stark skillfully recited those dismissive words, and then walked away from Coulson. But suddenly Stark's gaze locked onto Hill with her exquisite appearance and figure instantly caught Stark's attention. "This lovely young lady, may I ask your name?" Stark stepped forward, deploying his usual charm. Hill, surprised that Stark would actually notice her, smiled wryly. "How about dinner later?" As he spoke, Stark naturally extended his hand, making an inviting gesture. In his current position, it was nearly impossible for any girl to refuse him when he reached out his hand. Just then a hand suddenly reached out from behind Hill, gripping Stark's wrist. "Mr. Stark, I'm very sorry, but this lady has an appointment tonight." Nan Zhou held Stark's hand and moved in front of Stark, blocking Hill with his body. "Oh." Stark feigned surprise, then smiled slightly. "I see I was being presumptuous. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior toward this lady." Saying this, Stark withdrew his hand, smiled at Hill again, and then turned to leave. After Stark left, Hill sighed in relief. If Stark had persisted, it would have been somewhat hard to extricate herself. However, bringing up her identity should make it much easier. "Thank you." Hill looked at Nan Zhou, offering a grateful smile. "So this beautiful Miss Hill, do you need me to drive you home later?" Nan Zhou looked at Hill, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hill's face flushed slightly as she lightly punched Nan Zhou's shoulder, playfully reproaching, "You smooth talker." At this moment, Coulson also approached Nan Zhou, and Hill, seeing them like this, he could only cough twice to draw their attention. 3 days after the Aurora Awards ceremony in New York, Nan Zhou sent the 3 children to the school arranged for them. As for why it was New York, it was because Nan Zhou owned a property there and normally he would reside in this place rather than in Washington, where SHIELD is located. "This is your first day of school, so please don't cause me any trouble. I have a busy day ahead," Nan Zhou reminded Wanda and the others outside the school gate. Since they were already of middle school age, they were naturally placed. However, their academic foundation was rather poor, and their academic performance was unlikely to be very good. The 3 children nodded in agreement. Since the 3 were saved by Nan Zhou, he had become the only person they could rely on. Compared to Peggy, they seemed to prefer this older brother who was only 6 or 7 years older than them. "Brother Zhou, don't worry, we definitely won't cause any trouble," Wanda responded at that moment. Nan Zhou affectionately ruffled the heads of the 3 children and then waved his hand, letting them into the school gate where their teacher was waiting for them. After sending the 3 little ones to school, Nan Zhou finally welcomed a long-awaited moment of relaxation. With nothing to obstruct him, he was ready to attend to his own matters. The first priority was to resolve the issue of Omega radiation. The system prompted that he needed to be exposed to high-intensity Omega radiation. However, Omega radiation was not something easily obtainable. It was far rarer than Gamma radiation, and currently only 2 places had access to it. One was SHIELD, and the other was Stark Industries. There was no need to think about SHIELD, as he could not ask Nick for it without raising suspicion. As for Stark Industries, if there was a chance he could give it a try, but the hope was slim. He couldn't think of any other places that might have Omega. Thinking about this, Nan Zhou felt a bit of a headache contemplating where he could obtain these things. But while he was still lost in thought, he completely failed to notice that he bumped into a running child. The child collided head-on, with Nan Zhou landing squarely on the ground, clutching his head and holding back tears. Seeing this, Nan Zhou immediately crouched down, and the child in front of him looked incredibly familiar. "Peter." At that moment, a young woman approached the child and brushed the dust off him. "How could you be so careless?" Her words were filled with reproach and concern. She stood up and looked at Nan Zhou. "I truly apologize for the trouble." Peter quickly apologized to your brother. Hearing her words, the child finally stood up, looked at Nan Zhou, and then bowed. "I'm sorry." Nan Zhou smiled and shook his head. "It's all right, I wasn't paying attention while walking either." After exchanging apologies, they went their separate ways, but Nan Zhou's gaze lingered on the little boy for quite a while. He was certain that the child who had just bumped into him was none other than Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man. The young woman accompanying him was Aunt May. What a twist of fate. Nan Zhou chuckled and shook his head. Sometimes fate truly. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang. "It's Nick. Stark has been kidnapped, and I hope you can rescue him." At home, Nan Zhou and Nick were engaged in a secret video call. "You know about Stark's situation in Afghanistan, right?" Nick's face was grim, likely because Stark's predicament disrupted his plan. Nan Zhou nodded. Nearly the whole world was reporting on this matter, and Stark Industries stock was plummeting. Many believed Stark would not escape this calamity, as those in the Middle East were notorious for their ruthlessness and brutality. "I need you to rescue him in Afghanistan now." Nick understood that the Avengers' plan could not proceed without Stark's technology. No one else would suffice, so Stark absolutely could not die in the Middle East. "I refuse that request." Nan Zhou firmly denied it. As a traveler, he was well aware of the ending. Stark would not die. He would escape alive and ultimately become the superhero Iron Man. At that time, SHIELD would need not just his technology, but also the man himself. "Stark is very important to us. You should understand this." Seeing Nan Zhou's outright refusal, Nick grew somewhat angry, as every second delayed could lead to Stark perishing in the Middle East. "Don't worry, Stark's life isn't in danger. He will return safely from the Middle East, you know." At that moment, Nan Zhou leisurely picked up a banana, completely disregarding Nick, who was barely containing his anger. Soon after, Nick ended the video call. Watching the darkened screen, Nan Zhou scoffed, knowing that when Stark returned safely, Nick's face would be all bruised. But not long after, Nan Zhou's phone rang again. This time, it was Peggy calling. Seeing the caller ID, his expression, "Damn it, not this again." Nan Zhou prepared his gear, his face filled with reluctance, but there was no choice. Nick, as someone raised by Peggy, Nan Zhou ultimately compromised after her emotional persuasion. He reluctantly agreed after hearing Peggy explain how important Stark was to S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, standing beside Nan Zhou was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was Peggy's niece, Sharon Carter. Sharon had rushed directly from Washington to New York, and as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., her task was to help Nan Zhou take care of the 3 little ones. It's very dangerous over in Afghanistan. You need to be careful, Sharon advised, looking at the fully geared up Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou nodded. That place can't do anything to me. If I stumble there, that would be so embarrassing. I shouldn't even be considered a level 10 agent. As he spoke, Nan Zhou looked at Sharon. They'll leave those 3 little ones in your care. They might be a bit shy, so you need to interact. Seeing Nan Zhou like this, Sharon couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. This is the first time I've seen you like this. Oh, what's up? Now that you've met these 3 kids, are you overwhelmed with fatherly love? Nan Zhou smirked. I'm just worried that if you bond with them, you'll be overwhelmed with motherly love instead. Upon hearing this, Sharon pouted. Who is overwhelmed with motherly love? Hurry up and go save your Stark. A few days later in Afghanistan, Nan Zhou was quietly recuperating near the valley where Stark was imprisoned. The valley was not particularly hard to find, and Nan Zhou easily discovered the location. He had turned off all his communication devices, making it impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to contact him. Nan Zhou's thoughts were simple. He was waiting for Stark to appear in the Mark I armor. If Nan Zhou were to rescue Stark right now, then the superhero Iron Man might never come to be, and Stark would remain just an influential figure in clean energy. Or perhaps he wouldn't even become the influential figure and would be overthrown by Obadiah. Nan Zhou considered not to disrupt the entire Marvel world's history to avoid creating larger troubles. At this moment, within the cave in the valley, Stark and Ethan were making their final stand. Under the watchful eyes of their captors, they were crafting the Mark I as a tool for survival. The sound of hammering echoed from the cave, every second causing Ethan and Stark to feel anxious. If they weren't careful, their actions could be discovered and death would await them. Not long ago, they had nearly experienced that fate. Now was not the time for hesitation. If they continued to delay, there would certainly be no good outcome for the two. Stark and Ethan were frantically accelerating their pace, while Nan Zhou was growing increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a state of anxiety. The loss of contact with Nan Zhou left Nick feeling uneasy. He couldn't determine whether Nan Zhou had intentionally cut off communication or had encountered some form of mishap. However, as a level 10 agent, Nan Zhou should typically not encounter any issues. Those captors should have no means to harm him. Nan Zhou could eliminate them with ease. But now with Nan Zhou off the grid, and all means of communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. failing, it was understandable that Nick was worried. As one of the few people he trusted, any misfortune befalling Nan Zhou would be a huge loss both for him and for S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope this is his own doing. Nick silently prayed at his desk. The next day in the valley, a stir finally arose. This immediately piqued Nan Zhou's interest after days of dullness. You bastards. Die. Ethan was wildly firing his gun. This was the last thing he could do for Stark, after which he could reunite with his family. The captors in the valley were also armed and slowly advancing. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before Ethan met his demise. Nan Zhou watched the gathering captors outside the valley, and a thought flashed through his mind. He leaped from the edge of the valley, targeting the soldiers who were assembling. Ever since obtaining the Darkseid template, Nan Zhou's physical strength was far beyond that of a normal human. Even jumping from such a height posed no problem for him. The force generated by his fall allowed him to land directly on a captor's head, bursting it upon impact. Blood sprayed onto another captor's face. Seeing their bewildered expressions, it was evident that they had not yet reacted to Nan Zhou's arrival. After all, he had descended from the sky, violating their understanding of reality. However, Nan Zhou paid no mind to these thoughts and delivered a punch to the dazed captor beside him. This punch was delivered with minimal power, yet it shattered all of the man's ribs, with one rib piercing directly into his heart, resulting in his death. At this moment, the captors finally reacted, realizing that the masked figure before them was their enemy. Open fire. Kill him. The fat leader among the captors shouted immediately. Whether Nan Zhou had descended from the sky or risen from the ground, in their minds, being shot meant certain death. But clearly their thoughts were too foolish. Just like the gangsters, Nan Zhou had previously wiped out. The bullets fired by the captors struck him without causing any harm. Nan Zhou didn't even feel a slight itch. You really disappoint me. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing the captors panic as their bullets inflicted no harm, Nan Zhou took action. He swiftly moved in front of a captor and sent him to his end with a single punch. Next, Nan Zhou fought like a superhero, eliminating a captor with each punch. In less than a minute, there were hardly any captors left outside the cave. The captors inside the cave also rushed out as they had learned about the situation outside. Ethan had been shot in the thigh and lay on the ground in pain, while those who could have killed him simply turned and left. At that moment, Stark emerged from his confinement, donned in his Mark I armor. He effortlessly dealt with some minor foes and walked towards the cave, hurrying to Ethan's side upon seeing him injured. Ethan, are you okay? Where are those people at? Ethan shook his head. I don't know why, but they were going to kill me, yet they left. Ethan's words puzzled Stark, but he decided to go outside to take a look. When the two stepped out of the cave, they were shocked by the scene before them. Countless bodies of captors lay on the ground, while the remaining ones were frantically shooting at a man in tactical gear, and fear was etched on the faces of the captors. Is this person a monster? Ethan and Stark watched as Nan Zhou ignored the damage from any bullets, their shock deepening. It was impossible for anyone to withstand bullets, nor could anyone jump so high and far. Not even Captain America Steve Rogers. The person before them was more terrifying than Captain America. And just as they were still in shock, Nan Zhou eliminated the... In truth, Nan Zhou could have ended the battle long ago. Exterminating these people was as simple as crushing ants. However, to make things more interesting, he toyed with them like prey. In the end, all these captors became cold, lifeless corpses. At this moment, Nan Zhou also noticed Stark and Ethan. You guys are out. Nan Zhou walked slowly towards them, noticing the wariness on their faces, with Stark immediately stepping in front of Ethan. This scene made Nan Zhou pause for a moment, and then he said, "Relax, I'm here to save you." "Who are you?" As they watched the approaching Nan Zhou, Stark and Ethan dared not let their guard down for even a moment. They had personally witnessed this person's monstrous strength. "I am here to save you. I mean you no harm." Seeing the wary expressions on the faces of the two, Nan Zhou felt a bit speechless, realizing that explaining himself now would likely be futile. "Are you military personnel? Are you also a super soldier? Have you been injected with a serum similar to Captain America's?" Stark asked again, as the only explanation he could think of was that this man had received a serum similar to that, as it was impossible for anyone to be impervious to bullets. Nan Zhou was somewhat speechless. Why couldn't Stark grasp the main point? "Who I am is not important right now. What matters is that I am here to save you. This is your best chance to leave here, do you understand?" As he spoke, Nan Zhou pointed to Stark. "Your armor should be capable of flying, right? This is a great opportunity to leave." Stark was taken aback by Nan Zhou's words. How did this person know that the armor had flight capabilities? Nan Zhou noticed Stark's puzzled expression and waved his hand dismissively. "I know more than you can imagine, so there's no need for so many questions. Just leave quietly. Pretend that your armor took care of all the enemies today, understand?" With that, Nan Zhou leaped into the air, and after just 3 jumps left the valley, leaving Stark and Ethan in a state. The two exchanged glances, still trying to process everything, but the fact remained that they had been saved. "Come on, let's get out of here." Stark grabbed Ethan and activated the flight system of his armor, flying away from a place he would never forget. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou had successfully completed his mission as Stark was rescued, and Mark I had been successfully developed, with Ethan also saved. This mission could be considered an overwhelming success. However, as he connected to the communication system, what awaited him was a tirade from Nick Fury. Fortunately, since the mission was a success, Nick had nothing more to say. Nan Zhou also kept the details of Mark I secret. Stark and Ethan left and successfully boarded a military plane, finally returning to their homeland. Upon returning home, Stark immediately held a press conference and announced the permanent closure of Stark Industries' weapons. His experiences in Afghanistan had completely changed Stark. He was determined to make a difference. Ethan was also settled in a mansion next to Stark's. The thought of an upgraded version of Mark I surfaced in Stark's mind. He casually announced the closure of the weapons development division, which led to a plummet in Stark Industries stock prices. Stark's disappearance and kidnapping had already caused the stock to drop. Now the decision Stark made caused the stock to fall. More and more people were selling off Stark Industries stock, trying to stem their losses, fearing they would incur even greater losses if they didn't act quickly. However, Stark Industries stock was like a hot potato. Who would dare to take it on? It was a stock with no hope of rising, so naturally no one wanted to buy. But there was one exception. While everyone was busy selling off Stark Industries stock, one person was frantically buying it, and that person was Xing Zhou. Of course, Xing Zhou was just a pseudonym. His real identity was Nan Zhou. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou possessed considerable wealth, including his base salary plus various task rewards. Additionally, Nan Zhou was not averse to pocketing valuable items during missions and taking on black market tasks. Nan Zhou now had savings amounting to $150 million. However, in the face of Stark Industries' scale, this amount was clearly insufficient, including his base salary plus various task rewards. Additionally, Nan Zhou was not averse to pocketing valuable items. Nan Zhou only kept $100,000 for himself. The rest was all used to buy Stark Industries stock. To outsiders, this behavior appeared to be sheer foolishness. Everyone else was eager to sell off Stark Industries stock. But what they didn't know was that Nan Zhou was aware that very soon Stark Industries stock would soar at a speed that would leave everyone else. At that time, Nan Zhou would become the major shareholder of the revived Stark Industries. Money would become something he could hardly spend enough of. Now those people viewed Nan Zhou as a sucker, but in due time they would regret it. Is there actually someone buying our stock against the top? At the emergency board meeting of Stark Industries, as they looked at the screen filled with green, the directors were all worried. Didn't they want to offload Stark stock as well? However, their shareholding was simply too large, and there was no one willing to take it on. They couldn't sell it off. They could only sell a little bit at a time, and still no one was buying. Who could have imagined that the once hot Stark Industries stock would end up in such a state? This person's background is very mysterious. I've had people investigate, but we can't find anything on him. At this moment, Obadiah spoke up. The directors exchanged glances. Could this person be Stark himself? Seeing the rapid decline of his own stock, did he dig into his own pockets to buy shares? Or is this Stark's scheme to gain control of Stark Industries by acquiring all our stocks? The directors began to speculate various conspiracy theories. Obadiah, however, wore a serious expression as he stared. He had been investigating the identity of Xing Zhou for a long time, but found nothing. He didn't believe this mysterious figure could be Stark. There had to be someone else. But the inability to find this person made Obadiah somewhat anxious. That Stark could return alive was already beyond his imagination, and not a single one of the people in the Middle East had survived. They were all wiped out. The military stated that Stark escaped on his own, and there was no need for them to lie as they would not miss any opportunity to boast about their victories. So it meant that if there was someone else involved with Stark, could it be related to this Xing Zhou? Obadiah thought, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the basement of Stark's mansion, Stark and Ethan were in the process of manufacturing Mark II. However, their progress was still stuck at the fabrication of the legs. Stark was aware of the significant drop in Stark Industries stock. A fall of 56.5 points for a company is a considerable blow to any enterprise. Stark Industries was no exception. However, it seemed that Obadiah had taken full control, leaving Stark feeling sidelined. Yet he did not care much for it, and as long as he did not have to deal with those troubling matters, he could focus on creating Mark II and P.J.R.V.I.S. Bring up the blueprints, Stark said as he meticulously crafted the mechanical legs. Understood. A slightly mechanical voice replied, the source being Stark's artificial intelligence J.R.V.I.S. Upon hearing Tony's command, J.R.V.I.S. immediately projected the holographic blueprints of all components for Mark II. Ethan approached the blueprints, carefully inspecting the leg design before turning to Stark. We still need to refine the leg set. As someone who had worked with Stark on Mark I, Ethan naturally accepted Stark's invitation to collaborate on Mark II. This was an unprecedented experience for Ethan. He knew that if Mark II were to be realized, the entire world would be astonished. The combined weaponry of Stark Industries could not compare to the shock that Mark II would deliver. Mark I was already an equipment capable of altering the course of history, let alone the current Mark II. Being part of a project that could change the course of humanity filled Ethan with great excitement. J.R.V.I.S. Play a song for us. Stark felt that the monotony was too boring, thus he asked J.R.V.I.S. to play some music for entertainment. This had always been his habit. However, unlike usual, Stark's words did not receive a response from J.R.V.I.S. J.R.V.I.S. Stark called out again, slightly puzzled, but still received no reply. This left Stark with a sense of foreboding. Just then J.R.V.I.S. suddenly spoke. Mr. Stark, I encountered a system rewrite. It appears someone has entered your villa. Upon hearing this, both Stark and Ethan exchanged glances. To alter J.R.V.I.S. programming, one would struggle to find anyone in the world capable of such a feat. Therefore, this meant that someone indeed had rewritten J.R.V.I.S. program and entered the villa. Stark casually picked up a wrench. At this moment, he had not yet created the offensive devices for the iron suit, so this was his only weapon for self-defense. Ethan also grabbed a weapon for protection, both of their eyes fixed on the only exit. Sure enough, a masked figure in a black hoodie slowly descended from the staircase. Seeing the mask, Stark and Ethan froze for a moment. This was the same mask worn by the person who in Afghanistan had disregarded bullet wounds and brutally dealt with kidnappers. This person was Nan Zhou. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Seeing the two holding weapons and warily staring at him, Nan Zhou quickly explained. As he spoke, Nan Zhou placed a device in front of the keypad, and in less than half a minute the password lock to Stark's basement was on. As a model inheritor of the Death Knell template with a 100 completion rate, Nan Zhou inherited not just the combat power, fighting skills, and weapon usage of the Death Knell. He also inherited 90 of the brain developed by the Death Knell, making it relatively easy for him to crack the password of. Stark looked at Nan Zhou in disbelief. What he believed to be the world's most impenetrable program was cracked by Nan Zhou in less than half a minute. This left Stark, who had always carried the halo of genius, feeling somewhat incredulous. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou entered the workshop and sat down at a nearby desk, observing the items Stark and Ethan were working on. What's this? Planning to create an upgraded version of your mech. Stark approached slowly. Although this person had saved him and Ethan in Afghanistan, it did not wholly earn Stark's trust. What are you doing here? Ethan mustered his courage to ask. What am I doing here? Naturally, I came to see how you were doing. Upon hearing this, both Stark and Ethan were naturally skeptical, breaking into someone's home just to see how they were doing. No one would believe that. Of course I'm joking, Nan Zhou said as he stood up from the table and approached the legs of Mark II, examining them closely. I came here because I hope you can help me with something. Since I saved you, it's only normal for you to give me some compensation or help me. Stark and Ethan exchanged glances. Nan Zhou was not wrong. If it weren't for him, Ethan might have already fallen victim to gunfire, and Stark would not have escaped that cave so easily. Thus it was not unreasonable for Nan Zhou to ask for some compensation. Then tell me what you need. Stark felt that Nan Zhou likely had no ill intentions towards them, so he placed the wrench on the table. My request is simple. It is something you can manage with your current capabilities. Nan Zhou sat down in Stark's swivel chair. I need you to prepare a room filled with Omega radiation. Upon hearing this, both Stark and Ethan were quite surprised. It is worth noting that Omega radiation is the most terrifying type of radiation in the world. Exposure to gamma radiation does not usually lead to immediate death. However, exposure to Omega radiation would result in the person bleeding from all orifices, experiencing organ failure, and subsequently dying. What do you need that for? Stark asked. Nan Zhou shook his head. You don't need to worry about that, it just helped me get it. Ideally, the room should be movable. With your identity, Stark, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? In fact, Nan Zhou could also acquire these items himself, but it would be too troublesome. It was easier to delegate the task to Stark, saving him some effort. Alright, I agree. Stark hesitated for a moment before nodding. But you must promise not to enter my house casually in the future. Once I prepare it for you, we will consider it settled. Nan Zhou smiled slightly. Sure deal. As he spoke, he took out a business card. After it's done, call this number. It would be best to... With that, Nan Zhou stood up and left Stark's basement, striding out through the main entrance of Stark's mansion. The arrival of Nan Zhou was merely a brief interlude for Stark and his companion. The progress of Mark II must continue, and Stark would find another time to deal with the house containing the Omega rays. After leaving Stark's mansion, Nan Zhou returned to New York. The three little ones seemed to be doing well at school, at least, not causing any trouble, and no one else had troubled them. Since Nan Zhou returned from Afghanistan, Sharon had left his home, and now it had turned into Nan Zhou bringing the three children. However, Nan Zhou would not remain idle at night. He still had tasks to accomplish. Having purchased nearly $150 million worth of stocks in Stark Industries, Nan Zhou, in strict terms, could no longer be considered a wealthy man, with only $1.0 left in bank savings. What Nan Zhou needed to do now was to earn some money. Of course, this money would naturally come from the black market. Under the dark moon and howling winds, New York's night was a carnival for the mafia. In the upscale clubs of New York, young women swayed their bodies on stage for the enjoyment of the mafia bosses. Among them there was a rather thin man, a cigar clenched in his mouth, watching the young woman before him with eyes full of desire. If it weren't for the crowd here, he would need to maintain his identity and status, otherwise he would have pounced on her like a starving wolf. At that moment, the door to their room swung open and a masked man appeared outside. The crowd exchanged glances, none of them recognizing who this person was. Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you want to die? The thin man stood up, pulled out his gun, waved it menacingly, his tone laced with threats. After all, they were the kings of New York's underground. Who dared to act so arrogantly before them? The masked man merely let out a cold laugh. So arrogant, even when death is at your door? Remember, I am the one who will take your life. The masked man was no other than Nan Zhou. He drew his pistol from his waist and swiftly dealt with the men beside the thin man. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, while the girls on stage crouched down and screamed. Damn it. The thin man quickly understood that Nan Zhou's intentions were not good and feared for his life. Shoot, he shouted, turning. There was a hidden door in the room that could help him escape. But how could Nan Zhou let him leave so easily? He leaped dramatically, landing directly on the man's back. The others, seeing this, dared not express too much surprise and immediately turned to shoot at Nan Zhou. But just like those who had encountered Nan Zhou before, the bullets had no effect on him. At this moment, Nan Zhou squatted down, looking at the man beneath his foot. Someone paid for your life, so you must suffer. As he spoke, he pressed the gun against the man's forehead. The man's subordinates, seeing that bullets could not harm Nan Zhou, rushed forward intending to fight. But every person who approached Nan Zhou was sent flying by his punch, blood seeping from their orifices as they died. You dare not kill me, the thin man shouted, fear creeping into his voice. I am a subordinate of Jin Bing. You dare not kill me. If you kill me, Jin Bing will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Both your employer and you will be brutally killed by Jin Bing. The thin man's words momentarily stunned Nan Zhou. He had not expected this person to be a subordinate of Jin Bing. I am a trusted aide of Jin Bing. If you kill me, you can imagine the consequences. Seeing that Nan Zhou paused, thinking he was intimidated by Jin Bing's name, the man quickly continued. You have good skills, why not work for Jin Bing, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. What do you say? He thought that after saying this, Nan Zhou would let him go, but to his surprise, Nan Zhou shot him in the backside, knocking all the man's teeth. The intense pain caused the man to let out a few cries of agony. I don't care whether your words are true or false. Even if you are Jin Bing's capable subordinate, so what? In my eyes, even Jin Bing has no standing. Nan Zhou patted the thin man's face. If my employer's target is Jin Bing, I would still go ahead and kill him. In my world, everyone is equal. If I have marked you, there is only one path: death. As he spoke, Nan Zhou's gun was pressed against the man's head. You'd better hope that your boss comes looking for you soon. With that, a gunshot rang out, and soon the room was filled with the screams of women. In New York somewhere, a man of immense stature sat at a table, crushing the phone in his hand. Damn it, who was this assassin known as Code 47? The furious man was none other than the king of New York's underworld, Jin Bing Wilson. Fisk had just received the news that one of his key subordinates and all of his men had been killed. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this incident was carried out by a killer known as Code 47. This assassin, who was none other than Nan Zhou, was renowned in the entire underworld. Since his appearance 4 years ago, he had never failed successfully completing every assassination. As long as someone hired him, the employer could sleep soundly, for by the time they opened their eyes the next day, that person would be dead. Find out who this person is. Jin Bing, as the largest mob boss in New York, had never really paid attention to the existence of Code 47, as he had no need for this person. However, now that Code 47 had struck at him, killing his trusted men, how could Jin Bing not be furious? There had always been a saying in New York: if you want to live, either get close to Jin Bing or stay far away from him. Since you have dared to tread on the head of the Tai Sui, do not blame the Tai Sui for sending you to meet your maker. At this moment, the secretary, who had been standing beside Jin Bing, slowly spoke up. Many have tried to investigate this Code 47, but all have failed. His identity is very secretive, and I believe the chances of us uncovering it are slim. Before the secretary could finish, Jin Bing slapped the table, shattering it. Even if we cannot find out, I want you to investigate. Am I not the king of New York? How can I not uncover the identity of a mere? I want him to know what a miserable end awaits those who offend me. On this day, the underground world of New York went crazy. The king of the New York Underground Gene Bing issued a bounty in the black market, a reward of $30 million for anyone who could investigate the identity of the individual known as Code 47. If someone could bring back his head, the reward would be $50 million. This news has already spread in the black market, creating a significant uproar in the entire underground world. Code 47 is the hottest assassin in the black market recently, while Gene Bing reigns as the king of the New York Underground. It seems these two have reached an irreconcilable conflict. Gene Bing is about to take action against that assassin. Moreover, the rewards of $30 million and $50 million are simply too tempting. Countless individuals looking to turn their fortunes around are eagerly preparing to give it a try. At this moment in a motel in New York, Daredevil Matt Murdock also learned of this news. The last man he encountered was Code 47, and not only did this person notice him, but he also revealed Murdock's identity. This made Murdock feel that this individual was quite dangerous. Coupled with his methods of dealing with targets, Murdock even considered that Code 47 was a superhuman. He also attempted to investigate the identity of Code 47, but unfortunately the investigation failed. This person's identity was shrouded in layers of secrecy, and even with his abilities, he could not uncover it. However, this person is currently just an assassin targeting members of the mafia, aiding various gangs in their conflicts, posing no threat to himself or society, so he did not pursue the investigation further. I wonder how you will resolve this trouble this time. Murdock approached the window. Although he couldn't see the scenery outside, the sounds of the wind and the conversations of passers-by allowed him to sense everything outside. The confrontation between Gene Bing and the top assassin is truly a spectacle. However, while the underground world is in an uproar, Nan Zhou continues to go about his own business. After completing this job, he earned quite a bit of money, enough for him to relax for a while. He is also aware of the happenings on Gene Bing's side, but he pays no mind. In any case, no matter how they investigate, Gene Bing will never uncover his identity. Since they can't find him, Gene Bing can only seethe with rage. Isn't it nice to just sit at home and watch this spectacle? At this moment, in a basement somewhere in New York, a man is tied up in a chair. All his fingernails have been pulled out and his hands are bloodied. His face is bruised, and he has very few intact teeth left. This person is the one who hired Nan Zhou to assassinate Gene Bing's trusted underling. He is a leader of a small gang in New York. At this time, Gene Bing stepped out of the shadows, looking at the terrified man before him. Answer me, what does Code 47 look like? What are his characteristics? The man merely shook his head, and due to his broken teeth, his speech was also unclear. I really don't know. We only conduct transactions online. The man had made it very clear he and Nan Zhou only interacted online, contacting the employer after completing the job, and the money was transferred to a particular account. And the account is a protected one which appears as a blank number no matter where it is checked, a useless account. Thus, finding information about Nan Zhou from the employer is incredibly difficult. Moreover, even if they find the employer with whom they had a face-to-face transaction, Nan Zhou wore a mask and altered his voice, making it impossible to get any useful information. Gene Bing looked at the man who had now lost control of his bladder and sighed heavily. Why did you choose to provoke me? Why did you hire someone to kill me? You know the consequences of provoking me, right? Do you think you can keep your body intact? With that, Gene Bing grabbed the man's hair and delivered a punch to his face. This punch made the man's entire cheek cave in. After one punch came another, then a third. After 3 punches, the man's face was unrecognizable. Although he was in excruciating pain, he could not produce any sound. He was on the verge of death. These 3 punches were naturally not enough to relieve Gene Bing's anger, but he also knew that if he continued, this man would die. If he dies, his enjoyment would be lost. With that thought, Gene Bing released his grip and turned to his subordinates. Keep him alive, don't let him die. I still want to have some fun with him. What Gene Bing intends to do is make this man wish for death, just like Code 47. 3 days later, Nan Zhou sent his 3 children to school, and at that moment his phone rang. Your house with Omega radiation is ready. When will you come to pick it up? Hearing this, Nan Zhou was overjoyed. He didn't expect Stark's efficiency to be so high. In just 4 or 5 days it was. He'll head over now, wait for me a moment. Nan Zhou hung up the phone and immediately purchased a flight ticket to California. The time taken to travel from east to west isn't particularly long, but whether due to the anticipation for the Omega radiated house or some other reason, Nan Zhou felt that the time on the plane was exceptionally agonizing. As soon as the plane landed, Nan Zhou rushed to Stark's villa. Using the old method, he donned a mask to avoid surveillance and cracked the password to enter Stark's mansion. However, unlike previous visits, this time Stark's assistant Pepper Potts was also present. Nan Zhou evaded Pepper's gaze in Stark's mansion and made his way to the basement. Perhaps due to the previous experience, Stark and Ethan remained much calmer upon Nan Zhou's arrival. The house is ready for you, it's in my garage. He'll take you to get it right now. Stark wasted no words upon seeing Nan Zhou. He set down what he was doing and was ready to lead him to the garage. At this moment, the Mark II armor was also revealed before Nan Zhou. The silver battle armor exuded a chilling dominance, piquing Nan Zhou's interest. After all, this was the first time seeing the physical Iron Man suit, and it felt completely different from seeing it in a movie. Stark and Ethan did not make any effort to hide their armor this time. After all, Nan Zhou had already seen their blueprints during his last visit, so there was no need to conceal anything. This thing is really cool. Nan Zhou gazed at the armor, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, Mecha is a man. In New York, Nan Zhou brought the house filled with Omega radiation that Stark had prepared for him back to his garage. Nan Zhou's garage wasn't small, but there was only one car inside, so it was quite easy to place such a house down. The entire house was made with radiation-proof materials and had excellent sealing, as a leak of Omega radiation would be catastrophic for the entire neighborhood, even for the whole city of New York. Nan Zhou entered the room and quickly noticed the red button. According to Stark, pressing that button would fill the entire room with Omega radiation. Nan Zhou closed the door tightly and locked it with 3 reinforced locks. He felt quite nervous, as he didn't know what would happen to him after being exposed to radiation. Taking a deep breath, Nan Zhou placed his hand on the red button, steeled himself, and pressed it down. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated in red, followed by a sharp pain radiating through Nan Zhou's body. The pain caused Nan Zhou to kneel on one knee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His clothes disintegrated into Dinghos detected exposed to high-intensity Omega radiation, activating life protection functions. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou thought the pain he felt would lessen significantly. But to his surprise, the pain showed no signs of diminishing. It turned out that this so-called life protection function merely prevented him from dying and did not alleviate the pain at all. Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse the system in his heart. He was constantly experiencing the suffering of Omega radiation. This pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even if Captain America were put in here, the result would be the same. And Nan Zhou had to endure this for 4 hours, which felt like being in a hell on earth. What made it even worse was that he had to endure this pain while doing 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 pull-ups, and only after completing 30 days would he increase by 1. Although this increase was significantly higher than the Doomsday template, the pain endured to meet this condition was many times that of the Doomsday template. Come on, let's get started. Enduring the excruciating pain, Nan Zhou began his push-up routine. Each repetition was a test of his physical limits. If it were any other time, doing 1,000 of these would be a piece of cake, but it was different now. Time passed second by second, and the small room filled with high-intensity Omega radiation was often filled with Nan Zhou's roars. 5.5 hours had passed, and at this moment Nan Zhou was clinging to the edge of the room as he did his pull-ups. He could now see the dawn of victory. 996, 997, 998. Nan Zhou's whole body trembled. Now all that supported him was his willpower. 999, 1000. As Nan Zhou completed the last pull-up, he collapsed instantly to the ground. His entire body felt as if it had fallen apart. Rather than saying he was lying on the ground, it was more accurate to say he was sprawled on the ground. Dinghos has completed the daily task. Achieving 30 times can enhance the Darkseid template by 1. This has been completed once. The host will not carry any radiation. Please feel free to interact with others. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Nan Zhou wanted to curse the damn system, but at that moment he had no strength. He began to crawl slowly towards the red button, his last fingertip finally resting on the button. With the last ounce of energy, the red glow of the room instantly faded away, replaced by soft natural light. As the Omega radiation was removed, the pressure on Nan Zhou instantly lessened, and the pain was alleviated by more than half, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall of the room, he gasped for breath. This was probably the most painful experience of his life. After resting in the room for another half hour, Nan Zhou finally had the strength to stand. He unlocked the 3 reinforced locks and left the room. As the door to the room opened, a cool breeze swept in, sending a chill through Nan Zhou's body. A comforting sensation. Nan Zhou wrapped himself in a blanket and made his way upstairs, returning to his home, where he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When Nan Zhou opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside, and there was a faint light coming from outside his room. Nan Zhou changed his clothes and walked out of the room, discovering that the 3 little ones were watching TV in the living room, and there was a covered plate on the dining table. Brother Zhou. As soon as Wanda saw Nan Zhou come out of the room, she jumped off the sofa and quickly ran to him, her big eyes. When we got home, we saw Brother Zhou sleeping soundly, so we didn't disturb you. This is the dinner we made for you. Hurry and eat. At this moment, Lorna and Pietro also came to Nan Zhou's side. Lorna lifted the lid, revealing a rather simple I made this fried egg. Lorna looked up proudly at Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou smiled and ruffled Lorna's hair. Our little Lorna can make fried eggs now, how smart. Nan Zhou said this while smiling, completely ignoring the visibly burnt fried egg. Pietro, on the other hand, was unsure of what to say, as he had contributed nothing to the sandwich. The fried egg was made by Lorna, while Wanda was responsible for assembling the sandwich and cutting it. He was only in charge of eating. Watching Nan Zhou praise Wanda and Lorna, Pietro felt a twinge of jealousy. However, at that moment, Nan Zhou patted Pietro's shoulder, as he naturally sensed Pietro's thoughts. It seems we're both the same. Oh, we just know how to eat. Nan Zhou positioned himself on the same level as Pietro, and this self-deprecating humor made Pietro chuckle, lifting his spirits. At that moment, Nan Zhou took a bite of the sandwich. To him, there was no distinction between good and bad when it came to sandwiches. At least for all these years, he had never discerned, and his gaze fell upon the 3 little ones. Wanda and Lorna were looking like little beauties now, while Pietro was a handsome lad. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. If they grow up like this, how many boys and girls would they attract? Now the entire business world is pondering a question: who is the mysterious individual that has gone against the tide to purchase a significant stake in Stark Industries? Whether it is Obadiah or other tycoons in the business sector, they are all investigating the mysterious figure known as Xing. However, no matter what methods they employ, this Xing Zhou remains shrouded in an unapproachable veil, preventing them from unveiling his true identity. More and more people have begun to suspect that this Xing Zhou is none other than Stark himself, and that his various actions are merely a means to break free from Obadiah's constraints and seize full control of Stark Industries. But Obadiah knows full well that this is impossible. At this moment he has already acquired the prototype of Stark's Mark I. His Iron Tyrant plan has already begun to be implemented. Meanwhile Nan Zhou is enjoying a brief respite, spending each day in a room saturated with high levels of Omega radiation, completing the daily tasks assigned by the system. 7 days have passed, allowing Nan Zhou to adapt to the pains within this room, making the 4 hours spent there significantly more bearable. As he had done in the previous days, Nan Zhou walked out of his room, wiping the sweat from his body with a towel, preparing to change clothes and head upstairs. At that moment Nan Zhou's phone rang. He picked it up and discovered it was Nick calling. After resting for such a long time, have you considered coming back to work? As soon as the call connected, Nick's voice came through the line. Hearing this, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh. What was inevitable had finally arrived. However, after rescuing Stark, having nearly 20 days of vacation was indeed a rare luxury for him. Although he yearned for freedom and wished to leave S.H.I.E.L.D., he was still technically an agent, so he needed to go to work. What's the mission? Spill it. This time, Nan Zhou was unusually straightforward, leaving Nick somewhat taken aback. Coulson is about to make contact with Stark, and I want to arrange a helper for him. So that helper is me then. Upon hearing Nick's words, Nan Zhou naturally understood what the mission entailed. You just need to assist him. Such a task wasn't particularly difficult. He might even witness a clash between Iron Man. Got it all set off right now. Wait. Just as Nan Zhou was about to hang up, Nick quickly stopped him. What's the rush? Nan Zhou asked, puzzled, not understanding Nick's intent. There's no hurry, I'll wait a few more days. Coulson needs some time to prepare. I just wanted to give you a heads up to get ready. After Nick hung up, Nan Zhou shrugged, left the garage, and headed upstairs. When Nan Zhou turned on the television, he found Colonel Rhodes on the news, who was currently explaining the crash of a U.S. military fighter jet that had occurred that day. Is the timeline only at this point? Watching the television, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that more than 20 days had passed, nearly a month, and it was still the matter of the Mark III's debut. On a dark and windy night, Nan Zhou donned his mask, once again walking through the shadows. He had taken on a contract from, however this time the employer seemed to pose a disadvantage for Nan Zhou. The main reason was the bounty placed on his head by Kingpin after the previous incident, with an exorbitant price that made everyone in the black market eager to get a piece of the action. So there were certainly many looking to lure Nan Zhou into taking on a job in the black market. But Nan Zhou was willing to take the bait. After all, Kingpin's actions had effectively cut off his income, so Nan Zhou naturally had to find alternative ways to earn money. The way to make money was to defeat both parties involved and take away everything of value from them. This was Nan Zhou's new tact. Nan Zhou tracked down his target this time, who was located in an abandoned factory. A typical place for those wanting to ambush. Nan Zhou made no attempt at concealment, striding boldly into the factory. Looking at the dark and empty space, he raised both hands. I know you're all here, no need to hide, come out. As soon as Nan Zhou's words fell, nearly 200 people emerged from around him, surrounding him. I must say you all have quite the setup of so many people. Nan Zhou surveyed the scene before him, feeling no surprise. Someone capable of placing such a high bounty must possess extraordinary abilities, and to ensure the safety of this money, it was only wise to have a large number of people. You have a bounty of $50 million on your head. Even if I share a bit with my brothers, that's still a considerable sum, said a burly man at the forefront. 47, I advise you to surrender. Opposing Kingpin won't lead to a good end. After nearly 10 days of waiting, the leader who initially wanted to resolve the fight quickly and collect the money was now surprised. After nearly 10 days of waiting, the leader who initially wanted to resolve the fight quickly and collect the money was now surprisingly calm, even beginning to plot an escape route for Nan Zhou. Thank you for your kind suggestion, but since I'm here today, it means that Kingpin means nothing to me. As soon as Nan Zhou spoke, the others burst into laughter. All right, you've got guts, don't say we didn't warn you. The man finally stopped talking nonsense and signaled for his group to charge. But at that moment, Nan Zhou's figure suddenly vanished from his previous position, reappearing right beside the man. With a swift motion, Nan Zhou threw a punch at the man's lackey. He didn't exert too much force with this punch. He merely sent the guy flying, leaving him barely conscious, but spared his life. The others were equally astonished, but their surprise was quickly overshadowed by the sight before them. They were looking at a walking $50 million. Who cared about being surprised? Seeing the gleaming eyes around him, Nan Zhou let out a resigned sigh. They were all normal people, but now they'll probably become corpses. Immediately after, screams erupted from the crowd as countless individuals were struck by Nan Zhou's fists against the wall, some even dangling from the beams above. Anyone who approached Nan Zhou faced the same fate of being sent flying. This crude method of resolution was starting. After all, these people were too weak. They couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Nan Zhou found that all his combat skills were rendered useless against these individuals. The sound of screams echoed as nearly 200 individuals in front of Nan Zhou crumpled like rag dolls, unable to withstand even a single punch from him. Even with guns in hand, the bullets could not harm Nan Zhou in the slightest. Such terror instilled profound fear in these people. In their minds, Nan Zhou had transformed into a monster, an unadulterated beast. At this moment, among the 200 people, the only one still able to move was the man who had spoken earlier. That man was now slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. You are not human. Jin Bing is using you against us. Looking at Nan Zhou, who was approaching, the man's body trembled. Although it seemed Jin Bing had placed a bounty on Nan Zhou, in reality Jin Bing was using Nan Zhou's hand to eliminate all opposing forces in New York. This is Jin Bing's conspiracy. It's a bloodless scheme of Jin Bing. At least at this moment, this was the man's true belief. This is Jin Bing's conspiracy. It's a bloodless scheme of Jin Bing. At least at this moment this was the man's true belief. Nan Zhou crouched down and pulled the necklace from the man's neck. But your ultimate goal was still to kill me, and for that I'm afraid you only have one path left, death. As he spoke, Nan Zhou pressed the gun against the man's forehead ready to deliver the final shot. However, at this moment the man smiled. The man who should have shown despair upon facing death instead wore a smile, and it was a somewhat deranged one, surprising Nan Zhou. Do you think killing me will end it all? Just now I posted your location on the black market. Now everyone in the black market knows where you are. All the major gangs in New York will come for you, and that Jean Bing who would love to flay you alive. You are doomed. The man, but with the sound of a gunshot the laughter abruptly ceased. How noisy, Nan Zhou remarked, digging into his ear. The man's willingness to perish along with him was somewhat unexpected. The problem is while the fish may be dead the net cannot be broken. Even if all the gangs in New York came, they would still be no match. Dealing with them is as easy as playing a game. I advise you to leave now, or it will not end well. At that moment a voice emerged from the shadow in the corner, and stepping out was Daredevil Matt Murdock. In truth, Nan Zhou had long noticed Murdock's presence, but chose not to reveal it, not expecting him to come out on his own. You always like to hide in the shadows and observe without offering to help me. Seeing Daredevil step out, Nan Zhou complained a little. Murdock had expected that Nan Zhou would not be surprised. He approached Nan Zhou's side. You shouldn't have killed them all. In response to Murdock's words, Nan Zhou simply shook his head. They were the ones who wanted to kill me. Murdock glanced at Nan Zhou and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead focusing on the corpse of the leading man. Did you hear what he said? It won't be long before all the gangs in New York arrive here. I know your strength is formidable. Perhaps those gangs cannot do anything to you, but I still advise you to leave quickly. Those gangs are ruthless bastards. If they find they can't sanction you, they might resort to using weapons of mass destruction. By then the entire block will be completely doomed. Murdock's words were indeed reasonable. Those gangs had no bottom line in their actions, especially Jean Bing's group. If this escalated and caused innocent casualties, it would truly be a loss for nothing. After listening, Nan Zhou nodded, but he did not head towards the exit. Instead, he approached the many corpses. This action puzzled Murdock, who did not understand what Nan Zhou intended to do. But at this moment, Nan Zhou turned back and smiled. Although what you said is very reasonable, I have decided to stay. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Just minutes after their conversation, the entire factory was surrounded by numerous vehicles, and countless armed individuals stepped out of the cars. In their eyes, some were filled with desire while others were filled with bloodlust. Even the New York police could only watch from a distance while the surrounding citizens anxiously observed the scene, fearful that they might suffer if a fight broke out. At this moment, a stretch limousine arrived at the factory entrance, and stepping out was Jean Bing. Most of the people surrounding the factory were Jean Bing's men. The remaining ones, upon seeing Jean Bing's display of force, naturally lacked the courage to contest. Is this the place? Jean Bing asked, looking at the tightly shut factory door. One of his subordinates nodded. This is the place. The person who sent the message is that man's employer, so the information is most likely true. This was the quickest assessment of the information's credibility by Jean Bing's subordinate, and fortunately the information was indeed credible. Jean Bing nodded, approached the main door, and delivered a punch to the massive iron gate of the factory. Instantly, a loud bang resonated from the iron gate, and even rust fell from it. Following the first punch came the second and the third. The iron gate visibly dented, and after the ninth punch, it was completely smashed to pieces. As they walked into the factory, a pungent smell of blood wafted through, and Jean Bing's men immediately shone their flashlights. The scene that met their eyes left them all quite astonished. Nearly 200 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, while on the adjacent wall words written in blood read, "Welcome, John." Seeing these large characters, veins bulged on Jean Bing's forehead. What is this? This is a mockery of him, Jean Bing. That damn bastard. Jean Bing slammed his fist into the adjacent wall, the fury within him becoming nearly impossible. The poor wall was left with a crack from Jean Bing's strike. No one dared to speak in the presence of such an enraged Jean Bing. A single misstep could lead to them being sacrificed on the spot. The street, which had been bustling with noise, suddenly fell into a profound silence. The underground king of New York, for the first time in many years, displayed such unimaginable anger before so many people. At this moment, above the factory, two pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Jean Bing's current state, observing his fury and loss of composure. Do you truly understand the consequences of what you're doing? Nan Zhou and Murdock crouched in the shadows atop a beam, watching Kingpin's veins bulge with fury, a sight that stirred Murdock's unease. Having crossed paths with Kingpin many times, Murdock knew all too well the man's terrifying power. He could scarcely imagine how this confrontation would end. Consequences. Rest easy. Kingpin won't target ordinary civilians. In his eyes, I'm already every bit the ruthless bastard he is. Murdock blinked in surprise, then couldn't help but chuckle. It was undeniably true. No righteous hero would ever write with blood drawn from a corpse. In a certain sense, the codename 47 was indeed a fearsome figure. Now, it's my turn to take center stage. Watching Kingpin seethe with rage, Nan Zhou suddenly leapt down, startling Murdock beside him. What on earth was he playing? Was this sheer recklessness? Walking straight into the tiger's den, Nan Zhou landed squarely before Kingpin, unflinching and precise. His sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the room. Even Kingpin recoiled in genuine astonishment. Kingpin stared at Nan Zhou. How had this man evaded his awareness entirely? Through years of relentless training and heightened perception, Kingpin could usually sense anyone lurking in darkness or creeping behind his back. Of course, except for that accursed Daredevil. And yet this masked stranger before him remained utterly imperceptible. How do you find the welcome ceremony I prepared for you? Nan Zhou asked, a faint sardonic smile playing on his lips. At those words, Kingpin instantly realized. The man before him was codename 47. Was it you who killed my most trusted lieutenant? Kingpin's voice brimmed with barely contained fury. I merely fulfilled a contract. For payment. Your subordinate simply drew the shortest straw. Before the last syllable left Nan Zhou's mouth, Kingpin lunged forward, his fist carving a gale of terror through the air, chilling everyone nearby. A direct hit would mean certain death. Yet Nan Zhou stood utterly relaxed, offering no evasion, no flint. That boy is finished. Those trailing Kingpin shared the same grim certainty. To stand motionless, letting flesh absorb Kingpin's full-force blow. Impossible. Already they envisioned Nan Zhou's shattered lifeless form. Kingpin's fist slammed squarely into Nan Zhou's mask. A thunderous crack echoed, followed by a shockwave so violent it rippled outward like a tidal surge. The raw force was monstrous. An ordinary man's skull would have splattered like overripe fruit. But Kingpin faced Nan Zhou, whose body bore the merged templates of Deathstroke and Darkseid. Against such reinforced physiology, that punch registered no more than a gentle breeze. And Nan Zhou's mask, unscathed, unmarred, perfectly intact, defied every expectation. Kingpin shook his hand, wincing. His own knuckles stung fiercely from the recoil of the backlash, nearly overwhelming even. Surprised too. Nan Zhou let out two cold, mirthless laughs. Your fist strikes me like sponge sugar. Soft, weightless, utterly harmless. Those words ignited Kingpin's fury anew. He reared back, and struck again, aiming straight for Nan Zhou's mask. The result was identical. The mask remained flawless. Forged by the system, its resilience defied comprehension. Nan Zhou himself had tested it beneath industrial-grade hydraulic presses. Even those machines failed to press, short-circuited under the strain, unable to fracture the mask. 2 blows, and not a single scratch. Your strength is now clear to me. Nan Zhou observed Kingpin's deepening disbelief. You disappoint me profoundly. I'd hoped for a worthy clash, but you are grievously weak. With that, Nan Zhou struck, not with brute force, but blinding speed. Before Kingpin could blink, the fist hung inches from his. Kingpin offered no defense, taking the blow full force to his gut. The impact nearly forced blood from his throat. Nan Zhou held back. He never unleashed full power. At full strength, Kingpin's fate would mirror all others who fell to him, absolute, irreversible death. Yet even restrained, the blow hurled Kingpin backward, slamming him hard onto the floor. This cannot be. Struggling upright, Kingpin's face bore only raw, unfiltered shock. No anger, no calculation. Just a man who took 2 punches to the face, then returned one that sent Kingpin flying. Such a thing had never occurred in decades. From his vantage atop the beam, Murdoch stared jaw slack, never imagining Nan Zhou would dismantle Kingpin with such effortless mastery. This was Kingpin, the undisputed monarch of New York's underworld, sovereign of a criminal empire. And yet against Nan Zhou he crumpled in a single strike. With a bounty that high, I half tempted to turn myself in, just to collect. Nan Zhou blurred forward, materializing inches from Kingpin's face. Shall I surrender? You'll pay me 50 million. Each barb drove Kingpin deeper into trembling rage. When had he ever been mocked like this? In his early days, yes, there had been taunts, but each ended the same, the mockers reduced to pulped ruin one by one. Not now. Facing this relentless mocking figure, Kingpin felt no confidence. Only the chilling certainty that his opponent's power ran fathomless, his own victory improbable. Seeing Kingpin teeter on the edge of impotent fury, Nan Zhou grew bored. He reached out and lightly tapped Kingpin's cheek. Cease your bounty. You lack both the strength and the standing to pursue me. Train harder, then come back. To defeat me, you're still 20,000 years too early. The moment the final word left his lips, Nan Zhou vanished, dissolving from sight before every pair of eyes. His disappearance sent shivers down spines. Kingpin's men scanned frantically, every shadow, every corner, terrified he might erupt from nowhere. But Nan Zhou had long since departed, leaving the factory far behind. Kingpin stood frozen, face dark as storm-racked obsidian, each mocking phrase hammering into his soul like iron nails. We leave. Kingpin uttered nothing more. Yet those 2 words carried a lethality so profound it chilled the marrow, pierced the spirit, and silenced the room. Codename 47's first direct confrontation with Jean Bing ended in a decisive victory for Codename 47. This became the hottest topic in the black market the following day. Outside the factory at that time, not only were Jean Bing and his subordinates present, but other gang forces were also watching the outcome closely. This was the best opportunity to strike a blow against Jean Bing, and the gang bosses eager to undermine his position would naturally. The black market was filled with reports of Codename 47 publicly humiliating Jean Bing, yet Jean Bing's faction made no response. Since returning to his territory from the factory, Jean Bing had shut himself away, allowing no one near his room except for. No one knew what Jean Bing was doing, but those who had followed him knew that when he re-emerged into the public eye, he would have undergone it. As another protagonist in this incident, Codename 47, Nan Zhou continued with his life. He didn't kill Jean Bing because he didn't want to miss out on the fun. He found Jean Bing quite an interesting person and felt it would be a pity. Naturally, he looked forward to their second encounter, curious to see how much Jean Bing could grow after such humiliation. Of course, Nan Zhou's expectations weren't too high. After all, no matter how hard Jean Bing tried, he was ultimately just a mortal. To the current Nan Zhou, mortals seemed like mere ants before him. 5 days had passed since confronting Jean Bing, and today Nan Zhou boarded a flight to California where he would assist Coulson at Stark Industries. This time, he didn't summon Shireen, but let the 3 little ones watch the house themselves, which they had expressed a desire for, and Nan At the California airport, as Nan Zhou stepped out of the arrival hall, he spotted Coulson standing not far away. It's great to have your help this time. Coulson approached Nan Zhou immediately. It seems someone is about to bring trouble to Stark. Nan Zhou was slightly taken aback, but he quickly recalled certain matters. It can't be the other directors at Stark Industries, right? Nan Zhou mentioned this, but refrained from saying Obadiah's name. Coulson nodded. The weapons from Stark Industries have fallen into the hands of those in the Middle East orchestrated by one of their directors, namely Obadiah. Although Nan Zhou hadn't spoken Obadiah's name, Coulson had already shared all the intelligence he possessed. Since Stark returned from the Middle East, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been investigating the reasons behind Stark's disappearance, and the weapons sold to the Middle East had also drawn their attention. As someone whose authority at Stark Industries is limited to Stark himself, only he possesses such power, and he is very likely a threat to Stark. Therefore, we need personnel to ensure Stark's safety. Nan Zhou, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected to become Stark's bodyguard. This bodyguard was from S.H.I.E.L.D., and Stark was using a S.H.I.E.L.D. bodyguard without even spending money. Oh, what a privilege that was. Coulson and Nan Zhou got into a car heading towards Stark Industries. Meanwhile, in Obadiah's office at Stark Industries, Pepper Potts was busy hacking into Obadiah's computer security system. At that moment, Pepper was incredibly nervous as Obadiah could return at any time. Oh my God. As Obadiah's computer security system was breached, countless files began to appear slowly, and as she browsed through them, shock was written all over Pepper's face. She saw the blueprints for the Ironmonger. Just then the office door opened, and Obadiah walked in. Upon seeing Pepper sitting at the desk, he was initially surprised, but after a moment he put on a smile and approached her. Not long after Nan Zhou and Coulson arrived at Stark Industries. According to Coulson, he had arranged to meet Pepper there. Coulson and Nan Zhou were sitting on a bench nearby, while Pepper was coming down from upstairs. Hey Miss Potts, we had an appointment. Did you forget about our date? Pepper's face clearly showed her anxiety as she looked at Coulson and then forced a smile. Of course not, come with me, I'll make sure you never forget this. Her nervousness caught the attention of Coulson and Nan Zhou, and their gazes shifted towards the spot from which Pepper had just. At that moment they noticed Obadiah. Coulson and Nan Zhou exchanged glances. You go find Stark. Coulson quickly instructed Nan Zhou, who nodded and got up to leave Stark Industries. By now the sky was getting darker, and Nan Zhou was leisurely walking on the avenue gazing at the dimming sky, and he sighed help. Tonight the city was about to face a great battle. Nan Zhou checked the time. It was about time, so he hailed a taxi, and before long, Nan Zhou arrived at Stark's mansion, donned his mask, and used familiar methods to enter the mansion, heading straight. Upon entering the basement, he found Stark struggling beneath the table, breathing heavily and looking pale. Not long ago, Obadiah had come by and stolen the arc reactor from Stark's chest. Now, without the arc reactor's operation, Stark would die instantly. At this moment, Nan Zhou approached Stark. Seeing the mask, Stark wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word, only gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was busy removing the first-generation arc reactor from Stark's mechanical arm, shattering the glass, holding it up, and smiling slightly. I bet you really want this, don't you? Stark still couldn't speak, but the longing in his eyes had grown even stronger. If I attach this to you, wouldn't that count as saving your life? Nan Zhou continued to smile, paying no heed to Stark, who was on the brink of death. So this time I saved you, and you owe me a... With that, Nan Zhou pressed the first-generation arc reactor directly onto Stark's chest. Damn it! Stark gasped, trembling so violently he could barely draw breath, as if he had just wandered through the gates of hell itself. Insun. Stark's gaze darted toward the basement entrance. Moments earlier, after Obadiah arrived, Insun had rushed to stop him, only to be struck down by a single brutal punch and left unconscious. It was only then that Nan Zhou realized, within this universe, Stark still had Insun by his side. Without hesitation, he rose, ascended to ground level, swiftly located Insun behind the sofa, and carried him back down into the basement. Seeing that Insun was merely unconscious, Stark exhaled deeply in relief, then suddenly recalled his secretary Pepper. He seized Nan Zhou's sleeve with urgent intensity. Where's Pepper? Is she all right? She's surrounded by 5 or 6 bodyguards, Nan Zhou replied calmly. That's not enough. Stark's mind flashed instantly to Obadiah's face. Clearly Obadiah had already begun reverse engineering the armor. Those few agents stood no chance against such a threat. Stark needed to rise, to protect Pepper. Yet his body felt utterly spent, limp as wet clay. How could such frailty ever shield her? No, I must save Pepper. Obadiah is lethally dangerous. Those agents are meaningless. Stark tried to stand, but his weakened limbs betrayed him, collapsing him back onto the floor. Then let me go instead, and in return you owe me 2 favors. How does that sound? Nan Zhou, observing Stark's mounting desperation, offered the proposal with quiet confidence. Stark stared at Nan Zhou, momentarily stunned, then clenched his jaw. If you truly keep Pepper safe, 2 favors. For a man like Stark, raised a playboy accustomed to owing nothing, debt weighed heavily. Yet this man had saved his life twice, once in the deserts of the Middle East, and again just moments ago. A man who'd rescued him not once but twice, and now prepared to risk himself for Pepper. Though Stark loathed indebtedness, excellent. Remember 2 favors. Nan Zhou smiled faintly and turned toward the door. Oh, and Colonel Rhodes. After delivering the warning, Nan Zhou stepped out of Stark's mansion. Not long afterward, Colonel Rhodes indeed appeared at the estate. Tony. Colonel Rhodes called anxiously through the opulent halls, until he descended into the basement and found Tony just regaining his bearings. Hey Tony, okay. Rhodes hurried to Stark's side. Seeing him alive and whole, albeit pale, eased his breath into a slow, steady release. Can you even imagine? I nearly died. In my own home. Not that damn desert. Stark gripped the railing and Rose eyes blazing with fury. He strode toward the Mark III armor's deployment station, then paused glancing back at Rhodes. Rhodes, you've got Ensign. Take care of him. With that, Stark donned the Iron Man armor and launched skyward, vanishing into the night. Now that's impressive. Rhodes watched the Mark III soar upward awestruck, then noticed Ensign slumped unconscious on a nearby chair. Damn, Obadiah. Nan Zhou raced toward Stark Industries at full speed. The prospect of claiming 2 favors from Stark thrilled him, so much so that he yearned almost gleefully to shatter Obadiah's ironmonger into scrap metal with one decisive blow. Meanwhile, inside Stark Industries, Pepper and Agent Coulson had just entered Obadiah's laboratory. There's nothing here, one agent muttered aloud, having found no trace of armored machinery, only tangles of exposed wiring stretching across the chamber. As Pepper approached the snarled wires, she shrieked, just as Nan Zhou arrived at Stark Industries. By then, the ironmonger was already laying waste to the facility. Pepper fled in blind terror while Coulson and his team returned fire. Yet bullets proved utterly futile against the ironmonger's reinforced plating. Obadiah raised his hydraulic arm to crush Coulson, yet instead of the expected crunch of bone and flesh, a sharp metallic crack reverberated, and his arm recoiled violently. What the A? Obadiah recoiled in confusion, lifting his arm to see Nan Zhou, masked and poised, standing squarely before Coulson, having blocked the strike. The mask covering Nan Zhou's face bore no resemblance to Deathstroke's, deliberately so. To wear that emblem would betray his identity to Coulson, inviting complications he couldn't afford. Indeed, in every black market operation thus far, Nan Zhou had worn masks distinct from Deathstroke's, never repeating the same visage twice. Who are you? Obadiah demanded, bewildered by the sudden interloper. Me. Nan Zhou touched his chin, then offered a subtle, enigmatic smile. He paused, weighing how best to answer. How about this? Give me a moment to choose a name worthy of your attention. Does that suit you? Nan Zhou's nonchalance ignited Obadiah's rage. The insolent youth didn't even acknowledge his authority. Then let me show you the true horror of this armor. With that, Obadiah lunged again, delivering another crushing blow. But as before, the hydraulic fist halted mid-ascent, frozen in place. Why the haste? I asked you to wait, yet you couldn't hold yourself back. Nan Zhou held Obadiah's armored arm barehanded, then tightened his grip. A hairline fracture spiderwebbed across the reinforced alloy with an audible ping. Obadiah recoiled in shock. The arm was forged from hyperdense alloy, virtually indestructible. Yet this man had cracked it barehanded. Though Obadiah staggered in disbelief, Nan Zhou remained unruffled. He hadn't even exerted 1/10 of his strength. Obadiah snarled, triggering concealed weapon ports along his arm, blasting Nan Zhou with a hail of gunfire. Coulson froze. How could anyone stand motionless under such fire? Yet the truth stunned them all. Not a single round breached Nan Zhou's defenses. This name suits better. Unfazed by the barrage, Nan Zhou wrenched the ironmonger forward, armor and all, dragging Obadiah's massive frame until their faces were inches apart. Their proximity was absolute, intimate, terrifying. Remember this name well. I am Darkseid, the Lord of Dark Lord Darkseid. This name startled both Coulson and Obadiah, as they had never heard such a name before. I don't care what kind of Dark Lord you are. If you dare to block my path, it's a dead end for you. Obadiah was now burning with rage, realizing that the armor he had painstakingly crafted was unable to defeat an unarmed person. Even if this person were a superhuman, he possessed a weapon capable of changing the world, so he could not accept such an outcome. Countless weapons extended from his armor, unleashing another barrage towards Nan Zhou. Yet the result remained the same. Nan Zhou stood there perfectly unharmed. However, his shirt had already been blown to tatters and his pants had transformed from long trousers into shorts. Fortunately, his phone was still intact. Looks like I need to prepare a more durable outfit in the future. I should ask Stark to craft one for me. Nan Zhou then tore off his shirt, which had turned into rag strips, revealing his welted muscles and the shocking scars on his. After acquiring the Death Knell template, Nan Zhou had spent 4 years perfecting it, but even before that he faced dangers while carrying out missions. Those scars were left during those times. At that moment, Coulson had hidden behind a fallen stone pillar and saw the wounds on these scars. With keen eyes, Coulson noticed a charred scar above Nan Zhou's belt, a scar that seemed familiar. However, Coulson could not recall where he had seen it. Wait. He immediately noticed Nan Zhou's undamaged shoes. He had seen those shoes just moments ago. They were worn on Nan Zhou's feet, which Coulson had casually glimpsed while welcoming him. Those are Nan Zhou's shoes. The color of the pants matches what Nan Zhou was wearing earlier. Could it be? Coulson's expression changed. Could this person be Nan Zhou? Once that thought crossed his mind, Coulson looked back at the charred scar and remembered it clearly. It was a scar left after Nan Zhou was accidentally burned by a hot iron during a mission shortly after he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus the person before him was very likely Nan Zhou. However, since he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he had become acquainted with Nan Zhou, and Coulson was certain that Nan Zhou did not possess such terrifying abilities. Coulson thought to himself as he took out his phone. Have we bombed enough already? At that moment, Nan Zhou was still firmly gripping the mechanical arm of the Iron Tyrant. He expected his body to withstand bullets and even the force of explosions, but experiencing those bombings firsthand was still quite astonishing. Bastard! Obadiah swung another mechanical arm directly at Nan Zhou's forehead. However, neither the mask nor Nan Zhou sustained any injuries. Instead, the ground beneath Nan Zhou began to sink due to the violent impact. Nan Zhou appeared relaxed, though he found it somewhat displeasing to be treated like a nail. Just as he was about to counterattack, his phone pocket suddenly vibrated. This surprised Nan Zhou. Could it be Coulson calling from behind? Receiving a call at this moment could cost him his life. Should he answer or not? If he did, his identity would be exposed. If he didn't, Stark's arrival might complicate things. But just then Nan Zhou suddenly realized that he had only simply donned a mask to come here. He hadn't even changed the clothes he wore when meeting Coulson. This could be troublesome. Could this call be Coulson's way of confirming whether this person before him was indeed himself? Although Nan Zhou's death knell template was already at 100, the corresponding level of brain development was no different from. However, Nan Zhou sometimes had a laid-back attitude, occasionally making some inconspicuous mistakes, which had not changed at all. If Coulson discovers this, it will be troublesome. In the end, Nan Zhou decided it was better not to answer. Thinking this, he gripped Obadiah's mechanical arm and exerted force, directly throwing Obadiah away. While he had been pondering, Obadiah had managed to hit him several times, causing half of his body to be driven into the ground. Did you really think of me as a nail? Ignoring the vibrating phone in his pocket, Nan Zhou pushed off the ground and appeared before Obadiah, throwing a punch. Obadiah could only extend his mechanical arm for defense. However, Nan Zhou's immense strength pierced right through that arm, exposing countless circuits, which made Obadiah break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his mech was quite massive. If his arm had been in that position, it would have been his own arm that was rendered useless. I can't let this person get close. Obadiah realized that if he allowed the person before him to close the distance, he would be the— With that thought, he grabbed Nan Zhou and unleashed his maximum power to throw him away. Since he could not defeat this person, the best option was to put as much distance between them as possible. Although Nan Zhou was incredibly strong and had formidable defenses, he found himself unable to counter such an attack and could only let Obadiah throw him away. Just as Obadiah caught his breath, he noticed a light approaching rapidly from the horizon. The light grew larger and its outline became clearer. The shape looked like a red suit of armor. Before he could react, the red suit of armor crashed into him, dragging his mechanical armor along the ground. Tony. Obadiah realized that the owner of the armor was Tony Stark, feeling somewhat surprised. You're still alive. If you don't die, how can I rest easy? Stark's voice came from the armor, lifting his head and firing a shot at Obadiah's helmet. However, Obadiah's armor was also quite sturdy. The shot did not penetrate his helmet. Sir, Miss Potts is safe. Jarvis had scanned the area and found Pepper's location. She was observing the situation from a corner. Hearing that Pepper was safe, Stark let out a sigh of relief, then adjusted the power output to yank the Iron Tyrant off the ground and throw him in another direction. You bastard. It's time to settle our accounts. Calculating the accounts. Obadiah stood up from the ground, a series of cold laughs escaping his lips. Tony, did you see? My masterpiece. This armor is even more powerful. The defense is more solid and the firepower is even more abundant. He continued, you should thank me. I have improved your armor to such a formidable extent. Look at your armor, so small and frail. I could easily snap you in half with a light twist. Faced with Obadiah's mockery, Stark was somewhat speechless. He simply could not comprehend why Obadiah thought this cumbersome behemoth could be considered an excellent improvement, clearly being absurdly foolish while boasting here. Stark felt embarrassed for him. Tony, forgive me. Obadiah suddenly said at this moment. I hope you do not hold my previous actions against me. I had no choice, all for the sake of my ambitions. Obadiah's words made Stark feel quite nauseous. No choice. Ambitions? What are your ambitions? To monopolize power in Stark Industries. Stark's words made Obadiah unable to suppress his laughter. Tony, you are still young. With such terrifying weapons and a reactor providing such fearsome energy, would you restrict yourself to a tiny Stark Industries? You are too narrow-minded. As he spoke, Obadiah stretched out his hands. My ambition is the entire world. Once this armor begins mass production, the whole world will be mine. Obadiah's declaration left Nan Zhou nearby, feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps due to his age, this man had become delusional, fantasizing about grandiose things. Even if such armor went into mass production with Obadiah's clunky suit, it would be impossible to achieve world domination. Stark naturally shared the same thought, clearly recognizing that Obadiah had completely lost his mind. Tony, such grand ambitions require your assistance, Obadiah said, his tone suddenly shifting, laced with murderous. The help you can provide is dying. With his words barely leaving his lips, Obadiah charged forward. However, this cumbersome armor was naturally incapable of harming Stark, who simply leaped into the air and struck Obadiah. But Obadiah used the same method he had employed against Nan Zhou to grab Stark and then tossed him aside. Unlike Nan Zhou, this time Obadiah aimed at Stark with a barrage of attacks. The two were entangled in a fierce struggle. Nan Zhou on the side was too lazy to intervene, as since Stark had arrived, the ensuing matters were left to him. Moreover, Obadiah's arm had already been pierced by his own attack, so Stark certainly wouldn't face such difficulty. This battle would surely conclude soon. At this moment, Nan Zhou leaped to Pepper's side, who was nervously watching the two armored fighters. Nan Zhou's sudden appearance. Don't be anxious, I am here to protect you. Stark hoped Nan Zhou would save Pepper, and Nan Zhou was determined to play the hero to prevent her from being accidentally harmed. Are you Tony's companion? Pepper looked at Nan Zhou, the earlier scene of him being shot and blasted still vivid in her mind. Companion might not be the right word, we just share a relationship based on mutual debts. Nan Zhou's words left Pepper. It's that I saved Stark and agreed to save you, so in total you owe me 2 favors. Do you understand now? As he spoke, Nan Zhou recounted to Pepper what Obadiah had done to Stark and Ethan. After hearing this, Pepper finally understood, though she was quite shocked. She never expected Obadiah to be such a scoundrel and was surprised that this person saved Stark. Thank you so much for saving Tony. Knowing this was Stark's savior, Pepper hurried to express her gratitude. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand. You owe me 2 favors, there's no need for thanks. Just as the two were conversing, Coulson arrived at the side of Nan Zhou, and Pepper, his gaze fixed intently on Nan Zhou. This made Nan Zhou feel a bit of a headache. This Coulson might already know his identity. Thank you for saving me. My name is Coulson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson nodded slightly, at Nan Zhou not inquiring further about his identity. Nan Zhou merely nodded in return, as since Coulson did not ask, he would not reveal his identity either. The current issue was whether Coulson would inform Nick or Peggy about this matter. If either Nick or Peggy learned of his identity, it would pose a significant threat to him. At this moment, Coulson slowly walked closer to Nan Zhou, coming particularly close. You are Nan Zhou, right? Coulson's words made Nan Zhou slightly stunned. He had thought he wouldn't ask, but unexpectedly, he couldn't escape this question. You don't need to say anything. I won't tell Nick, nor will I tell Peggy, as long as this matter remains between you and me. Coulson's statement surprised Nan Zhou a bit. He turned to look at Coulson, who was one of the few people Nick trusted, and he was surprised that he would conceal such an important matter from Nick. I am simply grateful for your saving grace. You need not think too much into it. Coulson observed Nan Zhou's demeanor, further confirming that he was indeed Nan Zhou. Various circumstances indicated that this person was indeed Nan Zhou. Whether it was his shoes, pants, scars, or even the timing of his appearance, they all proved he was Nan Zhou. Since Nan Zhou was unwilling to reveal his true self and capabilities, he certainly had his own reasons. However, Coulson did not yet know the specifics of those reasons, nor was he in a hurry to find out. After all, he already knew this person was Nan Zhou. Why worry about what the reasons might be? Nan Zhou felt somewhat frustrated. Although his mental capacity had been developed to 90, like a funeral bell, there were still minor details that slipped through. And these overlooked minor details had led to the exposure of his identity. Now he was still unclear whether it was good or bad that Coulson knew his identity. But before Nan Zhou could think further, Stark was thrown over by Obadiah, hurtling directly toward their direction. Nan Zhou swiftly moved forward, catching Stark with one hand, preventing him from crashing into Pepper and the others. What happened to you? Nan Zhou noticed that Stark's Mark III armor had noticeable damage on the left leg. I was careless. He managed to damage the flight system on my left leg with a single blow. This response left Nan Zhou somewhat helpless. It seemed that his intervention had indeed altered the course of events. What happened to your leg? Seeing the severe damage to the leg of the Stark armor, which was also sparking, Nan Zhou asked. I was careless for a moment, and he grabbed my leg. I wanted to fly up, but he directly disabled my flight system, Stark said, unable to refrain from cursing. But at that moment, Obadiah's ironmonger charged towards them. Stark suddenly stood up, rushing towards Obadiah with the armor that only had one functional leg, knocking him away. Your armor only has one leg left. That works. Do you really think you can defeat me, eh? Facing Obadiah's taunts, Stark didn't think much and flew into the sky. Seeing this, Obadiah let out a cold chuckle and commanded his ironmonger to fly up, heading straight for Stark. Watching the two chase each other in the sky, Nan Zhou didn't intervene, as it was clear that the situation was returning to its normal course. However, Pepper was watching the two in midair, her worry growing. Tony is slowing down. Obadiah is catching up. Due to the damage to the flight system of the armor's one leg, Stark's flying power was insufficient, gradually allowing Obadiah to close the gap. If he couldn't maintain a certain height to freeze Obadiah's armor, Stark would likely be the one to lose. And the situation was indeed developing in that direction. Nan Zhou frowned slightly, as his involvement had caused the events to deviate from their usual course. It seemed he would have to take action himself. With that thought, Nan Zhou stepped forward, gathering strength throughout his body. He currently lacked the ability to fly, so he could only rely on his jumping ability to reach the height where the two were. Nan Zhou's actions puzzled Coulson and Pepper, who had no idea what he was planning. They watched as Nan Zhou slowly squatted down, concentrating all his power in his legs. Immediately after, Nan Zhou's calves began to swell, filled with power. Even the ground around him started to sink under them. This scene made Coulson and Pepper realize that Nan Zhou intended to jump up. That's enough. Nan Zhou felt his calves were extremely swollen. It was time to release this power. With a powerful leap, the ground erupted with a loud sound, as Nan Zhou shot upward, propelled by rubble and dust, straight towards Obadiah. His speed was incredibly fast, even surpassing the flying Obadiah and Stark. At that moment, Obadiah was still unaware of Nan Zhou's approach. His eyes were fixed solely on Stark, who, as long as he could grab this close Stark, his life would be within his grasp. But just then his armor suddenly emitted a sound. Obadiah turned around, stunned, as Nan Zhou was clutching his mechanical arm, which had swollen to an alarming size. How did he do that? Although Nan Zhou's terrifying presence made Obadiah wary, he never expected this person could appear before him without any aid. This was high above, at a height even exceeding that of the two World Trade Centers. How did he manage to get up here? But before he could think further, Nan Zhou's powerful arm executed a high throw, sending him directly into the sky. Since you can't fly up, let me help you. This force even exceeded the propulsion of Obadiah's armor. He was like a baseball thrown into the sky, gradually becoming smaller. Stark was taken aback, but seeing Obadiah soaring higher, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least his plan was somewhat fulfilled. Just as he intended to turn and speak to Nan Zhou, he noticed Nan Zhou was descending at a rapid speed. Oh no, that guy jumped up here. The thought sent shivers down Stark's spine. Although he could see the city at this height, he could not even see the traffic below. The fact that he jumped up here was terrifying. Nan Zhou's rapid descent caused him to lose some balance. Fortunately, as an agent, he had also trained in parachuting and quickly adjusted his posture. With his boatish strength, he was not worried about dying from falling from this height. His current concern was that some clumsy person might appear beneath him, resulting in a fatal collision. Stark noticed Nan Zhou's high-speed fall. He wanted to speed up and catch Nan Zhou to prevent him from continuing to fall. However, his damaged armor required extreme caution during the descent. A single misstep could result in him falling at the same high speed as Nan Zhou. That guy didn't even get pierced by bullets. He should be fine. Stark recalled how terrifying Nan Zhou had been in the Middle East, and he felt relieved. Nan Zhou did not expect Stark to come to his rescue. With a loud crash, Nan Zhou landed heavily, sending tremors. The ground was riddled with cracks and sand, and stones were thrown into the air. Looks like I'm fine. Nan Zhou shook his head, realizing that the fall from such a height did not cause him any discomfort. It was just that moment of landing that made him feel a bit dizzy. Soon after, Stark also landed shakily, and Pepper rushed over. Tony. Pepper arrived beside Stark, intending to check on him, but found his gaze fixed on the sky. Not just Stark, but Nan Zhou and Coulson as well, all their eyes were locked on the dark sky. Because Obadiah had not just Stark, but Nan Zhou and Coulson as well, all their eyes were locked on the dark sky. Because Obadiah had not, yet now the three had not seen the Ironmonger. Did I throw him too hard? Did I launch him out of Earth? A highly plausible thought crossed Nan Zhou's mind. But soon after, he spotted a larger and larger object falling. Oh no, it wasn't a rock, it was Obadiah's armor. That armor was getting closer to the ground, which made Stark breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his assumption was correct. Then there was another loud crash as Obadiah's Ironmonger smashed into the ground, creating a pit unlike Nan Zhou's fall. Everyone approached cautiously. Stark and Coulson were very careful, while Nan Zhou casually stepped forward to remove Obadiah. Beneath the Iron Tyrant's helmet was the grotesque face of Obadiah, with the entire left side of his face disfigured. Professionals like Nan Zhou and Coulson could immediately tell that this was the result of burns. Where did you throw him? Coulson approached Nan Zhou and inquired. I don't know, I just tossed him aside casually. Nan Zhou was unsure just how far his strength had thrown him, but it now seemed likely that he had thrown him above the atmosphere. There are also burn marks on his armor. Did you really throw him into the atmosphere? Such a situation only occurs when armor experiences intense friction with the atmosphere, indicating that Iron Tyrant was indeed thrown into the atmosphere by Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou stepped forward to check Obadiah's breath. He's dead, he must have fallen to his death. Saying this, he pulled Obadiah out from his armor. He discovered severe burns on Obadiah's body, not just on the left side of his face, but also on his arms, torso, and legs. Given the height from which he fell, it was remarkable that there was a whole corpse left. Pepper had long been terrified, hiding behind Stark. Hearing Nan Zhou's words made her tremble even more. Stark approached Obadiah's body, looking at the disfigured corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, Obadiah had assisted him along the way. Though he had wished to kill Stark, seeing his death still left a bad taste in Stark's mouth. However, upon reflection, this bastard had intended not just to kill him, but had also sold his weapons to other battlefields, turning his arsenal into tools for slaughtering refugees. Thinking of this, Stark felt that this man deserved his fate. You can handle this matter then. Nan Zhou turned to Coulson, who nodded in understanding. With the task at hand complete, there was no need for Nan Zhou to stay any longer. He was bare-chested, wearing only tattered shorts, and had damaged shoes from the previous leap. Moreover, with the mask on his face, he looked like a rogue with peculiar tastes. It was better to leave quickly. As he was about to leave, Stark suddenly called out to him. I am very grateful for this. Thank you for saving me, for saving Ethan, and for... Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Such words of gratitude were quite serious, unlike the Stark he knew. However, since his encounter with Stark, his image had somewhat deviated from what Nan Zhou understood. I can give you some shares of Stark Industries as my personal thanks. Shares of Stark Industries. Nan Zhou turned back to Stark and whispered near his ear. I already have shares in your company, and quite a few at that. Upon hearing this, Stark was taken aback, but soon he recovered, a look of surprise crossing his face. You are that Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou merely scoffed coldly and left. Coulson watched his retreating figure and pulled out his phone to send a message. Of course the message was for Nan Zhou. Alright, time to get to work. Coulson closed the contact with Nan Zhou and dialed another. Now he needed to tidy up the chaotic scene and prepare various explanations. This was no simple task. But for Coulson, this was all too familiar. He had dealt with such matters numerous times. The impact of the California incident was significant, especially since Stark's battle with Iron Tyrant had caused considerable property damage, despite Stark's efforts to prevent it. At that moment, Nan Zhou was sitting in his home, having returned overnight after the incident. Now he was watching television, which was broadcasting a press conference about last night's events. Countless reporters were waiting for Stark to appear. No one wanted to see Colonel Rhodes speaking on stage. Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna were sitting beside Nan Zhou, also watching the press conference. When they learned that Tony Stark would attend, their eyes revealed anger and hatred. After all, their hometown had been destroyed by weapons from Stark Industries. Of course, this couldn't all be blamed on Stark. After all, the act of selling weapons to other battlefields was Obadiah's doing. Nan Zhou had informed the three of this fact, but it was clear they were unwilling to accept it. The logo of Stark Industries cast a deep shadow in their hearts. Forgiving Stark. How easy could that be? It seems I need to keep my status as a shareholder of Stark Industries a secret. Nan Zhou let out a helpless chuckle. If the three of them found out he was a shareholder, how would they view him? Thus, Nan Zhou chose to conceal it. At that moment, Stark's figure appeared on the television. Humph. Pietro snorted coldly, and Wanda and Lorna turned their heads away. If it weren't for Nan Zhou's presence, they would have loved to black out Stark's face on the screen. They couldn't understand why such a murderer had so many admirers. However, Stark was currently facing the relentless questioning of the female reporter with whom he had shared a tumultuous night. He also took out the note Coulson had prepared for him in advance. The note contained a script to distance him from the so-called Iron Man, as referred to by the public. Naturally, Stark would not do this. He set the note aside, surveyed the surrounding reporters and cameras, and his gaze gradually hardened. "I am Iron Man." As these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in gasps. Countless reporters stood up, microphones in hand, rushing towards Stark. This was explosive news. The headlines would surely be dominated by this. Only the female reporter who had asked the question earlier seemed to have anticipated everything, calmly sitting there without any act. Ding host has completed the I Am Iron Man event. Reward 3 template inheritance. Darkseid template inheritance degree has Ding host has achieved a Darkseid template inheritance degree of 5, gaining the skill of telekinesis. Mind control. Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the system's prompt. What surprised him was that he had to endure 30 days to increase the Darkseid template by 1, yet achieving certain events could boost it by 3. It seemed that as long as he accomplished more significant events, his Darkseid template would eventually reach 100. Of course, what concerned Nan Zhou even more was the mind control. At this moment, he stood up and walked into the bathroom, focusing his mind on his toothbrush. Miraculously, the toothbrush began to shake and slowly floated in front of Nan Zhou. "As long as I concentrate, I can achieve mind control." The simplicity of this mind control amazed Nan Zhou. However, he was still somewhat clumsy in controlling the toothbrush. Mastering the manipulation of heavier objects would require. Fortunately, after this incident, he possessed more than just a powerful physique. This skill allowed him to be elegant and formidable like a mage. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou felt unusually excited and walked out of the bathroom with a smile. Seeing this, Wanda and the others exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by Nan Zhou's expression. The next afternoon, Nan Zhou was at a cafe downstairs, sitting opposite Coulson. As soon as Nan Zhou had left Darkseid, Coulson had sent him a message from his phone inviting him to meet. "I really didn't expect this. I never thought that you, whom I've known for so many years, would possess such abilities." Coulson looked at Nan Zhou, giving a wry smile. When he confirmed that Nan Zhou was indeed the person with exaggerated strength and physical prowess, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, he considered himself relatively familiar with Nan Zhou, yet he had never sensed such terrifying power from him. "There are many things you don't understand." Looking at Coulson's face, Nan Zhou smiled and said, "What about the Avengers Initiative?" Coulson looked at Nan Zhou and tentatively asked, "Will you participate in the Avengers Initiative?" Nan Zhou simply shook his head. He had never considered joining the Avengers Initiative. Coulson had anticipated this outcome because Nan Zhou had always preferred a life without constraints. Being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was already challenging for him, so asking him to join the Avengers Initiative was akin to chasing a dream. Yet even though Coulson had foreseen this response, he still felt a bit disappointed when Nan Zhou expressed his refusal. After all, having someone as powerful as Nan Zhou would make the Avengers even stronger. Nick has personally gone to find Stark regarding the Avengers Initiative. It seems Stark's position in the initiative will change. Coulson took a sip of coffee and continued with Stark along with Natasha and Barton. "There are enough candidates for the Avengers, so you needn't worry about me." Nan Zhou gazed at the steam rising from his coffee, responding somewhat absent-mindedly. His mind was entirely focused on mastering mind control, leaving little room for conversation with Coulson. "I have one more thing I want to ask you." Coulson spoke again. "How did you train such a terrifying physique? And what is this Dark Lord Darkseid? Is he from some comic?" Hearing this, Nan Zhou looked up, and it was clear that Coulson's eyes were filled with curiosity. "How I trained? I'm not sure how to answer that because I possess more than just physical abilities." As he spoke, Nan Zhou grinned. "This isn't from any comic because that person is me." In the Marvel Universe, there was no DC comic, so Nan Zhou naturally appropriated the name Darkseid. Seeing Nan Zhou smile, Coulson felt a shiver down his spine. Though it was a perfectly normal smile to Coulson, it felt as if a demonic figure was smiling at him. Could it be that Nan Zhou's display of power frightened Coulson? He certainly didn't believe that. Dark Lord. That name should only be used by villains, right? You. Coulson reflected on the name momentarily at a loss. "Don't worry, I have no intention of ruling or destroying the world. I just want to live carefree and unrestricted. It's that simple." Nan Zhou could sense Coulson's concerns. After all, with the power Nan Zhou exhibited, he could easily incapacitate an. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of Nan Zhou's lesser abilities. Hearing Nan Zhou say this, Coulson felt somewhat reassured. The reason he sought out Nan Zhou was to gauge his attitude. Now that he understood Nan Zhou's stance, he knew that while he would not join the Avengers, he at least would not be their enemy. That was sufficient. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick sat at his desk. Dark Lord Darkseid. Nick rubbed his bald head while staring intently at the screen. On the screen was the footage of Nan Zhou battling Ironmonger, and although Coulson had promised not to reveal his name, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't disclose this incident. After all, several of his subordinates had witnessed this person with terrifying strength. Moreover, this person had certainly not revealed all his powers. He likely had many abilities yet to be displayed. Nick speculated that if this person unleashed his full strength, such a person could not possibly be human. Even if he were, he would be a superhuman. All Nick could gather from the footage was that this person possessed tremendous strength and physical resilience, but couldn't fly. Moreover, this person had certainly not revealed all his powers. He likely had many abilities yet to be displayed. Nick speculated that if this person unleashed his full strength, it would cause widespread destruction throughout the city. However, it appeared that this individual was not opposing them. Yet such a name was enough to warrant caution. Even so, Nick felt the need to have a conversation with such a person. The Avengers needed someone like him. The display of power on screen was not particularly shocking in Nick's eyes. After all, that woman far away in space was much stronger than the power shown by this person on screen. I never expected that the one known as Xing Zhou would be you. In Stark's villa, Nan Zhou Stark and Ethan sat in the basement. Nan Zhou still wore his mask, and Stark remained unaware of the true identity of this person. Ever since Stark announced himself as Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries had skyrocketed. Now the stock of Stark Industries was even higher than before its drop. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou's stock worth $150 million had soared to astronomical figures. With Stark promising Nan Zhou a share of the stocks, he had now remarkably become the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Nan Zhou's visit today was precisely about this matter of shares, and just moments ago, he had officially become the second largest shareholder. So you already plan to venture into the clean energy sector? Looking at the various blueprints on Stark's desk, Nan Zhou asked, "It's not just a plan, I've already ventured into it." Stark picked up a blueprint. The events in the Middle East and the situation with Stain made me realize many things, which is why I closed the weapons development department. Saying this, Stark tapped his chest where the arc reactor was located. Although this thing saves my life, it also drains my vitality. The palladium element will take my life, and I won't live for many more years. I want to do something beneficial for the world in the remaining years I have. The events in the Middle East and the Ironmonger incident truly transformed Stark, changing him from a playboy living a dream to a playboy who champions justice. As he spoke, Stark picked up a glass filled with a green liquid. "Care for a sip? It tastes quite refreshing." Stark extended the glass to Nan Zhou, but Nan Zhou waved his hand in refusal. He was aware that this substance was chlorophyll, which counteracts palladium poisoning, and its taste was anything but pleasant. Seeing Nan Zhou decline, Stark opened the cap and took a sip, the indescribable taste causing his expression to become incredibly expressive. Drinking this stuff every day is truly a torment. Stark had only just begun to drink chlorophyll, so it was naturally hard for him to accept. After taking a sip, Stark closed the cap and set the drink aside. He shook his head, the taste making it hard for him to think straight. That Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., invited me to join some Avengers initiative, but I'm just a reserve member. Do I have a probation period? Stark complained about Nick Fury's recent intrusion into his home. Ethan and Nan Zhou present here were among the people Stark trusted the most, next to Pepper and Happy. Although Nan Zhou still wore a mask, Stark couldn't see his face, yet his intuition told him that this person was worthy. "I think you are more suited to join the Avengers initiative than I am. You are much stronger than I am." Stark set his gaze fixed on. It was evident that in comparison, Nan Zhou was indeed stronger, even on a different level. Nan Zhou simply shook his head. "I cherish my freedom unrestrained. Joining such an organization would subject me to supervision. I have no interest in that." Nan Zhou thought about how to avoid becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Only when he shed his identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent would Nan Zhou truly be free. Just then his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Hill. Recently, communication between Hill and Nan Zhou had not been frequent, as Hill had been overwhelmed with internal S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. Surprised to see it was Hill calling, Nan Zhou stood up and left the basement to answer the call. "How did you know to call me? Have you finished all your busy tasks?" Facing Nan Zhou's teasing, Hill huffed in annoyance. "I have been incredibly busy." "What kind of busy? You haven't told me anything about it." Hearing Nan Zhou's remark, Hill sighed, deeply, appearing quite helpless. "Are you coming to Washington soon? Let's meet up and discuss things in detail then." Time moved to the following evening. In Washington, Nan Zhou and Hill were dining at a restaurant they frequented. "So you are investigating the assassin codenamed 47 and the situation with Kingpin?" Nan Zhou took a sip of water and calmly said. Hill nodded. "I was just in New York recently, but I was too busy to free myself. I only had time after returning to headquarters to hand over my work." Hill was saying this, but unbeknownst to her, the Nan Zhou sitting across from her was the infamous codename 47 from the underground world, who had caused significant losses to Kingpin. "This incident has caused quite a stir in New York, and you didn't know a thing." Naturally, Nan Zhou lied, claiming ignorance about the situation, which raised Hill's suspicions. "I've just been playing games at home. Who cares about that? It has nothing to do with me." Naturally, Nan Zhou aimed to paint himself as uninvolved. If Hill detected any issue, it would be troublesome. The entire underground world of New York is in chaos now. From her expression, it was evident that Hill was in a bad mood, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Originally, Kingpin's presence could suppress the development of other forces, but due to previous events, Kingpin's authority has waned, leading to the rise of more and more gang organizations. New York is truly dangerous now. Moreover, further investigation revealed that Kingpin might have connections to Hydra, which complicates matters. Initially, Hill's task was to investigate this issue and find out who codename 47 was. Now they had not determined who it was, but discovered Kingpin's connection to Hydra, which only added to her frustration. Hill rested her chin on her hand, stirring the water in her cup with a spoon, though there was little in the cup that warranted stirring. Now that the task handover had been completed, Hill had fewer issues on her plate, which should have been a relief. Yet she felt dissatisfied, wanting to uncover the truth, but the matter had been handed over to someone else. This left Hill feeling exceptionally downcast, even dampening her appetite. "I'm so frustrated." Hill furrowed her brows slightly, though Nan Zhou's presence beside her had eased her mood somewhat. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment she set down her spoon, stood up, and looked at Nan Zhou. Let's go, I need a distraction. Come with me to see a movie. Nan Zhou was inexplicably taken by Sierra to watch a movie. Over the years he could count the number of times he had been to the cinema on one hand. Even in the past he only went to the cinema with Sierra. When they were younger Sierra often dragged Nan Zhou to the cinema, but Nan Zhou had little interest. Looking at the movie schedule he found that there were no outstanding films in the current lineup. The two of them simply chose a family comedy, bought tickets, and entered the screening room. There weren't many people inside. Counting Nan Zhou there were fewer than 30, but the theater could accommodate 200. And just like its attendance the movie was utterly dreadful. Although it was labeled a family comedy, it was so boring for Nan Zhou that Sierra sitting next to him had already fallen asleep on his shoulder. What a brainless movie did I just watch? This was the unified thought of everyone in the screening room, including Nan Zhou. The movie was indeed incredibly dull, even somewhat affecting one's worldview. There were numerous signs of plagiarism and the actors had no skills whatsoever. If it weren't for Nan Zhou's relatively good mental state, he might have fallen asleep like Sierra. The final result was that the two of them leaned against each other sleeping in the theater. Time did not pass slowly. Nan Zhou remarked that he had never experienced such a long 90 minutes. When the credits began to appear on the screen, he gently nudged Sierra awake. Sierra opened her eyes groggily, looking around only to realize that the movie had ended. Oh, I actually fell asleep. Sierra was quite surprised as she didn't expect to actually fall asleep. Although she found the beginning of the movie somewhat boring, it shouldn't have made. This movie was really boring. You falling asleep is a good thing. I endured 90 minutes of extreme torture. Nan Zhou stood up and stretched, glad that the ordeal was finally over. Sierra also stood up, feeling a bit awkward. Not only had she fallen asleep, but she had also leaned on Nan Zhou's shoulder while doing it. Although the nap was uncomfortable, it was surprisingly refreshing. Her overall mental state improved significantly. The two of them then left the cinema. Washington's nightlife was quite vibrant, with almost all bars operating 24 hours. Since today was meant for Sierra to relax and unwind, Nan Zhou naturally agreed to some of her requests. This included going to a bar. Looking inside the brightly lit bar filled with young men and women swaying to the music, Nan Zhou and Sierra exchanged a knowing smile. This was Nan Zhou's first time at a bar as a customer. He had only ever come here for missions before. They found a corner away from the center of the dance floor, where it was relatively quieter. Do you think we might witness some illegal activities here? Sierra shouted to Nan Zhou. Even though they were away from the dance floor, they still had to raise their voices to hear each other. I don't know, but there's a high probability of it. Even in Washington such things are hard to avoid in bars. The chaotic atmosphere of the noisy bar was quite frightening. Those who enjoyed themselves became very uninhibited, leading to the rise of many crimes. Of course Sierra and Nan Zhou were not there to catch anyone. Even if they encountered such situations they would just turn a blind eye. But at that moment a few rough-looking men approached them. Sierra and Nan Zhou exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders. It was indeed bad luck. They didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Hey there, beautiful lady, you look unfamiliar. The group of guys completely ignored Nan Zhou, targeting Sierra instead. These guys clearly frequented this bar and were very familiar with the regular beautiful faces, while the stunning Sierra was a new face. Naturally they wanted to strike up a conversation. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Want us to show you around? Although their words seemed harmless, their tone and expressions betrayed their intentions. Sienna's face darkened, feeling quite displeased as she didn't expect that a rare outing for fun would lead to such a situation. What bad luck. Sierra was about to stand up, but Nan Zhou grabbed her and stood up himself. Sorry, she's not interested in joining you. Please leave her alone. Nan Zhou's intervention annoyed the group, who sized him up. What are you doing? This isn't your place. Oh, why don't you go somewhere else? Clearly they didn't take Nan Zhou seriously, even though he appeared to be much more robust than them. But it was obvious that the two were newcomers, and they enjoyed bullying newcomers. Faced with this, Nan Zhou didn't get angry. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. I'm her boyfriend, so please don't harass. Upon hearing this, the men became even more impatient. Her boyfriend? Not anymore. Get lost. One of the men reached out to shove Nan Zhou. But before his hand could touch Nan Zhou, it was grabbed, twisted, and he was thrown to the ground. Accompanied by the man's scream, it was evident that all his fingers had been broken. This was the result of Nan Zhou using only a fraction of his strength. Seeing this, the others realized they had encountered someone formidable and charged at Nan Zhou. But without exception, they were all taken down one by one, with each suffering some form of injury. For instance, the previous guy broke his fingers, while another broke his leg, yet another broke his arm, and one more ended up with fractured ribs. In less than 5 seconds, those little thugs were all on the ground, howling in unison. At this moment, Nan Zhou casually shook his hands and turned to look at Sierra. Let's go. Sierra was momentarily stunned. It was only when Nan Zhou spoke that she snapped back to reality and quickly followed him out. Of course, nobody in the bar dared to stop them, not even the security. The 5 men had some reputation in the bar and were known to be fierce fighters. However, facing Nan Zhou, they couldn't even last 5 seconds, so naturally no one else dared to step in. They left the bar in such a carefree manner. Sierra's gaze remained on Nan Zhou. Though taking care of those men was no issue for some reason, when Nan Zhou stood up voluntarily, he looked incredibly handsome to her. In the entire bar, no one dared to stop Nan Zhou and Sierra. The aura exuding from Nan Zhou was simply too terrifying, and those who considered intervening were filled with trepidation. Even the security personnel stepped aside willingly as Nan Zhou approached, watching the two leave. Sierra followed closely behind, her gaze firmly fixed on him. The two walked along the street in silence. After a long while, Sierra finally spoke slowly. Zhou, about what just happened? Upon hearing her voice, Nan Zhou turned to look at her. Their eyes met. In that moment the words she intended to say were abruptly stifled. Nan Zhou observed her, noticing her bashfulness and the slight flush on her face. "What's wrong with you?" Nan Zhou paused and asked. Unexpectedly she shot him a glare. "What's wrong with me? It's because of you for saying that." The moment she spoke, Nan Zhou instantly understood. The issue she cared about was his earlier declaration to that group of ruffians, "I am her boyfriend." "So that's what you care about?" Nan Zhou chuckled as he moved closer to Xier. "I was just finding a suitable reason similar to a war pretext. If you dislike how I said it, I won't say it again in the future." Hearing this, Xier was taken aback again. Then she shot Nan Zhou another glare and continued walking ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Nan Zhou felt perplexed by her attitude. He scratched the back of his head and followed her. After escorting Xier back to her place, Nan Zhou headed towards the hotel he had prepared. Upon returning home, Xier dove into her blanket, hugging it tightly and burying her face in it. That wouldn't block. The next day, Nan Zhou boarded a plane and left Washington, returning to New York. He arrived home in the afternoon, and normally the three little ones should have been at school. However, as soon as he opened the door, Nan Zhou was stunned by the scene before him. The three children who should have been at school were surprisingly still at home, and they bore injuries on their faces. This immediately darkened Nan Zhou's expression. He quickly approached them, and before the three could say anything, he pulled them in front of him. The severity of their injuries varied, with Pietro being the most seriously hurt. Pietro's face could truly be described as battered and bruised. His right eye was completely swollen, the left side of his face was marred with severe bruises, and his lip was split. Nan Zhou had already braced himself for the possibility of them encountering some friction at school, but he never expected Pietro to sustain such serious injuries. What infuriated Nan Zhou the most was that even Wanda and Lorna had injuries on their faces. If it were merely a scuffle between boys, Nan Zhou wouldn't be as angry, but since it involved Wanda and Lorna, he found it utter. Who did this? Nan Zhou looked at the three, his tone exceedingly serious. Pietro lowered his head and remained silent. "Tell me." Seeing Pietro's silence, Nan Zhou raised his voice, instantly startling the three children. It was someone named Ukin, a grade above us. Lorna spoke slowly at that moment. "Lorna." Pietro, dissatisfied, tugged at Lorna. "He'll handle it myself." "Handle it yourself?" Nan Zhou shot a glare at Pietro. "You got beaten to a pulp and now expect to handle it yourself while letting Lorna and Wanda get hurt too." Faced with Nan Zhou's questioning, Pietro lowered his head, feeling unwilling. Lorna continued, "That Ukin is the leader of the class, quite strong, and has always bullied classmates. He hasn't been friendly to the three of us newcomers, and often harasses me and my sister Wanda. Pietro used to protect us, but recently Ukin has become even more rampant. Yesterday at noon he beat up Pietro, and when we tried to help he pushed us to the ground." After listening to Lorna, Nan Zhou nodded, having a rough understanding of the entire situation. In essence, this incident was caused by that school bully Ukin. "Is Ukin really that arrogant at school? Don't your teachers do anything about it?" Upon hearing this, Wanda shook her head. "Ukin's father seems to be the head of a gang in the area. Recently something happened that made him even more arrogant, and as a result Ukin has become bolder. The teachers are too afraid to discipline Ukin strictly. Some teachers he dislikes haven't returned to work the next day, some have ended up with broken legs or arms, and one teacher has simply vanished." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Nan Zhou understood what was happening. Ultimately, it boiled down to Jean Bing's past defeat. That Ukin's father likely had the pressure of Jean Bing, which prevented him from acting recklessly. Now that Jean Bing had suffered a setback, Ukin no longer felt fear, and his ambitions to grow stronger began to surface. If even his father has become arrogant, Ukin would likely follow suit. "Alright, I have a rough idea of what happened. You don't need to worry about this, I will handle it. I will go buy you some medicine, and you can go to school normally tomorrow." Nan Zhou's words made Lorna and Wanda quite happy. They were worried they might meet the same fate as the other teachers, but now with Nan Zhou's assurance they felt relieved. However, Pietro wasn't too pleased, grumbling about something. "I will handle this myself, though I want to confront Ukin." Naturally, Nan Zhou heard Pietro's words and smiled, ruffling his hair. "That's a personal matter between you and that jerk. I won't stop you, but my goal isn't to just teach Ukin a lesson, it's to deal with someone so arrogant." Pietro raised his head to look at Nan Zhou, a glint of determination appearing in his eyes. "Zhou, go, I want to learn combat skill." Nan Zhou was the one who rescued them from that place. Though he had never witnessed Nan Zhou's strength, he was confident that Nan Zhou was incredibly strong in a fight. This took Nan Zhou by surprise, and he smiled again. "Learn from me. I am very strict, can you handle it?" Pietro nodded without any hesitation. "Alright." Nan Zhou patted Pietro on the shoulder, and then shifted his gaze to Lorna and Wanda. "What about you two? Are you interested in learning from me?" The night was deep, and the three children had fallen into a deep sleep while Nan Zhou left the house. Countless intoxicated youths were releasing their pressures on the streets. Under the dazzling lights and lush surroundings, it seemed beautiful and stimulating, but in reality, it was exceedingly dangerous, for one could not know how many pairs of eyes were watching the defenseless individuals from the dark corners. Nan Zhou had only one target, a bar 3 kilometers away from the school of Wanda and his friends. This bar was owned by the father of that bastard named Ukin, and currently his father was consuming within the establishment. Nan Zhou's home was not far from the children's school, so the distance to this bar was also quite manageable. Walking to the bar, he swaggered and donning a mask amidst the crowd. Navigating through the crowd inside the bar, Nan Zhou made his way towards the private room on the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the designated floor, the atmosphere immediately shifted. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, and each door was soundproof to a remarkable degree, indicating that a considerable sum had been spent. "Who are you?" As soon as Nan Zhou stepped onto the 5th floor, a man blocked his path. The 5th floor is closed today, please leave. The man was dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, clearly a henchman of Oken's father. Is Mr. Leo? Nan Zhou glanced towards the deep door where 2 guards were stationed. The man paused slightly upon hearing this. Do you have been? Nan Zhou simply smiled, faintly grabbed the man's shoulder and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a crack from his spine. My business is quite simple, to take his dog life. The man's fall alerted the 2 guards stationed at the far door, and seeing Nan Zhou's hostile approach, they promptly drew their guns aiming at him. Nan Zhou did not care whether they had guns or not. He swiftly dashed towards the 2. The duo, realizing the situation, immediately opened fire, but as per the old tradition, the bullets could not harm Nan Zhou. Subsequently, the 2 were effortlessly taken down by Nan Zhou, with one crashing through the door and landing inside the room. Inside the guarded room, amidst the deafening music, a robust-looking man was embracing several provocatively dressed women. The sudden crashing of the door startled them. Nan Zhou walked in from outside, spotting the man who had drawn his gun cautiously. You must be Mr. Leo, right? The man's face darkened as he pointed the gun at Nan Zhou, while the others surrounded him, guns aimed at him. Who are you? The man naturally realized that Nan Zhou's arrival was far from benevolent. Who I am is not important, I just dislike being aimed at with guns. With a mere thought, Nan Zhou caused the guns aimed at him to deform, twisting into knots. This development left everyone dumbfounded, who no one had witnessed such a scene before. Before these individuals could react, Nan Zhou waved his hand again, and the henchmen surrounding him seemed to be grasped by an invisible force, slowly lifting into the air. There are too many of you, I just want to have a private chat with you. As he spoke, Nan Zhou waved his hand once more, and the henchmen were slammed against the wall, some crashing into it, while others fell to the ground. However, they all remained silent, unaware of their fates. Nan Zhou then pushed the terrified women out of the room, grabbed a chair, and sat down in front of Leo. At this moment, Leo's gun was also twisted into a knot. Although he could move freely, the presence of the masked man before him made him wary of making any rash moves. After all, the capabilities of the person before him were beyond what an average human could wield. Brother, there is no need for things to escalate to this level, right? Leo chuckled awkwardly to mask a hint of fear within himself. No need. No, it is very necessary. You have provoked me after all. This remark left Leo perplexed as he frantically racked his brain, unable to recall how he had incited such a powerful... Seeing the confusion on the man's face, Nan Zhou elaborated once more. It's not exactly that you provoked me, it's your bastard son who beat up my younger brother and sister at school, which is why I'm here to see you. Upon hearing this, Leo couldn't help but curse. He had not anticipated that his son would bring such trouble upon him. That is my failure in teaching, we can compensate. Although Leo had become quite arrogant, he had not forgotten the art of humility. He knew that this person before him was not to be trifled with, so he quickly conceded to avoid provoking a deadly situation. Nan Zhou stroked his chin at this point. How will you compensate me? How about having your son commit suicide as an apology? Hearing this, Leo's expression darkened. This isn't very appropriate. He is still a child. Then you can die in his stead. Nan Zhou continued. You deal in drugs, human trafficking, and organ trafficking. You deserve to die for that. So how about you give it a try? Nan Zhou's words thoroughly enraged Leo, but he feared Nan Zhou's power and dared not display his fury. Nan Zhou had already done his research on Leo before arriving. After all, he was no good man. The crimes committed could warrant execution several times over. I know you are strong, but don't think I am easy to bully. Leo's complexion had turned grim. It was intolerable to bear. Although he had not forgotten his skill in conceding, he was no longer the person he once was. As he spoke, Leo drew a dagger and lunged at Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou did not even raise a hand. With just a thought, Leo's arm twisted at a 90-degree angle. The violent pain caused Leo to let out a scream. But soon after, Nan Zhou pressed his hand on Leo's head. You are too noisy. Remember to thank your son when you reach hell. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come to see you. Farewell. As the words fell, Leo's head was spun a full 360 degrees, instantly snuffing out his breath. Looking at Leo's lifeless body slumped on the sofa, Nan Zhou casually took some golden items from him, at least to make some money. If he could take them without consequence, why not? After collecting the valuables, Nan Zhou left his mark of codename 47 in Leo's blood and departed in style. These gangs could have lived peacefully unless they provoked Nan Zhou. Unless they accepted his bounty, they would have continued to survive. But if they crossed Nan Zhou, their fate would be beyond their control. After a period of silence, Code 47 re-emerged into the world. A rising leader of a gang was taken down by Code 47. However, this time the Jean Bing faction remained silent. After all, the person eliminated was not from Jean Bing, so they were unwilling to get involved. The next day, when Pietro and his companions arrived at school, Oken had become quite cowardly, and even some other delinquents in the school dared to speak disrespectfully to him. Although Nan Zhou did not inform the three of the specific circumstances, he merely told them that everything had been resolved. It now appeared that the force behind Oken had likely been eliminated by Nan Zhou. Watching Oken pinned to the ground, furious, yet unable to resist, the three felt no sympathy. Countless students and teachers had been harmed by this scoundrel, and the parents of those innocent students had nowhere to turn for help, silently enduring the humiliation. Now the crimes he had committed would be repaid with the rest of his life. Returning to the field again. At this moment in a house in New York, Murdoch leaned against his headboard. The once quiet Code 47 once again took action against members of the gang. Murdoch initially thought he would settle down for a while, but it now seemed he had overestimated the situation. It was absolutely impossible for someone like him to return to a peaceful life. When will I see him again? Murdoch murmured softly. This mysterious person piqued his interest, and most importantly, he knew Murdoch's identity. Murdoch was very concerned about this matter. He wanted to know how this person had discovered his identity. After resolving a small gang issue, Nan Zhou once again had the opportunity to complete his daily tasks. Entering the room, filled with high concentrations of Omega radiation, although being exposed to radiation was still extremely painful, this pain, surprisingly, made Nan Zhou feel a sense of nostalgia. Could it be that I've developed Stockholm Syndrome? Enduring the pain, a bold hypothesis emerged in Nance's mind. But upon reflection, he believed it was impossible. He was confident that he would not become that way. 5 hours of radiation exposure passed quickly. Although he had already undergone nearly 10 radiation exposures, every time he left that room, Nan Zhou was drenched in sweat and accompanied by severe aches. Returning upstairs, Nan Zhou entered the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and began to alleviate his discomfort. It was at that moment that his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the name Carlson. "What's up?" Nan Zhou answered the call. "There's a major issue that requires your assistance, and I think you'll be interested." "So what do you think could interest me?" Nan Zhou switched the phone to speaker mode while showering. Carlson chuckled a couple of times upon hearing this. "Do you remember that missing Dr. Bruce Banner? Of course, the one who mutated after being exposed to gamma rays, right?" Nance's question was of course rhetorical. He knew very well who Bruce Banner was, the infamous Hulk. However, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised that the timeline of the Hulk had come so quickly. The timeline of Iron Man had just concluded. But this was good news for Nan Zhou. As long as the Hulk's event was completed, he would continue to gain inheritance points. 5% would grant him mind control, and Nan Zhou was quite eager to see what skills he would gain at 10%. "It's that Banner." An old man drank a beverage and then suffered gamma poisoning. After DNA testing, the military discovered that the beverage contained Dr. Banner's blood, and it originated from Brazil. The military is about to take action. Carlson briefed Nan Zhou on a series of details he was already familiar with. "General Ross of the military has grand ambitions, so we don't intend to stand by idly. Nick sent me to investigate, and I hope you can lend me a helping hand." Carlson's words left Nan Zhou in brief silence. Carlson also remained quiet, waiting for Nance's response. "If I help you, what can you offer me in return?" After a while, Nan Zhou inquired. Although getting involved with the Hulk would grant him some inheritance points, Nan Zhou still wanted to gain some benefits from Carlson. This question made Carlson somewhat awkward. He momentarily did not know how to respond to Nan Zhou. Carlson was in a bit of a dilemma because he genuinely did not know what Nan Zhou liked and what he could offer. "How about you consider a Captain America figurine?" As soon as Carlson said this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh. The entire SHIELD should know that Carlson was a super fan of Captain America, and his home was filled with various Captain America figurines and merchandise. Each figurine was treated as a treasure by Carlson, and to offer one as a reward indicated that he was indeed digging deep. "Alright, it's a deal. When the time comes, I can choose whichever Captain America figurine I want. Is that okay?" Once this was said, Carlson obviously paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and accepted Nance's condition. In Washington at SHIELD headquarters, after Nan Zhou settled the three little ones, he arrived at the SHIELD headquarters. Carlson was waiting for him outside the entrance. "No time to waste, let's go." Once Carlson saw Nan Zhou, he tilted his head, signaling him to get in the car. However, at that moment, Hill walked out from the SHIELD headquarters. Nan Zhou noticed her, and she noticed him as well. The two locked eyes. Nan Zhou wanted to step forward to greet Hill, but unexpectedly after their brief eye contact, she did not look at him again and turned to leave. This development puzzled Carlson, who was watching from the side. He turned to Nan Zhou. "What happened between you two?" Nan Zhou helplessly shrugged, indicating he was also unclear. However, he understood that Hill's demeanor was likely related to that night. Hill's attitude towards him underwent an inexplicable change. As for why, even Nan Zhou, who had developed 90 of his brain, could not comprehend. "When we return, we should have a good talk." Carlson patted Nan Zhou on the shoulder and got into the car first, while Nan Zhou looked at Hill's departing figure, shook his head, and also got in the car. After Carlson drove away, Hill slowly turned her head, her gaze following the taillights of the car until they disappeared from view. Although Hill's attitude towards Nan Zhou wasn't particularly good, she still cared about him in some way. As for what exactly she cared about, she herself could not articulate. Nan Zhou and Carlson boarded the plane to Brazil. "Will taking a commercial flight be slower than military transport?" Nan Zhou inquired as he gazed out at the scenery. Carlson smiled faintly. "Don't worry about that. The military hasn't begun their operations yet, as they need to deploy their most elite special forces." Nan Zhou couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The so-called elite soldiers. In front of the Hulk, they were nothing but fodder destined to be utterly defeated. However, General Ross has been pursuing him relentlessly. Despite the suspension of the super soldier program, he has not given up on finding him. Carlson continued, "Ever since Captain America disappeared, the military and the authorities have been working on the super soldier program, trying to recreate another Captain America similar to Steve Rogers. But in the end, they failed and instead created terrifying beings like the Hulk. Though the special forces sent by General Ross were merely a test, facing the Hulk would only lead to their demise." "It's not a good scenario," Nan Zhou muttered under his breath, ensuring Carlson couldn't hear him. This flight would cover nearly 7,000 kilometers, meaning a lengthy time on the plane. However, Nan Zhou found it troubling that agents like Carlson and himself could only fly economy class for missions. Did SHIELD really lack the funds after constructing that massive spaceship? At that moment, Coulson had already put on an eye mask and fallen asleep, while Nan Zhou was gradually overcome by drowsiness and couldn't help but close his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been in dreamland, but he kept hearing voices echoing in his ears. Nan Zhou outsider. Nan Zhou outsider. The voice continued for a long time, causing Nan Zhou to feel increasingly anxious. When he finally opened his eyes, he was utterly bewildered, for he was not on the plane, but in a void floating in midair. Before him was a sphere of light, and the voice emanated from that luminous orb. Nan Zhou outsider. Outsider. You should be expelled. Expelled. The voice grew louder, and the brightness of the orb became more blinding. Nan Zhou attempted to move, but found himself utterly immobile, as though bound in place. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge an inch. Even trying to vocalize felt impossible, as if his throat was constricted, rendering him mute. The voice pierced into his very soul each utterance, shaking Nan Zhou to his core, making him tremble all over. Is this a dream? Nan Zhou found it hard to believe, for how could a dream feel so real? This was not the blurry scenes of a dream. Everything was vivid, and the sensations were strikingly genuine. Suddenly the orb of light expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire void in its brilliance, the dazzling light, preventing Nan Zhou from opening his eyes. Then Nan Zhou awoke. This time he was back on the plane. What happened to you? While still dazed, Coulson tapped him on the shoulder. Just moments ago, Nan Zhou had been trembling as if in a nightmare, and then he jolted awake, his eyes wide open. Did you have a nightmare? Nan Zhou gently waved his hand in response to Coulson's concern. He touched his face and realized it was drenched in cold. How long had it been? It had been ages since Nan Zhou had broken out in a cold sweat. He turned his head and noticed that the sky outside had darkened. This indicated that the plane was nearing its destination. After flying 14 hours over nearly 7,000 kilometers, they would arrive by night. However, Nan Zhou was more concerned about that dream. Such a vivid dream sent chills down his spine. His body had been immobilized, unable to move or make a sound, forced to endure the sonic assaults on his soul. It was excruciating, a dual torment of mind and body. Nan Zhou questioned whether he could withstand it if it continued. Of course, Nan Zhou was also concerned about the identity of the voice in that dream. Outsider. Expelled. Clearly this entity recognized him as a traveler, someone who did not belong to this universe. So how does this being compare to Darkseid? Who is stronger compared to the system he possesses? Yet it was evident that this entity had already taken notice of him, while he had no means of resistance, because he was still too weak. Amidst his various worries, Nan Zhou disembarked from the plane, arriving in Brazil. In the car, Coulson kept a watchful eye on Nan Zhou, clearly sensing his troubled thoughts. Do nightmares affect you that much? Coulson asked. Nan Zhou remained silent. Seeing this, Coulson chuckled lightly, realizing that Nan Zhou had fallen into deep contemplation, too preoccupied to engage with him. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. There was an important mission ahead. So Coulson called out a few times, finally bringing Nan Zhou back to reality. It's nothing. The nightmare just felt too real. Ooh, I need a moment to collect myself. You need to get your act together quickly. I even brought along a Captain America figurine. Oh, don't let me lose out. Coulson's words elicited a smile from Nan Zhou, relieving some of his tension. He decided to set aside that issue for now. The most important thing was to enhance his strength and increase his affinity with Darkseid. If one day he truly needed to confront this existence hidden, he hoped he would not be at a disadvantage. With these thoughts, Nan Zhou gazed out at the long darkened sky and glanced at his watch, slowly speaking. Coulson, we might be late. Coulson was taken aback, looking at Nan Zhou. What do you mean? It's nearly 10 o'clock. If we reach that factory now, we'll probably only be left to clean up the aftermath. Coulson studied Nan Zhou's expression. He could tell Nan Zhou was not lying. He quickly tapped the driver in front to speed up. The car accelerated, drawing closer to Dr. Banner's factory. Before long, Coulson and Nan Zhou could see Dr. Banner's factory within their line of sight. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from within the factory, followed by a flurry of gunfire. This situation caused Coulson's brow to furrow slightly. Clearly Nan Zhou had been correct. Inside the factory, Dr. Banner, now transformed into the Hulk, was wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the elite special forces team dispatched by General Ross was maneuvering around this colossal creature. What the general said is absurd. He didn't inform us that we were supposed to capture such a giant. The speaker was Emil, the leader of the elite special forces team. Blonsky. However, at this moment, Blonsky had no idea that he would eventually transform into a monster even stronger than the Hulk. Countless bullets rained down on the Hulk, yet none could inflict any harm. At this moment, the Hulk seemed disinterested in continuing the fight. After demolishing some factory equipment and incapacitating a few team members, he turned and crashed through a wall, fleeing towards the mountains outside the factory. Blonsky quickly ordered his subordinates to halt. He had no intention of pursuing any further. Continuing the chase would result in all of them getting crushed. This seemingly eco-friendly guy was not as environmentally friendly as he appeared. All of this was witnessed by Nan Zhou and Coulson, who were hiding in a corner outside the factory. Let's pursue him. Nan Zhou looked at Coulson and spoke. He'll go first, you follow behind. I want to confront that giant. Coulson was taken aback by Nan Zhou's words. As he saw Nan Zhou preparing to leave, he quickly grabbed him. You can't be serious. You plan to confront that guy? Nan Zhou nodded. You saw what that guy did just now? Although you are strong, but... Before Coulson could finish, Nan Zhou interrupted. If you keep delaying me, I'll turn back into a human. I want to see if I can defeat this giant with my current abilities. With that, Nan Zhou leaped and dashed towards the direction the Hulk had left. Coulson sighed helplessly and quickly followed. At this moment, the Hulk was darting through the jungle, distancing himself from the others. His rage was gradually subsiding, and soon he would revert back to Dr. Banner. But just then a rock suddenly struck the Hulk with considerable force. This reignited the fury that had almost calmed, and he roared, turning around to find the person who threw the stone. But just then a rock suddenly struck the Hulk with considerable force. This reignited the fury that had almost calmed, and he roared, turning around to find. The response he received was the Hulk's furious roar. Looks like I can't communicate with words at this moment, Nan Zhou thought as he leaped down and faced the enraged Hulk, picking up a stone. Without hesitation, he threw the stone at the Hulk just like before. This time the Hulk did not dodge in his mind. It was merely a stone. How strong could it be? Of course the Hulk would pay for his foolishness. The force of the stone exceeded his expectations. The stone hit the Hulk's abdomen, causing him to feel a sharp pain, and he staggered back several steps. This stone contained 70% of Nan Zhou's current strength, so inflicting a heavy blow on the Hulk was only natural. It was the first time the Hulk had experienced such a strong hit, which only fueled his anger. Seeing Nan Zhou, the Hulk charged at him, without saying a word, delivering a massive punch. Nan Zhou faced the situation without dodging, a smile on his face. He was eager to clash with the Hulk in a test of strength. As the Hulk's giant fist came crashing down, Nan Zhou stepped forward and threw a punch of his own. Their fists collided in midair, creating a violent shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees, and both of them were forced back. This is interesting. The corners of Nan Zhou's mouth lifted again. He was quite satisfied with the Hulk's strength. Naturally, Nan Zhou was not using his full power, and he believed the Hulk was the same. You are much more entertaining than that Iron Tyrant and Golden Man. Looking at the Hulk, Nan Zhou's desire for battle intensified. This was the first time he had wished to fight so fervently. The Hulk before him might just bring out the strongest version of himself at this stage. Seeing Nan Zhou unscathed, the Hulk became even angrier. After all, every object and enemy he had faced before had been smashed to pieces with a single punch. But this person before him not only remained unharmed, but even managed to push him back several steps, which the Hulk could not accept. Then with an even more terrifying roar, the Hulk unleashed his fury, making him even stronger. He charged forward. Nan Zhou showed no intention of dodging. He simply wanted to confront this giant heathen. Coulson, following the signs of the battle, found the location where the Hulk and Nan Zhou were fighting, and everything before his eyes left him stunned. The two were perfectly matched. Every punch they threw caused nearby trees to fall, and the surroundings were leveled. What kind of battle is this? Coulson looked at the Hulk and found that this green creature appeared extremely furious, wanting nothing more than to tear Nan Zhou apart. Nan Zhou's eyes were filled with madness, and he was electrified with excitement at every punch thrown by the Hulk. Just a bit stronger. Seeing the Hulk's face filled with rage, Nan Zhou shouted. He was not yet at his strongest stage, but if this continued, he would definitely unleash his full strength. So what Nan Zhou wanted to do now was to make the Hulk even angrier. With this thought, Nan Zhou's punches became even more terrifying, and the frequency of his strikes increased. He hoped that by doing so he could make the Hulk even angrier. Then the two exchanged punches once more. It was clear that the sudden increase in Nan Zhou's punching power caught the Hulk off guard, causing his arm to tremble. In that moment of distraction, Nan Zhou threw another punch, hitting the Hulk squarely in the face. This punch left the Hulk completely. The Hulk shook his head, staggered back several steps, and finally slumped to the ground. This punch had him feeling somewhat dizzy. Seeing this, Nan Zhou stopped watching the Hulk, who was still somewhat dazed. After shaking his head, the Hulk trembled all over and let out a painful cry, then turned and fled deep into the forest. Nan Zhou was quite surprised by this. Shouldn't the Hulk be angrier and continue to fight him? Why did he run away? Not far away, Coulson was equally astonished. Did Nan Zhou drive him off? Coulson stepped out from behind the tree, his face etched with shock. He never expected that Nan Zhou would manage to scare off that massive creature. This left Coulson a bit dazed. Don't be too surprised, besides I haven't even used my full strength yet, Nan Zhou said, shaking his hand and turning to look at Coulson. You haven't used your full strength. Upon hearing this, Coulson could only manage a bitter smile. He hadn't anticipated that even in a battle against such a formidable creature, Nan Zhou hadn't needed to unleash his full power. How terrifying must this guy be? Seeing Coulson filled with complex emotions, Nan Zhou stepped forward and patted him. That giant also hasn't used his full strength, at least for now. He's not in his most powerful state. Currently, Hulk can only be described as a preliminary form. Compared to the Hulk from the New York battle, his strength is still it is only natural that such a Hulk cannot defeat Nan Zhou. Naturally, Nan Zhou also wished to confront the Hulk. As he spoke, Nan Zhou turned and walked out of the forest. We should leave. Let's head back overnight. Coulson was taken aback. Head back overnight? Why? Shouldn't we pursue him? What if General Ross' men discover us? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou stopped in his tracks. Don't worry, that guy won't be spotted by those people. He should be leaving Brazil overnight, probably to retrieve his own data. Nan Zhou's words plunged Coulson into contemplation. He realized that there was some truth in what Nan Zhou said. Dr. Banner would not remain as Hulk forever. He would eventually revert back to Dr. Banner as his anger dissipated. By that time, Dr. Banner would definitely leave here, as he had already been discovered. However, Coulson couldn't understand why he would venture into the lion's den to retrieve his own data. Bronski, looking disheveled, confronted General Ross. The first thing he did was question him. Before the operation, General Ross, in the end, he followed Nan Zhou's pace, and the two left the forest. General, are you sure this is just a simple Bronski, looking disheveled, confronted General Ross. The first thing he did was question him. Before the operation, General Ross had not informed them they would be facing such a creature. A capture mission was promised, but who knew it would involve such a green monster? If that guy hadn't been in a non-lethal state, even 300 elite special forces would have been nothing more than targets for that creature. That was the most powerful being Bronski had ever faced. Currently Bronski was extremely angry. Of course this anger was directed not only at General Ross, but also at that green giant. In response to Bronski's inquiry, General Ross merely smiled faintly. That guy is Dr. Banner. As he spoke, General Ross patted his shoulder. They'll explain the details when I get back. For now, get your guys to pack up. We need. Time passed to the next day, and he no longer knew where in the forest he was. Hulk leaned against a stone wall, his form slowly shrinking, the green hue gradually reverting to his original human color. Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner. At this moment, Dr. Banner was left with only that high-quality pair of pants. He shook his swollen head slowly, rising, his face filled with tension. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Banner realized Hulk had brought him to who knows where. Having left the forest, he hailed a car only to find himself in Guatemala. Had Hulk really run that far in just one night? Fortunately, the driver was a kind-hearted person who took Banner toward the nearest town. In the car, Banner frowned deeply. He knew the military had already found him, and at least this place was no longer safe for him. The urgent matter now was to quickly obtain his experimental data and send it to Mr. Blue so that he could eliminate the Hulk. Thus, he needed to return to the place that had once turned him into Hulk. However, there was one other matter that Banner was very concerned about. It was the man who could fight against Hulk. Although Banner and Hulk's memories were incompatible and not shared, whenever Hulk reverted to Banner, he would have some vague memories. This time, he also faintly recalled several scenes of Nan Zhou and Hulk. That person who could match Hulk's strength left a strong impression on Banner. Although he loathed Hulk, he was very aware of Hulk's power. Could it be that such a creature was also a product of military experiment? Nan Zhou's existence made Dr. Banner uneasy. To quickly resolve this issue that had plagued him for years, Banner decided to leave Brazil overnight, returning to the place that had turned him into Hulk, Calvo University in Virginia. 3 days later, outside Calvo University in Virginia, Banner was sitting under a tree, quietly observing the university. It was in this university's laboratory that he had become but now a problem lay before him. How would he enter the laboratory? The laboratory was on the 5th floor of one of the buildings, but this building was guarded by security. Without a valid reason, he couldn't. This made Banner quite anxious. Just then, someone sat down next to him. The sudden appearance of this person surprised Banner. He turned his head to look and discovered the person was wearing a cap and a mask, making it impossible to see his face. At that moment, the man pulled out a mask from his clothing and gently waved it at Banner. This person was none other than Nan Zhou. Seeing the mask, memories began to surface for Banner. Indeed, this mask was worn by the person who had fought evenly with Hulk. In other words, the person before him was the one who had battled Hulk. What do you want to do? Banner said warily, watching Nan Zhou, fearful that the Hulk within him might suddenly rampage. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you, nor do I plan to draw out the big guy inside you. I just want to have a good chat with you. As he spoke, Nan Zhou pointed to a nearby cafe. Banner glanced around, and then looked at Nan Zhou, finally nodding slowly. I understand, I'll come with you. With that, Banner stood up and followed Nan Zhou to a table in the cafe. So what do you want from me? Banner's heart was still very wary. But then Nan Zhou chuckled softly and pointed at Banner's chest. I want to have a good fight with the big guy inside you. A fight? Banner heard Nan Zhou's words and looked at him with a blank expression, slightly bewildered. Why would you want to? Who exactly are you? Nan Zhou chuckled a couple of times. Who I am is not important, but you can rest assured I am not from the military. I won't capture you. Because up until now, no one has made me unleash my full power. I believe the big guy within you should be able to do that. Are you out of your mind? Banner furrowed his brows slightly. How many casualties would arise from you fighting him? Don't worry, I won't do it in a crowded place. I will find an empty area several kilometers wide to battle the big guy with. That is out of the question. Banner slammed his hand on the table and stood up, causing those around them to look in their direction in surprise. Banner realized he had overreacted, cleared his throat, and continued. I will absolutely not agree to this. The entity within me will soon disappear. You won't have this opportunity. With that, Banner left the cafe, and their first conversation ended abruptly. Watching Dr. Banner's departing figure, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. Don't worry, you won't get your wish. Hulk will be with you for a long time. Banner left the cafe without looking back. In his eyes, Nan Zhou was also someone with ulterior motives, although not as severe as the military's. Banner was unwilling to engage with him further. This outcome was anticipated by Nan Zhou, who also understood that Banner would likely not agree to this matter. However, one must try everything despite the slim chances. Nan Zhou was determined to give it a shot. However, Nan Zhou was not worried about losing the opportunity to confront Hulk. On the contrary, the chance to face Hulk would soon come. By evening, Dr. Banner found a former friend who owned a pizza shop. Upon seeing Banner, the friend was very excited, and the two reached an initial agreement. Banner disguised himself as a pizza delivery guy and infiltrated the laboratory. However, that night, Nan Zhou was not happy. Lying on the hotel bed, the voice from his dream on the plane echoed once more the words of the outsider, and the expulsion left Nan Zhou's head spinning. It was still the same void, still the same emptiness, still that light orb, and still that soul-shaking voice. Nan Zhou tossed and turned in bed, feeling utterly discomfort by the noise. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. This was the second time he had such a dream. Nan Zhou got out of bed and went to the window. For some reason, the moon was particularly full that night. At that moment, he felt a throbbing in his head and a sense of weakness throughout his body. It seems I need to consult Stark about a portable expandable room, just like the capsules from the Dragon Ball's Capsule Corporation, where you throw it, and it appears, or press a button, and it turns into a capsule. Nan Zhou muttered to himself. The two dreams had rung alarm bells for him, since he was unsure how many more of these dreams would. Just then a light bulb went off in Nan Zhou's mind. He thought of someone, Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man. If he could have Hank's help. Using Pym particles to help Nan Zhou resize the room contaminated with Omega radiation, then he would be able to cultivate anytime and anywhere. At that time his growth as Darkseid's heir would accelerate. The faster he became stronger, the less those dreams would trouble him. Moreover, he might even find the person who created these dreams and confront him. With that thought, Nan Zhou's mood suddenly improved significantly. Finding Dr. Pym was naturally not difficult. The harder part was figuring out how to make Dr. Pym willingly help him. However, this issue would wait until Nan Zhou truly understood Dr. Pym. As long as he had enough understanding of Dr. Pym, winning his favor would be easy. Thus Nan Zhou made his decision. After resolving the Hulk situation, he would seek out Dr. Pym. With his mind made up, he felt much better, and the discomfort in his body had disappeared. Though his head still felt a bit heavy, it was no longer a big deal for Nan Zhou. Perhaps due to his improved mood, Nan Zhou upon returning to Dreamland was not disturbed by the voice, and unexpectedly had a good. When he opened his eyes the next day, the sun was already up. It was about the time when Banner would disguise himself as a delivery guy to enter the laboratory. Nan Zhou was naturally not anxious, as he still had to wait for some time before Banner transformed into Hulk again. Just then there was a knock on his room door. Nan Zhou went to open the door and found that the person outside was Coulson. "Did you talk to Dr. Banner?" Coulson asked while sitting on a nearby chair. Nan Zhou nodded. "Of course we had a chat, but unfortunately he rejected my invitation to fight Hulk." "Did you ask him if he would like to join the Avengers?" Seeing Nan Zhou say this, Coulson immediately continued to inquire. This was Coulson's main task, to get Dr. Banner into the Avengers before the military captured him. "That's your business, I just want to fight that green guy." Nan Zhou's words left Coulson somewhat speechless, but he understood Nan Zhou's temperament. It was standard procedure for him not to help ask. "Then I'll go find him myself." "Where is he now?" Coulson said as he stood up to leave in search of Banner. "I advise you not," Nan Zhou said calmly. "Banner is quite averse to the big guy within him. They are practically water and fire, and he will definitely reject you. Also, one more thing, the military has already discovered his location. It seems Calvo University will become the battlefield between the military and him." Coulson stood up immediately upon hearing this. "What? The military is going to capture Dr. Banner at the university? What if the big guy comes out and harms innocents?" Nan Zhou only snorted coldly. "You know the military's character. How could they care about the lives of ordinary civilians? General Ross only wants to capture Banner. The death of a few students means nothing to him." Coulson's expression darkened. Nan Zhou was right. He was very familiar with the military's nature. Especially General Ross, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He could do something like this. With that in mind, Coulson's gaze turned toward Calvo University in the distance, filled with worry. Dr. Banner continued his task of finding the experimental data, though the mission was a failure, as all information regarding the Gamma experiment had been deleted by the military. As a result, Banner found himself in solitude and could only leave the laboratory in disappointment. At that moment, Nan Zhou was wandering around Calvo University with Coulson. Upon learning that the military was approaching Calvo University, Coulson grew quite anxious. If a confrontation occurred between the military and Banner at the university, it would only be the university and its students who would suffer. Thus he had to prevent this disaster. However, Nan Zhou thwarted Coulson's plan, as if the military did not engage in battle with Hulk, he would lose an opportunity to fight him. He naturally would not allow Coulson to spoil things. Moreover, the battle between the military and Hulk was part of the process, and after experiencing two such dreams, Nan Zhou became exceedingly cautious. He aimed to avoid altering the course of history, letting the Marvel Universe proceed in its normal sequence. After all, he believed he was not yet capable of contending with the entities from those dreams. Thus Nan Zhou endeavored to ensure that the events in this world were not disturbed by his presence. Of course, this undisturbed state was only in the best of his efforts, as he had already changed this world significantly. Watching the university students on campus, Nan Zhou found himself momentarily lost in thought. Coulson noticed the change in Nan Zhou and patted him on the shoulder. Had he not become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent at his current age, Nan Zhou would have been attending a university like this, living a life enviable to others. While others in their 20s enjoyed beautiful lives and sweet romances, Nan Zhou had faced life-threatening situations countless times and even possessed terrifying power. However, many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who needed to be on the front lines had never experienced university life or even a normal school experience. Trained as agents from a young age, while it honed their bodies and killing skills, it also robbed them of their childhood. Of course, these were merely Coulson's thoughts. Nan Zhou had not pondered so deeply. Though he lamented the beauty of university life, he did not feel disappointed about his experiences after arriving in this world, whether it was being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or acquiring the system. Although the freedom he had always yearned for had yet to truly arrive, the experiences of these past 20 years were not too shabby. Just then Nan Zhou suddenly noticed someone, causing him to stand up abruptly. Nan Zhou's sudden movement startled Coulson, who then turned to look in the direction of his gaze. However, by this time, Nan Zhou had already approached. He stood before an elderly man dressed in a large suit, smiling broadly. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Pym?" "Yes," the elderly man replied, startled by Nan Zhou's sudden appearance, nodding hazily. "Indeed, I am Dr. Pym." Nan Zhou was exceptionally excited, as he had not expected such a serendipitous encounter. He had not anticipated meeting Dr. Pym, whom he was supposed to see after this matter concluded at Calvo University. Dr. Pym's reason for being at Calvo was simple academic exchange. He had also been invited to participate in an academic seminar at Calvo University, which had just concluded. Upon exiting the building, he encountered this suddenly appearing Nan Zhou. "I am your superfan," Nan Zhou exclaimed, shaking Dr. Pym's hand and eagerly discussing Dr. Pym's various discoveries and theories as if he were well acquainted with them. Dr. Pym was quite surprised, not expecting that this young man knew so much about him. Coulson, standing nearby, also looked at Nan Zhou in astonishment. He genuinely did not expect that Nan Zhou was also a fan. Was he really a scientist? But when he saw that the person was Dr. Pym, he could only smile helplessly and turn away to conceal himself. Soon after, Nan Zhou even took out his phone, wanting to take a photo with Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym, overwhelmed by Nan Zhou's extravagant compliments, accepted the request for a photo. "I was planning to visit you in person. I truly did not expect to meet you here." Nan Zhou displayed an expression of excitement that nearly brought him to tears, leaving Dr. Pym somewhat at a loss. While he had some students who admired him, Nan Zhou's behavior felt akin to someone meeting Michael Jackson. "If you ever need help or have questions in your academic pursuits, feel free to come to my laboratory." After a series of enthusiastic exchanges between the fan and the idol, Dr. Pym produced his business card, and Nan Zhou accepted the card as if it were a treasure, carefully placing it into his jacket pocket. Seeing this scene, Dr. Pym smiled helplessly. "Child, I appreciate your admiration, but I must remind you, do not deify." With that, Dr. Pym departed, leaving Nan Zhou still looking excited. After Dr. Pym's figure had vanished from Nan Zhou's sight, he returned to Coulson's side. "What are you plotting now?" Coulson asked, looking at Nan Zhou, who had long lost his excitement. "I suppose I need his help with something." Nan Zhou took out the business card again, fiddling with it in his hand. "You should know that Dr. Hank Pym was once a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." "Of course I know that. So what? By the time I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he was long gone, since his wife vanished during a mission, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was still mired in the detritus of the Pym particle formula. Hank Pym withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. to establish Pym Technologies. Now, aside from Pym Technologies, Dr. Pym remained an outstanding biologist and scientist. Beyond the Pym particles, he had many other notable academic theories. After this exchange, at least in Dr. Pym's mind, Nan Zhou had made a sufficient impression. With this first step successfully completed, the next part would be much easier. Seeing Nan Zhou's relaxed demeanor, even humming a little tune, Coulson knew he was up to no good. "You aren't planning to utilize his Pym particles, are you?" Coulson suddenly thought of something ominous and looked up at Nan Zhou, but Nan Zhou merely leaned back calmly and placed his index finger before his lips. "This matter is confidential. The appearance of Dr. Pym can only be considered a minor episode. For Nan Zhou, the most important matter now remains the situation with Hulk." Although Coulson wanted to report this matter to Nick several times, Nan Zhou prevented him each time. He did not wish to see S.H.I.E.L.D. interfere and ruin his plans. Under Nan Zhou's firm attitude, Coulson had no choice but to submit and reluctantly accept Nan Zhou's requests. After all, he couldn't match Nan Zhou in strength, and there was no need to threaten him with the knowledge of Nan Zhou's true identity. He might end up silenced. Ever since he learned of Nan Zhou's identity, every time he looked at him, he felt something was off, especially in terms of character. It seemed that this person was no longer the Nan Zhou he once knew. This made Coulson quite cautious during their exchanges. After all, for someone like him, there was no difference between crushing him, so he compromised, and the two of them quietly waited in the hotel. Nan Zhou, however, was not in a hurry at all, as he knew that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. On the third day, Coulson was bored fiddling with a Rubik's Cube in Nan Zhou's room, while Nan Zhou leaned by the window, his gaze fixed on Calvo University. After a while, Nan Zhou slowly spoke. "They are here." Coulson, hearing this, abruptly stood up and rushed to the window. Indeed, in the distance, several small dots were approaching, which were military vehicles. There are quite a few of them. Coulson frowned slightly, realizing that the military was quite serious this time. "What are you going to do? Get involved?" Coulson turned to look at Nan Zhou, asking. But Nan Zhou shook his head. "Of course not. I don't want to expose myself to the military. If they fixate on someone, that person will be in serious trouble. I certainly don't want to attract unnecessary trouble." Saying this, Nan Zhou turned to walk outside. "This time let me show you just how powerful that big guy is." Coulson sighed helplessly as he watched the military vehicles draw nearer, then followed Nan Zhou's lead. The two left the hotel, heading towards Calvo University. The appearance of military vehicles surprised passers-by who were unaware of what was happening, with many pulling out their phones to record. At this moment, Banner and his girlfriend Betty Ross were on the lawn of Calvo University. They were still unaware of the impending danger. However, soon Banner sensed that something was amiss. He noticed two armed personnel approaching him. He realized he had been discovered. Banner hurriedly separated from Betty and turned to run towards a nearby classroom building. The final outcome was that he was cornered in a transparent corridor, ultimately provoked by tear gas, and transformed into... "Don't you think he's impressive?" Nan Zhou turned to Coulson. "That raw primal ferocity exudes a certain charm." Coulson smiled slightly, then nodded slowly. Although the color was a bit off-putting, he had to admit that this big guy truly radiated. Accompanied by Hulk's roar, the military's machine guns began to fire. Watching Hulk getting pelted by countless bullets and having to shield himself with his hands, Coulson gradually concluded that Hulk was definitely no match for Nan Zhou in terms of physicality. After all, Nan Zhou was a man who faced the bombardment of Iron Tyrant without any cover or discomfort. This guy is indeed impressive, but he's not very bright. Watching Hulk, who was now furious from being bombarded by military weapons, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly. If Hulk had some intelligence, just a fifth of Banner's, it would make him an invincible force on Earth aside from himself. But unfortunately this guy lacks intelligence, and is even somewhat simple-minded. Of course this intelligence would only matter if his primal ferocity still existed. As time passed, Blonsky, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, appeared on the battlefield and engaged Hulk. Thanks to his size and agility, Blonsky evaded all of Hulk's attacks. This maneuver surprised Coulson. Did he inject the super soldier serum? Nan Zhou nodded. He definitely injected it, but probably not much. This serum should be from the same batch as Captain America's. Watching Blonsky, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, Coulson's brows furrowed. Blonsky's demeanor gave him a sense of unease. He had become stronger, yet his mind had become twisted. Just then Coulson's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and found that it was Nick calling. Hello, Nick. Coulson answered the call, but there was no immediate response from Nick. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Is that gunfire? After a moment, Nick slowly began to inquire. Hearing this question, Coulson turned to look at Nan Zhou, who was still focused on the battle between the military and Hulk, seemingly indifferent to what he said. I'm at Calvo University. The military and Dr. Banner have already clashed. Since Nan Zhou had no objections, Coulson spoke truthfully. The military and Dr. Banner clashed. Still on campus. Nick was somewhat surprised. This call was originally to ask Coulson about Dr. Banner's situation. Yes, I couldn't stop it. They had already begun when I arrived here. Coulson calmly lied without skipping a beat, occasionally glancing at Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou still did not look at Coulson, his gaze fixed on the battle between the military and Hulk. The military had now even deployed sonic cannons to restrain Hulk. They truly invested a lot to deal with Hulk. Damn it, how dare the military act like this? What if there are student casualties? Nick couldn't help but curse. He wasn't as reckless as General Ross. If it were him, he would never conduct an operation in a crowd. What about that big guy? Is he dealt with? Nick continued to ask. I'm afraid not. Coulson raised his head, looking at Hulk, who had already shielded himself from the sonic cannon with metal plates, and slowly spoke. Even the sonic cannon cannot restrain this guy, nor can bullets. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Is he similar to that Darkseid? Yes. Hearing Nick mention Darkseid, Coulson looked at Nan Zhou, who let out a long sigh. That bastard Ross loves to do reckless things. I hope he's prepared an emergency announcement. Amidst the bombardment of armed helicopters, the square of Calvo University was engulfed in raging flames. Yet within the inferno, a colossal figure stood firm. General Ross, standing nearby, was visibly filled with worry. His daughter Betty Ross had just been beside that giant. Now her fate in the raging fire was uncertain. If anything happened to Betty, he would never forgive himself. Gradually, as the flames subsided, Hulk emerged from within, cradling the unconscious Betty. Seeing that Betty was unharmed, General Ross let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Hulk's gaze fell upon General Ross, his eyes brimming with fury. Then he turned away from the square of Calvo University and walked into the nearby woods, his figure gradually fading from view. General Ross did not allow his soldiers to pursue, for his daughter was still in that giant's grasp, and he dared not act rash. Beside them, Nan Zhou, who had been watching for a long time, tapped Coulson next to him. Let's go follow them. Coulson nodded, and after avoiding the military personnel, followed Nan Zhou into the woods. You want to fight that guy in the woods? Coulson asked. Of course not, it's too conspicuous here. If our fight would be noticed by others. But what if that giant turns back into Banner? Coulson raised his concerns. If that giant transformed back into Banner midway, wouldn't Nan Zhou's plan fall apart? To his surprise, Nan Zhou merely smiled lightly and shook his head. Don't worry, such a thing won't happen. Nan Zhou's tone was filled with confidence, leaving Coulson somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why Nan Zhou was so confident, and it didn't seem like blind confidence to him. Nan Zhou ignored Coulson's confusion and continued walking forward. By evening, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Hulk brought Betty to a mountain forest resting in a cave. At this moment, Betty was soothing Hulk, who was angry due to the thunder. When she first woke up, she was terrified by the giant, and now she had to calm him down. After some time, Betty discovered that this terrifying giant was in essence like a child. Both his temperament and behavior were very childlike. Perhaps this giant was not as terrifying or evil as her father. Ahem. Just as Hulk and Betty enjoyed their moment in the cave, an untimely cough disrupted them. Hulk abruptly stood up from the stone, turned around, and saw Nan Zhou wearing a mask waving at him. Hulk immediately recalled the person he had fought in Brazil who wore the same mask and bared his teeth. Betty also stood up, reaching out to stop Hulk, her gaze toward Nan Zhou filled with caution. Who are you? What are you? In response to Betty's questioning, Nan Zhou simply smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about who I am. I am not from the military, and am not here to take him back. Then what is your purpose? Betty understood that anyone who could easily find this place was certainly not simple. Nan Zhou smiled again. My purpose is simple. I just want to have a fight with him, he said, pointing at Hulk, who was glaring at him. Hulk seemed to understand Nan Zhou's words and let out a furious roar as if urging Nan Zhou to take the fight outside. No way. Betty directly refused. She would not allow Hulk to fight anyone unless absolutely necessary. But at that moment, Hulk had already stepped outside the cave, turned back to Nan Zhou, and jumped down. Nan Zhou shrugged and walked past Betty. This is not my problem. He initiated the fight, and there's no way you can stop it. Saying this, Nan Zhou reached the cave entrance and leaped down. Watching the two fall into the forest below, Betty felt extremely anxious. The sudden appearance of this man gave her a bad premonition. But then a roar echoed from the forest, and it was Hulk's. Along with the roar came the sounds of an intense battle, as well as the crashing of trees, making it hard to imagine how terrifying. At that moment Betty was peering out from the cave, trying to observe the battle scene below, but she could see nothing. Just then Coulson appeared beside Betty from an unknown location. His sudden appearance startled Betty, just like that previous man. Unaware of his presence, she jumped slightly. "Don't be afraid, I'm not your enemy. This is my business card." Betty cautiously examined Coulson, and finally took the card. Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Looking at the long string of characters on Coulson's business card, Betty felt somewhat puzzled. You can also call it S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D. Betty seemed to recall some impression her father, General Ross, often mentioned this organization, though their relationship with it did not seem very good. Are you with that person? Although Betty was aware of Coulson's identity, her vigilance had not diminished. In fact, knowing Coulson's identity only heightened her caution. We are not exactly allies, but I am indeed looking for Dr. Banner E. I want to have a proper talk with him. U.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents also want the giant inside him. In response to Betty's question, Coulson shook his head. If we could bring the big guy in, we would be very pleased, but we also hope to gain his intellectual assistance. Of course, we would be happy with either the giant or the intellect, but it would be best if we could have both. Hearing this, Betty's vigilance lessened a bit. It seemed that this S-H-I-E-L-D was not like her father, who cared only about the giant inside Banner, indifferent to Banner's life or death. Roar. With a powerful punch, Hulk struck directly at Nan Zhou's chest, sending him flying and breaking countless trees in the process. Now Hulk was far stronger than he had been in Brazil. Perhaps it was because he had been reluctant to fight back then, which made his victories seem effortless. However, winning would not be so easy now. Nan Zhou brushed the dust off his clothes and noticed that they were quite torn, so he simply ripped his shirt apart. The last time he went to see Stark, he forgot to ask him for a sturdier outfit that wouldn't tear so easily. Looks like I need to note this down. Thinking this, Nan Zhou lifted his head to look at Hulk, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was very satisfied. Hulk was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Although Hulk's fists couldn't inflict real harm on him, the sheer force behind his punches still caused Nan Zhou's internal organs to. This time Nan Zhou was very pleased with Hulk. In their duel, he didn't rely on mental manipulation. He fought Hulk purely with his physical strength. The thrill of each punch landing solidly against flesh made Nan Zhou's blood boil. It was a sensation he hadn't experienced since becoming an agent. As the saying goes, being invincible can be very lonely. But now Nan Zhou would no longer be lonely. This giant was the opponent. As the saying goes, being invincible can be very lonely. But now Nan Zhou would no longer be lonely. This giant was the opponent he had been looking forward to. Seeing that Nan Zhou was still unharmed, Hulk let out another furious roar and charged towards him. Nan Zhou did not evade, but instead threw a punch at Hulk. This punch was not only powerful, but also remarkably fast. Hulk barely had time to react before Nan Zhou's fist struck his face, sending him flying, just like Nan Zhou had been. Hulk crashed into a tree, but unlike Nan Zhou's impact, which broke the tree in two, Hulk's collision caused a much larger area of destruction. Hulk shook his head as he stood up, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, and giving Nan Zhou a slight smile. Though he appeared silly and lacked intelligence, at least during this battle with Nan Zhou, his mind was clear. He knew that Nan Zhou was not his enemy, as every punch Nan Zhou threw lacked any intent to kill, unlike the group that had attacked him previously. This person truly just wanted to fight him. Of course, Hulk was surprised that after all these years he had never met anyone who could challenge him so closely. This individual before him was the first. What puzzled Hulk was how someone so small in stature could possess such a... Of course, this small stature was only relative to Hulk. Hulk likes you. Hulk pointed at Nan Zhou and spoke haltingly. This unexpected declaration caught Nan Zhou off guard. Wow. He smiled broadly. Surprised I didn't see that coming, but of course it's impossible for us. Hulk, not paying attention to Nan Zhou's response, charged at him again. Nan Zhou swung his arm ready to strike back at Hulk. Meanwhile, Betty anxiously watched the situation below. She was worried something might happen to Hulk. Although she believed he would win, she still hoped he wouldn't get hurt. Don't worry, he'll be fine. That guy is so strong that even bullets can't harm him, and the masked guy won't land a hit, trust me. Why are you so sure? Betty turned to Coulson, voicing her doubts. Although I'm not very familiar with him, I know enough. He really only wants to fight that big guy. He won't resort to lethal force. Coulson, sitting on a nearby stone bench, was obviously a bit bored. He regretted following Nan Zhou. The cold weather coupled with the drizzling rain and the surrounding forest made the air incredibly humid. Coulson disliked such weather and feared catching a cold by morning. If this happens again, it'll be the dog that follows. Coulson could only curse Nan Zhou in his heart and hoped he would finish quickly. Sigh. Betty sighed, deeply hugging her arms to keep warm. In such weather, even Coulson found it difficult to endure. Coulson took off his suit jacket and draped it over Betty's shoulders. Betty was momentarily stunned by his gesture, and then, thank you. It's nothing. If you catch a cold or feel unwell, I'm afraid that big guy will tear me apart. Coulson's humorous remark made Betty laugh. She now thought that this S-H-I-E-L-D agent was not so annoying after all, a stark contrast to the military personnel. Meanwhile, on the ground, countless trees had fallen, and even the grass that had been on the ground was reduced to mere dirt from the shockwaves of their duel. The scene of their battle resembled a meteor crashing into the earth. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, Hulk was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the prolonged fight. In contrast, Nan Zhou stood not far away, looking completely relaxed, as if he hadn't exerted much effort at all. Just then a thunderclap echoed through the sky, stirring Hulk's anger. He let out a roar towards the sky, then turned back to Nan Zhou. Are you sure you want to keep fighting in this state? Looking at the panting Hulk, Nan Zhou replied, from where I stand it looks like I've won. Hulk wins. Hulk continued panting, unwilling to concede. Nan Zhou could only throw up his hands. Alright, regardless, Nan Zhou had enjoyed himself. He didn't care who won or lost. After saying this, he jumped back into the cave with Hulk following closely behind. How are you? Not hurt, right? Upon their return, Betty rushed to Hulk's side, checking on him with concern. Hulk wins. Hulk beamed with joy, much like a child showing off to his mother after a victory. But the contrast between the two men's conditions made the outcome clear to everyone. I had a great time this time. I would seek you out again if given the chance. Nan Zhou turned to Hulk and said. Hulk waits for you. Nan Zhou and Hulk exchanged smiles before Nan Zhou left the cave with Coulson. Watching them leave, Hulk slowly uttered. Hulk feels pain. Betty was taken aback, looking up at him. Those bullets hadn't made Hulk say such things, yet that man had. Just how terrifying was he? After a highly satisfying duel, Nan Zhou left Virginia. Meanwhile, Coulson remained in Virginia, observing the movements of Banner and Betty, ready to act at any moment. Of course, the military was also monitoring them. Nan Zhou did not leave New York, but made a beeline for Dr. Pym's laboratory. With only a few days left until the final battle with Hulk, Nan Zhou wanted to get close to Dr. Pym. He did not wish to force Dr. Pym to assist him. He hoped that Pym would willingly help him. The plane landed, and Nan Zhou headed straight for the address on the business card. Dr. Pym's laboratory was not large and had always been just him. Pym was no longer with Pym Technologies. His apprentice and his own daughter had voted him out of the company. It was indeed leaving Pym Technologies meant losing access to its laboratory and the advanced equipment within. Naturally, without the title of director at Pym Technologies, those who once surrounded him had gradually disappeared, leaving only a few universities to symbolically invite him to academic discussions. Indeed, symbolically. Yet there were still a few science enthusiasts who would visit him, but none chose to join his laboratory. After all, this laboratory was rather shabby. The equipment was not the most advanced. At this moment, Dr. Pym was lost in thought in his laboratory. He had just been ousted from Pym Technologies, and he was still unable to ease the pain in his heart. He had been betrayed by the apprentice he once held in high regard, and by his own flesh and blood. What a joke. Thinking of this, Dr. Pym let out a bitter laugh, looking at the small ants beside him gently patting their head. At that moment, the doorbell of the laboratory rang. Dr. Pym quickly got up and walked toward the door. Upon opening it, he found Nan Zhou smiling at him. Oh, it's you. Seeing Nan Zhou, Pym was quite surprised. He did not expect this young man to actually come looking for him. Come in. Pym waved his hand, indicating for Nan Zhou to enter his laboratory. Once inside, Nan Zhou put on a curious expression and began to look around, quickly noticing the ants that had not yet been completely cleared out. What was your name again? At this moment, Pym poured a glass of water for Nan Zhou, but he suddenly realized he didn't even know the boy. Dr. Pym, I am Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou quickly introduced himself. Nan Zhou, a good name. I didn't expect you to actually come here. I thought you just wanted a photo with me. Pym sat down again and spoke. Doctor, you underestimate me. I not only admire you, but am also deeply passionate about science. It is truly a great fortune for me to enter your laboratory. Pym was amused by Nan Zhou's words. This laboratory has no high-end equipment that might not even compare to your university. As Pym spoke, Nan Zhou had already approached a blueprint. Pym was not worried that Nan Zhou would stumble upon anything he should. After all, the Pym particle technology he wanted to hide was not in this laboratory. This is... Looking at the contents of the blueprint, Nan Zhou fell into a brief contemplation before raising his head. There is something off about this place. Nan Zhou brought the blueprint to Pym, pointing to one specific area, and began his enthusiastic speculation. Pym shifted from confusion to surprise. He did not expect this young man to find the problem on the blueprint so quickly and even provide a solution. It is worth noting that even for him, solving this issue had taken 2 or 3 hours. Yet this child had merely glanced at it and resolved the problem. This blueprint was related to Pym's latest research on the human neural exoskeleton, which bore some similarity to Dr. Pym looked at Nan Zhou in disbelief. Oh, perhaps this child truly had the potential to inherit his legacy. Just from what had transpired, this child was a genius. However, he recalled his apprentice Darren Klaus, who was very much like him and had now taken a path of no return. Thinking of that person made Pym hesitate. But this young man before him seriously showcased his talent. If possible, he seemed capable of taking the Pym particle technology to the next level. What about this blueprint? Pym stood up and brought another blueprint to Nan Zhou. This one was an advanced version of the previous one, and of course it had its own issues. Nan Zhou picked up the blueprint and scrutinized it for a moment, then once again pointed out the problem, this time regarding the... Pym watched as Nan Zhou explained his solution, momentarily dazed, even feeling a bit unsteady on his feet. Because Nan Zhou had once again hit the mark, even improving upon Pym's own solution, making it better than his. This child is a genius. If Nan Zhou's first identification of the problem had made Pym hesitant this time, he was determined to bring Nan Zhou into his laboratory. While Nan Zhou spoke, he also observed Pym's expression. Seeing Pym like this, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was precisely the result he wanted: to get close to Pym, then enter his laboratory, and finally get involved with the Pym particle technology. He could even recommend the future Ant-Man Scott to Pym. It was simply perfect. In fact, the contents of these blueprints posed no challenge to Nan Zhou. SHIELD provided knowledge training for its agents, and the 90 brain development included in the Death Knell template played a part. At this point, Nan Zhou could confidently say that he had surpassed Stark and Pym in terms of intelligence. Nan Zhou. Pym came up to Nan Zhou. I know my little laboratory lacks good equipment and manpower, but would you be willing to join my laboratory? Realizing that Nan Zhou was a genius, Pim started to worry whether Nan Zhou would be willing to join his laboratory. After all, his laboratory was truly insignificant compared to the large labs. Despite Nan Zhou saying he was a fan, Pim still felt a bit insecure. Of course I would. Nan Zhou replied without hesitation, saying, although the equipment here isn't very good, I believe this laboratory will become the greatest technological laboratory. Nan Zhou's words deeply moved Pim. He could still discern the insincerity on Nan Zhou's face. However, Nan Zhou was genuinely happy as things were progressing so smoothly with Pim. With the first step of the plan successfully completed, the subsequent plans could be implemented easily. Nan Zhou naturally joined Pim's laboratory, becoming a member of the team. Of course, this was not a full-time position. He didn't need to come off and just occasionally lending a hand. On the very first day of his joining, he moved in. Do you mean to say that you are not a student of Calvo University? The sky was getting dark in Pim was chatting with Nan Zhou in the laboratory. That's right, I've never attended college. I learned everything on my own. Nan Zhou did not portray himself as a student of Calvo University, but rather as a self-taught genius. A self-taught genius. I truly did not misjudge you. Your future is limitless. Hearing this, Pim was even more astonished. Self-taught individuals are exceedingly rare. Even he and the Stark father and son, or even Bruce Banner, who is still wanted, were not self-taught. These individuals were all inherently brilliant and reached such heights with the guidance of good schools and excellent teachers. Yet here stood Nan Zhou, truly a self-made genius. This was simply unbelievable. Seeing the shock written all over Pim's face, Nan Zhou realized he might have come off as too extraordinary, making Pim feel as if he had found a treasure. If Pim were to discover Nan Zhou's true intentions, one could only imagine how heartbroken he would be. Naturally, Nan Zhou did not concern himself with such matters. If he did, he could never become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a night of conversations, Pim had a rough understanding of Nan Zhou's experiences. A poor child who dropped out of high school due to family reasons and had to work various jobs to support his family. These experiences were of course fabricated by Nan Zhou, and with his exceptional verbal skills, he convinced Pim of this. Having gained Pim's trust, the subsequent plans for Nan Zhou became much easier. After a night of experience exchange and academic discussion, when they looked out the window, they found that it was already bright outside. Nan Zhou got up and left Pim's laboratory. He needed to return to New York. Firstly, because he hadn't seen the three kids for several days and wanted to check on their well-being. Secondly, not long from now, there would be a major battle in New York, and he needed to witness it to gain the inheritance from Darkseid. This was something Nan Zhou absolutely could not miss. Just as he stepped out of the laboratory door, he bumped into a woman. The woman had just stepped out of a luxury car and was quite surprised to see Nan Zhou coming out of the laboratory. Nan Zhou recognized her. She was Pim's daughter, Hope, the one who teamed up with Klaus to oust Pim from the company. Hope did not acknowledge Nan Zhou. She merely scrutinized him before walking into the laboratory. What are you doing here? Seeing Hope arrive, Pim's mood instantly soured. He knew he owed his daughter a lot, and there were still many misunderstandings. However, being voted out of the company by his own daughter surely weighed heavily on his heart. I just came to see how you were doing. Hope's words held no emotion, merely surveying her surroundings. Just checking if I'm alive. Pim let out a cold snicker, then stood up and walked to the side table, picking up a cup and pouring himself a coffee. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What do you want? Pim knew that his daughter wouldn't come just to check on him. She surely had other matters to discuss. Hope shot a sidelong glance at Pim, then slowly spoke. Darren has a press conference tomorrow. He hopes you can attend. Upon hearing this, Pim sneered twice. He had indeed guessed correctly. It was such a matter. You just voted me out of the company not long ago, and now you want me back. Am I the kind of person you can call on and off at will? Letting you leave the company was for your own good. Your mental state is no longer suitable for managing the company properly. You're doing quite well in this little laboratory, aren't you? In a few days, I'll have Darren set you up with some good equipment. Before Hope could finish her sentence, Pim slammed the cup down on the table. Now please leave my laboratory. Seeing Pim suddenly so angry, Hope was taken aback, but eventually scoffed, turning to walk out of the laboratory. Just as she opened the laboratory door, she suddenly paused, turned her head back to look at Pim. I hope you can arrive on time for tomorrow's press conference. Your name is on the guest list. With that, Hope left the laboratory. Pim gasped for breath, slumping down onto a nearby chair, listening as the sound of Hope's luxury car engine gradually faded away. He sighed helplessly. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was hiding behind a tree next to the laboratory, having overheard the entire conversation between the father and daughter. The current gap between Pim and Hope was still quite significant. It wouldn't be fair to assign blame to either side, but one could only say that both were at fault. Reflecting on this, he snapped back to reality, hailed a taxi, and headed to the airport. When he returned to New York, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. At this time, the three kids' school should have just let out. Nan Zhou returned home, opened the door, and found the three kids sitting. The sudden appearance of Nan Zhou brought joy to the three kids, who rushed to him. Nan Zhou often went out, and when he did, he would be absent for several days, so the kids naturally missed him. However, even though all three of them wore expressions of happiness, Nan Zhou could still see the worry in Wanda and Lorna's eyes. What happened? Nan Zhou asked, looking at Wanda and Lorna. Hearing his question, the two exchanged glances before looking down at their backpacks. Feeling puzzled, Nan Zhou approached their bags, opened one. Whoa, there was a hidden world inside this backpack. Both of their backpacks were filled with envelopes of various sizes adorned with colorful stickers. So this was a collection of love letters, and so many of them. Nan Zhou turned to look at Wanda and Lorna. They had already grown into charming young ladies, and it was only natural for boys at school to like them. However, he had not expected them to receive a whole backpack full of love letters. Perhaps it was precisely because of the overwhelming number of love letters that the two of them felt a bit pressured. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but smile wryly. He truly did not understand this kind of pressure, as he had never received a love letter in either his past or present life. I have dreamt countless times of receiving love letters myself. Nan Zhou set down his backpack and returned to the side of Wanda. Now seeing you both troubled by love letters, I find myself feeling a bit jealous and bewildered. Looking at Nan Zhou smile, Wanda and Lorna exchanged glances and smiled. Although they were troubled by the love letters, they realized that Nan Zhou seemed even more pitiful than they were. At that moment, Nan Zhou directed his gaze towards Pietro. What's wrong? Did you not receive any love letters? Pietro's appearance could not simply be described as handsome. Nan Zhou had heard Wanda and Lorna tease him about attracting female classmates more than once. But Pietro wore a carefree expression. I'm not like those two who are troubled by love letters. I accept every love letter sent to me without a second thought. And then they all end up in the small woods behind the school. Lorna interjected, her tone laced with disdain. Given Pietro's looks, receiving love letters was hardly surprising. However, Pietro handled things differently from them. He buried those love letters. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, and that was the method Pietro employed. But at least I won't be troubled by this matter. Pietro tilted his head back, a proud expression on his face, seemingly satisfied. In fact, your methods only address the symptoms, not the root cause. At this moment, Nan Zhou, who had been watching, spoke up. Even burying love letters like Pietro does not make them disappear. They will continue to appear endlessly. Therefore, the most effective way to eliminate love letters is to find a partner. As soon as Nan Zhou said this, all three of them were taken aback and exchanged glances. Nan Zhou then revealed a smile. As long as you have a partner and make it public, naturally some will retreat upon realizing this, and the number of love letters will significantly decrease. And even if someone remains stubborn, they will likely go after your partner, making things much easier for you. As soon as Nan Zhou's words left his mouth, Pietro shrugged. So you mean to say that a partner is just our tool, huh? Nan Zhou nodded, indicating his agreement. So if you have someone you like, act quickly. Don't wait too long. Pietro naturally found this perspective unreliable, thinking it was even worse than burying love letters, so he dismissed it. However, Wanda and Lorna seemed genuinely deep in thought, both looking down, while occasionally glancing in Nan Zhou's direction. The sky gradually darkened. The four of them sat around the dining table, enjoying the meal Nan Zhou had prepared. This was the first time Nan Zhou had cooked in a few days, and it was a treat for the three children. Nan Zhou's cooking skills were quite good, so the three children naturally enjoyed it very much. While I was away these past few days, did you train properly? During dinner, Nan Zhou suddenly asked. Of course, this so-called training referred to the fighting skills they wanted to learn from him after the Okan incident. Nan Zhou indeed taught them quite a bit about fighting techniques, and helped them improve their physical fitness. Although they wouldn't see significant improvements in a short time, over a longer period they would naturally feel themselves growing stronger. Hearing Nan Zhou's question, the three of them nodded. They had not slacked off on their training during this time, completing the goals Nan Zhou had set for them. They also knew that Nan Zhou was often not around, so if they wanted to avoid being bullied, they had to rely on their own self-discipline. Nan Zhou looked at the three of them, nodding, then reached out to pinch Pietro's arm, noticing the noticeable muscle growth, which made him nod in satisfaction. As long as you follow my instructions and complete my tasks diligently, you will definitely not be bullied. Seeing that the three children were serious about this matter, Nan Zhou felt quite satisfied. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Carlson calling. Hello? Nan Zhou, where are you right now? As soon as the call connected, Nan Zhou heard Carlson's somewhat anxious voice. I'm having dinner, what's wrong? Listening to the noisy sounds on the other end of the line, Nan Zhou had a good idea of what was going on. Banner is fighting another similar monster, and the situation seems dire. Are you in New York? I'm in New York. They'll head over shortly, no need to worry. Nan Zhou appeared relaxed as he put a bite of food into his mouth. Is it urgent? Wanda looked at Nan Zhou and asked. She didn't want him to leave, as she wasn't sure how many days it would be before. Don't worry, it's not too urgent. Just within New York City, he'll finish eating before I go. Hearing Nan Zhou say this, Wanda sighed in relief, and Lorna did the same. She shared the same thoughts as Wanda. Nan Zhou understood the outcome of the situation, so he had no intention of interfering. He merely wanted to witness it from a distance and secure the inheritance. Therefore, he was not in a hurry, eating dinner at a leisurely pace, as Hulk and his enemy would have a confrontation, and finishing dinner before heading over was not too late. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Carlson anxiously watched the battle between Hulk and his enemy, the Abomination. It was clear that Hulk was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Without Nan Zhou's help, he might very well be killed by the Abomination. This ugly-looking guy was definitely much stronger than Hulk. Watching Hulk being pushed back, even having his shoulder pierced by the Abomination's spiked back, Carlson was filled with worry. He had already informed Nick and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were on their way. But could ordinary humans participate in such a battle? Only Nan Zhou had the ability to change the tide of the battle. So he was waiting for Nan Zhou's arrival. However, seeing Hulk on the verge of collapse, and Nan Zhou's figure still not appearing, made him increasingly anxious. Carlson was so worried that he was stamping his feet in place. He did not understand what Nan Zhou was doing, or what was causing the delay. Of being late was not Nan Zhou's style. At that moment, Carlson looked up at the sky. Nan Zhou, hurry up. If you don't come soon, Dr. Banner is at risk of dying. On one hand, Carlson was in a state of anxiety, while on the other hand, Nan Zhou leisurely finished his dinner, changed his clothes, The television was broadcasting live coverage of the battle between Hulk and Abomination. Listening to the reporters' on-site reports, the three children realized that this was actually happening in their city at that very moment. Oh my God, could it be that the situation Brother Zhou is dealing with is this? The three children exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. It is important to note that the two fighters were not easy opponents. Just the thought of Nan Zhou having to confront these two made the children worry greatly. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was unaware of the current battle situation. He merely quickened his pace toward the battlefield where Hulk and Abomination clashed. Before long, Nan Zhou spotted the distant flames and helicopters circling in the sky along with various cacophonous sounds. To gain a better vantage point, Nan Zhou ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building and looked down. The battlefield below. The original script should have depicted Hulk getting injured using his wits to defeat Abomination and ultimately standing triumph. However, the scene before him was quite different. The one lying underfoot was not Abomination, but rather Hulk. Moreover, Hulk bore more than just a serious injury to his shoulder. Hulk's abdomen had been pierced, leaving a shocking gaping wound through which green blood oozed. What is going on? Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. This was not the normal script. The plot was not supposed. Although Abomination was indeed much stronger than Hulk, it should not have been such a one-sided battle. Plus, Hulk's injuries were quite severe, posing a real risk to his life. With that thought, Nan Zhou gritted his teeth. He had initially thought he could quietly observe the resolution of the event and reap the rewards without any effort. But it was clear now that he could no longer stand idly by. At that moment, Abomination had already raised his arm ready to deliver the final blow to Hulk with the spikes on his arm. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed, and a figure rushed directly toward Abomination. Feeling the powerful aura, Abomination looked up to see a shadow approaching. He barely had time to react before that figure appeared right in front of him, delivering a punch that sent Abomination flying, crashing heavily into a nearby building. At that moment, Hulk struggled to lift his head and looked at the figure, recognizing the familiar masked individual, which caused a slight smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this shadow was Nan Zhou, who had to intervene. Not far away, Coulson saw Nan Zhou's arrival and let out a sigh of relief. As he watched Hulk gradually succumb to defeat, even on the verge of being killed, Coulson had made numerous calls to him. However, the one who answered was not Nan Zhou, but a little girl, which momentarily made Coulson doubt whether he had dialed the wrong number. But now seeing Nan Zhou appear, he felt reassured. As long as Nan Zhou was present, the situation would turn for the better. Nan Zhou paid no attention to Hulk and instead fixed his gaze directly on the dust cloud caused by Abomination crashing through the building. He knew that this punch would not defeat Abomination. Sure enough, accompanied by an enraged roar, Abomination burst forth from the dust, charging directly at Nan Zhou. As Nan Zhou observed the rampaging Abomination, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. Abomination's pupils were blue. This was beyond Nan Zhou's understanding. In his impression, Abomination's pupils were certainly not red. While he couldn't recall the exact color, he knew it was definitely not this blood red. Could it be that this current situation was caused by those blood red pupils? As Nan Zhou pondered, Abomination had already with a wave of his hand, countless stones floated in the air, hurtling toward Abomination, completely encasing him like a ball. If I could use Earth Explosion Star, I would have just given you one right now. Looking at Abomination entirely surrounded by stones, Nan Zhou couldn't help but express his feelings. If only he could perform the Earth Explosion Star, he would have blown Abomination's skin to shreds. Unfortunately, he didn't possess such a skill. Therefore, these stones could only restrict Abomination's movements. After just a few seconds, Abomination broke free from the rocks and angrily continued his assault on Nan Zhou. This time, Nan Zhou did not rely on external forces, but reached out his hand using his mind to control Abomination. After all, Nan Zhou's skill was called mind control. He could control both living beings and inanimate objects with his willpower. Thus, being a living entity, Abomination was naturally subject to his control. As he felt his speed slowing down as if restrained by an invisible force, Abomination started to doubt. No, this is impossible. He knew that everything was the doing of the masked man before him, yet he still couldn't believe it. Not just him, but Hulk, Coulson, and General Ross also found it hard to believe what was happening. They never expected this person would possess such abilities. Controlling inanimate objects was one thing, but being able to control living beings was downright monstrous. Abomination tried to resist this invisible force, but Nan Zhou gave him no opportunity to fight back. His willpower was truly terrifying. As Nan Zhou slowly clenched his fist, Abomination's body began to twist. Then Abomination let out a scream of agony. Oh! He cried out in pain, using all his strength to resist Nan Zhou, but it only delayed the spread of his suffering. Nan Zhou was also startled by Abomination's resistance. He had underestimated this creature. He hadn't expected his willpower to be so strong that it made him feel fatigued. This was not a sustainable approach, so Nan Zhou used his other hand to control a steel bar, driving it toward Abomination. The steel bar was sharpened by Nan Zhou in midair and shot with tremendous force, piercing into Abomination's body. You bastard! Abomination cursed in pain, and with a furious roar he unexpectedly broke free from Nan Zhou's mental control. This surprised Nan Zhou. The power behind that roar was quite terrifying. After the roar, Abomination slowly raised his head, gritting his teeth as he emitted a low growl. To Nan Zhou's astonishment, his eyes were glowing red. As he gazed at the hatred emanating a red glow, an ominous premonition gradually surfaced in Nan Zhou's heart. Everything felt too abnormal. This hatred was nothing but the kind of hatred one would expect under normal circumstances. This hatred was far more terrifying. No wonder Hulk had been beaten to such a state. Given the aura exuded by this hatred, it was highly probable that Hulk could be killed. You are quite interesting, much more so than that big guy. The hatred slowly spoke, even its tone revealing madness. Then I am truly honored, Nan Zhou replied expressionlessly. But before he could finish his words, the hatred lunged forward, charging straight at him. In response, Nan Zhou waved his hand, summoning a dirt wall to block his path. However, it was merely a dirt wall, as stopping the hatred would prove to be quite difficult. Thus, the dirt wall was easily shattered by the hatred, and its fist came barreling toward Nan Zhou. At that moment, Nan Zhou extended his arm and single-handedly caught the hatred's fist, yet the ground beneath him caved in. Even so, this astonished Nan Zhou. Throughout his battle with Hulk, no matter how Hulk's fists came crashing down upon him, he had not felt this kind of pain. Even so, this astonished Nan Zhou. Throughout his battle with Hulk, no matter how Hulk's fists came crashing down upon him, he had not felt this kind of pain, only a mild vibration. This was the first time Nan Zhou felt pain after acquiring the Darkseid template. So just how terrifying was this hatred? Nan Zhou found it hard to believe. His ability to catch the hatred's fist with one hand also surprised the hatred. Although this punch was not delivered with full force, it still bore 80% of its strength, and he had not expected it to be caught so effortlessly. This left the hatred in disbelief. Thinking of this, it swung another punch. But this time Nan Zhou did not give it a chance. He crouched down, evading the hatred's fist, and then tightened his own fist, charging straight for its face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, leaving the hatred with no time to react, allowing Nan Zhou's fist to collide. Immediately after, the hatred's face caved in dramatically, and the ground behind it was entirely uprooted from the force of Nan Zhou's punch. Then, like a cannonball, the hatred was flung away with a loud bang. This time Nan Zhou did not stop to assess the situation, but leaped forward, heading straight for the spot where the hatred had last fallen. He did not intend to give the hatred any breathing room. By the time Nan Zhou arrived, the hatred and Hulk had already risen from the ruins they had created. Yet remarkably, its face was healing. Does the hatred possess such power? Witnessing this scene, Nan Zhou felt even more incredulous. When had the hatred gained the ability to regenerate at such speed? Nan Zhou's punch had genuinely ruined the hatred's face, but now it was miraculously restoring itself before him. This is my power. The hatred cackled maniacally as it looked at Nan Zhou. Even if you possess great strength, if you cannot kill me, then you cannot stop me. The hatred's deranged laughter caused Nan Zhou's brows to furrow. Why was its laughter so annoying? Then let's see who strikes faster, me or you. Nan Zhou scoffed twice before advancing once more, his fists raining down. The intense pain made the hatred unable to bear it, letting out a horrific wail. This wail could be clearly heard. Even Coulson's hands trembled slightly, who just listening to that scream made him feel a chill run down his spine. How much force must Nan Zhou have used? Meanwhile, countless punches rained down on the hatred, causing it incalculable harm. Yet in an instant, all those wounds, just as the hatred had said, no matter how great Nan Zhou's strength, he could not reduce the hatred to dust. It could heal and regenerate, it simply would not die. Where does this ability come from? Nan Zhou was certain that this power did not originate from the hatred itself. It had to have been granted to it by someone else. Even though he had intervened, he had not overly interfered, so even if changes occurred, they shouldn't have been so drastic. Upon hearing this, the hatred let out another maniacal laugh. Where does my power come from? Do you want to know? Listening to the arrogance in the hatred's laughter, Nan Zhou couldn't help but throw another punch at its face. In an instant, that face, which had been flattened to a pancake, restored itself once more. This power is beyond your reach and control. It is a gift from the god of this world. I am the chosen one of the gods. Hearing the hatred's words, Nan Zhou instantly understood. The phrases and light from that dream surged in his mind. It really is him. Nan Zhou's expression darkened. He had been merely speculating earlier, but now he was completely certain. The hatred's power came from the one who had created the dream for him. And the reason that person granted the hatred such power was to eliminate him. This damn thing. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse. Currently, he had no ability to kill the hatred. He possessed strength, but could not reduce the hatred to ash. If he had Darkseid's Omega Beam, then this hatred would turn to dust in an instant. But at this moment, he lacked such skills. This made Nan Zhou even more frantic. Continuing like this was not the solution. The host can draw a lottery, and the host has 3 unused chances remaining. The long-awaited system notification rang out again, causing Nan Zhou to pause momentarily. What good is a lottery chance? It won't grant me skills, Nan Zhou thought to himself. This time he received a response from the system. The host can draw an item skill treasure chest which can yield random skills. You're kidding, right? The hit rate must be terrifyingly low, otherwise I wouldn't have always drawn items like masks and underwear. However, since the system said so, he thought it best to give it a try. Then, let's draw. Draw again. This situation was something Nan Zhou welcomed. Draw again. Nan Zhou was speechless, but since he had drawn twice already, it wouldn't hurt to try once more. Did I really draw something? Upon hearing the system's notification, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised, but nodded immediately. Open skill treasure chest, obtained Godzilla skill from the monster universe, Atomic Breath. Hearing the system notification, Nan Zhou was a bit taken aback. Atomic Breath. Godzilla skill. Is this Godzilla from the monster universe considered a superhero? The skill chest unexpectedly produced Godzilla's Atomic Breath, which took Nan Zhou by surprise. He never anticipated that this superhero system would encompass even the monster universe. However, after the surprise came more joy. With this Atomic Breath, Nan Zhou now had the power to obliterate the enhanced abomination before him. But now there's a question: how should he use this Atomic Breath? Could it be that he has to spray it out of his mouth like Godzilla? Ding. The host can release the atomic breath from any part of the body. As long as he concentrates his power in one body part, the atomic breath can be emitted from that location. Sensing Nan Zhou's confusion, the system provided an explanation. This revelation delighted Nan Zhou, meaning that the atomic breath could also be released from his hands, not just his mouth. This makes things easier. Nan Zhou grinned, and then threw another punch, but the damage still allowed the abomination to wrap. Then with a flick of his hand, countless steel bars floated in midair. As Nan Zhou waved his hand, they directly pierced into the abomination's body. Endless steel bars impaled the abomination's body, bending to obstruct its movements. The pain made the abomination roar, trying to use its strength to force the steel bars out. But the incoming steel bars were innumerable. Even the ones it forced out floated again and pierced back into its body. This cycle effectively restrained the abomination, making it difficult to move. At that moment, Nan Zhou leaped into the air, landing on the ruins, closing his eyes to gather his energy. Then a tremendous energy filled Nan Zhou's right hand, and a blue light orb appeared in the palm. Nan Zhou could clearly sense the terrifying energy emitted by that orb. Is this the atomic breath? Watching his hand tremble violently from the energy of the orb, a look of ecstatic joy appeared in Nan Zhou's eyes. This skill might truly obliterate the abomination before him. The abomination, bound by various steel bars, also sensed the energy of the blue orb. This energy filled it with a sense of foreboding. It had a premonition that if it did not evade this skill, it could be turned to ash. Realizing this, the abomination began to accelerate its escape, forcing out more and more steel bars from its body. Nan Zhou naturally had no intention of giving it this chance. He aimed to annihilate this creature with this move. Concentrating the atomic breath to its maximum energy, even the surrounding air trembled from the force. You're doomed. Looking at the abomination, a slight smirk appeared on Nan Zhou's lips. You are the most troublesome opponent I've encountered. You should feel honored. As he spoke, Nan Zhou extended his right hand, aiming the blue orb at the abomination. No. The abomination struggled frantically, but the steel bars controlled by Nan Zhou showed no sign of stopping, firmly restraining it. It's useless, die. Seeing this, Nan Zhou exerted force with his right hand, and the blue orb shot out instantly, heading straight for the abomination. No. The abomination sensed the terrifying aura, and despair spread throughout its body. Of course, along with the despair came its unwillingness. It was unwilling to die just like this. It still wanted to rule the world, to use its power to become the overlord. But all of this turned to fleeting dreams before the atomic breath. The atomic breath did not cease its advance due to the abomination's desperate cries. It struck the abomination's body, and the immense energy instantly engulfed it. Afterward, the abomination's body, engulfed by the energy, began to slowly dissipate. Gradually, the abomination vanished without leaving even a trace behind. Where it had been restrained, a massive pit appeared. This was the damage caused by the atomic breath. Nan Zhou looked at everything before him, equally astonished. He never expected the destructive power of the atomic breath to be so astonishing. This seems to be a bit too much, he thought, gazing at the pit large enough to be a man-made lake, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, New York City was a place of calamity. This was just the first incident. Who knew how much suffering the city would endure in the future? With that thought, Nan Zhou turned and walked towards the direction of Hulk. But as soon as Nan Zhou turned around, a voice came from behind him. I remember you. The voice made Nan Zhou whirl around, only to find the abomination's face right behind him. Not dead. This surprised Nan Zhou. After enduring such a terrifying attack, it was able to recover. I remember you, Nan Zhou the outsider. We will meet again in the future. I look forward to that day, the abomination said once more. After that, its head turned to dust, scattering to the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the dust was carried away by the breeze. Nan Zhou watched this scene with a frown. Clearly, the speaker just now was not the abomination, but the one who granted it its power, the one who made Nan Zhou have that. That person knew he was a traveler and recognized his name, which was an extremely dangerous task. And that person's words could very well be a declaration of war against him. However, it seemed that this person had difficulty coming to Earth personally, so in the future, they might still rely on such methods to make things difficult for Nan Zhou. Thinking about this, Nan Zhou pouted, realizing that this was yet another troublesome matter. Then he turned around again, heading towards. At this time, Hulk had not transformed back into Dr. Banner. He was holding his injured abdomen, intently watching the battle ahead. Upon seeing Nan Zhou return, everyone sighed in relief. Although they did not know who the masked man was, at least he was fighting against Blonsky, which proved he was not an enemy. General Ross' eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. He wanted to create a super soldier, but this plan ultimately fell through. Blonsky's failure stood as a glaring example, forcing him to give up in frustration. Nan Zhou approached Hulk, observing him grimacing in pain, and couldn't help but smile. How are you holding up, big guy? Can you still move? Hulk only let out a cold grunt, ignoring Nan Zhou and focusing his gaze on Betty beside him. Betty's eyes remained filled with concern, as she could not imagine the immense pain Hulk had endured. Hulk gently caressed Betty's cheek before leaping away, rushing out of the city. Watching Hulk's retreating figure, Nan Zhou felt a pang of sympathy for the love between Banner and Betty. Sigh, it seems they are ultimately destined to be apart. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was observing the battle footage of Nan Zhou and the Abomination. Why is there another ability to control objects and fire beams this time? Nick inhaled sharply as he watched Nan Zhou unleash that terrifying atomic breath. The horrifying deep pit had already proven the destructive power of this being. How many more abilities does this guy have? Nick rested his chin on his hands, contemplating the next course of action. His primary concern now was to investigate who this self-proclaimed Darkseid was and what he looked like. If possible, Nick wanted to recruit him into the Avengers Initiative. Such power already surpassed his current target Hulk and the newly recruited Tony Stark. In fact, he was significantly stronger than both. Nick even suspected that this guy didn't use his full strength when facing. Having someone like him join the Avengers Initiative would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Therefore, the only and most crucial issue now was to find out who this person was and where he was located. But this was no simple task. In fact, after the incident with Stark and Iron Man, Nick had already dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to investigate him. However, the outcome was disappointingly inconclusive. The agents he sent out returned empty-handed. Neither documents nor records had any mention of this Darkseid. Thinking of this, Nick picked up the landline in his office and dialed a number. Notify Natasha and have her come see me immediately. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, the door to Nick's office was pushed open. Black Widow Natasha walked in. What is it? Natasha sat down on the nearby sofa without any politeness. She looked somewhat fatigued, having just completed a mission. Natasha, I have another mission for you, Nick said, projecting the footage of Nan Zhou battling the Abomination for Natasha to see. Upon seeing Nan Zhou wield such power and that terrifying beam, Natasha was also quite astonished. She had heard of this guy, but didn't expect him to possess such formidable strength. The deep pit looked as if it had been destroyed by high-grade weaponry. This guy claims to be the Dark Lord Darkseid, and he appeared once during Stark's battle with Obadiah, helping Stark defeat his enemies, and now he has shown up again. I've already sent some agents to investigate, but they failed, so this time I want to send you. Upon hearing Nick's words, Natasha frowned slightly. The idea of investigating such a character was daunting even for her. A being with such terrifying power could easily yet she nodded. I understand. I will do my utmost to investigate, and I'll inform you immediately if I find any. Nick nodded slightly and sent Natasha the footage of the battles between Nan Zhou and Obadiah, as well as with the Abomination. At that moment, Natasha turned to leave his office. Shortly after stepping outside, Hawkeye Barton approached her. What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Seeing Natasha's somewhat low spirits, Barton asked. But Natasha merely sighed and waved her hand. I have to investigate a difficult character. Saying this, Natasha recounted Nick's mission to Barton. That guy. Barton chuckled wryly. He had also heard about Nan Zhou's exaggerated performance in the battle against the. In his opinion, that was no longer human. Good luck. This won't be an easy task. Barton patted Natasha on the shoulder, offering her some comfort. Natasha could only sigh deeply and walked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that very moment, inside Kamartaj, the Ancient One's expression was somewhat grave as she sat in the great hall, feeling restless. Nearby, Karl Mordo noticed the Ancient One's distress and slowly approached. Master, what troubles you? It's nothing, I just need some time to myself. The Ancient One waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. Seeing that the Ancient One was unwilling to speak, Mordo did not press further and quietly left the great hall. At this moment, the great hall was left with the Ancient One alone. She slowly opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. She had witnessed the battle in New York firsthand. From the fight between the Abomination and Hulk to the battle between the Abomination and Nan Zhou, and finally seeing Nan Zhou unleash that energy to kill the Abomination. That energy made the Ancient One feel a sense of danger. It was a power she had never felt before, not belonging to Earth, nor even to this universe. At least in her long career as a sorcerer, she had never encountered such energy, not even in the dark dimension. This implied that the man did not belong to this universe. Moreover, she had used the time stone to glimpse into the future and had not discovered the existence of such a capable individual. Thus it could be fully confirmed that this man appeared out of nowhere, an outsider. This made the Ancient One somewhat worried. This outsider, she did not know how much harm he could cause to this world and how much damage he could inflict upon humanity. There was also one thing that greatly concerned the Ancient One. That was the face that appeared behind the man after the incident. The aura emitted by that face was very weak, but the Ancient One still sensed it. It was the aura of a deity. The Abomination had that divine aura, and it was certain that the Abomination's victory over Hulk was due to the energy bestowed by that deity. When did you acquire such skills? That light wave created a lake. In a Chinese restaurant beneath Nan Zhou's house, Nan Zhou and Coulson sat facing each other. Coulson could hardly contain his excitement and quickly asked, I've mentioned before that I have many abilities yet to be Nan Zhou simply smiled faintly, though there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Due to the incident with the Hulk, he received no inheritance points. Upon inquiring with the system, the response given was that since the final boss was not defeated by Hulk, it did not count as completing the event, and thus no inheritance points could be awarded. This left Nan Zhou quite frustrated. Although he personally threw Ironmonger into the sky during the Iron Man incident, the idea was originally Stark's. Naturally, this problem was also considered resolved by Stark. Thus, the Iron Man incident could grant inheritance points. However, he had gained the powerful skill of atomic breath from this battle, so it wasn't entirely a loss. But the lack of inheritance points left him very unwilling. In the coming days, Nan Zhou must diligently train to increase his he needed to make up for what he owed from the Hulk incident. While Nan Zhou was brooding over this, Coulson, on the other hand, was quite excited. That big guy, you blasted him to bits. Coulson was still very excited. Witnessing such a battle truly left him with that guy was quite troublesome. I had no choice but to use that move. Nan Zhou then explained the ability of the Abomination to quickly recover. Coulson was quite shocked upon hearing this. The ability to instantly recover from severe injuries was not just General Ross, even S.H. H-I-E-L-D, was attempting to research it. Things that lack controllability are not what the military or S-H-I-E-L-D needs. By the way, when I called you earlier, who was the things that lack controllability are not what the military or S-H-I-E-L-D needs. By the way, when I called you earlier, who was the girl that answered the phone? Your girlfriend, Kate. Coulson suddenly remembered the call he made to Nan Zhou when Hulk was on the brink of death. The first few calls did not connect, but after a few more attempts the call was answered. However, the voice on the other end was a young woman. All that. Nan Zhou chuckled awkwardly. He had forgotten his phone at home when he left that day. It was Wanda who answered. The first few calls did not connect, but after a few more attempts the call was answered. However, the voice on the other end was a young woman. Moreover, I heard more than one voice on the line. It seemed like there were 3 voices. Do you have company at home? As a top agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson quickly picked up on such subtle details. Looking at Coulson's inquiring and curious eyes, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly. Let me tell you this, you must keep it a secret. Actually, Nan Zhou leaned closer to Coulson, deliberately lowering his voice, and briefly recounted how he met Wanda and the others. After hearing Nan Zhou's story, Coulson instinctively looked around, then looked back at him incredulously. You? Not to mention how Nick would explode with rage if he found out, but this is illegal. Coulson's words left Nan Zhou somewhat confused. Coulson continued, and there's a boy among them. You don't have that kind of preference, do you? Nan Zhou instantly understood what Coulson was implying and shot him a hard glare. What are you saying? Can't you think of something healthy? The 3 kids didn't want to go to a foster home or an orphanage. I felt sorry for them, so I asked Peggy to help. They now have legal identities. Why is your mind in the gutter? Faced with Nan Zhou's questioning, Coulson laughed awkwardly. He might have read too much about certain topics recently, making him... However, Nan Zhou's claim of feeling sorry for the 3 kids was purely nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that these kids would become superheroes in the future, he wouldn't have brought them back. Having been an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D for so many years, Nan Zhou had long understood the truth. Maintaining one's own interests is the ultimate truth. If the 3 kids became superheroes, they would naturally stand on his side. With these 3 guarding him, even if various countries conspired against him in the future, they would not dare to act recklessly. You absolutely cannot let Nick know about this, understand? At this moment, Nan Zhou suddenly leaned and staring directly at Coulson, his tone even revealing a hint of threat. Coulson naturally nodded in agreement. He surely understood that if he disclosed this matter, he would face a fate similar to the one that awaited Nan Zhou if he revealed. It all boiled down to one word: death. Coulson was a smart person. He knew what should be done and what should not. Keeping Nan Zhou's secret would greatly benefit his future. Perhaps one day when he faced life-threatening danger, Nan Zhou... By the way, Nick is already stepping up the investigation into your identity. Coulson picked up some food with his somewhat clumsy chopsticks, and then spoke. Let them investigate. It doesn't matter. They won't find anything on me. Nan Zhou was indifferent, continuing to eat from his bowl. However, this time Nick has assigned Natasha to take full responsibility for the investigation. Natasha, huh? Nan Zhou set down his chopsticks and stroked his chin. It seemed Nick was taking this matter very seriously, even deploying someone like Natasha, a top intelligence operative of S-H-I-E-L-D. However, it made sense, given the immense power he had displayed. Nick would certainly need to investigate promptly. However, even if it was Natasha investigating, she wouldn't uncover anything. To find anything on Nan Zhou, they would need at least another 20,000 years. Seeing Nan Zhou's indifferent expression, Coulson had a general understanding. At least in Nan Zhou's mind, he believed Natasha absolutely could not find anything on him. Since Nan Zhou had such confidence, there was no need for him to worry. What he needed to do now was to keep Nan Zhou's secret safe, ensuring that when he faced danger one day, Nan Zhou could descend like a god and save his life. If Nan Zhou truly managed to do that, it would at least prove that his investment was not a mistake. Doctor, this place could be improved in this way. In Dr. Pym's laboratory, Nan Zhou and Dr. Pym were conducting a series of experimental operations. Dr. Pym stroked his chin after hearing Nan Zhou's words and nodded. You are right, this place can indeed be improved in such a manner. Since meeting Nan Zhou and inviting him into his laboratory, Dr. Pym had come to believe he had found a kindred spirit. Many of Nan Zhou's ideas remarkably aligned with his own, as if they were one and the same. This made Dr. Pym both excited and concerned. This reminded Dr. Pym of Darren Klaus, who had once evoked a similar sense of familiarity. The outcome had led to the current situation, and this resemblance made Dr. Pym particularly anxious. Fortunately, Nan Zhou's insights were merely technical and did not resemble his younger self to such a degree. Of course, everything Dr. Pym observed was merely an act put on by Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou relied on this facade to provide Dr. Pym with a sense of security, leading him to believe he was trustworthy, gradually coaxing Dr. Pym into discussing Pym particles. That was all. Nan Zhou, why don't you just move over here? It seems like a waste of time and money for you to keep running back and forth. At that moment, Dr. Pym suddenly interjected. He was aware that Nan Zhou lived in New York, and making the trip required a considerable amount of time and money, so he hoped Nan Zhou would relocate here, knowing he could offer him a good salary. Sorry, doctor, but I can't leave New York. Nan Zhou smiled awkwardly. You know I have a job at the orphanage. They are short-staffed, and I can't just abandon them. In presenting himself, Nan Zhou had also crafted the image of a part-time worker at the orphanage, portraying himself as someone bearing significant responsibility there. Nan Zhou did this to have a solid reason to avoid being persuaded by Dr. Pym to live here. After all, there were 3 children in New York. He couldn't just leave them behind. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Dr. Pim let out a slight sigh of disappointment. If only Nan Zhou lived nearby, his research progress would greatly increase. However, he understood Nan Zhou's predicament and did not press the issue. When my workload at the orphanage lightens and they no longer need me as urgently, I will definitely move back here. Nan Zhou was merely exchanging polite words. Moving here was out of the question, and he was only giving Dr. Pim some. Dr. Pim nodded and did not pursue the topic further, instead turning his attention back to his research. The research on human neural exoskeletons had made significant breakthroughs, and he believed that within 5 years his work would once again astonish the world. This was another masterpiece following his Pim particles. Just then Nan Zhou's phone suddenly rang. Nan Zhou took it out and saw that it was Nick calling. He immediately stepped out of the laboratory to answer the call. Where are you right now? In New York? As soon as the call connected, Nick's voice came through anxiously. I'm not in New York, what's up? Nick's tone was somewhat urgent, leaving Nan Zhou uncertain about what was happening. Peggy has been hospitalized. Nan Zhou was momentarily stunned by Nick's words, but quickly understood what had happened. What happened? What's the reason? His usually calm demeanor was shaken. He knew that Peggy did not have many years left, but he had not expected it to happen so suddenly. Although he hadn't seen Peggy for several months, the last time he saw her she appeared to be in great spirits. How could she suddenly? She needed to handle something at S.H.I.E.L.D., but collapsed without warning right after leaving. She is still unconscious in the hospital. The situation is critical. You should hurry back. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou, Peggy had no history of sudden illnesses. She had annual checkups, and each time her health was excellent with no issues. Why did she collapse this time? This puzzled Nan Zhou. Okay, I understand. He'll head back right away. Despite his concerns, Nan Zhou knew he had to. Peggy was like a grandmother to him. He was not the type of person to be heartless. After hanging up, he returned to the laboratory where Dr. Pim immediately noticed the cloud on Nan Zhou's face. What's wrong? Dr. Pim asked. Our orphanage's director has suddenly fallen ill and is in the hospital. As Nan Zhou spoke, he began putting on his clothes. I'm sorry, doctor, but it's urgent and I must leave immediately. Dr. Pim nodded. Hurry back. They need you right now. Seeing the seriousness on Nan Zhou's face, Dr. Pim did not attempt to retain him. Nan Zhou bought the nearest direct flight to Washington without hesitation and rushed to the airport. On the way, Nan Zhou pondered why Peggy had suddenly fainted. It appeared to be a sudden illness, but to him, that seemed unusual. He knew Peggy was incredibly resilient. She was definitely not the type to suffer from sudden illnesses. But now the facts were laid. Thus Nan Zhou suspected that Peggy's condition was the result of an internal conspiracy within S.H.I.E.L.D. Someone was trying to harm Peggy. This suspicion was reasonable. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been infiltrated by Hydra. Countless agents on the front lines were secretly members of Hydra. Could it be that Hydra was about to act now? Nan Zhou frowned, wondering if it truly was Hydra. Their audacity was astonishing. Peggy was also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and her authority within the organization was unimaginable. Although she no longer worked in the spotlight, if anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of all S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra, there were still many original agents who were not Hydra members, a force that was also formidable. Moreover, there was Nan Zhou, a top-level agent at their side, not to mention other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Just the thought of harming Peggy would be akin to digging their own graves. Did these people really have such confidence in their ability to overcome Nan Zhou? Inside a hospital, Peggy Carter lay in the ICU, the beeping of the machines beside her sounding profoundly despairing. Sharon stood outside the ICU watching Peggy, who was on the brink of death, unable to hold back her tears. Meanwhile, Nick patted Sharon's shoulder to offer comfort. At this moment, Hill was also present, observing Peggy on the sickbed, feeling uneasy as well. Just then, Nan Zhou's figure appeared in Nick's line of sight as he quickened his pace to join the two. When he saw the frail Peggy, he was taken aback. This was the first time in 20 years that Nan Zhou had seen Peggy in such a weak state. What exactly happened? Do we know what the illness is? Nan Zhou asked Nick with a grim expression. Nick nodded. The condition is heart failure, just plain heart failure. How could that be? Nan Zhou turned his head, looking incredulously at Nick. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. This is impossible. Nan Zhou took the diagnosis report from Nick, shaking his head after glancing at it. Grandma's heart has had no issues over the years, though I've kept every medical report, and her heart is definitely fine. Nan Zhou was absolutely certain of this. He had reviewed every medical report of Peggy's, and there had been no issues. The heart failure stated in this diagnosis report was something that could never occur. Sharon, with her eyes already red, couldn't help but cry again upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. Nan Zhou tightened his grip on the diagnosis report, which became wrinkled in his hands. This is probably not an accident. After calming himself, Nan Zhou slowly spoke. This is likely a premeditated murder disguised as an accident presented before us. Nan Zhou's words caused Nick to furrow his brows. He had his doubts as well, and had sent someone to investigate, but so far there had been no responses. He was also waiting for the investigation results from S.H.I.E.L.D. To dare murder the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to point only to Hydra, especially since it happened right at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Only Hydra could be so brazen. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D. I-E-L-D. Agent approached Nick and whispered a few words in his ear before leaving. After the agent left, Nick couldn't help but sigh heavily. They've reviewed all the surveillance footage from S-H-I-E-L-D. Peggy hasn't touched anything since entering, nor has she drunk any water, so there's no possibility of poisoning, and there are no signs of any footage being destroyed. So if it really was premeditated, it's likely that other methods were used, or the act occurred outside S-H-I-E-L-D. Hearing Nick's words, Nan Zhou's expression grew even darker. I want to investigate this matter. He'll take full responsibility. How about that? At this moment, Nan Zhou asked. Nick paused slightly, then nodded. All right, just be careful. Nan Zhou nodded and turned to leave. I want to go too, said Hill, who had been silent until now. I also want to investigate. Nick glanced at Hill, then at Nan Zhou, and nodded again. That's fine, you can go too. Having two of you will provide some cover. Upon hearing this, Hill quickly followed Nan Zhou's pace, leaving with him. What are your thoughts on this matter? Hill caught up with Nan Zhou, walking alongside him. So far there have been no surprise attacks, but it's only a matter of time. Nan Zhou's tone was somewhat somber. At this moment, it was the first exchange between Nan Zhou and Hill since the last time Hill had a temper tantrum. There were no apologies, no explanations. Everything seemed so ordinary. Where are we headed now? Hill asked again. To S-H-I-E-L-D. The two arrived at S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, and with his level 10 agent status, Nan Zhou successfully entered the surveillance room. He pulled up all the surveillance footage from the time Peggy entered S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters and began to play it. Peggy's total time from entering S-H-I-E-L-D to fainting outside was only 2 hours, so the two quickly finished watching all the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, there were no clues. Nan Zhou sat in the surveillance room frowning. The surveillance in S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters had no blind spots, so there was no chance of an attack occurring in a blind area. Moreover, Peggy had not exhibited any discomfort or strange behavior within S-H-I-E-L-D. She simply collapsed outside the entrance as if she had been shut down. The lack of leads was driving Nan Zhou crazy. This was the first time he felt so lost. Noticing Nan Zhou's agitation, Hill approached him. Trust me, we will find something. Nan Zhou nodded slightly and continued to observe the surveillance a second time. The result was naturally the same as the last time, yielding no results. Somewhat disheartened, Nan Zhou left S-H-I-E-L-D. It seemed the incident did not occur within S-H-I-E-L-D, leaving only one possibility. The incident occurred outside S-H-I-E-L-D, but searching for clues was like finding a needle in a haystack. The event could have happened on Peggy's way to S-H-I-E-L-D, or potentially the day before, or even 2 days prior. The possibilities were too high, and the surveillance was not as comprehensively covered as S-H-I-E-L-D without any blind spots. The perpetrator might have poisoned her or performed some other action in a monitored blind area, then escaped. For Nan Zhou, even if he developed 90 of his brain investigating the culprit and the assailant under such conditions would not. At this point, Nan Zhou and Hill had already left S-H-I-E-L-D. Since there were no clues to be found there, it was unnecessary to linger any longer. Nan Zhou stood on the sidewalk, contemplating the next course of action. Suddenly someone bumped into him. The person who bumped into him was an old man dressed somewhat shabby, looking like a homeless person. The collision with Nan Zhou seemed to be an attempt at a scam. However, the old man stood up by himself, dusted off his clothes, and smiled at Nan Zhou. Young man, you seem troubled. I can help you with that. The old man's words made Nan Zhou feel somewhat amused. If Nan Zhou couldn't resolve the issue, how could this old man possibly help? The old man naturally noticed the disdain in Nan Zhou's eyes. However, he was not angry, still wearing that smile, looking at Nan Zhou as if he were a lunatic. Some things you see are not necessarily man-made. They may also be predestined by heaven. The old man shook his head while saying some vague words, eventually walking ahead of Nan Zhou. As he walked, he continued to speak of fate, looking very much like a fortune teller. Beside him, Hill naturally did not understand, as she thought this old man was just a lunatic babbling nonsense. She turned to look at Nan Zhou, only to find him wearing a serious expression, taken aback. Could it be that Nan Zhou actually believed what the old man said? Hill might not understand the old man's words, but Nan Zhou did. He took the phrase predestined by heaven seriously, gazing up at the sky, recalling that dream and the sudden surge of power from the abomination. The one who made the abomination stronger would certainly not rest easy. He would continue to obstruct Nan Zhou. Was the old man's mention of fate related to that person? To seek revenge, or to eliminate him, starting with the people around him? Thinking of this, Nan Zhou suddenly glanced towards the direction of the old man, who had just turned into a side street. Without thinking much, Nan Zhou stepped forward to chase after him. However, upon reaching the corner, the old man had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace, as if he had never existed. At this moment, Hill also caught up, looking at Nan Zhou with confusion. It seemed that Nan Zhou truly believed the words of that Do you believe what the old man said? Hill asked. That old man is clearly talking nonsense, you don't need to. Before Hill could finish her sentence, Nan Zhou raised his hand to interrupt her. You may not understand what he said, but I do, and that is enough. Hill looked at Nan Zhou, who was now quite serious, feeling quite speechless. However, she also noticed the seriousness on Nan Zhou's face, realizing he was not joking. At this moment, Nan Zhou turned to Hill and slowly said, Let me handle the upcoming matters by myself. You don't need— What? Hill couldn't believe her ears, looking at Nan Zhou in disbelief. She didn't understand why Nan Zhou wanted to push her. The upcoming matters are too dangerous, so you should not participate. Nan Zhou spoke again. This made Hill quite displeased, as she couldn't understand why Nan Zhou would say such a thing. She had participated in many dangerous missions, each with a risk of losing her head, but she had managed to get through them all. Although she might not be as powerful as Nan Zhou, she had certainly gone through many trials. Nan Zhou's words made her feel belittled, leaving her feeling quite unhappy. I know you might not like hearing this, but this matter truly can only be handled by me. Nan Zhou sensed Hill's displeasure. This made Hill roll her eyes at Nan Zhou again. Only you can do it. Yes, only you can do it. Nan Zhou's explanation only made Hill more displeased. You are a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. while I am just a minor character. So you can do it, you can accomplish anything while I can't do anything at all. Hill said, scoffing coldly, then turned to leave. Watching Hill's departing figure, Nan Zhou let out a helpless sigh. Ever since he became a level 10 agent, there had been a rift between him and Hill. He knew that Hill wanted recognition, especially him. However, this matter was truly beyond Hill's capacity to participate, especially since it involved confronting a god. They had already reached an understanding, but this incident drove them apart again. But this wasn't a significant problem. There would be opportunities to explain later. The current issue was how to bring Peggy back from— Nan Zhou needed someone who understood the gods and had spoken with them, someone still on Earth. He had yet to encounter any— The one who spoke to him in the guise of the abomination was not the true form. Therefore, he needed to find someone who had contact with the divine. With this thought, Nan Zhou's eyes brightened. He had found a candidate. The Ancient One from Kamartaj. This powerful sorcerer who had spoken with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension seemed to have some means. Although Dormammu was not a good entity, he could still be considered a god. Let's head to Kamartaj now. After setting a goal, Nan Zhou immediately set off towards Kamartaj. As for how to get there, Nan Zhou wouldn't take a normal flight. Washington is not close to Kamartaj, and there aren't even direct flights. Traveling from Washington to Kamartaj would take— But Nan Zhou had his own methods. 177A, Bleecker Street, New York, outside the sanctum. Nan Zhou, wearing a hoodie and a mask, stood outside the sanctum. He looked at this seemingly ordinary building and smiled slightly. Why fly directly to Kamartaj when he could easily head there from the sanctum in New York? Nan Zhou admired the New York sanctum, which was draped in a veil of mystery, and then pushed open the door to enter the sanctum. Inside, all was quiet. Nan Zhou looked around curiously, like a curious child, since this was his first time at this place. Naturally, he was quite intrigued. At this moment, a black man came down the stairs in front of Nan Zhou. Who are you? The man asked, looking at Nan Zhou, who was— Me. I'm just here to take a look, just to take a look. Nan Zhou didn't even glance at the man, continuing to observe his surroundings. At this time, a glass case caught Nan Zhou's attention, inside of which lay an exquisitely crafted sword, piquing his interest. He slowly approached the glass case, reaching out to touch it. Suddenly, the man appeared in front of Nan Zhou, gripping his arm with a— Sir, you cannot touch that. There was a hint of menace in his tone. Sir, no matter where you come from or your purpose here, I hope you leave. Looking at the man's sullen face, Nan Zhou chuckled a few times before withdrawing his hand. Why be so tense? I'm not malicious. I do have matters to discuss. With that, Nan Zhou's tone turned quite serious. I wish to see the Ancient One. Nan Zhou's words startled the man, who quickly took 3 steps back. Who are you? Since this person could say such things, it indicated that he was already aware of the presence of Nan Zhou and his fellow mages. Who I am is not important. I just want to meet Gu. It's as simple as that. Isn't this the New York sanctum? You can take me directly to Kamartaj. Oh, just send me there. Nan Zhou's words naturally did not let the man relax. Instead, they made him more vigilant. He saw the man already casting a magic circle, and in his eyes, Nan Zhou was up to no good. So are you planning to make a move? Nan Zhou smiled at the orange magic circle still sparking with embers. To be fair, this magic circle looked really cool. If he met Gui later, he could also learn this magic circle from her. Although the damage was not high for Nan Zhou, as long as it looked cool, that was enough. Don't make a move. At that moment, a woman's voice came from where the man had been standing. Suddenly, a bald head appeared. Nan Zhou didn't even need to guess. He knew this was Gui. Upon seeing Gui, the man quickly retracted his magic circle and slightly bowed to her. Master. Gui waved her hand and approached Nan Zhou. I heard you wanted to see me. Shall we find a place to talk in detail? With a slight smile, Gui expressed her goodwill towards Nan Zhou. He nodded slightly and followed Gui into a private room in the sanctum. You knew I was coming, so you came directly from Kamartaj. After entering the room, Nan Zhou sat down on a chair, appearing quite— Sort of. I noticed you when you were fighting that big guy who I was watching from the sidelines. Gui sat down across from Nan Zhou, her expression calm. So what is it that you want to discuss with me? Gui did not want to know why Nan Zhou was aware of her existence, or even that he knew about Kamartaj and the sanctum's connection to it. After all, someone who had contact with such a high-level deity would surely know some secrets. I came to seek your help. Nan Zhou took off his hood, fully revealing his mask. You've also seen a deity, and I want to ask you for a favor. Hearing this, Gui's brow furrowed slightly. What did this person mean by having seen a deity? It made her feel a hint of unease. She shook her head and said, What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Gui's words made Nan Zhou somewhat amused. You don't need to pretend to be confused. Do I know you draw energy from the Dark Dimension and have met Dormammu, which is why I came to find you. Nan Zhou's words struck Gui like a heavy blow. She suddenly stood up, her calm demeanor replaced by disbelief and vigilance. Her entry into the Dark Dimension was her deepest secret, known to no one. She kept it very tightly guarded. How could this person know such things? What on earth is this person? Seeing Gui react so strongly, Nan Zhou quickly waved his hand. Don't be so tense, I won't let this matter leak. Besides, I have no opinion on you drawing power from the dark dimension. I just came to you because you have experience meeting deities. However, Nan Zhou's words still failed to ease Gui's vigilance. Who exactly are you and how do you know all this? Gui remained quite wary. Her greatest secret had been casually revealed by him, and naturally her heart could not be calm. I know a lot of things. This is just one insignificant detail. I also know that Stephen Strange is still working as a surgeon. As soon as he said this, Gui became even more unsettled. She occasionally used the time stone to glimpse into the future and had noticed this surgeon seeing his future. Clearly this person was not casually mentioning Strange. He knew about her entry into the dark dimension and that she was using the time stone to observe the future. This person was too terrifying. Was he observing her? After talking with Nan Zhou, Gui felt as if she were completely naked before him with no secrets to hide. So, I know many things, and you don't need to be so tense. I have no malice towards you, I merely want to ask for your help. Although Gui couldn't see Nan Zhou's face, his sincere tone gradually caused her to sit back down. Though her vigilance had not dissipated, she was willing to listen to what Nan Zhou had to say. Then please tell me what it is that requires my help. Seeing Gui calm down, Nan Zhou felt a surge of joy in his heart. It's actually quite simple. There's someone very important to me who has always had healthy checkups, but recently she suddenly collapsed and is currently in the hospital's ICU. Nan Zhou then recounted Peggy's situation and his deductions. Gui fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long pause, what you're implying is that the person who is most important to you has been cursed by the deity who wants to eradicate you, and now she is in imminent danger, and you sought me out because I have encountered deities in the past hoping to find a solution. Gui roughly summarized Nan Zhou's story while Nan Zhou nodded vigorously. Yes. Gui stroked her chin, occasionally glancing at Nan Zhou, clearly hesitant. Nan Zhou's presence was a potential threat to her. Because he knew her secret, but looking at Nan Zhou it seemed like he really wouldn't do anything harmful to her. I can help you, but I may not necessarily be able to assist. I can go and see the situation. Gui then spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou stood up. Really? Thank you so much. However, I have one condition. Before Nan Zhou could finish, Gui spoke again. I want to know what you look like and your name. If you can't do that, then there's nothing to discuss. After she said this, Nan Zhou was visibly taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. Then, if I tell you my true identity, can you keep it a secret? Without hesitation, Gui nodded. Of course I can. She didn't need anyone else to know the true identity of the person before her. It was enough for her to know it herself. Hearing this, Nan Zhou quickly removed his mask, revealing his true face. Then this will be easy. My name is Nan Zhou, I am 20 years old, and I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at how readily Nan Zhou introduced himself, Gui was also taken aback. His youthful appearance surprised Gui. What surprised her even more was how straightforwardly Nan Zhou was being. He knew who he could reveal his true appearance to, and who he couldn't. Clearly Gui was someone he could show his true self to. He trusted that she wouldn't disclose his true identity. Moreover, he believed that if he disclosed his true identity to Gui, their future cooperation might proceed much more smooth. That was why Nan Zhou was so forthcoming. That momentary surprise was merely him weighing the pros and cons. Washington, outside Peggy's ICU room. Gui and Nan Zhou stood there watching the ailing Peggy. Gui was dressed in casual clothes, not wearing her mage robes. After all, the mage robes appeared quite out of place in this modern technological society. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary attention, she opted for casual attire when she came outside the hospital room. Is this the person you mentioned? Peggy Carter, Gui asked. Nan Zhou nodded. She is like my grandmother, and she is also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Gui was slightly taken aback. She did not expect that the person in the hospital room was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. She had heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s great reputation. Whether in World War II or other conflicts, the organization played an essential role behind the scenes. Moreover, they currently possessed the Space Stone among the Infinity Stones. However, they still did not know how to use it. You say she is like your grandmother, so I assume you were trained by her. Gui asked again. Nan Zhou nodded slightly. More or less. Looking at Nan Zhou, Gui could sense that Peggy on the hospital bed was indeed very important to him. There's no time to waste, let's go in first. As she spoke, Gui grabbed Nan Zhou's hand, urging him to hold onto her arm, then closed her eyes, and her whole being fell into a trance. Immediately afterward, it was as if a hole had opened in space, and Gui's head poked out from that hole. It's quite strange for two living people to enter an ICU room where non-medical personnel are not allowed, so I entered in a spiritual form. Don't worry, others cannot see me. Only you can see me, so just bear with it, and stay outside. Nan Zhou chuckled helplessly, and then placed Gui's body on the chair behind him. He assumed a posture as if asleep, and then returned to where he had been standing. He had anticipated that Gui would do this. After all, the area was heavily monitored, and there were many people coming and going. To avoid suspicion and unnecessary trouble, allowing Gui to enter in spiritual form was a rather good solution. At this moment, Gui had already arrived beside Peggy, carefully observing her condition. Gui reached out to lift Peggy's eyelid and noticed that Peggy's pupils had turned green, causing her brow to furrow slightly. But suddenly Gui felt a sharp pain and swiftly withdrew her hand. She discovered that a wisp of black smoke had appeared. She discovered that a wisp of black smoke had appeared on her hand, burning her spiritual form. Gu-E was startled by this situation and quickly used magic to expel the wisp of black smoke. Subsequently, her expression darkened even further. The substance inside Peggy that could corrode and hurt her spiritual form was certainly not simple. Gu-E then sat down on a nearby swivel chair, stroking her chin while gazing at Peggy. Time passed second by second as she remained in that state, as if contemplating something. Half an hour later, Gu-E finally stood up and returned to her physical body. As her physical body awakened, Nan Zhou looked in her direction. "How is it?" But Gu-E's expression was exceedingly grim as she approached Nan Zhou and whispered, "Let's go outside. It's not convenient here." Seeing Gu-E's expression, Nan Zhou's demeanor also turned serious. It seemed this matter was not simple. Following Gu-E, they exited the hospital and entered a nearby cafe. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they sat in a secluded corner. "Peggy's condition is quite serious. I may be powerful." Gu-E's expression was notably bleak. This was the first time in many years she encountered something she felt helpless about. "What do you mean? Can you explain further?" Nan Zhou asked at this moment. Gu-E sighed deeply. Peggy's heart is entangled with some kind of aura. To save her, that aura around her heart must be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou thought of the black smoke that caused Gu-E to feel pain. "Is it that black smoke?" he asked again. Gu-E nodded this time. "That black aura is terrifying. If I forcibly break through, not only will I be corroded to death by the black aura, but Peggy might also die completely due to the immense fluctuations." Currently, Peggy is still alive only because the black aura has not genuinely attacked her heart. It is slowly corroding her. In less than 2 weeks, she will definitely stop breathing due to the black aura's corruption. Though very reluctant, Gu-E still stated this despairing fact. Gu-E initially thought Nan Zhou would be deeply disappointed and frustrated, but the situation was quite the opposite. Nan Zhou's face was marked by calmness as he was not defeated by this despairing truth. He was now contemplating other strategies. It was expected that Gu-E could not solve the problem. After all, no matter how powerful Gu-E was, she was not a deity in her current state. Thus it was very likely that she could not resolve the issue. Clearly this possibility had become a reality. However, this did not mean Gu-E was without any usefulness. She could still assist in another regard. A bold idea began to form in Nan Zhou's mind. "There is another way." He lifted his head to look at Gu-E, then slowly spoke. "We can go to the dark dimension to find Dormammu." Upon hearing this, Gu-E nearly stood up in shock. "What did you say? You want to find Dormammu?" Seeing Nan Zhou's determined gaze, Gu-E realized he was not joking. But this idea was utterly insane. "That's right, I want to find Dormammu and have him use the magic of the dark dimension to counter that black aura, extending Peggy's life with the magic of the dark dimension." "Are you crazy?" Gu-E could hardly believe Nan Zhou's statement. Did he come up with such a plan while remaining so calm? Even though she did not support it, Gu-E was well aware that this seemed to be the only solution available. "But even if we use the power of the dark dimension, she won't be able to live for long. Dark magic will also corrode her body just at a slower rate than that black aura." As Gu-E finished speaking, Nan Zhou waved his hand. "These problems are not issues. I know how long Peggy is left to live. What I need to do is ensure that Peggy lives until her natural lifespan ends, even if it relies on the power of dark magic. That's fine by me." The determination in Nan Zhou's eyes made Gu-E swallow hard. This kid was indeed quite ruthless. But how can this not be a calamity in Peggy's fate? Gu-E voiced her doubts. Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about this. I have my own methods to know her." Seeing Nan Zhou say this, Gu-E did not press further. She understood that Nan Zhou was a remarkable person. He seemed to know a lot of things, so she would not find it strange for him to understand these matters. "But the dark dimension is very dangerous and terrifying. We need to bring Peggy's spiritual form into the dark dimension. If Peggy's spiritual form disappears in the dark dimension, then Peggy will truly be gone." Nan Zhou nodded upon hearing Gu-E's words. "I know, so I still need the time stone." "Huh." Gu-E was complete. This kid even had his eyes set on the time stone. "As long as we have the time stone and make sufficient preparations, even if Dormammu is terrifying, he won't be able to do anything to us. Even if he doesn't want to help us, he will have to compromise for his own safety." As he spoke, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Nan Zhou's mouth. He had already envisioned the scene of Dormammu going crazy due to Nan Zhou's antics with the time stone. Looking at the confident Nan Zhou, Gu-E sighed deeply. She had underestimated him. This kid's madness was beyond her. "Sigh, since you believe you can do it, I will help you. Consider it compensation for not solving the problem earlier." Gu-E ultimately, though Nan Zhou's idea was extremely crazy, it had a certain feasibility. This piqued Gu-E's curiosity, so she chose to assist Nan Zhou, even bringing out her own time stone. "There's no time to waste, we'll start tonight." Gu-E stood up at this moment and walked towards the cafe exit. She needed to return to Kamartaj to retrieve the time stone, and then return to the hospital to take Peggy's spiritual form. As Nan Zhou watched Gu-E's departing figure, he smiled slightly. Of course, this smile was for the poor, unsuspecting Dormammu. Poor Dormammu, he was about to experience this time loop that would drive him insane earlier than expected. "Are you ready?" Strange and Nan Zhou stood in a secluded corner of a New York park. Strange still bore Peggy's spirit on her back, the time stone glowing faintly at her chest. Upon hearing Strange's words, Nan Zhou immediately nodded. "I'm ready." Seeing his nod, Strange extended her hand. "This descent into the dark dimension is perilous. You must safeguard yourself above all else." With that, she swept her arm across the air, and before them space tore open with a jagged rift, unleashing a torrent of raw churning energy. Strange swiftly shielded Peggy's spirit behind her, cast one last glance at Nan Zhou, and stepped forward without hesitation. Nan Zhou followed closely behind, vanishing into the abyssal void. Though he had witnessed the dark dimension on screen, standing within it now, immersed, visceral, overwhelming, left him deeply stirred. How to describe it? Gazing upon the indescribable vistas swirling around him, Nan Zhou felt everything was profoundly avant-garde. Strange turned back, watching Nan Zhou, wide-eyed and wonder-struck, her lips curling into the faintest knowings. Though Nan Zhou had long projected an aura of omniscience, at last there existed something beyond his grasp, something that genuinely intrigued him. So this is what the dark dimension truly looks like, Nan Zhou murmured, awestruck. It bears little resemblance to what I'd seen before. He quickened his pace to catch up with Strange. How long until we reach Dormammu? He asked. A short walk will suffice. As she spoke, Strange wove the time stone's resonance onto her own forearm, and then onto both Peggy's spectral form and Nan Zhou's arm. This is done precisely as you instructed. The technique, imbuing limbs with the time stone's temporal resonance, was one Nan Zhou had replicated from observation. Strange too grasped its underlying principle. Yet she remained uncertain whether Dormammu would truly be ensnared in an endless time loop by this power. Still seeing Nan Zhou's unwavering confidence, she accepted the method as viable. Rest assured, this will be an eternity Dormammu shall never forget. No sooner had Nan Zhou spoken than the entire dark dimension convulsed violently. Then a colossal visage materialized before Nan Zhou and Strange. Who are you, and why dare you trespass here? Dormammu slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. His gaze lingered on Strange, and for a fleeting moment surprise flickered across his ancient countenance. So, you return once more. His voice, deep and resonant, addressed only Strange. Strange and Dormammu were bound by an ancient pact. Without it she could never have endured so long. This visit concerns other matters though. Yes, I have come for you. Strange held no fondness for this being who perennially threatened Earth, but she spoke nonetheless. At that moment Nan Zhou stepped forward, meeting Dormammu's gaze with a serene, enigmatic smile. Greetings, Dormammu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Darkseid. I propose a transaction. Nan Zhou's self-introduction left Strange perplexed. She had never heard that name, nor understood its weight. Equally bewildered was Dormammu himself. What baffled him most was Nan Zhou's audacity. His very presence defied cosmic hierarchy. In Dormammu's view, a single thought would reduce him to ash. Dormammu offered no reply, only willed his intent. Instantly the ground erupted with countless obsidian spikes hurtling toward Nan Zhou. Strange, witnessing Dormammu's immediate assault, instantly erected a protective arcane lattice. Yet she felt no fear for Nan Zhou. After all, Nan Zhou bore the time stone's resonance. He could die and yet rise again. But Dormammu's spikes shattered upon impact, failing utterly to pierce Nan Zhou's flesh. Dormammu recoiled, astonished. This mortal's physical resilience surpassed all precedent. Even Strange, she had witnessed Nan Zhou subdue the abomination, his strength and durability undeniable. Yet she had never imagined he could withstand Dormammu's wrath. Clearly Strange had underestimated him, and rightly so. A being privy to such profound secrets would inevitably wield hidden reserves, far from ordinary, far from predictable. Oh dear. Nan Zhou shook out his hands, his garments once again torn, fluttered in tattered ribbons. Only now did Stark's name surface in his thoughts. Why rush to violence? I merely wish to discuss cooperation. He glanced back at Strange. Before we leave, remind me to ask Stark for armor that won't shred itself. Turning once more to Dormammu, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. You've displeased me, and now, I am quite cross. He raised his hand, and unleashed his atomic breath at full unbridled intensity. Against the abomination he had restrained its power, to maintain mental control over his foe. Now restraint was obsolete. Dormammu's titanic form was nothing less than a perfect immobile target. A blinding azure beam erupted from Nan Zhou's palm. Pure, incandescent, unstoppable, hurtling straight toward Dormammu. Dormammu's vast face offered no avenue of evasion. The beam struck true, and for the first time in eons he felt searing pain. His roar erupting not as fury, but as raw, involuntary agony. Strange's eyes widened. This was only the second time she had witnessed Nan Zhou wield this ability. She had not imagined its force could rival divine might. That it could wound Dormammu, truly wound him, stunned her beyond measure. Consider this retribution for your breach of honor. Nan Zhou casually shook his hand. Smoke curled from his fingertips, scorched by the sheer output of his power. What manner of force is this? Dormammu bellowed, voice trembling with outrage. This power defies the cosmic laws. It lies beyond creation itself. Who, or what, are you? His cry pierced Strange's mind like lightning, awakening a long-dormant suspicion. In that instant clarity struck Strange. Nan Zhou's energy bore no signature of the cosmic laws, not even a whisper of their resonance. Strange, Dormammu, all gods, even the Infinity Stones, drew their power from the cosmic laws, the bedrock of reality itself. Magic's superhuman abilities, all required the foundation of those laws. But Nan Zhou's power carried no such imprint. No echo, no alignment, no tether. Thus Nan Zhou did not belong to this universe, nor to any multiverse known or conceivable. Hearing Dormammu's words, Nan Zhou too began to comprehend. The Marvel Universe's powers were woven into its own cosmic laws. His own strength stemmed from the Monsterverse, a realm governed by entirely different fundamental principles. Hence beings like Dormammu sensed the dissonance instantly, its foreign origin unmistakable. If so, then every god, every cosmic entity he encountered henceforth would recognize him, not as an anomaly, but as an intruder. Who exactly are you? The eyes of Dormammu were filled with anger and confusion, even tinged with a hint of vigilance. This man wielding power unenhanced by cosmic laws was utterly inscrutable to Dormammu. Unable to see through it, he felt a twinge of fear. Whether divine or human, there exists a caution towards the unknown. Currently Dormammu regarded Nan Zhou in this very light. Why are you all asking this? Nan Zhou was at a loss, having been questioned about his identity for what felt like the umpteenth time. This is a very serious question. At this moment, even Ancient One spoke up, indicating a stance in favor of Dormammu. The power you possess originates from an unknown realm. Neither I nor Dormammu have ever sensed such strength. To us you are indeed an outsider, and we must ascertain your identity. Although Ancient One and Dormammu typically stood on opposite sides, their views aligned surprisingly on this matter. It must be understood that even the highest-ranking deities of the universe can only traverse the multiverse, and even within that the manifestation of power is grounded in cosmic laws. Yet Nan Zhou's strength did not stem from cosmic laws, a feat even the highest deities could not accomplish. Thus Dormammu and Ancient One were eager to uncover Nan Zhou's origins. Observing the seriousness in their gazes, Nan Zhou let out a long sigh of resignation and extended his hand in a gesture of compromise. Clearly the fundamental difference rendered him unable to deceive them. With that thought, Nan Zhou raised his head to look at Dormammu. How about we strike a deal? He gestured towards the spirit of Peggy that Ancient One was carrying. I will tell you my origins if you can heal her. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Dormammu finally shifted his attention to Peggy's spirit. Staring at Peggy's spirit, Dormammu was silent for a long moment. After a while he voiced his confusion. This power is surprisingly potent. A flicker of disbelief appeared in Dormammu's eyes. The force entwined around Peggy's heart was something even he could not. Clearly the master of this power surpassed him in strength. But how many could truly be stronger than him? He was the king of chaos, the lord of darkness, a formidable existence wielding dominion over the realm of shadows. He could be considered among the most powerful entities in the entire universe. Yet the power entwined around Peggy's heart, the entity she has provoked, may be of significant consequence. Dormammu spoke. I cannot dispel the force within her body. I can only use dark magic to sustain her life. That will suffice. Just maintain life, it doesn't need to be for long. 2 or 3 years will be enough. Nan Zhou's words left Ancient One momentarily stunned, looking at him in disbelief. This most important person in his eyes only needed a 2 or 3 year extension of life. Why not prolong it a bit more? Ancient One asked, voicing his confusion. However, Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly and did not respond. Dormammu, unlike Ancient One, had no such doubts. He opened his mouth and a purple orb of light floated out, subsequently entering Peggy's spirit. As soon as the orb merged with Peggy, she coughed a few times, indicating that it was indeed effective. Alright, I have resolved your issue. Now, as part of our deal, tell me your identity. Dormammu's expression instantly turned serious. Don't think about leaving here. I have many ways to confine you here, and moreover your companion is very concerned about this matter as well. The companion he referred to was of course Ancient One, who was equally invested in discovering Nan Zhou's true identity. Nan Zhou looked around, realizing that if he didn't speak up it would likely not be easy to leave this place. However, it was indeed an eye-opening experience. It was quite rare for Ancient One to be on the same side as Dormammu. Alright, I am still a man of my word. Nan Zhou, however, you must have patience, this is a very long story. With Nan Zhou's preamble, a tale woven by him began. After a considerable amount of time, Nan Zhou wrapped up the entire story and looked at Dormammu and Ancient One. At this moment their expressions were surprisingly in agreement, both filled with disbelief. So your universe is quite similar to ours, and you are a traveler, correct? Ancient One asked. Nan Zhou nodded. You summarized it very succinctly. In my story I portrayed myself as the true Darkseid, the only existing Darkseid across the multiverse, and fabricated a tale of defeat and traversal. This is why he bore the title of the Dark Lord Darkseid. And Nan Zhou was his name in this world, thus he had 2 names, Nan Zhou and Darkseid. Of course this was purely idle banter, with each word containing a grain of truth. Yet through Nan Zhou's abilities he managed to convince Ancient One and Dormammu. At least for now it appeared that they truly believed him. I can't believe such things actually exist. The well-versed Dormammu was equally astonished. For those at the pinnacle of universal power, it was difficult to fathom that such occurrences could indeed exist. Those deities unique to the multiverse still questioned whether there were other universes beyond their own. However, this doubt could now be dispelled, for Nan Zhou was a living example. There exists other universes beyond the current. However, I hope you refrain from publicizing this too widely. At this moment, Nan Zhou spoke, his gaze directed at Dormammu. Ancient One was indifferent, believing he wouldn't be the type to spread such information. But Dormammu was another matter altogether. As the king of the Dark Realm, a major antagonist, Nan Zhou couldn't guarantee that Dormammu wouldn't divulge this matter. Sensing Nan Zhou's distrust, Dormammu couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, do you know? If your existence were to be known by other deities, the universe would descend into chaos. And that is precisely what I wish to witness. The universe in turmoil, for that would be my time to shine. If you want me to keep the secret, that would be another transaction, and I certainly don't wish to engage in that. As Dormammu's words fell, the surroundings of Nan Zhou and Ancient One began to shift dramatically. In just 3 seconds they found themselves back at the place they had entered, the Dark Realm. Dormammu had expelled them from the Dark Realm. This person truly is. Southboat looked at the scenery around him and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After all, he is the king of darkness. Why does his style of doing things look like this? At this moment Gu looked at Southboat with a complicated expression. In Southboat's story, he is the Dark Lord, a dictator. Can someone like him really make the Earth safe? Although he doesn't look like a bad person, now what about when he is in his own universe? Would he resemble Dormammu? Countless thoughts rushed into Gu-Yi's mind, and she no longer believed in Southboat. Southboat naturally sensed Gu-Yi's unusualness and understood what she was thinking. He had shaped himself into a great villain, and Gu-Yi had to guard against him for the sake of Earth's safety. This person who for the sake of protecting the Earth seeks a successor, and is even willing to trade with Dormammu to use dark magic. Gu-Yi's love for the Earth is undeniable. Since everything is settled, let's head back, shall we? Southboat turned around, hands behind his back, and walked outside. Gu-Yi hesitated for a moment as she watched Southboat's back, then followed. Will you pose a threat to the Earth? Halfway, Gu-Yi asked. This was precisely her greatest concern, and now she asked it without reservation. Upon hearing this question, Southboat stroked his chin. I probably won't, after all, I've been here for 20 years. Although I have lived for so many years, I still have some feelings for this place. Southboat's words were essentially an act maintaining the identity he had crafted for himself. After all, he is now the villain. If Gu-Yi detects anything amiss, his fabricated story would be over. Seeing Southboat say this, Gu-Yi was certainly not at ease. However, she did not press further. Instead, she made a firm decision. Now she was still uncertain if Southboat would pose a threat to the Earth. Although he seemed quite friendly, Gu-Yi would not let her guard down. Therefore, she planned to monitor Southboat, to keep an eye on his every move, and even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. If you want to monitor me, I advise you not to do that. Although Gu-Yi did not voice her thoughts, they were all written on her face. Naturally, Southboat saw through her intentions at a glance. Gu-Yi was somewhat surprised that her thoughts were so easily seen through by Southboat. Then Southboat's laughter came. You've lived for several hundred years. You should understand that emotions shouldn't show on one's face. Seeing that Southboat was mocking her, Gu-Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. I don't like the feeling of being monitored, so please refrain from doing so. I would hate to injure you, which would ruin our relationship. Moreover, at least for now, I have no interest in the Earth. Until you find a successor, I will not act against the Earth. Forming a friendship with someone as powerful as Gu-Yi would only be beneficial for Southboat, so he did not wish to sour relations. Of course, if Gu-Yi were to bring trouble upon herself, she would have no one to blame but Southboat. To maintain their relationship at a friendship level, Southboat chose to persuade her, laced with a hint of threat. Although Southboat was uncertain who was stronger at this moment, himself or Gu-Yi, he still revealed the threat to fit his crafted villain persona. Upon hearing Southboat's words, Gu-Yi shook her head. Since you say so, I hope you keep your word. What Gu-Yi meant by keeping one's word was that Southboat would not act against the Earth before finding a successor. Southboat smiled upon hearing this. Although I am not a good person in my original universe, I still keep my promises. Washington, in the hospital where Peggy is located. Peggy's physical characteristics began to recover after Dormammu infused that purple orb of dark magic into her spiritual body. When Gu-Yi placed Peggy's spiritual body into her physical body, she slowly opened her eyes. The dark magic ultimately took effect. Peggy's awakening surprised the doctors in the hospital. Just 5 minutes before Peggy woke up, they had checked her and found no sign. But after the arrival of Southboat and Gu-Yi, Peggy awakened. Everyone was marveling at the miracle. I have finished my task, I must leave now. Looking at Southboat, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, Gu-Yi turned and prepared to leave. How about we grab a meal before you? Gu-Yi merely shook her head. I prefer to eat at Kamartaj. If you want to find me in the future, come to the New York Sanctum. I will notify the Guardians there to give you the green light. Speaking of which, Gu-Yi suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Southboat. Don't forget to ask Stark for clothes. Gu-Yi's words caused Southboat to be stunned, as he had forgotten again. I won't forget this time. Southboat smiled slightly, watching Gu-Yi disappear around the corner of the corridor. Was she the one you brought to help? Just as Gu-Yi left, a voice came from behind Southboat. He turned around to find Hill standing. Hill's gaze was now fixed on Peggy. The recently awakened Peggy was still undergoing various examinations by the doctors. After you and that person arrived, she awakened. I feel this is not a coincidence. As Hill spoke, she turned to look at Southboat, her eyes filled with inquiry. You succeeded, didn't you? For some reason, Hill felt a bit down, her face full of disappointment. She remembered questioning Southboat earlier, even thinking he was overly confident and dismissive of her. But now it seemed that she truly lacked the strength, and many things Southboat could achieve she could not. She could see the growing gap between herself and Southboat, which felt like an insurmountable chasm. Thinking of this, she naturally felt a sense of inferiority. Seeing Hill like this, Southboat sighed deeply. He approached Hill. Maria. Southboat called Hill's name, but she turned her face away, unsure of how to confront him. How about we go out for a meal this weekend? Southboat spoke again, not wanting to see Hill in such a state. I think there are some misunderstandings between us that need to be resolved. I don't want our relationship to remain strained like this, so let's have a meal this weekend to clear up our misunderstandings, shall we? Peggy has been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. Although her body is still very weak, at least her life has been saved. At this moment, Nan Zhou is sitting by Peggy's window, taking care of the frail her. I seem to have had a very long dream, Peggy suddenly said, looking at the ceiling above her. I dreamed of the moment I first found you. The rain that day was particularly heavy, and there was thunder. Peggy continued talking to herself while Nan Zhou was peeling an apple beside her. He had heard this story countless times. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could recite it backwards. Since Peggy grew older, every time Nan Zhou came to see her, she would recount this story. Then she would lament how time flies, how she has aged, and how Nan Zhou has grown up in the blink of an eye. Soon Nan Zhou finished peeling an apple, cut it into pieces, and held a slice up to Peggy's lips with a toothpick. Peggy naturally took the piece and ate it. What you need to do now is to take good care of your health. Nan Zhou interrupted Peggy's story and said, do you know how many people were worried when Nick called me, and his tone was quite tense. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peggy let out a chuckle. The people who truly care about me can be counted on one hand, while many still hope I won't get through this tough spot. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy had been a person of great power, and naturally she had offended many people. Although she has retired, now many still wish for her death. Peggy no longer cared why she suddenly fainted. In her view, it simply meant those who wanted her dead were working in the shadows. However, the outcome disappointed them. Although the doctors could not explain it, she suddenly woke up. Moreover, aside from being weak, her physical condition was quite healthy. It seems that her life is not meant to end here. Peggy thought this way, but the reality was not so simple. Of course, Nan Zhou would not reveal the true situation. He was indeed worried that once Peggy learned the truth, she might suddenly faint again. After finishing the apple Nan Zhou had cut for her, Peggy's complexion also improved considerably. In the ICU, her face was pale and devoid of color, but now she looked much more spirited. Seeing Peggy like this, Nan Zhou also let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and it was Shireen who walked in. She was there to take over for Nan Zhou. Upon seeing Nan Zhou, Shireen slightly nodded. Since you are here, I will take my leave, Nan Zhou said, still having some matters to attend to. Seeing Shireen arrive, he decided to take this opportunity. Turning back, Nan Zhou looked at Peggy. Grandma, I have some things to deal with, so I may not be able to visit you in the next few days. Please take care of yourself. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peggy revealed a kind smile. Go ahead and fine, she said. In Peggy's view, as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou must have a lot to handle. But the truth is, although Nan Zhou is a level 10 agent, he is actually one of the laziest agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Nan Zhou had already stood up to leave while Shireen came to Peggy's side and held her hand tightly. The two began to converse. Several hours later at Stark's mansion, Nan Zhou entered Stark's mansion wearing his mask. Although he had been there many times and had become familiar with Stark and the others, Nan Zhou still preferred to sneak in. Avoiding all the surveillance and Jarvis scans, he successfully entered Stark's mansion. Even though there was a front door, Nan Zhou never used it. Perhaps this could be considered a kind of obsession of his. Once inside the mansion, he wasted no time pushing open the door to Stark's office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Stark passionately kissing Pepper, leaning her against the edge of the desk. Nan Zhou's sudden appearance startled them, and Pepper's face turned bright red. Hey, could you knock before entering? Stark said angrily upon seeing that it was Nan Zhou. This person never knocks. Now, he doesn't even bother to knock on the door. Seeing such a scene, Nan Zhou felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. Sorry, my mistake, but it won't happen again. While saying this, Nan Zhou made way for the blushing Pepper. So what is it that you need from me? Stark took a sip of the chlorophyll in his cup, and then said, I know about the incident in New York. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. came to me hoping I could persuade General Ross to tell me where Banner is. Speaking of this, Stark approached Nan Zhou and casually closed the door behind him. There's also something else. S.H.I.E.L.D. is investigating you and seems to want to include you in their Avengers initiative. As the first person Nick included in the Avengers initiative, Stark knows quite a bit. If you don't want them to find you, it's best to keep a low profile for a while. Nan Zhou nodded. He had known about this for a long time, as Coulson had informed him. He even knew that Natasha was investigating this. In fact, in the near future, Natasha would join Stark Industries as an assistant. I came to see you because I need your help with something. Nan Zhou sat on the nearby sofa, explaining his purpose. I want you to help me create an outfit that won't easily get damaged. Hearing Nan Zhou's request, Stark was slightly taken aback, then looked him up and down. Your clothes always get damaged during battles, and this mask makes you look quite like a creep, so you want an outfit that won't easily get. Nan Zhou nodded. Wearing just a mask and no shirt made him feel too much like a weirdo. This isn't too difficult. I can easily. For Stark, this was really not a challenging task. However, at that moment, Stark smiled, and it was clear that he had ulterior motives. If I help you, what will you give me in return? Having interacted with Nan Zhou more, Stark had learned that it's best to discuss terms up front in any deal. Just like this situation, because that's exactly how Nan Zhou operates. Hearing this, Nan Zhou let out a wry smile. He had anticipated this development. Stark would never do something for him without compensation. He would definitely require a reward, and as for what that reward would be, Nan Zhou naturally had his plans. An hour after arriving at the Stark mansion, Nan Zhou left the estate. He had struck a deal with Stark, offering a reward that Stark could not refuse. That reward was to have Nan Zhou owe him a favor. It may seem like a trivial reward, but it held significant importance for. In fact, it was a favor that was hard for anyone to refuse. For someone as powerful as Nan Zhou to owe him a favor was quite owing a favor meant that Nan Zhou would fulfill any request Stark had. Whether Stark wanted Nan Zhou to kill someone, save someone, or assist with other tasks, Nan Zhou would comply. Stark didn't need to weigh the pros and cons. The moment Nan Zhou mentioned such a reward, he agreed without a second thought. Moreover, he had Nan Zhou sketch out the costume requirements on the spot. It was a level of attentiveness that was truly commendable. Stark smiled broadly as he watched Nan Zhou leave. In this way, Stark felt as if he had outsmarted Nan Zhou, thinking he had made a great deal. He had witnessed the incredible power Nan Zhou demonstrated when facing Abomination, unleashing a force that created an artificial lake. Nan Zhou's strength was even greater than he had imagined. After Nan Zhou left, Pepper walked into Stark's office. From her expression, it was clear that she was still embarrassed about the earlier events. What did you discuss with him? Pepper inquired. Stark did not hold back and recounted the details of the transaction to Pepper. So you're going to make him an Iron Man suit? Upon hearing Stark's words, Pepper voiced her doubts. Doesn't that make you seem superficial? Nan Zhou smiled slightly. A suit of armor isn't appealing to someone of his caliber, and Iron Man armor emphasizes mobility, which is not what he needs. What he requires are 3 points: lightweight, comfortable, and durable. As he spoke, Stark pulled out Nan Zhou's design and handed it. This is what he wants. Pepper took the blueprint, glanced at it, and then returned it to Stark. Honestly, I think this outfit looks better than your Iron Man suit. At this remark, Stark, who was sipping on a green juice, choked, spraying the drink everywhere. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily, his eyes reflecting a hint of embarrassment and even a sense of defeat. After all, his Iron Man suit was a prominent product in the market. It was widely accepted and liked by the public. However, Pepper's comment instantly made Stark feel as if it was all for naught. Nan Zhou only stayed at Stark's mansion for an hour before flying back to New York. Peggy and Sharon were taking care of things, and his date with Hill was set for the weekend. During this time, he chose to return to New York to spend time with the 3 kids. By the time Nan Zhou got back to New York, it was already evening, and the sky had completely darkened. Nan Zhou decided to take the 3 children out for a treat. He drove them to a nice restaurant in New York, a place frequented by the upscale. It was the first time for the 3 kids to visit such a place, and they were quite excited, chatting and laughing in the car. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou passed by the site of his battle with Abomination. That area was still under renovation, as many people had lost their homes due to the fight between Abomination and Nan Zhou. New York had spent a considerable amount of money to provide these people with stable housing. As for the crater created by his atomic breath, it seemed it was indeed going to be filled with water to create an artificial lake. Is this where you fought that ugly monster? Lorna asked while looking at the surrounding ruins. Nan Zhou nodded to confirm. The 3 kids were aware of Nan Zhou's strength, and he had never hidden this from them. They knew that Nan Zhou possessed superpowers, that he was an agent, and that he was the one who saved Hulk during the Green Giant incident and fought against Abomination. Your battle caused many people to lose their homes. Lorna's gaze lingered on the ruins, her eyes filled with sorrow. The 3 kids had all experienced the pain of losing their homes, and seeing all this reminded them of their own past. It was inevitable to feel disheartened. It couldn't be helped, Nan Zhou said, glancing at the 3 saddened children. If I hadn't defeated that guy, more people would have lost their homes. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to cause such destruction, but that guy could recover quickly, and I could only defeat him using my ability that can eliminate him in an instant. Lorna nodded in understanding after hearing Nan Zhou's words. The battle between Nan Zhou and Abomination was streamed live, and she had seen that terrifying regenerative ability. She understood that Nan Zhou had to do it. Yet even though they understood, seeing such scenes still caused pain in their hearts. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the car, Nan Zhou decided to play some cheerful music and drove around the ruins. Before long, the 4 arrived at their destination. It was a rather upscale restaurant. Just the sign on the facade made the 3 kids. They recognized this place. A wealthy classmate often came here and shared photos from this restaurant. The 3 were eager to experience this place themselves, never expecting that today would be the day. Seeing their jaws nearly drop, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. Stop dawdling, let's go in. After Nan Zhou said this, the 3 children eagerly followed him into the restaurant. The melodious music and serene atmosphere made everything appear extraordinarily upscale, further heightening the children. However, they kept their excitement to themselves, knowing that shouting would come off as uncouth and would create trouble for Nan Zhou. Just then, a girl of similar age to Lorna and the others at a nearby square table noticed them. Isn't that the trio? The girl set down her cutlery, looking at Lorna and the others in surprise. She was the wealthy classmate. Seeing the 3 kids, the rich girl was quite astonished. To her, the trio seemed like ordinary citizens. How could they afford? Every corner of the upscale restaurant exuded nobility and luxury. Even after taking their seats, Wanda, Luana, and Pietro remained filled with curiosity about everything around them. Golden-edged cutlery and plates adorned the table, with a candlelight lamp placed at its center. Not far from where they sat, a beautiful woman was playing the violin. The 3 children glanced toward other tables and noticed that everyone was elegantly slicing their steak or sipping red wine. Such refined manners they had only ever seen on television. Witnessing it firsthand now naturally felt extraordinary. Yet to Nan Zhou, all of this elicited a hint of disdain. Although this restaurant appeared upscale, neither the menu nor the tableware truly reflected genuine refinement. It was merely an appearance of grandeur. All the seemingly noble items in the restaurant were far from authentic. Even the gold-edged cutlery that Wanda and the others fondled so eagerly was nothing more than gold dust sprinkled on. The ingredients used here hardly qualified as high-end. Anyone who had dined at truly prestigious establishments and possessed a discerning palate could easily detect the disparity in quality. Moreover, the elegantly behaved patrons were mostly just putting on a facade. The true elite society looked down upon such eateries with contempt. Pretentious decor and ostentatious displays of wealth only repelled people. Most diners here exhibited a kind of affected elegance that Nan Zhou found utterly contrived. But why did Nan Zhou still bring Wanda and the others to this restaurant? Soon the first dish arrived. A plate of pasta garnished with green leaves, but its taste was far from commendable. The robust flavor of the pasta was so overwhelming that several neighboring guests covered their noses. The reason Nan Zhou brought the 3 children here was precisely because of this pasta, one he could not refuse. Though the restaurant pretended to be upscale, it had its unique traits, such as this basil pasta before Nan Zhou. Unlike ordinary basil pasta, there's carried an inexplicable flavor. Others found the aroma unbearable, but Nan Zhou surprisingly relished it. Naturally, the 3 children also detected this difficult scent and frowned slightly. Brother Zhou, what is this? Pietro could not help but ask as he looked at the basil pasta before him. This is your brother Zhou, Nan Zhou said, taking a bite of the pasta. The unique taste surged into his mind, prompting an immediate exclamation. So delightful. Nan's outburst only deepened the annoyance of the surrounding diners. Eating pungent food was one thing, but making sounds was entirely another. At that moment, a man from the second table behind the three children stood up and approached Nan Zhou. Sir, is it not impolite to eat such strongly scented food in the dining hall? The man's arrival caused Nan Zhou to put down his fork. He also looked displeased upon seeing the pasta before Nan Zhou. Everyone here is enjoying their meal peacefully. Bringing out something so pungent. Have you not considered our feelings? Either take your meal to a private room, or please leave. Everyone here is enjoying their meal peacefully. Bringing out something so pungent. Are you the restaurant manager? Nan Zhou sized up the man and asked. Seeing Nan's dismissive expression, the man's face darkened rapidly. I am not the manager. I am merely an ordinary person maintaining the dining environment. Hearing this, Nan Zhou burst. An ordinary person maintaining the dining environment. How shameless you are to say such words. You're just seeking attention. Though the basil pasta before Nan Zhou was indeed strongly flavored, this was not his first time dining here. Those who spoke up before did so calmly, hoping he would move to a private room. While Nan Zhou found such pretentiousness somewhat insincere, it was occasionally pleasant enough. But this man was different. He seemed eager to seek the spotlight, intent on forcibly removing Nan Zhou from the scene. The man, evidently stung by Nan's remark, became enraged. I never sought attention, but you ordered this dish just to attract notice, didn't you? He reversed the accusation in an attempt to corner Nan Zhou, but naturally Nan Zhou was unfazed. My ordered dish never said it could only be eaten in a private room. My choice is reasonable. How dare you claim I seek attention? Then for those who dislike durian, does eating durian count as seeking attention? Nan Zhou deliberately wore a surprised expression and looked around at the others. Laughter broke out among the diners. The man, repeatedly rebuffed by Nan Zhou, looked increasingly embarrassed and suddenly reached out to grab him. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou caught his hand, twisted it sharply, and inflicted a searing pain that forced the man to cry out, Dad! A little girl who had been sitting with the man suddenly stood up and rushed toward them. She began slapping Nan Zhou while shouting, Let go of my dad! Let go of my dad! Her sudden appearance startled Wanda and the others. This girl was the wealthy kid from their class. Upon seeing Wanda and the others, she glared at them angrily. Their annoyance only confirmed an old adage, like father like daughter. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou once again addressed the You all saw it, he was the first to make a move. If he had calmly asked me to move to a private room, none of this would have happened, right? As he spoke, disregarding the girl still hitting him, Nan Zhou applied a slight force. What felt light to Nan Zhou was agonizingly painful to the man. Oh! The man cried out in pain. At this moment, even the restaurant manager hurried over to Nan's table. Gentlemen, please show some grace. Let's call it a day, shall we? The manager smiled, politely unwilling to lose customers over this incident. I don't mind, but this fellow here seems unwilling to accept it, Nan Zhou said as he released the man's wrist. The man grumbled as he staggered back 3 steps, his face flushed red. Just you wait, he'll make you pay. With that, he and the girl left the restaurant. Watching the man awkwardly take the girl out of the restaurant, Nan Zhou shrugged and then stood up to look around. Due to the attitude Nan Zhou displayed, the people around would immediately avert their gaze when meeting his eyes. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. I didn't expect the taste of this pasta to be so unappealing to everyone. I will switch to another private room. Nan Zhou was not an unreasonable person. He also noticed the expressions of those around him after he arrived. Raised by Peggy over the years, Peggy had always told Nan Zhou to often consider things from the other person's perspective. Thus, Nan Zhou made such a gesture. Of course, it was also for the sake of the children. He hoped to help these kids develop such a habit. Seeing that Nan Zhou was willing to go to the private room, the restaurant manager was very pleased and quickly picked up the half-eaten plate of pasta. Sir, we will prepare another plate for you. As he spoke, the manager handed the plate to a nearby waiter and personally led the 4 of them towards the private room upstairs. On the way to the private room, Nan Zhou learned that the girl who had just slapped him was actually a classmate of Wanda's. This surprised Nan Zhou. He didn't expect the city of New York to be so small. She has many admirers at school because she is always very wealthy. Whether it's a phone, a backpack, or anything else, she always has the latest models. Pietro spoke up at this moment. If she were really that rich, she wouldn't come to a place like this. Nan Zhou responded with a cold laugh upon hearing this. If that person dares to trouble you at school, don't hesitate, just call me. If it's inconvenient at school, then take it outside, understand? Nan Zhou reminded the 3 of them. The 3 kids had all been taught fighting skills by Nan Zhou, which made them considerably strong, so if someone were to bully them, they should learn to fight back. They could no longer be beaten like they were during the Ukan incident, leaving Nan Zhou to clean up after them. The 3 nodded in agreement, clearly understanding what they needed to do. They were no longer ordinary students who could be bullied at will. They had combat skills taught by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. They wouldn't bully others, nor would they allow anyone to bully them. After arriving in the private room, the manager attentively served 3 dishes before leaving. The view from this private room was excellent, as one could see the adjacent park through the window. The 3 kids naturally became curious and pressed their faces against the window to look at the scenery outside. Before long, Nan Zhou's new plate of pasta was served alongside other dishes. Upon seeing the food, the 3 kids began to eat. However, it was evident that after tasting the dishes, the expressions of the 3 kids were somewhat disappointing, as the food did not taste as good as they had imagined. At least compared to Nan Zhou's cooking, it fell short by quite a bit. During his training under Peggy, cooking was also a mandatory skill. Regardless of whether it was Western cuisine, Chinese cuisine, or Japanese cuisine, Nan Zhou had to learn it all. This was a strict requirement from Peggy, justified by the need to blend in as a chef during an assassination. Thus Nan Zhou's culinary skills were quite impressive. The dishes at this restaurant were significantly inferior in comparison. Seeing the expressions of the three kids, Nan Zhou asked. The three exchanged glances, and then slowly nodded. It's far worse than what Brother Zhou makes. This was said by Wanda. Then tomorrow I'll cook for you all. Make sure to write down what you... Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, the three kids nodded. However, they did not put down their knives and forks. Although the taste of the dishes here could not compare to Nan Zhou's, they were not inedible. The flavors could only be described as Moreover, this was the first time Nan Zhou brought them to such a restaurant, and even faced conflict with others, so they naturally wanted to give Nan Zhou some face. Seeing that the three still ate the food, Nan Zhou smiled in satisfaction. As time slowly passed, just as they were halfway through their meal, Nan Zhou inadvertently glanced outside. Their private room had a view of the restaurant's entrance. Just to the left of the entrance, several vans were parked, and the man who had confronted him earlier was getting out of one of them. He saw the man leaning against the van smoking, chatting with a burly man who had gotten out of the same vehicle. Upon seeing this scene, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. He naturally understood what this man intended to do. Saying this, Nan Zhou stood up and left the private room, heading straight downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, Nan Zhou stood up and left the private room, heading straight downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, the man outside smoking spotted him immediately. It's him. With the man's shout, 20 people poured out of the three vans, each one burly, and clearly a professional thug. I won't deal with those three little ones for now. I'll take care of you first. A smug smile passed over the man's face. Having been publicly humiliated by this brat earlier, he now intended to pay him back for the embarrassment he suffered. No matter how formidable he was facing so many people, he could only be treated like a punching bag. Looking at the burly men with their brutish faces, Nan Zhou merely smiled slightly, then pointed to a nearby alley. His meaning was clear: let's go in and talk slowly. The man was not in a hurry either, and followed Nan Zhou into the alley. However, it turned out to be a deadened alley with high black walls and 20 burly men blocking Nan Zhou in the middle. The man became even more excited upon seeing this. You brought this on yourself, now you have nowhere to escape. As he spoke, he commanded the burly men behind him to move forward and teach this young man a lesson. Nan Zhou regarded these people as mere ants. A single breath from him could turn them to dust. But he had no intention of doing so. After all, he was not a demon. Watching the leading burly man throw a punch, Nan Zhou sidestepped and then landed a punch to the man's abdomen. This man fell unconscious without even uttering a word. The others were startled, halting their steps and exchanging glances. This development was somewhat unexpected. Just one punch had taken down a burly man. At this moment, Nan Zhou provocatively beckoned to them. Stop dawdling, let's all come at me together. The cries of agony echoed through the narrow alleyway. Those burly men, seemingly strong and mighty, were unable to withstand a single punch from Nan Zhou, collapsing one by one into unconsciousness. All 20 men were reduced to foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes as they fell into unconsciousness. The man witnessing this scene couldn't help but take a step back. How could he have anticipated such a final outcome? He thought the arrival of 20 men would leave this foul brat utterly defeated, confined to a hospital bed for at least 10 days or half a month. Yet the conclusion was as it stood. Looking at the fallen giants unable to fight back and the advancing Nan Zhou, the man's legs began to tremble. I warn you. The man stammered, trembling as he shouted. Don't come near me. If you injure me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The man's words made Nan Zhou chuckle. You think I won't be able to handle it? Did you not see how I knocked down your 20 men one by one? Who gave you the courage to say such things? Was it Liang Jingru? Nan Zhou's tone dripped with sarcasm as he looked at the man who was still trying to maintain his bravado with disdain. Let me tell you, my identity is not ordinary. As the man spoke, his legs gave way and he nearly fell to the ground. I am associated with Jin Bing. You must know who Jin... Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the man's words. Seeing Nan Zhou's reaction, the man instantly gained confidence, believing that Nan Zhou was surely intimidated by Jin Bing's reputation. What? Are you scared? The man suddenly found his voice steady and his legs ceased trembling, his confidence surging. If you are wise, you should kneel and admit your mistake. Although you are strong, these 20 men are merely an appetizer. If you continue to be stubborn, you will meet a very grim fate. You should know Jin Bing's methods, and you wouldn't want to die in a disgraceful manner. With newfound bravado, the man spoke more forcefully, pointing his nose at Nan Zhou. Jin Bing was the underground king of New York, though everyone knew him. Anyone who provoked Jin Bing would face a dire end. At best, they would be left in utter poverty, or at worst, their families would be destroyed. Yet seeing the man returning to his arrogant demeanor, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I fear Jin Bing? Nan Zhou did not halt his steps, advancing towards the man with steady confidence. I'm just surprised, though I didn't expect this to be related to Jin Bing again. Seeing that Nan Zhou wasn't intimidated, the man panicked once more. I advise you to think twice. I am one of Jin Bing's people. You must understand, if you don't want those 3 kids to come to harm, you better stop. Nan Zhou halted again. Are you threatening me? He tilted his head, his expression growing serious. Are you using those 3 kids to threaten me? The man's back broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the shift in Nan Zhou's tone. A sense of foreboding rushed into his mind. It seemed he had truly angered this man. Nan Zhou was extremely furious, not because the man intended to harm him, but because he dared to threaten him using the safety of Wanda and the others. This was the thing Nan Zhou loathed most, and it was his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to use his close ones as a means of it. Anyone who dared do so would face the consequences. Nan Zhou had countless ways to leave this man's corpse in the wilderness without leaving any evidence. He could ensure that his daughter and friends would never find peace due to his actions. This was the fate of those who dared to threaten. Seeing that Nan Zhou had no intention of backing down, the man's confidence waned significantly. Those who threaten me generally do not have good ends. Nan Zhou's expression darkened as he quickened his pace. Before the man could react, he had already seized him by the collar. So what if you are one of Jin Bing's people? Even if you are Jin Bing himself, I will not let you go. The menace in Nan Zhou's words drained the color from the man's face, his legs trembling once more. And it seems you are just a minor character under Jin Bing, right? If you were to ask Jin Bing about me, he might not even remember who you are. As Nan Zhou spoke, a slight smile appeared on his lips, sending waves of fear through the man. With a sudden scream, the man turned and fled in a frenzy. But Nan Zhou would not let him leave so easily. He grabbed the man by the neck again, pulling him back, while raising his fist to ring. Once more cries of agony erupted from the dimly lit alley. Passers-by who heard the commotion hurriedly left, fearing to get involved with whatever gang was handling their business. Before long, the screams ceased, and Nan Zhou emerged from the alley, blood still on his hands, though it was not his own. Returning to the restaurant, he walked into the bathroom to wash his hands, then made his way back to his private room. Upon seeing Nan Zhou return, Wanda and the others expressed their dissatisfaction. Where did you go? It took so long. Although Nan Zhou's absence wasn't overly long, it was certainly not short. Nan Zhou revealed an awkward smile and scratched his head. I had a bit of an upset stomach and went to the bathroom before coming back. Wanda and the others exchanged glances, finally choosing to believe Nan Zhou's explanation. The four of them cleaned up the remaining dishes before leaving the restaurant. As they passed the alley, Wanda and the others felt nothing out of the ordinary. They were unaware of the horrific events that had just transpired in the dim alley. As for the man and the 20 burly men, they were eventually discovered in the alley. Those who found them called the police, and the 20 men were mostly unharmed, but the man's situation was far from optimistic. He had lost most of his teeth, had his arms and legs broken, his eye sockets swollen, his nose broken, and several ribs fractured. It could only be said that the one who beat him was extremely ruthless. However, the New York police found no leads during their all nearby surveillance footage had been deleted or tampered with, leaving no one to witness how these men had ended up in such a thus they were left with nothing, and the investigation faded away without resolution. Of course, all of this was the doing of Nan Zhou. Achieving this was quite simple for him, as he was an actual agent of SHIELD, and altering surveillance footage was no issue. The man, however, was left to pay a bitter price for his arrogance. Who is that person? Are they important to me? In the luxurious mansion of Jin Bing, he had just put down the heavy barbell and wiped the sweat from his brow while listening to his secretary's report. The report detailed an incident from the previous night where a minor character under Jin Bing's command was severely injured and hospitalized. The protagonist of this incident was Nan Zhou. The one who was beaten was that arrogant man. After listening to the secretary's report, Jin Bing displayed a look of disdain. I've never even heard of that person. Don't tell me things that I don't need to know. Jin Bing tossed the towel he had used to wipe off his sweat aside and walked toward another piece of equipment. Some people take advantage of being under my command and act arrogantly towards everyone. Instead of wasting time on that, they should focus on improving their own strength and status under me. If they ever encounter real trouble, they will end up in a situation like this. Jin Bing held a low opinion of those who provoke others simply because of their own status. It would not only cause him a lot of trouble, but if they attracted the attention of SHIELD or other powerful organizations, it would be quite a headache for him. This time Jin Bing didn't need to think much to guess what had happened. Seeing that Jin Bing was unwilling to engage in such matters, the secretary wisely refrained from saying more and continued reporting the next issue. Meanwhile, in another part of New York, Nan Zhou was cleaning his room. The three children had gone to school, and he wondered what it would be like for them to encounter the daughter of the man he had beaten. However, reflecting on it now, it seemed he had been too harsh. That guy might very well need a cane for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou did not regret it. After all, that dim-witted fellow had provoked him and even threatened him with his three children. Nan Zhou detested being threatened by others. Thus that man had brought this upon himself. Just then his phone rang. Nan Zhou picked it up and saw it was Stark calling. What's the matter? He answered the call, inquiring about Stark's intentions. I'd like you to come here. I have some issues regarding your costume that we need to discuss. Stark's voice came through the phone, which puzzled Nan Zhou. Didn't I already draw up the designs? What else needs to be discussed? He didn't understand why Stark was making such a request when he had provided detailed information. You don't need to worry about that. It just come. It will only be beneficial for your attire. Hearing Stark say this, Nan Zhou had no choice but to agree and then hung up the phone. Afterward, Nan Zhou sent a message to Wanda informing her that he would be away for a day and then booked a flight for that day. After a flight journey, he arrived outside Stark's mansion. As before, he bypassed the surveillance and security systems to enter the mansion. Stark was waiting for Nan Zhou in the also present was Ethan. What's going on? Nan Zhou asked as he saw the two. Stark stepped forward. Well, regarding the quality of your costume, Ethan and I discussed it, and we hope your costume can withstand being hit by your blue beam without being damaged. Upon hearing Stark's words, Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Seeing that Nan Zhou was still processing the information, Stark spoke again. We want your costume to be able to resist the damage from the beam you used in New York. At this point, Ethan also stood up to add. For that, we need the data from your beam, and we hope you can release it over the ocean for us. Nan Zhou finally understood. They had come to obtain data on his atomic breath. They wanted to create a suit that could withstand atomic breath damage. Nan Zhou felt it was a bit unrealistic. He was confident that even vibranium would likely not withstand the damage from. However, since they wanted to gather data, he let them do so. He did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The three of them went to the seaside outside the mansion. Stark donned his Iron Man suit and moved to a spot where Nan Zhou couldn't see him. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and Ethan stood on the shore. Since Nan Zhou couldn't fly, he could only release his power from the shore. As for Ethan, he stood behind Nan Zhou and communicated with Stark. Stark was also fully prepared, having communicated all necessary precautions to Nan Zhou. "All right, we can begin," Stark said into the communicator. His voice naturally reached Ethan's ears on the shore. Ethan gave Nan Zhou a thumbs up, and Nan Zhou nodded back. Then Nan Zhou extended his hand, gathering his power into his palm, and a blue orb of light slowly began to emerge. Ethan, standing behind him, also felt the immense power, momentarily left speechless. He finally understood why New York had turned into an artificial lake. With such power, Stark's arc reactor would seem insignificant in comparison. As Nan Zhou gathered his strength to the maximum, he aimed in the direction previously agreed upon with Stark and unleashed a blast. The tremendous force instantly turned the ground before Nan Zhou to ashes, and even the seawater was parted, with the water approaching atomic breath being evaporated. Meanwhile, Stark out at sea watched the approaching blue beam, not daring to slack off. He couldn't afford any mistakes. A single error could lead to his utter destruction. He raised the prepared instrument, readying himself for the atomic breaths in warning, there is a massive energy fluctuation incoming. Warning, there is a massive energy fluctuation incoming. Jarvis issued a warning, clearly indicating that even from a great distance Stark's armor sensed this formidable power, prompting Jarvis to issue an urgent alert. However, Stark didn't take a step back, concentrating intently on the arrival of the blue beam. Soon the atomic breath passed just ahead of Stark. At this moment, Stark's Iron Man suit also sounded the red alert. Temperature too high. Temperature too high. White smoke began to rise from the surface of Stark's armor. This was already proof of the immense power of the atomic breath, indicating that Stark's armor could not withstand such a blow. At that point, both he and the armor would meet a grim fate. Of course, this time Stark was well prepared and came out unscathed. Most importantly, he obtained the data he wanted. This is too terrifying, right? The damage from Nan Zhou's atomic breath was indeed extremely horrifying, and Ethan, standing behind him, wore an expression of astonishment. Although the damage from this atomic breath could not compare to that of a nuclear bomb, when unleashed with full force, it could still destroy countless streets. At this moment, Stark flew back from the sea. "Perfect. We have obtained the data on your light pillar, and now we just need to analyze it before crafting your suit." Stark had already removed his mask, revealing a smile. Seeing Stark's confidence, Nan Zhou felt a bit puzzled. "So what materials do you plan to use for my suit?" "Vibranium." He pointed at Stark's armor, which had been scorched black by the aftershocks of the atomic breath. Even if Stark had vibranium in hand, Nan Zhou couldn't guarantee that it would truly withstand his atomic breath. Upon hearing this, Stark chuckled, though his smile revealed a hint of awkwardness due to the difficulty. "I don't have that material either, but I will enhance the hardness of your suit to the maximum extent. Collecting data is just a reference." As soon as Stark said this, Nan Zhou already understood what this guy was up to. It was true that he wanted to ensure his suit had sufficient defensive power. However, the main goal was still for Stark to obtain data on the atomic breath and see if he could replicate it. After all, the power of this technique was immense, and he was keenly aware of it. If he truly mastered it, it would mean a qualitative leap for his armor. The next time he encountered someone like Ironmonger, he could directly eliminate him. Was there any need for elaborate tactics to cool the opponent down? Not anymore. In the face of absolute power, Nan Zhou naturally discerned Stark's thoughts from his words and micro-expressions. Of course, he would not stop Stark. He was quite curious to see if Stark could truly replicate the atomic breath. If Stark could copy it, it would signify that he possessed the power to transcend the laws of the universe. As Stark was known in the Marvel Universe as someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods in a mortal form, Nan Zhou was very curious about where his limits lay. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in utter chaos. Their satellites had just detected a massive energy fluctuation in the waters off California. This fluctuation was identical to the one generated by the person who called himself Darkseid when he was in New York. This meant that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord Darkseid was currently in California. The epicenter of the fluctuation was very close to Stark's mansion. Nick, sitting in the office, wore a serious expression. This indicated that Darkseid might be acquainted with Stark. After all, during the Ironmonger incident, Darkseid had also aided Stark, and Nick had seen the footage. "Now send someone to Stark's house immediately, and make sure to investigate thoroughly." As he spoke, Nick stood up, intending to personally visit Stark's house. With this crucial lead, everything seemed much simpler. Stark might become a significant breakthrough. Investigating from Stark's angle could indeed lead to discovering who this person was. Nan Zhou was unaware of the commotion at S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, he was in Stark's mansion chatting casually with Stark and Ethan. In fact, as soon as he arrived at Stark's house, Nan Zhou had already noticed. At this moment, Stark did not appear to be in good. Even his speech lacked strength. Just before, when he obtained the data on the atomic breath, his smile had been quite healthy, but it quickly reverted to his previous unhealthy appearance. It seemed likely that his palladium poisoning had worsened. Relying solely on chlorophyll would be insufficient to reverse the palladium poisoning. Over time, Stark would ultimately head toward death. With the arc reactor in his chest, he would die if removed, and die. The only difference was that one scenario led to an early death, while the other prolonged it. Stark was clearer about this than anyone. Thus, he was also actively searching for materials to replace the current arc reactor. When no one was home, Stark followed Ethan's advice and switched to a battery similar to the one he had used in the cave in the Middle East. This could alleviate palladium poisoning and also absorb shrapnel. However, it was not a long-term solution. The arc reactor provided energy to the armor, which the battery could not. Therefore, Stark's most pressing task was to develop new materials as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, this path was not. At this moment, Nan Zhou's phone suddenly rang. It was Coulson calling. Nan Zhou answered the phone, and Coulson's slightly anxious voice came through. Where are you? At Stark's house. Yes, why? Nan Zhou did not lie and openly stated the truth. Did you use that skill you employed in New York near the beach close to his house? Coulson continued to ask. Yes, why? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered it? Of course. Coulson found Nan Zhou's rhetorical question amusing. Why would you ask if you were a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How could such a power fluctuation go undetected by S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites? Nick has already sent people to Stark's house, and he will also go there personally. You need to leave quickly, or you'll run into them. Coulson's words stunned Nan Zhou. Wow, it sounded like S.H.I.E.L.D. had mobilized everyone to find him. After hanging up, Nan Zhou looked at Stark and smiled. The energy fluctuations generated by the light pillar I just released seem to have been detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites. Now people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are on their way here, and even their director is coming personally. I seem to have caused you quite a bit of trouble. You should handle it as best as you can. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Stark looked speechless, seemingly intending to just walk away. He would be left to deal with those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. To be honest, Stark truly did not want to interact with them. However, at this moment, Nan Zhou had already stood up and was heading directly out of Stark's mansion. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. could appear at any moment. Delaying even a second would increase the chance of running into them. Not long after Nan Zhou left, there was a knock on the door of the Stark mansion. Stark opened the door to find two men in suits standing outside. One of the men picked up the badge hanging from his chest and said, Mr. Stark, we are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We just detected a massive energy fluctuation near your home and suspect it may be related to that individual who calls himself Darkseid from the New York incident. May we come in to discuss this? Looking at the man's badge and the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem, Stark smirked and tilted his head. Come on in. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged a smile and followed Stark into the mansion. Upon entering, they were astonished by the luxurious yet technologically advanced decor. Make yourselves comfortable. If you have something to say, please be quick. I have other matters to attend to. The two agents nodded in response. They got straight to the point. Mr. Stark, do you know the man who calls himself Darkseid? Stark did not hesitate. I do. This response stunned the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They did not expect Stark to respond so quickly and even admit to knowing him. Could you reveal this man's true identity to us? Stark simply shook his head. This reaction was in line with the agent's expectations. If everything had gone too smoothly, it wouldn't have felt so simple. To be honest, while I am acquainted with him, I too am curious about his. Stark smiled wryly and shrugged his shoulders. Every time I meet him, he wears a mask, and even his voice is altered. I have never seen his true face. Upon hearing this, the two agents were at a loss for words. They could not tell if Stark was lying or speaking the truth. Then what was the reason for the massive energy beam he released near your house by the seaside? The agents asked again. Actually, it's quite simple. He came to find me to ask for a high defense suit. Stark then explained how Nan Zhou sought him for the suit, and how he was collecting data on the energy beams for defensive purposes. Of course, Stark did not reveal his plan to replicate the massive energy data. The agents seized upon this point. How did you two get in touch? Since they were acquaintances, there must be a way to contact each other, whether by phone or email. However, Stark merely shook his head. We do not have any contact information. He contacts me directly and bypasses all surveillance systems breaking into my home. Stark chose to lie this time, even throwing Nan Zhou under the bus. Perhaps it was also a form of revenge for Nan Zhou's habit of never using the front door when visiting. The two agents continued their questioning, but the final outcome was still unsatisfactory. They only learned that Stark knew Darkseid, but the useful information Stark had was very limited. The only possibly useful information they had was that Darkseid sought Stark to create an outstanding defense suit. Now, this result inevitably disappointed the two agents. Finally, they stood up, thanked Stark, and left his mansion. As soon as they left, they dialed Nick's aerial phone to report the situation. At this time, Nick, Coulson, and Hill were on a plane. The ringing of Nick's aerial phone caught Coulson and Hill's attention. Not long after, Nick hung up and his expression was not pleasant. What's going on? Did you find anything out? Coulson quickly asked. Nick merely shook his head. Those two asked about Stark, but Stark knew very little. He didn't know anything about his identity or contact information. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that Stark was lying. That guy is such a master at lying. Upon hearing Nick's words, Coulson sighed in relief, but also felt conflicted. Coulson had been troubled by the identity of Nan Zhou. He felt that since he knew Darkseid's true identity, he should report it. Yet, he didn't. He chose to keep it hidden for Nan Zhou. After all, Nan Zhou was his savior, and without Nan Zhou's protection, he might have already perished under Ironmonger's fists. To repay his savior, Coulson had promised Nan Zhou that he would never reveal his identity. On one side was his loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D., and on the other was his savior, Nan Zhou. Coulson was understandably torn. He didn't know whether this decision was good or bad for himself, for S.H.I.E.L.D., or for Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who trusted him. But since he had come this far, he could only continue on this path. Hill had no particular opinion on this matter. She was just being brought. Recently her mental state had not been good, and the issue with Nan Zhou had made it difficult for her to concentrate. Nick had naturally noticed the condition of his subordinate, so this trip was also meant to help her relax and restore her work state. I need to speak to Stark personally about this matter. As a member of the Avengers Initiative, it's unacceptable for such a significant issue to be concealed. Upon hearing this, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Coulson's face. Although Nick's words were directed at Stark, they equally applied. It felt as if he were speaking directly to Coulson. If Nick found out that Coulson also knew Darkseid's true identity, then Nick's words would not simply end there. He might be angry, disappointed, and puzzled, especially since Coulson was one of Nick's closest and most trusted individuals. Not standing by his side would surely deal a heavy blow to Nick. Watching Nick gaze out the window in contemplation, Coulson's expression was complicated. This subtle detail did not escape Hill's notice. Naturally, she was puzzled, and she could not fathom the truth of the situation. She could only assume there was some misunderstanding between Nick and Coulson. She could not imagine that now every second Coulson spent with Nick filled him with guilt. Mr. Stark. Nick, Coulson, and Hill had arrived outside Stark's mansion. Seeing the three of them, especially Nick standing in the middle, Stark felt a wave of speechlessness. He and Nan Zhou were of the same type, not using the front door. Ever since he revealed himself as Iron Man, that same night this guy had appeared in his home. However, he was different from Nan Zhou. While Nan Zhou avoided all surveillance, Stark directly modified Jarvis's program. This person was very dangerous. Stark did not like him. However, strictly speaking, he was still Stark's superior. As a member of the Avengers Initiative, Stark's direct superior was this very Nick before him. So no matter how much Stark disliked Nick, he had to put on a smiling face. My people should have arrived just now. Brought into the mansion by Stark, Nick asked. Stark nodded. Yes, they asked me about someone named Darkseid. What about it? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you still need to ask me. Stark's words made Nick a bit awkward. In Stark's eyes, his question seemed foolish. I want to discuss Darkseid with you in person. Naturally, Nick was unfazed by this awkwardness. He changed the subject and continued. I don't think there's much to discuss. Oh, I've already told your people everything I know. Stark felt there was no need for further conversation. He had made himself quite clear. He did not understand what else Nick wanted to know. I don't know his name, his appearance, nor his contact details or address. What else do you think you can ask? Stark picked up a cup containing chlorophyll and took a couple of sips. Of course, I know you know very little about Darkseid, but you should have had some exchanges with him, right? Saying this, Nick stood up and approached Stark. Why don't we talk about what kind of personality Darkseid has? Hearing Nick's words, Stark thought for a moment, then tilted his head slightly. That's no problem. Although we've only met a few times, I do have some understanding of him. Stark knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was investigating Nan Zhou's true identity. Although he had helped Nan Zhou conceal his contact with him, he was curious about this person's true identity. He had also investigated for a long time, but found nothing in the end, so Stark would provide some assistance since S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to investigate. This was the traditional role of a middleman. He would lend a little help regardless of which side it was. Thus, Stark led Nick and the others into his studio where the four sat down and began analyzing Darkseid's personality. On the other side, Nan Zhou knew nothing of what was happening. He had long boarded a plane back to New York. After a lengthy flight, he returned to New York and hurried back to his residence. By the time he got home, it was already midnight, and the three children were asleep. Nan Zhou had no choice but to tiptoe back to it. Just as he closed the bedroom door, Nan Zhou suddenly remembered something and quietly left his bedroom, heading down to the garage. He had not completed his daily tasks for a long time. The last incident with the Hulk had caused him significant losses, so soon he arrived at the garage, not thinking too much, and entered the room designed by Stark and Ethan, which could emit Omega radiation. The long-lost radiation still accompanied a sharp pain, but it made Nan Zhou feel a sense of nostalgia. I hope I don't have Stockholm Syndrome. Nan Zhou also realized something was off, feeling this pain, while silently chanting in his... Not knowing if it was due to the long absence from radiation exposure, Nan Zhou felt a bit drowsy sitting there. He should have been completing other daily tasks, but he dozed off against the wall. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had changed. Nan Zhou looked around and realized this was not the original room. He stood up abruptly. His first thought was that he might be dreaming again. Sure enough, although the surroundings were no longer the void from his previous nightmare, that orb of light was still present. In that void appeared an island, and Nan Zhou was standing on this island. You have met Dormammu and the Ancient One, and they both... This time the orb of light was no longer speaking of outsiders or expelling them. It seemed capable of communication. Who exactly are you? A god of this universe. Nan Zhou looked at the orb of light and asked. A god? The orb of light reacted to Nan Zhou's words with a cold laugh. I am above the gods. Oh, all the gods in this universe fear me. The words of the orb surprised Nan Zhou. Although he did not know who this orb was, its tone was quite imposing. You have changed many things. Events can no longer proceed along the predetermined path. This is all because of you. The orb continued. I do not wish to change those things, but there is no choice. After all, I have to live too. I do not know why I came here, but I must survive, right? Facing the orb's slightly angry tone, Nan Zhou defended himself. You are just making excuses. The orb became even more angry upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, its tone significantly more serious. Since you came to this world, every action you take alters this universe. Your existence is a mistake. Hearing this, Nan Zhou shrugged. If I am a mistake, why don't you just eliminate me quickly? I shouldn't be your match right now. As soon as these words left his mouth, the orb fell silent. Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou secretly smiled. Then he continued, you cannot eliminate me now, is it, because you are unable to act against me? Although he did not know the specific reason, Nan Zhou could still infer something from the orb's silence. I am a being that surpasses the gods, a making you disappear is effortless. Clearly this orb was somewhat embarrassed and enraged by Nan Zhou's mockery. Then you better follow through. Nan Zhou continued his taunts, which only made the orb angrier. You will pay the price for your existence. As it spoke, the orb's radiance suddenly illuminated the entire void, and Nan Zhou's vision was filled with light obscuring all else. The sphere of light emitted a dazzling brilliance obscuring all of Nan Zhou's vision. When the light finally dissipated, what lay before him was an endless darkness. The sudden alternation between blinding light and boundless darkness made it difficult for Nan Zhou's eyes to adjust to the surroundings. After some frantic blinking, he soon adapted to the dark. He discovered that he was actually inside a massive cage, one that was so enormous that he had no idea what kind of monstrous creature it was meant to hold. At his feet was water that brushed against his ankles. It was unclear whether the darkness caused its appearance or if it was naturally this color, but the water appeared to be pitch black. Nan Zhou surveyed his surroundings, unsure of where he was. However, it was evident that his presence here was entirely due to that being who called itself the transcendent sphere of light. This prison was not only dark, but also cold and damp. A normal human would likely perish from the bitter cold Of course, this cold was nothing to Nan Zhou. He was currently observing in this dark prison. He dared not let his guard down, for he had no idea what terrifying creature was imprisoned in this massive jail. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water being disturbed not far ahead. He did not rush forward recklessly, but instead walked cautiously toward the sound. Who are you? At that moment, a female voice emerged from the darkness nearby. Nan Zhou focused his gaze using the dim light to see that approaching him was a woman with an alluring figure clad in tight black clothing, her long black hair flowing down her back. The woman's hair was wet, likely due to the humidity of this place and the presence of so much water. I stumbled in here by mistake. Could you tell me where this is? Nan Zhou could not see the woman's face clearly, so he had no idea who she was, merely posing that question. Stumbled in. The woman couldn't help but laugh at his words. What you said is truly lacking in substance. One cannot simply stumble into this place. As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow rushed toward Nan Zhou, accompanied by her outstretched hand. Nan Zhou swiftly evaded the attack, and he also caught sight of what that shadow truly was. As he recognized the true form of the thrown shadow, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He already knew who this person was. Tell me, who are you? Are you sent by Odin? Without needing Nan Zhou to point it out, this woman revealed her own identity. She was none other than Hela, the first child of Odin from the Marvel Universe. This enormous prison was built specifically to No, I am not sent by Odin. Nan Zhou hurriedly waved his hands. I have no connection to Odin. Do you think I would believe what you just said? Hela stepped closer, and the faint light allowed Nan Zhou to see her face. She was mature and seductive, yet having been imprisoned here for 1,000 years, even the goddess of death Hela would become quite worn down. What I'm saying is true. Look at me. I am definitely not an Asgardian. Nan Zhou spread his hands, conveying to Hela that he bore no hostility. Hela stopped 10 steps away from him, squinting her eyes and scrutinizing him closely. Her gaze made Nan Zhou feel uncomfortable, but to avoid any trouble he allowed her to inspect him thoroughly. You truly are not Asgardian, you are a human from Earth. As the goddess of death, Hela could naturally discern where Nan Zhou came from. When she confirmed he was from Earth, she was quite surprised. After all, in this damp and cold environment, even an ordinary Asgardian would surely perish, let alone a human from Earth who was even weaker. She could not comprehend how Nan Zhou remained unscathed and even stood before her so casually. However, it was evident that the priority was how this person arrived here. It must be noted that this prison was personally constructed by Odin, who aside from Odin, no one else could possibly enter. Thus, Hela suspected that Nan Zhou was lying. Even though he was a human from Earth, he must have some connection to Odin. Otherwise, he would never have been able to enter this prison. Naturally, Nan Zhou also noticed Hela's strong suspicion towards him. This placed Nan Zhou in quite a difficult position. With a god watching him closely, finding a way back home would be quite challenging. Don't look at me like that. I truly bear no ill will towards you. I was not sent by Odin, I was brought here by another existence. Then who was it that brought you here? Hela asked immediately as soon as Nan Zhou finished his sentence. This question put Nan Zhou in a bind, as he had no idea who that sphere of light was. Well, Nan Zhou smiled awkwardly. I don't know who that existence is either. Hearing his words, Hela's expression darkened, and she flicked her hand, sending a black spike straight toward Nan Zhou. Seeing the situation, Nan Zhou sighed, then sidestepped just as the spike grazed past him and caught it with one hand. This maneuver left Hela momentarily stunned. She knew that someone who could stand here unscathed was no ordinary person, even if they were from Earth. However, she did not expect Nan Zhou to catch her spike so effortlessly. Although she was sealed and imprisoned, she was still quite confident in her own power. She believed that Nan Zhou could evade this attack, but he should not be able to catch it. What is your name? Hela realized she needed to face this person before her. She watched as Nan Zhou did not answer her question, but instead walked quickly toward her. This action puzzled Hela, but she did not move her feet, instead fixing her gaze on Nan Zhou to see what he intended. Nan Zhou reached Hela and handed her the spike. This gesture took Hela by surprise. She looked at Nan Zhou momentarily at a loss for words. Having lived for over 1,000 years, it was her first time encountering such a situation. Yet she still reached out to take the spike that Nan Zhou offered her. My name is Nan Zhou. You can also call me Darkseid. As Nan Zhou saw Hela accept the spike, he smiled slightly. Nan Zhou, Darkseid, why do you have two names? Hela asked, puzzled by Nan Zhou's words. Both are my names, you can call me whichever you prefer. I have no preference, call me whichever you like. Looking at Hela's face, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. He knew that after his earlier action Hela's wariness towards him had diminished significantly. Are you saying that the person you don't even know sent you here directly? Hela and Nan Zhou were now sitting atop a dark object. Of course this was merely Nan Zhou's personal impression of it as a coffin. He summarized how he ended up here, and then told Hela. Hela was somewhat surprised to hear this. The individual who sent this person here had unfathomable strength. To enter this place one must have Odin's consent. The fact that this being bypassed Odin and sent Nan Zhou in was truly unbelievable. That guy must have considerable power. How did you offend her? Whether it was the long confinement that made Hela feel a bit bored, she found herself curious about Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand. He did not intend to reveal that he was an outsider. That guy claims to be a being above the gods, or I don't know if he's boasting or if it's true. Hearing this from Nan Zhou, Hela found it somewhat laughable. A being above the gods. He really dares to say that. Naturally Hela looked down on such claims. However, someone capable of bypassing Odin to bring another person here must possess terrifying strength. Although Hela was extremely reluctant to admit it based solely on this fact, that person was indeed stronger than her. You aren't also being called some unredeemable demon, are you? Being sent here by such a powerful being, Hela thought this person should be in a similar situation as her. To her surprise, Nan Zhou shook his head. I'm not the same as you. You are the goddess of death with countless souls under your command, while I am a law-abiding human from Earth. I haven't done anything heinous. Nan Zhou's words drew Hela's disdain, as she did not believe his claims. At this moment Nan Zhou stood up from the large black coffin. He could no longer stay here and needed to return to Earth. Hela saw through Nan Zhou's thoughts and sneered. I advise you to give up, or if it were easy to leave here, I would have left long ago. Why would I still linger here? At this point Nan Zhou had already walked out of the massive black prison. Outside the dark prison there was still darkness and black water, no different from within the prison. On the contrary, the light outside was even dimmer than that inside the prison. Can't you leave this prison? Nan Zhou looked at Hela and pointed to the black cell. Of course I can leave here. After hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela also stood up and walked out of the prison. This prison is merely a facade. What truly confines me is that dark dome above. Hela pointed to the darkness above her head. This darkness is woven from Odin's intangible power, and I have no means to escape it. Nan Zhou looked up at the dark dome, sensing that it was woven from countless powers. So breaking this darkness would allow us. Hela nodded, but didn't forget to extinguish Nan Zhou's confidence. It is possible, but I doubt you can succeed. Naturally, Hela did not believe Nan Zhou had the capability to accomplish this. After all, it was created by Odin's power, and a mere human could not possibly break the boundaries created by death. However, Nan Zhou did not think too much about it. He already had his own plan. With that thought, he began to gather power in his hand. Breaking through this darkness was not something that could be solved with just one hand. Blue energy began to converge in Nan Zhou. The radiance grew stronger, illuminating the surrounding darkness for several meters. Hela looked at Nan Zhou with some surprise. She could sense the immense power. It was truly surprising that a human could possess such powerful strength. As the light appeared in Nan Zhou's hands, immense energy began to tremble, sending ripples of energy through the air. Hela felt the tremors, and her face changed dramatically. She instinctively stepped back 3 paces and pointed at Nan Zhou, seemingly wanting to say something. But Nan Zhou didn't care what she wanted to say. He raised his hands, and the atomic breath erupted with full force, aimed directly at the darkness. As Hela had mentioned, there was indeed a barrier within that darkness. The atomic breath surged upward and struck the dark. Upon contact, the blue glow of the atomic breath began to spread across the dark plane. Shortly after, a sound of shadow. Suddenly, a massive force burst forth from the darkness, forcefully knocking both Nan Zhou and Hela away. Then a large hole broke through the dark dome, and sunlight appeared once again after 1,000 years of darkness. Hela had completely forgotten about earlier events, staring blankly at the sunlight before her. This was her first time seeing sunlight in 1,000 years, the first time. Nan Zhou looked at Hela, who seemed dazed, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Wake up, or are you planning to go out? Nan Zhou's words instantly snapped Hela to attention, but it also made her feel conflicted. If she truly left, Odin would definitely find out. She still bore the shackles placed by Odin. Even in Asgard, she could not defeat Odin. Yet the temptation of the light was striking her nerves, as she was unwilling to remain here any longer and wanted to leave. Yet the temptation of the light was striking her nerves, as she was unwilling to remain here any longer and wanted to leave this sunless place. Seeing Hela still conflicted, Nan Zhou sighed in exasperation. Make up your mind quickly. If you don't go out, I won't be able to either. Nan Zhou's words left Hela puzzled, looking at him with suspicion. Seeing her reaction, Nan Zhou let out a long sigh. I can't fly, and naturally I won't be able to go up. This made Hela unable to help but laugh, and then she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Nan Zhou's waist, and flew upward. She had made her decision, as she wanted to leave. However, just as they flew out through the gap in the dark barrier, Hela suddenly felt a sharp pain in her body. This excruciating pain made it difficult for her to continue flying, and she was drenched in sweat on the verge of fainting. Clearly this was also Odin's doing. To prevent her from leaving the dark plane while alive, Odin had set another seal on the dark barrier. As soon as Hela left the barrier, that seal would manifest on her, further weakening her strength. Watching Hela nearly faint from the pain, Nan Zhou became a bit panicked. He couldn't fly. The only one who could fly had collapsed, which was tantamount to letting Odin catch them effortlessly. At that point, he would only be treated as an accomplice. The only way out was to leave quickly. Just as Nan Zhou was feeling anxious, a crack suddenly appeared behind him. A powerful suction pulled him and Hela inside. Then the crack merged, and the two completely disappeared. Nan Zhou and Hela were pulled into a rift entering a passage that Nan Zhou could not clearly define. They were freely falling within this passage. At this moment Hela had completely lost consciousness due to the pain of the seal collapsing into Nan Zhou's arms. With no other choice, Nan Zhou could only hold Hela in his embrace. The sensation of falling lasted for a long time, followed by a sudden pull, and Hela in Nan Zhou's arms was instantly drawn. This pull only affected Hela, leaving Nan Zhou unaffected. Before he could react, he fell directly to the ground. The fall did not cause Nan Zhou any harm. He looked around and discovered that he was actually in the room where he released Omega Ray. What the hell, why am I naked? Nan Zhou glanced around and realized he was indeed unclothed. In fact, when he entered the Omega radiation room, he was already without clothes, but when he encountered that light, he was wearing it. The same was true when he saw Hela. Now returning to this room, Nan Zhou naturally found himself back in a naked state. Nan Zhou quickly got up to turn off the equipment and then exited the room. He was pondering one question: where had Hela gone? The pull had taken Hela away, but not him. Who was responsible for this? Odin. With these questions in mind, Nan Zhou stepped out of the room only to be stunned by the scene outside. Is that Hela? Outside the room, Hela lay not far away in a black bodysuit, her face pale and beads of sweat still visible on her forehead. What surprised Nan Zhou was that the Hela lying there appeared even younger than he had seen before. The mature aura had diminished significantly, and she now looked like a young girl, a stark contrast to her earlier imposing presence. Is it because of Odin's seal? Nan Zhou pondered this, naturally thinking of Odin's seal. Now dressed, he looked at the unconscious Hela, lost in thought. He was considering how to manage her presence. Keeping her close could be a liability. After thinking for a while, Nan Zhou could not come up with a suitable arrangement. He could only pick her up and take her back to his home, placing her on his bed. Hela's existence should not be known to those three children. At least for now, it was best to keep it a secret. After laying Hela on the bed, he finally had the time to check the clock. He discovered that only 2 hours had passed. From the moment he entered the Omega radiation room to the time he carried Hela back to his bedroom, just 2 hours had gone by. Looking at Hela's still pale face, Nan Zhou sighed deeply. It seemed he had gotten himself into quite a bit of trouble. As the sky gradually brightened, Hela slowly opened her eyes once the sun was high in the sky. She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar environment. This made her alert. Just as she attempted to rise, a wave of soreness hit her. As the goddess of death, it seemed no one but Odin could inflict pain upon her. Damn Odin. Hela cursed a few times, then gritting her teeth against the pain, stood up. The decor around her felt strange. She opened the door and heard some sounds. Following the source of the noise, she found Nan Zhou sitting on the sofa watching television. You're awake. Nan Zhou smiled slightly upon seeing Hela. You really can sleep, but it's already noon. Where am I? This is my home, Nan Zhou replied. Hearing his words, Hela surveyed her surroundings once more. Suddenly, she spotted a mirror and saw her current face reflected. Why have I become so young? Hela was somewhat surprised, not expecting to look so youthful. Nan Zhou shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Then Nan Zhou recounted the events that transpired after shattering the dark barrier. Listening to his account, Hela furrowed her. So you mean not only are there entities wanting to eliminate you, but also those secretly helping you? Hela remarked, while sizing up. Is that so, outsider? With Hela's statement, Nan Zhou did not deny it. Given that he had used atomic breath not bound by cosmic laws, it was easy for Hela to deduce his identity. No wonder you were targeted by such entities. The appearance of an outsider would certainly make them uneasy. I am now inclined to believe that the entity you mentioned is indeed above the gods. Hela was quite direct, simply sitting down on the sofa beside him. I appreciate your help in getting me out, but you must understand that my disappearance will definitely be sensed by Odin, and you will be an accomplice then. So don't expect me to offer any rewards. Right now, survival is our main priority. Hela did not even glance at Nan Zhou, focusing instead on the television in front of her. Nan Zhou sighed at this. This was indeed a serious problem. One misstep could lead to a confrontation with Odin. Currently, he was certainly no match for Odin, even though Odin had aged. However, Nan Zhou had come to a conclusion based on his atomic breath was likely capable of breaking any restrictions and seals within this universe. Since atomic breath was not subject to cosmic laws, its destructive power could be even greater against different cosmic laws. What about you? Do you have any plans? Nan Zhou asked Hela, clearly believing she wouldn't stay here. But Hela's words slapped Nan Zhou in the face. I will stay here. Currently, I have no ability to return to Asgard, so I might as well consider this place as my home. Hela's statement left Nan Zhou speechless. It seemed that she truly had no intention of leaving. You must have quite a few rooms in this house. Oh, just let me have one. What Hela did not realize was that apart from Nan Zhou, there were 3 children in this home. When Nan Zhou explained the situation at home, Hela replied, without a second thought. This is easy. You sleep on the sofa. Nan Zhou facebombed. He no longer hoped that Hela would take the initiative to leave. Goodness, one might think this was some arrogant. After all, she was the goddess of death. She should at least maintain some noble aura. Could a sentence like you sleep on the sofa, I take the bed really come from the goddess of death? Upon the golden hall of Asgard, Odin sat on the gilded throne, his expression somewhat grim. He had long sensed that Hela had escaped her confinement and knew that she was now on Earth. What astonished Odin was the fact that Hela had instantaneously arrived on Earth from her prison, something he deemed utterly impossible. Yet the reality was that this incident had indeed occurred. It was important to note that the place where Hela was imprisoned was very far from Earth. Even with the Bifrost, it would take 7 to 8 minutes. However, Hela had arrived on Earth in an instant which seemed implausible. It seems I need to make a trip to Earth. Odin rose, having decided to personally travel to Earth to resolve this matter. Thor. Loki. Odin tapped the floor with his spear. Before long, Thor, waving his hammer, entered the hall, followed closely by Loki, who was panting heavily. Haha, Loki, I have won again this time, Thor proclaimed proudly, looking back at the exhausted Loki. You had a hammer as an external aid, do you still feel proud? Loki rolled his eyes at Thor's victory. At that moment, Odin suddenly cleared his throat. The two coughs immediately silenced Thor and Loki, who stood respectfully in the center of the hall, gazing at Odin. I summoned both of you here to inform you of something. Odin scanned the two of them and continued. I will be leaving for a while, and during this time you two will manage Asgard. Upon hearing this, Thor and Loki were taken aback, then exchanged glances. Since they had grown up, Odin had rarely gone out alone, and his departure from Asgard was due to unavoidable wars. If any unavoidable war arose, both Thor and Loki would be by his side. Thus the statement surprised them. Do not be astonished. I merely have some personal matters to resolve, and I would like to see your leadership abilities by entrusting it. Do not worry, father, we will do our best. Loki was the first to speak, with Thor nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Odin smiled faintly, then stepped closer to them, patting their shoulders. I believe you can manage Asgard well. I hope that when I return, Asgard will still be as peaceful as it has always been. With that, Odin walked past them, not intending to organize anything else, as he needed to head to Earth immediately. Although Hela had been sealed again by the seal he left behind when she left her prison. Even with that seal, Hela's power was not completely restrained. After arriving on Earth, she might cause harm, so he hurried to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, as Odin was en route to Earth, Hela was trying on new clothes at Nan Zhou's home. Hela had decided to stay at Nan Zhou's place, and her appearance was quite eye-catching on Earth. To help Hela blend in better, Nan Zhou had bought her some new clothes, all of which Hela had chosen herself. After cleaning herself up, she began to admire her new clothes in front of the mirror. I thought people living in Asgard would have a different sense of aesthetics compared to us Earthlings, but it seems there's not much difference after all. Seeing the clothes Hela had bought, which were indeed quite normal, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. His comment earned him an eye roll. Nan Zhou waved his hand, indicating he would not continue speaking. But I really didn't expect that the clothing craftsmanship on Earth is pretty good. Although it can't compare to Asgard, it still impressed me. Hela played with her shorts and said, you should see how much this costs. This time it was Nan Zhou who rolled his eyes. These outfits Hela bought cost nearly $5,000 to $6,000. Just the shorts Hela was wearing cost a whopping $400. Although they looked like they were worth only a few bucks, they were sold under luxury brands. As he spoke, Nan Zhou took out the receipt from a bag nearby, feeling a sting of pain in his heart. Even though he was already a major shareholder in Stark Industries, spending this money still made Nan Zhou feel a significant loss. While Hela was admiring her beauty, she suddenly froze, her expression turning slightly gloomy. Hela turned to Nan Zhou and said, our trouble has arrived. Hearing this, Nan Zhou looked puzzled. What trouble? Odin is here. Hela could sense Odin's aura. He had indeed arrived on Earth and was nearby. His sudden appearance must have been facilitated by the Bifrost. It seemed that what was meant to come had finally come. What will you do now? Run? Nan Zhou asked. Run? Hela scoffed lightly. With my current strength, how could I run? Saying this, Hela plopped down beside Nan Zhou. I will stay here and wait for him to come to me. Seeing Hela like this, Nan Zhou, it appeared that Hela was indeed planning to bind herself to him. When Odin arrives, he'll say it was you who rescued me, and you will be. Hela was quite clever. She understood that she had no chance of defeating Odin, so she drew Nan Zhou into dealing with him. Nan Zhou had the ability to break Odin's confinement, and Hela believed he had the strength to confront Odin. Despite being the goddess of death, relying on someone else was quite frustrating for her. However, given the current situation, Hela had no time to think too much. She was unwilling to return to that darkness, so she was determined not to surrender. She wanted to try something. As time passed, Hela's expression grew increasingly serious, indicating that Odin was getting closer. Nan Zhou observed Hela's expression and understood that she genuinely feared Odin, otherwise she wouldn't be this tense. Just then a knock echoed at Nan Zhou's door. He has arrived. Right outside the door. Hela's expression was grave as she gazed at the door that had been knocked upon. He didn't break in directly, but chose to knock. This is something I did not anticipate. Nan Zhou had already risen and was about to walk toward the entrance. Just then Hela grasped his arm tightly. Odin. Nan Zhou had already risen and was about to walk toward the entrance. Just then Hela grasped his arm tightly. Odin. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Nan Zhou was unsure of what else to say, so he could only offer such reassurance. It was unclear whether Nan Zhou's words truly held some magic or if Hela had steadied her resolve and was prepared to face Odin. Regardless of the reason, Hela ultimately released her grip. Nan Zhou smiled faintly at this, then walked to the door and opened. Outside the door stood an old man with white hair and a kind face, wearing an eye mask, smiling at Nan Zhou. Hello, I apologize for the intrusion. Nan Zhou also smiled in response, not taking his words too seriously. Instead, he swiftly stepped aside and allowed Odin to enter. Odin was somewhat surprised by Nan Zhou's actions, and a thought flashed through his mind about whether there might be a trap. However, in the end, Odin still walked in, for he saw no hostility in Nan Zhou's expression. Upon entering Nan Zhou's home, Odin noticed Hela sitting on the sofa. Though her expression was relaxed, he could tell at a glance that Hela. Odin slowly approached her and was somewhat taken aback to see her looking youthful. However, he quickly surmised that it was likely due to the sealing that had reverted her appearance to that of her younger self. He did not expect the seal to possess such power, which surprised Odin. He suddenly recalled how Thor's mother had always complained, wishing to regain her youth. It seemed this was a solution. At that moment, Hela stood up and took a step back. Odin knew that if it were the Hela of the past, the moment she saw him, this place would have been reduced to rubble. But now Hela's power had been largely sealed. Though she was not weak, she could hardly be called strong. Relax, I mean no harm. Observing his daughter who was so wary of him, Odin spoke calmly. Yet it was clear that his words had the opposite effect, not easing Hela's vigilance, but instead making her even more cautious. I say, can't you both sit down? At that moment, Nan Zhou's voice chimed in from behind Odin. Let's sit down and chat calmly. I advise you not to think about fighting in my home, understood? Nan Zhou had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Although Hela was eager to drag him into it, Nan Zhou was well aware that participating would only complicate things further. Regardless of Odin's intentions, as long as he did not resort to violence here, everything else could be discussed. Nan Zhou's words made Odin smile once more, and he took a seat on the sofa. How about this? This was directed at Hela. Odin made this gesture to demonstrate that he harbored no hostility. Seeing this, Hela raised her head to glance at Nan Zhou, only to find that he was not looking at her at all. She felt somewhat dissatisfied, but still sat down. Odin noticed Hela's action and looked in the direction of Nan Zhou, seemingly understanding something. I never imagined that while I was still alive you would be able to leave that place of confinement. Odin said, stroking his beard, then turned to Hela. Is it related to this young man who opened the door? Hela glanced at Nan Zhou once more, and noticed that this time he paused slightly in his actions. She secretly smiled, and then pointed at Nan Zhou. That's right, it was this guy who saved me. He bypassed your senses and directly entered that dark place of confinement. Upon hearing this, Odin was also taken aback. Though he had long suspected it, he still found it hard to believe, for no one in this universe had been able to circumvent his senses to enter that place of confinement. How did this young man manage to do it? Young man, may I have a word with you? Odin stood up and asked Nan Zhou. I must decline. Nan Zhou rejected him swiftly. Don't involve me in the issues between you and your daughter. I stumbled into that place by accident. Rescuing her was merely a matter of circumstance, so just leave me out of it. Nan Zhou had already become entangled with Hela, and he did not wish to become overly entangled with Odin as well. He didn't know where the next encounter would take him. Therefore, until he became stronger, it was best not to be too ostentatious. Odin, noticing that Nan Zhou was unwilling to elaborate, found it even more puzzling. The aura emanating from this young man felt strange to Odin, though he could not pinpoint what was odd about it. He would not doubt Hela's words either, as the goddess of death, Hela's pride was exceedingly high. She would not fabricate a lie about being saved by someone else to divert attention. Thus it was clear that this young man had indeed bypassed his senses and saved Hela. It seems that this earth is now filled with hidden talents. Odin could not help but exclaim at this moment. Even now such figures were emerging on earth. It truly was remarkable. As he spoke, Odin's gaze returned to Hela. Since Nan Zhou had stated he would not interfere, it meant he would not intervene in any decisions Odin might make. Hela, I now give you two options: 1, voluntarily return with me; 2, be forcibly taken back. Odin would not simply allow Hela to remain on Earth, as she still posed a potential threat. Though her strength had been significantly diminished, she could still cause harm to Earth. I refuse. Hela was equally resolute in her rejection. I will never return to that dark place again. I will not be your sacrificial pawn to cover up your history. As Hela spoke, her tone grew increasingly furious. Her black bodysuit instantly appeared on her, and her hair transformed into a shape resembling spider legs. I barely escaped that cold, damp, dark place. Now you want me to go back? Dream on. Although Hela feared Odin at this moment, her feelings towards him were more about anger and hatred. This man who was willing to sacrifice his own daughter to embellish his history was unworthy of being called the great god king. Hela believed she was indispensable to Asgard's current status. But how did Odin treat his loyal subjects? A fury born from injustice, the anger of imprisonment, and various grievances converged into one. Even though she had been sealed of countless powers, Hela would not allow herself to be defeated by Odin again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, leaving Nan Zhou speechless. If he didn't do something, his home would likely be doomed. Seeing Hela already in an angry fighting stance, Odin's expression finally darkened. We once roamed the universe unchallenged, yet you ceased your ambitions after conquering the 9 kingdoms. What? Have you suddenly developed a kind heart? Hela mocked Odin. It's because my ambition exceeds yours. I seek to dominate the entire universe, not just those petty 9 kingdoms. What can you accomplish from that position? It's utterly laughable. Hela's words significantly darkened Odin's expression. Hela was gradually becoming hysterical. Hela, after being imprisoned for so long, you haven't changed at all. Although Odin's face remained gloomy, his tone was relatively calm, tinged with disappointment. Nan Zhou observed the two, feeling an ominous sense that they might start fighting directly. Change? I can't change. I contributed so much for the kingdom and Asgard, yet what did I receive in return? Imprisonment, trapped in darkness. I hate it. I resent everything you've done to me. Had I known, I wouldn't have fought for Asgard at all. Hela's accusations and resentment left Odin visibly embarrassed. After all, he was the king of gods, Odin the supreme being of Asgard, yet he faced such reproach. Even if the one reproaching him was his own daughter, it was hard for him to accept. A surge of energy enveloped Odin, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. The cups on the coffee table between the two began to shake. Seeing this, Nan Zhou immediately stepped forward. Don't forget. Nan Zhou positioned himself between them, his gaze filled with discontent. If you want to fight, leave here and do it. Absolutely do not lay a hand on each other here. As Nan Zhou stepped forward, Odin also reined in his desire to leave, but his gaze towards Hela remained icy. Hela, I advise you to come back with me willingly, understand? Don't make me force you. This was Odin's final ultimatum, and Hela could sense his fury. If she continued to refuse, Odin might very well disregard Nan Zhou's words and resort to force against Hela. If she continued to refuse, Odin might very well disregard Nan Zhou's words and I still won't go back with you. If you want me to return, there's no chance. I'd rather die here today than go back with you. Hela's words were resolute, further inciting Odin's anger. He conjured a mass of cold energy in his hand, intending to freeze Hela and carry her away. Suddenly, Nan Zhou appeared in front of him, grabbing Odin's hand that emitted cold air. I've told you before, I won't allow you to act here. Dare to harm even a hair on my family, and you'll regret it. But at that moment, Odin had no intention of heeding Nan Zhou's words. All he wanted was to take Hela away to prevent her from wreaking havoc on Earth. He believed that even if Hela had lost her original powers, she would still be a formidable opponent on Earth. Young man, I hope you don't challenge my limits. If I damage your home, I will compensate you. You can choose any treasure from Asgard. Today I will definitely take Hela with me. Odin's attitude made Nan Zhou even more displeased, and he tightened his grip on Odin's hand. I hope I don't have to repeat myself, so understand. Odin was equally enraged by Nan Zhou's attitude. Just a mere human from Earth, yet he dared to give him orders. Fueled by anger, Odin intended to fly out of Nan Zhou's home. But when Nan Zhou put in some force, Odin surprisingly couldn't leave. Instead, he found himself restrained by Nan. Nan Zhou would not allow Odin to leave his home. If he attacked outside, not only would he lose his house, but when S-H-I-E-L-D inquired his identity, Nan Zhou's hand was brimming with energy, his atomic breath ready to threaten Odin at any moment. He was unsure how much harm his full-powered atomic breath would inflict on Odin, but he had to try. Odin sensed the energy emanating from Nan Zhou and was taken aback, then locked eyes with him. Where did you get such power? Clearly, Odin understood that this power transcended the laws of the universe, realizing that Nan Zhou was not in order. You needn't worry about where I come from. What you need to be concerned about is not harming my house. Odin no longer dared to dismiss Nan Zhou, as this power commanded his full attention. His regard for Nan Zhou far exceeded that for Hela. You either persuade Hela to leave, or you leave yourself. If you dare to destroy this place, don't blame me for being merciless. Nan Zhou wasn't sure if he could truly defeat Odin, but he was confident that if he gave it his all, he could make the aging Odin pay. Odin stared intently at Nan Zhou, and after a moment, he turned to look at Hela. He knew that the current tension between him and Nan Zhou was Hela's design. Your calculations are quite clever. Odin suddenly waved his hand, breaking free from Nan Zhou's grip, and then snorted. Hela, don't think that after this you will be safe, though in the future I will definitely seal you again. Saying this, Odin's gaze lingered on Nan Zhou. Compared to Hela, it was evident that this young man before him was of greater interest. Kid, I remember you. You are indeed special. If you truly are as I suspect, you need to be careful. You will face many dangers. Nan Zhou chuckled at this. Don't worry, I've faced plenty of dangers, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up in the place where you imprisoned your... Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Odin let out another cold snort. Clearly this time, he had given up on capturing Hela after realizing Nan Zhou's identity. He was returning to Asgard. At that moment, Odin exited Nan Zhou's home and politely closed the door behind him. Watching Odin leave, Nan Zhou turned to Hela. Your scheme is rather malicious. Odin has left, and Hela's first crisis can be considered resolved. Of course, the resolution of the crisis entirely depended on Hela's ability to create a tense atmosphere between Nan Zhou and Odin. What allowed Hela's scheme to succeed was Nan Zhou's desire to protect his home. This move of yours is quite nasty. Nan Zhou had already returned to the sofa, and it seemed that his cup had not shattered due to the energy emitted by Odin. However, Nan Zhou was not a fool. He naturally understood Hela's scheme. But for the sake of his house's safety, he was willing to... However, Nan Zhou was not a fool. He naturally understood Hela's scheme. Odin understood that Nan Zhou could never defeat him, yet Nan Zhou presented an aura that conveyed, even if I cannot conquer you, I will make you suffer greatly. This aura made Odin hesitate. He was still concerned about sustaining serious injuries in the absence of his two sons, who were capable of bearing responsibilities. Thus he left. If you don't take a hit, how can I make you act? Hela sat beside Nan Zhou, smiling as she spoke. After this, Odin shouldn't come here for a long time, you can rest assured about that. Hela continued looking at Nan Zhou's face. Are you sure you're comfortable with me, a notorious villain, staying in your house? Didn't you say there are 3 kids at home? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou snorted coldly. If it were before, I certainly wouldn't allow you to stay here with all your power, but the current you. He turned to examine Hela from head to toe. The current you, I can confidently guarantee that I can defeat you. Hela rolled her eyes upon hearing this. But this was indeed the truth. If Hela were at her peak, Nan Zhou could not be sure he could truly defeat her. If in Asgard, he would undoubtedly fail. After all, Hela was an invincible existence in Asgard. However, this version of Hela, who could not return to Asgard and was sealed with most of her power, gave Nan Zhou great confidence. The 3 kids should not suggest having another person at home. After all, this house is mine, and I am responsible for their schooling and legal status, so they won't have any objections. As Nan Zhou spoke, he had already stood up. Checking the time, the 3 kids were about to return. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of the door unlocking echoed through the house, followed by the entrance of the 3 kids. Upon entering, the 3 immediately spotted Nan Zhou, and then they noticed Hela on the sofa. Her beautiful face, coupled with an indescribable unique charm, gave Wanda and Lorna an uneasy feeling. Seeing the 3 kids, Hela smiled and waved. She also keenly noticed the change in the expressions of the 2 girls. This person is a friend of mine who will be staying here for a while, Nan Zhou quickly explained to the suspicious trio. Hela was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Even claiming to be his distant cousin would be more reliable than saying friend. As expected, the moment Nan Zhou said this, both Wanda and Lorna's expressions changed, and they exchanged a disapproving glance at him. Hello, I am Hela. I hope we can get along harmoniously. Hela tried to present a friendly demeanor, but making such an expression made her feel nauseous. After all, she was the goddess of death, yet here she was forced to show a sickeningly amiable smile to 3 kids. She never imagined she would lower herself like this one day. Nan Zhou urged the 3 kids to go inside and finish the homework assigned by their teacher. Hela moved closer to Nan Zhou from behind. I don't know what your Earth is like, but in Asgard it's illegal to engage in relations with. Nan Zhou understood Hela's meaning and replied curtly, I know what you mean. Don't worry, in most countries on Earth engaging in relations with minors is illegal. Can you stop thinking of me that way? Hela was the second person to think of Nan Zhou in that manner. The first was Coulson. Hela couldn't help but chuckle at this, and her laughter lacked any semblance of the goddess of death, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat messed. Don't worry, I was just teasing you. No need to be so tense. Hela's laughter grew more cheerful perhaps, because Nan Zhou, who always maintained an image of clever strategy, could also show such an expression, or perhaps it was simply because the situation was genuinely amusing. Meanwhile, the 3 kids had returned to their room to finish the little homework they had. However, the atmosphere among them was somewhat Pietro didn't dare to make any loud noises, fearing that with one wrong move Wanda and Lorna would tear him apart. Wanda and Lorna were busy doing their homework, and the force with which they wrote was quite intense, seemingly fueled by some resentment. Of course, there was resentment. They never expected that such a beautiful and charming woman would suddenly appear in their home. Her presence instilled a sense of crisis in the 2 kids. The existence of Shireen was already a cause for vigilance, and now this woman's appearance prompted feelings of immense threat. In the presence of this woman, Shireen was hardly worth mentioning. Wanda and Lorna had to admit that this woman's charm was such that even they were nearly captivated. Pietro naturally understood their sentiments, which is why he dared not speak loudly. He had thought it was a war between the 2 of them and Shireen, but now there was yet another contender. What was once a 3-way stalemate had now become a multifaceted struggle. Even Pietro, as an outsider, felt immense tension. Those 2 kids seem quite interested in you. You should be careful. Outside the bedroom, Nan Zhou and Hela were chatting casually, and Hela brought up this topic again. You? Nan Zhou, seeing Hela mention this topic, once more wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words, only able to sigh deeply. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hela immediately stopped, ceasing to pursue the topic. Nan Zhou looked at Hela at this moment, and felt somewhat surprised. Even though she was the goddess of death stained with blood, and a being that Odin had to seal after spending some time with her, Nan Zhou felt that she wasn't as terrifying or dangerous as expected. Instead, she resembled an exceptionally attractive, ordinary person. The current her had nothing to do with the title of god. In Asgard, within the Golden Hall, Odin sat upon his golden throne, his expression somewhat grim. Standing in the center of the hall, Thor and Loki exchanged glances filled with confusion. Ever since their father returned from Asgard, he had changed, appearing troubled and lost. They inquired of Odin about what was going on, but Odin remained tight-lipped. The 2 brothers were at a loss. Odin was preoccupied with the issue of Nan Zhou, not that of Hela. Clearly he perceived Nan Zhou's situation as more serious than Hela's. Possessing powers that defied the laws of this universe was enough to prove that this individual hailed from another universe, one that like theirs contained various multiverses. According to Nan Zhou, he had been sent to the place where Hela was imprisoned. Anyone capable of such feats, without his knowledge, surely possessed formidable strength. That being must also be aware of Nan Zhou's true identity. If possible, Odin truly wished to converse with that being. As it stands, Hela's matters could only be temporarily set aside, as she seemed determined to become conjoined with Nan Zhou. It was precisely because of Nan Zhou's presence beside Hela that Odin dared not act rashly. This individual from another universe and time was unknown to Odin, and thus he refrained from provoking him lightly. However, based on previous encounters, that person would not allow Hela to wreak havoc. As long as someone could keep Hela in check, Odin could indeed turn a blind eye. What a misfortune! Odin couldn't help but mutter, leaving Thor and Loki even more baffled. Their father had become quite strange, and they were clueless about the reasons behind it. What a misfortune! Odin couldn't help but mutter, leaving Thor and Loki even more baffled. Their father had become quite strange, and they were clueless about. 5 hours flew by, and Nan Zhou emerged from the garage drenched in sweat. After a quick wash, he got dressed, and Hela walked in from outside the garage. Hela had initially wanted to accompany Nan Zhou to the garage, but he strongly opposed it, so she waited outside for 5 hours. Curiously, she stepped into the Omega radiation room, and sensed the lingering Omega radiation within. This energy is quite potent. Hela was somewhat surprised, unable to fathom that this was developed by Earthlings. If she were to be exposed to such radiation, it would certainly not bode well for her. However, Nan Zhou's method of cultivation involved entering such radiation and being exposed for a full 5 hours. At this moment, Nan Zhou let out a sigh of relief, having completed his new daily task after such a long duration. Now, with his 6th inheritance of the Darkseid template, he was surely unmatched on Earth. Yet placed in the cosmos, it would likely not. Setting aside the possibility of defeating Hela at her peak, even the aged Odin in Asgard would likely be able to subdue him. Thus, Nan Zhou needed to enhance his daily task completion rate. He aimed to reach a 10 inheritance before the next major event arrived. Nan Zhou had returned home, with Hela trailing closely behind him like a shadow. Just as Odin had said, Hela truly turned them into conjoined beings. After all, she was uncertain when Odin would next arrive, so staying close to Nan Zhou was undoubtedly the right choice. However, in this manner there was no trace of the death goddess about her. She was supposed to be drenched in blood, with countless lives lost, striking fear into the souls of those who gazed upon her. In this state, she bore no resemblance to a death goddess at all. Just after Nan Zhou returned home, his phone rang. Stark. Glancing at the caller ID, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. It was this guy again, and did he want to collect more data? With such questions in mind, Nan Zhou answered the call. Hey, I have good news that I think you'll definitely like. Stark's voice came through the phone. What good news? Is the suit finished? Exactly after my relentless nights and days of hard work, your suit has finally been successfully crafted by me and Ethan. Stark's tone was filled with pride, as if completing this task in just a few days was cause for celebration. Alright, I got it. They'll head over to pick up the suit. Nan Zhou was quite surprised that Stark had managed to work so quickly. By the way, I should remind you to be careful when you come. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have been hanging around outside my house waiting for you. Stark's words caused Nan Zhou to frown slightly. Coulson had already informed him of the general situation, but the persistence of S.H.I.E.L.D. left him feeling somewhat exasperated. These people were convinced that he would venture to Stark's place, so they had increased their manpower. If they caught Nan Zhou, it would be a big win. Alright, I understand. They'll steer clear of them, Nan Zhou said before hanging up the phone. He turned to Hela and said, I need to leave for a while. You stay at home for a bit. He had no intention of bringing Hela to Stark's house, as it would be quite troublesome. Upon hearing this, Hela immediately shook her head. No, I want to go with you. What if Odin came and forcibly took her away while Nan Zhou was gone? To prevent such an occurrence, Hela was determined not to let him act alone. She wanted to be a shadow, always following Nan Zhou closely. If you take me, it will be very troublesome. Nan Zhou was not about to let Hela follow him everywhere. She wanted to be a shadow, always following Nan Zhou closely. If you take me, it will be very troublesome. Nan Zhou was not. At that point, he would truly be unable to shake off this shadow. At least until Hela's seal was lifted, she would likely cling to Nan. This was not what Nan Zhou wanted to see, so he had to ensure Hela stayed at home. He knew she was worried that Odin might drop by unexpectedly in his absence. However, Nan Zhou believed the probability of that was very low. She could safely stay at home. Most importantly, she could help take care of the 3 children and strengthen their bond. Having an extra free babysitter at home wasn't that quite a deal. Nan Zhou disembarked from the plane unaware of how many times he had visited Stark's home. Before boarding, he had painstakingly convinced Hela to stay at home while he came to California. This time he headed straight for Stark's house, but Nan Zhou remained cautious. Nan Zhou stopped 3 kilometers away from Stark's residence, choosing to walk the rest of the way while observing the people around him. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s routine, they would never deploy agents right at Stark's doorstep. They would certainly place personnel along the route to monitor the surroundings. Sure enough, not far ahead, a man in a hoodie and a cap caught Nan Zhou's attention. Based on his extensive experience at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou easily identified the man as an agent. As Nan Zhou walked past him, the agent glanced up at him before quickly looking down again. At that moment, Nan Zhou wore a mask and exuded an aura that was harmless, so the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent paid him no mind. Thus, Nan Zhou easily walked away from him. Along the way, he spotted several other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They were positioned like sentinels with one every few steps. To find me, they went through such great lengths, Nan Zhou thought, somewhat surprised, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D. was serious this time. Since the recent events in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have intensified their investigation into him, and with Stark as a breakthrough point, they certainly wouldn't let it go. However, all these investigations and personnel placements were futile in Nan Zhou's eyes. After all, capturing him with these agents was quite unlikely. They wouldn't even notice him, let alone discover him. Before long, Nan Zhou reached the vicinity of Stark's mansion. He found a hidden corner, turned his clothes inside out, and did the same with his pants. As a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou adhered to the principle that double-sided clothing was the most convenient disguise. With just a change of attire, he could achieve perfect infiltration. For this occasion, he had prepared in the same way. The number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside Stark's mansion was significantly higher than on the streets, with guards every few steps. But this still posed no challenge for Nan Zhou. He cleverly utilized the blind spots of all the agents to stealthily enter Stark's mansion. Using his adept unlocking skills, Nan Zhou slipped through a small door of the mansion. Inside, he found no trace of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Just as Nan Zhou stepped out of the utility room where the small door was located, he unexpectedly bumped into Pepper Potts. Oh! Pepper screamed, startled by Nan Zhou's sudden appearance. Nan Zhou swiftly covered Pepper's mouth. He knew her scream could easily attract S.H.I.E.L.D. agents from outside, and he did not want to be caught off guard. Don't be nervous, it's me. Nan Zhou reassured Pepper, which helped calm her down. Do you really never use the front door? Pepper shot him a glare, clearly displeased with Nan Zhou's habit of avoiding the front door. Yet she had grown accustomed to it. Sister, there are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside lying in wait just to capture me. Do you think I can walk through the front door? That would be courting disaster. Nan Zhou's words made Pepper sigh. She was well aware of the situation he described. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, they had remained nearby without leaving. Although they did not interfere with Stark's normal life or company operations. Pepper felt inexplicably annoyed. After all, it felt like being monitored. Unless one had special preferences, who would willingly? Stark and Ethan are in the basement. You should go now? Pepper waved her hand as she had things to do and no time to chat with Nan. Nan Zhou nodded and quickly made his way to the basement, where he indeed found Ethan and Stark. I wasn't discovered, was I? Stark asked upon seeing Nan Zhou. If I had been discovered, do you think I'd be standing here calmly? Those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be more than eager to take me away and wouldn't have given me a chance to enter the basement. Nan Zhou's words elicited a smile from both Stark and Ethan. Ethan then walked over to a covered area. You should take a look. I'm quite satisfied with our creation. As he spoke, Ethan pulled away the cover, revealing a glass case inside, which was a sleek red and black suit of armor. Seeing the suit before him, Nan Zhou was quite surprised. He hadn't expected it to look so impressive after being crafted. Nan Zhou stepped forward, and Ethan thoughtfully opened the glass case. Nan Zhou touched the material of the suit. He was certain it was lightweight and wouldn't hinder his movement. This suit currently has a drawback, Stark remarked at that moment. Like my armor, it's not very convenient for storage. It would be great if we had a device that could instantly shrink it, but we don't possess. Stark's words reminded Nan Zhou of the capsules from the Capsule Corporation in Dragon Ball and the future nanotechnology that Stark would master. So does that mean I can only keep this suit at home, and if something major happens I can put it on? Nan Zhou asked. His question was met with Stark's nod of agreement. That's about the gist of it, but rest assured I'll provide lifetime support for this suit. As I innovate new technology, your suit will be upgraded as well. Stark was notably sincere, surprising Nan Zhou with his words. Alright, go try it on. If it doesn't fit, I'll have to make some adjustments. Nan Zhou nodded, took off the suit of armor, and found a corner in the basement to cover himself before starting to change. Can this thing defend against my skill? It probably can't, can it? Nan Zhou asked while changing. Not yet, but it can mitigate a considerable amount of force, Stark responded at that moment. You can trust its defensive capabilities. Stark guarantee it's a quality product. This close-fitting armor is quite well suited, and Nan Zhou feels very satisfied wearing it, but the inconvenience of carrying it still leaves him a bit regretful. Moreover, returning this item to New York poses some difficulties. Of course, none of this could thwart Stark. As the head of Stark Industries, although S.H.I.E.L.D. is partially monitoring him, they have no authority to interfere with the operations of Stark Industries. Thus, this armor was treated as equipment of Stark Industries, and without any suspicion, it was loaded by Stark and taken. This item is now to be airlifted to New York, where Nan Zhou will ultimately receive it. Everything is proceeding so smoothly that Nan Zhou hasn't had to worry at all. So one must say that the after-sales service of Stark Industries is truly exceptional. One of the reasons for becoming the largest arms dealer is certainly due to their after-sales support. Nan Zhou then peacefully boarded the plane once again. The back-and-forth travel has made him somewhat irritable. If only he could fly himself, it would save a lot of time. But it is clear that this is quite difficult to achieve. To accommodate Nan Zhou's need for convenience, Stark did not install any flight capabilities on this armor, so flying can only rely on increased proficiency to develop new skills or through a lottery. However, the lottery system is truly a mixed bag. Although it allowed Nan Zhou to acquire a bug skill like atomic breath, which improved his impression of it, it still shifted from a flood of negative reviews to merely a higher volume of them. After returning to New York, Nan Zhou waited patiently for the arrival of the armor. During this time, it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had really forgotten about him, a level 10 agent, as no orders were given. If it weren't for Coulson still having some contact with him, he might have forgotten that he was still a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the calendar, Nan Zhou knew that the time for his date with Hill was approaching. Since obtaining the template of Darkseid, his relationship with Hill had grown increasingly distant. This was not what Nan Zhou wanted to see, which is why he invited Hill to dinner when Peggy woke up. This is the most direct and effective way to resolve misunderstandings, talking face to face. Therefore, as soon as Nan Zhou returned to New York, he headed straight to Washington. After all, Stark's delivery of the armor would take a few more days, so Nan Zhou didn't need to worry about it not being received. By the time Nan Zhou arrived in Washington, it was already daytime, and it was the day he had arranged to meet Hill. He confirmed the meeting location with her and headed straight there. When Nan Zhou arrived, he found Hill dressed in black, holding a helmet, looking as if she had come on a motorcycle. Hi. Nan Zhou approached Hill and waved at her. Hill smiled slightly. Where are we going? How about we check this out? Nan Zhou said, noticing a giant movie poster on the advertisement board of a nearby tall building. Hill glanced at the poster and nodded. You seem quite free lately. On the way, Hill remarked, I hardly see you at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters anymore. I am indeed quite free now, as spending my days watching TV and working out is quite nice. It's the life I enjoy. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hill visibly showed a jealous expression. You are really lucky. Not long ago, I went to Stark's house with Nick, all because of that person called Darkseid. Hill began recounting her recent visit to Stark's house with Nick, even speculating about some friction between Nick and Coulson. As soon as she said this, Nan Zhou immediately understood what was going on. That Coulson. Nan Zhou couldn't help but complain a bit in his heart. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson's actions were simply too unreliable. Fortunately, Hill did not speculate close to the truth, so it seemed Nan Zhou needed to remind Coulson. Hill continued to vent about her job. This calm and serious person at S.H.I.E.L.D. only showed this side in front of Nan Zhou. Although this date was meant to resolve misunderstandings, it seemed that their misunderstandings were not as significant as they thought. Even if there were, they seemed not to mind. The two had already arrived at the cinema, bought their tickets, and entered the screening room. As a hot indie film, the attendance rate was terrifying, and Nan Zhou and Hill were fortunate to have secured seats in the middle. Watching the entanglement of the male and female leads, Hill fell silent. Nan Zhou. After a while, Hill tugged at the hem of Nan Zhou's shirt. What's wrong? I'm really sorry about what happened before. To Nan Zhou's surprise, Hill took the initiative to speak. I know my stubbornness and temper caused you harm. I'm sorry for everything that happened before. Hill was referring to the incident with Peggy, as Nan Zhou sought to resolve the issue himself, which made Hill feel abandoned, causing her to lash out. Even after Nan Zhou managed to wake Peggy, Hill still refused to lower her head. After this period of calm reflection, Hill naturally realized her mistakes. She had been too headstrong, which not only hurt herself, but also Nan Zhou. At this moment, the film was showcasing a key emotional scene, and taking advantage of this atmosphere, Hill mustered the courage to say, "Actually, I was also wrong. I should have been more direct." Nan Zhou turned to Hill, noticing she had her head down much like a child awaiting reprimand, which compelled him to comfort her. Hill remained silent, still keeping her head down. Nan Zhou reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Don't be like this, after all you are a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. How can a top agent act like this?" Nan Zhou's words made Hill lift her head, but her eyes held a hint of grievance. "I'm not an agent right now. I'm on vacation. During my vacation, I am not an agent." Not only did her eyes reflect a bit of grievance, but her tone also carried a hint of it, making it hard for Nan Zhou to suppress it. Perhaps due to increasing work pressure, Hill's little emotions had been growing, which also led to the unpleasantness that occurred between them. "Alright, after the movie you'll take you out for a nice meal. Oh, just relax today." Nan Zhou looked at Hill and grinned. The misunderstandings and unpleasantness between the two seemed to dissipate in that instant. Nan Zhou's date with Hill went quite well, though nothing more came of it. That night, Nan Zhou flew back to New York, as he still had to continue his cultivation. Time flew by, and soon 4 months had passed since the Hulk incident in New York. During this time, Nan Zhou practiced in a room radiating Omega energy at home, occasionally visiting Dr. Pym's laboratory to strengthen their bond and assist him in making progress on his new research project. As for the underground world, he codenamed 47, had no further ties to Jean Bing. The last incident where he had beaten up Jean Bing's underlings at a restaurant was of no concern to Jean Bing. This notorious underground assassin codenamed 47 seemed to have completely retired. Many speculated that Jean Bing had secretly eliminated him, yet there were still numerous people who believed that he was still alive, even suggesting that the one involved in the Hulk incident was this codename 47. There were various opinions about the matter, but no definitive conclusions. The 4 months of idle time allowed Nan Zhou ample opportunity to cultivate. In these 4 months, he had successfully reached a 9 inheritance of Darkseid, just 1 step away from 10. Nan Zhou understood that reaching 10 would grant him new abilities from Darkseid, which made him quite excited. Meanwhile, Hela, the goddess of death who had taken refuge at Nan Zhou's home, had fully adapted to life as a human on Earth. She was aware that Odin had temporarily abandoned any thoughts of her, which allowed her to go out without fear. Of course, her captivating beauty did not go unnoticed, leading to flirtations and even harassment. Although much of her power was sealed, Hela still possessed strength beyond that of any Earthling. Those who attempted to flirt with Hela often met unfortunate ends. However, she still adhered to Nan Zhou's strict order. As the goddess of death, she was the first person aside from Odin to whom Nan Zhou had dared to give orders. Surprisingly, Hela complied with Nan Zhou's request without any opposition. As the goddess of death, she was the first person aside from Odin to whom Nan Zhou had dared to give orders. Surprisingly, at least during these 4 months, Nan Zhou had lived quite peacefully. This was a lifestyle he found quite enjoyable. On this day, the 3 children, having started a new school term, returned home looking glum. "What's wrong?" Hela asked, sitting on the sofa and looking at the 3 of them. Having been in this home for 4 months, she had fully integrated into the family. Previously, she had faced some hostility from Wanda and Lorna, but now that animosity had faded. Although the 3 children were not as close to Hela as Nan Zhou was, their relationship was still good. Some people at school keep talking about Tony Stark hosting some Stark Expo. Almost the entire class wants to go. It's really annoying. Hela understood the reason behind their gloom upon hearing this. She was aware of the children's hatred for Stark, as his weapons had destroyed their homeland. Hela understood the reason behind their gloom upon hearing this. She was aware of the children's hatred for Stark, as his weapons. Nan Zhou had also overheard the children's complaints and emerged from the kitchen. He glanced at the date. It was indeed time. Stark was set to host the Stark Expo in Flushing, New York. Not long ago, Stark had also called Nan Zhou about it. This expo, aimed at showcasing various inventions, had been in preparation since the time of Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. Unfortunately, due to Howard's passing, the expo had to be put on hold. Now Stark was reviving this proposal that had been dormant for nearly 30 years. The main reason, however, was to showcase his technological prowess. Naturally, Stark's call was not to invite Nan Zhou to the event. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still investigating the identity of Darkseid, so if Nan Zhou went to that place wearing a mask, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, if he were not home that day, the 3 children would undoubtedly think he had gone to the expo. The potential emotional harm to them would be immense. "That Stark is quite arrogant," Hela remarked after ushering the 3 children back to their rooms. "He's okay, I guess. He does seem arrogant in front of outsiders, but given his accomplishments on Earth, he certainly has the right." Nan Zhou settled back onto the sofa. As a globally renowned superhero, Iron Man, Stark possessed technology that was ahead of the world by 10 to even 20 years. Even though he no longer engaged in weapon manufacturing, Stark Industries' market value still kept him at the pinnacle of wealth due to his Iron Man persona. It's hard not to be arrogant in such a position. But despite his arrogance, he's quite decent as a person. Nan Zhou did not harbor any dislike for Stark. Despite being egotistical, he was very friendly toward those he knew. Such a person was one Nan Zhou was willing to befriend. "The suit you have in the garage was made by him, right?" Hela asked again. Nan Zhou nodded. Yes, I commissioned him to make it. Hela shrugged. To me it looks quite ugly. It seems that guy's taste isn't great. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression turned slightly sour. That suit was made according to the design I provided. Hela's embarrassment became apparent. She smiled awkwardly. Now that you mention it, I actually think the suit is somewhat nice. Hela's sudden change of attitude left Nan Zhou speechless. Is this the famed goddess of death? Nan Zhou certainly wouldn't hold it against Hela. As long as she liked it, that was enough. After all, he was quite satisfied with the suit. However, the same issue remained. It was very inconvenient to carry. He could only hope Stark would quickly develop new technology to resolve this problem. Or perhaps Dr. Pym could share the plans for Pym particles with him, so he could not only shrink his room, but also his suit. Meanwhile, while Nan Zhou and Hela were chatting, Stark was also not having an easy time. The expo was about to commence and journalists were flocking in for interviews. Although he had already turned down, many reporters continued to come in droves, which was causing Stark some headaches. Ever since he admitted to being Iron Man, every public appearance Stark made attracted countless people. This celebrity effect was proving quite troublesome for him. Mr. Stark, regarding the government's desire to nationalize your armor. In the Senate Military Committee hearing on the Enhanced Armor Project, countless journalists, military personnel, and Stark were present in the conference room. Of course, this also included Nan Zhou and the Black Widow Natasha. This was already the second day of the Stark Expo. In fact, the Stark Expo had been very successful. Stark had showcased his technological prowess in the awe-inspiring Iron Man suit, but he had also received a subpoena being informed that he must attend the Senate Military Committee hearing. This was something Stark could not refuse. Although he was famous and possessed technology beyond the grasp of the entire world, he was unwilling to confront the military. So he flew to Washington overnight, forced to attend the hearing. In a corner of the hearing, Nan Zhou and Natasha sat observing the questioning of Stark and his rebuttals. This is so annoying. Nan Zhou frowned, clearly reluctant to be here. However, he hadn't worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. in over half a year. Although there were no missions requiring him to take down Hydra on the front lines, Nick wouldn't allow Nan Zhou to continue loafing around. Thus, he was dispatched by Nick to accompany Natasha to this hearing. Natasha had been investigating the matter of Darkseid, and this time, she had a second mission. The first mission was naturally to investigate Darkseid, while the second was to get close to Stark and monitor him. Of course, the second mission didn't conflict with the first. Moreover, keeping an eye on Stark would facilitate the investigation into Darkseid. After all, the only intelligence they had was that Darkseid had contact with Stark. Clearly, Natasha was not in the best mental state. The investigation into Darkseid was exhausting for her. Besides gathering information, she also had to conduct on-site inquiries. All of this was already quite stressful, and now she had a second mission that required her to monitor Stark on top of her investigation. How could this not give Natasha a headache? Therefore, she wasn't very attentive to the hearing. After all, she would eventually join Stark Industries and become Stark's assistant. You're just a lazy bum, and you're already bored. Natasha, of course, heard Nan Zhou's complaints and couldn't help but speak up. I really envy you right now, being able to loaf around for half a year. Look at me, I'm so busy lately that my head is spinning. Natasha had a good relationship with Nan Zhou. She always regarded him as a younger brother. Some of her troubles were only shared with Hawkeye Barton and Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou being so idle was certainly irritating to Natasha. After all, had been on leave for 6 months, still getting paid. So it was no wonder Natasha complained, considering Nan Zhou's treatment made some people feel resentful. It's not like there's anything for me to do. Hydra isn't that rampant anymore. Nan Zhou was quite adept at finding excuses. However, it was true that Hydra had been relatively quiet recently. Perhaps it was because of Nan Zhou that they feared this death knell. Nan Zhou. He truly was like a death knell. His success rate for missions was a staggering 100%, something even Natasha and Barton couldn't achieve. Once Nan Zhou had marked someone, the death knell would toll, and their lives would ultimately be claimed by him. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Natasha sighed deeply. Compared to such missions, she preferred to be on the front lines fighting enemies. Just the thought of having to interact with Stark the Playboy made her feel resistant. She feared that in order to make Stark trust her, she would have to sell her looks yet again. At this point, Stark had already started arguing with the Congress members. I have created a very resilient shield for the people. With my existence, how many harmful enemies have we diminished? How many madmen who only think about war have we spared the world from? I protect not just this place but the entire world. Now you say you want to take my property. Who among us is talking nonsense? Stark's attitude was extremely firm, as it always was. The Congress members naturally knew that it would not be easy to make Stark concede, so they brought in Justin Hammer. Hammer, a person considered a competitor to Stark Industries. Of course, in Stark's eyes, he held no weight. To be honest, I like this guy even less than Stark. Watching Hammer droning on at the podium, Natasha once again expressed her thought. Though Stark was arrogant and conceited, at least he conducted himself with some integrity. In contrast, Justin Hammer was nothing more than a shameless hypocrite. Such people had naturally been investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D., so the label of hypocrite was given by them. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. He also didn't like Hammer. Not only was he a hypocrite, but he was also a fool. Such a person was truly both wicked and stupid. Just thinking about having to list my experience at Hammer Industries on my resume annoys me even more. Natasha had long known that the resume she submitted to Stark Industries included her work history at Hammer Industries. Once you've finished monitoring Stark, you'll probably find that having Stark Industries on your resume will also make you feel sick. Nan Zhou's comment naturally earned him a glare from Natasha, who even reached out to pinch his arm hard in discontent. At this point, Hammer's speech had concluded, and next up was Rhodes. Watching Rhodes questioning the Congress members at the hearing, Nan Zhou slowly became interested. This hearing was becoming more and more chaotic, with the volume on both sides rising. It had turned into a farce. a farce beneficial to Stark. When Stark darkened the electronic screen of the hearing and played a video of Hammer conducting mech experiments. The images of failures resulting in fatalities instantly reversed the entire situation. This farce not only favored Stark, but even elevated his status. It not only shattered the military's hopes of conscripting Stark's Iron Man armor, but also made Stark popular once again. His technology remained unique on Earth. No one could replicate it, let alone innovate upon it. Stark was indeed a presence nearly 20 years ahead of the world. In Monaco, the venue for F1, Nan Zhou stood in a corner observing the race cars that were ready to start. Beside him, you Earthlings are really strange. Is this really that interesting? Hela could not understand the fun that many Earth people found in such things given the cultural differences. Immerse yourself more in the human world. Trust me, you will find some things that you once didn't understand to be interesting. Nan Zhou was also very interested in F1, watching Vettel from the Red Bull racing team, who was all set to go. It was known that he was this year's driver champion. Although Nan Zhou had arrived in the Marvel universe, there were still many similarities to the universe he originally lived in. For instance, the current F1 Moroccan Grand Prix. Of course, Nan Zhou was not here to watch F1. He had noticed that Stark had replaced a driver from one team and intended to forcibly participate in this F1 conflict. A significant accident would occur during this F1 race. After the earlier incident with the Hulk in New York, Nan Zhou decided to be present just in case. As for why Hela would arrive later, it could only be said to be an exception. Staying in New York made her want to get out, so after much coaxing she finally convinced Nan Zhou to bring her along. Of course, Nan Zhou had his own requirements. She had to follow him and listen to him. Hela naturally had no objections to this. Do you really think this is that interesting? Watching the engines roar, Hela raised her question once again. This is the Earth people's pursuit of speed, and the appearance of the race cars greatly conforms to their aesthetic. Coupled with the clash of driver skills, it naturally garners the Earth people's favor. Of course, in comparison, I actually prefer watching the cars crash into each other. Breaking apart is a lot of money. Although it is a competition of speed, it ultimately comes down to burning money. As Nan Zhou spoke, the race officially began, with countless cars rushing from the starting point. As expected, Stark, who could barely be considered an amateur driver, was left behind. However, Nan Zhou's attention was not on this. The F1 race did not pique his interest. His gaze was focused on a man, Ivan Vanko. Seeing him surveying his surroundings, Nan Zhou knew he was about to act. But Hela, of course, was unaware of these matters. Her gaze remained fixed on the racing cars speeding down the track. From an Earthling's perspective, the speed of these race cars was indeed fast, but for Hela and his guardian, it was just average. He stepped out from behind the barriers and slowly walked towards the direction from which the race cars were approaching. Amidst the gasps, he stepped out from behind the barriers and slowly walked towards the direction from which the race cars were approaching. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he slowly removed his shirt, revealing the whip he had crafted himself. Facing the oncoming race car, he swung the whip down, instantly slicing through the front of the car, which then flew off. Fortunately, the driver was unharmed. At this moment, people were already screaming and fleeing the scene. They were not foolish and naturally understood the gravity. If they didn't run now, they would be in serious trouble. When the whip struck them, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the King of Hell. Nan Zhou and Hela did not leave the stands with the crowd's commotion. They quietly watched the events unfolding. Did you come here for this? Hela asked. Nan Zhou did not deny it and nodded. I might act later, or I might not. Nan Zhou was waiting for Stark to become Iron Man and engage in battle with Vanko. As expected, Happy and Pepper's arrival brought Stark the portable armor Mark V, and Tony donned the armor in an extremely flamboyant manner. Damn, that's really cool, Nan Zhou remarked as he watched Stark put on the armor. The Mark V, being portable armor, did not have flight capabilities and only had the palm repulsors as an attack method. Thus, facing Vanko, Stark's two palm repulsors were destroyed and rendered ineffective. However, this was all part of a normal development, and Nan Zhou did not take action. But then the situation changed. Vanko's whip swung faster and faster, seemingly not giving Stark any chance to entangle him with his whip. He even swung the whip and directly severed half of Stark's helmet. Damn it, just as I expected, that bastard. Nan Zhou frowned and immediately put on his mask, tossing a mask to Hela behind him. Put it on and wait for me here, don't go. Saying this, Nan Zhou leaped down from the stands, landing precisely between the two men. At that moment, Vanko's whip also came crashing down, aimed straight at Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou deftly sidestepped the whip and then grasped it with one hand, allowing it to spark and crackle against his palm. Seeing this person manage to hold his whip with mere flesh, Vanko was quite surprised. At the same time, Nan Zhou noticed the red glow emanating from Vanko's pupils. He confirmed that Ivan Vanko had indeed acquired that guy's power, which was why he had become so strong. However, such power was fine against Stark, but against himself it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. With a strong tug, Vanko's whip snapped, and the immense force caused him to stagger. Meanwhile, Stark seized the opportunity, quickly advancing and landing a punch squarely on Ivan Vanko's face. Even though he had gained that guy's power, Vanko was still a mere mortal. Being struck by Stark's iron fist left no doubt that he would be knocked out instantly. Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou shook his head. Mortal flesh is ultimately mortal flesh. Stark turned around intending to say something, but was interrupted by a commotion. Soon after, a dozen men dressed in black suits and armed with firearms appeared on the racetrack. These men were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Their target was Nan Zhou. They had initially hoped that Nan Zhou would show up, but they did not expect him to actually appear. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they naturally could not miss it. Watching these people, Nan Zhou let out a bitter laugh. It truly verified the old saying. Good fortune does not come in pairs, misfortunes never come alone. Why are we running? On the streets of Morocco, the masked Nan Zhou and Hela were sprinting, pursued by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Running is the right choice, though I have no desire to deal with them. Nan Zhou dragged Hela into an alley. Hela was confused by Nan Zhou's words. After all, he was indeed an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a top-notch one at that. It's precisely because I am one of them that I know just how annoying they can be. Glancing back at the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who were already revving their motorcycles, Nan Zhou frowned. At that moment, Hela suddenly stopped. Even if what you say is true, if we are stronger than them, we shouldn't have to hide like this. As she spoke, Hela raised her hand and struck, directly stopping an oncoming motorcycle. She then lifted it and tossed it. The other agents hesitated, shocked that the woman beside Darkseid possessed such power. Why don't we just take them down? Knowing that Nan Zhou would never allow her to kill, Hela deliberately chose to phrase it as take down. However, if Hela were in Nan Zhou's position, perhaps none of these people would escape, and scathed through death would be their inevitable end. And S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have a good outcome either. Hela would find a way to settle the score with them. The next step after dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. was to dominate the entire Earth and then the entire universe. Ultimately, the goal was to rule the universe. At that moment, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had blocked both ends of the alley, trapping Nan Zhou and Hela within. Then from an armored vehicle blocking the alley, a man holding a machine gun stepped out. Nan Zhou recognized him. He was now the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team block. Lang Lo. I didn't expect him to come. Seeing Lang Lo before him, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. He had thought only a few agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were after him. To his surprise, the leader of the strike team had also brought his subordinates into the fray. Ahem. Lang Lo slowly walked into the alley, lowering his weapon to show goodwill. Mr. Darkseid, we mean no harm. I would like to talk to you. Seeing Lang Lo's non-confrontational attitude, Nan Zhou was glad to engage in conversation. What do you want to talk about? Nan Zhou's voice was altered, as Lang Lo was surely familiar with his true voice. Although Nan Zhou already knew that Lang Lo was a member of Hydra, there were still many interactions in their daily work, so Lang Lo naturally recognized his voice. I am with S.H.I.E.L.D. We sincerely hope you can join us and contribute to protecting this world. Lang Lo was well aware of the strength of the man before him. He was definitely not his match. Otherwise, he could end up like the man who had just been thrown out, so he was naturally polite. Protecting the world. Nan Zhou genuinely did not expect Lang Lo to say such a thing, which made him unable to suppress a laugh. Then with a wave of his hand, Nan Zhou said, I have no interest in protecting the world. The reason I stand with you is that those enemies threaten my interests. But if one day your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. also threatens my interests, I will not hesitate to annihilate you. Nan Zhou's words darkened Lang Lo's expression. Although he hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D. could soon encroach upon the interests of this man, allowing him to swiftly eradicate S.H.I.E.L.D. The man's words were extremely arrogant, which naturally displeased Lang Lo. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not as fragile as you think. Although Lang Lo wished for Nan Zhou to act quickly, he had to maintain appearances. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh. The irony was not only amusing, but coming from Lang Lo, a spy of Hydra, it was even more comical. Lang Lo naturally caught the sarcasm in Nan Zhou's tone, and his expression darkened further. However, Nan Zhou was not interested in continuing the idle chatter. He glanced at Hela beside him. Hela immediately understood, grabbing Nan Zhou's arm and flying into the sky. Although Nan Zhou could not fly yet, Hela could. One reason Nan Zhou kept Hela around was exactly because of this. Who could refuse a free-flying machine? As Nan Zhou soared into the sky, Lang Lo was caught off guard by this outcome. Reports indicated that this Darkseid could not fly and could only move on land, so they did not have an aircraft station nearby. It seems I need to add that he has a flying machine in the report. Lang Lo said, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat. This operation had naturally ended in complete failure. I think it's better to eliminate future threats. In the sky, Hela held onto Nan Zhou's arm as they flew towards New York. Although crossing the ocean posed no problem for Hela, she could even outpace the fastest planes in the world. Listening to Hela's words, Nan Zhou fell into thought. He knew that what Hela was implying was to silence S.H.I.E.L.D. If Nan Zhou couldn't bring himself to act, Hela could easily take on that role. Having not killed for many years, Hela was naturally itching for action. Yet Nan Zhou's thoughts were elsewhere. Hela's words sparked an idea in Nan Zhou's mind. One that was bold, but if successful could provide him with a period of... Hela was somewhat surprised by Nan Zhou's contemplative demeanor. Could it be that he truly harbored thoughts of killing? In her eyes, Nan Zhou had always been a benevolent figure, consistently forbidding Hela from killing even those who verbally teased and insulted her. Nan Zhou had never allowed Hela. It wasn't that Nan Zhou was kind-hearted, he simply did not want Hela to rediscover the thrill of bloodlust. Such a Hela would gradually become uncontrollable. In the dead of night, Washington, D.C., at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick was organizing the reports of the day in his office. Included was the report submitted by Rumlow regarding a new flying vessel associated with Darkseid. Looking at Rumlow's report, Nick furrowed his brow. Suddenly there was another woman of immense strength, who could even fly, appearing beside this Darkseid. For Nick, this news was neither good nor bad. However, concerning Darkseid, Nick felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, truly coming and going without a trace. Even Rumlow's strike team had failed. Yet failure was to be expected. As a terrifying character wielding such power, it was not something a single Rumlow and his team could easily handle. At that moment, the lights in the office suddenly began to flicker. This struck Nick as very strange, and he stood up to head towards the light switch. But suddenly the lights went out completely, plunging the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters into darkness. The room turned pitch black. Years of experience as an agent naturally alerted Nick to the danger. He turned around sharply, and illuminated by the moonlight, saw a man in a hooded sweatshirt standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Who are you?" Nick asked, tense, slowly reaching for his waist. Clearly this person was far from ordinary, having appeared in a locked office without him noticing. "I advise you not to draw your gun. If you do, it will be difficult for me to handle the situation." The man stepped forward, and in the moonlight Nick finally got a clear look at his face. He wore a mask, the same one that Darkseid donned. "You are Darkseid?" Nick exclaimed, quite taken aback. The man was indeed Darkseid, also known as Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou smiled faintly, then sat down on a nearby sofa. Nick was now even more unsettled. The person before him was the Darkseid he had been obsessively concerned about. Naturally, Nick could guess the reason for his presence here. "I suppose I don't need to explain my intentions, do I?" Nan Zhou understood Nick was a clever man and intended to get straight to the point. Nick sat back down in his chair. "It seems that my people have caused you quite the discomfort today." Nick didn't dare act rashly. Someone like him could easily end Nick's life with a mere thought. "It appears that the famous director Nick Fury is quite intelligent indeed," Nan Zhou said, reclining casually with an air of air. "I know you've been investigating me, and I also know you want to uncover much. Honestly, your probing annoys me, but I didn't pay it much mind until now. This time you've truly angered me." Nan Zhou's words struck a chord with Nick, who could naturally detect the threat and murderous intent in Nan Zhou's tone. "This is inevitable. Oh, I hope you can understand my position." Nick responded with a smile. "After all, a powerful and uncontrollable existence like you as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I naturally have to be cautious. I know you dislike my methods, but it is my duty, and I have no other choice." Nick spoke the truth. Not knowing the background of such a powerful individual left him uneasy. Although Nan Zhou had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. several times maintaining peace, Nick still did not know his true intentions. What if he was on the same side for now, but later opposed Nick? Nick had to consider such matters, which was why he investigated Nan Zhou. "I know your dilemmas, but what does that have to do with me?" Nan Zhou appeared completely unreasonable. He did not want to consider matters from the other's perspective. If everyone always viewed things from the other side's angle of the world, this was something Peggy had told him during his agent training. Not every situation required seeing things from the other side's perspective. An agent must act decisively coldly. "I don't want any entanglements with you, you know," Nan Zhou continued. "I can clearly tell you that I only care about myself. I have no desire to destroy or rule the world. I just want to live a quiet and free life. The people I have eliminated merely touched upon my interests. I had no choice but to kill them. Generally, people do not infringe upon my interests, but if someone truly seeks their own demise, I cannot help that." Nan Zhou's words indicated a stance of not wanting to stand against S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, this was also a way to give Nick a way out. With Nan Zhou's statement, Nick could simply withdraw his investigation into him. If Nick persisted in his efforts, he could only blame himself for the consequences. "I am also aware that your S.H.I.E.L.D. has a trump card in outer space, but that is not a problem for me." With these words, Nan Zhou further surprised Nick. It turned out that this guy was even aware of Carol's situation. "So my point is, do you get it?" Nan Zhou finished looking at Nick. Nick, recognizing the situation, nodded. Although as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his concession would be a significant blow to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s members. But since there was no one else softening his stance could prevent their relationship from becoming overly tense, why not be amicable? Nan Zhou smiled in satisfaction upon seeing this. Nick had always been someone who recognized the situation, a quality that Nan Zhou highly appreciated. Although internally he felt quite displeased and was suppressing his anger, what did that have to do with Nan Zhou? He watched as Nan Zhou walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window and opened it. "I hope you keep your word and do not go back on it. I dislike untrustworthy people." With that, Nan Zhou leaped out, and upon witnessing this scene, Nick rushed to the window, only to find Nan Zhou had vanished. Immediately after, the power supply for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was restored. This was S.H.I.E.L.D. To be so easily hacked into the power supply system was truly embarrassing. "It seems we need to upgrade to a more powerful system. Let's contact Stark." "No, Stark won't do either." At that moment, Nick was feeling flustered, sitting in his chair, rubbing his eyes. "I thought you would make a move, but this is quite disappointing." On the rooftop of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nan Zhou and Hela were looking at the scenery of Washington, D.C. Hela was expressing her dissatisfaction with Nan Zhou. She had expected Nan Zhou to carry out a massacre at S.H.I.E.L.D., causing great destruction. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? When did I say I wanted to kill anyone? Nan Zhou cast a disdainful glance at Hela. "At least you are a noble Asgardian in your words. Can you not act like a barbarian who only knows how to kill every day? Why resort to violence when words can resolve the issue?" Nan Zhou's mocking words darkened Hela's expression. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you right now, once I regain my strength, you can wait for the consequences. Hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, when you regain your strength, you'll find you still can't defeat me. Why did the investigation into Darkseid's task get suddenly cancelled? Natasha received a call from Nick while at Stark Industries. Hearing Nick's words, Natasha felt somewhat surprised. After putting in so much effort for a long time, Nick actually wanted to end the mission with just a single statement. This was naturally difficult for Natasha to accept. Has the true identity of Darkseid been uncovered? Natasha had a fair understanding of Nick. In her view, if he wanted to terminate the investigation, it was likely because he had discovered Darkseid's true identity. However, Nick remained silent on the other end of the line. This made Natasha feel that something was amiss. After a long pause, Nick slowly spoke. You don't need to worry about this, just know that you no longer have to continue investigating Darkseid. Nick's words were very firm. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Natasha leaned against the wall, rubbed her temples, and sighed deeply. I understand. After saying this, Natasha hung up the phone. The matter concerning Darkseid had already caused her a great deal of stress, yet she did not want to give up without understanding the situation. If Nick was unwilling to tell her why, then it must be something serious. Natasha glanced over at Pepper, who was busy and overwhelmed at the moment. Perhaps not having this investigation task was a good thing for Natasha, allowing her to relax a bit. However, she preferred to see things through to the end, so she resolved to continue the investigation. Meanwhile, Nick had already called off all agents monitoring near the Stark mansion. Nan Zhou's words about hoping he would follow through lingered in Nick's mind. This was the first time in many years that Nick felt such apprehension towards someone. During his exchanges with that person, he could clearly sense the threat of death. That individual could make him vanish with just a flick. If the same tactic used back in New York were to be deployed now, he might not even have time to reach the crematorium. He would simply be incinerated on the spot, entirely returning to the essence of the universe. Moreover, that person was aware of Carol's situation, so he also knew what Carol had done. Even so, Nick felt no fear from him. It seemed he did not regard Carol as a threat at all. Nick was unsure who was stronger between. However, judging by that person's tone, it was evident that his strength might be on par with Carol's. With this thought, Nick clenched his fists tightly. He was certainly unwilling to compromise. This approach was undoubtedly a concession to that person. After all, he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet he was directly yielding to someone powerful. How could he reconcile this with his identity? It seems the Avengers initiative needs to be expedited. Nick knew that only by having a team capable of matching this guy would he have the strength to negotiate, otherwise it would all be futile. At that moment, Coulson entered Nick's office. Nick, why did you cancel the mission? Coulson, naturally aware of Nick's orders, came to his office with a puzzled expression. There's no reason, just execute it. Nick rubbed his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. He knew that the people under him would surely ask why one after another, but how could he possibly reveal the truth? He could only dismiss them one by one. Coulson observed Nick, who was incredibly troubled, a rare sight indeed. Coulson also believed that this matter was certainly related to Nan Zhou. Seeing him nod, he chose not to say anything further and tactfully left Nick's office. As soon as he left, he turned around and dialed Nan Zhou's phone number. Soon the call was connected. What's going on? Came Nan Zhou's voice from the other end. Nick suddenly canceled the investigation order against you. Is this somehow related to you? Coulson spoke directly without any pretense. Yes, I spoke to him directly last night and discussed terms. Upon hearing this, Coulson snorted. Discussed terms? You probably threatened him, didn't you? Why do you say that? I was quite calm while talking to him. Nan Zhou did not think he was threatening Nick. After all, they had not resorted to force, and the conversation was very harmonious. At least Nick didn't smash cups or throw chairs. However, upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson had his own view. He didn't believe that Nan Zhou was merely discussing terms. He was certain that Nan Zhou had employed threats. As for Nick, he simply didn't dare to retaliate. After all, he didn't know whether Nan Zhou would wipe him out. After speaking with Nan Zhou, Coulson understood the situation and couldn't help but feel sorry for Nick, who told him to provoke Nan Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Coulson smirked and then walked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in New York, Nan Zhou was being dragged by Hela for a shopping spree. Currently, he felt as if there was nothing to worry about. Nick had also canceled the order to investigate him. It was evident that this person understood the situation, knowing what could. However, the only troublesome thing now was that existence, which continuously strengthened his opponents, hindering his growth. But that existence seemed to greatly underestimate his strength. No opponent could threaten him. Only that loathsome one posed a bit of a challenge. Currently, this whip was quite ineffective. It was uncertain what would happen next, as this was just the beginning. At this moment, Hela approached Nan Zhou with a cup of mate tea. For some reason, Hela seemed to have a peculiar fondness for the taste of mate tea, which smelled like cigarette, but soaked in water. Did Nick follow through on his words? Hela asked. Nan Zhou nodded. Indeed, he has ordered the cancellation of the investigation against me. Upon hearing this, Hela snorted. If it were up to me, I'd rather eliminate him to prevent future troubles, and then I could rule the world, the universe. Hela began to dream again about ruling the world, which left Nan Zhou somewhat speechless. This goddess of death was constantly fantasizing about her domination of the universe. Having been imprisoned for 1,000 years, these thoughts grew stronger. If not addressed and corrected, her already pathological ideas would only become more so. In the end, her fate would revert to what it originally was. Although Nan Zhou did not wish to alter the entire course of but since Hela's course had already been modified, Nan Zhou naturally didn't care anymore. As usual, New York was basking in sunlight. Nan Zhou pulled back the curtains in the living room, gazing at the bustling city of New York illuminated by the sun. He had lost track of how many days he had been sleeping on the sofa. His bedroom had been forcibly occupied by Hela, leaving him no choice but to sleep on the sofa. At that moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Tony Stark. Nan Zhou answered the call, and Stark's voice came through. "Friend, there's a party at my place tonight. I wonder if you'd honor me with your presence." Stark's voice on the other end was slightly slurred, indicating that he was still hungover from the night before, even at this early hour. Nan Zhou was not surprised by this. "Forget it, there are so many people at your place that would feel awkward for me to go. I wouldn't want to steal." Of course, this was just an excuse from Nan Zhou. He certainly didn't want to get caught up in that mess. Stark heard Nan Zhou's words and let out a slightly disappointed sigh. He seemed to hope that Nan Zhou would attend his party, but since Nan Zhou said he didn't have time, Stark couldn't press the issue. "That's truly unfortunate, though I understand." After a bit more casual conversation, Stark hung up the phone. Just as Nan Zhou put down the phone, Hela walked out of his room. "That's truly unfortunate, though I understand." After a bit more casual conversation, Stark hung up the phone. Just as "There's a sandwich on the table. If you want to eat, just help yourself." Nan Zhou plopped down on the sofa and turned on the TV. The television was broadcasting news about Hammer Industries holding an exhibition in New York. After Stark's exhibition, Hammer was not content to rest, or else they wouldn't have helped Ivan Vanko escape, and formed a partnership to create such an iron army. "I'm curious, do you mortals really enjoy these flashy yet impractical things?" Hela had taken a sandwich from the kitchen and sat down beside Nan Zhou. To her, these so-called exhibitions and armors were nothing more than extravagant, yet impractical items. These may seem impractical to you, but they are indeed terrifying weapons in this world. Although Hela had been living in this world for a long time, she still had not fully integrated into Earth's social life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asking such questions. These weapons may seem trivial to you, but in this world, if mass-produced, they could dominate the entire planet. The weapons Nan Zhou referred to were naturally Stark's Iron Man suits. Hearing this, Hela shrugged. One must admit this world is truly weak. If it were during her peak, she could have easily destroyed it in a day. However, this world also has terrifying beings like Nan Zhou. Although he is an outsider, he currently seems to protect this world, which is why there remains an element of uncertainty. This, in Hela's view, was extremely contradictory. Time quickly moved to the next day, and a major event occurred. A huge conflict erupted in Stark's mansion, leaving the place in ruins. Rhodey donned the Mark II and engaged Stark in an epic showdown at home, with two Iron Men battling within the Iron Man. The scene was chaotic and tumultuous. In the end, Rhodey, wearing the Mark II, flew back to his military base. This news was largely suppressed. Those who attended Stark's mansion party were paid a hefty sum to keep quiet, which, if this incident were to blow up in the media, the repercussions for Stark Industries would be catastrophic. The situation with Ivan Vanko in Morocco had already caused Stark Industries' stock to plummet. Pepper, now the CEO of Stark Industries, absolutely could not allow the company to suffer a drastic drop in stock price. And at that moment, Stark was long gone from his mansion. All that remained was Ethan cleaning up the aftermath. Looking at the dilapidated mansion, Ethan was at a loss. He had long anticipated that Stark would end up like this. The symptoms of palladium poisoning had now fully manifested on his body, not only in his chest, but it had spread to his neck and even his face. The palladium levels in his blood had even reached as high as 90. Stark knew his time was short. All the absurdities he was involved in were built upon this foundation. Ethan knew that Stark was searching for an element to replace palladium. However, they had arranged all available elements, but inevitably all ended in failure. Palladium remained irreplaceable. The very element that had saved Stark's life was now taking it away. If Stark did not quickly find an alternative to palladium, he probably would not survive more than 3 months. At that moment, Stark was lying on a gigantic donut sculpture, holding a freshly bought donut. There were some bruises on his forehead, apparently from his fight with Rhodey. "Sir, I must ask you to get down from that large donut." At that moment, a voice came from not far from Stark. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black man standing there. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, Nick's expression was quite. He had just met with Darkseid, which had ultimately caused him to lose face as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., leading him to rescind that order amidst the confusion of many subordinates. And now Tony Stark was giving him trouble. Now that Stark had become like this as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the main person responsible for the Avengers initiative, he absolutely could not turn a blind eye, so he had no choice but to step in. He feared that he would have to become an understanding big brother to help resolve Stark's inner turmoil. Seeing Stark take off his sunglasses and glance at him, Nick rolled his eyes and walked into the store beneath the sculpture. Stark also flipped himself off the sculpture and followed him inside. "I have more important matters in New Mexico, yet I have to step in to resolve his issues now." Looking at Stark, who still appeared a bit dazed sitting in front of him, Nick felt a surge of irritation. This Stark was forcing him to make him the center of his universe. "Hey Nan Zhou, got time for a little field work? New Mexico needs you." Nan Zhou received Nick's call on the other and Nick requested his assistance with a matter there. Nick had to remain behind to resolve complications arising from Stark's situation, leaving him no bandwidth to handle New Mexico. Thus he turned to Nan Zhou. "Afraid not." Leaning back on the sofa, Nan Zhou watched television, replying with detached nonchalance. Nan Zhou already knew precisely what had transpired in New Mexico. It was where he'd previously earned a significant inheritance bonus. He would go, just not yet. "Not now." Nan Zhou's reply caught Nick off guard. Why? I'm tied up here." Agent Coulson is far better suited. Let him handle it. His answer was dismissive to the point of insolence, irritating Nick deeply. Yet anger solved nothing. The immediate priority remained finding someone truly capable and willing to go. With Nan Zhou unwilling, Nick had no choice but to assign Coulson instead. This defiance was hardly new. Nick had long grown accustomed to it, and saw no point in punitive measures. After hanging up, Nan Zhou rose and strode toward his garage. He stood perilously close, mere hours away, from reaching 10 inheritance of the Darkseid template. One day today, one tomorrow, one the day after. He would complete yet another daily task. Upon fulfilling this 30th daily objective, he would earn an additional 1 inheritance bonus. And then, his Darkseid template inheritance would finally hit 10. Coincidentally, that very day marked the Hammer Industries' whatever Darkseid-derived ability he unlocked, he would have ample opportunity to test it thoroughly. I hope it's Omega Ray. As he walked, Nan Zhou murmured a quiet prayer. After enduring prolonged exposure to Omega radiation, failing to acquire even one signature Darkseid ability would be profoundly humiliating. Meanwhile, in California, at Stark's mansion, Nick slid the phone into his coat pocket and exhaled heavily. Did he? Natasha, standing behind him, asked, though her question bordered on rhetorical. Nan Zhou's refusal was written plainly across. Recalling Peggy's recent brush with death, Nick braced himself for that possibility. Nan Zhou might sever all ties with S. Peggy was still alive, for now, and Nan Zhou occasionally complied with orders. But what if she were gone? Would he become entirely uncontrollable? Recalling Peggy's recent brush with death, Nick braced himself for that possibility. Nan Zhou might sever all ties with S. H-I-E-L-D. The moment she passed, S-H-I-E-L-D could never tolerate a superhuman operative operating beyond any chain of command. Nan Zhou therefore risked becoming its greatest threat. The thought deepened Nick's gloom. He sighed again, long and weary, and massaged the acupressure point between his eyebrows. Still, having him in New York isn't all bad. Hammer Industries Expo is just days away. His presence there may prove and Natasha offered the remark not as insight but as gentle solace, searching desperately for words to ease Nick's frustration. Nick waved her off and departed Stark's estate, leaving Natasha to resume her dual role as Pepperpot's secretary and Coulson to continue monitoring Stark. Once Stark's affairs were settled, Coulson would depart for New Mexico, only to learn Nan Zhou had unceremoniously dumped the assignment onto him. He'd hoped to request leave after wrapping up Stark's case. Now that long-awaited respite evaporated entirely. You've wanted to ask, how do you endure this chamber saturated with lethal radiation without suffering cellular degradation? Nan Zhou had just emerged from that chamber and returned home. He'd installed a rudimentary shower in his garage, stepping out, rinsing off immediately, then changing before entering the house. After all, Hela lived there. Returning barefoot and half-dressed would invite unbearable awkwardness, so he always re-entered. Hela found it baffling. Though Nan Zhou was an outsider, his human anatomy appeared identical. Yet this fatal radiation left him utterly unscathed. Could this man truly be that formidable? How shall I put it? Nan Zhou stroked his chin, genuinely pondering how best to answer. My physiology differs profoundly from yours, even if superficial structure appears identical. As he spoke, he idly rotated a glass in his palm. There are distinctions so fundamental, so imperceptible to you, that they constitute an absolute chasm between us. He smiled faintly at Hela. To truly understand me, you'll need far more time, and my secrets dwarf yours by encounter. Hela did not dispute him. Indeed, among all beings in existence, none was more enigmatic than this interloper. Time slipped forward. The Hammer Industries Expo arrived at last. Inside his room, Nan Zhou sat trembling, not with fear, but exhilaration, counting down the seconds. 5 hours loomed ever closer, his pulse thundered in his ears. He hadn't felt such raw anticipation in years. His gaze locked onto the wall clock, its second hand creeping inexorably toward the final threshold. He began whispering the countdown aloud, each passing second amplifying his fervent excitement. What power would manifest this time? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed today's mission. Having fulfilled 30 daily missions, your Darkseid template inheritance has increased by 1. At the 5-hour mark, the familiar system chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Your Darkseid template inheritance has reached 10. A new ability is now unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired flight. Nan Zhou shot upright, heart hammering. He hadn't misheard. He had gained flight. He could soar, unbound, untethered, airborne. Nan Zhou acquired the skill of flight. Although it was not the Omega Ray he longed for, this ability to fly was certainly not a loss. Just as Nan Zhou was filled with excitement, a major problem arose at the Hammer Industries Expo. At this moment, Nan Zhou's phone rang. It was Nick calling. Nan Zhou, are you in New York? There's an issue at the Hammer Expo, hurry. Nick's voice came from the other end of the line. What? What happened? I'm not in New York, I'm in Texas. Nan Zhou pretended to be unaware. You're in Texas. Nick was completely furious this time. Can't you just stay in New York like you're supposed to? I told you I have some matters to attend to, that's why I'm in Texas. Nan Zhou's words left Nick speechless. After all, Nan Zhou was technically in the right, as Nick never required him to stay in New York. Where he went was his own choice. This matter could only be swallowed down in silence. After you're done with your business, go to New Mexico. Got it? Nan Zhou heard Nick let out a long sigh before he spoke. Got it. Nan Zhou understood what it meant to gain advantages while pretending to be innocent, so he readily agreed. At this moment, at the Hammer Industries Expo, the drone armor created by Ivan Vank had completely lost control. Even the modified Mark II had fallen under Vank's command. Their target was singular Tony Stark. All the armors were designed with the sole purpose of killing Tony Stark. As for collaborating with Hammer, it was merely to acquire a favorable production environment. Tony, be careful, I've locked. Rodney inside the war machine was completely unable to make any moves and could only keep warning Stark through the communicator. This made Stark a bit annoyed. Ever since Stark received the relics left by his father Howard Stark at S.H.I.E.L.D. from Nick, he successfully created a new element using the video left by his father combined with his own intelligence, replacing palladium without any side effects. Thus Stark succeeded. He survived with his father's help. This time he came to shatter Vank's scheme. With the new element in his suit, his power was already greater than before. However, Vank's drones were too numerous. He couldn't fight them in the city and had to lure them out of downtown. Just then Stark's armor radar suddenly detected a rapidly approaching target. What is this? Get the satellite feed to me. Before long, Jarvis transmitted the satellite image directly into Stark's armor. This is... Stark paused, staring at the figure illuminated by the lights. A figure he was quite familiar with as he had crafted the suit himself. Darkseid, why is he here? And... Stark recognized the rapidly approaching person. It was Darkseid. It was Nan Zhou. Although he had only reached 10, Nan Zhou was determined not to miss this opportunity to enhance his inheritance. Thus, he flew directly over. However, his flying appeared quite awkward. He struggled to maintain his balance, zigzagging in the air. It was clear he had just... At this moment, Nan Zhou spotted numerous unmanned robots chasing Stark, and he accelerated directly towards that cluster of flying drones. Upon arrival, he quickly grabbed the two closest ones, altering their flight paths and sending them crashing down onto the plaza. Then Nan Zhou yanked off two mechanical heads, crushing them with a snap. This is hard to control. Nan Zhou sighed, brushed off the dust on his clothes, discarded the crushed robot heads aside, and took to the skies once more. The sensation of flying was truly exhilarating. Whether it was the breathtaking scenery below or the irresistible speed, Nan Zhou reveled in it. Of course, this was not the time to indulge. He had to take action. Although he did not want to help Stark, believing Stark could handle it, but to practice flying, Nan Zhou decided to spar with these drones. He increased his speed, crashing 3 robots down to the ground and crushing their heads to render them immobile. All of this was observed by Ivan Vank. Clearly, this person's appearance was unexpected for him, completely disrupting his plan. Although he couldn't confirm whether this person was the one who caught his whip with one hand, this individual felt very similar. Hey, that suit really suits you. Nan Zhou had taken care of a few more robots and approached Stark, who couldn't help but comment on Nan. To be fair, it looks quite good. I really like it. This red and black armor truly resonated with Nan Zhou's aesthetic. Professionalism made a difference. Are you here to help me? Stark asked again. Nan Zhou hesitated for a moment before nodding. You could say that. Before Stark could respond, the war machine behind them accelerated and grabbed Stark's leg, causing both to tumble down into the park. While the two were still entangled in struggle, Nan Zhou took out several minor enemies. At this time, Natasha and Happy had already breached Vank's workplace at Hammer Industries. Of course, Vank had long since fled. Using her abilities, Natasha quickly freed Rodney from the war machine, allowing him to... Hey brother, how about I return this war machine to you? Being controlled is not a pleasant experience. Rodney stood up panting and glanced at Nan Zhou. I assume you're the now famous Darkseid, right? Rodney was certainly aware of this name. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Rodney. Since Rodney extended his hand, Nan Zhou also shook it. Darkseid. After their handshake, Rodney looked at Stark. So you never told me you knew him. As Stark's longtime close friend, Rodney naturally had some feelings about this. But Stark could only smile awkwardly. After all, he didn't want me to tell anyone. What could I do? With his power, he could wipe Iron Man out with a wave of his hand. You'd lose your best friend. Don't worry. Nan Zhou suddenly interrupted Stark. I still have shares in your company. Oh, I won't let you die that easily. With you around, I can make money. At that moment, as Stark, Rhodes, and Nan Zhou were conversing, the drones controlled by Wank had already surrounded the three. What a hassle, these people. Rhodes put on his mask, and Stark did the same. At this moment, Stark turned to Nan Zhou. You will help us, right? Nan Zhou tilted his head at that moment. Then I'll help you. Hearing this, both Rhodes and Stark smiled slightly. Suddenly, the robots surrounding the three extended their weapons and aimed at them. Let's talk after we solve the problem. As soon as the words fell, Stark and Rhodes both drew their weapons, defending against the bullets from the machines while counterattacking. As for Nan Zhou, he didn't want to overshadow the two. After all, they were the main characters in this incident. A careless move could result in losing the final reward, so it was best for Nan Zhou to stay low-key. Is this guy even from Earth? Rhodes noticed Nan Zhou's nonchalance, realizing he had punched through a robot's body, and then casually walked up to another robot, delivering another punch. The efficiency of this punch, akin to that of a child, made Rhodes feel a bit envious. Coupled with the earlier Hulk incident, he was increasingly suspicious that this person before him was not from Earth at all. I wouldn't know about that. Stark shot through a robot, and then replied. I've never seen the face beneath that mask either. Stark was constantly curious about what Nan Zhou looked like under the mask. He imagined various possibilities, but none seemed to fit this body. Could it be that there's an alien under that mask? Rhodes said images of aliens from movies he had watched flashing through his mind. You should say less. Stark gave Rhodes a speechless glance. If he gets upset, you should consider your own fate. Upon hearing this, Rhodes quickly shut his mouth. After all, that person had a better relationship with Stark and a rather ordinary. If he upset him, Stark might not even be able to protect himself. The two continued to converse while fiercely slaughtering the robot. Even the robots that arrived in succession were defeated by the three. The robot army built by Wank using resources from Hammer Industries was completely annihilated. These little fish are quite easy to deal with. Stark sighed in relief, looking as if the problem had been solved. The biggest trouble now was the unseen mastermind Ivan Wank. Where has that Ivan Wank gone? If he has run away, that would be problematic, Rhodes spoke up. At this moment, don't worry, you don't need to look for him. He will come looking for you himself. Saying this, Nan Zhou raised his head to look at the night. Stark, something is rapidly approaching your direction. At this moment, Natasha's voice came through. I don't know what that thing is, but it might not be good. Just then the thing that Natasha also couldn't identify landed before the three of them. It was a battle armor somewhat resembling Ironmonger. Two electrified whips extended from the armor's arms, and the helmet on top was also removed. Inside was Ivan Wang, who smiled as he looked at Stark, but when his gaze turned to Nan Zhou, an obvious look of wariness appeared. The person who could catch that high-voltage whip with one hand was someone Wang dared not provoke lightly. But having taken this step, he had no choice but to continue. While this isn't good, Rhodes spoke up at this moment. But I've prepared a special gift for this guy. I'm going to blow up his sturdy fortress with my ex-wife. Rhodes stepped forward with an air of utmost confidence, a small missile rising from his left shoulder armor. What the heck? Ex-wife? Stark was momentarily dumbfounded. Before he could finish his sentence, the small missile, named ex-wife, was launched from Rhodes' shoulder. However, Ivan didn't dodge at all, smiling as he watched the missile hit him. With a ding, the missile caused no harm to Wang, instead falling into the puddle at his feet and extinguishing itself. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Although Nan Zhou had long anticipated this outcome, seeing it happen for real made him unable to help but feel embarrassed for Rhodes. This was a memorable scene. It was unreasonable for the system not to give some reward. However, this was merely Nan Zhou's wishful thinking, and the system remained silent. Oh, Stark looked at Rhodes. So this thing was made by Hammer, right? Rhodes slightly nodded, and even in his demeanor one could sense his embarrassment. Hammer stuff has always been unreliable. It's quite bold of you to use it. At this moment, Stark couldn't help but mock Rhodes. Then Stark also stepped forward. Let me take the lead this time. Saying this, weapons rose from Stark's shoulders, aiming at Wang's neck and head before launching the missiles. Clearly, Wang's attitude towards Stark was quite different from his attitude towards Rhodes. He dared not be careless with Stark's weapon. After all, the weapons on Stark were not made by Hammer, and there was no way they would be as awkward as the ex-wife incident. He quickly donned his mask, blocking all of Stark's projectiles with his sturdy metal armor. He then swung his long whip, attacking Stark and Rhodes. Seeing this, the two hurriedly dodged. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou sat leisurely on a nearby rock. He had no intention of participating in this battle. If he accidentally stole a kill, there would be no reward. Therefore, Nan Zhou absolutely would not make a move even if Wang's target. Hey, what are you doing? Clearly, Stark and Rhodes had noticed Nan Zhou's actions and were puzzled by his behavior. You guys handle this on your own. Oh, I won't intervene. Facing their questions, Nan Zhou slowly spoke. Don't worry, I believe in you. You will defeat him, good luck. Without the assistance of Nan Zhou, Stark and Rhodes found themselves in a fierce battle. In such a confined space, the long whips of the whip armor were quite advantageous. The two naturally fell into a bitter struggle. Are you really not going to help? At this moment, Stark and Rhodes were both ensnared by the long whips, and no matter how they tried to break free, it was futile. Facing Rhodes' question, Nan Zhou still shook his head with a faint smile. You can consider it as me training you. Nan Zhou's words left Rhodes speechless, but before he could retort, he was directly thrown out by the whip. The whip naturally sensed that Nan Zhou would not intervene. Although it did not understand the reason, it still sighed in relief. It hoped that when it defeated Iron Man later, this person would not step in. The reason Nan Zhou did not intervene was that he realized this Ivan Wang had not obtained the power of that existence. Perhaps it was because the power of mortals was still too weak, and obtaining the power of that existence would lead to an inability to withstand it. Or even if one gained that power, their strength would not see significant improvement. However, Nan Zhou no longer wanted to know the specific reason. As long as Wang did not acquire that power, he would not step in. After all, under normal circumstances, Stark and Rhodes would defeat this person together, so he would not need to intervene for them to. Looking at the currently beleaguered duo, Nan Zhou hoped for a bowl of sunflower seeds by his side, treating it as a front row seat to an immersive movie. At that moment, Stark landed beside Nan Zhou. Stark's red and gold armor had become charred. The whips of the whip were indeed terrifyingly damaging. Without the protection of this armor, he would have likely been turned into a corpse by a single lash. Can you really bear to watch this? Stark, like Rhodes, earnestly inquired of Nan Zhou, a genuine question from the heart. Nan Zhou continued to smile. Of course I can bear it, just give it your all. Seeing the two seemingly at their wits' end, Nan Zhou initially thought that the existence had intervened, targeting Stark and Rhodes. It lowered their intelligence. Think about the moves you used to fight during your gatherings. Nan Zhou prompted Stark, hoping he would Stark, being a genius, immediately recalled the incident at his mansion after Nan Zhou's hint, where Rhodes fought him in Mark II. You were at my house that day, Stark questioned, as he distinctly remembered having called this guy only to be outright rejected. I naturally have my ways of knowing. Nan Zhou was quite speechless. Who would have thought that Stark's focus would be on this matter? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Stark quickly reacted and began communicating with Rhodes over the radio. Rhodes also replied. The two were once again restrained by Wang. This time they positioned themselves in front and behind, directly surrounding Wang. Rhodes, it's time. As Stark spoke, he raised his hand, and Rhodes did the same. Wang, of course, had no idea what they were up to, but his instincts warned him that something bad was about to happen. Immediately, Stark fired a light cannon from the palm cannon, and the two beams converged, creating a tremendous shockwave. Wang was hit directly by this shockwave less than 30 centimeters away. Accompanied by a massive cloud of dust, Stark and Rhodes were also blown away. Once the dust settled, Nan Zhou approached, curiously discovering that Wang's upper body was intact, but his lower body was mangled beyond recognition, certainly on the brink of death. Wang grinned and looked at Nan Zhou. If you had come too, I might have lost even faster. He then let out a chilling laugh. Although I lost, I still won in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the core of Wang's armor began to emit a red light flickering and accompanied by a beeping sound. Even the other robots nearby were the same. Stark and Rhodes shouted in alarm. This guy is going to self-destruct. Realizing this, both of them flew away together. Stark rushed towards Pepper, while Rhodes quickly sought a place to hide. As for Nan Zhou, he remained standing watching the confused. In his final moments, Wang still could not understand why this person did not even flinch in the face of the impending explosion. Accompanied by a massive explosion and a sky full of flames, Ivan Wang exploded. Other robots also exploded. Panic spread everywhere. The disaster-prone New York faced yet another calamity. Nan Zhou stood at the center of the explosion, struck directly by the shockwave, yet remained completely unscathed. Even his clothes showed no signs of damage. I must admit, Stark's technology is indeed impressive. Nan Zhou praised Stark, and before he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the event achievement, Iron Man's Battle with the Whip event. The host gains a 3 inheritance reward. This time, Nan Zhou succeeded. He obtained the second event reward, and he was very cautious for this fractional reward. With his joy, Nan Zhou looked up and flew towards his home. He could now fly, which was incredibly convenient for him, and saved a lot of money on plane tickets. Soon Nan Zhou arrived at his home. Just as he got here, he suddenly felt a surge of power, a familiar power, but he couldn't. Thinking this, Nan Zhou quickened his pace upstairs, took out his keys, and opened the door. Entering the living room, he saw Hela vigilantly watching the sofa. She stood by the window, always in a combat-ready stance, her eyes filled with alertness. When Nan Zhou glanced at the sofa, he was taken aback. Sitting on the sofa was Odin, who had visited before. It turned out that the familiar power came from Odin. The 3 children stood beside him, witnessing Hela's tension for the first time. When Odin revealed that he was Hela's father, the 3 children became less resistant and engaged in pleasant conversation with Odin. Seeing Nan Zhou return, Odin smiled and stood up. Hello, Mr. Nan Zhou, it's good to see you again. Odin. Nan Zhou squinted at the elderly man before him. At that moment, he approached the 3 children, led them into the house, and sat down on the sofa. Odin in turn settled naturally onto a small armchair nearby. What brings you here? Have you come once more to take Hela away? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's question, Odin offered a faint wry smile and shook his head. That is not my purpose. I have other matters to attend to. At these words, Nan Zhou instantly understood Odin was not only an exceptional king, but also by all accounts a devoted father. What brings you here? Have you come once more to take Hela away? You aren't asking me to look after your son, are you? The moment Nan Zhou spoke, Odin froze, and so did Hela, standing silent. How did you? Odin began, but Nan Zhou cut him off without hesitation. I know far more than you imagine. Don't be overly surprised. Indeed, Nan Zhou knew full well what had transpired in New Mexico. Thor, the god of thunder, had been banished there. Along with it, he knew it intimately, and tomorrow he would depart for that very place. Since you already know, there is no need for further explanation. I ask only that you secretly safeguard my son Thor. Agreed. I am in fact already bound for New Mexico. As Nan Zhou spoke, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and fixed his gaze upon Odin. And what compensation do you offer? Nan Zhou never worked gratis. He valued fair recompense, and would accept any task provided the terms were just. This demand fell precisely within Odin's expectations. He had anticipated it from the outset. Should you aid me, you shall become the most honored guest of Asgard. And until my final breath, I swear, I shall never again interfere with Hela's path. Where earlier concessions had been tactical, this vow rang with unvarnished sincerity. Even Hela blinked in stunned silence, scarcely believing Odin capable of such depth of resolve. It seems you're quite earnest, Nan Zhou remarked aloud, though inwardly he seethed with quiet contempt. After all, Odin's promises held little weight. Nan Zhou would be treated as royalty in Asgard regardless, and Odin dared not provoke Hela lightly. Yet Nan Zhou accepted the offer, not because the terms held value, but because voluntary acceptance carried infinitely greater legitimacy than reluctant concession. What he truly sought was legitimacy, unassailable, unimpeachable justification. Very well. Nan Zhou nodded. Then I'll lend you a hand. Look after your rather undisciplined son. Odin was pleased Nan Zhou had agreed, yet bristled inwardly at the blunt appraisal of his own son. Then I thank you, Mr. Nan Zhou. If nothing else remains, I shall take my leave. With that, Odin turned to depart. Wait. Nan Zhou's voice halted him mid-turn. Odin looked back, puzzled, uncertain why Nan Zhou had called him back. If I lift that hammer, won't Thor's pride suffer? The question struck Odin speechless. He had not foreseen Nan Zhou posing such a subtle, incisive query. Whoever is deemed worthy by the hammer may lift it. Thus should it recognize you too may raise it. As for whether Thor's pride will falter, I cannot say, but I believe it will not. And with that, Odin departed. This time Nan Zhou made no move to stop him. Only after Odin's presence had fully faded did Hela sink heavily onto the sofa. Her posture slumped, her expression desolate. Nan Zhou understood her anguish perfectly. Though she hated Odin, he remained her father, and now he had returned to this very place, where she herself had suffered defeat, to beg Nan Zhou's aid for Thor's safety. Contrasting Odin's tender concern for Thor with his cold distance toward her, Hela felt a hollow ache settle deep within her chest. Nan Zhou moved quietly to her side. I know how conflicted you feel right now. Hela lifted her eyes to meet his, and recognized with quiet clarity that Nan Zhou had accepted Odin's terms not for himself, but for her. After all, even wars require righteous cause. With Odin's solemn vow he could never again threaten her, legitimacy at last secured. And all of it for her. Without warning, Hela leaned her head against Nan Zhou's shoulder, a gesture that startled him utterly. This was the goddess of death, yet here she sat fragile and vulnerable. I wish to accompany you to New Mexico. Her voice, soft, yet resolute, broke the silence at last. She wished to see her younger brother, the one Odin cherished above all others. This time Nan Zhou did not refuse. He simply inclined his head a silent assent. You may. Nan Zhou understood her heart, and even the divine sovereign seemed to comprehend it, as though this entire convergence echoed something buried deep within his own forgotten world. Hela was genuinely astonished. She had not believed he would truly agree. She longed to ask why, but swallowed the question. Then pack your things. We'll be there several days. The affair in New Mexico would be anything but simple. He would enter as a SHIELD operative, not a wanderer. There would be no ease, no leisure. Hela nodded and rose, heading straight for Nan Zhou's bedroom, now wholly hers, down to the wardrobe. His closet overflowed with her garments, purchased ironically with his own funds. As for his own clothes, he scarcely noticed he owned so few. Nan Zhou entered the room where the three children waited and informed them of the plan. Predictably, they voiced their discontent. Though Hela had taken them to Hawaii over vacation, they still longed to travel with Nan Zhou. Yet upon learning this was work-related, their protests subsided. Wanda and Lorna, however, exchanged envious glances upon hearing Hela would join the journey. Once the children were calmed, Nan Zhou returned to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and booked 2 flights to New Mexico. In his official report to Nick Fury, Nan Zhou logged a route Texas, New York, New Mexico, rendering the itinerary seamless and credible. He set down his phone. Let night pass. Another trip to New Mexico awaits. Another mess to clean up. New Mexico. Nan Zhou and Hela disembarked from the plane, arriving in this city. In fact, Nan Zhou had not been here much and was not particularly familiar with it. Nan Zhou. As the two exited the airport, Coulson's voice called out to them. Nan Zhou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Coulson waving at them. Without overthinking, Nan Zhou brought Hela to Coulson. Seeing that Nan Zhou had brought someone along, Coulson was somewhat puzzled, but when he caught sight of Hela's beauty, he was momentarily stunned. Why did you bring someone? Coulson pulled Nan Zhou aside. You are here on a mission. Why did you bring someone along? This is your... Coulson said, glancing back at Hela, who had indeed captivated him with her beauty. Is she your girlfriend? Nan Zhou quickly shook his head. Just a friend, don't worry, it won't affect my work. Hearing this, Coulson looked at Hela again, feeling a bit sorry for Hela. Alright, stop staring, you probably couldn't even beat her. Nan Zhou felt Coulson was getting lost in admiration and quickly patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Coulson was puzzled by Nan Zhou's words. He couldn't understand why Nan Zhou would say he might not be able to defeat that woman. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way that person could defeat him. However, being forcibly dragged into the car by Nan Zhou, Coulson did not dwell on it further and took the two to their accommodation. If you want to see your brother, just stay here quietly and don't wander around. Upon arriving at the hotel, Nan Zhou gave Hela some instructions. Hela nodded, indicating that she would follow Nan Zhou's arrangements. Satisfied with her affirmative response, Nan Zhou nodded and left the hotel with Coulson. When did you meet that girl? In the car, Coulson asked Nan Zhou, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The girl he referred to was Hela. When did I meet her? Nan Zhou stroked his chin. About half a year ago. Why? Coulson shook his head and continued to ask, does she know about your abilities? Nan Zhou hesitated at Coulson's question. After a moment, he slowly nodded, not hiding the truth from Coulson. Yes, she knows about my strength. Coulson was stunned. Really? You trust her that much? In response to Coulson's skepticism, Nan Zhou merely smiled, faintly saying nothing. He was aware of his own strength, but he would not reveal Hela's true identity to Coulson. After all, once the events in New Mexico concluded, Coulson would likely gradually learn Hela's true identity, so there was no need for Nan Zhou to tell him now. Seeing that Nan Zhou seemed unwilling to disclose anything, Coulson did not press further and wisely kept quiet. By the way, I forgot to share some important information with you. Just as he closed his mouth, Coulson recalled that he had not yet shared the work information with Nan Zhou. Something with a strange energy source fell in a wasteland in New Mexico, it seems to be. A hammer. In fact, there was no need for Coulson to share work information with Nan Zhou. He inherently knew what had happened here. Take me to the scene. Coulson was still speaking when he was interrupted by Nan Zhou. Coulson nodded, knowing it was indeed more reliable to let Nan Zhou observe the situation firsthand. Before long, the two arrived at the location where the hammer had fallen. At that moment, SHIELD personnel had cordoned off the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. As soon as they entered the temporary workplace set up by SHIELD, Nan Zhou spotted a familiar face. Hawkeye Clint. Agent Barton. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Barton smiled as he walked towards Nan Zhou, who also moved forward to greet. Long time no see. The two hugged and patted each other's backs. Nan Zhou and Agent Barton shared a bond that was as tight as blood brothers. When Nan Zhou was 17, he went to Mexico with Barton to investigate a smuggling case and accidentally discovered that their target was a member of Hydra. The two were discovered by Hydra, and since Hydra was deeply rooted in Mexico and had connections with many gangs, they were chased relentlessly in Mexico. They supported each other and barely made it back to Washington, establishing a strong friendship in the process. If Barton was closest to Natasha and SHIELD, then second place would belong to Nan Zhou. However, after that, Barton and Nan Zhou had very few collaborative missions. Nan Zhou primarily focused on eradicating Hydra, while Barton dealt with hostile forces from various countries. The two had not seen each other in a long time. Their reunion was unexpected, but this surprise was mainly limited to Barton. I didn't expect you to come too. Barton took Nan Zhou by the arm and led him inside. I didn't expect you to be here either. Nan Zhou echoed Barton's small talk. After some time spent exchanging pleasantries, Nan Zhou once again approached Coulson. The small talk is over. Take me to see that hammer. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson immediately led the way, taking Nan Zhou to the location where the hammer had fallen. Nan Zhou glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who were testing the area, then patted Coulson on the shoulder. Get them all out of here and turn off the cameras. Coulson was taken aback by this, but followed Nan Zhou's instructions, ushering all personnel out and shutting off the camera. Now only Nan Zhou and Coulson remained in front of the hammer. Nan Zhou placed his hand on the handle of the hammer and instantly felt an overwhelming force. The hammer of Thor, the power is indeed formidable. Seeing this, Coulson thought Nan Zhou was about to lift the hammer and quickly interjected, even if you pull it with a car, it won't budge. I know you're strong, but it's still unlikely. Nan Zhou merely smiled at this. Lifting the hammer was not just about brute strength, it required something more. However, Nan Zhou wondered if he, an outsider not bound by the laws of the universe, could lift it. With that thought, he exerted force on the handle of the hammer. Are you sure you want to? Coulson was still speaking, but in an instant he fell silent, his mouth agape in disbelief at the scene. For Nan Zhou had effortlessly lifted the hammer that seemed immovable by anyone. You actually lifted it. Coulson stared at Nan Zhou in disbelief as the hammer, which even a truck couldn't lift, was raised effortlessly like a toy. Surprised too. Nan Zhou fiddled with the hammer in his hands before placing it back. Well, there's nothing else. I just wanted to play with this hammer, which is why I asked you to send the others away. As he spoke, Nan Zhou headed outside. Coulson quickly followed him. Do you know what this hammer actually is? Where it comes from? Nan Zhou nodded. Of course I know. Why? Do you want to hear it? Coulson eagerly nodded. He was here to investigate this hammer, so he naturally wanted to know. All right, come with me then. Nan Zhou smiled slightly, waved his hand, signaling Coulson to follow him, and the two of them arrived at a corner of a temporary base. Then Nan Zhou slowly explained the matter of Asgard. To him, telling Coulson these things was nothing serious. After all, Coulson would need to know this fact sooner or later. So whether he knew it early or late, he had to know, and telling him now was no big deal. What? Don't lie to me. That's mythology. Coulson felt even more incredulous after hearing Nan Zhou's words. The stories Nan Zhou told were the very myths, Norse mythology, Odin, Thor. These were all characters found in textbooks on Earth. For a moment, Coulson was still reluctant to it, but looking into Nan Zhou's eyes, he had no choice but to accept this fact. I didn't expect those myths to actually exist, which means that hammer actually belongs to Thor, and he is now in New Mexico. Nan Zhou nodded at this point. Actually, describing Thor as the god of thunder is not entirely appropriate. He is currently more like the god of the hammer. Without the hammer, he might be nothing at all. Moreover, he might come here in a couple of days, and you'll have the chance to meet him then. Nan Zhou's words made Coulson stroke his chin. Indeed, since his hammer was still here, he would definitely come to retrieve it. So according to you, the hammer can only be lifted with its approval. You said he was exiled here, which means even if he comes, he won't be able to lift the hammer, right? That's about the gist of it, Nan Zhou replied. Just wait until tomorrow to see the scene of a delighted Thor arriving here, excitedly attempting to lift the hammer, only to find that he can't lift it at all, and then feeling dejected as he asks you to take it away. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson couldn't help but chuckle. Just imagining that scene was already embarrassing. If it really happened, it would be hilarious. Alright, it's going to rain tomorrow, so just wait and enjoy the show tonight. Nan Zhou patted Coulson on the shoulder and then left the base. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go back to the hotel. Watching Nan Zhou's back, Coulson thought about the heavy rain predicted for the day after tomorrow. According to Nan Zhou, Thor would arrive that night. How much does he really know? What is this? Predicting the future. Coulson was wandering around the base, feeling incredulous about the story Nan Zhou had told him. Naturally, what he found even more incredible was that Nan Zhou knew all these things. He even knew that Thor would arrive tomorrow. Could it be that Nan Zhou had become so powerful that he could predict the future? Plus now he could fly. Was he still considered human? This was divine. Nan Zhou returned to his hotel room, and Hela immediately came to find him. So did you meet my brother? Nan Zhou shook his head. Not yet, but I'll be able to meet him soon. There will be heavy rain tomorrow, and that night your brother will infiltrate our base to take the hammer. Hela looked a bit puzzled at this. Tomorrow? How can you be so sure? She saw Nan Zhou grin. Just rest assured, I guarantee it. Seeing Nan Zhou so confident, Hela fell silent, but her gaze towards him was somewhat strange. But the hammer isn't that difficult to lift. I lifted it quite easily. Nan Zhou sat on the bed, took a sip of water, and spoke. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela was not particularly surprised. For someone not bound by the laws of the universe, lifting this hammer was indeed quite simple. If someone couldn't lift it, that would truly astonish Hela. With that thought, Hela let out a bitter smile and looked at her own palm. This hammer can only be lifted by those recognized by it. I probably don't have that qualification now. As she spoke, Hela recalled the time she fought alongside Odin in the Nine Realms, wielding this very hammer of the god of thunder. Now a millennium later, everything had changed. She devoted all her efforts to Asgard, following Odin into battle. She sacrificed her ordinary life, bathing in blood every day, only to end up in this situation. Odin's concerned gaze towards his son deeply hurt Hela. She had never felt such a look from Odin, as if in his eyes she was merely a tool used for slaughter. Thinking of this, Hela lowered her head, tightly clenching her fists. She wanted to take revenge on that white-haired old man. She wanted to return to Asgard and show that person who had once discarded her that she was indeed the rightful queen of Asgard. However, these were merely her current thoughts. She didn't even have the ability to return to Asgard, let alone anything else. Nan Zhou, noticing Hella's current situation, patted her shoulder without saying anything. Can I go check out your base tomorrow? At this moment Hella spoke up. By saying this, Nan Zhou understood her well, as she wanted to see her brother as soon as possible to find out who was the one so favored by Odin. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Nan Zhou shook his head. You're not A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so naturally you can't enter our temporary base. We are in no entry zone for outsiders unless you can become invisible. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hella sighed and fell silent. After all, she really couldn't become invisible. Don't worry, you will see him eventually. He will be using his wits against your other brother in New Mexico. Hella gradually raised her head, her brows slightly furrowed upon hearing this. What do you mean? Nan Zhou smiled again. It's nothing, you just enjoy the show. Hey, that's my stuff. A new day in New Mexico. After just bidding farewell to Sol, Jian Sanren was on her way to her laboratory when she saw a vehicle hauling away the equipment from her lab. This left Jian Sanren in shock. However, Jian quickly reacted and dashed towards her laboratory. Inside the lab, several individuals in black suits were moving various items out. What are you doing? Jian rushed forward wanting to stop them, but a man stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Hello, Miss Foster, I am Agent Nan Zhou from S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Nan Zhou could finish, Jian interrupted him. What are you doing? These are our research materials. As she spoke, Jian attempted to bypass Nan Zhou to stop those taking her laboratory equipment. Jian didn't know who these people were, but behind her Dr. Eric Shavig was very aware of what department Nan Zhou belonged to. He stepped forward and blocked Jian. Jian, trust me, don't get involved. This matter is far more serious than you think. However, at that moment, Jian couldn't heed Dr. Shavig's words. To her, these devices felt like her very life, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were damaging that life. With that thought, Jian broke free from Shavig and continued to move forward. At that moment, Coulson appeared beside Jian. Miss Foster, we are investigating a security threat, and we need to requisition all your investigation reports. Don't joke with, is this how you go about requisitioning? Jian couldn't suppress her inner fury as she glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel still working around her anger growing. So requisitioning means a bunch of people I don't even know entering my lab without my consent, taking my intellectual property. Do you believe I could sue you for trespassing? You are infringing upon my constitutional rights. Facing Jian's threats, Coulson remained unfazed as he was very accustomed to dealing with such situations. At this point, Nan Zhou had already gotten into the vehicle. Negotiating with others was Coulson's specialty, and he wouldn't involve himself unnecessarily, simply waiting for Coulson to finish. Not long later, Coulson also got into the vehicle. So did you resolve it? Seeing Coulson's relaxed expression, Nan Zhou jokingly asked. Don't you know who I am? This is my specialty. Coulson beamed with pride. Such matters were indeed a piece of cake for him. Despite Jian's still ranting, Coulson was indifferent as this job required a certain shamelessness. One just needed to wear a smile regardless of how outrageous the words might be, as long as the smile remained. You heard right. Thor will be coming to our base tonight. Coulson lowered his voice and leaned close to Nan Zhou. He was now skeptical about this matter, as looking at the sky there was no sign of rain, which made him worry that the person might not show up. Don't worry, he will definitely come. He might be on his way right now. Seeing the confidence on Nan Zhou's face, Coulson chose to trust him and said no more. Meanwhile, in the lab that had just been emptied, Jian sat in a swivel chair gazing at the vacant space, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss and anger. Not just this research, but years of Jian's hard work had been taken away. S.H.I.E.L.D. felt like a long-starved beast, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Not even backup files or copies of the backups were left. Seeing Jian in distress, Dr. Shavig attempted to comfort her. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in this means it's serious. What department are they from? At this moment, Daisy, who had been silent, slowly asked. I know a scientist with extensive knowledge in gamma-ray research, and ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up, he has completely disappeared. Having said that, Shavig looked at Daisy. You can probably understand just how terrifying they are now. Daisy nodded in agreement. After a while, the silence in the lab was broken again, this time by Daisy. However, that person who initially stopped us seemed quite... As soon as Daisy said this, both Shavig and Jian shot her a glare. This scene made Daisy hesitate to speak further, lowering her head awkwardly and shutting her mouth. Returning to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base, Nan Zhou began to go through Jian's investigation notes. I have to say, Jian is truly a genius. If she hadn't gotten involved with Thor, she could very well become a top-tier scientist. But this girl was rather unfortunate, getting entangled with Thor and even developing feelings for him. Honestly, from a human perspective, her investigation is impressive given the circumstances. Nan Zhou did not hold back his praise. Jian's skills were indeed remarkable. So from a human perspective, that means there are many inaccuracies in these notes, right? Coulson, who had been sitting nearby, spoke up after hearing Nan Zhou. Isn't that obvious? Nan Zhou shot Coulson a glance. It's like I don't tell you about Asgard. Would you even think this has anything to do with aliens? As soon as Nan Zhou said this, Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, with limited understanding, achieving this level of investigation is already quite remarkable. Nan Zhou remarked, placing the notebook aside as he turned to look at the requisitioned instruments. Not only did she have a solid grasp of scientific theories, but Jian also possessed strong practical skills, which left Nan Zhou feeling quite impressed. Time swiftly moved to the evening. A gust of ominous wind blew, making Coulson feel as if rain was imminent. After all, the weather forecast hadn't indicated any rain. When do you think he'll arrive? Coulson approached Nan Zhou, who was leisurely sitting on a stool, playing on his PSP. I don't know the exact time. Oh, just wait, he will definitely come tonight. Nan Zhou continued to fiddle with his PSP. Just keep an eye out for any shadowy figures sneaking in. After hearing Nan Zhou, Coulson stepped outside. Before long, a thunderclap resounded. The sound made Nan Zhou turn off his PSP slowly, standing up with a slight smile. The show is about to begin. On a pitch-black night, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, rain soon began to pour down. Amidst the rain, a shadow intruded into the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed that with the arrival of this person, the hammer sensed something and emitted a strong magnetic vibration. Even the machines of S.H.I.E.L.D. were beginning to malfunction. Unfortunately, the shadow was also discovered. As alarms blared, Thor, despite having become a mere mortal, relied on his millennia of combat experience to take down all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who approached him, making a beeline for the location of the hammer. At that moment, Hawkeye Barton had already readied his bow and aimed at the rushing Thor. Barton, ceasefire. Just as Barton was about to release his arrow, Coulson's voice came through the communicator. This puzzled Barton, but he still lowered it. Why? Seeing the man getting closer to the hammer, Barton asked in confusion. Don't worry, he can't take this thing away. Coulson didn't provide a detailed answer, merely stating this. Meanwhile, Thor had already reached the hammer. Looking at the hammer glistening under the rain, Thor smiled slightly. Old friend, I'm back. Saying this, Thor grasped the hammer's handle and lifted it with all his might. But unfortunately, the hammer did not budge. This surprised Thor, and after exerting himself again, the result remained the same. Thor couldn't understand why the hammer suddenly refused to respond. At that moment, his father's words, Odin, flashed through his mind. The words that one cannot lift the hammer without its approval. Suddenly, Thor felt as if he had plunged into an abyss, engulfed by deep despair. He knew that he was no longer recognized by the hammer, which meant he had no way to lift it. In an instant, Thor's composure shattered. He knelt on the ground, allowing the rain to pour over him, and he could no longer tell whether the water streaming down his face was rain or tears. Soon S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surrounded him. This time, Thor chose not to resist, but allowed them to pin him down and cuff his hands. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had died. It wasn't as imagined, instead it felt a bit painful. Coulson and Nan Zhou watched everything unfold, with the former expressing such sentiments. Nan Zhou merely shrugged. Meanwhile, outside the temporary base, Jane observed that the commotion inside had subsided, yet Thor had not come out, making her feel quite uneasy. It was clear that Thor had been captured. To prevent being caught herself, Jane hurriedly left to seek reinforcements. After Thor was controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., the rain also stopped. Inside the temporary base, Thor was handcuffed and seated on a chair in a makeshift room, facing Coulson. You handled my people, those well-trained professionals, as easily as if they were mere security guards in a supermarket. Do you realize that? It's quite hurtful. Coulson observed Thor, who appeared to lack spirit, and asked, So where do you come from? You must understand, only those with professional training can defeat my agents. Chechnya, Afghanistan, or Syria. Clearly, Coulson was not approaching the matter openly. He did not start with stating that he knew Thor was from Asgard, that he was the god of such matters were Nance's responsibility. As for himself, he would pretend to know nothing while asking Thor questions that he could not possibly understand. After all, he didn't even know where Afghanistan was. This was all part of Nance's plan. Although he did not understand why, he had no choice but to follow Nance's instructions. So you want answer? Seeing Thor remain silent, Coulson continued to play his role. Or are you a mercenary? Many organizations pay a fortune to hire powerful mercenaries like you to deal with us. So who exactly are you? Thor. Coulson glanced at the time, feeling uncertain about his purpose here. After all, he already knew Thor's true identity, so he understood that no matter what he said, this man would remain silent. At that moment, Coulson's phone suddenly rang, surprising him. He picked up the phone and found it was Nick calling. Coulson quickly glanced at Thor. Don't move. With that, he left the room. After exiting, Coulson looked at Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou simply shrugged. If I could arrange for Nick to call you, you truly need to be cautious. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. is already in my hands. Upon hearing this, Coulson understood that this was not Nance's doing. Nick genuinely needed to speak with him. Has this guy learned to predict the future? Coulson's eyes once again filled with disbelief. Get everyone out. I need to talk to him alone, Nan Zhou said, looking at Coulson, who was about to answer the call. Coulson nodded, then answered the ringing phone from Nick. However, Nan Zhou did not rush to enter. He stood outside quietly. He knew that there was another person in the room talking to Thor. He didn't want to interrupt the conversation between the two brothers, so he stood there quietly, waiting for the unexpected guest to leave. During this time, Coulson had already hung up the phone and sent the other personnel away, assigning them new tasks. There's a death bell here, but it's fine. Seeing that the other staff were worried that the guy might escape, Coulson decisively invoked Nan. This reassured the other staff, allowing them to leave. Gradually, all the staff had left, leaving only two people behind: Nan Zhou and Thor, who sat on the chair instantaneously devoid of any spirit, as if his soul had been drained. Seeing this, Nan Zhou knew that the guy had left, so he switched the surveillance in the room and this area to a loop playback, then donned a mask and entered the room. At that moment, Thor lifted his gaze to look at Nan Zhou. He didn't understand why this person wore a mask, but at this moment, he didn't have the mood to ponder it. Thor Odinson. Nan Zhou smiled slightly at Thor and called out his name. This surprised Thor, who looked up at Nan Zhou, not knowing who this person was, yet this person could pronounce his name. Why the long face? Let me guess, did you just lose your father? What did you say? Nan Zhou's words instantly ignited Thor. He angrily tried to break free from the handcuffs, wanting to throw a punch at that damned masked figure. These provocative words from Nan Zhou filled Thor with fury. However, he had long lost his divine power, and as a mere mortal, he found it impossible to shake off the sturdy handcuffs. After struggling for a long time, all he achieved was solitude. Meanwhile, Loki arrived at the location where Mjolnir was placed. At that moment, he remained in a state invisible to others. He approached Mjolnir, grasped the handle, and pulled with all his might. But the hammer did not budge. Seeing this, Loki immediately used both hands to exert force, yet the result remained unchanged. Mjolnir was immovable. Loki obviously felt a bit embarrassed, touched his wrist, and turned to leave. He too was not someone deemed worthy by the hammer. At this moment in the room where Thor was imprisoned, observing the furious Thor, Nan Zhou quickly said, "Whoa, big." Then Nan Zhou fetched a stool from outside and sat down across from Thor. Looking at the furious Thor, Nan Zhou continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the one who just came was your brother, and he said the terms of the truce with Jotunheim are your permanent exile, and your mother does not allow you to return, is that right?" Nan Zhou reiterated what the uninvited guest Loki had just told Thor, which was invisible to ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Thor's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by wariness. "Who are you?" Thor was well aware that the Loki he encountered just now was invisible to others, yet this person before him could accurately recount everything Loki had said. This meant that this person knew Loki had come, and even had a complete record of their conversation. "I am not that important." Nan Zhou continued, "You must feel quite hopeless now. Your father died because of you, and you will never return to the hometown where you once grew up. Moreover, your divine power has also vanished, making it impossible for you to move that Mjolnir even an inch. Your claim to the throne is completely lost, and your reputation will forever remain on this small broken earth. Isn't that quite despairing?" Nan Zhou's slightly mocking tone irritated Thor, yet he spoke no falsehood. Thor, not wanting to get angry, lowered his head and fell silent. The fact that his father died due to his actions required no further thought. He was undoubtedly the most unfilial son in the history of the Asgardians. "Without this throne and divine power, I do not care. After all, I am the biggest scoundrel in all of Asgard." Thor no longer cared who this person was. He assumed they were someone connected to Asgard. "I just worry about my mother," Thor said as a tear rolled down his cheek. Seeing this, Nan Zhou could hardly suppress his laughter. This thunder god indeed seemed a bit foolish, or one could say that he still overly trusted his brother. "You don't seem to be from Earth. Who exactly are you?" Thor looked at Nan Zhou and asked. Naturally, an Earthling would not be able to hear the conversation he had with Loki, so in Thor's eyes Nan Zhou was certainly not an Earthling. "What a coincidence, I am indeed from Earth." Nan Zhou smiled again. "Moreover, I have some connections with your father." As soon as Nan Zhou's words were spoken, Thor's mood sank even lower. Noticing Thor's lack of spirit, Nan Zhou stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "You shouldn't be so sad. You must believe that hope will always appear." Nan Zhou's words were no different from empty platitudes. They might not even qualify as comfort. However, at this moment, Nan Zhou did not intend to reveal the truth to Thor. After all, it was not his role. He came to find Thor for other reasons. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of Nan Zhou's clothing, a camera was directed at Thor. This camera was connected to Nan Zhou's phone, and on the other end, he was conducting a video call with Hela. Thus, all of Nan Zhou's exchanges with Thor were witnessed by Hela. Moreover, Nan Zhou's purpose in chatting with Thor was largely to let Hela take a look at her dearly beloved brother. Just stay on Earth and consider it a form of atonement. Nan Zhou feigned a bit of concern for Thor, then left the room and resumed monitoring. Soon after, Coulson returned with his team, and Thor was taken away by Dr. Selvig under a false identity. Of course, there were still S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailing behind them. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou returned to his hotel. "So how was your meeting with your brother?" he asked Hela upon seeing her. "I saw him. He does indeed look a bit foolish," Hela casually replied while playing with her phone. "But it seems Asgard might be in danger. Odin is not dead. He was still quite lively just a few days ago." Hela certainly did not believe Loki's claims that Odin was dead. After all, she had seen him just a few days ago, and he was therefore she understood what kind of problem Asgard was currently facing. "That's why I said you should watch the show." Nan Zhou sat down and took a sip of water. "In a few days there will be a battle nearby. I will take you to see it live." Hela lifted her head to look at Nan Zhou upon. "Really? Is there any doubt?" Nan Zhou replied. "I promised you before. Did you forget?" Upon receiving Nan Zhou's affirmative response, Hela smiled, and then put down her phone to look at Nan Zhou. "Actually, I am quite interested in meeting that brother. I find him quite intriguing." Listening to Hela, she seemed not very interested in Thor, but rather very curious about the deceptive brother Loki. "If you have time to go to Asgard, you will naturally have the chance to meet him. However, he will have to come to Earth again in a while. If you are not in a hurry, waiting is fine too." Nan Zhou's words once again puzzled Hela. This guy seemed to truly know everything. "At that time, I will not restrict your activities like I do now. If you want to meet that brother, I will personally take you there. Just that you cannot." As soon as these words were spoken, Hela was somewhat confused. Why not? She did not understand, as since it was possible to meet that brother, why couldn't they acknowledge each other? But then Nan Zhou made a shushing gesture with his finger. Heavenly secrets must not be disclosed. The night deepened, and Hela had been waiting in the hotel for a whole day. She was not the type to stay cooped up in a hotel, so she insisted on going out with Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou had no choice but to comply, or he could not resist her insistence. Thus he took her out of the hotel, and they strolled through the dimly lit streets of New Mexico. Let's check out a bar, Hella suggested eagerly, pulling Nan Zhou along as they wandered aimlessly. Nan Zhou did not object. After all, he was there to accompany Hella. Upon arriving at the bar, the dim lights mingled with the scent of alcohol, hitting them immediately. Hella sat at the bar casually ordering her favorite drink, while Nan Zhou, who never drank alcohol, opted for a non-alcoholic beverage. At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced to the side, and was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Well, look who it is. Not far from him, Thor and Savage were drinking together. Savage, already quite drunk, struggled to articulate his words. Hey, look over there, Nan Zhou said, patting Hella's shoulder and nodding towards Thor. Seeing Thor surprised Hella a bit. It was indeed a coincidence that they would run into each other here. At that moment, Thor was too busy joking around with the inebriated Savage to notice Hella and Nan Zhou. What? Do you want to go say hi to him? Nan Zhou asked Hella. Hella shook her head. It's not the right time, and he doesn't know me. I don't want to be seen as a fool. Hella made her point clear. Thor did not recognize her, and if she approached him recklessly, she might be perceived as a complete idiot. Nan Zhou shrugged at her words, remaining silent. However, he quickly realized that since Thor was here, it meant S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents would likely be around too. After all, Coulson had ordered some people to follow Thor when he left. Sure enough, moments later, a man in a black suit approached. Sir, what are you doing here? Nan Zhou turned to see the man, recognizing that he was from S-H-I-E-L-D. What bad luck. Nan Zhou frowned slightly. He was not keen on establishing any connection with S-H-I-E-L-D agents during his downtime, and needed to distance himself quickly. Seeing Nan Zhou surprise the agent, could it be that he was also following Thor? Don't mind me, I just came for a drink. I didn't expect this guy to be here too. Nan Zhou waved his hand dismissively. My presence here is purely coincidental. I'm just out with a friend. He gestured towards Hella. The agent was taken aback when he noticed Hella's stunning beauty, making it hard for him to suppress a gulp. In fact, many had already noticed her as she entered the bar. Naturally, there were quite a few who intended to take advantage of Hella. You all continue with your business, don't mind me, but don't expect me. Nan Zhou's words made the agent chuckle bitterly. Everyone in S-H-I-E-L-D knew his character. A man who could get Nick to grant him a 6-month leave was a legendary figure within S-H-I-E-L-D. The agent certainly did not expect Nan Zhou to assist him, given that everyone was well aware of his manner of doing things. Alright then, good luck to you both. As Nan Zhou was speaking, he patted the agent on the shoulder. The agent, being clever, understood what Nan Zhou meant and respect. Not long after the agent departed, a scruffy-looking thug approached Nan Zhou. Hey beautiful, want to have some fun with us? The typical thug's tone amused Nan Zhou. Hella, however, did not even spare a glance at the thug. He was not worth her attention. Seeing that Hella ignored him, the thug attempted to shove Nan Zhou aside. What's the point of hanging out with this guy who doesn't even... As he spoke, the thug tried to push Nan Zhou off the chair. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou suddenly reached out and firmly grasped. Immediately, the thug felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. He turned to look at Nan Zhou, only to find him smiling, eyes fixed intently on him. The thug quickly sensed that Nan Zhou was not someone to mess with, and he hurriedly broke free from Nan Zhou's grip. Nan Zhou had no intention of truly breaking his wrist, so he released him, allowing the thug to escape. How about we make a bet? Hella suddenly spoke up. Let's wager on whether this guy will give up or not. Nan Zhou smiled slightly at her words. I bet he definitely won't give up. Hella returned the smile. Coincidentally, I think. As her words fell, Nan Zhou tilted his head. How about we resolve this issue? Hella didn't respond verbally, but stood up, her actions clearly conveying her thoughts to Nan Zhou. Then Hella and Nan Zhou left the bar one after the other. Just as they exited, the thug who had harassed Hella earlier, along with 5 or 6 others, also got up to leave the bar. At this time, the streets of New Mexico were nearly deserted. Danger lurked everywhere in the night. This sense of peril was not limited to New Mexico, but in all of America's relatively poorer regions, the nights were fraught with danger. Sure enough, Nan Zhou and Hella were ambushed in an empty street. Leading the way was the same thug from before. Did you run away because you knew you were in trouble? The thug mocked Nan Zhou. This is my territory. Even if you are police, you too are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As he spoke, the thug turned his attention to Hella. Don't worry, little sister, we won't hurt you. We will take good care of you. As his words fell, the other thugs erupted in lewd laughter. Did you hear that? They're going to take good care of you. Nan Zhou turned to look at Hella, noticing her expression was quite grim. Can we just not kill him, but maybe ruin something of his? Nan Zhou turned to look at Hella, noticing her expression was quite grim. Can we just not kill him, but maybe ruin something of his? You like about it? The thug felt greatly insulted as he saw Nan Zhou and Hella casually chatting. You too, he shouted angrily. Neither of you will escape today. The thug's furious roar seemed to Nan Zhou like a manifestation of impotent rage. After all, in his eyes, this thug was less than an insect. The gunfire erupted on the streets of New Mexico, startling Soul inside the bar. He dragged the already drunken Shavig out of the bar, only to see Nan Zhou and Hyla standing not far away alongside 5 or 6 fallen thugs. Hey, what have you done? Soul slowly approached, unaware of what had happened, but instinctively believing that it was Nan Zhou and Hyla who had shot down their opponents. We were just defending ourselves, Nan Zhou replied, pointing at the fallen thug on the ground, who was already wearing a mask of pain. The thug's thigh had been pierced by a bullet. Of course, it wasn't Nan Zhou who fired the shot, it was the thug himself. But as for why the thug was shot, even he couldn't believe it. The thug was furious at the indifference displayed by Hyla and Nan Zhou, and he, along with a few of his companions, brandished their knives and charged at Nan Zhou. But what kind of harm could such small knives possibly inflict on Nan Zhou and Hyla? All 6 knives were easily snapped by them. This was no trick of empty-handed combat. It was a brutal grip that clutched the incoming knife. The knife rang out like it had struck a steel plate, producing a metallic sound. But by the time he finally reacted, all his companions were already lying on the ground, their chests concaved, blood seeping from their mouths. The knife. But by the time he finally reacted, all his companions were already lying on the ground, their chests concaved, blood seeping from. Only then did the thug truly panic, realizing he had possibly provoked someone he absolutely should not have. He began to plead for mercy, but it was clear that Nan Zhou would not let him go easily. Finally, the thug suddenly drew a gun from his waist and fired at Nan Zhou. Thinking that this bullet would take Nan Zhou's life, he was stunned when the bullet halted right in front of Nan Zhou's nose. With his telekinetic control, Nan Zhou found it quite easy to manipulate a bullet. Then with a wave of his hand, Nan Zhou sent the bullet into the thug's leg. They are demons. The thug's voice was filled with terror as he looked at Soul, pointing at Nan Zhou and Hyla. Those 2 are demons, save me. To him, not only being untouched by knives, but also controlling bullets meant they were no longer. Suddenly a foul smell of urine filled the air. Pain and fear had caused the thug to wet himself. So weak Hyla set, her face filled with disdain. At this moment Soul looked at Nan Zhou and Hyla, and when he saw Hyla, he was momentarily stunned. Hyla gave him an oddly warm feeling, one he couldn't quite explain. Damn, stop whining. It's so annoying, Hyla said, looking at the thug who had long since lost his former arrogance, feeling even. You dared to speak disrespectfully to me and still wanted to cherish me. I'll make sure you can never cherish anyone else for the rest of your life, Hyla said as she stepped forward and stomped on the thug's groin. Oh, both Nan Zhou and Soul winced in pain at this scene. Although the kick wasn't aimed at them, the pain felt like a pierce. As for the poor thug, after being stomped, he had long since passed out and hadn't even managed to scream. Did you crush his eggs? Soul looked at Hyla in disbelief. This seemingly beautiful woman was shockingly cruel. Crushing his eggs is just merciful. He should be grateful to be alive, Hyla replied, not even glancing at Soul as she turned to leave. This gruesome sight was something even Nan Zhou couldn't bear to look at. For a man, if he loses the means to prove his masculinity, what meaning is there left in living? Nan Zhou's words were acknowledged by Soul, who nodded in agreement. Following Hyla, Nan Zhou left the scene, leaving Soul still in shock. Damn, crushing eggs is too horrifying, Soul thought, suddenly feeling that woman was no longer so endearing. Instead, he felt a sense of dread. So there are such ruthless people on Earth, Soul muttered as he supported Shavig and left the place. You were so brutal, you actually crushed that guy's eggs. Did you do this before? Nan Zhou approached Hyla, who had surprised him with her earlier actions. Although Nan Zhou would employ some attacks to the groin during missions, he had never gone this far in destroying someone's manhood. He brought it upon himself for speaking disrespectfully, Hyla said, feeling no remorse, and thinking that not killing him was quite. You wouldn't have done it before, would you? Nan Zhou looked at Hyla, and recalled how she often mentioned being harassed. Nan Zhou had merely instructed her not to take anyone's life, leaving the rest up to her discretion. But it seemed Hyla often resorted to such methods. As expected, Hyla lightly tapped her fingers, calmly saying, only occasionally. Occasionally. Nan Zhou forced a bitter smile. That one word indicated that Hyla had done this more than just a few times. From now on, I'll call you the Egg Crusher, Nan Zhou joked, only to receive a fierce glare from Hyla. Meanwhile, the several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents following Soul were also slowly recovering from their shock. They had witnessed Hyla's earlier actions and had known for a while that Nan Zhou and Hyla had been stopped by the thugs. However, they thought that with Nan Zhou's terrifying strength, those thugs were no match for him and would be easily eliminated. Yet upon hearing the gunfire, they felt a twinge of anxiety. They worried that the thugs had fired the shot, fearing that if anything happened to Nan Zhou, they would live with the guilt for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, Nan Zhou was unharmed. Instead, it was the thug who was injured. Next, they witnessed the unfortunate thug being stomped by Hyla. Even Nan Zhou and Soul, who had seen many things in life, were startled, let alone them. Nan Zhou's female companion is terrifying, one agent remarked. She must have considerable strength. She's not an ordinary person. Could she be a new S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Another agent replied, it's hard to say, as she might be a descendant of some martial arts master. Another agent added, someone like her would be a perfect match for Nan Zhou. They all nodded secretly, making a mental note to avoid. If they ever encountered this woman again, they must never provoke her. This woman was extremely ruthless. The time had arrived on the second day, and Coulson, along with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, were investigating the mysterious inscriptions that appeared on the ground when Thor arrived on Earth. After finishing his conversation with Thor, Nan Zhou did not share anything with himself, and when he inquired, he only said he would know nothing in the future. Moreover, Nan Zhou did not tell him the meaning of these inscriptions simply because he did not know either. This left Coulson feeling. However, Hela should know about these inscriptions, but she had not seen them. Let's contact a linguistics expert. At that moment, Coulson was squatting on the ground and could not decipher the meaning of the inscriptions, so he directly looked to the person next to him for a response. The person had just returned to the vehicle when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light emerged from within the clouds, and a beam of light struck the ground, revealing a massive iron giant. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel beside him were momentarily confused upon seeing the iron giant. Sir, is this something Stark created? Clearly, anything resembling iron would naturally be associated with Stark. He didn't mention anything about this to me. Coulson's meaning was quite clear. This was not something Stark had made. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Nan Zhou and Hela also witnessed the scene of the Iron Giant descending. Is this also from Asgard? Hela sensed a presence from Asgard. This thing should belong to your father. Nan Zhou, while eating a sandwich, spoke up. Belonging to Odin? Hela questioned, puzzled. Nan Zhou nodded. This is the destroyer armor. Hearing this, Hela was taken aback. The destroyer armor. You can't be serious. In Hela's understanding, the destroyer armor was Odin's armor possessing immense power, and its arrival meant that this street would likely suffer significant damage. I'm definitely not joking. Your other dear brother has gone to great lengths to eliminate the good brother here. As he spoke, Nan Zhou, Hela followed him, murmuring to herself. What kind of grudge do those two have? At this moment, Nan Zhou turned back to look. Your dear brother still in Asgard is actually a frost giant from Jotunheim, specifically the son of their king Laufey. What? Hela was shocked by this news. That person is a frost giant. Nan Zhou nodded. Odin rescued him from the temple of Jotunheim during the war against Laufey. Even then, Odin was already so benevolent. This time, Hela did not respond to Nan Zhou, but lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Nan Zhou was unsure if Hela had participated in that war. If she had, it meant that apart from Odin and his wife, no one else knew about Odin bringing Loki back from Jotunheim. Before long, Hela lifted her head again, as if not caring about the matter at all, and walked past, Nan Zhou leaving the room. Nan Zhou saw this, and let out a wry smile. Just a moment ago she was following him, and now it had become the other way around. At this moment, Coulson had already picked up the loudspeaker, looking at the approaching destroyer armor. You are using unregistered weaponry. Please identify yourself. As soon as Coulson finished speaking, the destroyer armor actually halted its advance. This made Coulson breathe a sigh of relief, as it seemed this giant was not an enemy. The visor of the destroyer armor slowly opened. However, it was empty inside. Coulson's instincts as an agent immediately warned him that the situation was not good. Then from beneath the hollow helmet a red glow began to rise, followed by a fiery laser shooting out. Get down. Seeing this, Coulson immediately instructed his subordinates to retreat, while the destroyer armor melted a nearby car. At this time, Coulson quickly dialed Nan Zhou's number. Hello, is this Nan Zhou? As soon as the call connected, he had just spoken 5 words when Nan Zhou interrupted him. I know what happened to him on my way there. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson felt a lot more reassured. With Nan Zhou there, they had a much greater chance of hope. At this moment, the destroyer armor seemed to have no intention of wiping out the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, but turned and walked towards a nearby street. On that street, Thor, Sif, and the 3 warriors stood in the center, having already evacuated the crowd and waiting for the arrival of the destroyer armor. Thanks to the arrival of Sif and the others, Thor had now realized that his father Odin did not die from anger due to his actions. This was all part of Loki's plot. At this moment, Thor's eyes were filled with rage towards Loki. Upon realizing that his father Odin was still alive, Thor had already begun to suspect some of Loki's schemes. However, he was still a mortal now, lacking any divine power, let alone the ability to wield his hammer. Thus, their primary task now was to deal with the imminent threat of the approaching destroyer. But this was once Odin's armor, as Sif and the 3 warriors had little chance of defeating it, not to mention Thor, who had become. At this moment, Nan Zhou and Hela had arrived on a rooftop beside the street, gazing at the near destroyer armor, with Hela furrowing her brows. With her current strength, she was unsure if she could defeat this remotely controlled destroyer armor. I shouldn't be able to beat him, Hela spoke at that moment. As long as I can win, that's enough for me. Nan Zhou appeared relaxed. If possible, he wouldn't need to intervene at all, but he was worried that the entity that had twice brought him into the dream realm might emerge again to cause trouble. At that time, Nan Zhou would have no choice but to step in. He simply wanted to watch from a distance, achieving event accomplishments to gain new inheritance points. He naturally hoped that entity would mind its own business. The destroyer armor was now slowly advancing, with all the buildings along its path suffering. Fortunately, the crowd had already been evacuated by Thor and the others. Aside from property damage, there were no other losses and no casualties occurred. When are you going to make your move? Hela asked at that moment. Clearly, she believed that the 5 of them had no strength to defeat. Don't rush, Nan Zhou replied, still looking relaxed. He smiled slightly. When the time comes, I will naturally step in. The destroyer mech is approaching, with its target being Thor. At this moment, Thor has no strength to resist whatsoever. Naturally, his friends will not let him take risks. The 3 warriors Vostag, Hogun, and Fandral are launching a frontal assault, while Sif is preparing for a sneak attack from behind. With Vostag supported by Hogun and Fandral, he possesses impressive speed, relying on this speed to charge directly. Vostag raises his hammer high, shouting, "For Asgard!" But immediately after, he is knocked down by a punch from the destroyer mech. Goodness! Both Nan Zhou and Hela frowned at this scene. This strategy, which could be likened to a baseball bat, shows that the intelligence of these 3 warriors is quite lacking. Then Sif jumps onto the back of the destroyer from behind, her spear piercing its neck. This heavy blow briefly puts the destroyer into a state of dormancy. However, since it is only temporary, the destroyer awakens once more, turning its body to attack Sif. Although Sif manages to evade this time, the attack ultimately fails. The following scenes depict Sif and the 3 warriors being thoroughly beaten by the destroyer. The 4 of them are no match for it. As Odin's former armor, the energy of this destroyer mech is extraordinarily terrifying. Unless Thor regains his former strength, their only outcome is total annihilation. Aren't you going to act? They'll be dead. Hela naturally does not care about their lives, but seeing Nan Zhou standing there with a calm expression, she becomes somewhat puzzled. Don't worry, it's not my turn to act yet. Nan Zhou does not perceive anything unusual about the destroyer mech at this moment. In other words, the entity has not yet emerged to interfere with Nan Zhou. Therefore, he will not take action. After all, this matter can be easily handled by Thor alone, and he can simply watch and enjoy the show to earn inheritance points. Why not? Seeing that Nan Zhou has no intention of acting, Hela has nothing more to say. She is quite eager to see this Thor, so favored by Odin, get thoroughly beaten by the Destroyer. What if you don't act, and Thor dies? Will Odin come looking for you? At this moment, Hela asks again. Rest assured, Thor won't die, I will fulfill my promise to Odin. Under normal circumstances, Thor would naturally not die, but if things do not proceed as expected, then Nan Zhou must take. The overwhelming destructive power of the Destroyer mech leaves Sif and the others with no ability to defend themselves, and soon they are all knocked to the ground. If this continues, they will quickly be killed by the Destroyer. At this moment, Thor steps up, urging Sif and the others to quickly leave with Jane. He knows that this mech came here because of him. If he shows that he has no intention of vying for the throne, Loki will surely let. Thus Thor resolutely approaches. What a bold move. Hela comments as she watches Thor stride towards the Destroyer mech. If I were in control of that mech, he would have been dead long ago. Hela continues, believing that her brother, who is far away in Asgard, is still too soft-hearted. Observing the situation unfold as expected, Nan Zhou sees Thor standing before the Destroyer mech, lacking the previous arrogance of the god of thunder. This once mighty deity is now pleading and compromising. Hela shakes her head helplessly at this scene, and how could Odin's son be compromising? It truly tarnishes the dignity of the Asgardian royal family. Compromise is indeed an art. Nan Zhou, having discerned Hela's inner thoughts, speaks up. At this moment, Thor's compromise and plea seem to have truly worked. Loki, far away in Asgard, seems to be genuinely considering letting them off the hook as the Destroyer mech begins to turn away. But suddenly the Destroyer turns back and delivers a punch that sends Thor flying. Very good. A smile appears at the corner of Nan Zhou's mouth. Everything is proceeding too smoothly, indicating that the entity has not emerged to cause trouble this time. Perhaps the last time in Odin's confinement, the tunnel that had drawn him and Hela away made that entity wary of acting reckless. Nan Zhou is also curious about who created that tunnel for the two of them and why. Just as he contemplates this, Thor is knocked to the ground by that punch and is now on the brink of death. And this near-death experience is the key to Thor's transformation. As he stands up for others, he has already completed his inner transformation. The hammer has recognized him at that moment. Sure enough, at Jane's call, Thor regains his power and the hammer of thunder returns to his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the event achievement Thor's transformation, gaining 3 inheritance of the Darkseid template. The current Darkseid template inheritance is at 16-0 and skill reward level 1 space movement. Ding! Level 1 space movement skill can only move to places the host has previously visited. The skill will enhance its functionality as it levels up. The system's voice resounds again. The Iron Man incident in New York and this major Thor incident in New Mexico have raised Nan Zhou's inheritance to over 15. Every 5 grants a new Darkseid skill, and this time it is space movement. Although it is only level 1 and can only go to places he has been, it is enough. You're right, this guy is just a god of hammers. At this moment, Hela comments on Thor, who is fighting the Destroyer mech. She can see that even though Thor has gained the hammer's recognition, his strength is still insufficient. As the god of thunder, if he were to exclude the hammer, he should still possess divine power. However, it seems he cannot do that right now. Thus, this guy is still inexperienced. Yet even so, after regaining his power, Thor quickly obliterates the Destroyer mech. This is the power of the god of thunder. The gap between him and Sif's group is still quite significant. That Loki did not unleash the full power of this mech. Looking at victorious Thor, Hela shakes her head in disappointment. As Odin's armor, the Destroyer mech, is not so easily. It can only be said that not only is this brother lacking, but even that brother far away in Asgard is not worthy. These two still have room for growth. Hela suddenly freezes as she speaks, then pats Nan Zhou. You should take a look. Doesn't something seem off about Thor? Upon hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou turned to look as well. At this moment, Thor stood still, not moving, when they should have already traveled back to Asgard through that symbol. What is going on in this situation? Nan Zhou suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Jin, Sif, and the 3 warriors were also hesitant to advance, feeling that something was off with Thor at this moment. P.S. H.I.E.L.D. Agents accompanying Coulson stood over there, hesitant to approach. Before long, Coulson could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked towards Thor. But at that moment, Thor suddenly turned around, and his entire pupils were blood red. Damn it. So you were waiting for me here. Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse while Thor raised his hammer at the same time. The sky was overcast, accompanied by several peals of thunder, and countless blue lightning bolts gathered onto Thor's hammer. Seeing this, Coulson realized the gravity of the situation and quickly urged everyone to run, retreating himself as fast as he could. But how could his speed match that of the lightning? At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Coulson and single-handedly struck the lightning away. Nan Zhou. Coulson was overjoyed at the sight, but he was still puzzled. What's going on? What happened? Why is Thor attacking us? It's complicated. I'll explain later when I have the time. For now, you need to leave quickly. Nan Zhou replied hastily. Coulson, being a wise person, nodded and ran back, having understood Nan Zhou's word. Watching Thor slowly approach, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke. Hey, can you hear me? He was not addressing Thor in front of him, but the entity controlling Thor. It was evident that Thor had not gained the power of that entity, but was instead being controlled by it. At this moment, Thor let out a chilling laugh. Nan Zhou, quite clever, aren't you? Hearing this, Nan Zhou frowned, realizing he had not guessed wrong. Thor was under the control of the entity that had been obstructing him. The body's dominance was no longer Thor's, but belonged to that entity. The body of a god is indeed different. That ugly brute can't compare at all. It just lacks a bit after all. This god is not some so-called supreme deity. As soon as the words fell, Thor suddenly flashed to Nan Zhou's front and struck him with his hammer. The speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that Nan Zhou couldn't react at all. The blow sent Nan Zhou crashing into the house behind him, instantly creating a large hole. However, Nan Zhou quickly charged out from the hole and punched Thor, sending him flying. This situation left everyone present in shock. They had no idea what had just happened. Only Hela frowned, watching. She had already sensed that the entity Nan Zhou had provoked was quite formidable. "Aren't you afraid of destroying this body?" After Thor fell to the ground, he stood up again, and the voice of that entity resounded once more. "Don't worry, this body is quite satisfactory to you, so naturally, I won't let it be damaged." As soon as the words ended, Nan Zhou charged forward again, and this time, Thor did not evade, but raised his fists. The clash of their punches produced such immense force that it shattered the glass of the intact houses on the street. Even the S-H-I-E-L-D vehicles were overturned. What kind of battle is this? Coulson's deputy couldn't help but ask at that moment. Coulson stared blankly at the situation. It's probably a conflict between deities. Nan Zhou furrowed his brows. He knew he couldn't afford to waste any time now, as the situation with the God of Thunder had not been resolved. If Thor did not return to Asgard in time, it would be a major problem. "Weren't you always worried about me interfering with the progress of this world? But your current actions are precisely disrupting that." Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Thor's lips curled into a slight smile, and the voice of that entity responded. "I might have forgotten without your reminder, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's body dashed towards Nan Zhou at incredible speed. However, Nan Zhou showed no intention of dodging, tightening his fist and striking towards Thor's face. He didn't care whether this body belonged to Thor or not. But Thor surprisingly evaded in midair, then placed his hand on Nan Zhou's wrist. Then the two of them vanished simultaneously, leaving no trace behind. When Nan Zhou regained his senses, he and Thor found themselves on a small piece of land surrounded completely by the void. This scene felt strangely familiar. Before meeting Hela, he had arrived here. Back to this place again. Nan Zhou sighed. Before Nan Zhou could finish his words, Thor hurled a hammer at him. However, Nan Zhou had long been prepared and dodged at the right. "You don't really think you can defeat me just by relying on Thor's body, do you?" Nan Zhou said to the entity occupying Thor. "I know you are strong. Your body can be said to be indestructible. This body not only cannot kill you, but it also cannot. Isn't that just perfect?" Upon hearing the entity's words, Nan Zhou immediately replied, "You see, you cannot do anything to me, so why bother with these useless efforts?" As soon as Nan Zhou finished speaking, the entity let out a cold laugh. "Even if I can't do anything to you, I can still trap you here. You should have no ability to leave, right?" Hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. It seemed true. He had no way to escape this void. Even if that entity was not controlling Thor's body, he still could not leave. At that moment, the entity sneered, and then a sphere of light floated out from Thor's body. Following that, Thor vanished. "I won't continue to delay the progress of this world, so I will take Thor away from here, and you just stay here and fend for yourself." After speaking, even the sphere of light disappeared. Nan Zhou was left in a daze, staring at the void outside the small land, his brows furrowed. Now it seemed he had fallen into quite a predicament. In a place where he didn't even know where it was, could he return to Earth? But at that moment, an idea suddenly occurred to Nan Zhou. A seemingly feasible idea. This instantly piqued Nan Zhou's interest, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If this works, I'll make that bastard furious." Nan Zhou quickly figured out what to do next. The strategies were already forming in his mind. The solution lay in the skill he had just acquired, spatial movement. Though it was only a level 1 spatial movement, it allowed him to go anywhere he had previously visited. If this skill proved useful here, Nan Zhou would certainly be able to leave effortlessly. In fact, one could say he could come and go as he pleased. Nan Zhou focused intently. After all, it was his first time using this skill, and he was unsure if he could succeed. But he had to try at least once. Gradually, a crack began to form before Nan Zhou. The crack grew longer, soon matching it. Then the crack stopped extending vertically and began to split horizontally. Seeing this, Nan Zhou's heart soared. It seemed he could. As the crack widened, the scene on the other side came into view. It was New Mexico. It appeared that Nan Zhou had truly succeeded. What are you doing?" At that moment, the voice of that entity sounded again, this time tinged with disbelief. "How did you do that?" The entity was somewhat stunned, yet had not anticipated Nan Zhou possessing such a skill, which was quite different. "You cannot stop me. You have no way to prevent my departure now." Nan Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the reappearing light orb. "Sorry, sir, but you may be disappointed." With that, he stepped through the crack. "Goodbye." Then he took a step into the crack, and it closed behind him. The light orb looked at the closed crack, speechless for a moment, but the heavy breathing revealed one thing: it was furious. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou was once again back in New Mexico, filled with excitement. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about that entity causing trouble, as he had a way to return. "How did you come back?" At this moment, Hela's voice came through. To Hela, it was as if Nan Zhou had suddenly appeared behind her. "Me?" Nan Zhou looked at Hela and smiled slightly. "I have plenty of skills, there's no need to be so surprised." As he spoke, he looked around, searching for Thor's location. "Don't look, Thor has left." Hela, seeing Nan Zhou's actions, guessed what he was thinking and spoke up. "What?" Nan Zhou was a bit surprised. "He just left like that." Hela nodded. After being teleported back alone, Thor appeared to be quite normal. However, he had no memory of the previous events or his battle with Nan Zhou. No matter how Sif and the three warriors explained, Thor had no recollection. At that moment he was not willing to contemplate this matter. He was worried about his father Odin, so he hurriedly led Sif and the others to the place they had landed, awakening the frozen Heimdall. The 5 of them were then teleported away. Having lost memories from this period, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, his brow furrowing slightly. It seems that entity can do such things, perhaps to prevent any impact on events. Nan Zhou murmured softly, and his words reached Hela's ears. She naturally thought of Thor's earlier odd behavior being related to that entity. Is he causing you trouble again? Hela asked. Nan Zhou nodded. Although he still poses no threat to me, he is quite... As he spoke, Nan Zhou scratched the back of his head. This entity was simply too bothersome. Once was not enough, there would certainly be a second time, and then a third. This would lead to a vicious cycle. Although that entity could not harm Nan Zhou, it would persist in causing him trouble merely. Nan Zhou had no way to combat that entity. This cycle would likely persist for many years until Nan Zhou reached 100 of the Darkseid template. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he felt a surge of impatience. No, I must go annoy him back. Not knowing if it was some loose thought in his mind, Nan Zhou actually wanted to return to that place once more. Without hesitation, he began to concentrate his spirit. Having succeeded, once it was much easier for Nan Zhou to open this spatial rift for the second time. In almost an instant, the spatial rift leading to that small piece of land in the void opened up. Following that, Nan Zhou, sure enough, the light orb was still floating in the void. Upon seeing Nan Zhou return, it was somewhat taken aback. It's you? What? Did you fail? Seeing Nan Zhou reappear, the entity naturally assumed he had failed, its tone laced with sarcasm. Don't worry, I haven't failed yet, Nan Zhou said with a chuckle, focusing intently. I came here to tell you that I can come and go as... With that, the spatial rift back to New Mexico successfully opened, and Nan Zhou once again returned to New Mexico. Watching Nan Zhou return once more, the entity was somewhat dazed. It momentarily found it hard to react, yet deep down a wave of displeasure surged. Suddenly another crack appeared, and Nan Zhou returned once again. Look, I'm back, and I'm off again. I'm back again, and I'm off again. Are you angry? Are you mad? Nan Zhou hopped back and forth between New Mexico and that small piece of land through the spatial rift. He even looked at the light orb with a mocking expression. When I have time, how about we chat here? Be sure to wait for me. This was the last sentence Nan Zhou said on that small piece of land before he left, leaving behind the entity, now filled with jealousy and rage. Even the light orb began to twist. Ah! In the empty void, the entity let out a furious roar. It was a being above the gods. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? That Nan Zhou was clearly provoking him, inciting his anger to satisfy his own ambitions. Clearly that entity was enraged to the utmost degree, wishing to swallow Nan Zhou whole. But it knew it could not. It could erase anyone and anything in this world, but against Nan Zhou it could not impose any punishment. Nan Zhou, the light orb roared once more. You wait. I will not rest until I settle this with you. You truly intend to humiliate that being who stands above the gods themselves? Hela frowned as she gazed upon Nan Zhou, whose face now bore an unmistakable expression of deep satisfaction. Aren't you afraid he'll harm those 3 young ones? Hela had witnessed the entire scene moments earlier. Though she too found it deeply gratifying, a quiet thread of apprehension still wove through her thoughts. As the goddess of death, she feared nothing. Yet this entity transcending even divinity stirred within her a profound wariness. His effortless dispatch of Nan Zhou into the sealed realm, a place accessible only with Odin's explicit consent, was proof enough of his overwhelming power. And when he later seized control of Thor's very body, Hela's unease hardened into genuine dread. Thor, though formidable in his own right, was merely the Asgardian god of thunder. To command a deity so effortlessly implied a terror beyond measure. She feared Nan Zhou might truly provoke that being, and if he did, everyone close to him would inevitably suffer the consequences. Yet Nan Zhou simply shook his head. Rest assured, he will never do such a thing. He will stop at nothing to destroy me, but not a single soul here shall be touched. Why? Hela asked, puzzled by his certainty. Why? Because you are all natives. As Nan Zhou spoke, his gaze drifted toward Agent Coulson, who was already approaching. With a faint knowing smile, he stepped forward to meet him. Watching Nan Zhou's retreating back, Hela instantly grasped the meaning behind his words. They were all natives. The 3 youths, herself, Thor, even the suited men standing nearby. They belonged to this world intrinsically. Nan Zhou, however, did not. He was an outsider, an interloper from beyond. Thus that being would never harm his native children. Not ever. With those words, Hela's tension dissolved entirely. Well, I'd almost given up hope you'd return, Coulson murmured softly upon seeing Nan Zhou, then raised his voice deliberately. Mr. Darkseid, is it? I'm Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson could not afford to reveal their prior acquaintance. Doing so would invite catastrophic complications. Hela, meanwhile, had been discreetly masked by Nan Zhou, her features thus concealed. Nan Zhou nodded in quiet agreement before speaking. Your director truly keeps his word. I admire that. Coulson offered an awkward, strained smile. The man was astonishingly bold, daring to issue veiled threats to the director himself, right inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. We certainly have no desire to oppose you, sir. We'd much rather count you among our friends. Coulson cleared his throat and continued. Might Mr. Darkseid consider joining our Avengers initiative? Your associate, Mr. Stark, has already accepted it. It was mere procedural courtesy. Coulson knew full well the offer would carry no weight with Nan Zhou. After all, the man refused even to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent or joining the Avengers was utterly unthinkable. The Avengers Initiative? Nan Zhou feigned a polite smile. Your naming convention leaves something to be desired. Why not preventers? The question left Coulson momentarily speechless. He had no ready reply. Think about it. Revenge implies damage already inflicted, defeating an enemy after they've wrought devastation. You'd do better to sharpen your strategic foresight and rename yourselves the Preventers. With that, Nan Zhou turned away. But whether Avengers or Preventers, it makes no difference. I hold no interest in your initiative. Please refrain from disturbing me further. He exchanged a silent glance with Hela, and together they soared skyward. Say, doesn't this Darkseid fellow bear a striking resemblance to Nan Zhou's mannerisms and way of speaking? One of Coulson's agents suddenly spoke up, sending a chill down Coulson's spine, cold sweat prickling his brow. Not really. Surely you're overthinking it, another agent replied, calmly dismissing the notion. Coulson's face twisted into an involuntary grimace of anguish, though his subordinates standing behind him remained. Mother of mercy, spare me, his mind screamed inwardly. Concealing this truth had become an unbearable torment. In an instant they arrived in New York. With spatial translocation at his command, Nan Zhou and Hela returned effortlessly. This ability is astonishingly convenient, Hela remarked, genuinely impressed. Though she too possessed spatial mobility, her powers remained sealed, and thus unusable. Saves a fortune on airfare. Nan Zhou added, clearly pleased. Flight and spatial translocation alike granted him unparalleled tactical advantage. What exactly is this Avengers Initiative the man mentioned just now? Hela asked abruptly, curiosity piqued. Nan Zhou had never explained it to her. Without hesitation he recounted S Avengers Initiative in full. That's all. Hela arched a skeptical brow, unimpressed. Can this so-called Avengers Alliance even stand against you, let alone defeat you? Nan Zhou could only sigh and nod resignedly. Indeed, the assembled heroes thus far would struggle immensely yet victory over them would not come easily to him either. Even Hulk and Thor demanded considerable time and effort. Tony Stark, however, struck Nan Zhou as little more than a single punch away from defeat. Unless of course Stark succeeded in mastering atomic breath, in which case matters would shift dramatically. At that very moment Nan Zhou's phone chimed. The caller ID displayed one name, Tony Stark. Could it possibly be that He answered, and Stark's voice erupted across the line, brimming with exhilarated urgency. Hey buddy, I've got something urgent to tell you. What is it? Nan Zhou's pulse quickened, Stark's feverish tone kindled a slow creeping sense of foreboding. Too sensitive for the phone. Let's talk in person. Stark's cryptic tone only deepened Nan Zhou's growing unease. Fortunately, with spatial translocation now at his disposal, reaching Stark's residence required neither time nor distance. Understood. The words had barely left his lips when a rift tore open before him, its far side revealing Stark's. What the hell? You guys are here. In the basement of the Stark mansion, Stark and Ethan stared blankly at Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou's sudden appearance startled both Stark and Ethan. They had thought Nan Zhou would arrive tomorrow, but it seemed they had How long has it been since the call ended? And he's already here. New skill, spatial movement, impressive, right? Nan Zhou grinned at Stark, showing off this incredibly powerful ability. Stark was taken aback by this statement. Spatial movement was indeed a rather overpowered skill. With that thought, he furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering something. Alright, what's going on? What's got you so excited? Why are you keeping me in suspense? Nan Zhou's words seemed to awaken Stark, reminding him that he had something more important to tell Nan Zhou. Right, I almost forgot. Stark, startled by Nan Zhou's new skill, even struggled a bit with his memory. Luckily, he remembered and led Nan Zhou to a corner of his basement. In that corner, a large box was covered by a red cloth. Stark approached the red cloth and yanked it off. Underneath the red cloth was a glass cabinet, and inside it was the Mark V. Mark V. Nan Zhou was somewhat puzzled. What do you want with that armor? In Nan Zhou's memory, this armor should have been destroyed by Stark. I placed a research outcome on this armor, and it will also be transplanted onto other armors later on. With that, Stark opened the glass cabinet and put on the Mark V, stepping outside the mansion. At this moment, Nan Zhou and Ethan exchanged glances. What's going on? Nan Zhou asked Ethan, still somewhat confused. But Ethan, like Stark, kept him in suspense, a slight smirk on his lips. You'll find out soon enough. I can't tell you now, but you might be left speechless later. Seeing Ethan say this, Nan Zhou felt somewhat speechless, but followed Ethan outside. They were back at the seaside, and Stark was already standing at the spot where Nan Zhou had unleashed the atomic breath. There was still a pit there. Stark noticed that Nan Zhou and Ethan had caught up and smiled slightly. Darkseid, just watch. Don't let your jaw drop when the time comes. Nan Zhou looked at Stark, unsure of what he was trying to hint at. However, seeing Stark's incredibly confident face made Nan Zhou quite curious. He wanted to see what kind of research outcome could excite Stark to this extent. Just then Stark spread his arms, and the arc reactor on his chest began to gather energy. Nan Zhou could clearly feel a massive wave of energy converging at Stark's armor chest. This energy felt surprisingly familiar to Nan Zhou. Watch closely. Stark unleashed all the energy that had gathered in his reactor. The powerful energy caused severe damage to the armor near Stark's chest, making it evident just how formidable this energy. Nan Zhou was stunned by this scene. He realized why this energy felt so familiar. It bore the essence of atomic breath. One of the reasons Stark had approached him to collect data on atomic breath was to use it for himself. And now it seems, although this energy was still less than 1/3 of the atomic breath, its essence was already very. This left Nan Zhou feeling utterly amazed. He never expected that in just half a year's time Stark had truly managed to simulate this essence. So what do you think? Stark had already stepped out of the armor. Due to the energy's effects, the Mark V had sacrificed itself once more. Impressive, quite unexpected. Nan Zhou responded somewhat incredulous that after just one display of atomic breath Stark could simulate it. Terrifying. No wonder people say Stark is cursed by knowledge. Although its destructive power doesn't match yours yet, I believe that given a few years I can simulate an energy identical to yours. Stark's confidence was boosted by Nan Zhou's astonished expression. I believe you can do it. I am truly amazed by this. Nan Zhou did not hide his surprise, for Stark had indeed astonished him greatly. Moreover, if Stark could truly replicate this, then it would mean Stark possessed the power to transcend the laws of the universe. Under the laws that even deities must abide by, a mortal had broken through. That was no simple matter of a mortal's body standing on par with a deity. It was truly transcending the divine. It seems I've changed the course of the story again. At this moment, Nan Zhou chuckled bitterly, feeling quite helpless. It seemed that existence would trouble him again. This thing, while highly destructive, causes my armor to be rendered useless after use. Stark spoke up again. So, I need to develop a mech with higher defense. It's worth noting that even Stark's reactor had been specifically reinforced for this weakened version of atomic breath. If it wasn't reinforced when he unleashed this skill, Stark's reactor would not withstand such a powerful energy and would explode. At that point, it would be a bloody mess. Currently, none of Stark's armors could release atomic breath without sustaining damage, so the priority was to reinforce the armor quickly. Alright, this is what I wanted to show you. Stark came to Nan Zhou's side and patted him on the shoulder. Nan Zhou's astonished expression made Stark quite satisfied. As a proud playboy and scientist, Stark was unwilling to admit defeat. Even though he knew Nan Zhou's strength was terrifying, he still hoped to surpass him. Simulating a weakened version of atomic breath was a significant breakthrough for Stark. If he could replicate a 100% powerful atomic breath, he could truly stand on equal footing with Nan Zhou. Although Nan Zhou's physical strength and barehanded power might still overpower him even with armor, if Stark could perfectly unleash a 100% powerful atomic breath, then his armor's durability wouldn't be lacking either. With that in mind, Stark felt filled with confidence. He believed he could achieve it to wield such an enormously powerful skill for himself, because he is Stark Iron Man. Nan Zhou had returned to his home, sitting on the sofa and recounting the events that had just transpired at Stark's place to Hela. That guy is surprisingly powerful. Hela was also somewhat taken aback. She naturally understood the might of Nan Zhou's atomic breath, a skill capable of annihilating the very bones of Odin, and thus his strength could not be underestimated. And Stark, to be able to replicate nearly a third of that power coming from a mere earthling, how could that not astonish Hela? Actually, I am quite astonished as well. After all, this is not something just anyone can manage, and I am rather surprised. Nan Zhou understood that if this trend continued, Stark would undoubtedly create a miracle. After this incident, Nan Zhou's life returned to its mundane state once more. He did not concern himself with Stark's progress. If Stark could indeed replicate 100% of the atomic breath, it would be a good thing for Nan Zhou. However, 5 days later, an unexpected guest arrived at Nan Zhou's home. At least that was how it felt to Hela. Hela, as usual, went out shopping, for Nan Zhou's money was at her disposal, which made her feel that every piece of clothing seemed necessary to buy, and every delicacy necessary to taste. This led to Hela often returning with many clothes, and of course, she would also bring something for Wanda and the others. Nan Zhou had no choice but to build another wardrobe at home to accommodate the clothing. Fortunately, the house was spacious enough. On this day, Hela had just returned home. Nan Zhou, I bought you a shirt. Take a look. And Hela not only brought clothes for the 3 children, but also for Nan Zhou. After all, his wardrobe was pitifully small. Moreover, since she was spending Nan Zhou's money, she felt a bit guilty not bringing him something. However, just as she was speaking, she suddenly froze. Because on the sofa sat a man she was extremely reluctant to see. Her own father, the All-Father Odin. What are you doing here? Hela looked at Odin's unexpected presence, furrowing her brows. Don't worry, I'm not here to take you back this time. Seeing Hela, Odin unexpectedly smiled. I came here only to thank Mr. Nan Zhou for his assistance with Thor. Moreover, I am a man of my word. Mr. Nan Zhou helped me protect my son, and I will certainly honor my promise. Odin, despite sensing Hela's hostility, spoke kindly. As he showed no signs of enmity, Hela refrained from saying anything further and walked into her room with the clothes. I know, to be precise, it was Nan Zhou's room. We will ignore her. Odin waved his hand and turned back to look at Nan Zhou. I heard from Thor that a masked individual approached him after he was captured by your S.H.I.E.L.D. And it seems they know us well. That should be you, right? Odin said with a smile. In fact, I am quite aware of Thor's experiences on Earth, for every action he takes is under my. Although Odin had been in a state of coma in Asgard for some time, he was fully informed of all of Thor's activities on Earth. Because he had Heimdall. Of course, Odin was also aware of Thor being possessed by that entity. The entity you mentioned seems to be quite troublesome indeed. Odin spoke about the matter of Thor being possessed. Nan Zhou nodded. This is between him and me. Thor is actually one of the victims manipulated by that bastard. Odin was quite surprised to learn that Thor had been possessed. Though Thor's current power was far from his peak, he was still a deity. To be so easily possessed showed just how terrifying that entity truly was. However, there is something I am quite curious about. Odin looked at Nan Zhou again. You have never been to Asgard, so how come you are so familiar with its affairs? Could it be that the world you come from also has our legends? Nan Zhou shook his head. This is something I cannot conveniently discuss with you, and I can't explain it clearly in one go, but just know that I understand far more than you do. Nan Zhou was being cryptic here, which only piqued Odin's curiosity further. He was eager to learn what kind of world Nan Zhou came. Looking at the inquisitive gaze of Odin, Nan Zhou could only smile helplessly. When the time is right, perhaps you will find. Nan Zhou's words were clear in indicating that he would not reveal anything to Odin. Odin understood this and wisely chose not to ask further. Then, Mr. Nan Zhou, may I invite you to visit Asgard? Odin suddenly extended an invitation to Nan Zhou, catching a visit to Asgard. A hint of disbelief reflected in Nan Zhou's eyes, and he glanced at the tightly shut door to his. Odin immediately understood Nan Zhou's meaning and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Nan Zhou, I truly don't understand what you are worried about. You and her should have nothing to do with each other, right? Rest assured, the food in Asgard is quite good. I believe it will suit your taste. Odin's words made Nan Zhou curl his lips. He could sense Odin's sincerity. Moreover, going to Asgard clearly held no disadvantages for him. He truly could not think of a reason to refuse. More importantly, Nan Zhou himself was somewhat curious to see that judge. Thus Nan Zhou got up and went to his room, gently closing the door behind him. What? Going to that place? Soon Hela's questioning voice came from the room. What is so great about that place? Do you think it is fun there? Let me tell you. Asgard is the most boring place in the universe, rigid and pedantic. These words also reached Odin's ears on the sofa. Hearing this made him feel somewhat awkward and uncomfortable. However, if you go, I can't say anything against it. Gradually Hela's voice softened, likely indicating her compromise. Before long, Nan Zhou emerged from his room and approached Odin, tilting his head to signal that Odin could leave at any time. Odin imitated him, pointing to his room with his finger. This gesture from Odin made Nan Zhou feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Despite having lived for thousands of years, he still couldn't maintain a serious demeanor. Then Nan Zhou waved his hand and casually said, "Don't mind her, shall we go?" Asgard. Everyone was curious about this new friend brought by Odin. This mysterious figure wearing a mask that concealed his face was suddenly introduced by Odin as a friend. Of course, there were a few people present who knew who the masked person was. However, they too were unaware of the true identity behind. Thor, Sif, and the three warriors along with Heimdall had all encountered this person before. He really is father's friend. Thor could not help but exclaim as he watched Odin conversing animatedly with Nan Zhou. Initially, he thought Nan Zhou might be some unknown enemy, but it seemed he had overthought it. As for Sif and the three warriors, they held no significant animosity toward Nan Zhou. After all, when Thor lost control and was about to attack that Earthling, it was Nan Zhou who stood up first, completely neutralizing Thor's assault. So what do you think? This magnificent and grand Asgard. Odin admired the splendid Asgard with Nan Zhou, and seeing Nan Zhou's curious gaze wandering around Odin felt a surge of pride. This was the most prosperous place in the 9 realms, crafted through countless efforts by him. If this couldn't spark curiosity, or even make Nan Zhou pause to admire, then he would truly feel like a failure after all these years. At that moment, Odin also brought Nan Zhou to the Great Hall of Asgard. As soon as Nan Zhou stepped inside the resplendent hall, he felt an immense aura emanating from the divine. This is your great hall, huh? Nan Zhou walked to the dome of the hall, looked up at the mural depicting harmony in the 9 realms, and smiled slightly. Behind this dome mural, it should depict the battles between Hela and you in the 9 realms, right? Nan Zhou's words momentarily stunned Odin, who then approached him. It seems she has told you everything, huh? What Nan Zhou just mentioned was the greatest secret of the Asgard Great Hall, a secret Odin had kept to himself until now. Aside from Odin, the only others who knew all this were his wife Frigga and Hela, who was currently on Earth. Given this, it was natural for Nan Zhou to know these things, as Hela must have told him. At least that was Odin's assumption. After all, in his view, although Nan Zhou was aware of many things, he did not understand the details well. This also led Odin to believe that Hela was the one who informed Nan Zhou. I guess that's true. Nan Zhou understood Odin's thoughts, so he didn't feel the need to explain anything further and simply nodded in agreement. After all, political policies need to change. We cannot always showcase murals from war times. Odin was currently justifying his actions of covering up the previous dome mural. To exhibit my peaceful stance, I had no choice but to alter that mural. Odin's words made Nan Zhou narrow his eyes slightly. He knew Odin was only telling part of the truth. However, he didn't care much, as he wasn't particularly interested in Odin's thoughts. At this moment, he approached Odin's golden throne and reached out to touch it. Such an act would certainly not be permitted in Asgard, as it was a violation of the throne's dignity. Even Odin's most favored ones would not dare to commit such an act. At least while Odin was alive, he would never allow it. Over the years, aside from Odin, the one who sat on this throne for the longest time was actually Loki, who had just done so recently. However, in response to Nan Zhou's seemingly rebellious act in Asgard, Odin surprisingly maintained a tacit approval. He did not stop Nan Zhou, but allowed him to continue admiring the throne. Nan Zhou couldn't help but praise it as well. The artistic craftsmanship of the throne surpassed that of any craftsman. Seeing this, Odin smiled in satisfaction, an inexplicable sense of pride welling up within him. After the banquet, Nan Zhou and Odin stepped outside the palace. Here Nan Zhou could see the entire scenery of Asgard. I must say, Asgard is truly a remarkably beautiful place. If possible, coming here to retire in the future would be an excellent choice. In Nan Zhou's view, a place with mountains and rivers, fresh air, and beautiful surroundings was the best place for retirement. Odin couldn't help but nod in agreement. At that moment, Odin's gaze lingered on Nan Zhou's face. The latter felt Odin's eyes upon him, and slowly turned. Their eyes met. Actually, I am quite surprised by the magic you possess. Odin spoke, causing Nan Zhou to feel somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by that? Nan Zhou saw Odin smirk slightly, then turned his head away. I'm referring to Hela. Honestly, since her birth until I can find her, she has never shown such expressions or spoken such words. Odin continued, recalling the moment when Hela had brought clothes for Nan Zhou at his home. He also thought of the scene he had seen earlier where Hela shared a good relationship with Nan Zhou's 3 children, which seemed impossible. After all, Hela, who was previously in Asgard, was entirely a killing machine. Aside from her obsession with the throne, she exhibited almost no other emotions. Thus Odin found it hard to believe and thought that Nan Zhou must possess some powerful magic that transformed Hela into... Nan Zhou smiled at Odin's words. It's just that at that time you never understood your daughter. If you had treated Hela like you treat Thor now, she wouldn't have been confined by you, and she wouldn't have met me. She should be a part of the... Nan Zhou's words left Odin speechless. Because what Nan Zhou said was indeed quite correct. His past negligence towards Hela was significant, which led to his need to confine her. Now it seemed Hela had found a place she liked, and she appeared to be living well there. Thinking of this, Odin patted Nan Zhou's shoulder. You truly are an astonishing man. I feel that placing Hela with you seems safer than confining her. Confining Hela would only intensify her hatred towards him and Asgard. However, placing her with Nan Zhou seemed to be leading Hela to continuously change for the better. This also brought complete relief to Odin. He would no longer worry about Hela. He believed that with Nan Zhou's company, Hela would gradually change herself. I also hope you can treat Hela kindly. Odin said, his tone suddenly becoming serious. This is my request to you as a father. In New York, Nan Zhou, having returned home from Asgard, sat on the sofa watching television. On the other end of the sofa, Hela held a large bowl of popcorn, watching the same show. Since Nan Zhou returned home, Hela's attitude towards him had undergone a significant change. It seemed that this was all because Nan Zhou had attended Odin's banquet in Asgard. However, Nan Zhou had asked for her opinion before he went. Yet now Hela still acted this way, leaving Nan Zhou somewhat speechless. Women. As he looked at Hela, who wouldn't even spare him a glance, Nan Zhou felt quite helpless. He attempted to speak to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. I'm going to wash my hands. Before Nan Zhou could finish his sentence, Hela put down the bowl of popcorn and rushed to the bathroom. After washing her hands, she returned to pick up the bowl and resumed eating popcorn. Watching this, Nan Zhou felt a pang in his heart. Wasn't this clearly a way of signaling that she didn't want to talk to him, using her actions to interrupt his words? But she said she was going to wash her hands only to return and continue eating popcorn. This contradictory behavior left Nan Zhou speechless. He sighed helplessly as he looked at Hela. I know you were unhappy when I went to Asgard. Where do you want to go tonight? It's on me. If Hela maintained this expression, even ignoring him, the atmosphere at home would surely become quite awkward. It would be better to appease Hela now and make her happy, wouldn't it? Nan Zhou's words did not stop Hela from eating popcorn, but he noticed a slight hesitation when she looked at him. Clearly she was intrigued. However, it required Nan Zhou to guide her through a series of suggestions. Western cuisine, he asked. Seeing that Hela still had no response, Nan Zhou spoke again. Chinese cuisine. Hela hesitated again, indicating that Chinese food was a possibility. How about hot pot? Sichuan cuisine. Narrowing it down to Chinese cuisine made things easier, and Nan Zhou began to suggest one option after another. However, after many attempts, Hela no longer showed any hesitation. Chongqing. Just as Nan Zhou continued to try one option after another, Hela finally spoke up. Chongqing. Nan Zhou was taken aback, then broke into a smile. How about we go for Chongqing hot pot tonight? This time Hela set down the bowl of popcorn and nodded. Great. Could you please not be so cold? Seeing Hela agree, Nan Zhou hurriedly asked. At this moment, Hela turned to look at Nan Zhou, and with a cold snort, she got up and sat next to him, grabbing the remote to change. Seeing this, Nan Zhou smiled. It seemed he had succeeded. Although he didn't consider himself an expert at charming girls, after knowing Hill for so many years, he felt he had some experience. Wasn't this a perfect example? He had successfully made Hela less cold. Even though he had developed 90 of his brain, analyzing female psychology was not something that could be solved with just that. In the end, he had to rely on his own experience to resolve the issue. Soon nighttime arrived, and Nan Zhou and Hela drove to a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Nan Zhou didn't bring Wanda and the others. He prepared a fairly sumptuous meal as compensation. After all, this meal was meant to treat Hela, and bringing those 3 kids felt a bit odd. If Hela ended up unhappy, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Thus Nan Zhou resolutely left the 3 kids at home and set out alone with Hela. The Chongqing hot pot restaurant that Nan Zhou brought Hela to was the most authentic in all of New York's Chinatown. This was the conclusion he had drawn after dining throughout the entire Chinatown. As someone who could excel in both Chinese and Western cuisine, such a strong affirmation from Nan Zhou was not easy to come by. Upon entering the restaurant, he saw numerous Chinese faces gathered around tables enjoying hot pot. This place was rarely visited by foreigners, as the spiciness was too intense for many of them to handle. Thus it was uncommon to see white or black-skinned individuals. Nan Zhou had only brought Hela here once, but that one time was unforgettable for her. After ordering, he glanced at Hela, who was already rubbing her hands together in anticipation, and smiled slightly. So what do you think? Are you satisfied, Oi? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela snorted coldly. At least you know how to read the room, otherwise Hela said this while tightening her fists as if she truly wanted to do something to Nan Zhou. Of course, all this was just joking, and now it was a pipe dream for Hela to defeat Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou didn't bother to argue with her, chuckling as he moved on. Asgard, how has it been? Suddenly Hela asked Nan Zhou. This surprised Nan Zhou. However, upon reflection, it was quite normal. Although Hela hated Odin and despised Asgard, after all, she had grown up there and had some feelings for it. So Hela couldn't help but inquire. Not bad, at least everyone seems to be living happily enough. Nan Zhou casually replied. He knew Hela didn't want to hear him raving about how prosperous and beautiful Asgard was. Just a simple response that it was not bad. Seeing Nan Zhou say this, Hella smiled slightly, no longer pressing the issue, and instead shifted the topic elsewhere. Dinner concluded quickly. Nan Zhou and Hella exited the restaurant. They didn't rush to drive home, but strolled around the vicinity. The reason was merely to help with digestion. Is it like this where you come from? Hella couldn't help but ask as she looked at the scene. In her view, since this place was decorated in such a style, Nan Zhou's hometown must be similar. However, Nan Zhou shook it. Actually, the difference is quite significant. The most prosperous city in our area is quite similar to the center of New York, if not. This place is decorated like this to give a sense of belonging to the people here. After all, those who come from our place have a strong, Nan Zhou said as he glanced at the red lanterns hanging on both sides of the street. To be honest, apart from the festive seasons, he had only seen such things in Chinatown. But just then Nan Zhou suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far ahead stood an old acquaintance, someone who definitely wouldn't come here. Master Gu Yi. Seeing the sudden appearance of Gu Yi, Nan Zhou naturally did not think it was a coincidence. Mr. Nan Zhou. Gu Yi smiled and walked forward, having noticed Nan Zhou's attention on him. Mr. Nan Zhou, I trust you are well. Looking at Gu Yi's smiling face, Nan Zhou knew that this fellow surely had no good intentions in seeking him out. Yet Nan Zhou greeted him with a smile. Indeed, I am well. At this moment, Gu Yi glanced at Hella beside, Nan Zhou momentarily taken aback. He was not shocked by Hella's beauty, but rather by the divine aura he sensed from her. This extraordinarily beautiful woman was a deity. Master Gu Yi, your presence here to find me must not be a coincidence, right? Nan Zhou disliked beating around the bush and So what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Seeing Nan Zhou speak so directly, Gu Yi maintained his gentle smile. It seems nothing escapes Mr. Nan Zhou's discerning eye. Shall we find a private place to chat? As Gu Yi said this, he made a gesture inviting Nan Zhou to proceed. Naturally, Nan Zhou understood the hint and stepped forward, while Hella, though unsure of what was happening, followed along. The three arrived at a casual dining restaurant in Chinatown, and Nan Zhou casually ordered 2 cold dishes. Master Gu Yi, we have already had hot pot earlier, and now we feel a bit full, so we've only ordered some cold dishes. I hope you... Upon hearing Nan Zhou's polite words, Gu Yi quickly waved his hand. She didn't care what Nan Zhou ordered, she had more important matters to address. Mr. Nan Zhou, the reason I came to find you is that I hope to seek your assistance with something. Before the dishes even arrived, Gu Yi hurriedly revealed the matter. You want my help? Nan Zhou's brows slightly furrowed. What exactly is the matter? Noticing his reaction, Gu Yi spoke again. As you know, there are 3 sanctuaries on Earth: London, New York, and Hong Kong. However, during this period, these 3 sanctuaries have been extremely unstable, frequently experiencing unknown magical disturbances entering our realms. Even I cannot trace the source of these magical fluctuations. Moreover, the essence of this magical disturbance does not adhere to the laws of the universe, meaning it is like you in existence, not governed by cosmic laws. Gu Yi briefly summarized the recent events occurring in their 3 sanctuaries to Nan Zhou. After hearing this, Nan Zhou was quite surprised. He never expected that even Gu Yi could not determine the source of the magical fluctuations. Furthermore, since the magical disturbance was also not controlled by cosmic laws, it indicated that the source of this magic might be an outsider like himself. With no other options, Gu Yi thought of Nan Zhou, a human also beyond the control of cosmic laws. If he were to seek his help, the problem could likely be resolved efficiently. This was the reason Gu Yi came here. At this moment, Nan Zhou stroked his chin, considering the existence of a wizard on Earth that even Gu Yi could not track was quite peculiar. Always able to predict the future and possessing a wealth of knowledge, Nan Zhou now found himself facing a blind spot. I can help, but I do require compensation. Nan Zhou's meaning was clear. He was willing to help, but he expected a reward. He certainly would not work for free. Gu Yi had clearly anticipated this. My terms for compensation are simple. At this point, Nan Zhou stated his requirements. Regardless of the source of that magical disturbance, whether it be a person or an object, I must have it. How does that? My terms for compensation are simple. At this point, Nan Zhou stated his requirements. Regardless of the source of that magical disturbance, whether it be a person or an object, I must have it. How does that sound? Gu Yi responded without hesitation, agreeing to Nan Zhou's request. She wasn't keen on being around things not governed by cosmic laws, so this demand was quite in line with her own feelings. Excellent. Nan Zhou revealed a satisfied smile. So, when shall we address this matter? By this time, the cold dishes had already arrived, and Hella and Nan Zhou began to eat. Under Nan Zhou's guidance, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, along with Hella, had become quite proficient with chopsticks. Not only could they handle cold dishes, but even Hella's dexterity with chopsticks during the hot pot meal had amazed several Chinese diners. Shall we wait until you finish the cold dishes? Gu Yi, seeing Nan Zhou and Hella enjoying their meal, couldn't help but pick up chopsticks herself, eager to have a taste. Nan Zhou nodded. Sure, it saves us from having to pack it up later. After the 3 finished the cold dishes, Nan Zhou settled the bill, and then led Gu Yi and Hella to the sanctuary located in New York. During the journey, Nan Zhou hoped Hella would return home first, but Hella refused. This matter intrigued Hella, as she wanted to see what kind of being or entity like Nan Zhou was not bound by cosmic laws. Thus she insisted on following Nan Zhou, leaving him somewhat helpless, and he could only bring her along. As for Gu Yi, she naturally had nothing to say. Though not yet confirmed, Gu Yi could tell from the aura alone that Hella was a deity. If she had another deity assisting her, this issue would surely be resolved swiftly. Then she would no longer have to think about this matter every day. Soon the 3 arrived at the New York sanctuary. At this point, the sanctuary was already under Gu Yi's control, so when she brought them in, the sanctuary's overseer said nothing. Upon entering the sanctuary, Nan Zhou felt nothing particularly different, but for a deity like Hela the energy fluctuations were immediately apparent. Indeed, the New York sanctuary possessed an energy fluctuation that was not governed by cosmic laws. Seeing Hela's expression, Nan Zhou could naturally guess she sensed something. Although he also sensed something unusual, his reaction was not as pronounced as Hela's. At that moment, Gu Yi approached Nan Zhou and quietly asked, "Mr. Nan Zhou, what is the situation with that lady?" This was naturally a question about Hela's identity. As for this person, at that moment Nan Zhou looked at Hela, hesitating whether to fully disclose her identity. After thinking for a moment, Nan Zhou decided to reveal only part of the information. She is a goddess, a deity of Asgard. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Gu Yi was momentarily stunned. A deity of Asgard. That incredibly beautiful woman. Gu Yi, aware of the affairs of Asgard, never expected that she would actually meet a deity. The feeling was indeed quite marvelous. "So how did you come to know her?" Gu Yi, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, quickly inquired. However, Nan Zhou simply waved his hand. This time he did not intend to divulge any further information. "These matters I must keep confidential. If she wishes to tell you, you can ask her yourself." "Nan Zhou, this aura is unusual." At that moment, Hela suddenly arrived beside Nan Zhou, her brows slightly furrowed. "This aura makes me feel extremely dangerous." Hela had already sensed the power while Gu Yi and Nan Zhou were still and this was the sensation that the power gave Hela. Unknown, dangerous. Seeing Hela say this and the seriousness on her face, Nan Zhou understood that this matter seemed quite significant. Although he could sense something unusual, he did not feel it as intensely as Hela did. Perhaps this was due to the divine nature. "Shall we go check other sanctuaries?" Gu Yi noticed that Hela only mentioned the aura was extremely dangerous, but had no clues, so he decided to take the two of them to the next sanctuary. Nan Zhou and Hela exchanged a glance and nodded. Hela's expression made Nan Zhou even more curious. He wanted to see what kind of dangerous magic this aura emanated from. Then, under Gu Yi's guidance, the two of them were teleported directly from the New York sanctuary to the London sanctuary. Like the New York sanctuary, the entire sanctuary was filled with that unknown and dangerous magical aura. Moreover, the magical aura here was even stronger than that of the New York sanctuary. This meant that the magical aura in the London sanctuary was more intense, closer to the source. "Which deity are you referring to in Asgard?" Gu Yi approached Nan Zhou again, at this time lowering her voice to inquire. She was quite familiar with the legends of Asgard, so she was curious about which deity the woman accompanying Nan Zhou was. "Are you sure you want to know?" Nan Zhou smiled as he looked at Gu Yi. Gu Yi nodded. "This person is the goddess of death, Hela." Nan Zhou did not conceal Hela's identity, but told Gu Yi. He felt that revealing this matter to Gu Yi was not a big deal. Hela posed no threat to her, and she posed no threat to Hela, so Nan Zhou shared this with Gu Yi. "What? Goddess of death?" Gu Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, surprised that this stunning woman was actually the goddess of death. More importantly, it was astonishing that such a powerful goddess of death would willingly follow Nan Zhou. Just how terrifying must Nan Zhou be to have a deity from Asgard at his side? It seems this is not the place either. At this moment, Hela also arrived at Nan Zhou and Gu Yi's side. She had already circled around the London sanctuary and had a general sense of the magical aura here. It was still not the location of the source. "Then we have one last place to check." Seeing that Hela still couldn't discern anything, Gu Yi decided to take them to the last sanctuary, the sanctuary of Xiang. As the machinery of the London sanctuary operated, the three appeared inside the sanctuary of Xiang. As soon as they entered, Hela felt a strong magical aura hit her face. This aura was more than 3 times stronger than that of the London sanctuary. There was no need to investigate further. The source of the magical aura was right here. Furthermore, even Nan Zhou, who had felt nothing before, now had his heart racing. He couldn't articulate why, but his heart rate was definitely abnormal. Nan Zhou and Hela exchanged a glance, and they reached a consensus that the source of the magical aura was here. Since this was the source, where exactly was that source? The three began a thorough search of the entire sanctuary of Xiang. Moreover, Gu Yi even called other magicians from Kamartaj to assist in the search. The sanctuary of Xiang had never. However, after searching around, they still found nothing. It seemed as if the entire sanctuary of Xiang had been assimilated by that magical aura. Even Hela was beginning to feel overwhelmed. But at that moment, a shout echoed from the basement of the sanctuary of Xiang. Everyone hurried over and found a magician trying to pry open a locked safe. The safe was emanating a rich magical. "The source is here," Gu Yi immediately realized and rushed to the front of the safe. But in the eyes of the sanctuary of Xiang's director, it was as if this safe had never existed. He had no recollection of it, and did not remember this item being in the sanctuary. Gu Yi also had no recollection of this box. She had no memory of it either. However, all signs indicated that the source of the unknown magical aura was inside this safe, so they had to open it. Yet the safe was surrounded by a magical barrier, making it difficult to break open by brute force. Seeing this, Gu Yi stepped forward. She wanted to use her magic to break the safe. But the outcome surprised everyone. The magical barrier actually absorbed Gu Yi's magic. This was unheard of. Moreover, after the magical barrier absorbed Gu Yi's magic, it became even more solid. It seemed even more difficult. Seeing the situation before them, everyone was quite surprised. Even Gu Yi couldn't help but look at her hands, feeling it was. At that moment, Nan Zhou stepped forward. Since Gu Yi couldn't do it, then he's someone who is also not bound by the laws of the universe, should be able to. Saying this, Nan Zhou extended his hand, gathering the power of atomic breath into his right hand. Soon a blue light orb appeared in his right hand. This time Nan Zhou did not use full strength. He didn't even use a fifth of his power as he was worried that a careless move might level the entire sanctuary of Xiang. As soon as the blue light orb appeared, the magical barrier enveloping the safe showed a slight ripple. It seemed Nan Zhou's technique was indeed effective. He then stretched out his hand, getting closer to the safe. The magical barrier was visibly rippling. As Nan Zhou's hand approached, the magical barrier retreated like a receding tide, moving away from the atomic breaths. The door of the safe was now free from the control of the magical barrier. Nan Zhou was overjoyed. It seemed his atomic breath was indeed a bug-like skill, making things easier. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou turned around to call someone to force open the door of the safe. Although he didn't know the password, opening a safe door without a magical barrier was quite simple for a magician. Just then they heard a kaba sound. The door of the safe actually opened by itself. After breaking free from the magical barrier, the safe's door unexpectedly sprang open, even catching Nan Zhou by surprise. At this moment, the safe door was slowly opening, emitting a creaking sound, as if it had been there for many years, and had even begun to rust. But right after that, a powerful magical aura burst forth from the box. Some weaker mages were blown away directly. The only ones still standing steadily were Nan Zhou, Gu Yi, and Hela, along with a few stronger mages. This tremendous magical fluctuation even shook the Hong Kong sanctuary 3 times, causing quite a bit of dust to In an instant, the entire basement was filled with smoke and dust. As the magical fluctuation gradually subsided, the dust slowly settled on the ground. The contents of the safe were revealed before everyone's eyes. A rectangular object, completely black, yet emanating. At this moment, Nan Zhou looked at Hela. The aura of this object, is it not under the control of the laws of the universe? Nan Zhou could not discern what constituted the laws of the universe, and what did not so. He could only ask Hela. Hela was already stunned, staring at the contents of the safe. Nan Zhou waved his hand in front of her eyes, bringing her back to her. After hearing Nan Zhou's question again, Hela nodded. This power indeed does not belong to the laws of the universe. It is like the skill you released, not controlled by the laws of the universe, but belongs to an outsider. Hearing this, Nan Zhou scratched his neck. He initially thought that the one emitting such magical fluctuations might be a human. Perhaps he might encounter a second outsider who came to this world. But now it seemed it was just an object, leaving Nan Zhou feeling it. Nevertheless, Nan Zhou still felt that this object was worth studying, so he intended to take it back. At this moment, Nan Zhou extended his hand, planning to touch the black rectangular object. Mr. Nan Zhou, Gu Yi immediately called out to him upon seeing this. We are still uncertain about what this object exactly is, so it would be wise not to touch it carelessly with your hands. Nan Zhou simply smiled. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. You know my physical strength. Nan Zhou's meaning was straightforward. I have withstood Dormammu's attacks with my physical body. Hey, don't you trust me? Gu Yi naturally understood the implication behind Nan Zhou's words, so he did not stop him any further. Nan Zhou directly reached out to grab the black rectangular object. Upon touching it, he was surprisingly taken aback. He had thought it would feel extremely cold, like the touch of metal. However, the temperature of this rectangular object was quite warm, and its texture was different from metal. As for what it looked like, Nan Zhou couldn't quite describe it. But he still managed to pull out the rectangular object. Now the rectangular object no longer emitted the same magical fluctuations as before, but he could still feel a faint aura while holding it. From this perspective, nothing seems apparent. Nan Zhou toyed with the object in his hands, having confirmed it posed no threat to him. Do you remember our earlier agreement? Saying this, Nan Zhou looked at Gu Yi, referring to the reward he proposed after Gu. Of course I remember. Gu Yi smiled slightly. Now that we found this object, you can naturally take it with you. Gu Yi sought out Nan Zhou, only hoping that he could find the source of this magical aura, ensuring that such a presence would no longer appear in his 3 sanctuaries. As for what the source of this magical aura might be, Gu Yi was not the least bit curious. As long as it posed no harm to Earth, he did not care where it came from. Since the source had been found, it was naturally no problem for Nan Zhou to take it away. Alright, since we found the object, I'll take it with me. If there's nothing else, then goodbye. At this moment, Nan Zhou had developed considerable curiosity about this object, so he wanted to leave with it as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Hela and opened a spatial rift, directly returning to New York. Gu Yi was greatly astonished to see that Nan Zhou had gained the ability of spatial movement. He never expected that within just over half a year this guy had learned spatial movement. Could it be that he already knew how to do it, and had been hiding his skills all along? Watching the spatial rift that Nan Zhou had created close, Gu Yi couldn't help but mutter. At this moment, a mage suddenly approached Gu Yi. Master, are you really just letting him take that object? In his view, this object was so dangerous that it was better to leave it to them for protection rather than a stranger, which felt unsafe. But Gu Yi shook his head. You don't understand, this object can only be entrusted to that person. The nearby mage was, why? Gu Yi turned to the questioning mage. In the future, if anything is related to this person, we shouldn't touch it. Oh, just hand it over to that man. Many things can only be handled by that man, and our involvement could lead to unimaginable consequences. Gu Yi's words astonished the questioning mage. He never expected the master would say such things. The man who just left, how powerful must he be to receive such an assessment from the master? At this moment, Nan Zhou and Hela had returned to their home. Nan Zhou was tinkering with the rectangular object in his room, while Hela lay on the bed playing with her phone. Nan Zhou would not let Wanda and the others see this object, so observing it in his room was the safest option. Can you make sense of this object? Noticing that Nan Zhou's brow was slightly furrowed, Hela guessed that he seemed to be at a loss, so Nan Zhou could only smile awkwardly and shake his head. He completely couldn't understand this object, but he was certain that it was a source of energy filled with immense energy. Continuing his research couldn't be done at home, as one careless mistake could blow up the entire building. That would be too dangerous. Nan Zhou had to find a new place. At this moment a person came to mind for Nan Zhou. A perfect candidate, even someone who could help him for free. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Before long the phone was answered and Nan Zhou immediately spoke. Stark, do you have time? I have a big job for you, you're going to love it. In the basement of Stark's home, Stark wearily watched as Nan Zhou stepped through a rift in space. He had already fallen asleep with Pepper in his arms, only to be awakened by Nan Zhou's phone call. Why did you have to come here now? I'm still asleep, Stark complained while Ethan, who had also been roused by him, sat beside him. If Stark couldn't get a good night's sleep, neither could Ethan. Just stop complaining, this thing will definitely satisfy you, Nan Zhou said, pulling out a black rectangular object from his backpack. What is this? Stark and Ethan were both taken aback by the purple glow emanating from the rectangular object, leaning. I don't know what this is either, so I hope to borrow your equipment to test it out, Nan Zhou replied, having considered bringing it to Dr. Pym. However, such an object was not something a person with a reputation could just take to Pym. Moreover, the equipment there wasn't particularly good, so Nan Zhou chose to come to Stark instead. Nan Zhou had already placed the object on Stark's lab table. Ethan, gazing at it, couldn't help but reach out, but Nan Zhou quickly restrained his hand. I advise you not to touch it. I am the only one who has handled it so far, and I can't guarantee what kind of harm it might pose to your body. Hearing this warning from Nan Zhou, Ethan obediently withdrew his hand. At that moment, Stark grabbed a radiation detector and placed it over the rectangular object. He turned on the machine and began testing for radiation on the rectangular object. They were all startled when the results came in. Although the object seemed like a toy in Nan Zhou's hands, its surface emitted intense radiation. Any item that came into contact with it would become radioactive. The intensity of this radiation could instantly kill an adult. Its power was rather terrifying. However, this radiation could not spread, it would only adhere to anything that touched the rectangular object. Unless another object continued to touch it, the radiation would not diffuse. At this point, Nan Zhou glanced at his backpack, realizing that it was no longer safe to keep. He then called Hela, urgently warning her not to touch the table where he had placed the rectangular object, and instructed the 3 children to avoid it as well. As for Nan Zhou, he wasn't worried about any repercussions as he was immune to radiation. He could withstand even the powerful Omega radiation without any exposure, let alone this kind. At this point, the detector indicated that the object was a massive energy source containing a staggering amount of energy. Stark was left dumbfounded as he looked at the energy readings. The dark rectangular object before them held enough energy to obliterate half the planet. Both Nan Zhou and Ethan were equally stunned, and their actions became cautious, fearing that any wrong move could cause the energy of the rectangular object to leak. Where did you get this cursed thing? Stark continued testing the rectangular object, casually asking Nan Zhou. A wizard-like fellow found me and claimed to have discovered such an object, so I brought it back with me. Nan Zhou was just making small talk, wanting Stark to know that this object wasn't obtained from any nefarious source. This thing absolutely cannot fall into the wrong hands, otherwise the entire world could be destroyed. Stark stated, recognizing that losing half the planet was tantamount to the destruction of Earth. If this object could be harnessed, the entire planet might not face energy depletion for hundreds of years, Stark mused, gazing at the rectangular object as if it were a treasure. Why don't you leave it here with me? Let me study it thoroughly, Stark suggested, turning to look at Nan Zhou. The scientist within him found the rectangular object immensely intriguing. Nan Zhou saw no issue with this and nodded in agreement. He felt more at ease with the object in Stark's care. But just then a loud noise erupted from the top of Stark's mansion, followed by Pepper's piercing scream. The 3 immediately sensed something was wrong. Nan Zhou dashed out of the basement, while Stark quickly donned his battle suit. At that moment, Stark's mansion was once again under siege, with a massive hole torn in the roof, smoke and dust obscuring everything. Waving his hand, Stark dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure dressed in dark clothing, their gender and appearance indistinguishable, holding Pepper by the arm. Pepper was bleeding from her forehead and had already lost consciousness. I advise you to let her go right now. Stark extended his hand, charging his energy beam. However, the man in black appeared unfazed by Stark's threat, instead letting out a cold chuckle. I can return her to you, but you need to bring that object with you to trade. This voice belonged to a man, and the object he referred to was undoubtedly the black rectangular object that Nan Zhou had brought. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. From the way you speak, it seems you are threatening me. The man in black chuckled coldly once more. That's right, I am threatening you. I have a life in my hands, and you must obey me, or I can't guarantee her safety. His tone grew more arrogant, and the expressions of the 3 confirmed that this person's identity was certainly not ordinary. He was someone of great importance to them. Before the man in black could gloat any longer, Nan Zhou raised his hand, shooting out a small atomic breath that pierced. The man in black was taken by surprise at Nan Zhou's sudden attack, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, loosening his grip. Seeing this, Stark rushed in front of the man in black, scooped up Pepper, and kicked the man away. The force of this kick was tremendous, knocking the man's jaw off and rendering him unconscious. Done. Stark looked at the now unconscious man in black and let out a cold chuckle, noting how arrogant he had been just moments ago. Nan Zhou stepped forward and yanked off the man's hood, wanting to see who he was. The moment he did, he was taken aback. This person is a Mongolian. Nan Zhou and Stark carried the man in black to the basement and tied him to a chair. Stark then turned to tend to the injured and unconscious Pepper. At this moment in the basement, the only ones awake were Nan Zhou and Ethan. Looking at the unconscious man, his attire and headgear were indistinguishable from that of a Mongolian. As for whether he was of Mongolian ethnicity or nationality, Ethan was currently investigating the matter. Before long after settling, Pepper Stark returned to the basement, and at that moment Ethan had already discovered the man's identity. "I've found it. This man has Mongolian nationality, and his name is Zakabu." Ethan presented the information he had gathered to Nan Zhou and Stark. "No visa, he's an illegal immigrant." Nan Zhou looked at the man's information. Illegal immigrants were not uncommon in this city, so he was not surprised. But it was evident that this man was not simply an illegal immigrant. As an illegal immigrant, not only did he not try to disguise his appearance to blend in, but he also maintained the traditional attire of his home country, which was clearly unusual. Their purpose as illegal immigrants was certainly for the black rectangular object placed in the basement. Time passed, and the man still showed no signs of waking. It seemed Stark's blow had almost killed him. Is this man really not going to wake up? Seeing that the man had yet to regain consciousness, Stark approached him, pulling out a vial of blue potion and injecting it directly into his body. As the potion entered the man's body, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and woke up. Stark's potion could stimulate the human cerebral cortex and central nervous system, capable of awakening even a... The man, now awakened, had his jaw still hanging, looking at the three with eyes full of hatred. Wow, wow, wow. The man couldn't articulate properly due to his dislocated jaw. The three exchanged glances, and Stark stepped forward to slap the man's jaw back into place. "You will all die a terrible death." Now able to speak normally, the man directly cursed at the three. "You stole our sacred object, you will all die. The Holy Spirit will curse you all to death." The man's words were hardly pleasant, mostly curses directed at Nan Zhou and his companions. Nan Zhou exchanged a glance with Stark. "I think it would be better to just knock his jaw off to quiet him down." Stark, annoyed by the incessant cursing, tilted his head and spoke. Nan Zhou simply patted his shoulder. He still needed to ask this man questions, so they had to keep his jaw intact. "Your name is Zakabu, and you are from Mongolia," Nan Zhou stated while looking at the basic information about the man displayed. "Why don't you tell me how you ended up here?" "Because you beast stole our sacred object. We must reclaim it," Zakabu replied, cursing in response to Nan Zhou's question. Nan Zhou did not appear angry at Zakabu's curses and continued to ask, "This object, is this the sacred item?" Nan Zhou said as he presented the black rectangular object before Zakabu. Upon seeing the object, Zakabu seemed to trigger something and began to thrash like a mad dog. Had he not been bound to the chair, he would have likely lunged at Nan Zhou and started biting him. "This is our sacred object. You beast, return our sacred object. The Holy Spirit will curse you. None of you will have peace. Your families will be brutally killed." Zakabu's madness at this moment was clearly connected to the object. "Why didn't you find this so-called sacred object earlier?" Nan Zhou continued to ask. In his view, Zakabu's presence here was certainly not just due to detecting the aura emitted by the black rectangular object. Just after he delivered the object to Stark's home, Zakabu appeared. This was quite unusual. "What do you mean by the Holy Spirit?" Nan Zhou looked at Zakabu and asked again. "How dare you show such disrespect to the Holy Spirit? Do you have any idea how great he is?" Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, this statement had an undertone of, "Do you know how hard he is? He is the God who created this world, the savior of the world. He will lead people into a new world." Zakabu's expression grew increasingly frenzied as he spoke, resembling a fanatic. "Our new world organization will become the leaders of the new world, while you remnants of the old world should await the Holy Spirit's judgment." Clearly, the so-called New World Organization spoken of by Zakabu was an evil cult, and Zakabu was merely a pitiful soul brainwashed into a hapless victim. However, learning that they were an organization surprised Nan Zhou even more. Could it be that their members were spread across the globe? As soon as this object appeared, those stationed in this city would rush over immediately. Then why didn't they come when the object was in New York, but burst in as soon as Nan Zhou brought it to California? Could it be that they thought Iron Man was easy to bully? That didn't seem right. Countless doubts surfaced in Nan Zhou's mind. At this moment, Zakabu's eyes were fixed intently on the black rectangular object, his eyes bulging unnaturally. Seeing this, Nan Zhou rubbed his forehead and said to Stark, "This guy looks a bit unsettling. Let's let him sleep some more." Stark nodded, approached Zakabu, and delivered a punch. Zakabu, the unfortunate fellow, fainted again. "Have Jarvis check what this so-called New World Organization really is." Nan Zhou continued speaking to Stark. Stark nodded, instructing Jarvis to investigate as quickly as possible. Since it was an organization, these people would undoubtedly keep coming. What they needed now was to quickly determine the location of that organization, and once they took them out in one fell swoop, they could have some peace. That was Stark's thought. But Nan Zhou clearly did not share that view. He felt that the New World Organization was definitely not simple, and their leader was certainly no ordinary individual. That person was likely a sorcerer, perhaps even connected to Kamartaj. Moreover, the leader of this organization was highly likely to be an outsider just like himself. "Brothers, I've got information about this organization from Jarvis." Just a minute after Stark instructed Jarvis to investigate the New World Organization, Jarvis had news. Wow, that was quick. Nan Zhou and Ethan immediately leaned in. At this moment, Stark, who had seen the investigation results first, was quite shocked, and Nan Zhou and Ethan were equally astonished after looking at it. Goodness, this organization is actually a legitimate civil organization. Looking at the data Jarvis had uncovered, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. Jarvis quickly pinpointed this organization, the New World Organization, using his supercomputer brain. This is a legitimate civil organization located in Italy, and its primary purpose is to protect the environment. The leader of this organization is a dual nationality person from the UK and the Netherlands named Drews. Karma. This relationship is quite complicated already. Ethan looked at the investigation data and couldn't help but speak. Jarvis, did you perhaps investigate incorrectly? Nan Zhou was clearly somewhat skeptical of Jarvis' findings. Dear Mr. Darkseid, there should be nothing in this world that I cannot find out except for you. Jarvis' words made Nan Zhou feel a bit awkward, but it seemed Jarvis was quite confident. It seemed that this organization was indeed the New World Organization mentioned by Jaka. However, even though Jarvis was so certain, Nan Zhou still planned to personally check it out. This decision also received support from Stark and Ethan. Even to understand the background of this organization, it was necessary for Nan Zhou to go there. They'll set off tomorrow, but it's too late now. Nan Zhou did not plan to go tonight. He wanted to wait until tomorrow morning to see if any reckless individuals would continue to come to Stark's mansion tonight. That night, Nan Zhou stayed at Stark's house. After a night passed beside Jaka, no one else came, but seemed that no one would arrive. However, with Stark guarding the place, Nan Zhou felt reassured. As for the unfortunate fellow named Jaka, he had already been thoroughly drugged and was unconscious. At least he wouldn't wake up within 3 days. After having breakfast, Nan Zhou directly opened a spatial rift and transported himself to Italy. This organization is located in Rome, Italy, and since he had been to Rome before, he directly spatially moved here. Following the location provided by Jarvis, Nan Zhou took a taxi and was heading towards the address listed on the organization's official website. That place was situated in a community. As he got closer, the more ridiculous it seemed to Nan Zhou. The streets of the entire community were lined with the slogans of the New World Organization and their logo on every wall. Bro, does this New World Organization have such a huge influence? Nan Zhou asked the driver. After hearing Nan Zhou's question, the driver pointed outside the car window. Look at our community. The driver continued, the entire Italy has only our community, so clean with no trash in sight, while other they are just dirty and chaotic. Our community has become this way thanks to the New World Organization. Their existence has made our community so clean and harmonious, and we sincerely thank them. The driver's words revealed gratitude and admiration for the New World Organization. As Nan Zhou listened to the driver, he noticed various slogans by the roadside, even billboards thanking the New World Organization, and the radio frequently praised this organization, which made him feel that something was off. Everything looked reasonable, but it was only on the surface. If one were to investigate thoroughly, they would find everything too. Whether it was the driver's words, the thank you messages on the radio, or the giant slogans on the billboards, they all conveyed a sense of, it was as if everything the New World Organization did was an act of charity bestowing upon all the underprivileged individuals in this community. Soon Nan Zhou arrived at his destination. The parking spot he chose was not at the New World Organization's address, but at the entrance of a restaurant 2 blocks away. Friend, just 2 blocks away is the headquarters of the New World Organization. I highly recommend you check it out. I'm sure it will be unforgettable for you. That place is a paradise for everyone. The man continued to praise the New World Organization before driving away. Nan Zhou frowned as he watched the taxi leave along with the smiling faces of people by the roadside. Everything looked incredibly harmonious, as if it were a utopia. But the more it seemed, so the more abnormal it felt. Even the restaurant sign was small, overshadowed by the large sign thanking the New World Organization. Nan Zhou still went in and he needed to gather more information. Upon entering the restaurant, the waiter greeted him with a smile, and the insignia on his clothes bore the New World Organization's. Seeing this, Nan Zhou felt a headache coming on. It seemed no one in this community could escape the slogans of the New World Order. He casually ordered 2 dishes, and then noticed a plump lady chatting with the waiter at the counter. She looked like the owner of the restaurant. The plump lady also noticed Nan Zhou's gaze, and walked over with a smile. Sir, how can I assist you? About this New World Organization. Nan Zhou intended to ask her about the organization. But before he could finish his sentence, the plump lady began to fervently thank the New World Organization. What she said was no different from what the driver had said earlier. Even the waiter and the diners nearby joined in praising how good the New World Organization was. Countless voices flooded into Nan Zhou's mind, but aside from feeling noisy, he didn't sense anything else. After all, he had been reading Emperor Domination for many years, and his Tao heart was already unbreakable. At that moment, the meal Nan Zhou ordered arrived, delivered by a little boy. Once the food was served, everyone seemed to stop talking. Coincidentally, they all ignored Nan Zhou. The little boy approached him and placed the food on the table. Are you from out of town? The little boy asked. Nan Zhou nodded. He thought the boy would start talking at length like the others. But the little boy deliberately lowered his voice. Then I advise you to leave quickly, it's very dangerous here. You either join them, or you will go missing. The boy's words stunned Nan Zhou. He didn't expect this child to be different. What if I say I came to investigate this matter? After the little boy finished speaking, he ran back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou also quickened his eating pace. He never expected that even the plate bore the slogan of the New World Organization. In Nan Zhou's eyes, the New World Organization must have brainwashed everyone in this neighborhood, otherwise it wouldn't have changed so drastically. In Nan Zhou's eyes, the New World Organization must have brainwashed everyone in this neighborhood, otherwise it wouldn't have changed. Even if it were the latter, Nan Zhou didn't mind. He didn't believe those people could brainwash him, as his Tao heart was remarkable. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Nan Zhou made his way to the back of the restaurant as agreed. It was an open space between buildings enclosed by walls. The little boy was waiting there for Nan Zhou, and upon seeing him, his face lit up with joy. Are you really here to invest? The little boy approached Nan Zhou, and despite his excitement, he lowered his voice to ask. Nan Zhou nodded. Of course, please trust. Saying this, Nan Zhou took out his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials to earn the little boy's trust. Seeing that Nan Zhou truly came to investigate, the little boy could no longer hold back his tears and began to sob quietly. The little boy then shared various phenomena occurring in the community with Nan Zhou. He learned that the boy's name was Lib, and he was 12 years old, the son of the restaurant owner. The organization called the New World was established in this neighborhood 5 years ago. It started as a grassroots organization advocating for environmental protection, and the community's residents were relatively welcoming. However, one day, everyone seemed to have transformed into a different person. They began to worship the New World organization. They regarded the leader of that organization as a deity, believing that this individual could truly create a new world, and the residents of this community were the first inhabitants of that new world. Moreover, many outsiders were also brainwashed. Previously, there were police officers who came to investigate, but in the end they too were brainwashed. Those officers returned and claimed that there was nothing wrong here, so the investigation did not continue. Although most people were brainwashed, there were still some who remained unaffected. Among these were mostly children, and Lib was one of them. Some older children secretly formed a resistance organization, hoping to awaken the brainwashed adults. But children are ultimately still children. They cannot change anything. One by one, the leaders of the resistance organization either went missing or were also brainwashed. After 4 years, there were hardly any members left in this resistance organization. Lib is now the leader of that resistance. Despite his young age, Lib's mature and composed personality made him a leader. After listening to Lib's account, Nan Zhou frowned. It seemed that the situation was more serious than Nan Zhou had imagined. He never expected that the residents of this community had been brainwashed for over 4 years. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou looked at Lib. He never expected that these children could last this long. It truly was not easy. Brother, can you save the people in the community? Seeing Lib's desperate, pleading eyes, Nan Zhou patted his head. Rest assured, I will definitely help the brainwashed individuals in the community break free from their control. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's promise, Lib was overjoyed. However, there was still a hint of worry in his smile. After all, many investigators who came before had been brainwashed. He naturally feared that Nan Zhou would face the same fate. He did not want to see more innocent people being controlled. He would rather the residents of this community remained under control than see more innocent people dragged into it. Nan Zhou could see Lib's thoughts and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a growing environment forces these children to mature. After parting ways with Lib, Nan Zhou walked towards the location of the New World organization. An imposing palace-like building stood there. No wonder they are regarded as deities. It seems this building was funded by the brainwashed people for the leader. Nan Zhou didn't rush. Instead, he continued to observe the surroundings, paying attention to whether anyone was monitoring nearby. He indeed found some individuals standing immobile at many intersections looking around. It seemed they were watching for any outsiders who lingered too long observing the palace. Of course, they did not notice Nan Zhou. Even on the street, Nan Zhou walked through their blind spots. These people never detected his presence. Time quickly. There was no nightlife in this neighborhood. By 8 o'clock at night, everyone was already home. It seemed the leader enforced a curfew. At this moment, Nan Zhou stood on the rooftop, gazing at the palace-like building, planning to infiltrate it tonight to uncover the truth. Ever since he acquired the Darkseid template, he hadn't engaged in such infiltration for a while. Nevertheless, even so, infiltrating such a building was still quite easy. Nan Zhou entered the structure smoothly from the top of the palace. However, he soon heard some unpleasant sounds. Curious, Nan Zhou made his way to the first floor and found a Caucasian man surrounded by numerous beautiful women drinking and singing. Around them, there was not only alcohol, but also some white powder. This Caucasian man was likely the leader of the New World organization, Drukama. What a way to indulge. Seeing the numerous beautiful women exposing their bodies and writhing before Drukama, Nan Zhou merely curled his lip and turned to continue his investigation. He quickly located the monitoring room of the entire building, but surprisingly, there wasn't a single guard present. Is it really? It seemed they were truly unconcerned about being discovered. Subsequently, Nan Zhou switched all the surveillance feeds and began to conduct his investigation boldly. Before long, Nan Zhou discovered a door inlaid with gold. Given the lavish decor, this must be Kama's room. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou stepped inside. The room was pitch black, and he turned on his flashlight to survey the surroundings. While there were quite a few items here, seeing the famous paintings and wines before him, Nan Zhou was quite surprised. It seemed that the people brainwashed by Drukama were certainly not limited to just this community. Otherwise, how could there be so many famous artworks and wines? Just these items alone were of tremendous value. At this moment, Nan Zhou also noticed a highly secure safe. This was currently the most robust and hardest safe to crack in the world, indicating that it likely contained many valuable items. Although this safe was extremely difficult to breach, it was still quite simple for Nan Zhou. In less than half a minute, the safe was opened. What lay inside surprised Nan Zhou even more. This time, it was not a black rectangular object, but a black sphere radiating a purple glow. Staring at the black sphere inside the safe before him, Nan Zhou was momentarily dumbfounded. Good grief, is there real? Nan Zhou did not take the object out of the safe, as he was unsure whether its removal would alert that individual. Although he did not fear Drew's karma, he wanted to minimize trouble and avoid disturbing him. I didn't expect there to be two of these. Nan Zhou stroked his chin, unable to resist pondering. At that moment, he suddenly heard another voice in his mind. There isn't just one of these. Hearing this, Nan Zhou froze, glancing around, but found no one nearby. What's wrong? Are you also interested in this thing? Nan Zhou asked, immediately receiving a response from that entity. Naturally, this is an outsider. Just like, what's wrong? Are you also interested in this thing? Nan Zhou asked, immediately receiving a response from that entity. Naturally, this is an outsider, just like you, I would be concerned about it. Then when did this thing arrive here? Nan Zhou continued to inquire, growing even more curious about the pitch-black object. At least much earlier than you, probably about 200 years ago. 200 years is still considered early. Nan Zhou was somewhat disdainful of the entity's words. He had thought that something arriving much earlier than him would be by thousands of years, yet it was only 200. In response to Nan Zhou's skepticism, the entity ignored him and continued, I am powerless against this thing. I cannot touch it, as the energy within is highly harmful to me. Nan Zhou was taken aback by this statement. Was there really something that even this entity could not handle? So this thing is, sort of. After hearing this, Nan Zhou smirked twice. Well then, I'll use this thing to threaten you, and see if you dare to cause me. The entity chuckled dismissively at Nan Zhou's words. Don't think this thing won't harm you. This thing will gradually erode a person's will, and even gods cannot withstand it. I know you are strong, but if you spend every day with this thing, you will end up just like that pleasure seeker downstairs. It does not act according to the laws of the universe. It acts solely based on whether it is a living being. Nan Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed this thing was indeed something to avoid. However, Nan Zhou thought twice and found the situation a bit suspicious. I can't fully trust your words. After all, you would love to see me dead. If this thing is harmless to me, but harmful to you, wouldn't I be at a loss? This entity frequently sought to trouble him, and Nan Zhou was not about to easily believe its words. It seemed that the entity had anticipated his skepticism, letting out a cold snort. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. When the people around you are harmed, just wait to weep. With that, the entity's voice faded. At this moment, Nan Zhou gazed at the black sphere before him, continuing to ponder whether the entity was telling the truth. System, do you have any insights? Unable to come to a conclusion, Nan Zhou asked his system. Although the system usually remained silent, he hoped it would be more responsive this time. Ding, this item is indeed extremely dangerous and harmful to the host. If your mental strength is not at the level of a creator god, the host is advised not to touch it. Surprisingly, the system actually responded this time, stating such a thing. It seemed this object was truly terrifying. Once more, Nan Zhou spoke up, trying to reach the entity. What if I want to destroy this thing? Nan Zhou's voice received no reply, but soon that familiar voice rang out again. You're somewhat clever for understanding the terrifying nature of this thing. Destroying it is not simple. You may need to use your blue energy cannon skill. The entity's statement surprised Nan Zhou. In his view, the destructive power of the atomic breath skill could not possibly compare to that of a deity. Yet the entity wanted him to use this skill to destroy something that even it could not handle. Is that really possible? Nan Zhou voiced his doubts. I'm not sure. The strongest skills under the laws of this universe won't work, so I can only use your skill that doesn't abide by these laws. The entity's words left Nan Zhou speechless. However, if you can truly damage this thing, I can guarantee not to trouble you for 3 years. This statement invigorated Nan Zhou. This entity promised not to cause him trouble for 3 years. You said it. A man's word is his bond. If I really destroy this thing, don't go back on your word. Nan Zhou was determined not to miss this. Rest assured, my word is my bond. The entity replied, seemingly considering this object to be far more dangerous than Nan. Alright then, I'll give it a try, but how can I help those who have been brainwashed return to their original selves? Nan Zhou did not hesitate at all, agreeing immediately such a good deal was not to be passed up. He also posed another question regarding how to resolve the brainwashing phenomenon. That's simple. The community residents weren't brainwashed by that sphere, but by the one named Karma. Just kill him, and it will be fine. Is it really that simple? Faced with the entity's response, Nan Zhou felt somewhat surprised. It is genuinely that simple. The entity confirmed once again. Then this will be easy. We'll wait for him to come here. Nan Zhou settled into an expensive chair belonging to Drew's Karma, waiting for Karma's arrival. Don't forget our deal. If you don't fulfill it, I will continue to trouble you. After this statement, the entity seemed to vanish and no further sounds came. Nan Zhou found it quite strange. He had not expected to strike a deal with this entity that had constantly caused him trouble. Indeed, there are no permanent enemies, only eternal interests. Now what Nan Zhou had to do was to take down Karma, and then leave with the Black Sphere. However, he had already waited a long time, yet Karma had not shown up. Could it be that he got drunk and fell asleep? Nan Zhou frowned slightly. He did not want to wait any longer. He decided to directly go down and take out Karma with a single shot. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside the room. It seemed Karma was returning. Seeing this, Nan Zhou quickly retreated, continuing to wait for the footsteps to approach. The footsteps stopped in front of the room. Soon, with a creak, the door was opened. The view of the corridor shone into the pitch-black room, allowing Nan Zhou to clearly see a shadowy figure standing in front. It seemed that this person was the one named Drew's Karma. However, this individual did not notice Nan Zhou's presence. Instead, it appeared that he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Where is it? Where is it? Even after entering the room, Karma failed to detect Nan Zhou's presence and continued to fumble around in a daze. At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly turned on his flashlight and aimed it at Karma. Damn, who is it? Karma, blinded by the bright light, became furious and turned to switch on the overhead lights. When the lights came on and he was about to curse, Karma paused upon seeing Nan Zhou. This person was not one of his palace's bodyguards, but someone he had never encountered before. Who are you? Karma still appeared dazed, speaking in a roundabout manner. Clearly, he had not yet sobered up. If he were in a clear state of mind, the appearance of an unknown individual in his home would have prompted him to immediately call for his bodyguards. Observing the drunken Karma, Nan Zhou let out a cold smile and slowly spoke. I am here to kill you. Nan Zhou's words were delivered so flatly that Karma momentarily failed to react. Upon hearing those words, Karma let out a derisive chuckle. Kill me. Kill. As he pondered the meaning of those words, Kama suddenly sobered up, realizing that this stranger was indeed here to kill him. However, Kama did not panic. Instead, he chuckled coldly. Many had tried to kill him, yet in the end, they all became his puppets after being brainwashed. To think you want to kill me, you're probably not enough. Kama sneered, and then extended his hand, purple light beginning to flicker on it. This aura was the same as that black sphere from before. It seemed he was attempting to brainwash Nan Zhou, likely employing the same method on those he had already manipulated. Kama began to chant incantations, waving his hands in an effort to brainwash Nan Zhou. However, the sounds that reached Nan Zhou's ears felt no more significant than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Seeing Nan Zhou remain indifferent to his brainwashing spells, Kama felt quite surprised and subsequently accelerated the pace of his chanting. Yet even with increased speed, Nan Zhou remained unmoved. To him, Kama's hurried chanting was merely a few more flies buzzing around. Kama, witnessing this, grew a bit flustered. Why? Why are you so unharmed? In Kama's view, regardless of how skilled this person was, facing his incantations would result in being brainwashed. Nan Zhou merely chuckled coldly. If your brainwashing were effective on me, do you think I would still be standing here? At that moment, Nan Zhou stood up, coldly striding toward Kama. At this point, Kama could not help but take a step back. He realized he had encountered a tough opponent. Quick! Kama was about to call for his bodyguards, but unexpectedly, Nan Zhou lunged forward and covered Kama's mouth. Shall I advise you not to speak? As long as you answer my questions, you can remain unharmed, understood? As Nan Zhou spoke, he began to apply slight pressure with the hand covering Kama's mouth. Feeling the pain on his face, Kama blinked rapidly, indicating he would no longer make a sound. That's good, very obedient. Nan Zhou said this, and then closed the door to the room, making Kama sit down in the chair he had just occupied, while he himself settled onto Kama's incredibly soft bed. Now answer me one question. Did you send someone to steal that black rectangular object, which is strongly radiated from the start? Without hesitation, Kama nodded. Yes, I sent them. I could feel the aura released by that black rectangular object, so I sent someone to retrieve it. Then, knowing you sent someone, are you willing to let your people die? That is Iron Man Stark. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's inquiry, Kama shook his head and smiled. I don't care about a life or two as long as I desire. Even a national president can be brainwashed by me. Seeing Kama's unwavering confidence, Nan Zhou was somewhat taken aback. It seemed he had begun to view human life as insignificant. You truly are a bastard. Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse, then proceeded to ask the second question. That person you sent claiming to be the Holy Spirit? This question left Kama in a quandary. He scratched the back of his head, momentarily unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Nan Zhou felt that the matter was not as simple as it seemed, and continued to ask, could it be that the Holy Spirit is someone else? Are you merely a puppet? How should I put it? Kama shrugged and slowly replied, I can only say that the Holy Spirit is me, but also not me. What do you mean? Nan Zhou inquired. That's something you cannot know, Kama said with a slight smile. With your status, you should not know our secret. Observing Kama's expression at that moment, Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes. He had just mentioned we, along with his previous statement, the Holy Spirit is me, but also not me. From this, Nan Zhou could deduce that the Holy Spirit was either two individuals or a symbiotic entity, but at present the one in control of the body was Kama himself. As for Kama, he was merely a spokesperson for this so-called Holy Spirit, presenting himself to the world. Then I would like to meet this Holy Spirit. Would you be able to introduce me? Upon hearing this, Kama let out a series of cold laughs. You want to meet the Holy Spirit? Even a president cannot meet the Holy Spirit. What makes you think you can? Kama knew he could not defeat this person, but when it came to the Holy Spirit, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Let me tell you, even the deities of this world cannot meet the Holy Spirit. Right now, I am the only one who can. Kama's words made Nan Zhou chuckle. I mean, since even the deities of this world cannot meet the Holy Spirit, how is it that because I am the chosen one? When answering this question, Kama became even prouder, lifting his chin, his tone revealed. What a big fool. Nan Zhou laughed and shook his head, realizing that the one who had been brainwashed the most was this Kama, who brainwashed others. You've been deceived, big fool. A deity can hardly exist. Simply the first choice is undoubtedly the so-called chosen one. If you truly are the chosen one, then it is the chosen deity that selected you. Don't you understand the relationship of hierarchy? Nan Zhou's words left Kama at a loss for retort, stammering for a while, without uttering a single word. So the Holy Spirit whom you admire so much is actually a hypocritical liar, deceiving you and those you've brainwashed. You are talking nonsense. After Nan Zhou uttered these words, Kama angrily cursed and glared at him with bloodshot eyes. The Holy God is the greatest existence in this universe. He would never deceive us. He will lead us to create a new world. If he can lead you to create a new world, why would he let you brainwash others? Nan Zhou's words left Kama momentarily stunned, and he stuttered in reply. Well, that is because great people are often misunderstood by the world. Therefore, in order for this world to quickly enter the new world, and for its people to live better lives, he had to resort to such drastic measures. Kama's argument was full of holes, and Nan Zhou truly did not know where to start criticizing. You can't possibly believe what— With that, Nan Zhou stood up. If you let me see this holy god of yours, I will spare your life. This deal seems quite reasonable. Nan Zhou had no intention of continuing to waste words with this fool. He felt that talking to him was only dragging himself. I've told you. I won't let you. Just as Kama was about to express his refusal, Nan Zhou's atomic breath ray had already shot out, piercing through the wall beside Kama. You have no leverage to refuse. Nan Zhou's expression darkened. He did not want to continue the pointless banter. The shot made Kama's heart skip a beat. The man before him was truly extraordinary. If he wanted to keep his life, it seemed he would really need the holy god's intervention. But at that moment, Kama's body began to twist in a terrifying manner. His entire arm bent at a horrifying angle. Nan Zhou raised his eyebrows, slightly unsure of what was happening. But it was clear that this holy god was indeed sharing the same body as Kama. Before long, Kama's body had straightened out, returning to its normal state. However, he had undergone some changes. For instance, his pupils had now turned purple. The aura emanating from him had also undergone a tremendous transformation. "Human, did you seek me out?" Kama, with his purple pupils, looked at Nan Zhou and asked. It seemed that not only his pupils and aura had changed, but even his voice had undergone a significant alteration. "You are the holy god." Nan Zhou raised his eyes to look at Kama at that moment, asking, "Is that correct?" "I am the—" Kama replied at that moment. "Do you wish to see me? What do you want to join my ranks?" Nan Zhou did not respond to the holy god's question. Instead, he stroked his chin and slowly spoke. "It seems my guess was correct. This guy really shares a body with Kama." The holy god felt insulted when Nan Zhou did not answer his question. "Human, you dare to ignore my inquiry. Are you tired of living?" The holy god's attitude made Nan Zhou quite displeased. Even Odin, the father of gods, did not have such an imposing presence. "Kid, I can sense that the energy you just released does not belong to this world. You and I are not from this realm. How about we join forces to overthrow that lofty fellow's rule? After we succeed, how about I give you half of the universe?" When the holy god uttered these words, Nan Zhou let out a cold laugh. It seemed that the holy god appeared because of the energy from the atomic breath ray he had just released, which was not of this universe's laws. He sensed that Nan Zhou was also not from this universe, which is why he occupied Kama's body to meet him. The lofty fellow mentioned by the holy god should be the one who had repeatedly caused trouble for Nan Zhou. "Although that guy is indeed quite bothersome and has caused me a lot of trouble," Nan Zhou said, "compared to you, it seems you are even—" Upon hearing this, the holy god instantly became furious. "What did you say? Do you want to die?" The holy god was unaware of Nan Zhou's true strength, but in his eyes he was merely a person with some supernatural abilities from Earth. "Could you stop threatening me with death?" Nan Zhou frowned, his expression darkening slightly. "I really dislike being threatened. Those who threaten me usually do not end well, even if they are gods." As Nan Zhou spoke, his aura began to gradually radiate. The holy god could naturally sense Nan Zhou's aura, and his expression changed instantly. He did not expect that this seemingly weak human could possess such a terrifying aura. Who are you?" The holy god realized that the person before him was not simple, and that he was not in an invincible state. "Rather than be concerned about who I am, why don't you tell me how you came to this universe?" Seeing that the holy god was actually afraid, Nan Zhou couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. It seemed this guy wasn't very strong. Just a little intimidation made him scared, which was truly embarrassing. "How I came to this world is unimportant, because you are about to die at my hands." The holy god was utterly enraged by Nan Zhou's attitude. He raised his hand to cast his magic on Nan Zhou. But Nan Zhou had no intention of giving him that opportunity, even though he knew this person posed no threat to him. Nan Zhou put on his mask, and in the next moment flashed to the holy god's front, raising his fist to deliver a powerful... The holy god was directly smashed out of the palace-like structure by Nan Zhou's punch, flying out into the open air. Kama's face was also flattened by Nan Zhou's punch. Nan Zhou followed the trajectory of the holy god's flight, watching as that guy crashed heavily to the ground. Although the consciousness of this body belonged to the holy god, the body was merely that of Kama, an ordinary mortal. Thus, after crashing to the ground, Kama's body was shattered beyond recognition. But soon a purple light began to shine from Kama's body, and miraculously this body healed. Just like when he had obtained that existence's power, he could restore rapidly. "How do you think you can kill me? Is that even possible?" The holy god looked at Nan Zhou with a cold smile, his words laced with sarcasm. But before he could finish speaking, Nan Zhou flashed forward again, delivering another punch to his head. This punch was far more powerful than the previous one. Kama's head instantly burst into a pool of blood. Yet once again the purple light flickered and Kama's head quickly regenerated. "You think you can kill me? It's not that simple." The mocking voice of the holy god echoed once more. Despite being surprised by Nan Zhou's immense strength, he believed that Nan Zhou lacked the ability to annihilate him. As long as his body remained intact, he could completely restore himself, and there were no marks left behind on his hands. This seemingly unsolvable skill in the holy god's eyes felt eerily familiar to Nan Zhou. Moreover, Nan Zhou himself also had the ability to deal with this. At this moment, the Holy Spirit laughed maniacally, mocking Nan Zhou, believing that he had no ability to defeat him. Nan Zhou, however, was not angered by the ridicule. He merely maintained a faint smile. To him, the current Holy Spirit was nothing more than an ignorant clown. Soon he would realize what kind of existence he had provoked. With a swift motion, Nan Zhou appeared once again before the Holy Spirit, a steel nail now in his hand. "Useless fool." The mocking voice of the Holy Spirit echoed again, disdainful of Nan Zhou's choice to engage in close combat. Without engaging in further chatter, Nan Zhou drove the steel nail directly into the Holy Spirit's arm, then used his knee to pin him to the ground. The steel nail embedded deeply into the body of Kama and the ground. Then using his will, Nan Zhou controlled the nails to pierce into Kama's body, restricting his movements. Just like the method he used to deal with that abhorrent being in New York. A scream of pain escaped the Holy Spirit. "You bastard. What do you think this will accomplish? You still cannot harm me. In the end, you will only provoke me, and the one who will be injured is you." Continuing to face the Holy Spirit's taunts, Nan Zhou was truly starting to lose patience. How could a being with spirit in its name be so ungodlike? Can such a noisy entity truly be considered a god? Could it be that in a previous world this Holy Spirit was known as the god of noise, the god of chatter? Can't you be quiet for a moment? Nan Zhou frowned at the Holy Spirit, wishing he could sew his mouth shut. However, upon further thought he realized that this Holy Spirit wouldn't last much longer. He needed to end the battle quickly. Then Nan Zhou raised his hand, gathering the energy of the atomic breath. In an instant, the immense energy of the atomic breath began to wreak havoc in the air. Feeling the overwhelming energy, the Holy Spirit finally began to panic. He had thought that the ray Nan Zhou had just adapted was merely a small trick, but now it appeared he had underestimated the situation. How is this possible? Despite the evidence before him, the Holy Spirit refused to believe. You are just a human. How could you possess such terrifying power? The Holy Spirit's purple pupils displayed an expression of disbelief. To him, an ordinary human could not possibly wield such immense power. He desperately sought to break free, knowing that if such energy struck him, his only fate would be death. He needed to escape Kama's body quickly. However, such minor tricks of the Holy Spirit were easily seen through by Nan Zhou, who immediately realized this guy was trying to flee. Want to leave this body? Dream on. After scolding, Nan Zhou unleashed the atomic breath from his hand. The colossal energy made the Holy Spirit feel the impending danger. Half of him had already left Kama's body, but only the remaining half remained. However, the speed of Nan Zhou's atomic breath was beyond his capabilities. The beam struck Kama instantly, turning him. A scream from the Holy Spirit echoed from within Kama's body. Looking at the now ash-like remains of Kama, Nan Zhou, he had not expected this so-called Holy Spirit to be so weak. Not to mention Odin, he believed that even the current Stark could easily eliminate this Holy Spirit. Yet at that moment the voice of the Holy Spirit unexpectedly came again. You wait for me, you despicable human. This time the Holy Spirit's voice was devoid of mockery, filled instead with hatred. It sounded as if he wished to tear. You destroyed the body I took so long to find. I will not let you go. You have not annihilated me yet. Once I regain my full strength, you and your family, your friends, will all pay the price for what you have done today. As the threatening voice gradually faded, the Holy Spirit's voice was never heard again. Damn it, I was careless. Nan Zhou scratched his head in annoyance. If he had increased the power of the atomic breath a bit more, perhaps this Holy Spirit would have been completely obliterated. It seems I will have to clean up after this later. Nan Zhou then returned to Kama's level 4, retrieving the black sphere that had been stored in the safe. How should I destroy it? Looking at the pitch-black sphere before him, Nan Zhou fell into a moment of confusion. Yet at that moment he suddenly remembered that due to Kama's disappearance, those who had been brainwashed should have awakened. So Nan Zhou hurried downstairs to check on those people. Indeed, as he approached the first floor, he heard countless screams from girls. They must have awakened, but seeing their own appearances, they would naturally scream in shock. However, it seemed these people did not remember why they were there. Their memories of this period appeared to be lost. This was likely due to his death led to the awakening of those who had been brainwashed. Correspondingly, the memories of these awakened individuals were also affected. However, seeing that they had all awakened, Nan Zhou felt relieved. Yet to confirm the situation, he still needed to check other places to see if anyone else had not yet awakened. The first place Nan Zhou went to was the restaurant he visited at noon, the one owned by that little guy named Lib. The Lib family's restaurant was still open, and Nan Zhou walked straight in. Upon entering, he saw the restaurant owner holding her forehead, appearing to be in pain. Beside her, Lib was concerned about her However, Nan Zhou noticed the uncontainable joy on Lib's face. When Lib noticed Nan Zhou's arrival, he excitedly approached him. You did it. Lib was so thrilled, he almost jumped up. Not only his mother, but his father was also feeling a headache and forgetting many. The term New World Organization held no impression for them. Seeing this situation, Lib understood that Nan Zhou had succeeded. Thank you so much. Tears welled in the corners of Lib's eyes. For years was a time that an ordinary person could hardly imagine how Lib had endured. Such grievances were likely known only to him. Nan Zhou patted his head in comfort. Are you a superhero? At that moment, Lib suddenly asked, his eyes fixed on Nan Zhou. Lib's words caught Nan Zhou off guard. It was the first time someone referred to him as a superhero. Neither Iron Man, Tony Stark, nor Coulson, nor Hela ever referred to themselves as superheroes. Even Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro felt the same way. In their eyes, Nan Zhou truly did not qualify as a superhero. Even he himself did not see himself as one. He did not possess all the qualities that a superhero should have. His actions up to now had all been based on his own interests, and this time was no different. How could an egotist possibly become a superhero? It was nothing short of a joke. Yet this boy named Lib actually believed him to be a superhero, which made Nan Zhou feel a bit strange. So Nan Zhou ruffled his hair, smiling as he said, I am not a superhero, I hope you can become a superhero in the future. Deep within the Sahara Desert, the blazing sun radiated its scorching energy upon this arid land, and Nan Zhou found himself under the immense glare of that sun. He shielded his eyes with his hand and looked up at the sun. Damn, it's really hot. If it weren't for the need to find an open area to detonate the 2 items left by the Holy Spirit, Nan Zhou wouldn't have come here. Last night, after dealing with the matters of the Holy Spirit, Nan Zhou restored the sanity of the community and then returned to the Stark residence. After explaining the situation to Stark, he took the black rectangular object along with the black sphere retrieved from the Holy Spirit and headed straight for the Sahara Desert. However, it was unfortunate that Nan Zhou had never truly been to the Sahara Desert. He had only conducted missions on its fringe. So after using spatial movement to arrive at the edge of the Sahara, he flew himself to this location. The temperature here was indeed terrifying. Even Nan Zhou found it somewhat hard to bear. So after using spatial movement to arrive at the edge of the Sahara, he flew himself to this location. The temperature Nan Zhou did not forget that he was here on a mission. He needed to quickly destroy these two items. In fact, during his flight, he had already sensed the power emanating from the two items continuously invading him. However, due to his Buddhist resilience and willpower, the energy radiated by these two items did not affect him. But this also indicated that the existence had not deceived him. Spending too much time near these items would not pose a problem for him, but it certainly would for those around him. Stark had placed this object in an isolation box, which was why he had not sensed anything. But what if it was taken out? Stark would probably have been overwhelmed by the energy released by the rectangular object long ago. So no matter how one looked at it, this item seemed anything but benevolent. Thus, it must be destroyed to prevent future issues. With this in mind, Nan Zhou took out the two items that were still radiating violet light. Even under the sun's glare, the violet glow could not be concealed. It's really quite marvelous, Nan Zhou remarked as he placed the two items at his feet. Then Nan Zhou took to the skies, gazing down at the two items. Farewell. He smiled slightly, gathering energy throughout his body as the power of his atomic breath reached its maximum potential. The blue chaotic energy surged wildly in Nan Zhou's hands, and the two items seemed to sense the impending danger, their radiance intensifying. Could it be that these objects possess intelligence? Observing their state, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. But he didn't want to dwell on it. Oh, what if they had intelligence? The final outcome would still be a dead end. With this thought, Nan Zhou unleashed his atomic breath in full power. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth as if countless waters were gushing from a collapsed dam, engulfing the two. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive crater appeared where the atomic breath had struck. This pit was shocking, resembling a site of weapon testing. Nan Zhou realized he might have gone too far. If any armed forces nearby detected this location, they might suspect it was an experiment conducted by his opposing faction, and who knows, a conflict could arise. However, these considerations were not for Nan Zhou to ponder. He needed to see how the two items fared. After being hit by his full-power atomic breath, surely nothing could survive. Even the Holy Spirit had to abandon the karma body and flee before his atomic breath at half power, so he didn't believe he. With this thought, Nan Zhou descended into the crater and began searching for the two items to see if they still had any presence. The brilliance of the two items was such that even the sunlight couldn't obscure it, making them easy to find. Soon Nan Zhou spotted the violet glow in one area. He reached out, discovering he had retrieved an irregular object. He no longer knew if it was a sphere or a rectangular object, but it seemed he had succeeded halfway. I never expected that full power wouldn't suffice. Nan Zhou scratched his head. He indeed underestimated these two items. So he returned to the position he had previously occupied. This time he descended a bit lower and began to gather energy once more. The energy of the atomic breath quickly coalesced in Nan Zhou's hand. If one attempt didn't work, then there would be a second. With this thought, Nan Zhou unleashed his atomic breath again. This time the already terrifying crater was bombarded once more. The pit became even more horrifying. But Nan Zhou did not relent. He fired his atomic breath a third time, followed by a fourth and then a fifth. After 5 rounds of bombardment, Nan Zhou was quite certain that the two items could no longer survive. However, just to be safe, he went down to check once more and found nothing, but appeared he had truly succeeded. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Rome, Italy, a shadow felt a tightness in its chest and immediately spat out a mouthful of violet liquid. That bastard! The shadow roared in anger, and it was none other than the Holy Spirit who had narrowly escaped disaster. The violet liquid he spat out was his blood. Unlike the red blood of humans, his blood was purple. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, naturally sensing that the two items belonging to him had been damaged. Without a doubt, it was that brat who had nearly cost him his life in the other world. Just you wait, I will make sure you die a miserable death. The shadow let out a furious roar, but spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He was a Holy Spirit. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If it weren't for his incomplete body and pitifully low abilities, he wouldn't have to flee and hide. Now he understood that being high profile was no longer feasible. To survive and regain his full strength, he could only endure silently. He must endure and then take revenge on this world. That brat and that lofty bastard would both be subjected to At this moment in the Sahara Desert, Nan Zhou had resolved the issue. Thus, he opened a spatial rift to leave this place. But not long after, 7 or 8 armed off-road vehicles parked in front of the sand that Nan Zhou had bombarded earlier. These individuals were fully armed, yet upon seeing the ground that Nan Zhou had bombarded 5 times, they were utterly dumbfounded. The deep pit seemed as if it could swallow a person whole, causing even those wielding exquisite weapons to gasp in astonishment. Did someone blow up a dam? One person couldn't help but speak up. How much explosive power did that take? Although these individuals seldom encountered vast lakes, they had some concept of what a dam looked like. In their eyes, the crater Nan Zhou created could well serve as a reservoir dam. But the problem was there was no water. At this moment, several more armed off-road vehicles approached from another direction. Both sides instantly became alert, as they seemed to believe the other had created this phenomenon. Thus, they dared not act recklessly. However, continuing like this was not a solution, so they each sent someone to negotiate. The consensus they reached left them all. What? They didn't do it. Then where did this pit come from? New York. After exiting the spatial rift, Nan Zhou returned directly to New York. As for Stark, a simple phone call. Is it over? Hela asked upon seeing Nan Zhou's return. Nan Zhou nodded, and then recounted the entire series of events to Hela. After listening, Hela furrowed her brows. This matter seemed to exceed her imagination. It appeared that this world had more than just Nan Zhou as an outsider. Then why'd he become a hidden danger if you don't eliminate him? Hela raised her doubts. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I actually hope he comes looking for me. That way I can utterly eradicate. However, this statement was met with Hela's opposition. What if that guy realizes you're strong and turns to attack those around you? For instance, those 3 little ones. Hela remarked, pointing to the room of Wanda and the others. Having heard Nan Zhou's story, Hela understood that the so-called Holy One was definitely not a straightforward character. He could very well use those 3 children to threaten Nan Zhou. They lacked the terrifying power that Nan Zhou possessed, and if threatened, they would ultimately become a liability. Nan Zhou understood that Hela was making a valid point. That guy had also mentioned he wouldn't allow those around him to have it easy. It was quite possible he would use those 3 children to threaten him. Moreover, he couldn't always be by their side. At that moment, Nan Zhou turned his gaze to Hela. Hela noticed Nan Zhou's gaze, and immediately felt something was off. She had already guessed what Nan Zhou was about to say. How about? Nan Zhou slowly began. How about you help me protect Wanda and the others? Hela sighed helplessly upon hearing this. As expected, just by looking at Nan Zhou's expression, she could tell what he was trying to say. Nonetheless, she did not refuse Nan Zhou. After spending so much time together, Hela had developed quite an affection for those 3 children, so if anyone wanted to harm them, she would be the first to oppose it. Even if Nan Zhou didn't make this request, Hela would protect them herself. After all, she was well aware of Nan Zhou's character. He was completely indifferent to family matters. It was also pitiful for those 3 children. They had to go to school and cook for themselves. Now that Hela was here, they would still have to prepare a meal for her. After all, Hela couldn't cook. Soon the 3 children would return from school and were quite excited to see Nan Zhou at home. Because someone had taken care of dinner today. Of course, they had another important matter to discuss with Nan Zhou. Brother Zhou. Lorna suddenly threw herself next to Nan Zhou, sitting down beside him. Lorna. Wanda, seeing this, became a bit angry and quickly walked over. You went too far stealing a march. Nan Zhou looked at the playful Lorna and Wanda, momentarily unsure of what they were up to. What's going on? Nan Zhou then turned his gaze to Pietro. Brother Zhou, we have a parent-teacher meeting at school tomorrow. Can you attend? Pietro's words caught Nan Zhou off guard. What? A parent-teacher meeting? At this moment, Wanda also nodded. That's right. There was a parent-teacher meeting last semester, but since you were away from New York, we took a leave of absence. This time the teacher said you must be present and can't take another leave. Just the thought of the parent-teacher meeting made Nan Zhou feel a strong sense of aversion. After all, back in his previous world, he would inevitably get beaten up whenever there was a parent-teacher meeting. He had once used the trick of hiring a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes for $50 to pose as a relative, and such tactics had been used long ago. But the outcome was predictable. He was still discovered and ended up getting beaten worse. However, now he was no longer a student, but a parent attending the meeting. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou found he was not as resistant as before. I don't have anything else to do tomorrow. I can attend the parent. Upon hearing this, Wanda and Lorna immediately broke into cheers, while only Pietro looked somewhat disheartened. Seeing Pietro like this, Nan Zhou asked. But Pietro merely forced a smile and shook his head. It's nothing, just a bit tired. This clearly indicated he did not want to discuss the matter further. Noticing this, Nan Zhou did not pursue it any further, but gathered the 3 of them into the bedroom while he went to cook. Pietro. At that moment, Hela suddenly spoke up. It seems his grades are not that good, and Wanda and Lorna have been tutored. As soon as Hela said this, Nan Zhou understood what was going on. Reflecting back, he realized that he too would feel unmotivated when he had poor grades and heard about a parent-teacher meeting. Pietro might be feeling the same way. I understand now. Nan Zhou nodded, having grasped the situation. As for how poor Pietro's grades were, he would find out everything at tomorrow's parent. With that thought, Nan Zhou headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for today. Soon the next day arrived. At Wanda and Lorna's insistence, Nan Zhou put on his formal attire. According to the 2 of them, the parent-teacher meeting at their school was quite a formal occasion, so Nan Zhou needed to dress more formally. Him saying this is the most expensive suit. Is it really necessary to dress this formally? Looking at the Brioni suit he was wearing, he felt it was unnecessary to be this formal. This suit was made during a task in Italy where Nick had insisted on getting it tailored for him after the mission, and importantly, he was the one who paid for it. Since Wanda and Lorna both said, so you might as well dress up a bit, you wouldn't want to embarrass them, would you? This time Hela stood by Wanda and Lorna, assessing Nan Zhou's appearance. A tailored suit really makes a difference. Not bad, you look quite handsome. Nan Zhou stood in front of the mirror examining his appearance. He had only worn this outfit 3 times, this was the 4th time. The other times it had just been gathering dust in the wardrobe, occasionally taken out for maintenance. However, Nan Zhou truly disliked wearing formal attire. He found it uncomfortable and too constricting. But for the sake of Wanda and the others, he wore it anyway. Hela saw Nan Zhou off downstairs and watched him walk into his garage. Honestly, you look quite handsome. As she went upstairs, Hela kept praising him. She genuinely thought Nan Zhou looked great in that outfit. Thinking of this, Hela suddenly felt something was off and quickly shook her. What was I thinking? Just a moment ago, a dangerously bold thought had crossed her mind, and she absolutely couldn't let it. At this moment, Hela returned home, looking at herself in the mirror and realizing she was actually a bit flushed. No way. Hela could hardly believe it. She walked to the window and saw Nan Zhou had already driven away. I am the mighty goddess of... Hela paced around the house repeatedly, saying it's impossible and absolutely not. I am the renowned goddess of death, irreplaceable in the 9 realms. How could I possibly have feelings for him? Outside the school of Wanda and the others, Nan Zhou's car attracted a large crowd of onlookers. This car is so cool. Many people's comments were just that. This car is Nan Zhou's first vehicle, the Ferrari F430, which is also the latest model of that year. Nan Zhou spent a considerable amount of money to buy this car, which was partly sponsored by Peggy, and he ultimately paid in full. However, he doesn't drive this car very often, but he has driven it more times than he wears this suit. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro naturally recognized Nan Zhou's car and rushed towards it upon seeing it. At this moment, Nan Zhou had parked his car and had just opened the door when he saw Wanda and the others running towards him. Brother Zhou. They were surprised that Nan Zhou was so considerate. The three of them thought Nan Zhou would wear a relatively ordinary suit and drive the car he often took them out in. To their surprise, Nan Zhou wore his most expensive suit and drove this imposing sports car. Nan Zhou rarely drives this Ferrari, especially after having these three children. The Ferrari has really just been gathering dust. He mostly drives the 2009 Jeep Wrangler that fits all four of them, and now with Hella, the Ferrari has become even less likely to see the light of day. It can be seen that Nan Zhou was genuinely putting on a show this time. Your sister Hella said she couldn't allow you three to lose face, so she asked me to dress like this. You should thank your sister Hella later. Nan Zhou ruffled the hair of the three and let them lead him to their classroom. Why did the trio choose a Chinese person this time? Although many were stunned by Nan Zhou's luxurious attire, some raised this question. Some who knew the insider information began to speak slowly. I heard the trio are orphans and were adopted by this person. Is that so? I didn't know about this. How could you know? Did you forget my uncle is a teacher at this school? I see now. Some people began to gossip about the relationship between Nan Zhou and the three, but more people were discussing Nan Zhou's outfit. Soon Nan Zhou arrived at the classroom with the trio and met the teacher he had seen when Wanda and the others were enrolled. Mr. Nan Zhou. The teacher had a deep impression of Nan Zhou and quickly approached him after seeing him. Mr. Nan Zhou is a busy man. It's quite difficult to meet you. Facing the teacher's teasing, Nan Zhou chuckled lightly. I hope the teacher can understand my work is truly too busy. I understand. Wanda, please take your brother to sit down. The teacher said, allowing Wanda and the others to lead Nan Zhou. In this school, parent-teacher meetings are conducted with children bringing their parents to their seats, after which the children can go home first. Those who wish to wait for their parents can do so in the playground. Since Nan Zhou's car only has 2 seats, Wanda and the others had to return home on their own. After Nan Zhou settled in, the three left the campus and headed home. Lorna. On their way home, Lorna was suddenly called by someone. A boy with golden hair, blue eyes, and some freckles waved, and seeing this boy, Lorna felt a bit helpless and sighed towards Wanda. Is that the brother you mentioned, Lorna? The boy reached Lorna's side and did not stop talking. That's a Ferrari F430. His suit must be custom-made. What does your brother do for a living? Kerr. At this moment, Pietro was not in a good mood and felt annoyed by the boy's barrage of questions, so he called out his name. The boy named Kerr realized his rudeness upon being shouted at by Pietro and awkwardly smiled. Kerr is quite a famous suitor for Lorna in class. His father manages 5 thriving restaurants in New York, placing him among the wealthy in the class. Kerr's daily allowance is substantial, but much of it goes towards buying gifts for Lorna in hopes of winning her affection. However, the gifts Kerr sent were all returned to him unchanged. For items that could not be returned, Lorna had to distribute them among Wanda, Pietro, and other classmates. It can be said that Kerr inadvertently fed a number of classmates through Lorna. Although Lorna had clearly rejected Kerr's affections many times, he still kept sending her gifts, attempting to win her over with money and material possessions. However, he clearly did not understand that many things cannot simply be solved with money. If a person already has someone in their heart, and that person is unshakable in their heart, no one else can win even a sliver of their affection. After seeing the trio's parents today, Kerr finally realized that his gifts might not even be worth mentioning in Lorna's eyes. A parent dressed in a custom-made suit and driving a Ferrari F430 surely comes from a wealthy family. The things he sent might be something they can get easily. Although his understanding was still flawed, at least it made him realize the gap between his family and Lorna's. After all, his father couldn't afford a Ferrari F430. Lorna, I was rude just now. So what does your parent do for a living? Now Kerr was very eager to know about Nan Zhou's job. A person so young able to afford a Ferrari must either have a very rich father or a very lucrative job. However, Lorna was reluctant to answer him, frowning and unwilling to speak. But Kerr did not notice Lorna's unwillingness, and Kerr, enough already. Can't you see Lorna doesn't want to answer your questions? Wanda spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Because Kerr often bothered Lorna, Wanda and Pietro didn't like him much, but they hadn't forgotten Nan Zhou's teachings. They couldn't bully others casually, so they could only scare him a little. Kerr, seeing Wanda and Pietro stepping in to block him, felt a bit unwilling. If you tell me what your parents do for a living, I won't disturb you anymore. How about that? Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances and were about to speak. Wanda. At that moment, a familiar voice came from. The three turned around and found Hella holding a piece of cake standing there. Sister Hella. Lorna was the first to rush to Hella's side, taking her hand with eyes full of grievance. What's wrong? Hella asked quickly upon seeing Lorna's expression. At that moment, she also noticed Kerr's presence and instantly understood the situation. What? Are you bothering our Lorna? Hella glared at Kerr, her gaze piercing enough to make him shiver. This person was so beautiful, but her eyes seemed like they could pierce his soul. Hella's voice carried a fierce tone. If you continue to bother our little Lorna, I can't guarantee what will happen to you and your— Once those words were out, Kerr's legs trembled, and he turned to flee without looking back. Hella snorted coldly. So cowardly, yet you want to pursue our Lorna. You're nothing. What happened to Wanda and the others was unknown to Nan Zhou, who was still attending the parent-teacher meeting at school. However, the parent-teacher meeting at this school did not last long. Nan Zhou could have left school early to go home, but he was called to the office by the homeroom teacher. As the only parent who needed to meet separately, Nan Zhou felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that these three little ones caused trouble? He watched as the teacher moved a stool and invited him to sit down, her expression showing signs of difficulty. Seeing this expression on the teacher's face, Nan Zhou was mentally prepared. Mr. Nan Zhou, there are some things you need to know about Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. The teacher's words made Nan Zhou swallow hard. Please go ahead, teacher. The teacher nodded and continued. Our school has been cracking down on small groups among students. You should know that children at this age often form small groups, and many shy individuals tend to be isolated. My class used to have many small groups, but I have eliminated them all. However, I have been unable to address the small group formed by Wanda and the others. I am not saying I want to separate them, rather I hope they can interact more with other students. The teacher's comments made Nan Zhou understand the situation. These three children also had no special friends at school, and other than each other there was hardly anyone they could consider close. It was not the students isolating them, but rather they were isolating the other students. Therefore the teacher hoped that Nan Zhou could help guide these three children. After hearing the teacher's words, Nan Zhou nodded. I will do my best to guide them, but you know, teacher, about some of the experiences these three children have had. In fact, the homeroom teacher already knew that they were victims of war when they enrolled. She knew that Wanda's and Pietro's parents died in the war, and that Wanda and Pietro had spent several nights with Stark Industries weapons lingering on the edge of death. However, the fact that they were taken by Hydra was something the homeroom teacher did not know. This was confidential, and naturally Nan Zhou would not disclose it. The three of them had been through life and death together, which made their bond very strong. Moreover, they had also been taken by Hydra for experiments and imprisoned. This led to their hearts being unable to accept other outsiders. Nan Zhou was the one who rescued them, so naturally the three of them would open their hearts to him. As for Hela, she was a friend of Nan Zhou and took good care of them, so they would also open up to her. But the same could not be said for others. The teacher understood Nan Zhou's intentions. Having witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield, it was already quite remarkable that they had not been left with any psychological scars. Now asking them to open their hearts and accept other classmates indeed required time. I know this is difficult, but isn't it beneficial for the children? The teacher continued. Nan Zhou understood that it was beneficial, so he nodded in agreement. All right, I will try to guide them, but this will take time. I hope you can be patient, teacher. No worries, we can take it slow. With the conversation wrapping up, Nan Zhou felt it was time for him to leave. He really disliked being in the teacher's office. He remembered that when he was in school, he was a frequent visitor to this place, and had often faced the teacher's wrath. Now he just wanted to finish up and leave quickly. However, things turned out to be far more complicated than he had imagined. Mr. Nan Zhou, that's the first matter, there's a second matter. Hearing the teacher say this, Nan Zhou was at a loss for words, not expecting there to be more issues. This was truly disappointing. He watched as the teacher continued. This matter concerns Pietro and his academic performance. It was already dinner time when Nan Zhou finally opened the door and returned home. Wanda and Lorna approached Nan Zhou asking what the teacher had said. However, Nan Zhou only gave a brief overview. Wanda and Lorna had good academic results. Their problem was merely their unwillingness to open up. The one with significant issues was Pietro. But it was dinner time and Nan Zhou did not intend to interrupt their meal, so he did not mention the parent-teacher meeting. However, he could clearly see that Pietro appeared somewhat uneasy, as if he had already foreseen his fate. During dinner, Hela recounted the encounter with Wanda and the others to Nan Zhou. So timid. Did you scare him to the point where he almost wet his pants? Hearing Hela mention how the boy named Curl ran away without looking back, Nan Zhou couldn't help but feel skeptical. What? Don't you believe me? Do you not know who I am? Nan Zhou's words displeased Hela. After all, she was the goddess of death, and a mere ordinary boy could entirely be made to wet himself with just a glance from her. If I can't do that, then I shouldn't call myself the goddess of death. Lorna, that boy is so timid, you must not associate with him any further, understood? Hela warned Lorna. A man who couldn't withstand even a glance from her had no right to pursue Lorna. Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at Hela's words, and then shared what the homeroom teacher had told him in the office. The three of them exchanged glances upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. In truth, they hadn't noticed this issue. They thought their relationships with their classmates were quite good. However, after reflecting on what Nan Zhou said, it seemed that it was indeed the case. You must be kind to your classmates in the future. If a classmate is a bad child, you can keep your distance, but if they are good children, you should also try to be closer to them. Nan Zhou's words made the three of them nod in agreement. They were able to comply with Nan Zhou's admonition. Seeing them nodding, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction, and the dinner was filled with laughter. Of course, the laughter was limited to Nan Zhou, Hela, Wanda, and Lorna, as Pietro was not included. During the meal, Pietro was visibly nervous, his hands trembling slightly, and all of this did not escape Nan Zhou's. He naturally knew what Pietro was worried about. He feared being reprimanded by him. After dinner, Nan Zhou glanced at the television, felt the time was right, and slowly stood up. Upon seeing Nan Zhou rise, Pietro trembled all over, as if he had already foreseen his impending doom. At that moment, Nan Zhou also looked at Pietro and calmly said, Pietro, come with me to the room. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pietro could only muster the courage to stand up, and under the watchful gaze of the other three, he followed Nan Zhou into the room, where Nan Zhou closed the door. Lorna and Wanda couldn't help but shake their heads, seemingly feeling pity for what was about to happen to Pietro. As the two closest individuals to Pietro, they naturally knew what he had gone through. He was likely to face a scolding from Nan Zhou. Inside Nan Zhou's room, he had Pietro sit on a chair while he sat on the bed. Nan Zhou was not very angry. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone, which surprised Pietro. Nan Zhou sighed deeply before slowly speaking. What exactly is going on? Faced with Nan Zhou's question, Pietro lowered his head and remained silent. Nan Zhou looked at Pietro at this moment, and couldn't help but sigh. According to the teacher, this kid's grades in every subject are appallingly bad. Ever since he joined this class, he has firmly held the position of being the last in class. How could your grades be so poor? Nan Zhou took out several of Pietro's test papers, all marked with a large D. Every single one of his papers received a D, a complete failure. In the original world, when Nan Zhou was the same age as Pietro, he never had such dismal grades. Although Nan Zhou had subjects he was weaker in, he still had some good results. Pietro's grades completely prove that this kid hasn't paid attention in class at all, not a minute of listening. Then tell me, what were you doing in class? Nan Zhou frowned as he looked at Pietro, but Pietro still kept his head down silent. This left Nan Zhou feeling a bit frustrated. He hadn't done anything to this kid, hadn't hit or scolded him, so why wouldn't he speak? You need to tell me why your performance is so poor, only then can we find a solution to this problem. Your homeroom teacher told me you would draw on your notebook during class. Are you aspiring to be a comic artist? Show me what you've drawn. Nan Zhou extended his hand, asking Pietro for his work. But Pietro still didn't move, showing no signs of action or speech. I won't tear your things apart, don't worry. Seeing Pietro still unmoving, Nan Zhou could only express his exasperation. Only after this statement did Pietro finally move, stepping out of the room and into his own bedroom. The three in the living room saw Pietro walk out of Nan Zhou's room, then enter his own room, and finally bring something back from his room into Nan Zhou's bedroom. What is that? Hella asked at that moment. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances and shook their heads, even they didn't know what it was. It might be a drawing he did in class, Lorna said at that moment. He always likes to draw during class, but what he draws we don't know. He treasures it like a treasure and won't let anyone else see it. Lorna and Wanda knew about Pietro's drawing habit, but they had no idea what he actually drew, as he never told them. Hearing Lorna's words, Hella squinted at Pietro, feeling a bit curious. Pietro returned to Nan Zhou's bedroom with the notebook, trembling hands extending it to Nan Zhou. Looking at the notebook, Nan Zhou took it and casually flipped through its contents. The contents of the notebook indeed told a coherent story, but Pietro's art style was quite lacking. However, the story itself was somewhat interesting. The general content described how Pietro became a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent like Nan Zhou, undertaking dangerous missions, encountering life-threatening situations each time, which he managed to resolve perfectly with his intelligence. Moreover, the story had its unique storyline, with a character portraying Pietro's superior, giving him orders. There was even a version of himself in the story sculpted into a heroic savior adored by people worldwide. Nan Zhou flipped through the comic. Although the art could be described as terrible, the story was unexpectedly intriguing. So your dream isn't to be a comic artist, but to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? After reading the story, Nan Zhou asked. Pietro nodded at this moment, finally opening his mouth to say, I want to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent like you. In Pietro's view, agents were incredibly cool, and he wanted to be someone like Nan Zhou even if he didn't have superpowers. I never expected you to have such thoughts. Is that why you don't pay attention in class? Are you constantly thinking about the stories of becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? This time Pietro didn't remain like a wooden statue, but slowly nodded. He had been fantasizing about being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent during class. In his fantasies, he had already become a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of its pillars. Sigh. Nan Zhou looked at Pietro at this moment and sighed deeply. Becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent isn't an easy task, you know. At the very least, you need a vast knowledge base in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and languages. Otherwise, how will you decipher code? What about assassinations? How do you calculate the enemy's blind spots? Don't think that practice makes perfect. If your knowledge base is insufficient, you might be discovered on your first mission, and a direct death would be a much better outcome. If you're not careful, the enemies might torture you to the point of wishing for death. Nan Zhou, a top agent who crawled out from piles of corpses, was very clear about the brutality of this profession. If one truly wanted to become an agent, they must be willing to put in countless times the effort of an ordinary person. Hearing Nan Zhou's lengthy lecture, Pietro couldn't help but lower his head. All he thought about was the coolness of agents on the battlefield, not realizing how much knowledge was actually required. After being lectured by Nan Zhou, he surprisingly felt a bit enlightened and naturally recognized his short-sightedness. However, if you really want to become an agent, it's not impossible. Nan Zhou rubbed his chin and said, really? Upon hearing this, Pietro suddenly perked up, lifting his head to look at Nan Zhou. After all, you've been learning combat skills from me for so long. Nan Zhou slowly spoke. Actually, we can see if you have the talent. This made Pietro even more excited. Brother Zhou, are you serious? Hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. If you listen attentively in class every day this week, I will take you to experience agent training, and you can participate in some of this. Made Pietro even more excited. Brother Zhou, are you serious? Hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. When have I ever lied to you? As soon as these words were spoken, Pietro cheered. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhou. This cheer echoed from Nan Zhou's bedroom, causing the three sitting on the sofa to be momentarily stunned, unsure. What's going on? Why is there cheering? Hella asked at that moment. Shouldn't he be scolded by Nan Zhou? Wanda and Lorna were equally baffled. This development was indeed different from what they had imagined. The normal script would have Pietro leaving the room with tears, followed by an angry Nan Zhou right. Why was there now a sound of cheering? They then saw Pietro walk out of the room with a broad smile, followed by a satisfied Nan Zhou. Pietro ran back to his bedroom, holding his backpack with excitement. Hella also pulled Nan Zhou aside and asked, "Shouldn't you scold him? Didn't you say his academic performance was poor?" Not just Wanda and Lorna, even Hella was confused. Seeing Hella's puzzled expression, Nan Zhou revealed a smirk of triumph. "You wouldn't understand who I made a deal with him." Under the deal with Nan Zhou, Pietro began to study earnestly at school, attentively listening in every class, and even going to the teacher's office to ask questions when he didn't understand. Such a change left Pietro's homeroom teacher utterly astonished. She could not imagine what kind of method Nan Zhou used to make Pietro. Moreover, the other two members of the trio, Wanda and Lorna, also began to approach other students. They were no longer just huddled together and slowly started to reach out. All of this was because Nan Zhou held an irreplaceable position in their hearts. It was precisely because of Nan Zhou's words that they were able to make changes. A week quickly passed, and Nan Zhou returned to the school once again. This time, Nan Zhou did not arrive in his Ferrari F430, but drove his Wrangler dressed casually. "The changes in Wanda and the others have truly opened my eyes," the teacher couldn't help but say upon seeing Nan Zhou. "I never thought it would be so effective so soon, especially with Pietro, who has started to pay attention in every class." All the teachers were surprised by his transformation. "What exactly did you do?" the teacher quickly asked. Nan Zhou simply smiled slightly, and then said, "My method is very simple, it's just a deal. He promised me he would study hard, and I promised him I would take him to a place he dreams of." This method of Nan Zhou was very effective, at least validated by Pietro. The reason Nan Zhou came here today was to find out about Pietro's academic situation. It now seemed that Pietro was indeed studying earnestly. Since he was studying seriously, Nan Zhou would take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. to observe the agent training process. Nan Zhou kept his promise. After leaving school and returning home, he saw the excitement in Pietro's eyes. He had worked hard for a week for this moment. Seeing the boy's eyes, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle twice, then said, "I spoke with the teacher and you have indeed been studying hard this week. You have met my requirements, so as a reward, today is Friday. To avoid delaying next week's classes, you will go with me to Washington tonight." Tonight? Pietro was quite surprised. He didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Nan Zhou nodded. "Yes, tonight. The drive from New York to Washington takes less than 4 hours. We will leave after dinner and arrive by midnight." Nan Zhou did not plan to take Pietro directly through the space rift, since he had only traversed it himself. He was uncertain if something might go wrong for an ordinary human like Pietro, so he decided to drive with Pietro. Hearing this, Pietro clenched his fist, his heart filled with excitement. The reward for his week of anticipation and hard work had finally arrived. Looking at the incredibly excited Pietro, Nan Zhou also smiled. As long as he catered to his interests, Nan Zhou believed that Pietro's performance would continue to improve, and then none of the three children would give him any worries. During dinner, Nan Zhou shared his plans for Saturday and Sunday with Hella, Wanda, and Lorna. It was then that Wanda and Lorna understood why Pietro had been studying so diligently. They also learned that Pietro's dream was to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. These aspirations had been buried deep within Pietro's heart. However, the two did not feel dissatisfied about not being taken along by Nan Zhou, as they were not interested in being S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Hella, she was naturally indifferent. After all, with Nan Zhou absent, Wanda would cook for her, and having someone at home to cook was. After dinner, Nan Zhou took Pietro and left the house, driving the Ferrari straight to Washington. This was also Pietro's first time riding in this Ferrari. This was a privilege that neither Wanda nor Lorna had, not even Hella had experienced. "Joga, how much did this car cost when you—" Though Pietro was still young, he was quite interested in sports cars, and the roar of the engine captivated him. "This car cost me $530,000 at the time." Nan Zhou thought for a moment before replying. "Looks like agents earn quite a good salary." Upon hearing $530,000, Pietro was also quite shocked. He didn't expect agents to earn so much. Looking at Nan Zhou, who was just in his early 20s, he was amazed that he could afford such a luxury car. "Actually, agents' salaries aren't particularly high," Nan Zhou said slowly at this moment. "Do you think this car was bought just— What are you thinking?" Then, Pietro was confused by Nan Zhou's words. Seeing the boy's bewilderment, Nan Zhou— "If agents only relied on that meager salary, honestly very few would return to the front lines. It is a job where one could die in a foreign land at any moment. As agents, after each assassination, they would take some of the wealthy target's possessions to sell, or do some undefeatable deals in the black market to earn extra money. These are the main sources of income." Pietro found it hard to believe what Nan Zhou said. "Is this allowed?" Nan Zhou snorted coldly. "Even if it isn't allowed, what can be done? If no one is willing to risk their lives, then what? So they all turn a blind eye as long as it isn't." Nan Zhou's words truly broadened Pietro's knowledge. He didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had such unspoken rules. However, he wasn't disappointed in the profession of being an agent because of this. After all, it was a profession that involved killing. How clean could it be? Seeing that Pietro quickly accepted this fact, Nan Zhou was quite satisfied. Being able to accept the dark side of an industry would allow him to better integrate into it. Although the drive from New York to Washington takes less than 4 hours, under Nan Zhou's driving it took less than 3.5 hours. Even after stopping 3 times at service areas, they arrived in Washington. However, Nan Zhou did not head straight to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington with Pietro. It would be difficult for even Nan Zhou to bring someone in there. If they were caught, it would be impossible to escape a scolding, and he wouldn't take such a loss. Instead, Nan Zhou drove straight to arriving at a hangar. They found a jet parked inside. Standing beside the plane was a man, and that was Coulson. Seeing Nan Zhou's Ferrari pull in, Coulson frowned and walked over. What are you up to this time? What are you doing at the training base? Nan Zhou cheerfully got out of the car and pointed to Pietro, who got out with him. I brought you a future agent. If he is suitable, how about I personally train him? As soon as he said this, Coulson was taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he pointed directly at the plane. Get on, shouldn't you scold him? Didn't you say his academic performance was poor? Not just Wanda and Lorna. This was once the aircraft of a skydiving team, but it was abandoned due to years of neglect. Coulson purchased it at a bargain price and made some repairs. At this point, the aircraft was barely able to fly. I say, doesn't this plane need more repairs? The radar seems to be malfunctioned. Nan Zhou glanced at the flickering radar screen in front of him and spoke. If you had the money, I could fix it. Right now I'm short on cash, so as long as it flies, that's good enough. If it doesn't charge you, you should be— Wait, you charge me? Are you even human? This thing costs $200 for 2 trips. The fuel costs more than Every time Nan Zhou saw Coulson's aircraft, he would complain about it, and Coulson would always retort. This exchange had become quite routine between them. However, at this moment, Pietro spoke up. Zhou Ge, where are we headed? Isn't S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters in Washington? Pietro had expected they would land at S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters in Washington. But they had just arrived in Washington and boarded this aircraft, and now he didn't know where they were flying to. Washington is the headquarters, but you won't see the agents training there. Coulson answered Pietro's question on behalf of— If you want to see agent training, you need to go to another city. Coming to Washington is just because this guy borrowed my plane. So where? Coulson asked again. We're going to Texas. There's a S-H-I-E-L-D agent training base there. That's where we're headed. You should take a nap, or it will take a while to get to Texas. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Coulson took out a sleeping bag and If you want to become an agent, it's important to be able to sleep in a noisy environment. Sleep now. Pietro nodded and took the sleeping bag, crawling inside. Coulson then turned off the lights, moved to the co-pilot's seat, and closed the door between the cockpit and the cabin. You installed this door, right? It wasn't here last time. Seeing Coulson seated in the co-pilot's position, Nan Zhou asked. I thought it would be better to install a door, so I did. I didn't expect it would come in handy. Nan Zhou smirked at this and continued, this aircraft, though I've used it a few times, I feel it's still not good enough. With that money, buying a cheaper plane would be better. Nan Zhou's words struck a nerve with Coulson, who shot him a fierce glare. Although the plane was inexpensive at the time of purchase, the repairs and modifications had cost Coulson quite a bit. In retrospect, it was indeed a loss. However, finding such a plane on the market is nearly impossible. The black market prices are astronomically high. Even if it feels like a loss, having a plane he likes makes it worthwhile. Pietro did not sleep well, and when he opened his eyes again, he noticed lights streaming in through the window. He opened the door that connected to the cockpit and looked out at the sky, instantly awestruck. The aircraft was flying above the clouds, and he could clearly see the layers of billowing clouds. Pietro was astonished. He had never seen such beauty before. During his first flight, he had only slept, and the subsequent flights were the same. This time he truly witnessed this magnificent view. Are you awake? Nan Zhou noticed Pietro had opened the door and said, We're almost there, you'll soon be at the base. Before long, Nan Zhou landed the aircraft at a hidden airport in a forest in Texas. Sir. As Nan Zhou and Coulson stepped off the plane, a man in camouflage approached them and saluted with utmost precision. Nan Zhou and Coulson nodded, and the man continued, Just ahead is the training base for selecting S-H-I-E-L-D agents. They'll take you there. The three of them followed the man into a jeep, bouncing along as they headed to their destination. Soon a large open area came into view, filled with booming shouts. About 30 agents were undergoing training. Look, this is how they train. Nan Zhou turned to Pietro and said. Pietro was deeply captivated by the scene before him. Although it differed somewhat from his imagination, it was still exhilarating. Will these people become S-H-I-E-L-D agents who go on missions after their training? Pietro asked, and Nan Zhou shook his head. Not quite. Out of these 30, only 5 will stand out in the end, and ultimately only 1 or 2 will become frontline S-H-I-E-L-D agents. The others may have opportunities to enter S-H-I-E-L-D, but they'll just work at the headquarters or branches. Nan Zhou explained the strict selection process to Pietro, causing him to gasp in surprise. Come on, let's see if you can shoot. Nan Zhou pulled Pietro along and took him to the shooting range. Pietro was certainly qualified in combat skills, and Nan Zhou wanted to see his shooting talent. Nan Zhou handed Pietro a handgun, and he was incredibly excited. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and now he finally got to use a real gun. Pietro took a deep breath and fired a shot. He didn't miss, even though it only hit the edge, which was impressive for a 15-year-old using a gun for the first time. Keep going. Nan Zhou showed no intention of stopping Pietro and urged him to continue shooting. After a burst, both Nan Zhou and Coulson were somewhat surprised. This little brat seems to have a bit of talent. At first he struggled with the recoil of the gun during the first and second shots. However, by the time he reached half a magazine, he adapted, and his shooting accuracy improved considerably. Nan Zhou, you found— Coulson approached Nan Zhou and said. Although Nan Zhou was also surprised, he smiled proudly. How could someone I brought not— My judgment is quite sharp. Do you think I would bring someone without talent? Nan Zhou's words made Coulson unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. In fact, he could see from Nan Zhou's expression that Nan Zhou was also somewhat surprised. He probably didn't know that the kid had such— This kid really has the potential to become the next formidable S-H-I-E-L-D. Pietro fully showcased his talents as an agent, which took Nan Zhou by surprise. If Pietro were to gain Quicksilver's speed abilities in the future, his strength would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. It seemed he had truly struck gold. The Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris. 3 future superheroes would ultimately become his own powers. Oh, just thinking about it was quite thrilling. While Pietro was watching the agents train, Coulson's phone suddenly rang. Nick. Coulson picked up the phone, surprised to find it. Director, what's wrong? Coulson answered the call, but his expression quickly turned to one of utter astonishment. Coulson's expression caught Nan Zhou's attention. What kind of significant matter could possibly elicit such a reaction from him? Director Nan Zhou is with me now. Should I also? Okay, understood. We're heading over right now. After hanging up, Coulson looked at Nan Zhou. We need to go. There's something important we must attend to. Seeing Coulson's serious demeanor, Nan Zhou knew it was no trivial matter. What's going on? Nan Zhou asked. Coulson stepped closer, lowered his voice, and slowly began. They found Captain America. They've located Steve Rogers. Nan Zhou was taken aback. They had discovered Steve Rogers. The timeline clearly didn't add up. Under normal circumstances, Rogers should have been found 2 years from now, and shortly thereafter he would awaken. However, this was almost 6 months ahead of schedule, which was clearly mismatched. Could it be that his presence had caused the timeline to shift forward? If this timeline had advanced, would the timeline of his battle in New York also be brought forward? Countless thoughts raced through Nan Zhou's mind. Stop daydreaming, we need to go. Coulson's words snapped Nan Zhou back to reality. There was no use in pondering these matters now. The immediate priority was to head to Washington. Nan Zhou followed Coulson onto the plane with Pietro. Though they were in a bit of a rush, Pietro was already very satisfied. He even received Nan Zhou's affirmation, which made him extremely excited, and he had no complaints about leaving now. The plane was fully fueled, and Coulson had pushed it to full throttle, eager to arrive in Washington even a minute early. Coulson's urgency was not solely due to Steve Rogers' appearance. The revelation of Rogers was an explosive event, and as his devoted fan, he naturally wanted to speed things up. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou remained silent, still deep in thought. The premature occurrence of events was not a good omen, and he had no idea what changes might arise from this early timeline. However, that entity had promised not to trouble him again, so he didn't need to worry excessively. Yet he could not guarantee that the entity wouldn't have a change of heart. If this incident led to the emergence of enemies or tasks that shouldn't exist, it was entirely possible for that entity to cause him trouble once more. Pietro glanced at the two, who were silent, unsure of what had happened. But judging by their expressions, it was clear that the call Coulson had just received was a serious matter. Pietro, Nan Zhou spoke up. Once we arrive in Washington, I'll take you to a hotel where you can stay for the night. Pietro nodded, naturally having no objections. Coulson drove full speed ahead toward Washington, reaching there that afternoon. The plane landed at the same airport as before. Nan Zhou got into a car with Pietro heading to the hotel, while Coulson drove straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After dropping Pietro off at the hotel, Nan Zhou hurriedly made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nan Zhou. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Barton waiting outside. Were you waiting for me? Nan Zhou got out of the car and followed Barton into the interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is in an uproar right now, but the director is doing his best to keep this situation under wraps. If this matter leaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Barton spoke as he walked. Nan Zhou understood why Nick wanted to contain the news. After all, if the outside world found out that Steve Rogers had been resurrected and was still alive, countless individuals would surely take reckless risks to seize him. Especially the remnants of Hydra. However, Hydra should already be aware of this situation, as there were countless Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranks. Following Barton to the underground of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he saw a dozen people gathered around a bed. Nan Zhou stepped closer and saw that the ice surrounding Rogers had nearly been cleared away. Nan Zhou, this is Rogers. Nick spoke first upon seeing Nan Zhou's arrival. Nan Zhou nodded, examining Rogers lying on the bed. He was surprised to find that even his clothing was preserved in excellent condition. Regarding our discovery of Rogers, I hope you and Sharon can inform Peggy about it. Nick spoke again. At present, Peggy was unaware that Rogers had been found, or in her eyes, he was already dead. Nick hoped that Nan Zhou and Sharon, the two people closest to Peggy, would be the ones to tell her. Nan Zhou looked up and found Sharon watching him with Hill standing beside her. The two exchanged glances and slowly nodded. This could be news that would excite Peggy to the point of fainting. Peggy's health had significantly declined, so she couldn't be overly stimulated. They could only slowly reveal the facts to her. However, we are currently keeping this matter under wraps. You must also ensure confidentiality to prevent any eavesdroppers, Nick reiterated. Nan Zhou nodded, then glanced at Sharon before the two left. You rarely drive this car, huh? Sharon suddenly spoke up, and Nan, I have to take it out for a spin occasionally, otherwise it would just sit at home gathering dust, which would be too sad, Nan Zhou replied. Sharon smiled slightly at his answer before her expression turned serious. What do you think Aunt May's reaction would be if she heard this news? Her once beloved being alive, yet unchanged in appearance while she had aged and was nearing the end of her life. Nan Zhou fell into contemplation upon hearing this. But soon he spoke up. I believe Peggy wouldn't think about these things. She no longer cares about her appearance. For her, Rogers being alive is the best news possible. In Peggy's home, Peggy was quite surprised to see Nan Zhou and Xue Luan arrive together. Although they often came to visit her, it was rare for them to come in pairs. Auntie, Xue Luan approached Peggy. Although she hadn't figured out how to tell Peggy about the matter, she still smiled brightly to prevent Peggy from noticing anything wrong. However, Nan Zhou had already devised a strategy. He knew how to reveal the truth to Peggy. After Xueluan exchanged pleasantries with Peggy, Nan Zhou came to her bedside. Naturally, they started with some small talk before Nan Zhou began to change the subject. Grandma, you once said that you and Rogers have an unfinished romance, right? Nan Zhou steered the conversation towards Captain Rogers of the M Country team. Upon hearing Rogers' name, Peggy's smile was incredibly gentle, yet tinged with a hint of regret. Yes, I had an unfinished romance with him, but unfortunately that accident completely dissipated our love. At this point, Peggy sighed deeply, her eyes filled with sorrow. Grandma, what would you do if Rogers suddenly appeared in front of you alive, and well, and more importantly looking just as he did? Nan Zhou continued, catching Xueluan by surprise. Peggy displayed a youthful expression. If Rogers appeared before me now, I would be very grateful that he is still alive. Peggy already knew she was approaching the end of her life. She understood her own body, so if things were truly as Nan Zhou described and Rogers appeared before her unharmed, she would be thankful to God for allowing this hero to still live. Hearing Peggy say this, both Nan Zhou and Xueluan sighed in relief. It seemed that if they revealed the truth to Peggy, she would be able to accept it peacefully. Why are you asking such questions? You weren't very interested in my relationship with Steve before, right? What? Are you finally interested in love now that you're 21? Let me tell you, Hill is really a great kid. You should seize the... Peggy was curious as to why Nan Zhou would ask such questions. However, she naturally couldn't fathom the truth of the matter and could only think that Nan Zhou had finally awakened to love. Previously, Nan Zhou was completely uninterested in matters of romance. He didn't even care about things inappropriate for children. Peggy thought he was just young and unaware. However, it was said that he was getting closer to Hill, yet there had been no progress, which made Peggy a bit anxious. However, the question Nan Zhou had just posed made Peggy feel that he seemed to genuinely understand. Yet Nan Zhou awkwardly smiled. Grandma, that's not what I meant. The reason I asked this question is actually... At this point, Nan Zhou stopped speaking and just smiled at Peggy. This left Peggy somewhat confused. What do you mean? What does your smile imply? Don't keep me guessing. Seeing Nan Zhou not speak, Peggy felt a bit anxious. But Nan Zhou still didn't directly reveal the truth. Instead, he continued. Grandma, if Rogers really did appear before you alive, and well looking just like he did when he was young, what would you do? Nan Zhou asked this question again. Peggy was momentarily puzzled as to why he would ask the same question a second time, but looking at Nan Zhou's expression, a bold thought emerged in her mind. Could it be? Really? Peggy momentarily found it hard to accept. She sat up from the bed and tightly grasped Nan Zhou's hand. Did you find him? Nan Zhou glanced at Xueluan, and the two nodded. We found the wreckage of the plane at the bottom of the sea where Rogers crashed, and inside we discovered Captain Rogers' body covered in ice, still looking like he did in his youth, and he has a pulse, but he's currently in a coma, and we don't know when he will wake up. After hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peggy slumped back. Nan Zhou quickly supported her. Was he overestimating Peggy's ability to handle the news? But Peggy took a few deep breaths, and then straightened up from the bed, seemingly having recovered. You're really not lying to me. This isn't something to joke about. Peggy feared that this was just a prank by Nan Zhou and Xueluan, but she also knew that these two kids weren't like that. It's true, we are not lying to you. Nan Zhou's tone became very serious, and Xueluan behind him nodded firmly. Oh my God. Peggy looked at their confident expressions, raised her head to gaze at the ceiling, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. This is truly a twist of fate. As she spoke, Peggy was about to get off the bed. Nan Zhou and Xueluan quickly stepped forward to assist her. Where is Steve right now? At S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Xueluan replied. All right, let's go now. Saying this, Peggy had no time to change her clothes and was ready to head to S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. As she spoke, Peggy was about to get off the bed. Nan Zhou and Xueluan quickly stepped forward to assist her. Where is Steve right now? This time, they didn't take Nan Zhou's car as it could only fit two, but there were three of them. That was one reason. The second reason was that Peggy found it hard to endure the roar and acceleration of a sports car. It wouldn't be worth it if her body had problems. So the three of them took Peggy's old car, which she rarely used, to S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Fortunately, the car was still functioning and had enough gas, so it wouldn't break down halfway. The only issue was that it wasn't fast. Nan Zhou was pushing the old car to its maximum speed, but Peggy kept urging him to go faster. Grandma, this car is already at its maximum speed. Please stop urging me. We'll be there soon. Peggy's home wasn't far from S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, but for some reason this stretch of road seemed incredibly long to her now, as if it would take 3 years to cover. But that was just her mind playing tricks. That took the same amount of time as usual. Before long, Nan Zhou parked the car at the entrance of S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Peggy hurriedly got out of the car, using her cane to walk inside, with Xueluan chasing after her frantically. Nan Zhou tossed the keys to a S-H-I-E-L-D staff member. Park it for me and hand it over to the front desk. After saying this, he chased after Peggy, leaving the bewildered staff member. What's going on? Why the hurry? Is there a big issue? Clearly this staff member was unaware that the great Steve Rogers. Peggy, guided by Sharon, swiftly made her way to the basement of S-H-I-E-L-D, the place where Rogers lay. This was the first time she had walked so quickly since using a cane, leaving Sharon astonished. The power of love is indeed formidable. Upon seeing Peggy arrive, everyone parted to make way. At that moment, Nick stepped forward and looked at Peggy. Peggy, the current captain, is still in a coma. Although his vital signs are normal, we do not know when he will awaken. Peggy paid little attention to Nick's words, as Nan Zhou had already informed her about this. Her gaze was entirely fixed on Rogers, who lay unconscious on the bed. Heavens! Seeing the real Rogers, tears welled up in Peggy's eyes and began to fall. She had waited nearly 70 years and finally saw the man she had longed for day and night. She still remembered that this man owed her a dance. Now Peggy's memory was not what it used to be. She had forgotten many people. Perhaps in the near future her niece Sharon and Nan Zhou, whom she had raised, would also fade from her memory. However, she could not forget the man before her, the one who had ensnared her heart so deeply. Fate is truly toying with us. Peggy caressed Roger's cheek as her tears fell upon his handsome face. What if she had seen him sooner? Instead of having reached the end of her life, when she had already aged, what if she had found him while still possessing some beauty? Would the outcome have been different? Peggy's heart surely felt a sense of unwillingness and loss, yet more than that there was joy. Although she might vanish from this world in a few years, at least she knew that the man she had loved for a lifetime was still alive. He was not dead. The hero of this world was still alive. As Peggy wept, those around her felt a sense of loss. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet those who understood Peggy and the captain's past would feel sorrow for them. Was it really so difficult for lovers to be united? Shortly after, Peggy wiped away her tears and looked at Nick behind her. What can we do to wake him up? Nick found himself in a dilemma upon hearing this question, as current medical methods were utterly insufficient to awaken the captain. It would depend solely on the captain's own will. As Nick displayed this expression, Peggy understood what he meant and continued to ask, "What about Stark? Can't he do anything? Since medicine was powerless, what about technology?" Yet this question ultimately received Nick's negation. Nick sighed and shook his head. No current technology in the world can wake the captain. The only one who can help is the captain. I believe the captain can awaken. His deeds prove to us that he is a powerful man, not just in body and strength, but also in will. Therefore I am confident that he will awaken. Nick's words brought nods of agreement from the others, as many had grown up hearing stories of Captain Rogers. Naturally, they believed their idol could successfully awaken. Seeing this scene, Peggy smiled with a sense of relief. She had never imagined she would see him again in her lifetime alive. Now Peggy felt her life was already quite fulfilled. If she could see Rogers awake, then she would truly have no regrets. My body can't withstand much more turmoil. I will come to check on him regularly, perhaps every 3 or 4 days. Saying this, Peggy prepared to leave, and Sharon assisted her as they began to exit. But at that moment, Peggy suddenly stopped, turning back to Nick and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. members. I hope you all treat him well. With that, Peggy left. Nan Zhou followed Sharon and Peggy out. Nick watched the three leave before turning his gaze to the sleeping Captain Rogers. Even if there's no way, find a way for me. We must wake the captain. This was directed at Coulson. Coulson naturally understood Nick's intent and turned to leave as well. Nick then focused on the other. Today's events are of great significance. We cannot allow the captain to be taken by Hydra or any other hostile forces. We must increase our vigilance, understood? Nick's words sounded like orders, prompting everyone to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Nick waved his hand. All right, after all, whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra or other factions, they all wanted to obtain Rogers' blood to replicate the super serum. This could not be allowed to happen. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already signed documents. The super soldier program had been completely sealed off, and there was only one Captain Rogers. What needed to be guarded against were the other hostile forces, especially Hydra. Thus, Nick had to place Captain Rogers in a very secure location, deploying heavy guards. Everyone entering or leaving this room would need to be searched. Only then would it be sufficiently secure. This was the hero of the entire world, and Nick had to protect him well. At this moment in Peggy's home. Today, Peggy was exceptionally happy as she learned that Rogers was still alive. It felt as though she had regained her youth. Moreover, she insisted on having both of them stay for dinner. Nan Zhou did not decline, turning to fetch Pietro to Peggy's house. Since someone was treating them, they naturally couldn't forget about Pietro, who was still at the hotel. Although Peggy was older now, her cooking had not diminished in the slightest. With Nan Zhou assisting her, the meal was particularly sumptuous, the taste rivaling that of Nan Zhou. Auntie's cooking is still as delicious as ever, Sharon praised while putting the food into her mouth. My skills have never declined, it's just that you all never stay for dinner, only coming here to chat, leaving me with no chance to show off. Peggy's words made Nan Zhou and the others laugh. It was evident that Peggy was genuinely happy. Even though she had found Captain Rogers in her old age, she lamented the unfairness of fate. But at least Rogers was alive. Though he had not awakened yet, Peggy firmly believed he would. She also believed that in this society Rogers could still adapt and find friends as loyal as Bucky. After dinner, Llewellyn and Pietro were assigned to wash the dishes while Nan Zhou was called into Peggy's bedroom. Seeing this, Nan Zhou wanted to turn on the light, but Peggy's voice suddenly came through. Don't turn on the light, just come over like this. Though confused, Nan Zhou complied with Peggy's request and approached her. In the blink of an eye, you're already 21. Peggy gazed at the passing traffic and couldn't help but sigh. Life is fleeting, just a few decades, and in an instant who knows whether surprises or accidents will come first. As Peggy spoke, she looked at Nan Zhou. In the moonlight, only half of Nan Zhou's face was visible, the other half cloaked in. I still remember the day I picked you up. You were so small and frail that you didn't even make a sound when you cried. You were on the verge of death. Peggy recalled that night when she first found Nan Zhou. For Nan Zhou, however, Peggy's description of him not crying was quite. After all, he had soul transported, not body transported. He still possessed the rationality of his previous self, the adult he once was. Thus he did not cry. Nevertheless, for Peggy to notice that he didn't cry was quite remarkable. You were really well behaved as a child, never cried, or caused a fuss, unlike other kids who simply slept as if you were an adult. Indeed, as Peggy said at that time, Nan Zhou truly was like an adult, albeit in a child's body. I can still picture you as you were back then, and now you've turned into a real adult. As Peggy spoke, she took Nan Zhou's hand. Tell me, will there be a day when I forget you? Hearing this, Nan Zhou felt an indescribable bitterness. Although meeting Captain Rogers excited Peggy, she also thought about many things and felt a tinge of fear. She realized she was approaching death and that her memories were fading. Thus, she feared forgetting everyone, afraid of losing all the important people in her heart. Just like Nan Zhou, who was right in front of her. Though she had no children, she had long regarded Nan Zhou as her own. Don't worry, you're one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your mind is still quite sharp. How could you forget me? Nan Zhou could sense that Peggy was feeling as aggrieved as a child, so he hurriedly comforted her. And even if you really do forget me, I will make you remember me. With Nan Zhou's reassurance, Peggy felt a bit better. She patted the back of Nan Zhou's hand, and then said, Zhou, you truly are a good child, thank you. I'm so tired, let me take a nap. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou helped Peggy lie down on the bed, then drew the curtains, and sat by her side waiting for her to fall asleep. After Peggy fell asleep, Nan Zhou quietly left the bedroom. Back in the living room, he found Peggy's gaze fixed upon him. How is Auntie's mindset? Xu quickly asked. Nan Zhou was now sitting on the sofa, resting his elbows on his thighs, his chin cradled in his hands, letting out a faint sigh. How should I put it? She still has some issues with her mindset. She is quite fearful of death. Everyone fears death. That's only natural. However, when one starts to realize they are approaching death, that fear is entirely different from the usual fear. Xu understood Nan Zhou's words and sighed softly before saying, after what happened before, the doctor said, if all goes well, she only has 3 to 4 years left. What Xu referred to was the previous deal Nan Zhou made with Dormammu. This remark made Nan Zhou frown slightly, and he fell silent. He naturally knew Peggy's time of death was approaching, and that day was slowly drawing near. What worried him now was whether Rogers being exposed early would lead to a chain reaction that would also hasten Peggy's time of death. If that were the case, Nan Zhou might never forgive himself in this life. As the person who raised him, Peggy had become like a mother to him, and he truly did not wish to see her face death. Yet he was powerless to change anything. He was not a deity and had no right to alter life and death. Thus he could only watch as Peggy slowly moved toward her end. This sense of helplessness was something Nan Zhou felt for the first time. In Peggy's dim room, as he caught sight of her frail silhouette through the moonlight, this feeling of powerlessness arose within him. Even during that previous incident, Nan Zhou had not felt as powerless as he did now. At that moment he stood up and said, since Grandma is already asleep, I'll take my leave now. Xu nodded. You go ahead, while I'll stay here today. Nan Zhou then looked at Pietro, who understood his intention and followed Nan Zhou out of Peggy's home. All the way Nan Zhou said not a word, and the speed of the car kept increasing. He was feeling very restless, more so than ever. The fast speed was also a means to release the pent-up emotions within him. He had long known Peggy's date of death, but he had never paid attention to it until now, after the incident when he realized death was so close to Peggy. The one who had raised him, Peggy, was about to leave. Only 3 to 4 years remained. With this thought, Nan Zhou accelerated again, gripping the steering wheel with even more force. Beside him, Pietro treated it as a race, enjoying the thrill that the speed brought him. Pietro. Suddenly Nan Zhou spoke. Do you want to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? His words took Pietro by surprise, but he quickly nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. Seeing Pietro's determined gaze, Nan Zhou nodded as well. Good, since you've made up your mind, let's train together. You need to pay attention in class, and I will guide you individually, but you must improve your grades first. This was yet another bargain. However, Pietro didn't care about whether it was a trade. All he wanted was to become an agent, and grades were merely trivial. Alright, I promise you. Hearing Pietro's affirmative reply, Nan Zhou continued. Then we'll start tomorrow. I'll introduce you to various firearms. The early stages will be quite dull, so you must endure it. Got it. Upon hearing that Nan Zhou would take him for training the next day, Pietro was incredibly excited. However, Nan Zhou was not in a good mood today, so Pietro dared not cheer too loudly. But what did that matter? After all, he was about to undergo real professional agent training tomorrow. When Nan Zhou and Pietro returned home, it was already midnight, and Wanda and Lorna had fallen into slumber. After washing up, Pietro was also urged by Nan Zhou to go to bed. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood by the window gazing outside. At that moment, Hela walked out of Nan Zhou's room. She had not slept, so she naturally knew that Nan Zhou had returned. What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind, Hela remarked, noticing the troubled expression on Nan Zhou's face. It's nothing, just something you wouldn't worry about, Nan Zhou replied, causing Hela to feel puzzled. What do you mean? Something you wouldn't worry about. Nan Zhou nodded, but remained silent. However, this piqued Hela's curiosity, prompting her to continue. Then why don't you tell me what it is so I can worry about it? Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou simply smiled and turned to look at Hela. How long is your lifespan? Hela was taken aback by this question, then pondered for a moment before answering. Well, I suppose it could be around 10,000 years. That's wonderful. Nan Zhou sighed deeply upon receiving this answer. Compared to the short decades of human lifespan, yours truly evokes envy. Nan Zhou's expression of admiration revealed his inner thoughts. So it's about lifespan, huh? Is there someone important who has passed away? I visited the person who raised me today. She doesn't have many years left, just 3 or 4 at most, and watching her I feel utterly helpless. Speaking to Hela, Nan Zhou expressed his distress. Actually, lifespan is variable for each individual. Hela patted Nan Zhou on the shoulder and said, if a person feels they have no regrets in life, then even when death approaches they won't have anything to cling to and will face it with peace. Conversely, for those who have yet to fulfill their wishes, they often face death with fear and trepidation because there are still uncompleted desires in this world and they are unwilling to accept the unknown, illusory nature of death. At this point, Hela smiled at Nan Zhou. Which type is the one who raised you? Her question led Nan Zhou into deep thought. Clearly, Peggy belonged to the former category, at least in Nan Zhou's eyes she did. Ever since she learned that Rogers was still alive, it seemed her wish had already been fulfilled. The two closest people to her, Nan Zhou and Shireen, had both become fully capable of standing on their own. She did not aspire to witness the life events of Nan Zhou and Shireen, so in Nan Zhou's view, Peggy truly had no If there were to be one, it would be to meet the awakened Rogers. If that indeed happened, then Peggy would have no regrets. Hela's words completely awakened Nan Zhou. He smiled at her, the shadows on his face lifted. Looks like you've come to terms with it. Hela noticed Nan Zhou's change and smiled in return. Since I've helped you with your psychological guidance, shouldn't you repay me in some way? Hela turned around, skipping towards the kitchen with her hands behind her back. How about you help me make a bowl of egg custard as a return? Hearing Hela's simple request for repayment, Nan Zhou nodded. Of course, there are more than 20 eggs in the fridge, enough for you. With Nan Zhou's assurance, Hela's face lit up with satisfaction, feeling that this late-night snack was truly worth it. However, at that moment, Hela seemed to remember something and continued, I feel you shouldn't worry about your lifespan, right? I sense you can't be measured like a normal human. Your lifespan should be longer than others, right? In Hela's eyes, Nan Zhou was not an ordinary human, after all, which human would possess such terrifying abilities. Since he was not an ordinary human, naturally his lifespan should not align with that of ordinary people. Yet facing Hela's question, Nan Zhou merely tilted his head. I don't know, maybe, but perhaps my lifespan is the same as that of other humans. After all, even a superhuman like Rogers had a lifespan no different from that of an ordinary person. For someone like him who merely possessed a system, having a lifespan akin to that of ordinary people seemed quite normal. Upon hearing this, Hela was momentarily stunned. She stopped in her tracks, not moving. This puzzled Nan Zhou, who approached and stood beside Hela, asking, what's wrong? But Hela merely smiled awkwardly and shook her head. It's nothing, just suddenly thinking about something. Seeing Hela seemed unwilling to speak further, Nan Zhou did not press the matter. He reached into the fridge and took out 3 eggs to prepare the egg custard. However, what Nan Zhou did not notice was that Hela's gaze was fixated on him, filled with complex emotions. Of course, Nan Zhou was oblivious to this. Is it possible to have a lifespan like a human? Hela furrowed her brow slightly, stroking her chin as if she had made a silent resolution. Time passed to the next day. The day before, Hela had finished Nan Zhou's egg custard, then returned to her room in deep thought. Nan Zhou was unaware of her sudden worries and did not pay much attention. On the next day, just as dawn began to break, although Hela was extremely careful, Nan Zhou still sensed something amiss. He was confused about what Hela was up to, but did not wake up, quietly watching her leave the house. What's going on with her? Hela's actions puzzled Nan Zhou. However, he did not follow her, as he had promised Pietro to undergo special agent training today. Having made a promise, Nan Zhou would not regret it. Thus, even though he was curious about Hela's situation, he chose to focus on training with Pietro first. Nan Zhou opened Pietro's door. It was dawn, and Pietro was still asleep. However, agent training wouldn't wait for him to wake naturally, so Nan Zhou directly pulled him up. Pietro, bleary-eyed and confused, looked at Nan Zhou, clearly still trying to shake off the drowsiness. Stop sleeping time. Nan Zhou's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, his tone incredibly serious. If you want to become an agent, you must be prepared to rise early. Training starts today, understand, rookie? Nan Zhou brought Pietro into the rigorous training mode of the agents, while Hela flew directly to New Mexico. Hela's destination was the place where Thor and the others had returned to Asgard before. At this moment, the mark of the Rainbow Bridge had been covered by S-H-I-E-L-D. But Hela still remembered this place. Hela looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, Odin. I know you can see me. Odin. Hela's voice was incredibly loud, startling those around her, who looked at her as if she were a fool. What a beautiful girl, but unfortunately she's a fool. An old man passing by shook his head in resignation, thinking that only a fool would act like Hela did. However, Hela didn't care about this, as she just wanted to meet Odin, whether on Earth or in Asgard. Seeing that her shouts received no response, Hela did not give up and continued to call out to the sky. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, witnessed everything. He didn't know who this person was, but he knew that she was someone close to the masked man. Could it be that something had happened to that masked man? So Heimdall informed Odin about the situation. What? Odin furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Heimdall's account, and then waved his hand. All right, I understand. With that, Odin stood up and left his throne. He was going to Earth. At that moment on Earth, an hour had passed, and Hela had still not received a response from Odin. Damn it, is this old fossil deaf? Hela couldn't help but curse, then prepared to shout again. I'm not deaf yet. At that moment, Odin's voice sounded behind Hela. Odin appeared behind Hela, dressed in casual clothes. So are you saying your father is deaf and an old fossil? Is that Hela couldn't help but snort coldly at Odin's words. If you didn't hear me, then you really are deaf. Facing Hela's malicious words, Odin did not take offense. He was more concerned about why Hela was calling for him. What happened? Could it be that something happened to Nan Zhou? Odin asked at this moment. Hela did not beat around the bush, and seeing Odin's question, she got straight to the point. Do you have any methods to significantly extend a human's lifespan? Odin was taken aback by Hela's question. He didn't understand why she was asking. But looking into Hellas' incredibly determined eyes, he had some guesses. However, all of this was just speculation, and Odin wanted to confirm further. If I'm not mistaken, you're asking me this question because you want to extend Nan Zhou's life, right? Hela bit her lip at Odin's words, but eventually nodded. Seeing Hela nod, Odin revealed an incredulous smile. As I thought, I never expected that this Nan Zhou would make you change so much. Hela was not pleased with Odin's teasing. Just hurry up and tell me if there is a way. Stop being so long-winded. Are you getting more tedious as you age? Though these seemed like insults to Odin, they were actually signs of Hela's change. She had become somewhat proud. Nevertheless, Odin shook his head helplessly. It's indeed difficult to find a way to make an ordinary human's lifespan equal to ours. However, if you just want to extend an ordinary human's lifespan a bit, I do have a method. Once Odin said this, Hela's expression became somewhat disappointed. Clearly she did not want the second method Odin mentioned, she wanted the first. But now even the All-Father Odin had no solution. Although Hela believed she was more suited to be the king of Asgard than Odin, she had to admit that Odin knew much more than she did. Since even Odin had no solution, then it was completely hopeless. At this moment, Odin looked at Hela's disappointed expression, feeling somewhat dazed. After all, it was rare for Hela to show such an expression. This showed how much significance Nan Zhou held in Hela's heart. However, I don't think you need to worry. If someone as powerful as Nan Zhou will definitely have a longer lifespan than an ordinary human. In Odin's view, Nan Zhou had never used his full power. He believed that Nan Zhou had many hidden cards. But the fact was that so far Nan Zhou's hidden cards were limited, although they would increase as his template inheritance improved. But he himself said he wasn't sure. Hela lowered her head, her voice becoming smaller. Odin sighed upon seeing this. In a few years, probably around 10 or 15, if Nan Zhou's appearance hasn't changed, then you can rest assured. If his appearance shows signs of aging, then we can think of a way then. Odin could only say this after all. Extending a human's lifespan to match theirs was something even he found difficult. Moreover, Nan Zhou was still provoking that terrifying existence. If he forcibly extended Nan Zhou's lifespan, Odin did not know if that existence would intervene. He was unsure if he could defeat such an existence. Hela, hearing Odin's words, also sighed helplessly, and then said, I understand, then let's think of a way when the time comes. At this point, Hela suddenly looked at Odin. You won't take the opportunity to take me away, will you? Hela's words made Odin unable to help but laugh. Rest assured, I will naturally not go back on my promise to Nan Zhou. As long as you don't harm Asgard and its people, I want. Seeing Odin say this, Hela nodded. Then, with a push of her feet, she flew away from the spot. Watching Hela disappear in an instant, Odin fell into silence. Hela's change was something he had not anticipated. It was a surprise, an immensely great surprise. Nan Zhou's charm exceeded his imagination. Yet Odin was still somewhat worried. He did not know whether Hela getting closer to Nan Zhou would be good or bad for Asgard. After all, Hela still harbored resentment towards Asgard and himself. Thinking of this, Odin shook his head helplessly. Nan Zhou, I hope your charm can grow even greater, allowing Hela to fall deeper and deeper. A few days after Rogers was discovered, New York held a technology expo. However, this expo was not hosted by Stark, due to Stark's absence, Nan Zhou brought Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro to enjoy the expo. Of course, Hela was also with them. Recently, Hela had quietly left, and then returned as if nothing had happened. Although there was a hint of unmasked disappointment on her face, Nan Zhou did not pay much attention. Wow. Wanda and the others widened their eyes at the fantastical technology products on display. They had never seen anything like these before. Take a good look. If you're interested, make sure to study hard, okay? Nan Zhou continued his chatter while watching the three kids looking around. Since bringing these three kids home, Nan Zhou had become increasingly talkative, often lecturing them about studying. He used to be a cold and aloof person, speaking little, and now he had transformed into this. It was quite helpless to Nan Zhou. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he found it was none other than Doctor. It had been 2 months since he last left Dr. Pym, and their communication had been solely through mobile phones. Haha, I knew you would come. Seeing Nan Zhou, Pym was quite excited and immediately embraced him. Now Dr. Pym was thriving in the scientific community, mainly due to the assistance of Nan Zhou. His research theory on neural exoskeletons had become a hot topic in the scientific world, all thanks to Nan Zhou's help. Naturally, I had to come to such a place, Nan Zhou replied. At that moment, Pym noticed Wanda and the others behind him, realizing they were with Nan Zhou. Who are these three? Pym asked, looking at Nan Zhou. These three are. Nan Zhou had already thought of his wording and pulled Pym. They are children from an orphanage. Their parents met with misfortune. They show some interest in science, so I brought them to broaden their. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Pym nodded. They seem to be a few unfortunate little ones. As he spoke, Pym patted Nan Zhou on the back. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you. Enjoy yourselves, I'll take my leave. Okay, goodbye, Doctor. After parting with Pym, Nan Zhou returned to the three of them. Who was that just now? Wanda asked curiously. He is. Nan Zhou glanced at Pym again as he watched his figure disappear from view. This person is an outstanding scientist and can be considered a friend of mine. Wanda and the others nodded. Since Nan Zhou said that the old man was an outstanding scientist, he must have exceptional. After all, in Wanda and the others' minds, there were not many people whom Nan Zhou would acknowledge. The expo continued, showcasing countless novel scientific products. Although Stark's absence made the expo less exciting, Nan Zhou thought it was still quite good. While he was still admiring technologies that would be hard to realize even in the next decade, he accidentally bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. I'm very sorry. Before Nan Zhou could speak, the other person was the first to apologize. It's alright, I was careless too. Nan Zhou looked at the other person and found it was a black man. After all, New York is a melting pot city where encountering any race is normal. However, this black man caught Nan Zhou's attention not because of something particularly special about him, but because of the unique way his female companion addressed him. T'Challa, hurry up. The black man wanted to say something, but under the urging of his companion, he quickly left. Hearing the name T'Challa made Nan Zhou smile slightly. The Prince of Wakanda, the next Black Panther. Watching the black man's departing figure, Nan Zhou's lips curved upward. As the saying goes, there are no coincidences. Meeting the Black Panther here is quite unusual. It's surprising that the Prince of Wakanda, which leads the world in technology, would come to the expo. But Nan Zhou had no intention of exposing his identity. He was not interested in befriending the Prince of Wakanda. The expo soon came to an end and Nan Zhou returned home with Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. Wanda and the others were still discussing the things they saw at the expo. However, Hela seemed uninterested. To her, these so-called human technologies and weapons were like child's play compared to if it were her at her prime, she could render these weapons useless with just a wave of her hand. I suddenly want to drink milk tea. For some reason, in that moment, Hela was filled with thoughts of milk tea. Go buy me some, she said, looking at Nan Zhou. There was no tone of request, as if it were only natural for Nan Zhou to buy her milk tea. However, Nan Zhou bore no resentment. After changing clothes, he headed straight downstairs. The reason was simple, he also wanted to drink some. Nan Zhou went downstairs and did not head directly to the milk tea shop across the street, but aimed for a shop 3 streets away because the milk tea there was genuinely delicious. As he passed an intersection, he heard a familiar voice. What are you doing here, Blackie? You're not welcome here. Get lost. The unfortunate soul surrounded by that group of white supremacists was none other than Prince T'Challa of Wakanda, whom we had just encountered at the expo. T'Challa and another black woman found themselves cornered by more than 10 white men in an alley. You black bastard, your misfortune brought you here. Leave behind a finger and you can go. Which one will you part with? The leading white man glared fiercely, wishing he could devour T'Challa whole. However, there was no trace of panic in T'Challa's eyes, nor in those of his female companion. In fact, rather than a companion, she was more like a bodyguard. Seeing T'Challa's silence, the leading white man furrowed his brow, his expression growing more uncomfortable. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? With that, the man kicked out. Unexpectedly, T'Challa dodged swiftly and retaliated. The man was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. T'Challa's punch landed squarely on his face, causing not only a nosebleed, but also knocking out 3 of his teeth. You bastard. The white man cursed through gritted teeth, enduring the sharp pain. This isn't something you can solve with just brothers. Get him. Break one of his arms. I want to pull out all his teeth one by one. And his nails too. The woman must not be spared either. The white man was thoroughly enraged by T'Challa deciding not to let the black man off the hook. However, he did not realize the vast difference in their capabilities. As the white men moved in to attack T'Challa, and the female bodyguards sprang into action as well. In that narrow alley, it wasn't easy to unleash their full potential, but against these untrained thugs they were more than capable. Even with knives in hand, T'Challa skillfully dodged all the attacks from the thugs wielding daggers, relying solely on his nimble footwork. Moreover, while evading, he struck each thug with a powerful blow, knocking them all unconscious. In no time, the numerically superior white supremacist gang was left with only the leader, who had just lost 3. Seeing this scene, the leader panicked completely. He never expected his men to be so easily defeated by these 2. T'Challa was like Saitama from One Punch Man, taking down one thug with every punch. You wait. I won't let you off. Though this white man looked down on blacks and discriminated against them, he knew now was not the time to be arrogant. He understood the principle of preserving one's life. So it was best to retreat for now. However, the female bodyguard picked up a stone and hurled it at the white man. The stone struck him on the back of the neck. The man felt his legs give way and he collapsed to the ground. The female bodyguard flipped him over and stepped on his chest. You think you can just leave after causing trouble? Dream on. This poor accent made Nan Zhou, who was watching from the sidelines, unable to hold back his laughter. That kind of clumsy speech complete with a lisp was something Nan Zhou knew he could never master. What do you want? The white man, realizing escape was almost impossible, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Such a person truly had no backbone. At a moment like this, he was filled with fear towards a black person he had always looked down upon, which spoke volumes about his character. You just said you would pull out his teeth and nails, right? The female bodyguard's tone was laced with menace. Hearing this, the man's heart sank, and he swallowed hard without answering. Answer me. The female bodyguard, clearly unwilling to let him off, suddenly shouted angrily. Yes. The man, frightened to his core, immediately nodded. It was me. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, the female bodyguard let out a cold laugh. If apologies worked, how much evil would be eradicated from this world? I really made a mistake. I'm sorry. For some reason, looking into the female bodyguard's eyes sent chills down the man's spine, prompting him to beg for mercy. However, the female bodyguard clearly ignored his pleas. You just said something about pulling out nails and teeth, so I won't be too cruel. I won't pull out your nails, nor will I remove your teeth one by one. However, the female bodyguard clearly ignored his pleas. You just said something about pulling out nails and teeth, so I won't be. The man was all too familiar with the female bodyguard's movements, and in an instant, he lost control and wet himself. No. Before he could finish the word, the bodyguard's foot came crashing down. There were no screams or pleas for mercy. With that stomp, the white man fainted. He would undoubtedly lose several teeth, and his face would be left bruised, and broken. His nose instantly caved in. What a tragedy. You were too impulsive. At that moment, T'Challa stepped forward. You shouldn't have gone that far. Just pulling 1 or 2 teeth would have sufficed. It was clear that T'Challa did not agree with the bodyguard's actions. But Prince, that man spoke to you so disrespectfully. Though T'Challa did not approve of her methods, the bodyguard felt justified in her actions. Seeing her stand her ground, T'Challa chose not to press the issue further and turned to look outside the alley. T'Challa was looking in the direction where Nan Zhou was hiding. "Come out, I know you've been watching for quite a while." T'Challa had long sensed Nan Zhou's presence. In truth, Nan Zhou wasn't really hiding. He was merely enjoying the spectacle. If he truly wanted to conceal himself, T'Challa would never have noticed him. However, he also hadn't expected T'Challa would actually discover him. What a failure. Nan Zhou sighed bitterly, putting on his mask as he stepped out. T'Challa regarded the masked Nan Zhou with a growing sense of caution. "Who are you? Why are you watching from the sidelines? Why are you wearing a mask?" He threw out 3 questions directly, clearly indicating his wariness towards Nan Zhou. Even T'Challa himself couldn't explain why, but the moment he saw Nan Zhou emerge, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. In the face of T'Challa's doubts, Nan Zhou couldn't help but clap his hands. Very impressive, truly worthy of being the Prince of Wakanda. Upon hearing this, T'Challa's expression changed, and the vigilance in his eyes intensified. "Who exactly are you?" It's worth noting that those who know T'Challa is the Prince of Wakanda are few and far between. How could this masked, mysterious person possibly know? Who I am isn't really important. Every time he was asked about his identity, due to the mask, Nan Zhou felt quite helpless. However, who he is isn't very significant. As long as you know that I mean you no harm, I'm merely a spectator passing by. What Nan Zhou said was indeed the truth, but in T'Challa's eyes it was a pale and powerless explanation. Naturally, he did not believe Nan Zhou's words. Equally disbelieving was the female bodyguard beside him. She stood in front of T'Challa, feeling that this person before them, "Prince, I feel he's not from the same league as the previous ones." For some reason they could sense the intense aura emanating from Nan. This person seemed to be a mere mortal. "You really don't need to be so nervous." Nan Zhou looked at their expressions, feeling quite speechless. Why was it that the more he spoke, the more problems he encountered? "I truly mean no harm, I'm just passing by. The mask is merely to prevent you from seeing my face." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding air instantly froze. This statement truly made things worse, and Nan Zhou was quite aware that T'Challa and the others would not believe him. "You to the left, I to the right." T'Challa whispered an order to the female bodyguard, seemingly preparing to deal with Nan Zhou together. The bodyguard understood and sprang into action first. "Wait, why are we fighting?" Nan Zhou grimaced. Had he known it would come to blows, he wouldn't have come to watch. It seemed that among those superheroes, apart from Iron Man, Tony Stark, the rest were all preparing to take matters into their own hands. Seeing T'Challa and the female bodyguard attacking from both sides, Nan Zhou couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then sidestepped to evade their attacks. This left T'Challa and the female bodyguard dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Nan Zhou to dodge their attacks without even— "I ask again, must we fight?" Nan Zhou stepped back and looked at the two. He truly didn't understand. Couldn't these people even sit down and have a good talk? Am I that intimidating? Now we have no choice but to fight, T'Challa replied. Because of Nan Zhou's impressive evasion, T'Challa was convinced that this person was certainly not just a passerby, though he did not believe that a random passerby could be such a formidable expert. Thus T'Challa exchanged glances with the female bodyguard, and they both attacked once more. What a pity. Nan Zhou felt quite helpless, but he would not passively endure the beating, as since these two wanted to fight. T'Challa and the female bodyguard's coordination was very practiced, almost not giving Nan Zhou any chance to catch. But in their eyes, while they saw their techniques as strong to Nan Zhou, they were still mere mortals. Those moves could never touch. Nan Zhou's dodging made their every attack futile. Before long, they retreated, their expressions filled with disbelief. Clearly they thought their moves had almost hit that person, yet with a slight movement from him, they found themselves grasping at air. "So how about it? Have you had enough of fighting?" Nan Zhou looked at T'Challa and the female bodyguard, who had stopped attacking, and asked. In truth, they weren't not attacking, they were considering their next strategy. After all conventional tactics could not inflict any harm on Nan Zhou, they had to find a different approach. At that moment, the female bodyguard spotted a steel pipe lying in a dark corner. Wasn't this the perfect weapon? Without hesitation, the female bodyguard rushed forward, picked up the steel pipe, and attacked Nan Zhou. She believed that with her weapon she could hit, and even harm him. Why is she using a weapon? Nan Zhou was quite displeased upon seeing this. Who would have thought that this woman would disregard martial ethics? Why could she use a weapon when they were all unarmed? The female bodyguard swung the stick with great vigor, exuding dominance. "Since you all have resorted to weapons, don't blame me." Now that the female bodyguard was using a weapon, Nan Zhou felt there was no need to continue holding back. He would have to show some skill. Seeing the incoming stick, Nan Zhou reached out and caught it with one hand. This left T'Challa and the female bodyguard, especially the female bodyguard. This steel pipe was clearly a leftover from a construction site, and it was quite heavy. It took her years of training to wield it, while an ordinary person could barely handle it after swinging it a couple of times. Thus the female bodyguard was very confident, as she believed that if she struck Nan Zhou with the pipe, he would definitely be hurt. But to her surprise, this person actually caught the pipe with one hand. This left the female bodyguard in a daze. Seeing her expression, Nan Zhou sneered, twice applying slight pressure to the hand, holding the steel pipe, and the sound of it. The next shot showed Nan Zhou effortlessly crushing the steel pipe in his hand. This was not a strength any human could possess. That was the first thought that crossed T'Challa and the female bodyguard's minds. However, before they could react, Nan Zhou stepped forward and grabbed the female bodyguard by the neck. This speed left her with no time to react, and she found herself being choked. "Let her go." T'Challa rushed towards Nan Zhou upon seeing this scene. Nan Zhou with a single hand flung the female bodyguard directly onto T'Challa. Both of them were sent flying, landing squarely on top of the small thug that the female bodyguard had just stomped on earlier. You guys are really no match for me. Nan Zhou mocked T'Challa and the female bodyguard. I thought you would have some skills, but it turns out you're so easily defeated. Are you looking for trouble with me without any real strength? Are you trying to take a shortcut in life? Nan Zhou had now stepped in front of the two, wearing a faint smile. He'll say it again, I really mean no harm, I'm just passing by to see the excitement. Nan Zhou arrogantly threw the female bodyguard out, crashing her onto T'Challa, and they both fell to the ground. Before understanding the truth of the matter, I hope you won't act recklessly. Nan Zhou smiled at T'Challa and turned to leave. However, suddenly, Nan Zhou turned back, his finger pressing directly against T'Challa's forehead. What's the matter? Looking at T'Challa, Nan Zhou's gaze turned serious, cold, and laced with a hint of murderous intent. Of course, this intent was not genuine, it was meant to intimidate T'Challa. Feeling Nan Zhou's gaze, T'Challa shuddered. He had never sensed such a terrifying aura in anyone else's eyes before. Even the strongest warriors of Wakanda did not possess such a gaze. Who exactly was this person? What kind of being? T'Challa, who initially wanted to struggle, found himself unable to utter a word and could only close his mouth. Nan Zhou, seeing T'Challa silent, smiled with satisfaction. Very good, you are quite impressive knowing when to retreat. Ooh, I appreciate that. You truly are the Prince of Wakanda after all. However, at that moment T'Challa spoke up. How do you know I am the Prince of Wakanda? What is your connection to Wakanda and my father? Facing T'Challa's question, Nan Zhou felt no displeasure. Instead, he provided an answer. In fact, I know a lot of things. Not only do I know you come from Wakanda, but I also know how powerful Wakanda is, and I am aware of the legend of your Black Panther. After speaking, Nan Zhou patted T'Challa on the shoulder, completely disregarding his astonished expression, acting as if he were hiding his strength and accomplishments. Once Nan Zhou left, the female bodyguard approached, her eyes also filled with astonishment. Prince, should we report this matter? T'Challa nodded without hesitation. We must report this, it is not a trivial matter. We need to return immediately. Saying this, T'Challa was the first to exit the alley. He looked around and found that Nan Zhou's figure had already vanished. He sure left quickly. T'Challa clicked his tongue and then turned to leave with the female bodyguard. Meanwhile, on a nearby tall building, Nan Zhou watched the two leave, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. The Prince of Wakanda is surprisingly so impetuous, it seems he still needs to train for a few more years. At this moment, Nan Zhou remembered he still needed bubble tea, so he quickly jumped down from the building and headed straight for the tea shop. I hope it's not closed. Nan Zhou glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. If the tea shop closed, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, when Nan Zhou arrived at the tea shop, it was still open and there were a few customers inside. He quickly bought his bubble tea and hurried home. Upon returning home, Nan Zhou saw Hela's displeased expression. Why did you take so long? Hela looked at Nan Zhou's silly grin as she initially wanted to say more, but looking at his face, she found herself at a loss for this is not going to happen again. After a long pause, Hela snatched her bubble tea and warned Nan Zhou. Actually, I encountered some things this time. Nan Zhou nodded while recounting what had just happened to Hela. After listening to Nan Zhou's story, Hela sneered twice. Don't you have an old saying that curiosity killed the cat? Curiosity may not kill you, but it can waste a lot of your time, like bringing me bubble tea. As she spoke, Hela took a big sip of her bubble tea and continued, you're not a superhero, why are you getting involved in so much? Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at this. Even if I'm not a superhero, can I enjoy the right to watch a show? I was just watching. Who knew those two would be so clueless, and in the end I still had to deal with them. Hela responded, are you really proud of that? Teaching a couple of mortals has you feeling so accomplished. In Hela's eyes, Nan Zhou wasted her bubble tea time just to watch a show, and no matter his reasons, it seemed like a mere excuse to her. Nan Zhou naturally understood that Hela was still in a bad mood, and every word she spoke was laced with sarcasm, so he chose to remain silent and enjoy his bubble tea. The next day came swiftly. In the mysterious country of Wakanda in Africa, T'Challa found his father, the king of Wakanda. Upon hearing this, the king's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly the masked individual T'Challa mentioned, who could crush steel pipes with his bare hands, was unknown to him. How did he know about Wakanda? And how did he know about the Black Panther? This matter is quite significant. Whether this person heard rumors or experienced things firsthand in Wakanda, it is not good for us. The king said solemnly. A person of unknown identity knows Wakanda's greatest secrets and possesses formidable skills, easily dispatching even his son and the female bodyguard combined. If such a powerful individual were a Wakandan, the king would surely have some recollection. Since he had none, it was clear that this person was not from Wakanda. An outsider possessing Wakanda's secrets is even more dangerous. Who knows when he might reveal Wakanda's secrets or even its existence to the public? That would be a catastrophic disaster for Wakanda. Thinking of this, the king looked at T'Challa. My son, I'm afraid you need to go to New York. You must uncover the true identity of this. With the king's command, T'Challa naturally complied, but he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable recalling how he had been ruthlessly defeated by that masked man. At this moment, the king spoke again. Do you have any impression of the mask? If so, draw it for me. He'll have others investigate this person's identity too. After speaking, the king handed T'Challa a pen and paper. Although it was dark with the faint light, T'Challa could still make out the appearance of the mask. He took the paper and pen and began to draw. Very good. Seeing T'Challa's drawing of the mask, the king nodded with satisfaction. With the appearance of the mask, I don't believe we can't figure out who he is. This guy, is he the one from New York? The technology of Wakanda is far superior to the entire human society, and their intelligence system is among the best in the world. With T'Challa's drawing discovering the origins of this mask is as easy as pie. Just like now, they have tracked down the battle scene between Nan Zhou and the Abomination in New York. I never expected this person to. T'Challa was also quite surprised. He never thought he could provoke such a powerful existence. It seems that you can actually return alive this time, truly thanks to that person. The king looked at the scene before him and said, "Hell, this time T'Challa has truly walked through the gates of hell. If that powerful being were displeased, T'Challa would have surely perished in a foreign land." "So, Your Majesty, shall we continue the investigation on this person?" a nearby technician asked at this moment. "I didn't expect you to be that level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy holds you in very high regard," Rogers remarked gently. Saying this, the king turned to T'Challa. "Our plan remains unchanged. You will continue to New York." "Understood." T'Challa bowed and then stepped back. At this moment, the king looked towards the distant beauty of Wakanda, his brows slightly furrowing. He did not know whether such a powerful being was a boon or bane for Wakanda. The fact that this strong person had not harmed T'Challa suggested there was no malice. Although Wakanda is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, its citizens are ultimately just human. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse, even if they defeated him, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. "I hope this person harbors no ill will against us." The king sighed deeply and then turned to leave. The matters of Wakanda are not known to Nan Zhou, who is far away in the northern hemisphere. At this moment, Nan Zhou had also returned to Dr. Pym's laboratory after a long absence, and the two continued Dr. Pym's research. Now Dr. Pym's laboratory is no longer just Nan Zhou and himself. Due to a significant advancement in his project, the laboratory has also expanded in scale. There are now nearly 20 people. Looking at the lab, which had completely strayed from its original path, Pym also displayed a look of contentment. "Nan Zhou, none of this would be possible without you," Pym said, glancing at Nan Zhou, noting that all these changes were due to Nan Zhou's presence. This person who once idolized him had come to his lab to conduct research together. Moreover, he helped him achieve great success in his research. Now Pym had long forgotten the feelings of being driven out of the company and his previous despair. Pym was now full of energy, immersed in his latest project, having completely forgotten the earlier disappointments and sadness. In his eyes, his current transformation was all due to Nan Zhou. If it were only himself, he certainly would not have made such rapid progress. "Nan Zhou, I actually think you shouldn't stay in my lab." Pym suddenly spoke at this moment, leaving Nan Zhou momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Although his intentions were not pure, he was genuinely trying to help. Is he starting to think of throwing me out now that I seem to be making? However, Pym was naturally worried that Nan Zhou might misunderstand, so he quickly continued. "I'm not saying to kick you out, but I believe your future achievements will surpass mine. This lab may limit you, so I hope that once this project is truly successful, you can establish your own lab and work independently. I will provide you with the maximum assistance." Pym's words were quite clear. He believed that Nan Zhou's future achievements in technology would certainly surpass his own, which is why he hoped Nan Zhou could have his own lab and project. Furthermore, he would do his utmost to support Nan Zhou. This shows just how high Nan Zhou's status is in Pym's eyes. However, Nan Zhou had no intention of leaving just yet. He had come here for the Pym particles, and unless Pym actively showed him the Pym particles after this project, Nan Zhou would continue to stay. Unless Nan Zhou found a way to carry the room with Omega radiation on him, he absolutely would not leave Pym's lab easily. "Don't worry, Doctor," Nan Zhou responded at this moment. "I will definitely have my own project. My dream is to become a tech tycoon like you. To say something unpleasant, perhaps this place is one of my springboards." Nan Zhou continued along Pym's words, and Pym nodded in satisfaction. He very much hoped that Nan Zhou would view this lab as his stepping stone. In that case, it would prove he had sufficient faith and thirst for knowledge. That would be best. "I hope you become a scientist who..." Although Pym had learned from past experiences to be cautious about trusting others, he found it difficult to apply such caution to... In Pym's eyes, Nan Zhou was very much like him, yet also quite different. This contradictory existence gradually led Pym to trust Nan Zhou, allowing him to say such things now. "But right now I'm not thinking about going independent. I just want to complete our project well." Nan Zhou turned to Pym and, Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Dr. Pym couldn't help but chuckle. "Exactly, our project." Pym's gaze gradually became resolute. This is his comeback. If he successfully completes this project, he would stand on equal footing with Pym Technologies, which no longer belongs to him. This time he would be starting from scratch again. Although having someone as powerful as Nan Zhou assisting him, he viewed it as starting. This time he wanted those who had once voted to expel him from the company to see that without Pym Technologies cannot bear great responsibilities. This time he would be starting from scratch again. Although having someone as powerful as Nan Zhou assisting him, he viewed it as starting. Nan Zhou once recounted an ancient story to Pym. "Is the old Lien still able to eat? Even if I am now like the old Lien, I am still a titan in the scientific community that cannot be shaken. In the entire world, those who can stand beside me can be counted on one hand. What do those people amount to?" Nan Zhou spent 3 days in Dr. Pym's laboratory, and on the 4th day, he was in a hurry to head straight to Washington. Because in Washington, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., a significant event had occurred. Captain America Steve Rogers had awakened. Because in Washington, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., a significant event had occurred. Captain America Steve Rogers had awakened. It was a phone call from hell. Just after Rogers awoke, he immediately saw through the flaws in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s restoration efforts. The field agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. could not stop him as he ran out onto the street. Looking at this unfamiliar environment, even someone like Rogers who had experienced life and death felt a surge of panic. He had no idea where he was. He was then brought back by Nick and his team. Hill informed Nan Zhou not only of this news, but also instructed him to meet with Rogers. Since he and Sharon were the closest to Peggy, having them talk to Rogers would help him let his guard down. Nan Zhou had just bid farewell to Dr. Pym and directly arrived in Washington. This speed surprised Hill. How did you get here so quickly? Hill looked at Nan Zhou somewhat bewildered. Even by car it takes nearly 4 hours to travel from New York to Washington. From the moment he hung up the phone to Nan Zhou's arrival here, it hadn't even been an hour. How did Nan Zhou accomplish that? Yet Nan Zhou simply waved his hand and casually made an excuse. Where's Rogers? Nan Zhou asked at that moment. He's in that room locked inside. He might be a bit agitated, so. Hill began to explain slowly. So there's a possibility he might attack me, right? Hill nodded in response. Nan Zhou merely smiled slightly. Don't worry, he'll be fine, and so will I. Saying this, Nan Zhou walked towards Rogers' room. By the way, where's Sharon? At that moment Nan Zhou seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to ask. She's out on a mission and can't come back, so you'll have to handle this matter by yourself. After hearing Hill's words, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly and then approached the locked room of Rogers. Nan Zhou opened the door without any caution. Be careful. Hill was about to remind him, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Nan Zhou raise his hand. Then came a dull thud. Rogers' fist struck hard against the palm of Nan Zhou's hand, and smoke was rising between. Who are you? Rogers asked with a grim face. Captain, don't be so tense. One of your people. Seeing Nan Zhou's face, Rogers felt he meant no harm, and slowly lowered his fist. However, his gaze was still filled with vigilance, clearly not trusting Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou was also somewhat speechless, always having to fight with superheroes. The Hulk, Thor, Black Panther, and now Captain America. Could it be that in the future, he would have to fight with Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange, and others? Can I come in and talk? Nan Zhou glanced at the bed in the room. Rogers hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and allowed Nan Zhou to sit on it. Nan Zhou politely closed the door and then sat on the bed. Captain, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will answer them all one by one. Seeing Nan Zhou say this, Rogers no longer held back and immediately began to ask a flurry of questions. Where is this? What time is it now? Who are you? Who are they? For questions were thrown out directly, and Nan Zhou was not worried at all that he would ask something he did not know. This is Washington. We are your friends. Who I am isn't important. As for what time it is. Nan Zhou looked at Rogers, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I hope you won't be scared when I tell you it is the year 2011, the 69th year since your crash. In fact, Rogers' awakening was also ahead of schedule. Under normal circumstances, he would awaken in 2012, the 70th year after his crash. But because he was discovered early, it was reasonable for him to awaken sooner. Nan Zhou had long been prepared for this. 2011. Rogers was clearly shocked by this time point. He had actually slept for a full 69 years. Captain, it's truly a miracle that you are alive now. You were frozen and your metabolism is extremely slow, which is why you still look youthful and can still be lively. Saying this, Nan Zhou gestured for Rogers to sit down. At this point, Rogers was already a bit overwhelmed, so he hazily followed Nan Zhou's suggestion and sat beside him. I know this might be hard for you to accept, but look at the skyscrapers outside. You must have seen such sights at your technology expo. Nan Zhou's words made Rogers nod. These things could indeed only be seen at technology expos before. But now they had. The person who organized the expos before was Howard Stark, and now it's his son Tony Stark who is holding them. Hearing that the expos were now organized by Howard's son, Rogers could only smile helplessly. After all, 69 years had passed, and the world had changed completely. But what about the one he held in his heart? Was she still alive after 69 years? Nan Zhou naturally saw what was on Rogers' mind, and reached out to pat his shoulder. I know who you're thinking about. I am associated with S.H.I.E.L.D. One of its agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. was created by the person you hold in your heart. Peggy. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Rogers looked up. That's right, and do you know why they sent me here? Nan Zhou continued, but this time, he turned the question around. Rogers shook his head, indicating he did not know. As soon as Nan Zhou's words left his mouth, he could see the astonished expression on Rogers' face. Seeing this, As soon as Nan Zhou's words left his mouth, he could see the astonished expression on Rogers' face. Seeing this, Nan Zhou continued. And the reason I am here represents one thing: Peggy is still alive. Peggy. She's still alive. Rogers stared at Nan Zhou in utter disbelief, unable to fathom that the woman he loved had endured 69 years and remained among the living. And this young man before him was none other than the child raised by the very woman he cherished. Nan Zhou observed Rogers' expression and solemnly nodded. Yes, she lives. But. Nan Zhou paused, his voice trailing off into silence. Seeing Nan Zhou fall silent, Rogers grew anxious, gripping the young man's shoulders and demanding, What is it? Tell me. Nan Zhou sighed deeply, gazing at Rogers' stricken face before speaking. She is gravely ill. Her time is short. Only a few years remain. At these words, Rogers collapsed inwardly like air escaping a punctured balloon. A warrior forged in battle and tempered by death, Rogers possessed formidable resilience. Yet even he found this cascade of reality surreal, as sorcery, nearly impossible to absorb. Nan Zhou empathized profoundly. When he first arrived in this Marvel universe, it had taken him considerable time to reconcile himself with its impossible truths. Rogers exhaled a long, weary sigh, the weight of cognition pressing upon his mind. Where is she now? I must see her. This was no mere plea. It was a heartfelt request. She resides in Washington not far from here. She knows we found you, but not that you've awakened. And, Nan Zhou hesitated then continued, after you plunged into the icy river Peggy never married. Not once nor kept any lover. At those words Rogers instinctively covered his mouth. Hearing that Peggy had remained unwed stirred a deep piercing guilt. She had sacrificed her entire life for him, renouncing love, forsaking happiness, all because of him. Shame and remorse weighed heavily upon his spirit. If possible you should go to her, Nan Zhou said gently. She was overjoyed upon learning you still lived. Should you stand before her vibrant and whole, her life would be complete. Hearing this Rogers rose to his feet. Rather than drown in self-reproach and sorrow he would seek Peggy, the woman he loved fiercely who had lived her life in quiet solitary devotion to him. Nan Zhou stood open the door and gave a calm confident OK signal to the SHIELD field agents nearby. Then guiding Rogers he led him into a SHIELD vehicle bound straight for Peggy's home. Director, is it truly safe to let Nan Zhou take Rogers away like this? Nick Fury received the report, and Natasha Romanoff standing beside him voiced her concern. They're only 2 men. What if Hydra intercepts them? Relax. Nothing will go awry, Nick replied with a self-assured smile. I sealed the information originally to prevent Hydra from seizing the slumbering Rogers. But now that Rogers has awakened, Hydra can no longer claim him. Though nearly 70 years have passed, no one doubts the enduring might of Captain America. Seeing Nick's unwavering confidence, Natasha fell silent. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou drove steadily toward Peggy's residence. When we arrive, please wait outside. Let me speak with Peggy first. Nan Zhou turned to Rogers and explained, Peggy is elderly now, her heart frail. I fear your sudden appearance might overwhelm her, triggering unforeseen complications. Should Rogers' eagerness inadvertently endanger Peggy, the cost, for both of them, would far outweigh any joy. Rogers understood instantly and nodded, affirming his willingness to follow Nan Zhou's guidance. Nan Zhou smiled faintly. Having interacted with numerous superheroes he'd found most aloof or guarded. Yet Captain America remained refreshingly grounded and approachable. Nan Zhou parked the car beneath Peggy's apartment building and guided Rogers up the stairwell. Grandmother. Stepping inside, Nan Zhou glanced around, and there she was, Peggy reclining in bed reading the newspaper with serene content. Zhouer. At the sight of him, Peggy beamed, folding the paper and attempting to rise, only for Nan Zhou to swiftly steady her. Grandmother, please, take it slowly. Nan Zhou feared even the slightest movement might strain her fragile frame. My body holds up quite well, thank you. Perhaps not as spry as in my youth, but rising from bed poses no difficulty. Seated comfortably on the bed, Peggy's face lit with cheerful warmth. Her mood was unmistakably radiant. What's brought you such joy today, grandmother? Nan Zhou asked, noting her luminous. He had no inkling what had lifted her spirits. I cannot say why, but I felt a premonition this morning, something wonderful. When pressed, Peggy could offer no rational explanation, only that intuitive certainty. Nan Zhou blinked, momentarily stunned. If Rogers' awakening qualified as wonderful, then Peggy's intuition was nothing short of uncanny. Was this the resonance of profound, abiding love? Nan Zhou felt a quiet awe. Then why did you know to visit me today? Peggy countered playfully. Nan Zhou replied, something momentous occurred at SHIELD. Something truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Peggy ceased. Having long since stepped away from SHIELD's inner circles, she no longer probed its affairs. She listened when Nan Zhou or Sharon chose to share, otherwise she honored their silence. Yet curiosity flickered within her. Could any SHIELD event rival the magnitude of discovering Rogers? Nan Zhou leaned forward, voice soft yet charged with significance. In truth, this event is momentous for you too. That piqued Peggy's interest. She lifted her gaze, eyes bright with anticipation. Nan Zhou smiled warmly. For you it is nothing less than miraculous. Your premonition was right. You sensed joy arriving today, and joy has indeed come. With a subtle gesture behind his back, Nan Zhou beckoned. Rogers, who had entered silently, stepped forward into the room and stood before Peggy. Peggy's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my heavens! Looking at the suddenly appearing Rogers, Peggy felt a whirlwind of emotions, from confusion to disbelief, and finally, to incredulity. Although she knew Rogers had been discovered and was alive, she never expected him to awaken so quickly. Moreover, he appeared right before her. The man she had longed for was truly alive, standing in front of her. At that moment, Rogers looked at Peggy, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Seeing the woman he loved so dearly had aged so much, he recalled that in his memory the beautiful Peggy was just yesterday. But now 69 years had passed. Despite Peggy's old age, Rogers could still see in her features and expressions that she was indeed his beloved Peggy. Rogers slowly crouched down, gently caressing Peggy's hands. The roughness brought on by aging pierced his heart. Peggy directly grasped Rogers' hands. Her hands trembled as if afraid he would leave her side once more. Steve, Peggy tenderly called out as she looked at Rogers. Peggy. Hearing her call, Rogers responded. At this moment, Nan Zhou wisely left the room, giving the couple some space. He didn't want to be a third Willow, it was better to keep his distance. This is unbelievable, you really appeared before me. Peggy said, stroking Rogers' handsome face, a tear rolling down her. I waited for 69 long years, and now you finally stand by my side. Peggy could no longer contain her emotions, tears flowing uncontrollably. The longing over these 69 years was filled with nights spent gazing at photographs on her bedside, dreams where he appeared, and moments of sobbing under the covers. Peggy wished time could freeze at that moment in that once cruel, yet beautiful era. Rogers looked at Peggy, feeling an overwhelming sadness. Seeing her weathered face, he could hardly imagine the hardships she endured for his sake. It's all right this time, I won't disappear. I won't leave you, I want to stay with you always. Rogers firmly held Peggy's hand. He did not feel repulsed by her aging. Instead, it filled him with guilt. He wanted to make it up to Peggy no matter the cost. But Peggy shook her head. You still have your mission. You can't stay by my side forever. As long as you are alive, I will be happy. Just seeing you alive is enough for me. Of course, Peggy hoped to have Rogers by her side for the rest of her life. But she also understood that Rogers was Captain America, and he had duties beyond just being with her. Those missions don't matter compared to you. I don't care about anything else. Rogers quickly shook his head at Peggy's words. This time he wouldn't leave her. He knew her time was limited, and he planned to cherish the moments they had left together as a form of compensation. Seeing Rogers' determination, Peggy smiled and shook her head, choosing not to speak further. She understood that Rogers had a stubborn nature and further persuasion would be futile. Rogers stayed in Peggy's room for a long time while Nan Zhou sat on the sofa waiting for their conversation to conclude. Filled with joy, Peggy recounted the events of the years to Rogers. For her, it was an incredibly happy moment to have her beloved listening to her stories. However, Rogers thought differently. He could tell from her stories how difficult those years had been for Peggy, not only with the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also with other troubles that had put her in life-threatening situations. Before long, Rogers opened the door and stepped out of Peggy's room. She's asleep. He glanced at Nan Zhou and sat down beside it. Rogers would never forget the blissful smile on Peggy's face. It was the happiness of longing finally realized after so many years, a thought of which brought him a pang of pain. You raised her, didn't you? Rogers looked at Nan Zhou and spoke. Since leaving Peggy's room, his gaze towards Nan Zhou. It seemed Nan Zhou had shared some things with Rogers, such as how he found him, and some amusing stories from Nance's childhood. I didn't expect you to be that level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy holds you in very high regard, Rogers remarked generously. From his earlier conversation with Peggy, he could feel her affection for Nan Zhou. He was indeed a child Peggy had devoted herself to raising, and he was a source of pride for her. He was an exceptional child. Actually, my age is pretty close to yours, Rogers said at that moment. Though you might think I'm far removed from you, the truth is I'm only in my 20s. Peggy told me that kids nowadays regard you as an idol and a role model. To them, you are a distant figure. After all, it had been more than 60 years. Indeed, quite distant, Nan Zhou replied at that moment. Growing up, you were always a character in stories. Peggy often shared your tales, making you seem so far away to me. For Nan Zhou, it wasn't just Rogers, Tony Stark, and Thor seemed distant figures as well. He had only seen them in films or stories. Now these figures appeared before him, conversing with him, some even becoming his friend. It felt surreal to him. But this was the reality. Peggy misses you dearly, thinking of you every day, often staring at your photo in a daze. Hearing this, Rogers sighed deeply. I know I owe Peggy so much. So, I will do my utmost to repay her, to repay this person I love. Nan Zhou returned to New York from Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, in Washington, Rogers was by Peggy's side. Nick also granted Rogers sufficient freedom, allowing him to spend time with Peggy every day. Not only could he take care of Peggy, but it also helped him better assimilate into the modern world. After all, a person who lived 69 years ago suddenly finds themselves in today's world must undergo a process of adaptation. Thus, Nick planned for Rogers to properly acclimatize. He did not conceal the matter of Rogers' discovery and awakening, but instead informed the government about it. This revelation shocked the entire government, and they were very dissatisfied with Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s act of concealment. In their view, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s behavior was disrespectful, as they were technically the higher-ups of S.H.I.E.L.D., and such actions challenged their authority. Faced with Nick's report, the high-ranking officials of the government launched a series of criticisms against him. Of course, in Nick's eyes, this was trivial. He naturally did not regard these individuals highly, even if they were his direct superiors. Nick was indifferent. He had his own thoughts, and would not be constrained by these people. Meanwhile, Rogers was also having discussions with the high-ranking officials of the government. Rogers, your awakening is an honor for the entire world. The president sat across from Rogers, his eyes reflecting admiration for him. Even as president, he grew up listening to the tales of Captain America. Mr. President, it is also an honor for me to meet you. Rogers respectfully replied, while looking at the president before him. In fact, you are also my idol, and I greatly admire you. The president did not carry an air of superiority. His expression was quite friendly. He did not wish to make this conversation overly serious, preferring a more intimate and friendly chat with his idol. With the president's encouragement, Rogers gradually let go of his military demeanor and began conversing with the president as an ordinary person. During this time, Rogers learned about all the major events that occurred in the world after his crash, gaining some understanding of both the Cold War and the Middle Eastern situation. Of course, Rogers did not rely solely on one-sided narratives. According to Peggy, there was no righteous side in either the Cold War or the Middle East. This also led Rogers to form a relatively calm perspective on the various countries in today's world. Many of our country's youth idolize you. If they knew you were alive, they would likely go wild. The president's words made Rogers chuckle. If that's the case, it wouldn't just be the youth. Even many young adults and the elderly would probably go crazy. Rogers' remark also elicited a laugh from the president. Chatting with his idol truly was one of the happiest moments of his life. However, unlike the pleasant conversation on Rogers' side, things were not going as smoothly for Nick. You all really have a lot. Nick stood in the center of the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, surrounded by screens that enclosed him. Facing the indistinct questioning from the screens, Nick remained unperturbed, merely sneering twice before saying, I was just trying to prevent Hydra from having any malicious intentions toward Rogers' body. After all, he possesses the super soldier serum within him. Although we have halted the super soldier program, Hydra does not have such a plan. For many years, they have been intent on regaining the super serum, and that ambition has not changed. If I were to spread the news of Roger's discovery and his body was stolen by Hydra, it would be a tragedy for the entire world. If they successfully replicate the super serum, who would bear the responsibility? Nick's words rendered these high-ranking officials speechless. Because his statements were unassailable, they could not even imagine a counterargument. Nick looked at their dumbfounded expressions and smirked mockingly. If Roger's body is taken away by you and subsequently seized, is that my problem or yours? Nick repeated this, leaving the officials even more speechless. He shook his head in disappointment, having initially thought that they could come up with some astounding retorts, but now they couldn't even utter a single meaningful word. Never mind, I doubt you can come up with any good points. With that, Nick waved his hand, shutting down all the screens. These so-called high-ranking officials were not worthy opponents for him. Nan Zhou returned to New York and resumed his previous. He entered the room that emitted gamma radiation after a long absence, feeling a sense of comfort that he had not experienced in a while. What exactly is the significance of this room for you? Hela, seeing Nan Zhou return once again, asked this question that piqued her curiosity. I told you before, but you... Nan Zhou glanced at Hela and replied. In fact, he had already explained this to Hela many times, but she never grasped his... Who told you that you always speak so vaguely that I never understood you? Hela rolled her eyes. Every time she asked Nan Zhou this question, he would simply brush her off. At least that's how Hela perceived it. Thus, she had never understood Nan Zhou's explanation. Oh well, you'll know in the future. Nan Zhou, too lazy to continue explaining to Hela, waved his hand and began to eat the pastries in front of him. It's quite troublesome to explain. Before Nan Zhou could even swallow the pastry in his mouth, he continued, here we go again. Hela sighed, helplessly stood up and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, then brought one for Nan Zhou as well. You have too many secrets. After a moment, Hela spoke, her glass of water nearly empty. After spending so much time with Nan Zhou, Hela had become increasingly interested in him, even developing some other feelings. Although Hela was reluctant to admit it, it was the truth. Odin was already aware of Hela's feelings for Nan Zhou, while Nan Zhou himself seemed oblivious. However, Nan Zhou could sense some of Hela's changes as she had gradually begun to engage in more conversation with him. Now it had turned into her initiating conversations. Prince, how can we investigate this person without any clues in this vast New York city? In New York, T'Challa and the previous female bodyguard were wandering around the city. They were dispatched by the king to uncover the identity of the masked man in New York. Currently, T'Challa was quite troubled. Investigating Nan Zhou was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and that person might not even be in New York. Currently, T'Challa was quite troubled. Investigating Nan Zhou was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and that person might not even be in New York. If he truly wasn't in New York, then their trip would be in vain. It seemed that his father had indeed given him a rather difficult task. Prince, perhaps we could inquire for clues in the black market. The female bodyguard suggested her idea at this moment. The black market. T'Challa was momentarily taken aback. He naturally knew what the black market referred to, but he hadn't initially considered investigating it. From his perspective, those who had showcased their abilities in public would likely have unreliable leads on the black market. However, it appeared that the female bodyguard's suggestion was indeed worth trying. With this thought, T'Challa nodded. The black market could indeed be a method. Oh, let's give it a shot. Who knows, it might work out. Accessing the black market's website was not difficult for T'Challa and the female bodyguard. They booked a hotel and easily accessed the black market website using their laptop. This was also T'Challa's first time entering the black market website. It truly is a different world. He and the female bodyguard were both astonished by the exaggerated and dazzling interface of the site. What surprised them even more was that the homepage of the site was filled with information about hiring assassins. The target's name, gender, appearance, and occupation were all clearly marked along with the amounts being offered. Is it really this direct? I thought it would be more subtle. T'Challa was also quite surprised. He had expected the black market site to be disguised as a normal website, yet it was blatant. Perhaps even their government has tacitly approved this site. The female bodyguard could only say. Though they did not know much about New York, they were aware that the underground gangs in New York were quite powerful. The fellow named Jean Bing seemed to hold significant sway. T'Challa casually registered an account and began to investigate on the site. Soon they locked onto a killer known as similar to the person from that day, the masked individual. Although the mask was different. While there were quite a few masked killers in the black market, the one known as Code 47 had managed to best Jean Bing, the king of New York, which naturally drew T'Challa's greater attention. However, ever since he had made Jean Bing suffer a setback, this person had not shown himself on the black market again. Oh, no matter how high the price offered to coax him out of retirement, he had not responded. Moreover, the previous two incidents in New York had led many in the black market to believe that the individual with extraordinary abilities was this mysterious Code 47. So it is highly likely that this person is the one, right? T'Challa pondered as he looked at the inactive Code 47. Do you think we can uncover his identity with our skills? T'Challa's question made the female bodyguard shake her head. I find it unlikely. If Code 47 truly is that individual, he would have implemented exceptionally strong confidentiality measures, thus I doubt we can find any clues. However, since we have this lead, we now have a path for investigation. We can start from the black market and interact with those who have had contact with Code 47A. This might yield some. However, since we have this lead, we now have a path for investigation. We can start from the black market and interact with those who have had contact with Code 47A. This might yield some useful clues. The female bodyguard's words startled T'Challa. He found her reasoning quite sound. But who could they approach that had interacted with Code 47 to gain useful information? At this moment, both of them coincidentally thought of one person. Jean Bing. Meanwhile, at a luxurious residence, Jean Bing was indulging in the food on his desk. His size was sufficient, so his appetite was equally enormous. The amount of food consumed at each meal was quite terrifying. Just then the butler approached Jean Bing. "Sir, there are people outside requesting to see you." Jean Bing was somewhat surprised to hear this. Few knew about his residence, and generally the butler would only let in people he recognized. Since the butler had come to find him, it indicated that the visitor was someone he did not know. "Who is it?" Jean Bing asked. "Two black people, one male and one female." As the butler said this, he suddenly stopped speaking, his expression becoming, "What's wrong? Speak up." Jean Bing frowned slightly at the butler's expression. He despised it when people spoke in a roundabout. Seeing that Jean Bing was already a bit displeased, the butler hurriedly said, "Those two have mentioned wanting to discuss matters regarding Code 47 with you." The butler understood well that Jean Bing's status in New York, while still high, had significantly diminished. This was due to being publicly beaten by the assassin known as Code 47. His title as the strongest in the underground had completely changed hands. Additionally, there were speculations that the masked figure in the two major incidents in New York was Code 47. So the black market was buzzing about Jean Bing having angered a superpower. Although Jean Bing was terrifying, he was ultimately an ordinary person. Faced with a superpowered individual capable of creating an artificial lake with a single shot, no one believed Jean Bing stood a chance. Thus, Jean Bing's status in New York had also declined significantly. This was one reason why he had been avoiding the public eye as of late. Code 47 had also become a thorn in his side. Sure enough, upon hearing the butler's words, Jean Bing's expression instantly changed to one of severity, making the butler afraid to make a sound. It seemed that those two who lacked foresight were likely to face Jean Bing's wrath. However, Jean Bing looked at the butler, and surprisingly, there was no murderous intent in his gaze. "Please bring those two in. I would like to have a word with them." Under the guidance of the butler, T'Challa and the female bodyguard entered Killmonger's mansion. Investigating Killmonger's mansion wasn't difficult for T'Challa, at least it was far simpler than uncovering Nan Zhou's identity. The two were brought into a room with a mahogany door where they found Killmonger sitting at a table directly across from them. "I hear you wish to discuss something regarding codename 47, is that correct?" T'Challa looked at Killmonger, a massive figure who indeed appeared quite intimidating. "That's right, but rather than a discussion, we hope you can provide us with some clues." T'Challa took a seat on a nearby sofa as directed by the butler, who then exited the room, leaving only T'Challa, the female bodyguard, and Killmonger. "You want me to provide you with some clues?" Killmonger looked at T'Challa, his brow slightly furrowed. He could tell from T'Challa's words and demeanor that this was not a minor player. Codename 47 had likely crossed paths. "Then I want to know why you wish to investigate that guy," Killmonger asked, voicing his thoughts toward T'Challa. "Why?" T'Challa smiled slightly. "Because he knows some of our secrets." Upon hearing this, Killmonger narrowed his eyes at T'Challa. "It seems your secret is quite significant to you. You certainly wouldn't want an outsider to learn about it, would you?" T'Challa nodded. "Indeed, that is the case." Killmonger chuckled, then stood up and moved closer to T'Challa. "If I provide you with clues, will you be able to uncover his identity? I've been investigating for a long time without any leads." T'Challa could feel the pressure Killmonger was exerting on him, but he remained unfazed. As the Prince of Wakanda, he had faced many challenges and was naturally not intimidated by Killmonger's pressure. "As long as you give me enough clues, we will definitely uncover his identity. We are professionals." Killmonger saw the confidence in T'Challa's eyes and believed that this man was indeed formidable. After all, he had managed to track down someone who was known only to a select few, so his capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. However, from Killmonger's perspective, this person definitely did not belong to New York or even this country, as no one in this nation spoke with such an accent. It appeared that codename 47 had also attracted the attention of people from other countries. "All right, since you say so, I will provide you with some clues. Of course, I hope you can help me find out who that guy is." Killmonger was indeed hoping that T'Challa could genuinely uncover the identity of codename 47, as it was a personal knot he wished to untie. Only then could he truly reclaim the throne of New York. T'Challa nodded. "I will certainly do my best, but if I cannot uncover it, I hope you won't take offense." Killmonger waved his hand. After all, he had been unable to find anything himself, so he wouldn't hold too much hope. At that moment, T'Challa extended his hand to signify a pleasant cooperation, and Killmonger shook it. Thus a prince and a crime lord reached an agreement. "In truth, I don't know much about codename 47. I can only provide you with basic information like height and build, as well as some behavioral traits." The clues Killmonger could offer were indeed limited. His investigation into Nan Zhou had ultimately yielded no leads. As the King of New York, he had naturally made connections with many hackers and computer experts, surely enlisting their help but the outcome was predictable failure. They had not uncovered any information, and codename 47 seemed as if they could only trace who had paid him for services, but his background remained a blank slate. Thus, Killmonger had no choice but to abandon this line of thought, ultimately resigning himself to the doubts of others. However, even if he were to uncover codename 47's identity, Killmonger would not take any action against him, as such a superhuman was absolutely beyond his capacity to confront. The final outcome would likely be just like before, being soundly beaten. Reconciling with Killmonger was even less exciting. As the ruler of New York, he would never lower his head to apologize even to someone capable of creating an artificial lake with a single blast. His pride absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Neither seeking revenge nor reconciliation, Killmonger truly had no need to investigate Nan Zhou, but he wanted to know who had defeated him. He wanted to know the true identity of this person. If he continued to be defeated by someone whose identity he didn't even know, Killmonger's mental barrier would never be overcome. This was why he agreed to provide clues when T'Challa approached him. Despite the clues being minuscule, time flew by and T'Challa and the female bodyguard had already exited Killmonger's mansion. This amount of clues is definitely insufficient. The female bodyguard looked slightly disappointed. She had expected Killmonger to provide some valuable leads, but it seemed they had overestimated him. Even the smallest clues are still clues. T'Challa replied at this moment. And I don't intend to rely solely on them for leads. We need to explore other places as well. Other places? The female bodyguard was puzzled. She didn't understand what T'Challa meant by other places. Could it be that he had already found someone else who had contact with codename 47? T'Challa noticed the expression on the female bodyguard's face and smiled slightly. Although we've met the king of the underground in New York, the clues he possesses may not necessarily be more than those held by others in the underworld. After all, he is a figure in the underground world. I don't believe there's really no one else who has dealt with him besides Killmonger. As soon as these words left her mouth, the female bodyguard understood what he meant. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Prince, could it be? T'Challa smiled slightly and continued. You're right, if our next target is the underworld. On a night in New York amidst the neon lights and indulgent atmosphere, there stands a bar in a district rife with vice. At this very moment, T'Challa and his female bodyguard find themselves within its confines. This place is a gathering ground for the denizens of New York's underground world. Here one can procure anything imaginable and uncover various underground whispers as long as the money holds out. Of course, this bar has an unwritten rule: it never investigates Code 47. The reason is simple: no amount of money can yield any information about him. Thus, the bar will not take on any commissions to investigate Code 47. T'Challa was aware of this before he arrived, yet he still brought his bodyguard to this establishment. It seemed to be their best hope. The air inside the bar was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and smoke. On stage, a woman with an alluring figure twisted around a pole, captivating the audience. Below, men tossed wads of cash into the air. The more money they threw, the more seductive the woman on stage became, blowing kisses to those who spent the most. Whosoever spends the most money gets to take the woman home for a delightful evening. T'Challa and his bodyguard surveyed the atmosphere, unable to hide their discomfort. They truly did not like this place. After all, T'Challa was raised in technologically advanced Wakanda, and as a member of the royal family, he found it hard to appreciate such a sordid environment. The two approached the bar and took a seat. Is this your first time here? What would you like to drink? The bartender stepped forward, glancing at T'Challa and his bodyguard, and noticing their unfamiliarity, inquired. Just bring something random. T'Challa waved his hand, not caring what he would drink. By the way, you can't investigate Code 4. Yes, that's right. Why? Are you planning to investigate Code 47? I advise you to reconsider. It's a waste of time. The bartender quickly warned T'Challa upon hearing his question. Our bar has attempted to investigate this individual numerous times, but every effort has ended in failure. He is a dangerous character, reputed to be some sort of inhuman entity in New York. I suggest you tread carefully. T'Challa smiled slightly at the bartender's words. It seemed the bartender knew nothing, and conversing with him was merely a... After having a glass of whiskey, the two rose from the bar and walked into the crowd, hoping to see how much others knew about Code 47. Why investigate this guy? I've only heard his name, never seen him. He's so mysterious, why bother investigating him? I don't know anything about him. I did request him to carry out a hit once, but he refused. You won't be able to find his original employer around here. They're all hiding out of fear of retribution from him. T'Challa and his bodyguard asked around, but found no leads regarding Code 47. Many refused to speak about the man who had taken down Killmonger. After all, they feared that saying the wrong thing might lead to their demise at his hands. Having asked around without any success, T'Challa felt a tinge of disappointment. I heard you're investigating Code 47. At that moment, a man approached T'Challa and his bodyguard. Do you have any information about him? Seeing the man approach, T'Challa held on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if this man possessed some clues about Code 47. The man immediately shook his head. I don't know much about him, but a woman came here before seeking information about him. However, she hasn't returned since. This statement caused T'Challa and his bodyguard to exchange glances, puzzled by its implications. Noticing their confusion, the man continued. What I mean is that the woman might have been silenced by Code 47. If you pursue your investigation further, you may meet the same fate. He is not someone to be trifled with. The man's warning was friendly, and T'Challa and his bodyguard expressed their gratitude. Yet this revelation still yielded no tangible leads about Code 47. It seems this bar has no clues either. It appears there's nowhere left to investigate him. T'Challa and his bodyguard sighed, pondering if it was indeed impossible to uncover any information about this individual. Neither Wakanda nor they could uncover any news about this person. It seems we are ultimately fated to be at odds with him. T'Challa was feeling quite dejected. This investigation had turned out to be a significant failure. Meanwhile, another man sat at the bar, listening intently to T'Challa and his bodyguard's inquiries. In fact, this man had been observing them since they began conversing with the bartender. When he saw T'Challa and his bodyguard prepare to leave the bar, he suddenly stood and approached them. I just saw you both asking about Code 47. Do you have a grudge against him? With another person appearing, T'Challa clearly felt less hopeful than before. He had already given up. Yes, what of it? Do you have leads? T'Challa lifted his gaze and replied coolly. The man nodded. To be honest, I do have some leads, and more importantly, I have met him before. T'Challa and his bodyguard were both taken aback upon hearing this man's claim. This individual had met Code 47. This cannot be a joke. T'Challa found it hard to believe, suspecting the man was lying. This is indeed the truth, I do not lie, the man stated, revealing a confident smile. Seeing this man's expression, T'Challa began to believe his words. You really have seen him? The man nodded. Indeed, I have seen him. If you want leads, I can provide them. What do you require in return? T'Challa continued to inquire. No compensation is necessary. All I ask is that you uncover his identity. As he spoke, the man removed his sunglasses, revealing his blind eyes. The man with blind eyes was none other than the daredevil Matt Murdock. He had overheard two individuals investigating the matter of Codename 47, thus piquing his interest. Though he could not claim to know Codename 47, well, he had seen him a couple of times and had exchanged a few words. Upon hearing the conversation between T'Challa and the female bodyguard, he sensed that these two individuals might possess some level of strength. Murdock believed they might truly be capable of uncovering the true identity of Codename 47. Let's talk privately for a moment. As Murdock spoke, he led the two away from the bar and into a secluded alley. Regarding Codename 47, I indeed have had a couple of encounters with him. After arriving in the alley, Murdock addressed T'Challa and the female bodyguard. How did you meet him? T'Challa asked, eager to learn how this elusive figure, who left no trace, had crossed paths with. By chance, I suppose. Murdock refrained from revealing that he was the vigilante known as Daredevil. I was merely an observer during the Kingpin incident, fortunate enough to exchange a few words with that guy. This statement caused T'Challa and the female bodyguard to exchange incredulous glances. You were involved in that incident? T'Challa looked at Murdock's blind eyes, somewhat skeptical. Though it seemed disrespectful, could a blind man really be part of the criminal underworld? Not exactly a participant, Murdock clarified. I just happened to pass by and overheard the argument. How do you know the person you spoke to was Codename 47 and not an impersonator? Faced with a blind man, T'Challa found it hard to assure the truthfulness of Murdock's words. Though I am blind and cannot see the world around me, my hearing is exceptionally keen. I can discern a person's nature merely from their tone. As he spoke, Murdock turned his blind eyes toward T'Challa. From your tone, I can tell that you are an educated elite. I am certain you belong to the nobility and have received a superior education. As for the lady beside you, Murdock's gaze shifted to the female bodyguard. This lady has also undergone advanced education. I can sense from her tone that she is trained in combat. She is likely a body. With that, Murdock smiled slightly. So how about it? Am I mistaken in my observations? His words caused T'Challa and the female bodyguard to pause in surprise. They were taken aback by how accurate his observations were. Most astonishingly, he had deduced all this merely from their tones. It was terrifying. T'Challa and the female bodyguard exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. This man is formidable. Formidable is an understatement, the female bodyguard whispered, lowering her voice. One might say that when God closes a door, he opens a window for you. T'Challa's words surprised the female bodyguard once more, as she hadn't anticipated he could hear her speaking so softly. Alright, let's put other matters aside for now. Regarding Codename 47, since you've had a brief encounter with him, what clues can you... T'Challa was no longer concerned about other matters. He wanted to know what insights Murdock could offer regarding Codename 47. You must have heard the rumors about Codename 47 being the one in New York with superhuman powers. Do you believe these rumors are... Murdock did not directly provide clues, but posed this question instead. His inquiry caused T'Challa and the female bodyguard to glance at each other, ultimately nodding. Our investigation into Codename 47 is indeed because we believe he is the individual with superhuman powers in New York. I see. Murdock stroked his chin and smiled slightly. It seemed these two were aware that Codename 47 was indeed that monster, yet even so they were determined to continue their investigation. A monster like that, and you still wish to pursue him. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Of course, T'Challa replied without hesitation. However, we are not seeking revenge. We aim to reach a consensus with him as he is aware of an incredibly important secret. Murdock smiled again at T'Challa's words. Well, since that's the case, I need not worry about your safety. Murdock did not perceive the two individuals conversing with him as villains, he could tell from their tones. Though blindness prevented him from seeing, his acute hearing allowed him to judge a person's character solely from their voice. While it might occasionally fail him, it was mostly reliable for discerning good from bad. So can you now tell us how much you know about that guy? T'Challa was unwilling to continue discussing trivial matters with Murdock. He simply wanted to know how much useful information Murdock could provide. He hoped not to waste time on irrelevant details. Murdock could naturally sense T'Challa's thoughts. With a slight smile, he slowly began. I can contact that fellow. This statement startled both T'Challa and the female bodyguard. Could this man truly reach out to that individual? The two were understandably skeptical. After all, how could such a reclusive figure be so easily contacted? Yet Murdock's confident smile made them feel he wasn't lying. You really can contact him? T'Challa asked cautiously. Of course, there's no problem at all. I can contact him, but whether he will come to meet me is uncertain. Murdock indeed had a way to reach Nan Zhou, but he was uncertain if Nan Zhou would agree to meet him. Can you reach him? Is there any form of payment required? T'Challa inquired again, now almost fully convinced of Murdock's credibility. I don't want any payment. Murdock waved his hand, saying, I actually wish to meet him as well. Then we shouldn't delay. T'Challa quickly stepped. Hearing the urgency in T'Challa's voice, Murdock stopped beating around the bush, took out his phone, and began a series of swift operations. Murdock's phone had voice prompts, making it easy for him to access the black market website and locate Nan Zhou Codename. In fact, the account of Codename 47 had always been public. Many would attempt to message Nan Zhou, but he typically ignored them. However, Murdock believed that given his identity, he could certainly make Nan Zhou pay attention to him. perhaps even arrange a meeting. At this moment in New York in Nan Zhou's home, he was playing on his computer. Ever since the last fight with T'Challa, he had become aimless. Recently the world has been peaceful. It is uncertain if the battle in New York will be advanced, but at least for now it is a time of tranquility. Just then a chat window unexpectedly popped up on Nan Zhou's computer, a private message from a black market website. Under normal circumstances, Nan Zhou would have closed this chat window long ago. He had set his black market account to do not disturb mode, so other people's messages wouldn't pop up. However, now this chat window appeared on its own. A strange avatar left Nan Zhou puzzled. It seemed that this person was quite powerful to breach his do not disturb mode. Even so, Nan Zhou found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, there couldn't be more than 3 people in the world who could break. Hello, I am Matt Murdock. We have met before. The person immediately introduced himself. Matt Murdock. Upon seeing this name, Nan Zhou was taken aback. Daredevil, what do you want with me? Nan Zhou couldn't think of what he might want. I know I have an impression of you, but what do you want from me? Nan Zhou replied. I would like to meet you. I have some matters to discuss with you. Just after Nan Zhou sent his message, Murdock, discuss with me, eh? Nan Zhou frowned slightly. He wasn't worried that this person would harm him. After all, even beings beyond the gods couldn't do anything to him, let alone a mere mortal. What concerned him was why this person sought him out and what he wanted to discuss face to face. This piqued Nan Zhou's curiosity. Okay, I understand. Let's set a place. Are you in New York? Of course, let's meet at the park next to the World Trade Center, which is currently being repaired. He'll wait for you here. How about tonight at 9? Meeting in the park. Nan Zhou frowned again. He felt something was off about this Murdock. Why meet in a park? Could it be that he anticipated Nan Zhou would wear a mask, making a restaurant meeting pointless? For a moment, even Nan Zhou with 90 of his brain developed couldn't react. Nonetheless, Nan Zhou agreed. Alright, I'll go. See you then. Meanwhile, in a bar alley in New York, Murdock smiled as he watched T'Challa and his female bodyguard. Alright, it's settled. Thankfully, this guy gives me enough face. T'Challa and the bodyguard were somewhat incredulous, not expecting that this person could actually get him to agree to meet, and what's more, he didn't ask for any compensation. Thank you so much. T'Challa quickly said. I mentioned that I don't care about compensation. I merely wanted to meet him. You can consider it a favor. Murdock said this to prevent the two from feeling guilty. With Murdock's words, T'Challa and the bodyguard felt a lot more. Since the meeting was set for 9 o'clock, all they had to do now was wait until then. The time quickly came to 9 o'clock, and the park's lighting had dimmed significantly. Perhaps due to years of disrepair, the park's streetlights were somewhat past their prime. Murdock sat on a bench in the park waiting for Nan Zhou's arrival. By now it was 9 o'clock, and Nan Zhou's figure appeared in the park very close to Murdock. Although Murdock couldn't see, he could still sense Nan Zhou's presence. At this point, there were hardly any people left in the park, making it easy for Nan Zhou to find him. What made you think of coming here? Nan Zhou approached Murdock and sat down beside him, speaking up. Perhaps this place is Murdock replied with a smile, then continued. So are you wearing a mask again this time? Hearing Murdock's words, Nan Zhou turned to look at his blind eyes. What? Are you not blind? Can you see now? I can feel it, Murdock responded. I can sense your presence, and can tell from your voice that you are wearing a mask. Nan Zhou knew that as Daredevil, Murdock possessed quite powerful hearing and perception abilities, so he was not surprised. What did you invite me here for? Nan Zhou didn't intend to beat around the bush. He wanted to get straight to the point and find out why. To be honest, I actually don't have any other matters. I just wanted to meet you. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou felt somewhat dissatisfied. What? You called me out here at night, and it turns out you just wanted to meet. Are you messing with me? Seeing that Nan Zhou's tone was somewhat displeased, Murdock quickly said, Don't be angry. I just wanted to meet you, but others have other matters to discuss with you. As he spoke, Murdock made a phone call, and it was quickly connected. Come in, he is already sitting here. After hanging up, Murdock smiled. Just wait a moment, they will be here soon. Nan Zhou looked at Murdock, his brow slightly furrowing. He had already guessed what Murdock. This guy actually has contact with those two. Not long after, T'Challa and the female bodyguard appeared in front of Nan Zhou. They had been outside the park to avoid Nan Zhou sensing their presence, thus preventing the possibility of him leaving midway. As expected, Nan Zhou sneered. It seemed his guess was correct. The reason Murdock had called him was that T'Challa and his bodyguard had found him. I didn't expect these two could find Murdock. Is it truly a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Nan Zhou crossed his legs and continued. I am quite surprised. I didn't think you could find him. T'Challa smiled at this moment and said, to find a powerhouse like you, if we didn't put in some effort, we really wouldn't be able to. T'Challa approached Nan Zhou, his smile not reaching his eyes. After all, finding Nan Zhou was indeed quite challenging. It took a lot of effort to meet this person who knew their secrets. Codename 47, a top assassin who possesses superhuman strength, the savior. T'Challa spoke to Nan Zhou. I am glad to meet you. I hope to have a good talk with you about how you came to know our secrets. Indeed, it is because of this matter. Nan Zhou looked at the figure of T'Challa before him and slowly stood up. He had already known the purpose of this man when T'Challa appeared in front of him. Since you know my purpose, may I invite you to talk in private? T'Challa said, gesturing invitingly. Nan Zhou did not refuse T'Challa's invitation and followed him into a nearby grove. After confirming that there was no one else around, T'Challa turned to Nan Zhou with a serious expression. Sir, could you tell us how you came to know about our Wakanda? In response to T'Challa's question, Nan Zhou smiled slightly and began to speak. I know many secrets, and if you think that the secrets of Wakanda are unknown to the world, then you are mistaken. In my eyes, they are insignificant. Nan Zhou's meaning was clear. He was telling T'Challa that although he knew their secrets, he was not at all interested. Insignificant. T'Challa felt somewhat insulted at that moment. The secrets of Wakanda in his eyes were considered trivial. This was difficult to accept. As the Prince of Wakanda, T'Challa had always regarded their secrets as the most cherished in the world. Now in the eyes of this man they were merely an insignificant secret. Then it seems you must possess many unknown secrets, right? T'Challa looked at Nan Zhou and asked. That's not incorrect. I indeed hold many unknown secrets, and some of these secrets perhaps only I know in the entire— Nan Zhou's words made T'Challa chuckle coldly. In his view, there was truly no secret more mysterious than those of Wakanda. I know that in your eyes the secrets of your place may seem like the most mysterious in the world, but I can tell you that the secrets of Wakanda are truly not worth mentioning on this earth. As he spoke, Nan Zhou approached T'Challa, patted him on the shoulder, and gradually said, Perhaps the secrets of Wakanda are indeed very mysterious to humanity, but to the entire earth they are not mysterious at all. This is a perspective you must contemplate. I understand why you are looking for me. Rest assured, I will not disclose your secrets of Wakanda, trust me. Nan Zhou would not be so bored as to spread Wakanda's secrets everywhere. There was no benefit for him in doing so. Even if Wakanda provoked him, Nan Zhou would be the first to annihilate this place. T'Challa and the female bodyguard exchanged glances. They did not know whether Nan Zhou would truly keep his word. However, such a powerful individual, who also protected the people, made T'Challa willing to trust him. Then may I invite you to Wakanda? T'Challa suddenly made this request to Nan Zhou, not knowing why. Prince. The female bodyguard's expression changed, and she quickly tugged at T'Challa's arm. Prince, isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. T'Challa waved his hand. I have my own plans. He wanted to bring Nan Zhou to Wakanda as a guest. He knew they could not possibly trap Nan Zhou in Wakanda. However, if possible, he wanted to bring him before his father, the king of Wakanda, for a good discussion. I understand. I actually want to see Wakanda as well. Although I know your secrets, I have never seen the interior of your country. To be honest, I am quite interested. Upon hearing this, T'Challa was overjoyed, as it seemed Nan Zhou would follow him to Wakanda. Then shall we set off now? T'Challa was genuinely afraid Nan Zhou would change his mind, so he hurriedly said, You might have to wait a moment. I need to inform my family. Please stay here, and don't move. They'll be back shortly. With that, Nan Zhou opened a spatial rift and walked inside, leaving T'Challa and the female bodyguard in a state. They were astonished to see Nan Zhou unleash such terrifying energy, let alone this spatial rift. What kind of— the female bodyguard asked. T'Challa also shook his head. I don't know. But at this moment his gaze had become very— He wanted to master this technology. If they could grasp it, it would represent a technological leap for Wakanda. T'Challa secretly made up his mind that he must obtain this technology from Nan Zhou. Soon a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of T'Challa and the female bodyguard. Nan Zhou stepped out of the rift with Hela. Bringing someone along shouldn't be a problem, right? He said, pointing to Hela behind him. After returning home and mentioning it to Hela, she became very interested in this place, a massive nation hidden in the forest, which was hundreds of years ahead of the world in technology. This piqued Hela's interest, and she wanted Nan Zhou to take her to see it. Naturally, Nan Zhou could not refuse her, so this is certainly not a problem. T'Challa would not suggest bringing another person along. After all, it was Nan Zhou who brought her, and she likely had a similar level of strength, so it was better not to offend. However, the female bodyguard's expression did not look too good. Was it really alright to bring two strangers into Wakanda? One Nan Zhou was enough, now there was another person. The female bodyguard was somewhat displeased with T'Challa's actions. But since T'Challa was the Prince of Wakanda, she could not— Then let's go. T'Challa waved his hand, leading Nan Zhou and Hela to leave the park. As Nan Zhou passed by the bench, he saw Daredevil Matt Murdock still sitting there. You little rascal tricked me. Nan Zhou approached Murdock, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. I thought you had something to discuss with me, but instead you set a trap and waited for me here. Nan Zhou's tone made Murdock shudder. Although his tone bore no threat or malice, Murdock still felt a tightening in his chest. He'll let it go this time. I have things to attend to. We'll settle the score with you when I return. With that, Nan Zhou was the first to leave the— T'Challa also expressed his gratitude to Murdock and followed suit, leaving Murdock in a state of confusion. Wait, you were just leaving like this? I still have questions to ask. After half a day, the female bodyguard piloted the aircraft from Wakanda, bringing T'Challa, Nan Zhou, and Hela to the outer shield of Wakanda. This is Wakanda. T'Challa, sitting opposite Nan Zhou, spoke as he looked down at the dense primeval forest beneath the air. Hela gazed at the forest, knowing that such mysterious places hidden within a protective shield were not uncommon, but for this Earth, which was lacking in both magic and technology, it was indeed rare. It seems that your Earth isn't entirely without achievements. There are still some exceptions. Hela turned to Nan Zhou, speaking without regard for T'Challa, who was unaware of her background. T'Challa looked at Hela, his face filled with confusion. From her words it appeared that she was not from Earth. Could she possibly— T'Challa could not sense Hela's aura, but he could feel an unfathomable presence from her gaze. In response to Hela's words, Nan Zhou simply smiled and shook his head, knowing that to Hela, Earth seemed like an uncivilized tribal community. At that moment, the female bodyguard suddenly accelerated the aircraft, and soon a transparent protective shield appeared at the edge of the forest. Immediately, Nan Zhou felt a tremor as the aircraft flew directly into the barrier. Welcome to Wakanda, both of you. After entering the barrier, the view of the dense forest transformed completely. The true appearance of Wakanda revealed itself before Nan Zhou. The advanced technology was unlike anything seen elsewhere on Earth, and the massive golden leopard head could be seen anywhere in Wakanda. Indeed, technology is highly developed here. Nan Zhou gazed at the technologically advanced city, feeling momentarily. Despite possessing great power, even the template of Darkseid, he was still an earthling who, witnessing this place, which he equated in his mind with futuristic cities, was exceptionally astonishing. So this is Wakanda, which leads the world by hundreds, even thousands of years. T'Challa smiled with satisfaction at Nan Zhou's curious demeanor. However, Hela's expression showed no particular surprise, as it still paled in comparison to Asgard. But compared to other places on Earth, it was indeed quite advanced. At this moment, the aircraft landed in the open area of the palace. T'Challa led Nan Zhou and Hela off the plane. Warriors of Wakanda armed with long spears stood on either side of the road, striking the ground with the butt of their guns upon seeing T'Challa. This sound was particularly imposing in Nan Zhou's ears. Not far ahead, the king of Wakanda stood with a smile on his face. T'Challa had already contacted the king, intending to bring this person who knew the secrets of Wakanda to his land. Without prior notice, the king couldn't prepare a welcoming ceremony. T'Challa approached the king with Nan Zhou and Hela, and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, the esteemed guests have arrived." The king's gaze fell on Nan Zhou's face. This masked man was the one who knew all their secrets. As for the enchanting woman beside him, being able to accompany such a powerful individual surely meant she was not a welcome esteemed guest from beyond the forest to Wakanda. The king laughed heartily, and then led Nan Zhou and Hela into the palace, with T'Challa following closely behind. Inside the palace hall, a lavish spread of food was laid out, showcasing Wakanda's hospitality. Seeing the fragrant dishes, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction. It seemed the king of Wakanda was indeed attentive. The king seated Nan Zhou in the position of honor, while Hela was arranged. "All guests are welcome. Please feel free here," the king said to Nan Zhou. Hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but smile. "All guests are welcome. Do you think I would still be a guest here if it weren't for my strength?" He said, his gaze lingering on the food. "I won't need the food. You don't have to insist I remove my mask. Since you brought me here, let's have a proper conversation." Nan Zhou sat back in his chair, crossing his legs with a mischievous smile as he looked at the king. Such disrespect in front of the king infuriated the warriors of Wakanda. Several hot-headed ones were eager to step forward and teach this arrogant man a lesson. "Stop!" T'Challa outside the palace abruptly grabbed the warrior who was about to step forward. "Do you want to provoke him and get Wakanda destroyed? He could create an artificial lake with just one skill. Did they want to invite disaster upon Wakanda?" T'Challa was quite rational, knowing the consequences of provoking Nan Zhou. With T'Challa's intervention, the warrior calmed down. He had indeed witnessed Nan Zhou's terrifying power, so after T'Challa's warning, his anger subsided. But he was still quite displeased. After all, that was the king of Wakanda. Anyone would be outraged seeing someone so disrespectful in front of the king. Despite Nan Zhou's disrespect, the king seemed unperturbed. "Since you don't wish to dance around the topic, I will be straight." The king understood Nan Zhou's tone. He did not like beating around the bush and preferred directness, so the preparations he had made were rendered useless. "Honestly, I have no interest in your secrets, and I wouldn't go around blabbering them even if you didn't tell me. But since you mentioned it, I have no interest in your secrets, and I wouldn't go around blabbering them even if you didn't tell me. But since you mentioned it, I will require some benefits." As soon as Nan Zhou spoke, the king's expression changed. As expected, such matters would ultimately come at a cost. "All right, go ahead and state your request." The king was unsure what kind of demand would impress someone with such inhuman strength. "Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you." With that, Nan Zhou looked towards the sky of Wakanda outside the palace. "My request is simple. Just let us stay here for a few days and have some fun." Nan Zhou's words took the king by surprise. He looked at Nan Zhou in astonishment. "Is that it?" After 4 days, Nan Zhou and Hela finally left Wakanda. During this time, they truly enjoyed their stay, exploring the beautiful landscapes of Wakanda. The advanced technology here allowed Nan Zhou to have a wonderful experience. However, Hela felt indifferent. The food here was, to be honest, not as delicious as what Nan Zhou cooked. Neither here nor the outside world could compare to the splendor of Asgard. Thus, Hela's goal was simply to find good food. Unfortunately, there were indeed very few delicious options here. The best meals Hela had ever eaten were still those prepared by Nan Zhou. Not having his cooking for 4 days made her miss it dearly, so her days were rather mundane, constantly yearning for Nan Zhou's meals. Nan Zhou's departure was quite special. He directly opened a spatial rift and entered it, with Hela returning straight to his. "When do you think we can master this technology?" T'Challa asked the king beside him, looking at the closed spatial rift. "Given our current technological level, we would need 100 years. T'Challa couldn't help but sigh deeply. If that were the case, he would never see it in his lifetime. However, if we can develop a good relationship with him, perhaps he can share some technology with us," the king said, patting T'Challa on the shoulder. For the past few days, T'Challa had arranged all the accommodations and necessities for Nan Zhou and Hela. Without cameras or observers, it was ensured that Nan Zhou and Hela could take off their masks without anyone being able to see their. Although they still hadn't seen Nan Zhou's true face during this time, T'Challa's relationship with him had improved significantly. At least that's how it appeared. "Make sure to communicate with him more. You will certainly benefit greatly from it." The king's words made T'Challa nod. To quickly obtain this technology, they needed to become quite close to Nan Zhou. "I will do my best," T'Challa said, slowly watching the king leave. Meanwhile, at Nan Zhou's home in New York. Finally back, Hela sat on the sofa, her face filled with enjoyment. "Did you really dislike that place so much?" "I thought it was quite nice." Nan Zhou couldn't help but reply, looking at Hela's expression. "The food there isn't as good as what you make, so I didn't like it at all." Hela poured herself a glass of water and continued, "I still miss the meals you and Wanda prepared for me over these 4 days, not to mention my bed." At some point, Hela had developed an attachment to her bed and to Nan Zhou's cooking. This behavior of being attached to her bed and meals surprised even her. It was astonishing that Nan Zhou could turn her into someone like this. Alright, hurry up and cook for me. Ooh, I want spaghetti with meat sauce. Hela was too lazy to continue talking, directing Nan Zhou to cook. Nan Zhou had no complaints and got up to head to the kitchen. Having cooked for Hela so often had formed a habit in him, he wouldn't even offer a rebuttal. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Nan Zhou's mind. It was the system's voice. Ding notification, host has successfully checked and gaining a lottery chance, now accumulated 5 lottery chances. This was a voice that often reminded him. During such times, Nan Zhou usually chose to ignore it. After all, he rarely won anything good from the lottery. The atomic breath he had received previously was merely an accident. Nan Zhou initially thought he had turned his life around and was finally on the path to success. But the subsequent lottery draws brought him back to reality. 5 times accumulated, huh? While cooking the noodles, Nan Zhou mumbled to himself. Let's give it a try. Having accumulated 5 draws, it was time for a 5-in-a-row attempt. Despite being disappointed each time, Nan Zhou still held hope for this lottery system. Even though his lottery odds were more absurd than in some games, he still refused to give up. After all, this was a system where checking in could earn lottery draws if it required spending money that would be outrageous. System lottery. While cooking, Nan Zhou spoke to the system in his mind. Ding, lottery system activated. Ding, first lottery draw, Catwoman's leather suit. What the? Nan Zhou chuckled bitterly. What kind of dark humor was this system displaying? Why would it give him something like that? With 4 chances left, Nan Zhou didn't give up and continued. Ding, lottery draw, Ghost Rider's flaming motorcycle. A flaming motorcycle. Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised. The image of Ghost Rider's fiery and powerful motorcycle flashed in his mind, and he felt it was quite cool. That's pretty cool, ooh, I like it. This draw was somewhat satisfactory, boosting Nan Zhou's confidence in the lottery. Let's go for... Nan Zhou opted for the 3rd draw. Ding, lottery draw, Batman's batarang. What a useless item. Nan Zhou couldn't help but curse, what good was a batarang? Even the hidden weapons he crafted were more useful than this. 4th draw. Ding, lottery draw, Iron Man's mask. The system's prompt left Nan Zhou feeling quite helpless. He already had so many masks that he couldn't even comprehend them all. There were the Deathstroke's mask, the Steel Skeleton's mask, the Flash's mask, and now Iron Man's mask. Was the aim to collect all the masks of masked heroes from both DC and Marvel? Nan Zhou's heart was beginning to give up. However, seeing the last lottery chance, he steeled himself. 5th draw, come on, let's do this. Nan Zhou then proceeded with the 5th lottery draw. Ding, lottery draw, Aquaman's trident, red grade. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's hand that was cooking paused momentarily. What? Aquaman's trident. Surprised, Nan Zhou quickly checked his system panel and found that Aquaman's trident had indeed appeared in his inventory. What was this? Another chance to transform his life. Just then, Nan Zhou noticed that the text of Aquaman's trident was red along with the system's prompt indicating it was a red-gray trident. What did that mean? The system seemed to understand Nan Zhou's thoughts and spoke. To suit the host's preferences, red-grade weapons can change states at will until the host is satisfied. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou was stunned again. This red-grade weapon looked quite powerful, capable of changing its form freely. Thinking this, Nan Zhou looked at the 5 characters of Aquaman's trident and smiled faintly. Since it can change color, then turn it into a battle axe for me. What are you bringing me here for? Hela looked up at the enormous sun, her brows furrowing slightly. She had just finished eating Southboat's pasta when he brought her to this place, a desert under the blazing sun. Sahara Desert. I needed to talk to you, but it's inconvenient back at home. Southboat glanced around, realizing that this place was unlikely to have anyone around, which is why he chose it. What is it? You are being all mysterious. Hela looked at Southboat, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his cryptic demeanor. At that moment, a golden trident suddenly appeared in Southboat's hand. What is this? Hela gazed at the weapon in Southboat's hand, which had never appeared before, feeling a sense of wonder. What is this thing? I've never seen you use it before. Hela could sense from the aura emanating from the weapon that it was no ordinary item. It radiated a divine energy. This is a divine artifact. I just got it. I want to test its power. Saying this, Southboat pointed to a spot 100 meters away and told Hela, you just stand there for a moment and throw your skills at me to see how much this weapon can withstand. After hearing Southboat's words, Hela did not refuse. She nodded and moved to the position Southboat indicated. Hela asked. Southboat nodded slightly, making an okay gesture. Seeing this, Hela conjured black long spikes in her hand. The spikes floated around Hela's body, and with a wave of her hand, they all shot towards Southboat. The two were only 100 meters apart, and the speed of the spikes was such that a normal person would hardly be able to react. However, facing the spikes was Southboat, and he held the divine artifact, the Sea King Trident. He raised the trident and slammed it down into the sand. Immediately, a wave of force erupted, and the spikes that were hurtling towards Southboat disintegrated into ashes upon being caught in the wave of energy. Even Hela was blown back by the shockwave. Southboat realized that he had gone a bit overboard. He quickly flashed to Hela's side, catching her and gently placing her back on the ground. Are you sure this isn't a retaliation? Hela shot a fierce glare at Southboat, believing he was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, she was also quite surprised as Southboat's action did not seem very forceful. The ground where the trident struck showed the shockwave was the inherent power of the Sea King Trident. Truly a divine artifact, even its intrinsic power was different. Hela's gaze was fixed on the Sea King Trident in Southboat's hand. The golden trident radiated an incredibly pure aura, the aura of divinity. But I really am not used to this. Southboat did not like such a long-handled weapon. He preferred shorter weapons that could be used with 1 or 2 hands like battle axe. Since the system informed him that this trident was a red-grade weapon that could change form, it was feasible to transform the trident into a battle axe. With this thought, Southboat concentrated, and the trident instantly melted, as if it were liquid, transforming into a new shape in his hand. A black and gold battle axe appeared in Southboat's hand. It not only changed from the trident's shape, but also altered its golden color. This is much better. Southboat held the battle axe in one hand, weighing it before smiling in satisfaction. With a weapon that felt more comfortable, the energy released by it would also be greater. However, Southboat casually swung it with one. Then came a loud bang, followed by the ground shaking violently, as a large plume of sand was kicked up in front of Hela and Southboat's feet. One could say that large was an understatement. With a casual swing, Southboat created a tornado. The previously sunny blue sky was instantly covered by yellow sand, dimming the surroundings. At a military base several kilometers away, what happened? A soldier on duty saw the approaching sandstorm, feeling somewhat confused. This came too suddenly without any warning. Attention, a sandstorm is coming. Before he could finish, the sandstorm directly struck the military base. Although the damage was minimal, it filled the shouting soldier's mouth with sand. Damn it! An officer cooking on the side saw his small stove covered in a layer of sand, instantly erupting in anger. He smashed his stove to the ground. Damn it, my food! After venting his frustration, the officer turned his gaze to the direction from which the sandstorm came. It was clear that this sandstorm was unusual, as it had struck without any warning, indicating that it was very close to them. He understood that the terrain there made it difficult for a sandstorm to form, so the situation was not simple. Get a few people to investigate over there. The officer ordered his subordinates, and a 7-man team set off in an armored vehicle toward the direction of the sandstorm. Meanwhile, Southboat and Hela were both somewhat surprised. It was astonishing to realize that a simple wave of his hand could cause such damage. Looking at the thin layer of sand in front of her, Hela felt a bit unexpected. However, it made sense. After all, this was a divine artifact, and the user was a powerful being like Southboat, so even a casual wave would cause significant damage. Alright, I have a rough idea of the damage this thing can do. Southboat toyed with the battle axe in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. He was once again hopeful about the lottery system. Occasionally treating himself to a little reward was quite nice for Southboat. Okay, the test is over, we can go back now. Thank you this time. Southboat had already opened a spatial rift and turned to Hela, saying. Hela shot Southboat another glare before brushing the dust off her clothes. If you really want to thank me, cook me more good food. Don't just talk, take some actual action. With that, Hela stepped into the rift. Southboat couldn't help but smile at Hela's retreating figure. This terrifying goddess of death had truly turned into a foodie during their time together. However, to be fair, this weapon had indeed left Southboat very satisfied. Nan Zhou and Hela had just returned to New York from the Sahara Desert through a spatial rift. The armed personnel who rushed over to investigate were left empty-handed, but they were quite surprised to see the sand reduced by several layers in an instant. What happened here? The leader of the group could not help but ask as he looked at the scene before him. The neatly defined boundary was clearly a product of human intervention. They couldn't explain the situation and could only leave with photographic evidence, returning to headquarters. A few hours later, a shadow descended from the sky. A man with long black hair, bare-chested, holding a trident similar to the one Nan Zhou had used, landed where Nan Zhou and Hela had stood. This man's ears were vastly different from those of a normal human, resembling the ears of a mermaid from a fairy tale. The blazing sun beat down on the black-haired man, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He had sensed a power on the other side of the earth, a force similar to that of the trident in his hand, which compelled him to come to this desert. He vehemently resisted. The power emanates from here, there's no doubt about it, the man said as he surveyed the surroundings, noticing the mark left by Nan Zhou's casual strike, frowning slightly. It seems this is indeed caused by that power. However, the aura of the artifact was no longer present, indicating that the wielder had vanished. Looks like I need to get out more often. The man was unwilling to remain in this place any longer. The scorching sun made him very uncomfortable, and he wanted to leave. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy, the same aura that had mysteriously emanated before. But this time the aura appeared across the ocean. How could it suddenly appear there? What method allows someone to arrive there so quickly? Can that person also fly? After sensing this aura, he had rushed over in haste. It still took him several hours. The aura that had appeared was even farther away than the distance he had traveled, which left him quite surprised. Could there be an aircraft faster than his own flight in this world? Could it be a supersonic aircraft? It seems I can't go back for now. The man leaped towards the direction from which the aura was emanating, heading straight for Nan Zhou. At that moment, Nan Zhou and Hela were at home. What is the name of this thing? Responding to Hela's request, Nan Zhou took out the battle axe transformed from the trident for her to examine. Well, it's a long story, so you don't need to ask. I can't explain it all in a moment. Nan Zhou really didn't want to waste words on this matter, so he brushed it off. Hela merely pursed her lips as she had expected this. She was quite familiar with Nan Zhou. He wouldn't say much about such matters. Does this thing have a name? Since Nan Zhou wouldn't elaborate, Hela changed the question. Such an artifact surely must have a name. No, Nan Zhou replied, directly shaking his head. No. Hela was somewhat taken aback. Generally, such artifacts would have a resounding name, and Nan Zhou's response, it really has no name. The trident form certainly has one, but this battle axe does not. So the trident form is the original form then? Then it must have a name. Hela seized on the key point of Nan Zhou's words and immediately asked. Indeed, it's called the Ocean. Nan Zhou answered this question, responding, Ocean King Trident. Hela examined the black and gold battle axe and Nan. It is indeed a name befitting an artifact. Is it from this earth? It is indeed from Earth, but not from this earth. In response to Hela's question, Nan Zhou said. This made Hela a bit confused, and she looked up at Nan Zhou, who smiled and pointed at himself. Just like me. At this point Hela understood. This battle axe like Nan Zhou was not a thing of this universe and did not abide by its law. Then why don't you give it a name? Hela activated her questioning mode and asked another question. Well, Nan Zhou glanced at the battle axe in his hand and fell into contemplation. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about names, Hela's remark made him feel it was indeed necessary to name the weapon. Though it wasn't essential, it would still be better to have a name. If you claim to be Darkseid, then this battle axe shall be called the Darkseid. Hela's suggestion left Nan Zhou speechless. He had expected her to come up with a decent name, but it seemed this one was rather. However, Hela herself felt that this name was quite fitting, even displaying a satisfied expression. What do you think? Not. Hela smiled at Nan Zhou, seemingly waiting for his praise. Well, it's alright, I suppose. Nan Zhou looked at Hela's expression and couldn't think of any sarcastic remarks, so he could only say this. However, Hela did not catch the hint of helplessness in Nan Zhou's tone. She thought Nan Zhou had approved of the name she had come up with, making her smile even brighter. Several hours passed, and on the streets of New York. The man who had appeared in the Sahara Desert was now on the streets of New York. He was bare-chested with a handsome face and melancholic eyes, and the golden trident in his hand attracted a lot of attention. However, he paid no mind to those around him, and continued walking towards the source of the aura. Nan Zhou had not put the battle axe away as Hela seemed very interested in it, so he left it out. He knew he was getting closer to the aura, and became increasingly cautious. He could sense this power, and the other side probably sensed him as well, so he was calculating his next move. Meanwhile, at Nan Zhou's home, the battle axe suddenly began to emit bursts of light, growing increasingly bright. This surprised both Hela and Nan Zhou. Hela also turned to look at Nan Zhou, clearly inquiring about what was happening. However, Nan Zhou could only shake his head as he did not know what was going on. Indeed, just as Nan Zhou had thought, the one who arrived was Namor, the king of Atlantis from the Marvel Universe. He could sense the energy of the trident in Nan Zhou's hand, because this power was remarkably similar to the one in his own grasp. At this moment, Namor had already arrived at the foot of Nan Zhou's building, and his own trident was trembling, as well a resonance of energy. Looks like it's in this building. Namor had confirmed that the energy was coming from here, so he walked inside. He didn't intend to make a scene, so he planned to ascertain which unit it was first. On Nan Zhou's side, the light of the battle axe became even more dazzling, and he knew that Namor was getting closer. There might be a guest soon, but I hope there's a fight. Nan Zhou murmured at this moment. A guest? Is it related to this axe? Do you know who it is? Hela asked, noticing the serious expression on Nan Zhou's face. I can probably guess who it is, but I hope this guy doesn't do anything reckless and provoke me. As soon as Nan Zhou said this, Hela furrowed her brows, slightly realizing that the person Nan Zhou mentioned might not have a good relationship with him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. He came directly to the door. Hearing the knocking sound, Nan Zhou was quite surprised. He didn't expect Namor to actually walk through the door. Nan Zhou opened the door and saw a handsome man with black hair and fish ears standing outside. Without further thought, he knew this was Namor. Through his meticulous selection, Namor had already determined that the energy came from this household. Thus, without any pleasantries, he directly walked into Nan Zhou's home. The aura is emanating from your home. Namor spoke slowly, then continued. I believe you know what I'm referring to. Hearing Namor's words, Nan Zhou smiled faintly, and then welcomed him inside. Namor, king of Atlantis, it's a rare honor. Nan Zhou politely acknowledged Namor's identity, while Namor himself did not find it surprising. After all, he possessed an item with energy similar to his own trident, so he naturally recognized his identity. As he followed Nan Zhou into the living room, he was also surprised to see the battle axe radiating energy. The energy was so reminiscent that it made Namor feel as if they were the same type of object. Why is your weapon a battle axe? Namor inquired. He was holding a trident, so he thought that the energy-emitting object would also be a trident, but it seemed this was quite different from what he... Whatever I desire it to be, that is what it shall be, but its essence is just the same as the trident in your hand. Nan Zhou smiled faintly, and then picked up the battle axe. The weapon underwent a transformation in Nan Zhou's hand, turning into a steel blade. It then changed into a spear, and finally reverted to the original form of his trident. As long as I desire it, it can take... Watching the weapon morph in Nan Zhou's hand, Namor displayed a look of astonishment. He suddenly felt that the weapon in Nan Zhou's hand was far more advanced than the one he held. A weapon that can emit such energy and aura, there is only this one in the entire world. My friend, where did yours come from? Namor's gaze was fixed intently on the weapon in Nan Zhou's hand, which had transformed back into a battle axe. Nan Zhou naturally anticipated that he would ask this question, so he chuckled and put on a mysterious expression. You are the king of Atlantis, yet you seem so ignorant. Nan Zhou walked over to Namor and placed the battle axe next to Namor's trident. The two similar energies collided and resonated with each other, creating vibrations. Did you discover any issues, eh? Nan Zhou asked Namor. Looking at the two vibrating weapons, the sharp-eyed Namor immediately realized something. My trident seems to vibrate less vigorously than yours. Very accurate. Nan Zhou grinned, and then posed a second question. Do you know why my weapon vibrates more intensely than yours? This question left Namor momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but shake his head, indicating he didn't know. In fact, your trident is like a child, while mine is that of a father. As soon as he said this, Namor was left dumbfounded. Goodness, does this also distinguish between father and son? As the king of Atlantis, he was well aware of the history of tridents. Why had he never heard this version? A son would not be as assertive in front of his father, so your trident appears much more stable in front of my weapon. Moreover, as a father, my weapon possesses many capabilities such as changing forms. Your trident will definitely acquire this. Of course, this was just Nan Zhou's fabrication. The notion of a father-son trident was entirely made up. However, his acting was quite superb, and even someone as astute as Namor was momentarily taken aback, almost believing. Nonetheless, the idea that his trident was suitable for a son left Namor feeling quite displeased. Even though the vibrations of his trident were less intense than Nan Zhou's, the implication that it was a son was hard for him to accept. What? You seem quite unconvinced, Nan Zhou remarked, observing Namor's somewhat displeased expression. Of course, I would never accept that mine is a son and yours is a father. As the king of Atlantis, he would naturally not acknowledge that the weapon in his hand which only a king could wield was a son. Shall we have a contest? Nan Zhou said, playfully looking at Namor's unwilling expression. However, to his surprise, Namor nodded in agreement. All right, I refuse to believe that this trident which has been passed down for so many years is inferior to yours. Seeing that Namor was so serious, Nan Zhou hadn't expected him to be quite different from the antihero he thought he knew. He seemed rather naive. Is this really the Namor from Marvel? However, since this guy wanted to challenge him, Nan Zhou wouldn't refuse. He merely waved his hand, and a rift in space opened, leading directly to the Pacific Ocean. This was the first time Namor encountered such a power, and he was naturally surprised. Since we are to compete with tridents, wouldn't it be better on the sea? Nan Zhou's words made Namor chuckle derisively. After all, the ocean was his territory. No matter how many functions this battle axe had, it wouldn't create much of a stir in his domain. Namor and Nan Zhou were currently floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, while Hela had also arrived not far from them. Through their conversation, Hela learned the identity of the visitor. To put it simply, he was the king of the ocean. Since he was the king of the ocean, it was naturally his territory. It seemed that Nan Zhou's choice of such a location was enough to prove his confidence in defeating the Ocean King. Choosing my territory, I must say, feels like an insult to me. Namor coldly watched Nan Zhou. He had already been displeased when Nan Zhou first referred to his trident as a toy. Now battling in his own territory made him even more irked. He was the king of Atlantis, a pure-blood land dweller, and engaging in combat with him in the sea was nothing short of an insult. Namor waved his trident lightly, tapping the surface of the ocean, causing the water around his feet to begin to sink, and I will make you regret what you have done. As soon as he finished speaking, Namor unleashed a sonic boom, rushing towards Nan Zhou at high speed, thrusting his trident forward. Naturally, Nan Zhou captured all of this with his eyes. With a quick sidestep, he dodged Namor's attack, and then swung his battle axe to follow up. Namor was quite surprised. He never expected this man could evade his attack. He knew his speed was quite remarkable, yet Nan Zhou managed to dodge it. I cannot underestimate him. Knowing this person was not to be trifled with, Namor intended to turn around and continue his assault. However, as soon as he turned back, Nan Zhou was already in front of him, his battle axe poised to strike. So fast. Namor was astonished. He did not expect Nan Zhou to reach behind him so quickly, and more importantly, he had no time to react. Seeing Nan Zhou unhesitatingly swing his battle axe at him, Namor quickly raised his trident to block the attack. In the next instant, the trident and battle axe collided with a loud bang, causing the entire surface of the sea to erupt as if it had been exploded, with countless small fish flying into the air. Namor was sent flying by Nan Zhou's axe, his figure barely visible to the naked eye. He plunged into the sea and then suddenly emerged, shaking off his drenched hair, his eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed that the man's strength wasn't particularly great, but why did this strike send him flying? This guy's power is unexpectedly formidable. Namor gritted his teeth. He realized he had kicked a hard rock. But before he could surface, Nan Zhou suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling faintly. Isn't this the Ocean King, Namor? Haven't seen you in days, and you've gotten so weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Zhou raised his battle axe and struck down again. Seeing this, Namor immediately sank into the sea, skillfully evading Nan Zhou's attack. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou's strike split the sea in half, and a curious tuna was unfortunately sliced in two. Seeing this, Hela suddenly wanted to collect the tuna, as it would be a fine ingredient which, after Nan Zhou's preparation, would surely become a delicacy. However, she could also tell that Nan Zhou had already opened up the vast ocean against the Ocean King. If Nan Zhou were more serious, Namor would likely meet the same fate as that tuna. At that moment, the water beneath Nan Zhou suddenly began to churn, and a shark leapt from the water, opening its gaping maw to it. Nan Zhou watched the shark getting closer, a cold smile appearing on his face. It was surely Namor's trick. Unable to defeat him in an unknown battle, Namor resorted to using his home field advantage to control the ocean creatures as his reinforcements. But would that really work? Nan Zhou struck the shark's belly with his axe, and the shark immediately wore a mask of pain before plummeting back into the sea. However, this shark was just an appetizer, as right after, a giant blue whale leapt up behind Nan Zhou. A small trick. No matter what actions Namor took to Nan Zhou, they were merely small tricks that had no real effect. He tightened his grip on his battle axe, which then emitted a dazzling light, followed by a tremendous wave of energy pressure cast. Even Hela was shaken by this pressure, nearly falling into the sea. Not to mention the marine creatures. The blue whale which Namor signaled to attack Nan Zhou faced that immense pressure, directly spitting blood before falling. At this moment, a pale Namor slowly emerged from the sea, blood trickling from his mouth, and nose clearly injured by. Your little tricks are of no use to me. They only serve to highlight your foolishness. Watching Namor, who could barely hold on, Nan Zhou slowly spoke. You might as well admit it, my weapon is the father of yours. Namor's face darkened, and he had already cursed Nan Zhou's ancestors in his heart many times. As a king, how could he admit such a thing? Even if it were true, he wouldn't confess. The pride of a king. Nan Zhou sighed helplessly at Namor's unwilling expression. Then he waved his hand. I have no interest in fighting you. I'm leaving. As Nan Zhou spoke, he turned to Hela and noticed he recognized the tuna as the unfortunate little fish he had just killed. It seemed Hela was determined to improve their. Nan Zhou smiled slightly and then opened a space rift. Wait. Just as Nan Zhou and Hela were about to enter the rift to return home, Namo called out to him. Where did your weapon come from? You haven't answered me. Even if his weapon truly was a sun, he needed to understand where the weapon in Nan Zhou's hand originated. If he learned the truth, it could very well change the history of Atlantis. At this moment, Nan Zhou turned around, pursed his lips. If you can defeat me, I know that's a bit difficult. If you can hold your ground against me, I will tell you where this thing came from. After saying this, Nan Zhou glanced at Hela and then stepped into the space rift, leaving Namo floating alone in the sea. You want him to draw even with you? Isn't that nonsense? Hela spoke as they returned home. Nan Zhou snorted twice upon hearing this. I want him to retreat in despair, burying this question deep within his heart. Deep within the ocean in Atlantis, Namor returned with a gloomy face, immersed in the library, poring over the history of Atlantis and the history of the Trident. This made those around Namor feel quite uneasy. His expression had been serious when he left, and now that he had returned, his seriousness had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had only grown more grim. They had no idea what had transpired during his absence. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared behind Namor. Namor turned to glance at the woman, his serious expression softening slightly. Namorita, it's nothing, you don't need to worry. Namorita, the cousin of King Namor, noticed that he was unwilling to share the truth, and wisely chose not to press further. She turned to look at the Atlantean ministers hiding outside the library door and helplessly shook her head. The ministers exchanged glances, then left the library with a hint of disappointment. It seemed their king truly had no intention of revealing the truth to them. Even Namorita's inquiry had gone unanswered, making it even less likely Namor would divulge anything to this group. I've been very happy during this time. Washington at Peggy's home. Ever since he gained the ability to create spatial rifts, Nan Zhou had been visiting Peggy more frequently. The frequency of these visits had increased, giving Nan Zhou and Peggy more opportunities to interact. The appearance of Steve Rogers had brought a renewed brightness to Peggy's otherwise dim, elderly life. During this time, she was able to spend every day with the man she had loved her entire life. Despite her aging appearance, Steve Rogers remained steadfast and unrepentant. This could be seen as a way to make up for the regrets of her youth. It's been a long time since I've seen you looking so well, Nan Zhou remarked, gazing at Peggy's eyes, which now sparkled with light. Although Peggy had raised him, when it came time for her to need care in her old age, he often found himself absent. This stirred a twinge of guilt within Nan Zhou. However, this was Peggy's wish, as she hoped that Nan Zhou could devote more time to his work at S.H.I.E.L.D. rather than exerting energy to take care of her. After all, Nan's talent and abilities were truly exceptional. After all, he is the man I have longed for many years. The fact that he can still appear by my side is something I never dared to imagine before. Peggy said, her face radiating a blissful smile. Although she had raised Nan Zhou, she had spent significantly more time with Steve. Even so, the most important person in Peggy's heart remained Rogers. Just as the two were still exchanging pleasantries, the door to Peggy's house swung open and Rogers walked in carrying a large bag of fruit. You're here. Rogers was somewhat surprised to see Nan Zhou. Although he knew Nan Zhou often visited, they had always managed. This time Rogers had returned unexpectedly, so they happened to meet. Nan Zhou stood up, smiled at Rogers, then turned to Peggy. I should be leaving too, we'll come back in a while. Each time Nan Zhou spent with Peggy was brief. He wouldn't share his own matters with her, nor would she pry. After all, Nan Zhou was a level 10 agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. while she was no longer part of S.H.I.E.L.D., so she naturally had no qualifications or authority to inquire. She understood S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rules and would not force herself to ask. Nan Zhou left Peggy's home and Rogers followed closely behind. Aren't you going to stay with Peggy? Seeing Rogers walking alongside him, Nan Zhou asked. We can talk every day, it's different from you. Rogers replied, speaking of you, I'm quite interested in your current situation. I've heard some of your deeds. Peggy is very proud of you. You are truly formidable. Hydra's members tremble at the mention of your name. Codenamed Death Knell, ringing the bell of death for your enemies, such a powerful title. Rogers' words were enough to demonstrate his interest in Nan Zhou. Most of what he knew about Nan's stories had been from Peggy and Nick. It's not that impressive. Nan Zhou was quite humble. After all, Peggy raised me. She also trained me, so naturally I'm stronger than others. Otherwise, that would be quite embarrassing. Nan's response made Rogers chuckle and then pat his shoulder. Nan Zhou then looked at Rogers and asked, it seems you are somewhat familiar with this society now, right? Rogers was taken aback by this question. He hadn't expected Nan. It's okay, although I still have some difficulties adjusting, at least I can use my phone now. Rogers sighed as he said this. The past period had been quite difficult for him, as he had been out of sync with the times for 70 years. Many things seemed strange to him, while they were perfectly normal for people today. In fact, he found the skyscrapers quite acceptable. It was the communication with others that still felt peculiar. After all, he was a man from 70 years ago. Using the way of speaking from 70 years ago to communicate with others naturally resulted in some discrepancies. I previously tried to talk to some of the young people today, and they would ask me how old I am. After all, some things I say make them think him. However, strictly speaking, if you count the time he was frozen, Rogers was indeed quite old. Don't worry, one day you will fully integrate into this society. Just interact more with the people at S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, I've heard Nick say, although he has a high opinion of you, he said you are an uncertain factor. You seem quite unwilling to stay at S.H.I.E.L.D. I just don't like being restrained out right now. I am in a semi-unemployed state. Nan Zhou shrugged and replied, there are too many restrictions at S. H. I. E. L. D. Oh, I don't like it that way. If it weren't for Peggy, I might have left S. H. I. E. L. D. long ago, even left New York or even the United States. Nan's his words made Rogers feel somewhat awkward. It seemed that Nan Zhou was quite dissatisfied with S. H. I. E. L. D. No wonder Nick regarded him as an uncertain factor. Loki, now is the moment for you to repay Lord Thanos. On the massive and magnificent alien spaceship, Loki knelt before a chair that faced away from him. Beside him, an ugly and frail alien spoke to Loki. When you were exiled and defeated, the great Lord Thanos took you in and bestowed upon you new knowledge. Now he is going to give you a new mission. Just as the words left the alien's mouth, the chair that faced Loki slowly turned, revealing the face of a rugged man whose head was as rough as a purple yam, the great Titan Thanos. Seeing the imposing aura of Thanos and his penetrating gaze that seemed to look into one's soul, even Loki could not help but tremble slightly. This subtle movement did not escape Thanos' keen eyes. However, seeing Loki like this, Thanos could not help but smile, seemingly satisfied with Loki's gesture. "Oh child, why must you tremble?" Thanos looked at Loki, his tone filled with amusement. "I am about to give you a great task, and I hope you do not disappoint me. Whatever the task may be, I will accomplish it. For the great cause of Lord Thanos, I will spare no effort." Loki, now being under someone else's roof, if he did not show sufficient loyalty, his fate would be far worse than being imprisoned in Asgard. "Very well." Thanos nodded in satisfaction, standing up and moving to Loki's side, crouching down to pat him on the shoulder. "On a distant, remote, and backward planet, there is an infinity stone that I have been searching for. I want you to bring it back to me, and in the process conquer that planet." Hearing Thanos' words, Loki lifted his head, looking directly at Thanos. "Which remote and backward planet does my lord?" Thanos smiled slightly. "Earth." Upon hearing the word Earth, Loki's expression darkened. Although this planet is remote and backward, a significant reason for his current state is indeed because of Earth. Thanos of course knew about Loki's past experiences of defeat, so sending him to conquer Earth was intentional. "I will provide you with an army of Chitauri sufficient for you to conquer Earth. I hope you can accomplish this task." As Thanos spoke, he turned to the frail alien beside him. "Corvus Glaive, summon the leader of the Chitauri for me." The frail alien was none other than Corvus Glaive, one of Thanos' Ebony Maw. Corvus Glaive nodded, then turned to leave, soon returning with an ugly alien by his side. The ugly alien was the leader of the Chitauri. Upon seeing Thanos, he immediately knelt on one knee. "Honorable Lord Thanos, your servant is here." Thanos then approached the Chitauri leader and slowly spoke. "This is Loki from Asgard, the son of Odin. Now I ask you to join forces to attack Earth and retrieve the Infinity Stone for me." The Chitauri leader, hearing this, raised his head to look at Loki before shifting his gaze back to Thanos. "My lord, the Chitauri army is ready to attack that backward planet at any time, and I can lead the charge myself." This statement was quite clear. The Chitauri leader did not wish to cooperate with Loki. After all, if he worked with Loki, the command of the Chitauri army would be divided, and he did not want that. However, Thanos had anticipated this. "Do you dare defy my orders?" He wore a serious expression, glaring intently at the Chitauri leader. The piercing gaze that could pierce through a person caused the Chitauri leader to shudder, and he quickly lowered his head. "I dare not. It was my impudence. I hope my lord will forgive me." Thanos snorted coldly in response, then waved his hand. "If there are no other issues, get out of my sight." The Chitauri leader hurriedly nodded and retreated. Thanos then turned his gaze to Loki. "You may also leave. Do not disappoint me." Loki nodded, then silently retreated. After both had left, Corvus Glaive approached Thanos. "My lord, I believe it is entirely feasible to let the Chitauri resolve the Earth situation themselves. Loki is too cunning and treacherous. We cannot be sure of his true loyalty to us." Thanos merely smiled faintly at these words. "Corvus Glaive, do you truly think Earth is a backward planet?" This. Corvus Glaive was momentarily at a loss for words. "In my opinion, a planet should have multiple powers, and how can a planet that has not even colonized its own moon be considered backward?" "What you say is indeed correct." Thanos nodded, agreeing with Corvus Glaive's viewpoint. "But even so, Earth is not a place to be underestimated." As Thanos spoke, he walked to the ship's window, gazing at the splendid starry sky outside. "You have also heard the story of Loki. Odin once descended upon Earth, and his son's attachment to Earth is quite strong. Do you still think Earth is an easy target?" Once Thanos spoke these words, Corvus Glaive fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. "Conquering Earth is not difficult, but it is also not easy." Thanos patted Corvus Glaive's shoulder, then left. Just as Thanos entered the control room of the spaceship, Gamora and Nebula knelt before him on one knee. "Father, the mission has been accomplished." Looking at his two daughters, Thanos smiled with satisfaction. "Father, I heard that the Chitauri army wants to invade Earth. I wish to join." Nebula spoke first, looking at Thanos with anticipation. In her eyes shone a desire for merit and acknowledgement that Thanos. However, Thanos still refused Nebula's request. "You have other tasks to attend to. Earth does not need you for now." Thanos' refusal disappointed Nebula, who then cast a resentful glance at Gamora. She sought to go to Earth to achieve merits, hoping to elevate her status in Thanos' eyes and suppress Gamora. Gamora had long been accustomed to Nebula's gaze and was completely unfazed. "Gamora." Thanos looked at Gamora, who had been silent, and slowly spoke. "Father." Gamora slightly bowed her head in response to Thanos. "Ronan has discovered new leads on the stones. I do not trust him, so please keep an eye on him." Gamora nodded. "I will not fail in my mission. Were it not for that, Lord, I would never deign to stand beside you." The Chitauri commander stood with Loki in a corner of the vessel, his disdain for the Asgardian palpable. I am the sovereign of the Chitauri host. This campaign answers solely to my command. You, merely an Loki puzzled over the commander's animosity. He sensed it ran deeper than mere fear of shared dominion over the Chitauri. Indeed, the commander harbored visceral hatred toward all Asgardians. Yet Loki himself was no Asgardian. He was a frost giant born of Jotunheim's glacial wastes. Still, he held no regard for the commander's threats. Dominion over the Chitauri host held no allure for him. In his eyes, those grotesque, brutish warriors were inferior even to Earth's humans, beings whom the Chitauri themselves deemed little more than subspecies. To lead them would be a profound indignity. Yet to earn Thanos' trust and realize his own ambitions, those legions seemed indispensable. I hold no interest in your army's sovereignty. Loki regarded the Chitauri commander with icy contempt. The very air exhaled by the alien felt like pollution to him. So long as Thanos' mandate is fulfilled, your command. He let out a cold, derisive snort. It stirs not the faintest curiosity within me. The commander recoiled at Loki's mocking gaze, humiliated yet restrained by the sanctity of Thanos' ship. He swallowed his fury, burying it deep within. One matter bears mention, Loki said, suddenly turning to face the commander. Earth is far less frail than you imagine. Odin's thunder-wielding son is no trivial adversary. Your host may pay a grievous price. Our warrior's zeal burns uncontrollable. Upon reaching Earth it shall become an inferno. As for you, our warrior's zeal burns uncontrollable. Upon reaching Earth it shall become an inferno. As for you, merely open the portal. His tone brimmed with veiled menace, a declaration of authority meant to assert dominance before Loki. After all, Loki was the god of mischief and lies. Ebony Maw had already cautioned him deception flowed through Loki's, hence the commander's hostility and his wariness. Loki merely curled his lip. He understood the commander's posture perfectly. If such a man refused true cooperation, then any ensuing catastrophe would bear no stain upon him. If your confidence runs so deep, pray your host matches it. I have warned you. Should calamity unfold, do not lay blame. With that, Loki turned and strode away. Hypocrite, the commander muttered, spitting after his retreating figure. To him, Loki wore the mask of courtly grace, yet beneath it festered schemes too venomous to fathom. Should Loki ever gain even partial command over the Chitauri, he would sacrifice their soldiers without hesitation, sending them knowingly to slaughter. Seems your discourse bore little fruit, Ebony Maw observed, materializing behind the commander with a faint, knowing smile. Humph. A sanctimonious fraud, the commander scoffed, his contempt for Loki undiminished. I spoke of his cunning, not to incite enmity. Ebony Maw's voice hardened, its warmth evaporating entirely. Should discord between you derail this mission, the consequences are self-evident. The commander shuddered under Ebony Maw's glacial stare. He knew well what those consequences entailed. Failure meant incurring Thanos' wrath. The great Titan's fury was beyond endurance, its sole resolution death. To become but another corpse strewn across the path of Thanos' grand design. Thus, strictly speaking, the commander and Loki were bound as one, fellow insects clinging to the same thread. Should infighting doom the mission, neither would escape judgment. Your expression tells me you grasp my meaning. I find discourse with those who understand plain speech most agreeable. Ebony Maw smiled faintly at the commander's darkening countenance, then clapped his shoulder once. Succeed and you ascend instantly within Thanos' legion. Fail, and you plummet into oblivion. With a final chuckle, Ebony Maw receded into the distance, leaving the commander rigid with solemn resolve. Meanwhile, Loki, contemplating how best to seize the Infinity Stone on Earth, was summoned alone by Thanos. The technological disparity between Earth and extraterrestrials was evident, relying solely on human armies, yet defiance was impossible. Conquering Earth should pose no obstacle for you, but locating the stone remains uncertain. Thanos produced a scepter. This bears another stone, one that bends minds to its will. I entrust it to you. Through it you shall find the one you seek. Loki accepted the scepter, feeling its latent power thrumming like a dormant storm. In truth, I stole this very stone from your Asgard long ago. Thanos watched Loki cradle the scepter, lost for a moment in memory. In my youth, when strength still eluded me, I led an assault upon Asgard. I failed, my power then too meager. Yet I did carry this stone away. A curious twist of fate, Thanos mused. Loki blinked. This chapter of history was utterly unknown to him. Perhaps Odin deemed it too insignificant to record. After all, Odin excelled at erasing inconvenient truths. Now the stone returns to his guardian hands. Wield it. Thanos passed silently beside Loki. I place my trust in you, not the Chitauri. Do not betray it. Earth. During this period of calm, Nan Zhou was able to engage in a wave of cultivation. His Darkseid template integration has now reached 18, getting ever closer to 19. However, this peaceful surface was merely an illusion. Nan Zhou was acutely aware that a new crisis was approaching. Upon waking up in the morning, he gazed out the window, comforted by the sunny sky. This sense of security won't last long, Nan Zhou murmured to himself. You've been going to the window every morning to look outside. You didn't have this habit before. At this moment, Hela approached Nan Zhou, who had been inexplicably standing by the window in silence during this time. This puzzled Hela. What was more troubling was the serious look in Nan Zhou's eyes, as if he had foreseen some major event about to occur. In a while you might see your other brother, Nan Zhou said, looking at Hela. Another brother? Hela was taken aback. Was the brother Nan Zhou mentioned the one who wanted to kill Thor, the child Odin had rescued from the frost giants? What, that person is coming to Earth too? In response to Hela's question, Nan Zhou nodded. However, unlike Thor, who is an Asgardian, this person will not come to Earth as an Asgardian. Nan Zhou's words further confused Hela. She was unaware of Loki's disappearance from the Rainbow Bridge, so her confusion, but Nan Zhou's cryptic remarks left her even more baffled. Noticing her confusion, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. You will understand in time. There you go again. Hela sighed, helplessly rolling her eyes at Nan Zhou. She had grown accustomed to his way of speaking. New York is ultimately not a safe place. It's fraught with disasters. Nan Zhou lamented, then walked towards the kitchen. Hela fell into deep thought after hearing Nan Zhou's earlier words. His description of New York as a troubled place made her wonder if another crisis was looming. Especially since Nan Zhou had mentioned his other brother. Perhaps this upcoming crisis in New York was related to him. But how? Thinking of this, Hela shrugged helplessly. Even if she had doubts, Nan Zhou would not tell her. With that in mind, Hela followed Nan Zhou's footsteps to the kitchen and sat at the dining table watching him prepare breakfast. Soon Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, still half asleep, gathered at the table. They needed to go to school, and every morning their faces were not particularly cheerful. You all need to be careful lately, understand? Nan Zhou placed the breakfast on the table and addressed Wanda and the others. New York might not be peaceful in the near future. Make sure to protect yourselves, okay? As he spoke, he focused his gaze on Pietro. Especially you must take good care of the two of them. After all, Pietro had been learning combat skills and spy techniques from him for quite some time, so he naturally had to take on the role of. However, compared to the impending crisis in New York, Pietro had no superpowers and could hardly provide any protection. Yet even so, Nan Zhou felt compelled to say this. Pietro nodded at that moment. I will make it happen. He then turned to the two girls and patted his chest. Don't worry, I will protect you. Lorna and Wanda exchanged glances at Pietro, but said nothing, continuing to eat. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick was collaborating with Dr. Eric Selvig and others to study the Tesseract. Captain America Steve Rogers fell into the ice because of this object, and Tony Stark's father Howard Stark salvaged it and kept it at S.H.I.E.L.D. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. was attempting to harness the energy of the Tesseract. Of course, they were unaware of the crisis awaiting them. The immense energy contained within the Tesseract was inexhaustible. If humanity could harness this energy, it would not only propel them further into the unknown universe, but also solve the problem of energy scarcity. This energy is truly remarkable. Dr. Selvig said, excitedly looking at Nick as he spoke. As a scientific doctor, despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such energy. The ambition stemming from his role as a scientist made Selvig's aspirations grow ever larger. He already felt he was destined to be someone who would change the world. If he truly mastered this energy, he could leave a significant mark on human history. Standing alongside figures like Einstein and Newton would be a piece of cake. It was this swelling ambition that made him all the more exhilarated. He had already been sleepless for quite some time. Doctor, you should take a short break, Nick suggested, observing Selvig's bloodshot eyes. He could understand the excitement within Selvig, but also needed to ensure his health. I am doing something that will change the world. I can't afford to rest for even a moment. Selvig completely disregarded Nick's advice. He was utterly consumed by his obsession at this point. As long as I can master this power sooner, humanity can enter a new era sooner. At that time, whether it's a lunar base, a Martian base, or even venturing beyond the solar system and the Milky Way, it won't be a problem. The more Selvig spoke, the more excited he became, his hands trembling with enthusiasm. Nick observed Selvig's current state, his expression darkening. He knew that Selvig had become obsessed. If not stopped in time, not only would the progress and efficiency slow down, but Selvig's health would also be at risk. You all take Dr. Selvig away for a good rest, Nick instructed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him. They understood Nick's intent and moved forward to escort Selvig away. Wait, let me go? I'm still researching. I want to change humanity. You idiots. Selvig began to struggle wildly upon realizing what was happening. Let me go. However, his struggles were in vain as he was taken away. Seeing this, Nick sighed helplessly and took out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Nan Zhou, there's a mission that requires you. Please come quickly. Hours after Nick hung up, Nan Zhou descended into the underground chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Accelerated Testing Center, and there before him gleamed the radiant blue cosmic cube. You arrived sooner than expected. I thought you wouldn't make it until tomorrow. Nick glanced at Nan Zhou and spoke. Nan Zhou had already stepped before the cosmic cube. This is the artifact Howard Stark recovered. Nan Zhou studied the azure cube closely. Its immense, surging energy left him moments. It was his first encounter with an infinity stone. The raw primordial power emanating from the cosmos itself struck him with profound awe. This was but one of 6 such artifacts. When united, their collective might would be unimaginably catastrophic. No wonder a single snap of the fingers could make the entire universe tremble. Dr. Selvig was originally assigned to study it, but the energy it emits proved too overwhelming. He succumbed to obsession, became mentally unbalanced, and had to be sedated. He's resting in his quarters now. Nick briefly outlined the current situation to Nan Zhou. Mastering this energy would usher humanity into an entirely new era. Though Nick feared falling into the same extreme fixation as Selvig, his ambition mirrored the scientist's. Humph. Nan Zhou responded with a cold, dismissive snort. The gesture puzzled Nick. Nan Zhou, what do you mean by that? Nan Zhou no longer gazed at the cube. Instead, his eyes locked onto Nick. You're trying to swallow an elephant whole. Do you realize? His words made Nick's expression shift instantly. He understood all too well what Nan Zhou implied. We can't even establish a permanent colony on the moon, yet you're already reaching for control over this. Nan Zhou let out another icy chuckle. At our current level, harnessing such power is no simple feat. A single misstep could invite entities best left undisturbed. Undisturbed? Nick furrowed his brow. What exactly do you mean? He sensed layered meaning in Nan Zhou's words, but couldn't decipher it. Nan Zhou merely offered an enigmatic smile and lightly patted Nick's shoulder, saying nothing more. Nick had long suffered Nan Zhou's cryptic mannerisms, not only with Hela but with him as well, a source of perpetual exasperation. Either say it all at once, or say nothing at all. Leaving sentences half-spoken drives anyone mad. Nick finally vented his frustration. Nan Zhou simply smiled again, patting Nick's shoulder once more, a knowing, inscrutable grin playing upon his lips. Some truths are better left unspoken, understood, not uttered. Damn it. Nick gritted his teeth, glaring at Nan Zhou's serene smile, half tempted to lunge forward and tear that grin from his face. Enough, calm down. It can't be helped. Nan Zhou adopted his characteristic air of veiled mystery. You'll understand in 2 days. Hearing this, Nick waved him off in weary silence, turning his full attention back to the cosmic cube. For the past week, Nan Zhou had remained stationed at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Accelerated Testing Center. Though not continuously each day, he slipped through spatial rifts to return home. After all, he still trained Pietro and cooked for Hela. Though taxing, he bore it without complaint. All the while he waited, awaiting Loki's arrival. Yet the time wasn't dull. Clint Barton, the agent known as Hawkeye, was also stationed there. The two were close friends, often slipping out for casual meals, living for the moment in quiet ease. That placid rhythm shattered today, when the cube's energy turned volatile. Dr. Selvig immediately contacted. Since being forcibly sedated after his earlier breakdown, Selvig had regained emotional stability and acknowledged his prior instability and errors. He now carried himself with greater composure, though Nan Zhou knew his ambition remained undimmed. Meanwhile, Barton had already assumed tactical vigilance, lurking in shadowed corners, silently observing all. Nan Zhou stood in stark contrast, directly before the cube, as it spiraled into frenzied agitation. Selvig approached Nan Zhou and urged him urgently. This cube emitted ionizing radiation, the very gamma rays that had transformed Bruce Banner into the Hulk. Though gamma radiation posed little initial threat to humans, escalating exposure carried dire, irreversible consequences. Concerned for others' safety, Selvig pleaded with Nan Zhou to withdraw, yet Nan Zhou merely waved him off. He knew full well the cube's radiation could harm ordinary bodies, but such harm meant nothing to his. By then Nick had arrived, rushing forward in 2 long strides toward the raging cube. Selvig sighed in resignation and followed close behind. Radiation be damned. Doctor, status report. Nick demanded, eyes fixed on the turbulent artifact. The prognosis is grim. It has activated and grown increasingly unstable. Worse still, it's autonomously powering itself. I've attempted shutdown protocols repeatedly, but it restarts instantly. It is the power source. Nick and Selvig stood before the cube. Hey. Agent Hill joined them, having not seen Nan Zhou in quite some time. Been a while. Glad to see your complexions held up well. Hill clapped Nan Zhou on the shoulder. Not bad, but you look Hill's pallor betrayed fatigue, clearly worn thin by relentless field assignments alongside Nick. As they exchanged these words, the cube flared anew, more violently than before. A searing blue beam erupted from its surface, striking a nearby platform. When the light faded, dust billowed upward. As the haze settled, a figure emerged, none other than Loki, wearing his trademark smirk. Excuse me, sir, could you please put down what you have in your hands? Nick looked at Loki and spoke. Having encountered extraterrestrials before, he wasn't overly surprised by this otherworldly visitor. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents raised their guns and cautiously approached Loki. They could sense that this person was exceptionally dangerous. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou, who was not present, also sensed something unusual. He realized that Loki had arrived. While reminiscing with Hill, neither of them was near the cube. It seems something is wrong over there. Nan Zhou turned around, ready to head in that direction. What happened? Hill hurriedly asked. The seriousness in Nan Zhou's eyes alerted Hill. You go prepare the vehicle quickly. Without revealing more, Nan Zhou, Hill dared not delay, as Nan Zhou's grave expression indicated that the situation was undoubtedly serious. It was better to let her hurry and prepare than to explain what was happening. He could tell her after everything settled. As Nan Zhou moved towards the cube, Nick's lab was in disarray. The energy blast from the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone had completely transformed the laboratory. Being an Asgardian and wielding this scepter, even the well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were no match for him, ultimately ending in their demise. Moreover, Barton Dr. Shaw and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also under the control of his Mind Stone. I advise you to stay still. Nick attempted to quietly take the Tesseract away, but unfortunately Loki noticed him. Loki smiled at Nick and then waved his. Immediately a gunshot rang out as Barton drew his pistol and fired at Nick. Nick fell to the ground in response to the gunshot. Loki picked up the box containing the stone and followed Barton and the others outside. At that moment, Nan Zhou finally. He knew that Nick was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he wouldn't die so easily. Even though Nick had the vest on, the pain from the bullet hitting him was still intense, as he grimaced in pain while being helped up by Nan Zhou. Where were you just now? Why did you arrive so late? Nick's first words upon seeing Nan Zhou were complaints. I was reminiscing with Hill, and I've already sent her to prepare the vehicle. Nick nodded. Good, but the problem is that they have something that can control minds. Barton has been turned, we must organize them. While speaking, Nick pushed Nan Zhou. You hurry and stop them, don't worry about me. The lab was in imminent danger of exploding due to the previous Tesseract's disturbance. At this moment Hill also arrived, opened her car door, and signaled for Nan Zhou and Nick to get in. Nan Zhou exchanged a glance with Nick, then got into the car, while Nick headed upward. Why isn't he coming with us? Hill asked in confusion upon seeing Nick's choice not to join them. He has his own matters. Agent Barton has been compromised, and we need to organize them quickly. Compromised? Hill started the car, her face filled with shock. To her this was unfathomable since Agent Barton had undergone professional training. How could he be easily turned? An alien emerged from that cube wielding a weapon that could manipulate minds, and Agent Barton was controlled. Nan Zhou provided a brief explanation. Hill instantly understood, stepped on the gas, and accelerated. Hill took a shortcut and blocked the vehicles of Barton and the others directly in front of them. With a drift, she confronted Barton head-on. At that moment, Nan Zhou drew his gun and fired several shots at Barton. Of course, these shots were intentionally aimed away, otherwise Barton's head might have exploded. Barton, unwilling to back down, also drew his weapon to retaliate. However, the unstable vehicle reduced his accuracy significantly, and he failed to hit anyone. In terms of driving skills, Hill was naturally no match for Barton, and she was quickly left behind by his expertise. It was at that moment that Loki became exposed to Nan Zhou. Seeing Loki, Nan Zhou sneered coldly and raised his gun, shooting directly at Loki's head, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Loki's expression instantly darkened. This was a blatant provocation. How dare someone shoot him in the forehead? He raised his scepter, launching a blast. Hill's face changed dramatically upon seeing this, and she quickly dodged. Is this thing that powerful? Hill was quite surprised. If that blast hit the car, they would be done for. Seeing that he missed, Loki grew even more frustrated and fired several more blasts. Why did you say you were fine? Hill rapidly swerved the steering wheel to avoid the incoming blasts. TSK. Loki frowned tightly. It seemed that the accuracy of this energy blast needed improvement. Unable to hit them from afar, he decided to get out of the car himself. He leapt down from the vehicle, thrusting his scepter towards Nan Zhou's car window. Upon seeing this, Nan Zhou quickly pushed the steering wheel and jumped out of the vehicle. You go after him, or I'll hold him off. Hill's expression changed as she saw Nan Zhou jump from the car. She worried that Nan Zhou would end up like Barton, but she chose to trust him and continued the pursuit. You are quite brave to face me alone, Loki sneered at Nan Zhou. The courage of this ordinary person was commendable, but it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a car. Foolishness. I dare to face you alone because I have that confidence, Nan Zhou replied, donning his mask. I hope you haven't memorized my face. As he spoke, Nan Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Loki, directly grasping the scepter. This speed startled Loki. Loki instantly activated the scepter. Having missed them before, he could not afford to miss at such a close range. However, Nan Zhou directly grasped the energy orb, which then exploded in his hand. As the one facing the explosion, Nan Zhou emerged unscathed, while Loki felt a jolt that left him dazed. Loki's face changed drastically. Was the person before him truly a human from Earth? Would a human survive being struck by such a blast? Could it be that this guy is not even from Earth? Looking at the man before him, who could easily crush his light orb, Loki's expression turned somewhat grim. He knew he had kicked an iron plate. Now this laboratory was on the verge of collapse, and he had to escape quickly. He initially thought he was the hunter, but now he found himself needing to flee. Moreover, the man before him, who could crush the light orb with one hand, was definitely not simple. It was uncertain whether he could defeat him. If he couldn't overcome this guy, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Thinking of this, Loki decided not to linger, and instead looked for an opportunity to leave. Furthermore, if he could control such a powerful person, it would be a tremendous boon for his plan to dominate Earth. Seeing this, Nan Zhou immediately understood Loki's intention and took a step back. He himself was unsure if he could withstand the control of the Mind Stone. If he accidentally fell under the Mind Stone's control, it would spell disaster for Earth. Seeing Nan Zhou's reaction, Loki's lips curled slightly upwards. If he accidentally fell under the Mind Stone's control, it would spell disaster for Earth. Seeing Nan Zhou's reaction, Seeing this, Nan Zhou forcefully broke free from Loki's grip and retreated. However, Loki fired, causing the wall behind to collapse, and the energy from the light orb sent Nan Zhou staggering forward. Ahead of Nan Zhou awaited Loki's scepter, capable of manipulating minds. This display left Nan Zhou's scalp tingling, giving him no time to react, and he felt the tip of the scepter pierce his chest. Instantly, a blue light burst forth from the Mind Stone atop the scepter. Nan Zhou felt a surge of agitation within him as a force began to erode his body. This sensation made Nan Zhou extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Loki was overjoyed, realizing that the Mind Stone was indeed effective on him. Join us, and I will bring you the freedom you seek. As Loki tried to seduce Nan Zhou with his words, he also rejoiced at having gained a powerful ally. At this moment, Nan Zhou found himself in utter darkness, eyes closed, struggling to break free from this force. But this force was overwhelmingly dominant, persistently trying to invade Nan Zhou's heart, like several insects crawling. Nan Zhou grew increasingly irritable, then exerted all his strength, unleashing Darkseid's imposing aura. The powerful aura belonging to Darkseid instantly dissipated the energy emitted by the Mind Stone, and the force released from within him sent Loki flying. Then Nan Zhou slowly opened his eyes, looking around at the chaos, only to discover that Loki had disappeared. What bad luck, he got away. Nan Zhou furrowed his brow. Loki truly had a knack for vanishing at the slightest opportunity. At this moment, the entire underground research facility began to shake violently. It could no longer withstand the energy released by the Tesseract, and started to collapse. In an instant, Nan Zhou thought of Hill, who was still pursuing Hawkeye Barton alone. He needed to find Hill. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, heading straight ahead. By the time Nan Zhou found Hill, the entire laboratory had already collapsed. Hill's vehicle was pinned down by a pillar and couldn't move, but fortunately she was not in danger. I was so worried about you. Upon seeing Nan Zhou arrive, Hill hurriedly stepped forward. Are you okay? You're not hurt. Seeing that Nan Zhou was unharmed, Hill let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had faced an alien and a weapon capable of. Hill was concerned that Nan Zhou might also fall victim to such treachery, especially since even Hawkeye Barton had been affected. Don't worry, that guy can't do anything to me. Looking at the worried Hill, Nan Zhou smiled and ruffled her hair to comfort her. With Nan Zhou seemingly fine, Hill felt considerably reassured. The two waited there for a while before being rescued. Meanwhile, after Nan Zhou released the aura of Darkseid, Loki hurriedly fled the scene. From that aura, Loki sensed a presence akin to, or even greater than, Thanos. That kind of oppressive force, that suffocating aura, made Loki break into a cold sweat. He knew this was not a place to linger. If he stayed any longer, he would surely die. At that moment, Loki was in their temporary base, his expression serious. He contacted the leader of the Chitauri from a distance. We need to postpone our plan to invade Earth. Loki glanced at the Chitauri leader. There is something on Earth that we cannot provoke. We are not its match. Hearing this, the Chitauri leader sneered disdainfully. Not our match. It's just that you are too weak. Let me tell you, my Chitauri army is unstoppable. If you're scared, you might as well leave. Without you, no one will compete with me for merit. Seeing the Chitauri leader so stubborn, Loki felt quite helpless. It seemed this matter needed to be discussed with Thanos, for the aura around this person was even more terrifying than Thanos. Thus, Loki cut off contact with the Chitauri leader and turned to contact Thanos, quickly establishing a connection. The scepter embedded with the Mind Stone also had the ability to reach Thanos, so the scenery around Loki shifted once more, landing him on Thanos' spaceship. Loki, why do you seek me? Thanos had already warned Loki that everything should proceed according to their plans and not to disturb him unnecessarily. Now that this fellow came to find him, it made Thanos somewhat displeased. Respected Lord Thanos, there is something I need to clarify with you. Our plan to conquer Earth may require more deliberation. Loki's words puzzled Thanos. What happened? Did something go wrong with finding the Tesseract? This scepter can pinpoint its location accurately. Loki nodded. The Tesseract is not the issue. I have secured it, but I encountered a very tricky individual, someone even more troublesome than my brother. Thanos' interest was piqued at this, and he continued to ask. More troublesome than your brother? Are you sure? Loki slightly nodded, his voice quivering. Not only that, the aura he emits is even what? Seeing Loki stammer, Thanos felt displeased and urged him to continue. Even more terrifying than yours. More terrifying than mine. Thanos' expression changed as he suddenly stood up. Loki, this is no joke. Are you certain? If you deceive me, you know the consequences. Thanos emitted a terrifying aura upon hearing Loki's words, making Loki afraid to even breathe. It is absolutely true that he can withstand the waves of light emitted by the Mind Stone with one hand, and the Mind Stone has no power to control him. To be precise, while the Mind Stone can control him, his immense strength and willpower render its power null and void. With Loki's statement, Thanos' expression turned quite serious. This matter was no trivial issue. If there exists a terrifying being like Odin on Earth, then he really has to consider whether or not to invade Earth. However, just the thought that the Chitauri army was already lying in wait made Thanos unwilling to miss this opportunity. Moreover, if the word got out that he retreated out of fear from a presence on Earth, the morale of his army would surely suffer a grave. At that time, those rebellious souls like Ronan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to revolt. Therefore, he must not give up on invading Earth. Furthermore, Loki's words might not even be correct. What if he simply misjudged the situation? Thanos was quite confident in his own strength and did not believe there existed anyone on Earth stronger than him. Loki. After some contemplation, Thanos slowly spoke. Continue with the original plan. Use the space stone within the Tesseract to create a spatial tunnel for the Chitauri army to enter Earth. Understood. Loki nodded. Since Thanos had said so, he had no choice but to comply. Then, my lord, how do we deal with that person? Loki cautiously inquired. The person he referred to was the one who sent chills down his spine, Nan Zhou. I have my own way. Thanos simply waved his hand, indicating that Loki could leave. I will personally meet the person you mentioned. I hope your judgment is correct. Understood. As Thanos spoke, a glint of killing intent shot from his eyes. His meaning was clear. If the presence Loki spoke of was not as formidable as claimed, Loki better be prepared for punishment. Seeing the look in Thanos' eyes, Loki understood his implication and nervously nodded before severing the connection. Returning to reality, Loki saw that Dr. Selvig and the others he had controlled had already set up a temporary laboratory, and he smiled slightly. Now all he needed to do was follow Thanos' orders and complete the task swiftly. With this in mind, Loki's gaze turned cold. Currently, he could only rely on Thanos to achieve his ambitions step by step. Once his strength increased, he would definitely seek to sever ties with Thanos' army or even replace him. He despised the feeling of being manipulated. He wanted to be the one issuing commands. However, for now, he had to endure humiliation and bide his time to achieve his goals. While Loki's plan was unfolding step by step, the S-H-I-E-L-D side was already in chaos. After all, Hawkeye had been turned, which was quite a terrifying matter. The impact of such a top-tier agent becoming an enemy was unimaginable. Fortunately, Nick remained relatively calm as he had anticipated such an outcome. It's time to start gathering those people, Nick slowly spoke. He knew that the plan that had never been officially implemented was about to begin. Nan Zhou, I have a mission for you, Nick said, looking towards Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou naturally knew what mission Nick was referring to. Nan Zhou was fundamentally resistant to this matter. He did not want to join the Avengers. Even though the current Avengers likely had fewer restrictions, there would still be plenty of tasks. He might end up running around the world, and he couldn't refuse. Joining the Avengers meant he would become a superhero, and if he later rejected Nick's tasks, Nick might resort to moral coercion to force him to comply. He absolutely would not participate in this organization, which he saw as disadvantageous. Therefore, after Nick briefly outlined a plan, Nan Zhou immediately expressed his refusal. Nick was naturally quite displeased. Nan Zhou, you possess such strength, and not contributing to humanity and surrounding world peace is such a waste, isn't it? Though Nick was dissatisfied, he still tried to persuade him earnestly. In the end, you'll just be a tool for your country. Nan Zhou snorted coldly at Nick's persuasion. The early Avengers were merely a national organization of the United States with all tasks aimed at the interests of the U.S. When Nan Zhou was at S.H.I.E.L.D., he never participated in tasks that were highly nationalistic. The tasks he undertook benefited all countries rather than just one. Ever since Nan Zhou was picked up by Peggy, his heart had long since left the U.S. and was instead in the distant Great Eastern nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have desperately sought to change his nationality at 18. He was also the only foreign personnel in S.H.I.E.L.D. Once he entered the Avengers, he would undoubtedly be forced to participate in various nationalistic tasks. He understood this point well. Seeing Nan Zhou state this, Nick was quite displeased, but also felt helpless. He had long anticipated that Nan Zhou would respond similarly to Yang, but he did not expect Nan Zhou to refuse so thoroughly. However, considering it, Nan Zhou was eager to leave S.H.I.E.L.D., so expecting him to join the Avengers was indeed a challenge. At this moment, Nan Zhou had already turned to leave. He was unwilling to participate in Avengers matters. He didn't even want to get involved in the New York battle unless some unforeseen disruptors appeared. For instance, that long-absent entity. Given how long it had been since its last appearance, Nan Zhou naturally assumed it wouldn't show. As long as the Chitauri did not provoke him during the New York battle, nor disturb Hela or Wanda, Nan Zhou would not intervene. He did not care about the lives or deaths of some New Yorkers, as that was merely the course of history. He had made an agreement with that entity to not deliberately alter the outcome. He refused, did he? At this moment, Coulson approached Nick and asked. Nick nodded. That was to be expected. He then turned to Coulson. Let's not worry about him for now. First, you need to call Natasha. The situation is serious. Have her return to the team immediately. Also contact Dr. Banner and Stark. Get them all here. This now concerns the fate of humanity. I have a feeling a brutal battle is about to begin. Why did you refuse Nick's offer? After Jiang Zhou declined Nick Fury's invitation to join the Avengers, Agent Hill sought him out and arranged a meeting. To her, his refusal was profoundly unexpected. After all, this was the Avengers in alliance with Captain America himself, with Iron Man as a comrade in arms. Though Hill herself held little fondness for Stark. I have my reasons, and I trust you understand them, Jiang Zhou said calmly, gazing at Hill with quiet detachment. Hill nodded, her eyes fixed on Jiang Zhou. She understood precisely why he had refused joining the Avengers would shatter the unburdened, self-determined life he cherished above all else. Though still nominally in S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Jiang Zhou had long since become a figurehead, assigned no active duties yet drawing full salary. This arrangement brought him ever closer to the life of unfettered freedom he desired. And now if he joined the Avengers, when, if ever, would that ideal life truly begin? Though she grasped his reasoning, Hill still hoped he would not close the door entirely on the Avengers, lest their paths diverge. She herself had already committed to the Avengers initiative. Should Jiang Zhou remain apart, she sensed, with quiet dread, that distance between them would only deepen. What an extraordinary opportunity, to become a superhero, to safeguard the world, to earn the adoration of all humanity. As Jiang Zhou's resolve became clear, Hill's voice faltered, growing softer, less certain. I hold no ambition to save the world, Jiang Zhou replied without hesitation. I merely wish to live my life as I choose. I will intervene only if existence itself hangs in the balance. His words carried the serene authority of a transcendent recluse. Though truth be told, he was precisely that. Seeing Jiang Zhou's resolve was unshakable, Hill offered no further argument, only departed with quiet regret. As Hill left, Jiang Zhou exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. accelerated testing center and returned directly to New York. Not long afterward, his phone rang. The caller unmistakably was Tony Stark. Nick Fury invited you to join the Avengers, so why are you calling me? Stark's purpose was straightforward, yet it caught Jiang. He sought Jiang Zhou's perspective on the Avengers initiative. Just wanted to gauge your stance, Stark replied. For a fleeting moment, Stark's tone made Jiang Zhou wonder whether the man saw himself as little more than a loyal subordinate. Follow your own conviction. Why consult me? If you insist on asking, then yes. I believe your inclusion would be sound. Jiang Zhou spoke those words not out of genuine belief in Stark's suitability, but because the Avengers could not exist without Iron Man. Nothing more, nothing less. Stark fell silent, thoughtful. Though provisionally accepted as a candidate, the moment of formal induction stirred unexpected. He wanted to join, yet Jiang Zhou's affirmation lent him newfound certainty. Very well. If you say so, I'll join. With that, Stark exchanged brief pleasantries before ending the call. Jiang Zhou, for his part, would take no further part in the Avengers. The formation of the Avengers held no interest for Jiang Zhou. He had made his position unequivocally clear. He would not participate, and thus Nick Fury never extended an invitation to board the massive helicarrier. The following day, the founding members began arriving one by one aboard the colossal vessel. Captain Steve Rogers, Dr. Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Only Tony Stark remained absent. Thor Loki-controlled Hawkeye Barton, and finally Iron Man. With their arrival complete, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier slowly ascended into the sky. Director, about Jiang Zhou. Hill approached Nick Fury, her expression subdued after yesterday's conversation. You anticipated the outcome, Nick replied with a wry smile, observing Hill's disappointment. You know Jiang Zhou's nature well. He rarely alters a decision once made. His smile faded, his gaze hardened. Yet such unyielding independence will bring him grave peril. He turned his steady gaze upon Hill. You understand, of course, that S.H.I.E.L.D. tolerates no rogue operatives, no matter how exceptional. A chill ran down Hill's spine. She knew full well Jiang Zhou's precarious standing. His superiors had grown increasingly incensed by his defiance. Such a formidable level 10 operative could not simply be discarded. Even house arrest carried unacceptable risk. Should Jiang Zhou persist on this path, only two outcomes awaited him: lifelong imprisonment or permanent erasure from the world. At the thought, Hill shuddered involuntarily. Were it not for Nick's relentless advocacy, bearing the brunt of pressure from above, Jiang Zhou would already have been dealt with. Those above had coveted his removal for far longer than a mere day or two. Jiang Zhou stood on treacherous ground, repeatedly crossing lines drawn by unseen powers. Unless he vanished utterly from sight, only those two fates remained. Rest easy. I see your concern, Nick said, gently reading Hill's expression with quiet understanding. Though this insufferable young man tests my patience daily, I will shield him, by any means necessary. Hearing this, Hill exhaled deeply, relief softening her features. She knew Nick's character well. Jiang Zhou had dismantled countless Hydra cells, completing missions no other agent dared undertake. Nick was no heartless bureaucrat. Jiang Zhou's past service, however inconvenient his present conduct, could not be. Thus, even as Jiang Zhou vexed him endlessly, Nick would defend him, fiercely, unwaveringly. A few peaceful days have passed in New York, but a crisis is once again stirring, ready to invade this bustling city. At this moment, on the rooftop platform of Stark Industries in New York, the Control Dr. Selvig has constructed a machine that can create a massive spatial portal in the sky above Earth, allowing the Chitauri army to come through. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou is inside his room, gazing at the sky, the azure expanse, uncertain of when it will be overtaken by the... And those laughing crowds on the ground are also unaware of when they will let out horrific screams. It should be coming soon, Nan Zhou murmured softly. Hela is beside Nan Zhou, following his gaze to the space above. Apart from the blue sky, she can see nothing else, and is clueless about what Nan Zhou is observing. Hela is beside Nan Zhou, following his gaze to the space above. Hela nodded. Although she had stopped asking during this period, her curiosity had not diminished in the slightest. Seeing her reaction, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. Soon you will see it. According to Nan Zhou's speculation today, the Chitauri army would invade Earth, specifically New York. After hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela looked back at the sky. It seems the disaster will descend from the heavens. At that moment, a blue beam of light shot into the sky, opening a spatial portal, and countless Chitauri soldiers descended to Earth in their alien spacecraft. They have arrived, Nan Zhou said as he saw the portal open, his expression turning serious. Is this the disaster? Hela furrowed her brow, looking at the grotesque Chitauri. She knew these beings hailed from Chitauri, where the inhabitants were war maniacs. It seemed Earth could not escape this calamity. Hela was about to turn and leave to stop the Chitauri. Although she was not a native of Earth, living here during this time had made her develop feelings for this planet. She would not allow the Chitauri army to invade Earth and harm humanity. At that moment, Nan Zhou reached out and firmly grabbed. I advise you not to go, he said. Why? Hela responded, bewildered, not understanding why Nan Zhou was stopping her. If we do not intervene, countless Earthlings will be slaughtered by them, and you are an Earthling. Shouldn't you join me in stopping them? Yet Nan Zhou shook his head. This is a calamity that New York and Earth must endure. We cannot interfere. Hela instantly understood Nan Zhou's intent from his gaze. Nan Zhou is an outsider, and if he intervenes, it could very well alter the course of history. As Hela is a product of what Nan Zhou brought back, every action she takes now is changing history. If she intervenes, the consequences would be even greater. Thinking of this, Hela gritted her teeth, deciding against leaving. Brother Zhou, what has happened? At that moment, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro emerged from the room, clearly having seen the Chitauri, their faces filled with fear. Don't worry, as long as you stay here, nothing will happen to you, Nan Zhou reassured them, which calmed their nerves. After all, with Nan Zhou's strength, they did not believe the Chitauri could defeat him. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou looked out the window again, countless Chitauri troops arriving on Earth through the spatial rift. He was well aware that many would die, but even so he would not intervene. Suddenly a figure appeared from the portal, entirely different from the Chitauri army, almost like night and day. Nan Zhou's gaze sharpened as he spotted that person. When he saw them, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure, completely unlike the Chitauri, was none other than the formidable Titan Thanos. Thanos has actually come to Earth. This left Nan Zhou incredulous, considering this was a full 6 years ahead of schedule. It is only 2012 now, but Thanos has arrived on Earth normally. He should have made his entrance in 2018. Soon Nan Zhou figured out why Thanos had come to Earth. Perhaps his battle with Loki instilled fear in Loki, prompting him to inform Thanos, leading to Thanos' arrival. Thus Thanos' arrival was caused by his own actions. It seems I have no choice but to intervene, Nan Zhou sighed with a wry smile, deciding to step outside. Hela also spotted the purple-skinned Thanos, and from Nan Zhou's expression, she could infer that this fellow was likely conjured. He'll leave those three to you, we'll be back soon. Nan Zhou donned his mask, changed into the armor Stark had provided, and flew straight towards Thanos. At this moment Thanos stood on the ground, his powerful aura intimidating the Avengers. He merely cast a glance at them before turning his attention away. Although these few were significantly stronger than the Chitauri, they were clearly not the ones Loki had mentioned. However, the god of thunder, Thor, who also hailed from Asgard like Loki, was considerably stronger than the others, yet still not the person Thanos sought. Loki! Thanos called out loudly, searching for Loki. Loki quickly approached Thanos, bowing respectfully. Where is that individual? Thanos asked Loki, referring to Nan. Loki felt a surge of anxiety. My lord, that guy has not yet appeared. I believe he will definitely show up. Thanos shot Loki a dissatisfied glance. If he doesn't appear, you know the consequences. At that moment, Thor suddenly stepped forward and swung his hammer. Thanos, however, was quick and dodged the attack, then swiftly shifted in front of Thor, landing a punch to his abdomen that sent him. Even the Hulk, known for his brute strength, faced a similar outcome. Though he could exchange blows with Thanos for a few rounds, Thanos' tactical prowess, Iron Man, met the same fate. His barrage of bullets had no effect on Thanos, who was soon targeted by the Chitauri, taking. Even the Hulk, known for his brute strength, faced a similar outcome. Though he could exchange blows with Thanos for a few rounds, Thanos' tactical prowess utterly overwhelmed him. With several decisive punches to critical areas, the Hulk was left staggering. The four strongest members of the Avengers all faced defeat, let alone Black Widow and Hawkeye. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel wore somber expressions. Not a single interesting one. Thanos shook his head in disappointment after defeating all the members of the Avengers. Although these individuals were significantly stronger than the Chitauri, they stood no chance against him. Among them, the one who intrigued him the most was that Asgardian. Unfortunately, this Asgardian was still lacking, at least when compared to Odin. He was worlds apart. After all, Odin was. However, Thanos had to admit that allowing the Chitauri to invade Earth was indeed an unwise choice. Though there were only a few of them, it was still not an easy task for the Chitauri to face them. The best option would be to send more forces to invade Earth. At that moment, Thanos suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He turned sharply and saw a masked man floating in midair, staring directly at him. Thanos quickly realized that this person's aura was distinct. He was most likely the one Loki had mentioned. You must be the one with such a powerful aura that even the Mind Stone cannot control you. How would I know how Loki evaluates me? I came here solely to stop you, that's all. Nan Zhou examined the purple-skinned figure before him. It must be said that the aura emanating from Thanos indeed overshadowed that of the Avengers. Among the Avengers, the only one who might stand a chance against Thanos was Thor, but certainly not the Thor of now. Strictly speaking, the current Thor was not much of a god of thunder. He resembled more of a god of hammers. You talk quite arrogantly. I wonder how you plan to stop me. Thanos let out a couple of cold laughs. In his eyes, this shorter and frilier man clearly could not be his opponent. Strictly speaking, the current Thor was not much of a god of thunder. He resembled more of a god of hammers. You talk quite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement of Thanos enmity. Reward Darkseid Inheritance Degree 2. Inheritance Degree has reached 20. Just as Nan Zhou was waiting for Thanos to make a move, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. He was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect that gaining Thanos enmity would also earn him an achievement, and he had received a 2 inheritance degree, bringing his Darkseid Inheritance Degree to 20. This meant he was about to obtain new Darkseid abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, Omega Beam Level 1. Omega Beam. Nan Zhou was startled for a moment, hardly believing his ears. But he was certain he had not misheard. The newly acquired skill was indeed Darkseid's signature move, the Omega Beam, the powerful beam that could be fired from the eyes and even track its targets. But what does Level 1 mean? Will it unlock progressively with the increase in inheritance degree? Nan Zhou understood enough not to require further explanation from the system. Yet, even so, the system still needed to provide an introduction. Ding! The Omega Beam is divided into 5 levels. The host is currently at Level 1, and as the host's inheritance degree increases, the skill's level will also rise. Why make it so complicated? Why not just give it all at once? Nan Zhou was quite speechless at the system's method of implementing a leveling system. Wouldn't it be better to provide it all at once? But it also made sense. If given the highest level directly, Nan Zhou would indeed be too invincible. Being invincible could be quite lonely, so it seemed the system was showing some consideration for him. Nan Zhou's series of thoughts led him into deep contemplation. His pondering did not go unnoticed by Thanos. This made Thanos quite displeased. In his eyes, this person was ignoring him, which felt like an insult. After all, he was someone who commanded an immensely powerful army. He was a grand titan, and yet he was being overlooked. Since I began traversing the universe and waging war, you are the first to stand before me and ignore me. Thanos' voice was somewhat cold, and his aura was terrifying. However, to Nan Zhou this was hardly intimidating. In his view, Thanos' aura was no different from mere bluster. While the Avengers might be frightened by such an aura, for Nan Zhou, it was nothing. At this moment, a Chitauri soldier suddenly appeared behind Nan Zhou, attempting a sneak attack against him. But all of this was within Nan Zhou's expectations. He only chuckled twice, just in time to test the power of this new skill. With a flash of red light from his eyes, a beam shot out and turned sharply, piercing through the chest of the Chitauri soldier behind him. The Chitauri soldier immediately lost all life signs, clearly having perished. Yet Nan Zhou did not stop there. The Omega Beam continued to fire, leaving no Chitauri soldier alive in its wake. Though this was merely a level 1 Omega Beam, it could easily penetrate the armor of the Chitauri. If it were to reach level 5, it would be akin to Darkseid's Omega Beam. Before even making contact, the immense energy emitted by the beam would melt a person away. Nan Zhou's beam left Thanos quite astonished. This was a skill he had never encountered before. It seemed this person was indeed not simple. Just based on this beam alone, he had no confidence that he could completely defend against it. At that moment, Nan Zhou glanced at Stark and the others. "They'll handle this, you all go deal with the Chitauri." "You truly surprise me," Thanos said as he looked at Nan Zhou, his eyes filled with a desire for battle. It had been a long time since he encountered someone who ignited his fighting spirit. This person was the first. "Come and exchange a few blows with me." Hearing Thanos' invitation, Nan Zhou smiled and shook his head. "Just a few blows. I'm afraid I might beat you to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you." Nan Zhou's words dripped with provocation, causing Thanos' veins to bulge. He reached out his hand and shouted loudly, "Bring me my great sword." Soon 3 Chitauri soldiers struggled to lift Thanos' iconic double-edged sword to his side. The sword was so heavy that it took 3 Chitauri soldiers considerable effort to carry it. Its weight was beyond imagination. "I hope you remember what you just said. Never forget it, even in death." Thanos swung his massive blade toward Nan Zhou, aiming to cleave him in two. Yet Nan Zhou was in no rush to deal with Thanos. He was eager to toy with this fellow. With a flick of his mind, the trident of Poseidon transformed into a battle axe that appeared in his hand, intercepting the great. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the skies, and Thanos felt his arm tremble violently. He had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike, yet the backlash from the battle axe was far greater. What on earth is this weapon? Thanos looked incredulously at the battle axe in Nan Zhou's hand, sensing a divine aura emanating from it. Strictly speaking, it should be classified as a divine artifact, Nan Zhou casually remarked, glancing at the axe in his hand. However, Nan Zhou was also quite surprised. The force behind Thanos' strike was indeed substantial, and he could feel the vibration. No wonder he was hailed as the Great Titan. His strength was formidable and his ambition vast. But he possessed the Darkseid system, an entity unique to the multiverse, a 6-dimensional new god whose very being was a terrifying existence that even the universe could hardly bear. Against Thanos, even without the Infinity Gauntlet, he would merely be on the receiving end of a beating. Divine artifact. Thanos gazed at the battle axe in Nan Zhou's hand, suddenly feeling that his great sword had lost its allure. Against Thanos, even without the Infinity Gauntlet, he would merely be on the receiving end of a beating. Divine artifact. Thanos gazed at the battle. Nan Zhou, however, remained completely unperturbed. Faced with Thanos' torrential assault, he defended calmly, blocking and neutralizing all of Thanos' attacks. After a series of maneuvers, Thanos was sweating, while Nan Zhou appeared completely unaffected. Thanos felt a wave of frustration. Despite his frenzied onslaught, he had not even managed to ruffle a single hair on Nan Zhou, which naturally led to his sense of defeat. However, Thanos was the leader of a massive army. Losing confidence after a single setback was clearly not in his character. Nevertheless, it had been a long time since he felt such a sense of defeat, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly regrouped and charged at Nan Zhou once more. Seeing Thanos still unwilling to give up, Nan Zhou chuckled helplessly. This time he decided not to use the battle axe. Instead, he raised his hand, preparing to unleash atomic breath. Instantly, a blue sphere of light began to gather in Nan Zhou's hand, and the power that did not belong to the laws of the universe momentarily stunned Thanos. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, the atomic breath was unleashed. Thanos barely had time to react, and could only brace himself with his great sword. Thanos was struck by the atomic breath, retreating repeatedly, and leaving 2 deep indentations in the ground before finally coming to a stop. "I never expected that your technique would not be bound by the laws of the universe." Thanos sneered, his gaze firmly fixed on. "So you're an outsider after all," Thanos quickly deduced, having truly sensed the aura of the atomic breath, and rapidly arriving at Nan Zhou's true identity. At that moment, Thanos noticed that his great sword was also infused with the energy and aura of the atomic breath. Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou was also taken aback. His mind raced, and he quickly deduced the reason. The great sword in Thanos' hand had absorbed the atomic breath. Now this great sword posed a significant threat. Since Nan Zhou could think of it, Thanos could certainly do the same. He smirked, raising the great sword, and then bringing it down heavily onto the ground. In an instant, cracks began to appear in the ground around Thanos, with blue energy spheres beginning to surge from beneath the surface. It was clear that Thanos had driven the absorbed atomic breath energy into the ground. With a deafening roar, the entire ground began to collapse violently, and the remaining skyscrapers around could not escape their fate, crumbling down. Meanwhile, not far away in the New York Sanctum, Master Wong was dealing with the Chitauri, and she also noticed the collapsing ground. "Nan Zhou, did you cause all of this?" Master Wong's expression darkened as she surveyed the devastated scene. She feared to think of how many lives would be lost because of this. "Your ability is indeed quite useful," Thanos grinned, looking at the utterly destroyed ground. "If you don't mind, please do it a few more times." At this point, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. He had miscalculated, not expecting his atomic breath to be absorbed by Thanos' great sword and then used against him. This was his blunder. Among the collapsed buildings, there were still some survivors, but now it seemed they had no chance of survival. Thanos also surveyed his surroundings. The once vibrant New York City had turned into this ruin, and even the instigator Thanos. "This city must have been quite prosperous in your world, but regrettably after today, it will cease to exist. To achieve my goal of controlling the population, I have lost count of how many planets I have destroyed. There are countless planets more prosperous than Earth. In comparison, Earth is truly insignificant. Yet on this insignificant planet there exists someone so unexpectedly powerful. The resources of the universe are finite, so for the sake of the universe and all its people I have no choice but to eliminate half of them. You possess such power, you should not squander it here. You should join me in completing that great endeavor. Thanos' words were a clear invitation, hoping that Nan Zhou would share his vision. But suddenly Nan Zhou unleashed an Omega Beam aimed not at Thanos himself, but at the great sword in Thanos' hand. He wanted to see if the Omega Beam would have any effect on that great sword. Ultimately, the result was somewhat good news for Nan Zhou. Although his Omega Beam did not penetrate the great sword, the sword could not absorb the Omega Beam either. It seemed it could only absorb energy like the atomic breath. Regardless of which planet's inhabitants it is, they should be allowed to develop on their own. No matter the outcome, it is their own doing. I do not agree with your interventionist ideology. Nan Zhou rejected Thanos' offer to join not only because he disagreed with Thanos' views, but also because he did not wish to wander aimlessly in the universe. Then a sinister laugh escaped Nan Zhou's lips. Leaving aside the others, your great sword did not absorb my previous technique. Be careful, or you might want to be on guard now. As Nan Zhou's voice fell, the Omega rays burst forth from his eyes, once again the speed so swift that even Thanos struggled to cope. Nevertheless, Thanos still managed to block Nan Zhou's Omega rays with his great sword. The sizzling sound produced when the rays met the sword made Thanos' heart tighten. He could feel his sword trembling. The heat of the rays was undoubtedly terrifying, and if this continued, his sword would likely melt. Thanos then forcefully swung his sword, sending the Omega ray flying away. This scene surprised Nan Zhou, leaving him momentarily unclear about the nature of the Omega ray. This Omega ray was certainly a laser ray, but why did it disperse while he felt nothing from his own eyes? However, Nan Zhou had no time to ponder these thoughts, as the deflected Omega ray instantly changed direction and charged at Thanos once more. This time, however, he aimed for Thanos' back. What a nuisance! Thanos frowned, turning around to block Nan Zhou's attack. But Nan Zhou's assault showed no signs of stopping, and it was accelerating. During this confrontation with Thanos, he was also adapting to the newly acquired skills, and by now he had become quite proficient. Not far away, Loki watched everything unfold, utterly astonished by Nan Zhou's strength. Even the man who made him feel breathless standing before him was being toyed with by this guy. No wonder his presence was so powerful, even Thanos might not be able to defeat him. For the God of Thunder was also keeping an eye on Nan Zhou. This masked man had sought him out when he first arrived on Earth, and had even been invited to Asgard by his father. He was unaware of when his father had met such a powerful individual. This guy is incredibly strong. Stark was also shocked as he watched Nan Zhou. The man exuding a terrifying aura was in such a precarious position against Nan Zhou. More importantly, the red laser emitted from Nan Zhou's eyes was something he had never seen before. Although its power might not surpass that of the atomic breath, its precision would undoubtedly outmatch it. I hope to master this skill someday. He had not even mastered the atomic breath, and now he had to learn a new skill. Stark had already envisioned the scene of himself spending money like crazy. Meanwhile, Thanos, under attack from Nan Zhou's Omega rays from all directions, was becoming increasingly worn out. Oh, Thanos, feeling the pressure, could not help but let out a roar. He had indeed underestimated this guy, far too much. Now he was starting to doubt whether this person was even human. How could such a person exist in a backward and inferior Earth? Without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, Thanos would surely be unable to defeat this individual and might even be killed. I didn't expect the leader of the army to end up like this today. Looking at the panting Thanos before him, Nan Zhou chuckled coldly. That once invincible Thanos now appeared so feeble before him. As he spoke, countless fragments of stone floated behind Nan Zhou, hurtling towards Thanos. Having not used this mental manipulation for a long time, Nan Zhou certainly did not want to miss the opportunity to use this skill. He watched as the stones flew toward Thanos, though their damage was negligible. Thanos merely swung his great sword, blocking all the stones. But amidst the flying debris, the red Omega ray shot out again, using the stones as cover, and Thanos had no awareness of it. By the time Thanos saw the Omega ray, it was already too late. The ray was right in front of him. Thanos summoned all his strength, attempting to dodge the ray with a swift movement, but ultimately, it was futile as his arm was pierced through, leaving a bleeding hole. Though small, the pain was significant. Thanos gritted his teeth, realizing that despite all his defenses, he had still failed to evade the laser's attack. But now was not the time for him to be distracted, as Nan Zhou's Omega ray closed in on him again. For Thanos, the pain in his arm was hardly a concern, as he swung his great sword again to deflect the Omega ray. Seeing this, Nan Zhou suddenly flashed in front of Thanos, his speed catching Thanos off guard. You? Thanos began to speak, but before he could finish, Nan Zhou's fist struck him squarely in the stomach. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through him, and Thanos could not help but spit out saliva. Yet he retaliated with a punch aimed at Nan Zhou's face. This time, Nan Zhou did not brace himself, but was instead sent flying backward, crashing into the nearby ruins. Nan Zhou was equally stunned, not expecting Thanos to possess such strength. He remembered that when facing Iron Man and the Hulk, he had never been sent flying this far. Indeed, the Great Titan was on another level compared to them. That punch was the heaviest I've taken in recent years. You should feel honored, Nan Zhou said as he emerged from the rubble, cracking. Thanos had long lost his previous arrogance, and seeing Nan Zhou emerge unscathed, he couldn't help but take a step back. This guy was indeed a bit terrifying. He had used all his might in that punch. I must admit, this time I miscalculated. Thanos chuckled bitterly, realizing that allowing the Chitauri to invade Earth was a rather foolish decision. But even so, you alone cannot stop the destruction of Earth. As he said this, Thanos revealed an evil smile. However, upon hearing this, Nan Zhou merely smiled and shook his head. My goal is not to protect Earth. I am here to stop you, and that's all there is to it. Stop me. What good is merely stopping me? The Chitauri army is continuously arriving on Earth. Your planet's fall is just a matter of time. Nan Zhou's words made Thanos laugh. He did not believe that Nan Zhou could handle all the Chitauri by himself. It seems you underestimate those beings too much. Nan Zhou shook his head helplessly, having noticed that Iron Man Tony Stark had already left the battlefield. It seemed he was preparing a nuclear bomb. The Chitauri army was doomed. While Nan Zhou was battling Thanos, many events unfolded. With Nan Zhou's intervention to stop Thanos, the members of the Avengers gradually entered the course of history. Whether it was Hawkeye using arrows to blow up Loki, or Hulk being beaten in various ways, all of this was happening. Now, Stark came to bring the deadly weapon into the wormhole. What is your name? Thanos, unaware of what was about to unfold. Me. I hope you remember my name. I am the Dark Lord Darkseid. Nan Zhou proclaimed the name of Darkseid, and gave a slight, Darkseid, huh? Thanos coldly looked at Nan Zhou. I will never forget you in my lifetime. You are quite a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, you are not a very outstanding opponent. In response to Thanos' acknowledgement, Nan Zhou was unimpressed, and launched a wave of sarcasm. This was indeed the case. After all, Nan Zhou had been the one taking the initiative, while Thanos remained extremely passive, causing no trouble for Nan Zhou. Thus it was reasonable for Nan Zhou to say that. However, Thanos was quite angered, and was about to charge forward to continue their. Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou raised his finger to the sky. I advise you to think wisely. Rather than fighting me, consider how to deal with what is about to happen. If you don't hurry, it may be too late for you. This was naturally directed at Thanos. Thanos' face darkened as he immediately. If you don't hurry, it may be too late for you. This was naturally directed at Thanos. Thanos' face darkened as he immediately anticipated what would happen next. He swiftly grabbed a Chitauri and boarded his flying vehicle, pursuing Stark. Nan Zhou stood silently watching. He would not intervene, but if Thanos attempted anything against Stark, he would definitely not allow. It was obvious that the flying vehicle Thanos was piloting was somewhat lacking. Nan Zhou stood silently watching. He would not intervene, but if Thanos attempted anything against Stark, he would definitely not allow it. With a mindset of certain. Damn it. Thanos roared in frustration. He had never lost his composure like this before, but today on this remote and backward Earth, he faced a tremendous humiliation. If Stark truly destroyed the Chitauri warships outside the wormhole, his lifelong reputation would be utterly ruined. He could not allow such a thing to happen. He had to stop Stark. However, the speed of the flying vehicle was indeed insufficient, and by the time he was close enough to catch up, Stark had already released the weapon, sending it directly towards the warship. In that instant, Thanos felt a chill run through him as he looked at the now unconscious Stark, a murderous intent rising within him as he swung his sword down. But suddenly a red beam shot through the wormhole, striking Thanos' sword and deflecting it, causing no harm to Stark. Damn it. Thanos let out a roar of impotent fury, helplessly watching Stark fall back to Earth, while the Chitauri warships were completely destroyed by the humans' deadly weapon. Accompanied by a silent explosion, the Chitauri warships were utterly annihilated. This was indeed a powerful weapon of the Earthlings, equally terrifying against alien beings. Stark fell to Earth just as the wormhole closed, and Hulk happened to catch him. It seems it's over. Nan Zhou looked at the fallen Chitauri and let out a sigh of relief. Although Thanos' arrival was unexpected, at least everything had come to an end. Thanos' appearance had not altered any historical processes. This was Nan Zhou's success. Nan Zhou then gazed at the surrounding ruins. The once thriving New York had turned into a scene of devastation. Meanwhile, aboard Thanos' warship Ebony Maw observed the images projected by the light sphere, falling into deep thought. Thanos' defeat astonished Ebony Maw, but the terror of Nan Zhou surprised him even more. That person possessed the terrifying power to defeat Thanos, which astounded Ebony Maw. This was just a small Earth, yet it had such a formidable being. This Earth should not be underestimated. A small thought began to sprout in Ebony Maw's mind. It seemed that Thanos' chances of becoming the strongest in the universe were gradually decreasing. Did he still need to continue assisting? Having seen the scene of Nan Zhou defeating Thanos, this thought began to grow slowly. However, at this moment he would not choose to betray Thanos. He still needed to observe. However, he was quite eager to communicate with this person capable of defeating Thanos, to form a connection. Perhaps this person would be more suitable as a captive, more apt to become his puppet. A bold idea took root in Ebony Maw's heart. Thinking of this, he chuckled coldly. It seems those people cannot defeat. When Nan Zhou returned home, Hela appeared before him. I was merely spectating from the sidelines. Hela looked at Nan Zhou, smiling slightly. I seem to recall that purple potato. He attacked Asgard before, but did not stir much trouble, ultimately being defeated. Then he stole an Infinity Stone. Didn't you all notice? Nan Zhou shot a glance at Hela and continued. That thing isn't very tempting for us. I'm not particularly interested. Upon hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou was left speechless. It seemed they truly did not understand the significance of the 6 Infinity Stones. However, Nan Zhou was too lazy to explain, waving his hand and stepping aside to take a sip of water. That purple potato is quite strong. Even your brother cannot defeat him. You might have the ability to win in your prime, but in your current state you can only be beaten. Nan Zhou's words displeased Hela, but she had no counter as her power had indeed been sealed. With her power sealed, she certainly could not defeat that guy. Once I regained my strength, that purple potato would be nothing more than a drizzle. Hearing Hela's unwillingness to concede, Nan Zhou merely smiled. However, you Earthlings should take the alien invasion seriously. Hela suddenly recalled something and spoke. Earthlings must be quite averse to foreign races, right? Nan Zhou simply shook his head. The Chitauri invasion would undoubtedly plunge the entire world into an infinite crisis, but how serious it would become he was unsure. After the battle in New York, the entire Earth fell into immense panic. After all, humanity had never encountered extraterrestrials before. The concept of aliens had always been relegated to urban legends in the minds of Earthlings. Although countless videos of aliens circulated on the internet, Nan Zhou could tell at a glance that they were all created using special effects, or were merely other objects captured by pixelated cameras resembling door locks and labeled as UFOs. However, the events in New York were no longer something that could be concealed. Extraterrestrials had truly appeared before the people of the world. Grotesque in appearance and devoid of any friendliness towards Earthlings, they were blatant invaders. The devastated city of New York was a prime example. Now the entire world was discussing this event, for the alien invasion was no trivial matter, and the United Nations had urgently convened a meeting. Although the battle in New York ultimately concluded with humanity's victory, it was a victory that Iron Man Stark nearly paid. And then there was that unknown figure, the masked man, whose eyes could shoot lasers. This time they succeeded, or was it mere luck? No one was certain. Could a race that hadn't even developed the moon truly possess the ability to defeat these extraterrestrial beings? They were capable of opening wormholes, so how could they lack weapons capable of destroying cities like humans? It was merely that they chose not to use them. If they were to deploy such devastating weapons, then New York might be even more horrendous than it is now. I believe the formation of the Avengers is absolutely necessary. At the United Nations meeting, representatives from various countries expressed their support for the establishment of the Avengers. Certainly the events of today also made more people aware that the Earth had so many superheroes. Not just Stark alone. The aliens came today, and they will come again tomorrow. Their technology is far superior to ours. They can open wormholes to reach our planet, and we have barely a handful of defenses. Therefore, in my view, we must enhance our technological capabilities, and at the very least we need to make strides toward the moon. The technological disparity between Earth and extraterrestrials was evident. Relying solely on human armies, without the aid of those superheroes, New York would soon fall. Only weapons capable of annihilating cities could end this war. However, the cost would be devastating. It would likely mean the death of the entire population of New York City. The appearance of extraterrestrials delivered a significant blow to Earthlings. Regardless of the country, there was a frenzy to report on this event, and plans began to be implemented. At this moment, Nan Zhou was nestled at home watching supposed experts comment on television. It seems the appearance of the Chitauri. Hyla approached Nan Zhou and spoke up. After all, there are still many people in this world who believe that we are the only intelligent beings in the universe. Intelligent beings. Hyla found it somewhat amusing, as in her eyes Earthlings were quite primitive. Even the ugly Chitauri were more advanced than humans. The self-proclaimed high intelligence of Earthlings struck Hyla as, however, there are indeed some highly intelligent individuals on your planet like you, or that Tony Stark, not to mention that person. During her time on Earth, Hyla had learned a great deal about Earth's history and had some impression of various scientists. You humans can create such lethal weapons, which I find admirable. However, the average intelligence level of Earthlings is still quite low. If you wish to develop steadily, it will take a long time. As someone from a highly advanced civilization like Asgard, Hyla had a rather thorough understanding of Earthlings. Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. He acknowledged Hyla's words. If Earthlings wanted to continue developing, it would indeed take a... After this incident, various nations on Earth will undoubtedly begin to frantically research technology. Nan Zhou turned off the television and looked out the window. The news channels were all reporting non-stop on this event. Even the American dramas he usually watched had stopped airing. Countries began conducting technological research, and the Avengers also became an official organization. Because of their actions to save the Earth, their name became well known to the public, and they gained their own fans along with immense prestige. However, not everyone was perfect. Even the Avengers who saved the world had their detractors. When the Avengers became a formal organization, some began to voice their opposition. The reason was quite simple. They feared the immense power of the Avengers would lead some nations to impose global dictatorship. After all, the members of the Avengers came from a single nation. This was not good news for other countries. Indeed, being the international police is not a commendable title. Where there was one voice of opposition, another soon followed. Gradually, some countries began opposing the Avengers, wanting them to be under the supervision of the United Nations rather than a single nation, and to comply with legal regulations. This situation was quite reminiscent of the Sokovia Accords, and occurred even earlier than those accords. It was evident this was something that should not have appeared in this timeline. When Nan Zhou saw this news, he knew the timeline had been altered once again. Perhaps it was still due to his influence. Yet that entity had not found him, which puzzled Nan Zhou. Normally in such cases, that entity would not simply not appear. In fact, it should have manifested long ago, back when Thanos descended upon Earth. But now it had gone silent. Nan Zhou was confused as to why. Could it be that it encountered some issues? A rather unreliable thought crossed Nan Zhou's mind. However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. After all, that entity was at the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe, but whether it was Thanos, the Celestials, or any other powerful deity, they were insignificant in the presence of that being. In the entire Marvel Universe, to reach out to someone like that was merely a matter of having a thought. The reason it had no way to deal with Nan Zhou was simply that Nan Zhou was not part of the Marvel Universe. Anyone under the jurisdiction of the Marvel Universe's laws could be dealt with at will, including deities. What kind of troubles could such a being encounter? The calls for the establishment of a restriction on the Avengers members are beginning to grow louder, and if not curtailed, they may truly become a reality. However, that presence has yet to appear, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Meanwhile, the nation where the Avengers headquarters is located has shown little attitude towards this issue. There are also many voices within his own country supporting the restriction of the Avengers, but they have been suppressed behind the scene. Additionally, the Avengers' achievements in protecting New York have made many supporters and those opposed to them antagonistic, so the proposal to restrict the Avengers will take some time to be enacted. On the morning of a new day, Nan Zhou stepped out of his house, which was affected by Omega radiation, and returned home glancing at the news on the television and shaking his head helplessly. Now his experiences are no longer relevant, as there is another important matter that Nan Zhou needs to attend to: the educational advancement of the 3 children. It has been 2 years since he brought Wanda and the others back, and they are now approaching the rhythm of college preparation. The school Nan Zhou has chosen for them is not an ordinary one, and the education they receive is not a happy one. After all, if one wishes to become an elite, one certainly cannot receive an elite education. In fact, since they arrived at Nan Zhou's home, they have already begun attempting to take the SATs, as this exam does not have to be completed all at once. With the college entrance exams approaching, it is evident that Lorna and Wanda have become even more diligent. As for Pietro, he is truly indifferent to studying, but he has his own plans. After training with Nan Zhou for so long, his physical strength has become formidable, and he intends to pursue a path in sports. Pietro is now a member of their school's football team, and is performing exceptionally well, having already attracted the attention of several scouts. Perhaps this path might indeed work out. In fact, Pietro wishes to join SHIELD directly after graduating from high school, but Nan Zhou has refused him. Nan Zhou hopes that these 3 can focus on their studies first before considering anything else. Nan Zhou was browsing through information about universities, and the 3 of them shared a surprisingly consistent desire. They all dreamed of studying on the West Coast. These universities seem quite good. At this moment, Hella was beside Nan Zhou, also looking through the promotional brochures of the universities, which showcased excellent campus and accommodation environments. Some universities are quite impressive, while others are merely scams. Nan Zhou glanced at the nearly 20 brochures and noted that at least 5 or 6 of them were fake universities. Hella pouted upon hearing this and continued to look at the brochures in silence. Just then the doorbell suddenly rang. Nan Zhou and Hella exchanged looks. They were unsure who would come to visit them at this time. Nan Zhou stood up and peeked through the peephole, discovering a man with black hair and some curls standing outside, smiling with his eyes fixed on the peephole, seemingly aware that Nan Zhou was watching him. This man's face looked very familiar to Nan Zhou. He was one of the culprits behind the recent battle in New York. Loki. Wasn't he supposed to be escorted back to Asgard by Thor? Looking at the well-dressed Loki outside, Nan Zhou felt momentarily bewildered, but soon an idea sprang to mind. He then opened the door. "Good day, Mr. Nan Zhou." Loki smiled as he saw Nan Zhou open the door, exhibiting remarkable gentlemanly conduct and politeness. At this moment, Hela also walked over and was taken aback upon seeing Loki outside. "Aren't you supposed to be taken away? Isn't this my esteemed sister?" Loki smiled slightly upon seeing Hela. "Sister, you look incredibly young." Hela furrowed her brows at this remark, finding the logic behind it quite peculiar. Nan Zhou smiled faintly at Loki, and then invited him inside. "Loki, how is your work at the Time Variance Authority going?" Nan Zhou sat on the sofa and jested with Loki. Time Variance Authority. Hela had never heard of this name, and felt momentarily perplexed. Nan Zhou's words surprised Loki. He hadn't expected this person to know about that. "Don't be so surprised. I know far more than you imagine." Nan Zhou smiled slightly upon seeing Loki's astonishment. "How do you know that I am from the Time Variance Authority?" As Nan Zhou had said, this Loki is from the Time Variance Authority. He is the same person who fought in the New York battle, but not entirely the same. The Loki before him is the one who after the New York battle unexpectedly obtained the Space Stone, and then vanished instantly. This action drew the attention of the Time Variance Authority, and it appears that Loki has now become a member of the Time Variance Authority. "Since you have appeared here, it means the Time Variance Authority is keeping an eye on me, correct?" Nan Zhou gazed at Loki. "Of course, your existence is quite strange, so we must investigate you." Nan Zhou's appearance has altered many historical. It should be noted that no timeline has ever included the existence of a person named Nan Zhou. He appeared out of nowhere, and the Time Variance Authority had long noticed this. However, why they only found Nan Zhou now is something he cannot understand. "Your appearance has changed many things. My sister, who was supposed to appear in the future, will no longer appear in the New York battle, and many other events have also changed because of you," Loki said as he pulled out a badge. "Nan Zhou, I currently represent the Time Variance Authority, and am arresting you for the crime of disrupting the timeline. Please accompany me for an investigation. We won't make it difficult for you." Loki's serious demeanor was a stark contrast to the Loki from before, momentarily leaving Nan Zhou at a loss. This Loki who has joined the Time Variance Authority falls outside Nan Zhou's knowledge, so he is unsure of what has happened to him. "Wait, I disagree." Hela stepped forward at this moment, standing in front of Nan Zhou. Loki smiled slightly upon seeing this. "My esteemed sister, I am merely following procedure, so I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Given our bond as siblings, I hope you won't put me in an awkward position." Hela wanted to say something further, but Nan Zhou had already stood up to stop her. "Don't worry, they won't make it difficult for me. I will be back before long." Hela looked at Nan Zhou with some skepticism, but seeing his confidence, she held her tongue and made way. "You must ensure I return safely, or otherwise it'll destroy that Time Variance Authority." Facing the threat of Hela, Loki merely smiled faintly, then picked up the handcuffs at his waist, looking towards Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou understood immediately, extending his hand to allow Loki to place the handcuffs on him, then followed him out of his home. To be honest, Nan Zhou was quite looking forward to visiting the Time Management Bureau. He was filled with curiosity about this immensely mysterious organization. As he put on the handcuffs, a surge of power instantly entered Nan Zhou's body, draining him of his strength. It seems these handcuffs also have suppressive abilities. Your relationship with my sister seems quite special, doesn't it? Loki remarked after leaving Nan Zhou's home. I saw her step up to protect you just now, but she must care about you a lot. I never expected someone who lives by death to change like this. You are quite impressive. Since Hela met Nan Zhou and entered his home, she had really undergone significant changes. Her personality had certainly become much kinder. If one were unaware of her history, no one would equate her with the environment changes everything, and there is a saying one becomes red by being close to vermilion and black by being close to ink. Nan Zhou's reply made Loki feel somewhat amused. At that moment a portal appeared before them resembling the spatial rift Nan Zhou had encountered. It seemed this was the way to enter the Time Management Bureau. Loki led Nan Zhou inside, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. By the time Nan Zhou realized what was happening, he had already found himself in an unfamiliar place. 3 stone wall statues appeared before him, with a long table set up in front of them, where a serious-looking person was seated. Nan Zhou. Seeing Loki bring Nan Zhou here, the person stood up and approached him. We have put in a lot of effort to bring you here. We have been watching you for a long time. You must have noticed me when I rescued Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, right? Nan Zhou remarked, smiling faintly at the stern-looking. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, the person in front of him was momentarily taken aback. Nan Zhou was correct. They had indeed been observing him since that time, as he had altered the timeline of the Marvel Universe in a significant way. In fact, from the moment we started paying attention to you, we wanted to capture you. However, we discovered that amidst countless parallel universes you are unique, and we cannot reach the future of your timeline, so we dared not act rashly. The person in front of Nan Zhou began pacing back and forth, stroking his chin as he spoke. However, now that we know enough about you, it is time to arrest you, isn't it, traveler? As Nan Zhou was the only unique existence across the parallel universes, their investigation had confirmed that he belonged to the category of travelers. Upon hearing the term traveler, Nan Zhou tilted his neck. The term traveler isn't entirely accurate, but it's close enough. The person let out a cold snort drenched in sweat after hearing Nan Zhou's statement. You have altered many timelines. Wanda, the 3 of them, Hela and Tony Stark, have all changed because of your existence, and therefore you must face retribution. You must be eliminated. Upon hearing that the Time Management Bureau intended to eliminate him, Nan Zhou found it utterly ridiculous. You want to eliminate me? Do you really think you have the strength to do so? As soon as he said this, the person's expression darkened, feeling insulted. Do you think these handcuffs are mere decorations? You can try to exert your strength now. Saying this, the person tapped the handcuffs on Nan Zhou, his tone dripping with sarcasm. These handcuffs can suppress all your powers. Unless you are a god, you will only be at the mercy of others. As soon as the person finished speaking, he saw Nan Zhou exert a slight force on his wrist, and the handcuffs shattered. The person was instantly dumbfounded. What did you just say? Unless I am a god, I am nothing but prey. Then what do I count? Nan Zhou held the shattered handcuffs in his hand, waving them provocatively in front of the person. The person's expression twisted as if he had eaten something disgusting. The sudden turn of events was too rapid, and he never expected that Nan Zhou could easily break free from the handcuffs. Suddenly, the presence of Darkseid within Nan Zhou surged wildly, as if it aimed to destroy everything here. Loki quickly stepped back, readying his defensive stance. The once arrogant individual now stood frozen, experiencing the overwhelming aura emanating from Nan Zhou. He seemed to glimpse the future of the world. Nan Zhou came from a ravaged world where Nan Zhou stood atop a mountain made of bones, surrounded by the corpses of various deities, including Galactus and the Asgardians. Dressed in black, Nan Zhou's pupils glowed a blood-red hue, and with a sweep of his gaze, devastation ensued, countless rebels turning to ashes. The person began to tremble, a soul-piercing fear welling up within him. You are a demon. The person pointed at Nan Zhou. In truth, demon was not the most fitting term to describe him, but at this moment he could not think of demon. Nan Zhou's eyes began to glow red. Do you think the term demon suits me? Nan Zhou leaned closer to the person, who could not help but back away. Seeing this, Loki attempted to step forward to intervene, but a battle axe suddenly appeared in Nan Zhou's hand, blocking Loki's path. Remember the name Dark Lord Darkseid, and of course Nan Zhou. At this point, Nan Zhou raised his head to look at the tense Loki, smiling gently. It's a pleasure to meet you. If it weren't for your foolish superior, we might have become good friends. In fact, I really wanted to have a good talk with you, but you all seem quite unwelcoming. Oh, what a pity. Nan Zhou said, glancing once more at the now extremely fearful individual. I hope that when we meet next time your attitude will be better. Don't always act so high and mighty. Even Dormammu or the Asgardians dare not act rashly in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Zhou waved his hand, opening a spatial rift that led directly to his home, and then walked inside. Once the rift closed, the entire Time Management Bureau fell into an eerie silence. Damn it. After a long while, the person cursed angrily. After living so long, it was the first time he had suffered such a loss. This time they had truly hit a brick wall. This person is too arrogant. After Nan Zhou left, the previously cocky individual from the Time Management Bureau was venting. Nan Zhou was indeed excessively arrogant beyond measure, daring to humiliate him on his own turf, which was something he found. Loki stood by, watching the man with a sense of helplessness. In fact, Loki also felt some dissatisfaction towards him. This person had always been so arrogant, and seeing him suffer made Loki somewhat pleased. I will remember this, Nan Zhou. I must eliminate him. The man trembled with rage, slamming his hand on the table and shouting. Although this person was so furious that he wished to tear Nan Zhou apart, it was merely talk. When Nan Zhou released the aura of Darkseid, he glimpsed a possible future. A future where Nan Zhou became the destroyer of the universe, slaughtering across the cosmos. The celestial assembly lay at his feet. What about the court of life? What about the 5 creator gods? Would they also fall beneath Nan Zhou's feet? He could sense no end to Nan Zhou's aura, which meant he was unfathomable. It made sense that he could easily break free from the handcuffs. This traveler could very well be a deity. Loki, witnessing the man's madness, chose not to speak and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in the same room with this deranged. There was a threat to his life. However, the strength of Nan Zhou made Loki ponder deeply. This person was so powerful that he could easily destroy handcuffs designed to suppress him. His identity remained Loki didn't believe that Nan Zhou was truly a deity. After all, handcuffs might not necessarily be able to contain the power of a traveler, so Nan Zhou's escape could also be attributed to him being a traveler. Nothing more than that. With this thought, Loki felt a headache coming on, so he shook his head and stopped contemplating the issue. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou returned home a speed that surprised Hela. Hela quickly approached Nan Zhou, her face filled with worry. How did it go? Are you hurt? Nan Zhou simply shook his head. It's nothing. We could have had a good conversation, but they were just too arrogant, so I intimidated them. After hearing this, Hela was also very furious. I didn't expect such arrogance. If it were me, he would certainly face death. At this moment, Hela clenched her fists, seemingly wanting to personally go to the Time Management Bureau to teach that rude person a lesson. But Nan Zhou waved his hand. Let it be. That guy is still part of the Time Management Bureau. If he dies, we would be in great. Hela wasn't joking when she said that Nan Zhou knew that once this guy found a way to enter the Time Management Bureau, he would make those individuals pay the price. However, the ultimate outcome would likely provoke even more trouble. Seeing that Nan Zhou had said so, Hela calmed down and weighed the pros and cons. Indeed, if she truly eliminated this Time Management Bureau, troubles would come one after another. The main issue was that her current power was still sealed, and she could easily fall into a trap. Seeing Hela gradually calm down, Nan Zhou let out a sigh of relief. The most noticeable change after this death goddess came to his home was that she had become increasingly impulsive. If it weren't for Nan Zhou frequently guiding her, the number of Earthlings dying at Hela's hands would be quite substantial. However, you returned safely. That is a good thing. After calming down, Hela looked at Nan Zhou and smiled slightly. Although she wasn't very familiar with the Time Management Bureau, Loki's appearance always gave her a bad premonition. She was very worried that Nan Zhou would be harmed. Now that Nan Zhou had returned unscathed, Hela was quite satisfied. For some reason, ever since she met Nan Zhou, she had become increasingly dependent on him. She hoped Nan Zhou would cook for her, and if she hadn't seen him for a few days, she would start to worry about him. Odin's past words suddenly flashed through Nan Zhou's mind, causing Hela's face to turn crimson instantly. What am I thinking? Hela peeked at Nan Zhou, who had returned to the room to change clothes, pouting slightly. How could I possibly like him? I am a goddess, the goddess of death. Although Hela said this, she couldn't help but glance in Nan. Even though Nan Zhou had closed the door, Hela still couldn't resist looking that way. At this moment, Nan Zhou had walked out of the room and noticed that Hela was watching him. What's wrong? Seeing Hela's strange expression, he asked. Hela quickly cleared her throat when Nan Zhou spoke to her. It's nothing, I'm hungry. Hurry and make me something to eat. At this moment, Nan Zhou glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3 in the afternoon. Was she really hungry? Having lived on Earth for such a long time, why did this person still have such a different sense of time from Earthlings? After all, she had just finished lunch at 12. However, since Hela said so, Nan Zhou had no choice but to head to the kitchen. It's not dinner time yet. I can only make you some afternoon tea, okay? Alright. Hela, sitting on the sofa, hugged a cushion to cover her face and replied casually. Late at night, Nan Zhou lay on the sofa, eyes closed, waiting to fall asleep. After Wanda and the others returned home and had dinner, they went back to their rooms. Wanda and Lorna were studying while Pietro was exercising indoors. At night, Nan Zhou wouldn't let the 3 of them go out alone. Previously, New York was bustling, but at midnight it was fraught with danger. Let alone now, New York was already riddled with holes and in ruins. The number of displaced individuals began to rise, and countless people had lost their homes without receiving proper shelter. Let alone now, New York was already riddled with holes and in ruins. The number of displaced individuals began to rise, and countless people had lost their home. Gradually, Nan Zhou slipped into a dream. When he opened his eyes again, he found that everything around him had changed. He was no longer in his home, but in another space. However, this space was familiar to Nan Zhou, as it was the territory of the being that transcended everything in the Marvel Universe, that void. But unlike before, the void where Nan Zhou now found himself had become riddled with holes. The scarred void felt both familiar and foreign to Nan Zhou. It was the existence that transcended everything in the Marvel Universe, yet this void had transformed into such a state. What exactly happened? Nan Zhou looked around, observing everything in his surroundings. Beyond the shattered void was the cosmic river of stars, where he could even see twinkling lights. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Nan Zhou. This voice was extremely weak, but Nan Zhou could tell it belonged to that existence. Why are you so weak? Upon hearing the frail voice of that existence, Nan Zhou was quite taken aback. Could such a powerful being also fall ill? Do you remember the New World Organization in Rome, Italy? Nan Zhou paused at this remark, then nodded in acknowledgement. Do you remember the New World Organization in Rome, Italy? Nan Zhou paused at this remark, then nodded in acknowledgement. That brainwashed community and the so-called holy god. Could it be that your current state is because of that holy god? Exactly. The tone of that existence turned notably shameful, feeling humiliated that it had been harmed by that individual. That holy god is no ordinary foe. He is not like the one you encountered before. I am powerless against him, yet he has indeed harmed me. As the existence spoke, it sighed heavily. I believe there must be something capable of harming him, but I have yet to discover it. This guy is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The fact that the Holy God received such an evaluation from that existence indicated that he was indeed formidable. So you sought me out to discuss cooperation. Nan Zhou naturally guessed the reason for this visit was merely a desire to collaborate. Exactly. I want to work with you. Together we can eliminate that individual. But you are beings that transcend the universe. Do you think I am qualified to involve myself in your war? To Nan Zhou, the war of these two powerful entities was one that could determine the fate of the Marvel Universe, and he believed he was not equipped to join such a grand battle. The existence never presented itself in physical form when meeting him, as its arrival would shatter the space. Although it could not physically harm him, the disparity in strength was still evident. Rest assured, all you need to do is find something that can injure that guy. As for how to deal with him, I will figure that out myself. With this reassurance, Nan Zhou felt much more at ease. At least he wouldn't have to be on the front lines. If I help you, what will be my reward? Naturally, Nan Zhou could not assist him for free. He required a fair exchange. The existence had anticipated this situation and promptly responded, if you help me and succeed, I will not interfere with what you do in this world. However, if you fail, he will become the will of this universe, and I believe you can imagine what your fate would be then. As the existence spoke, its tone turned threatening, which made Nan Zhou quite displeased. Yet he understood the truth in those words. After all, he had drawn the Holy God's ire. If that figure defeated the existence before him, transforming the main Marvel Universe and all its multiverses into his own, Nan Zhou would not fare well. This task is not easy, as I do not know what can harm him. You will have to discover it for yourself. The existence continued. This statement undoubtedly increased Nan Zhou's difficulty in completing the task. However, weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately nodded. All right, it's a deal. I hope you keep your promise. Nan Zhou replied with a slight smile towards that existence. I also hope you can assist me to the fullest. By the way, there's one more thing. Suddenly, Nan Zhou thought of something and spoke up just as the existence finished. The Time Management Bureau has already set their sights on me, and those people are extremely arrogant, which annoys me. So could you see if you can stop them from bothering me? Upon hearing this, the existence fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, all right, I will take care of it. As soon as the words left its mouth, the environment around Nan Zhou began to change. When Nan Zhou regained his senses, he found himself back home, still lying on the same sofa. He got up, went to the kitchen, drank some water, and then stood by the window, gazing into the distance. Had it not been for the existence mentioning it, Nan Zhou seemed to have forgotten about the Holy God. It appeared that the Holy God was indeed quite terrifying. As for where the item that could harm the Holy God was, Nan Zhou had no clues whatsoever. Could it be located on Earth? Even if it was on Earth, where on this vast planet could he find it? Nan Zhou furrowed his brows with no leads in sight. It seemed the only option now was to remain still. After all, the universe was so expansive, finding a single item was truly akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this item was unknown even to the existence that transcended the Marvel Universe, making it even more elusive. At this point, the only thing Nan Zhou could do was wait for the existence to provide him with a lead. The existence was currently at a disadvantage. Even if he felt anxious, it would be of no use. If the Marvel Universe truly changed hands, it was likely that none of the people close to him would be spared. Nan Zhou would never allow such a thing to happen. At that moment, Hela walked out of the room, and upon seeing Nan Zhou standing by the window, she was slightly taken aback before walking over to his side. Are you troubled? Hela looked at Nan Zhou, noticing the expression on his face was one of concern, and thus she asked, just thinking about some things. What things? Do you need my help? Hela continued to inquire. But Nan Zhou shook his head. This matter is difficult for you to assist with, even I have no clue. Hela then placed her hand on Nan Zhou's shoulder. Some things shouldn't be borne alone, the pressure is too great for you. From Hela's perspective, Nan Zhou had many concerns, but seldom spoke to her, always shouldering burdens alone. You can tell me, I will help you think of solutions. If you keep this up, those who care about you will also start to worry. As Hela said this, she intentionally paused, then lifted her head to meet Nan Zhou's gaze. Like me, Hela's determined eyes made Nan Zhou momentarily speechless. Bathed in moonlight, Hela's visage made Nan Zhou's heart tremble slightly. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hela's face. Her eyes were incredibly sincere, locking onto Nan Zhou's gaze. She looked into his eyes desperately, trying to suppress the urge to look away. How could she, the goddess of death, want to shy away from Nan Zhou's eyes? What do you mean you care about me? Nan Zhou also stared straight into Hela's eyes, his face inching closer. Seeing this, Hela couldn't help but retreat, but she suddenly realized that behind her was the window. If she went back, she'd fall. You don't misunderstand. Hela's face was flushed red, and she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her gestures filled with panic. I just think that if something happens to you, no one would be left to cook for me, so I need to know what's on your mind, and then. Hela's explanation was rather feeble, and as the words left her mouth, even she found it hard to believe. Nan Zhou looked at Hela, wanting to say something more, but she abruptly pushed him aside and returned indoors, closing the door. What am I doing? Hela collapsed onto her bed, burying her head in the blanket and pulling it over herself. At this moment, Hela's face, ears, and neck were all flushed crimson. Not only was she red, but she was also burning hot to the point of feeling dizzy. Thinking back on what had just happened, Hela felt goosebumps rise all over her body. How could she have said such things? This was not the fearsome goddess of death known for her ruthlessness. What on earth is wrong with me? It was late at night, yet Hela felt no inclination to sleep. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou sat on the sofa staring at the already closed door, lost in thought. He didn't know why he felt so distracted, but he couldn't help glancing at that door, unable to tear his gaze away. What was the reason for this? Even Nan Zhou, who usually had insight into matters, couldn't quite grasp it. Forget it, I should just get some sleep, he decided, rolling over on the sofa and drifting off. When Nan Zhou woke up again, the sun was shining brightly. He got up and checked the time. It wasn't quite time for school yet, but it was. Nan Zhou called out to Wanda, and the others then prepared a few simple sandwiches. The breakfast for the three children was quite straightforward, and they quickly finished before heading off to school. Hella, however, had not yet gotten out of bed. Thinking of her, Nan Zhou recalled the events of the night before and smiled helplessly. He wouldn't deliberately wake her if she wanted to sleep, then let her sleep. Nan Zhou stepped outside to gather ingredients for dinner. When he returned home, it was already 10:30 in the morning, but Hella's room door remained tightly shut, indicating she still hadn't woken up. Still not awake after such a long time. She really can sleep in. Nan Zhou knocked on the door, signaling that it was time for her to get up, but it was no longer early. However, Hella did not respond, and there was no sound from inside the room. Nan Zhou frowned slightly, and ultimately opened. I said it's already 10:30 in the morning, aren't you getting up? But as soon as he spoke, Nan Zhou saw that Hella had piled the blanket into a nest, hiding herself within it. Sister, it's 10:30, time to get up and tidy up for lunch. Nan Zhou's tone sounded quite maternal as he approached Hella's bed, yet Hella remained unresponsive, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. Nan Zhou pushed gently, only to find Hella completely still. Seeing this, Nan Zhou pushed a bit harder, but still there was no response. This made him feel uneasy. Could something have happened? She wouldn't wake up even with this much pushing. With this thought, Nan Zhou suddenly exerted a strong tug to lift the blanket, but at that moment he encountered resistance. Hella was gripping the blanket tightly, refusing to let Nan Zhou lift it. What are you doing, acting all strange in the morning? Nan Zhou frowned, his tone slightly admonishing. After all, this goddess of death Hella had lived for over 1,000 years. She could be considered an ancient being, yet why did she act like a child? Just as Nan Zhou finished speaking, Hella's head poked out from under the blanket, her eyes filled with sorrow. Having gone through what happened the previous night, Hella hadn't slept a wink. Although not sleeping all night wasn't an issue for someone like her, her mental state was still not good. Thus, dark circles under her eyes were clearly visible. She couldn't understand why, after everything that happened last night, Nan Zhou remained so carefree, as if nothing had occurred. Could it be that he didn't care at all? The reason Hella stayed holed up in her room, buried in her blanket, was that she didn't know how to face. But upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, she realized he seemed to be completely unconcerned about the matter. This left Hella quite dissatisfied. She had already felt awkward and shy about the events of the night, yet Nan Zhou appeared utterly indifferent. With this thought, Hella felt extremely disgruntled. Don't you have anything to say about what happened last night? She suddenly asked, looking at Nan. Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback by this question. He looked at Hella's expression, unable to decipher what she truly meant. Did something happen last night? Was there something that occurred? Nan Zhou feigned ignorance, turning his gaze elsewhere. In his mind, Hella's inquiry was undoubtedly an attempt to make him forget about the events of the night. Unfortunately, despite having developed his mind extensively, he still fell short in understanding a woman's feelings. His answer was wrong. This was not the response Hella wanted. Upon hearing this, she became even angrier, snorted in displeasure, and once more buried her head back into the blanket. This action was somewhat endearing, causing Nan Zhou to chuckle involuntarily. Hella didn't expect Nan Zhou to still be laughing, which made her even angrier, and she simply turned over, facing away from him. You're a goddess of death who has lived for 1,000 years. How can you still be so petty? Nan Zhou's words were quite clear, suggesting that Hella was too immature and ought to be more mature. What? Have you only eaten a few meals in your lifetime? Nan Zhou's words completely pushed Hella over the edge, and she once again poked her head out from under the blanket, glaring at him with a flushed face. Although this was clearly Hella's angry gesture, for some reason, to Nan Zhou this scene appeared incredibly cute. How had he not noticed this side of the goddess of death before? Nan Zhou's smiling face left Hyla feeling quite vexed. How can you still smile here? Hyla's face flushed as she emerged from her bed, approaching Nan Zhou, seemingly seeking an explanation. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated, unsure of how to begin. The atmosphere became heavy in an instant. Nan Zhou looked at Hyla with some confusion, not understanding what she was trying to say. After a moment, Hyla let out a helpless sigh, the flush on her face diminishing considerably. She pressed her forehead and shook her head, no longer sure if Nan Zhou was pretending to be foolish or was genuinely dim-witted. Let's just pretend nothing happened last night. Hyla's mood instantly turned quite despondent after saying that she wanted to leave the room. Actually, I was quite moved by what happened last night. Suddenly, Nan Zhou spoke up. This made Hyla, who had nearly reached the door, stop in her tracks. She turned her head back, her eyes glimmering with a hint of brightness. When you said you cared about me, it made me very happy. One reason is that at least all those meals I cooked for you weren't in vain. At this moment, Nan Zhou turned around, smiling at Hyla. This smile was entirely different from his previous ones that made Hyla feel considerably at ease rather than irritated. As for the second point, Nan Zhou hesitated, uncertain if he should voice his thoughts. But seeing the expectant look on Hyla's face, he chuckled and shook his head. Thank you for your words, they made me feel. When Nan Zhou returned from that shattered void, he knew it was a path of loneliness and monotony. The tasks entrusted to him had to be completed by him alone. For once, the natives of the Marvel Universe joined, and the likelihood of being suppressed or even killed by that divine being was substantial. He wasn't afraid of that divine being, but he feared for the safety of those around him. For once, the natives of the Marvel Universe joined, and the likelihood of being suppressed or even killed by that divine being was substantial. At the very least, Nan Zhou knew there was someone waiting behind him, waiting for his return. However, his words were still not quite perfect for Hyla, as she didn't receive the answer she had hoped for. But that was enough. For Hyla, it was quite satisfying. Hyla's eyes were now brimming with tears, though she herself didn't understand why she was so emotional. Noticing this, Nan Zhou felt somewhat perplexed. He thought to himself that he had spoken sincerely. Oh, why was Hyla still crying? Seeing the flustered expression on Nan Zhou's face, Hyla couldn't help but chuckle, then stepped closer to him, giving Nan Zhou a big hug and resting her head on his shoulder. This action surprised Nan Zhou, making him hesitate to move. Thank you, Hyla murmured softly before loosening her. I'm hungry, hurry and prepare something to eat. Hyla wiped her tears and told Nan Zhou, then left the room. This inexplicable farce ended with Nan Zhou in a state of confusion. When Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro returned home, the perceptive Wanda and Lorna sensed something was off. The interaction between Hyla and Nan Zhou had become more intimate, which was a very bad warning. In fact, Wanda and Lorna had been keeping an eye on Hyla for some time, but there had been no progress, and they had gradually gotten familiar. Their vigilance had lessened. However, things were different now. They keenly sensed that something was unusual. The relationship between Hyla and Nan Zhou was on a rapid ascent. They didn't know what had caused their relationship to become more intimate, nor did they care. But they knew that if they didn't act soon, Nan Zhou might really be taken away. But for now, focusing on their studies was the top priority, so the two could only swallow their anger. However, their gazes towards Hyla were still filled with hostility. As for Pietro, he naturally sensed nothing. He only noticed the changes in Lorna and Wanda, leaving him quite puzzled. Hyla had long since noticed the hostility from Lorna and Wanda. Her response to the two was to look at them with a victorious. This provocative gesture annoyed the two, but they had no way to retaliate, resorting to chewing their food vigorously to vent their frustration. And what about Nan Zhou, the source of their animosity? He naturally did not notice this scene. He was even less aware than Pietro and failed to notice Wanda and Lorna's hostility towards Hyla, nor did he notice Hyla's smugness. He was currently pondering something. It was not about the three of them advancing in their studies, but rather how to activate their superpowers. Clearly, Lorna was not supposed to appear under normal circumstances, but the acquisition of superpowers should follow the same path as the other two, through the Mind Stone. However, the Mind Stone had long since fallen into the hands of Hydra. After the failure of the New York battle, it was sent to S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be taken by Hydra members within. As for its whereabouts, Nan Zhou had no idea, because under normal circumstances the place where the Mind Stone should exist, and the researchers studying it, had been wiped out by him back in 2010. It was also because of that incident that a new inheritance template, the Darkseid template, was activated. Since the normal location had been destroyed, tracing it further would require some effort. He did not intend to let Wanda and the others become completely powerless and live as ordinary people. He still wanted to obtain the Mind Stone for the three of them. Having superpowers was part of Nan Zhou's plan. Unfortunately, due to his oversight, he had lost track of the Mind Stone's whereabouts, which made Nan Zhou quite distressed. This was what was bothering him. Then suddenly Nan Zhou had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. Since the Mind Stone could not be found, why not have that existence directly grant superpowers to the three of them? After all, the three of them were destined to possess superpowers. Now that the normal channels had become difficult, it would be better to skip the process and go straight to the conclusion. That existence was also immensely powerful. It should be feasible to grant the three of them the superpowers that belonged to them. With this in mind, Nan Zhou was quite impressed by his own cleverness. Furthermore, finding that existence was not difficult. He could reach that void through spatial rifts. All it took was a thought. After making his decision, Nan Zhou returned to his room after dinner and opened the space rift. At that moment, Hela entered the room and noticed that Nan Zhou had already opened the space rift, looking somewhat surprised. What are you going to do? Hela asked. I'm going to find someone to discuss something, and I'll be back soon, Nan Zhou casually replied as he stepped into the space rift. Hela watched as the space rift closed, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes for some unknown reason. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou arrived once again in the void where that existence resided. This time, Nan Zhou discovered that the void had become even more desolate than before, with even more shattered space. It seemed that this existence had been through a hard night. Nan Zhou. The existence sensed that Nan Zhou had entered the void space it created. Hadn't he already come yesterday? Could it be that Nan Zhou had found the means to defeat the celestial god that he mentioned? But that thing was unknown even to himself. How could Nan Zhou possibly know of it or obtain it? Nan Zhou naturally guessed what the existence was pondering, so he quickly spoke up. I didn't come here to tell you clues about that thing. You don't know it, let alone me. Even though the existence had already considered this situation, it still felt a bit disappointed upon hearing those words. Then why are you here? Since Nan Zhou wasn't here to inform him, what was his purpose? Hearing the existence's question, Nan Zhou smiled faintly. I'm here to ask you for a favor. A favor? What kind of favor? The existence was somewhat surprised to hear Nan Zhou's words. I didn't expect you to come down. Given that they were now in a cooperative relationship, the existence was willing to listen to what Nan Zhou had to request. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask you first. Nan Zhou slowly began. From what I understand, Lorna shouldn't know Wanda and Pietro, nor should she be imprisoned with them. Nan Zhou's question was naturally about the secrets buried deep in his heart concerning Lorna. After all, the only ones involved in the Hydra experiment were the Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver. Pietro. Lorna was not present at all. At least that was the case in the cinematic universe. This was the first discrepancy Nan Zhou discovered between his world and the cinematic universe. The existence fell silent upon hearing this, remaining quiet for a long time. Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou began to piece together. It seemed that the universe he was in was not the main Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather a parallel universe. Otherwise such things wouldn't happen. However, this was merely a speculation. Only that still silent existence truly knew everything. Yet he seemed unwilling to answer this question, and Nan Zhou wouldn't press for it. Since you don't want to answer, let me state my request. Nan Zhou sat on a nearby pile of stones, gazing into the distant void. What I want to ask of you is quite simple, at least for you. That is to grant Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro their superpowers. What? As soon as Nan Zhou finished speaking, the existence expressed a tone of skepticism. You want me to grant them their superpowers? Nan Zhou nodded and smiled slightly. That's the idea, you're quite astute. But the response was still silence. The existence fell silent once again. Hey, don't stay mute, say something. Seeing that this guy had gone silent again, Nan Zhou felt somewhat helpless. This matter is indeed not difficult for me, but can you tell me the reason behind it? After a while, the existence finally spoke, asking Nan Zhou. The reason is simple. If they don't have superpowers, then they are not the Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Lorna. This universe wouldn't have these three superheroes, wouldn't that alter the course of history? Now that the Mind Stone is also missing, finding it to grant the three superpowers is indeed quite challenging. Nan Zhou's words were incredibly accurate, leaving the existence momentarily unsure of how to respond. That is true. The existence pondered for a moment before speaking again. I won't personally grant them their superpowers, but I will tell you the location of the Mind Stone. You can go find it. How does that sound? Nan Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Receiving this answer was quite satisfactory. He was worried that this guy might refuse him. All right, give me a moment. The existence fell silent again. But soon he gradually spoke again. That thing is currently located underground in the financial tower in Melbourne, Australia. That's all I can tell you. You'll have to find it yourself. As long as the three come into contact with the Mind Stone, they will gain superpowers. Upon hearing the existence's words, Nan Zhou smiled. Thank you very much. I hope our cooperation will continue to be pleasant. Oh, I'll take my leave now. With that, Nan Zhou opened the space rift leading directly to his home. By the way, if you find any clues about something that can harm the celestial god, inform me in a timely manner, and I will help you find it. But if you don't tell me anything, I won't be able to assist you. Goodbye. As Nan Zhou spoke, he waved his hand, and then left the void. Nan Zhou returned home, and Hela approached him, seemingly hoping for him to reveal something. Nan Zhou also noticed Hela's intentions. Come with me to Melbourne, Australia tomorrow. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela's eyes, it seemed this guy really intended to take her with him. We're going to find the Mind Stone, the thing that can control people's hearts during your brother's invasion of Earth. Hela nodded, but was also quite puzzled. Aren't you going to retrieve that thing? Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh twice upon hearing that. The S-H-I-E-L-D has long been infiltrated by Hydra, and that thing is already in Hydra's hands. Then why don't you hit back at Hydra internally? Hela voiced her inner doubts. It's simple. If all the Hydra members are driven out, then there would be very few people left in S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be directly hollowed out from within, completely rendered useless. Hela voiced her inner doubts. It's simple. If all the Hydra members are driven out, then there would be very few people left in S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be in Australia. Melbourne. Nan Zhou and Hela walked towards their rendezvous. This place was familiar to Nan Zhou, as he had been here before, arriving directly through a spatial rift. In such a vast city, where are we supposed to find this thing? Hela looked at the ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians, voicing her confusion. Finding a gem in this big city was quite a headache for Hela, who was a god. The main issue was that they couldn't harm innocents, which was the— Don't worry, I have my ways, you just follow me. Hearing Hela's concerns, Nan Zhou quickly responded. Seeing the confident look in Nan Zhou's eyes, Hela couldn't help but smile wryly and followed behind him. Before long, Nan Zhou found the financial building in Melbourne. After all, this city only had this one financial building easily searchable on his phone. But the question was how to get to the underground of this financial building. Although it was a problem, it was not one that could stump Nan Zhou. Follow me. Nan Zhou glanced back at Hela and led her into the financial building. This financial building required identification, thanks to the forged documents he had from the S-H-I-E-L-D. Nan Zhou smoothly brought Hela inside. S-H-I-E-L-D really does have identification prepared for every place, Hela remarked, seeing how effortless it was for the two of them to enter the financial building. Who said that? Unexpectedly, Nan Zhou immediately denied her statement. The VIP S-H-I-E-L-D at the bar near my home wouldn't have sorted this out for me. Ooh, I had to pay for it myself. Hela shot Nan Zhou a look. You can argue about this. The term argue was something Nan Zhou had taught her, along with the term argumentative expert. I'm just speaking the truth. The two chatted about various topics while wandering around the first floor of the financial building. Soon Nan Zhou stopped in his tracks, handed Hela a mask, and put one on himself. How do we get down? Hela asked while putting on her mask. However, Nan Zhou remained silent. After donning the mask, he led Hela to a corner that went unnoticed, pushed against a wall, and revealed a hidden door. This astonished Hela. If not for some method relying solely on eyesight, she felt this hidden door would never have been discovered. Practice makes perfect. Nan Zhou, sensing Hela's astonishment, explained. I've been a spy for many years, or I can't say I can find all hidden doors, but 9 out of 10 won't escape my discerning eyes. With that, Nan Zhou stepped into the hidden door, and Hela followed closely behind. After passing through a dark corridor, they finally saw a faint light. Halt! At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows of the light. It was the gatekeeper standing in the shadows. Had they been ordinary people, they would have definitely gone unnoticed. However, Nan Zhou and Hela were not ordinary. They had sensed the gatekeeper's presence long before entering the hidden door. Who are you? The passcode. Although the gatekeeper was in the dark, he could see clearly who was in the corridor. Since the two were wearing masks, he naturally did not recognize them, which made him cautious. Moreover, he knew every person who came and went, and these two were clearly not among them. The gatekeeper raised his gun, being extremely cautious. But just as he was about to ask a third question, he noticed two red lights flashing nearby. In the next instant, the red lasers shot out, piercing through his head, ending his life. Was this a hit? Nan Zhou acted decisively, surprising Hyla. After all, he was just a pawn of Hydra. He died, Nan Zhou casually replied, and approached the gatekeeper's corpse, dragging it along as they continued deeper. Soon they reached the end of the corridor, which led to a laboratory. Inside there were 8 other scientists conducting research, surrounded by numerous armed bodyguards who were either protecting or Suddenly a corpse was thrown in, startling everyone. The armed bodyguards quickly raised their guns, vigilantly staring in the direction from which the corpse had been thrown. In the next moment, 2 red lasers shot out, directly penetrating 3 bodyguards, their hearts pierced, instantly killing them. Seeing this, the others immediately prepared to shoot. However, the intense pain in their chests prevented them from pulling the trigger. The remaining individuals looked down to find their chests pierced by a black spear. This was Hyla's weapon. Before they could scream, they all collapsed to the ground, slowly dying. In just an instant, all the bodyguards in the laboratory were eliminated, leaving only the scientists. At this moment, Nan Zhou and Hyla walked in. They surveyed the room and quickly noticed the Mind Stone displayed in the center. The scientists were trembling in fear. Many of them were not original members of Hydra, but had come under threat or temptation. They had never witnessed such a scene and were evidently terrified. Don't worry, everyone. Seeing this, Nan Zhou quickly spoke up. I know some of you were coerced by Hydra. As long as you cooperate with me, I won't harm you. Nan Zhou's words made the scientists exchange glances. Even if they wanted to resist, seeing Nan Zhou's strength, they surely felt powerless. I only want that gem. As long as you all remain still, you will live. Saying this, Nan Zhou approached the device containing the Mind Stone, punched through the glass, and retrieved the gem. Seeing that the scientists had not moved, Nan Zhou nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. You all are cooperating very well. After politely thanking them, Nan Zhou turned to leave. But suddenly a gunshot rang out. A scientist originally belonging to Hydra pulled out a pistol from his waist and shot at the back of Nan Zhou's head. However, the bullet hit the back of Nan Zhou's head without causing any harm. The bullet itself was crushed by the impact and the hardness of his skull, leaving only a metal fragment. The metal fragment fell to the ground with a crisp sound. No one spoke, and the air was terrifyingly silent. Nan Zhou turned around to look at the scientist who had fired. His face bore no anger, instead it was filled with a smile. You should have kept your cool. Why on earth would you take a shot when it was all quiet? What were you thinking? Were you seeking death? Did you have an appointment with God? Originally, Nan Zhou intended to leave, but this unlucky fool actually opened fire. You brought this upon yourself, so Nan Zhou naturally had to oblige. The scientist who fired the gun was momentarily stunned to see that even bullets could not penetrate Nan Zhou's head. However, as he saw Nan Zhou charging towards him, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing death was imminent. Oh. With several gunshots, the scientist fired again, emptying the remaining bullets from his magazine. But this was merely futile resistance, as the bullets striking Nan Zhou's body were as ineffective as hitting an incredibly hard steel plate, resulting in the same outcome as the previous bullet, becoming mere scraps of metal. You don't come any closer. Seeing that Nan Zhou remained unharmed, the scientist's mental defenses finally crumbled. Even those injected with super serum cannot withstand bullets. This person is truly terrifying. You are not human. You are an alien. The scientist pointed at Nan Zhou, his voice trembling. He couldn't fathom that a human could endure such a barrage of bullets. This person was undoubtedly an extraterrestrial. It's a pity you still call yourself a scientist. Nan Zhou approached the scientist and crouched down. Catch up with the times. Just as Nan Zhou finished speaking, a foul smell hit his nostrils. Looking down, he found that the scientist had urinated in his pants out of fear. What a shame. Nan Zhou shook his head, helplessly, realizing he was just an ordinary human, his heart already eroded by the fear of death. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou stood up, his eyes flashing with red light once more. Then a laser shot forth, and the Omega Ray pierced through the scientist's head. The current Omega Ray was still somewhat lacking, but killing a few humans was still quite simple. Let's go. Nan Zhou clapped his hands and turned to signal Hela behind him. Hela nodded and turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, a young male scientist stood up and called out to Nan Zhou. Annoyed, Nan Zhou turned back to look at the man. What is it? Do you have something to say? Why did you have to resort to killing? The man glared at Nan Zhou and asked. This question momentarily bewildered both Nan Zhou and Hela. The two exchanged glances, fearing there was something wrong with their ears. Friend, are you mistaken? Didn't you see that man just now? Nan Zhou pointed at the corpse on the ground, looking at the young man, who seemed a bit off. But you are unharmed, right? Since you have superhuman abilities, why couldn't you spare his life? The young man's argument left Nan Zhou speechless. He hadn't expected to encounter such a naive idealist in this place. How pitiful, so young yet so naive. Nan Zhou sighed helplessly, realizing the young man was truly misguided. If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed you all. Nan Zhou spoke slowly, but upon hearing his words, the young man wore a disbelieving expression. This statement was not incorrect, for if Nan Zhou left with the Mind Stone, the people from Hydra would undoubtedly come looking, and this scientist would not survive. In his rage, he would certainly drag others down with him. Unfortunately, the young man did not understand this, having devoted his life to scientific research, and his mind had become quite distorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, the young scientist immediately scoffed. Even if he is a member of Hydra, he has been quite friendly to us, unlike you who comes in and kills. In the eyes of this scientist, Nan Zhou was the epitome of a villain for killing upon arrival, while the Hydra scientist seemed more like a good person. Nan Zhou smiled bitterly twice. This young man was utterly hopeless. No matter how vile a person might be, if they offer you a piece of candy, do you then consider them a good person? This phrase perfectly described the young scientist. Truly pitiful. Nan Zhou sighed deeply, approaching the young scientist. What is your name? My name is Yasos. What's it to you? Are you going to kill me after learning my name? Then find my family and kill them too. The question from Nan Zhou seemed to touch a nerve in the young man, named Yasos, who launched into a tirade against Nan Zhou, portraying himself as a defiant national hero, while Nan Zhou appeared as the villain. But in reality, Yasos insulted the very concept of a national hero with his remarks, proving only his own ignorance. It seems you are quite resistant to accepting the truth. Nan Zhou shook his head helplessly. Do you know why he has a gun at his waist? Nan Zhou continued. Because he fears that you might rebel or cause trouble. This gun is for self-defense. As for why he is friendly to you, that's because he knows you were brought here against your will, so he treats you well to keep you compliant. Nan Zhou was all too familiar with Hydra's tactics. This was not mere speculation, but reality. His words seemed to have some effect, causing Yasos to stutter momentarily. Seeing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly and patted his shoulder again. Young man, you are still too naive. You don't understand Hydra's ways. They excel at manipulating hearts, just like the instigators of the world wars. I have encountered Hydra far more than you. I understand them better. Having said that, Nan Zhou turned to leave. If you wish to remain here, then stay. When Hydra arrives, you will be carried out as— With that, Nan Zhou left the laboratory, leaving Yasos and his group behind. The other scientists quickly chose to leave. These individuals had suffered and been harmed by Hydra, and thus harbored fear and hatred towards them. They initially thought Yasos was also one of Hydra's people, but they were shocked to find that he had truly been brainwashed. For a moment, they felt pity for him, shaking their heads and hastily departing. After all, if Hydra's people arrived and saw this scene, they would undoubtedly unleash a massacre, and they would not have a good end. Meanwhile, Yasos looked at the corpses scattered around, frowning. Nan Zhou's words echoed in his mind, but he was still unwilling to accept them. This unfortunate fool still believed that Hydra's kindness towards him was genuine. Are you just going to leave that kid alone? After leaving the financial building in Melbourne, Hela asked Nan Zhou. In her view, that kid absolutely cannot be left alone, for keeping him would surely lead to the creation of a new Hydra member. If it were Hela, she would definitely crush that kid in the cradle. But Nan Zhou shook his head. He wouldn't do that. He didn't want to engage in preemptive crime prevention. He thought of the conflict between Captain Marvel and Iron Man in the comics. Because of a kid who could predict the future, Captain Marvel would bring those who had not yet committed crimes to justice. This was something Nan Zhou could not accept. He believed that even if this person would commit a crime in the future, he had not done anything illegal at present. He was a law-abiding citizen and should not be arrested for a future that might never come. It would be better to guide them to help them walk the right path. But evidently that Yasos had been brainwashed to a severe extent, and Nan Zhou's persuasion had become futile. Of course, Nan Zhou himself was not particularly suited for preaching. He shared his thoughts with Hela, who stroked her chin. She understood Nan Zhou's reasoning, but given how obvious Yasos' condition had become, it would be acceptable for Nan Zhou to make an exception this once. Yet Nan Zhou remained steadfast in his principles. After all, in his view, Yasos' life was always on the line. It wouldn't be too late to kill him once he truly became part of Hydra. At this moment, Nan Zhou had already opened a spatial rift, and the two of them stepped inside together, returning to their home. Upon arriving home, Nan Zhou placed the Mind Stone on the desk in his bedroom. The Mind Stone still emitted a faint glow, and both Nan Zhou and Hela could feel the energy radiating from it. What are you doing with this thing? Hela asked curiously. Of course it has its uses. Nan Zhou smiled faintly and pointed towards the room where Wanda and the others were. This is prepared for the three of them. Nan Zhou's words puzzled Hela. She didn't understand what this thing could do for those three children, but they are still ordinary people. This gem is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Aren't you afraid they might get hurt by it? Hela voiced her concerns, but Nan Zhou merely shook his head. Just rest assured about that. Just watch me when the time comes. You just cooperate with me. Hela looked at Nan Zhou's smiling face and felt goosebumps all over. This smile was clearly not well-intentioned. She wondered what nefarious schemes were brewing in his mind. Thanos intends to use this to wipe out half of the universe's life. Nan Zhou gazed at the Mind Stone and sighed. He had not informed Hela of Thanos' ambitions before, but now that he had established a cooperative relationship with that entity, he felt compelled to speak. Wipe out half of the universe's life. Hela was taken aback by this revelation. He wants the gem just for that. What do you mean just, eh? Nan Zhou found himself speechless at Hela's words. That's half of the universe's life we're talking about. With a snap of his fingers, I could turn to dust right before you, and no one would ever cook for you again. Upon hearing this, Hela's expression changed. It seemed quite serious. Then why would he want to do that? Hela continued to inquire. Nan Zhou then explained Thanos' grand notion for the well-being of the entire universe. After finishing, Hela stroked her chin. Although the intention is good, it's clear that this is fundamentally wrong. After spending time with Nan Zhou, Hela's worldview had naturally become quite correct, so she could easily perceive the flaws in. Hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that this goddess of death had also developed a proper worldview. Perhaps she would eventually discard the prefix of death. As night fell, the three children returned home, and when they entered the living room, they saw the Mind Stone. Nan Zhou had deliberately placed it on the coffee table. The three children at an age full of curiosity were drawn to the beautiful gem that sparkled with light, eager to investigate. At that moment Nan Zhou emerged from the room. Seeing their actions, he quickly rushed over and took the Mind Stone away. You can't touch this, understand? Absolutely cannot touch it. Saying this, he placed the Mind Stone inside a box on the television cabinet in the living room, but did not lock it. You absolutely must not touch it, do you understand? Nan Zhou turned back and continued to admonish them. His tone was serious, but his expression was filled with an eagerness that urged them to open it. His gaze and facial expressions were constantly enticing the three to open the box. Although the three children verbally agreed, their curiosity about the gem had reached a peak. Nan Zhou returned to the room and saw Hela's puzzled face. I say, what exactly do you intend to do with this? Why go to Nan Zhou did not inform Hela that Wanda and the others would gain superpowers due to the Mind Stone. Just wait and see, stop asking so many questions. Nan Zhou merely waved his hand, unwilling to answer the question. The reason he did this was that he did not want to bear the psychological burden. After all, superpowers could be both good and bad for Wanda and the others. Moreover, Nan Zhou did not want them to realize that the Mind Stone was given to them by him. What he wanted to create was a scenario where their insatiable curiosity led them to open the box and inadvertently gain superpowers. Although the outcome was the same, gaining superpowers, the different processes would lead to different futures. During dinner, the three children frequently exchanged glances and then looked towards the box. Seeing this, Nan Zhou smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his temptation had succeeded. As time past midnight arrived, Nan Zhou lay on the sofa, placing the box containing the Mind Stone in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the doors to Wanda and the others' rooms were opened in unison. The three of them tiptoed out, clearly having made a pact. They were extremely cautious. After all, Nan Zhou was a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they worried about waking him. Wanda and the others quietly made their way to the kitchen surrounding the box that held the Mind Stone. They exchanged glances and opened the box. The glowing gem appeared before the three of them. Pietro was the first to pick it up, placing it in his palm. As the three of them played with it, the light from the Mind Stone began to grow brighter and brighter, instantly engulfing them. At this moment, Nan Zhou sat up from the sofa, and Hela walked out of the room. Neither of them had slept. They were waiting for this very... Are you sure there's no problem with this? Hela asked, looking at the dazzling light and coming to Nan Zhou's side. Nan Zhou merely shook his head, as he too was unsure of the exact situation. But given the current situation, it should work right. Seeing the lack of confidence on Nan Zhou's face, Hela felt speechless. How could they risk these three children without knowing what to do? Where had the strategic Nan Zhou gone? At that moment, the three of them, engulfed in the light of the Mind Gem, let out piercing screams accompanied by a hint of pain. Seeing this, Hela decided she couldn't wait any longer. She no longer cared about what Nan Zhou intended to do. She had to get But at that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly grasped her hand and shook his head at her. What exactly do you want to do? Hela turned around, glaring at Nan Zhou, her tone filled with anger. Just wait a little longer, it will succeed. Nan Zhou's expression turned serious. He sensed the faint energy radiating from the light and knew it was a sign of impending success. You? Hela wanted to continue scolding Nan Zhou, but upon seeing his face, she didn't know what to say. In a fit of anger, she shook off Nan Zhou's hand and fell silent. The screams of the three children continued. Nan Zhou had no choice but to use his Darkseid aura to suppress the noise, otherwise the New York police would be knocking on their door soon. In truth, Nan Zhou was just as worried as Hela about the three children, but he could sense a surge of energy, which is why he felt confident in their success. Before long, the screams of the three gradually diminished, and the light began to fade. Hela and Nan Zhou quickly approached to check the situation. As the light completely dissipated, the three children were found collapsed on the ground. Hela and Nan Zhou rushed forward to support them, completely ignoring the Mind Gem that had fallen on the floor. Pietro and Lorna had lost consciousness, but were still breathing, while Wanda's eyes slowly began to open. Hela sighed in relief, as it at least proved that all three were still alive. Nan Zhou looked at Wanda, and suddenly noticed that her pupils were red. An energy was also gathering around her. This was a sign of her powers reaching a temporal threshold. Protect those two children. Nan Zhou's expression grew serious as he snatched Wanda from Hela's arms, while Hela supported Pietro and Lorna. Then with a swift motion, Nan Zhou opened a spatial rift, and quickly pushed Wanda into it. The other end of the rift led to the Sahara Desert. For some reason, Nan Zhou seemed to have a peculiar fondness for the Sahara. He wanted to bring everything to the Sahara Desert. Hela was puzzled by Nan Zhou's actions, as she didn't understand why he was doing this. But just as her words fell, a tremendous energy erupted from Wanda's body. This energy even pierced through the spatial rift, forcing Hela back several steps. Hela was filled with shock. She couldn't believe that this energy had erupted from Wanda. The Mind Gem will grant them superpowers. This is the effect I wanted. However, it seems Wanda is about to lose control. As Nan Zhou said this, he leaped down from the spatial rift and approached Wanda. At this point, Wanda had already stood up, her pupils entirely red, her expression vacant. It appeared that she had completely lost. Upon seeing Nan Zhou approach, Wanda paused, seemingly wanting to greet him. But then a surge of power rushed into her mind, instantly shattering her remaining rationality, and she charged at Nan Zhou. Seeing this, Nan Zhou felt quite helpless. He extended his hand, and countless grains of sand transformed into a cage, trapping Wanda inside. However, sand is still just sand. Despite Nan Zhou's control, its essence wouldn't change. Wanda waved her hand, and all the sand scattered to the ground. Then Wanda dashed forward, striking at Nan Zhou in quick succession. The energy in her hands was deftly controlled, and even Nan Zhou felt a wave of difficulty. It seems I need to end this quickly. Nan Zhou furrowed his brows. He knew that dragging this out would only harm Wanda. Wanda was already out of control, and the energy within her was beginning to rampage. If not restrained in time, her body would surely collapse. At that point, it would truly be a case of losing more than one gains. With this thought in mind, Nan Zhou swiftly moved behind Wanda and raised his hand, preparing to knock her out. But to Nan Zhou's surprise, the energy in Wanda's body suddenly surged out and blocked his hand. Nan Zhou was left in disbelief. He didn't know whether this was Wanda's doing or if that force acted on its own. It seems this has become quite troublesome. Nan Zhou chuckled bitterly. It appeared he would indeed need to employ some more. At that moment, Hela was also watching the battle between Nan Zhou and Wanda. Wanda's superpowers surprised her, and she could sense the strength of that energy. She was now quite curious about how Nan Zhou knew that the mind gem would grant them superpowers. Most importantly, it was clear that Nan Zhou had succeeded. It was just that Wanda was a bit out of control. Since Wanda had gained superpowers, Pietro and Lorna had obviously done so as well. When they awaken, their superpowers will likely manifest as well. At this moment, Nan Zhou faced the red power within Wanda, his expression still somewhat relaxed. The trouble he mentioned was merely that he couldn't calm Wanda down with the strength of an ordinary person. Using more force would definitely break through the defenses of the energy within Wanda. However, what Nan Zhou wasn't sure of was whether his strength would harm Wanda if he truly struck her. But now was not the time for Nan Zhou to hesitate. If this dragged on, Wanda's body would surely not withstand the frenzied power. With this thought, Nan Zhou moved to Wanda's back again, raising his hand. Sure enough, that energy appeared once more. But this time it could not block Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou's immense strength directly pierced through the energy's defenses, striking Wanda on the back of her neck. Nan Zhou brought back Wanda, who had already fallen asleep, and settled the three of them into their respective rooms. This was the last night of their ordinary lives. Once the dawn breaks and they awaken, they will no longer be ordinary people. They will become superpowered beings. After settling the three of them, Nan Zhou noticed Hela's serious expression. He couldn't help but smile wryly, but seemed that a stern questioning was inevitable. Nan Zhou sat on the sofa, quite aware of the situation, resembling a child who knows he is erred and will be scolded. Hela came to sit beside him. The two remained silent for a long time. Hela didn't pose any questions, and Nan Zhou didn't voluntarily confess. The atmosphere between them became subtly tense. After a while, Hela slowly spoke up. Nan Zhou, can you tell me the truth about where you come from and how much you actually know about us? Hela turned her head, her eyes filled with seriousness. Seeing this, Nan Zhou let out a bitter laugh. It seemed he wouldn't escape unscathed if he didn't clarify things. Sigh. Nan Zhou sighed, deeply unsure how to express himself. I warn you, don't say anything ambiguous this time. I'm not that easy to fool anymore. Hela quickly added as she saw Nan Zhou about to speak. Nan Zhou felt quite helpless and could only nod. Since you asked, I can only tell you the truth. After all, he had already reached a consensus with that existence, so even if he revealed some details, Nan Zhou believed it wouldn't. Thus Nan Zhou recounted his world and the stories from the Marvel works within it. As Nan Zhou narrated, Hela's expression grew increasingly serious, for her worldview was shifting. After an unknown length of time, Nan Zhou finished his tale as it had come to an end. He turned to look at Hela and found her in a daze. These stories were truly hard for her to accept. She couldn't accept that in Nan Zhou's world, she was merely a character in a comic. After all, here, she was the goddess of death. Nan Zhou naturally understood Hela's feelings at that moment, as even he would find it hard to accept if someone spoke of him that way. How is this possible? Hela was now somewhat confused as she stood up and went to the window, gazing out into the distance. After a while, she turned back. So you know so much about Asgard, about me, and about Wanda and the others, all because of that comic? Facing Hela's question, Nan Zhou nodded. That's right, precisely because I have read many of those comics and their derivatives, I became familiar with this world. Moreover, because of my existence, the normal history will change, which is why that existence above all has repeatedly sought trouble. As Nan Zhou finished speaking, Hela felt weak all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite being a goddess, just the thought that she was a character created by someone else made her feel manipulated at every step. Try to take it easy. In my view, this world is still quite different from that comic, with considerable gaps between them. However, this statement had no effect on Hela. Her worldview was crumbling. Such matters might not have a significant impact on an ordinary person, but for those with great achievements or gods, such revelations were like a thunderbolt. All of her achievements and efforts were merely conceived and depicted by others. Thus, everything she possessed was created by others, merely appearing to be the result of her own hard work. At this moment, Hela returned to Nan Zhou's side, sitting close to him and leaning against him with a long sigh. She was trying to accept this outcome, despite her unwillingness to believe it. Nan Zhou's expression showed no signs of deceit. So Hela chose to trust him. Tell me, if one day you have the ability to return to your world, would you go back? Hela's question caught Nan Zhou off guard. He had thought Hela would ask some questions about this world, but he didn't expect her to ask this instead. Probably not. Nan Zhou replied lightly. After all, in my world, I was just an ordinary person, a struggling office worker, but here, though I might die here, I have everything I once dreamed of: a mansion, luxury, cars, wealth, and a beautiful girl like you living with me. Nan Zhou's words made Hela chuckle. He was still so full of himself. I've lived for thousands of years, I can hardly accept being called a girl by you. Hela's words made Nan Zhou smile as well. My definition of a girl isn't based on age, but on appearance. Even if you're 10,000 or 20,000 years old, you're still youthful and beautiful, remaining a girl. Such cheesy words made even Nan Zhou feel a bit disgusted, but for some reason Hela seemed to enjoy them immensely, playfully punching him lightly on the chest. Of course it wasn't a strong punch, but more like a playful tap. If she had used her full strength, it wouldn't be an issue for Nan Zhou, but the entire building would be in trouble. Smooth talker. Hela shot him a glare, then revealed a charmingly delicate expression, no longer resembling the goddess of death, but rather like a sweet girlfriend. Nan Zhou felt a chill run down his spine at her expression. Sigh. However, despite this expression, Hela's face was still filled with disappointment. Even though Nan Zhou's assurance that he wouldn't return pleased her, the thought of his earlier words left Hela feeling uneasy. You really won't leave, will you? Hela asked again, perhaps out of a lack of trust in Nan Zhou. You don't have to doubt this, I will absolutely not leave, for in this world, I am far better off than in that one. Hela smiled slightly at this, then surprisingly leaned closer to Nan Zhou, gradually closing the distance. Nan Zhou was momentarily unsure of what Hela intended to do. But soon Nan Zhou was taken aback, for Hela kissed him on the lips. Hela unexpectedly kissed Nan Zhou's lips, catching him off guard and leaving him in a state of fluster. He wanted to push Hela away, but she held him tightly, leaving him momentarily unable to break free. The last time Nan Zhou experienced something like this was in a previous world, and it had been so long that he had forgotten what it felt like. Even with a shred of rationality remaining, he could feel that Hela was exceedingly unfamiliar with this. Just then Hela suddenly stepped forward and pinned Nan Zhou onto the sofa, as if wanting to take things further. At that moment Nan Zhou's mind was in a haze, unsure whether to cooperate with her or resist. The two entwined on the sofa, with Hela holding on to Nan Zhou tightly, as if afraid he would escape. Nan Zhou held Hela closer, the moonlight filtering through the curtains and illuminating them, a surge of impulse rising within. Yet Nan Zhou knew that impulse was the devil, so he tried hard to suppress his feelings. However, looking at Hela's exquisitely indescribable face, the impulse surged even stronger, almost overwhelming his rationality. Suddenly Hela's movements halted, and she lifted her head, looking at Nan Zhou in disbelief. A strand of saliva still connected their lips. In an instant, everything that had just happened flooded into Hela's mind. Hela's entire body began to flush red, feeling embarrassed, while Nan Zhou could sense her rising body temperature. Just a moment ago, Hela had been blank, unable to remember what had happened, but the moonlight shining in her eyes brought her back to calm. Hela glanced at their close position, wrapped in each other's embrace, their faces so close. Do you know? Just now you almost forcibly occupied me. Nan Zhou leaned closer to Hela's ear and whispered. Seeing that Hela had regained her senses, he forcibly suppressed the impulse rising within him. You. Hela, already flushed, blushed even more. She wanted to push Nan Zhou away, but hesitated, considering their position. Ultimately, Hela couldn't bring herself to push him away and instead leaned against Nan Zhou's chest. That was my first. Hela's voice was very low. If not for leaning against Nan Zhou's chest, he might not have heard her at all. First kiss. Hearing Hela say this, Nan Zhou was quite surprised. But you've lived for 1,000 years, surely that's not true. Nan Zhou's words earned him a roll of Hela's eyes. For so many years I've been fighting madly, having no time to care about matters of love. At this point Hela bit her lip, her resentment towards Odin deepening. So, Hela wanted to continue speaking, but swallowed her words and shook her head. Seeing that Hela was unwilling to continue, Nan Zhou refrained from pressing further. They maintained their position, feeling somewhat awkward, yet neither moved to get up. After a while Hela lifted her head from Nan Zhou's chest, propping herself up with her elbow to look at him, her eyes revealing it. Let's just consider what happened tonight as a dream, okay? Hela said, her face flushing again. Nan Zhou was confused, not understanding why she would say that. What are you not satisfied with tonight's events? Hela shot him another glare. You jerk, always saying such unpleasant things. With that, Hela stood up, her mind shifting away from herself to think of Wanda and Lorna. If Wanda and Lorna were to find out about this, how heartbroken they would be. They might even want to kill her. Given Wanda's strength, if her seal was not lifted, she wouldn't stand a chance against Wanda. Thus, for the sake of those two children and her own safety, Hela decided to keep today's events a secret. Nan Zhou looked at Hela's determined expression and helplessly shrugged, indicating it was no problem. Seeing this, Hela smiled, slightly kissed Nan Zhou's lips once more, and then turned to head back into the house without looking back. Nan Zhou touched his lips, still tasting Hela's essence. Thinking of this, Nan Zhou smiled helplessly and turned over, falling directly asleep. Meanwhile, Hela returned to her bedroom, curled up tightly in her blanket. This time she was not shy or overly flushed, rather she felt a bit of delight. Although today's events were driven by her impulse, the outcome was clearly what she desired. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, to the point where she had forgotten her previous discontent with Nan Zhou. Now she began to imagine what expression he would have when they met the next morning. But then she thought this dense fellow might not even feel awkward and would continue interacting with her just as before. This was not Hela's self-deprecation, it was simply a fact, because Nan Zhou was indeed that kind of person. Thinking of this, Hela couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although Nan Zhou had cooperated with her remarkably, giving her hope, recalling his previous behavior left her feeling uncertain. After all, wood is still wood, even if it gets what it remains wood. Hela turned over, gazing at the closed door in the darkness. She wondered what Nan Zhou was doing. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou had already entered his dreams. Hela's actions indeed surprised him. He never expected her to be so bold. But after the surprise, everything returned to normal. Primarily because Hela herself had said she hoped he would forget what happened today. Since Hela had said so, Nan Zhou felt it was better to comply. However, could it be said that he truly didn't care? Naturally not. He wasn't some ancient monster who didn't care about matters of love. Even considering his age in the previous world, he was approaching 50, and the desires of love and passion were still very much alive. However, the years spent in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the violence he experienced had dulled those urges. Yet thinking about how he hadn't pushed Hyla away earlier, but had actively accepted her made Nan Zhou feel puzzled. Was it truly Hyla's beauty that caused him to falter? After all, he was a level 10 agent at Darkseid, and yet he had fallen so easily. I can't stop. Peter groaned, clutching his painfully contorted face, his expression quite grim. That collision was no light matter. Now Peter had already acquired super speed and officially become the speedster Quicksilver. However, he was still quite clumsy with his newfound speed, and crashing into trees had become a regular occurrence. Seeing Peter grimacing in pain, Nan Zhou stepped forward and patted his shoulder. You still need to train more. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Peter spat out a leaf from his mouth, the earthy bitterness making him quite uncomfortable. This speed is really hard to control. If I'm not careful, I could end up crashing straight into a tree. Even a pig wouldn't get killed by hitting a tree. Peter spoke with a hint of lament. A few days ago, Wanda and Lorna had stealthily slipped out of their room and taken the gems that Nan Zhou had strictly forbidden them from touching, resulting in them fainting. When they awoke, they discovered they had gained superpowers, including super speed. Currently, Peter's super speed was indeed fast, much faster than an average person's, even surpassing that of high-speed trains, and this was already quite unbelievable for Peter. However, Nan Zhou told him that his speed could reach 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. Right now, he was still in his infancy. A once fully developed running around the Earth would be a piece of cake. Nan Zhou even said that once his abilities were fully formed, he could easily join the Avengers. The allure of this was it's important to note that his previous dream was to enter S-H-I-E-L-D, but that was only before, as the Avengers had since emerged. The superheroes fighting against aliens were simply too cool in Peter's eyes. The only thing that bothered him was that Iron Man Tony Stark was in the Avengers. But if he could join the Avengers, he could completely. With that thought, Peter flipped around and stood up, his eyes filled with determination. He wanted to join the Avengers to become a... Nan Zhou smiled in satisfaction at Peter's expression. It seems this little brat is genuinely invested. He could see the unwavering determination in Peter's eyes. If you want to join the Avengers, you need to put in 1,000,000% effort. Do you really think you can become an Avenger just like this? Nan Zhou began his generous encouragement, and his words ignited a fiery passion in Peter. Seeing this, Nan Zhou chuckled again. This was the nature of children. A little encouragement could set their spirits ablaze. If they could stay like this, it would be fantastic. Peter's enthusiasm was now fully ignited, and he was eager to train again. You always like to use this method. Just as Peter dove back into training, Hela approached Nan Zhou. She had witnessed Nan Zhou's actions just now. Isn't this also a method? Using words to inspire him, helping him adapt to his state faster. Hela smiled slightly upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, watching Peter crash into a tree again before getting back up and continuing to run. At this rate, he's bound to damage something. Hela expressed a bit of concern, noting the cracks and damages on several trees nearby caused by Peter's collisions. Don't worry, they are already superhumans. Now their physical capabilities are naturally a notch above before, so there's no need to fear for their lives. However, some physical pain is unavoidable. As he said this, Nan Zhou turned around and stretched. These past few days of helping the three kids get familiar with their superpowers, being a teacher is indeed not an easy job. Hela turned to look at Nan Zhou's back, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance. She vividly remembered what had happened a few days ago, and Nan Zhou's attitude was exactly as she had expected. Despite such events, he treated her the same as before. It was just as she had said, as she hoped Nan Zhou would forget what happened that day. And surprisingly, he truly had forgotten. With this thought, Hela still felt a bit dissatisfied. She looked at Nan Zhou's back, her feelings quite complex. By the way, how are Wanda and Lorna doing? At this moment, as their eyes met, Nan Zhou saw the somewhat mournful look in Hela's eyes, and for a moment it became a bit awkward. Hela sensed the awkwardness as well, and quickly averted her gaze. Lorna seems to be controlling her magnetism quite well, but Wanda is not progressing smoothly. Hearing Hela's words, Nan Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. It's important to know that Wanda's powers are the hardest to control, and also the most terrifying. In her initial lack of control, she wasn't even at her full potential. Once Wanda's abilities peaked, the number of people capable of restraining her in the entire universe would be extremely limited. Thus, Nan Zhou must ensure Wanda's power stability, helping her gain better control of her abilities. However, it seemed that the situation was far from optimistic. For several days, Wanda's powers continued to exhibit brief moments of loss of control, which was not what Nan Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, he was also contemplating countermeasures. But clearly there seemed to be no solution. It appeared that the only thing Nan Zhou could do was wait. Fortunately, Peter and Lorna's control of their abilities was quite good, especially Lorna. She was already quite adept at controlling her magnetism. Among the three, she was undoubtedly the most perceptive. As for Peter, with that thought, Nan Zhou glanced back at him. Watching this guy continually crash into trees, even managing to astonishingly break a large tree, Nan Zhou could... Currently, the only thing sustaining Peter seemed to be his yearning for the Avengers. After all, this person's talent was indeed rather hard to describe. At this moment, Hela approached Nan Zhou again, as she could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Teaching these three novices was indeed quite a physical task. Even Nan Zhou was feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Don't worry, these three will definitely be able to stand on their own. Hela spoke to Nan Zhou, then smiled slightly. After all, they were taught by you. At the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D. In Washington, Stark and Nick Fury were watching the Mind Stone outside the laboratory. The Mind Stone had been swapped by a Hydra mole within S-H-I-E-L-D. But after Nan Zhou retrieved it, he directly handed it over to S-H-I-E-L-D. D. After all, this object had little use for Nan Zhou, so it was better to return it to S. H. I. E. L. D. Nick was quite surprised to see the Mind Stone returned in perfect condition. He previously had no idea that the Mind Stone had been swapped, which earned him an eye roll from Nan Zhou. It was at this moment that Nick truly realized how deeply S. H. I. E. L. D. had been infiltrated. Any thoughts? Nick looked at Stark and asked, thoughts? Stark shook his head. I want to steer clear of this. If it attracts some extraterrestrial life forms, it would truly be a loss. New York was almost leveled, and I wouldn't want S. H. I. E. L. D. to end up the same way. Stark's words caused Nick to hesitate for a moment. Upon reflection, Stark's reasoning was not without merit. Currently, their technology was indeed struggling to compete with extraterrestrial life, and they were always on the defensive. If they did not master the technology of the wormhole, they would remain perpetually reactive. Stark's meaning was quite clear. If they wished to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations, their first priority should be to safeguard themselves and enhance their scientific and technological prowess. Only after accomplishing these tasks should they consider interacting with extraterrestrial life forms and civilizations. Thus, Stark was not inclined to engage with or study the Mind Stone at this time. I understand your point, but if we don't seek to understand their technology, we might take a wrong turn and waste precious time. Extraterrestrial life is already watching us on Earth. Although they failed this time, they will undoubtedly return. Therefore, we need to expedite our strength enhancement. To avoid taking detours, contacting extraterrestrial technology is the most prudent option. Nick's words led Stark to gaze once more at the Mind Stone. What Nick said made a lot of sense. Though they had recovered a considerable number of alien ships and weapons, it was a significant boost to their technology. However, all of this paled in comparison to the Mind Stone. The energy contained within the Mind Stone was far more valuable than those ships and weapons. Sigh. With this thought, Stark let out a long sigh. Since the Battle of New York, Stark had not slept well. Each time he fell asleep, he would dream of his reckless actions delivering deadly weapons to alien ships. The sight of that enormous alien ship truly shocked Stark. A sense of despair welled up from deep within him. Recall of these nightmares darkened Stark's expression. What's wrong? Nick noticed Stark's change in expression and quickly asked. Stark simply waved his hand. It's nothing, I've just been sleeping poorly lately. It's no big deal. I don't want to talk about it now, let's discuss it another day. After Stark finished speaking, he left S. H. I. E. L. D. without waiting for Nick's reply. Watching Stark's retreating figure, Nick felt a bit helpless. He knew that the psychological trauma from the Battle of New York was immense for Stark. Looks like I need to find him a psychologist. Nick muttered softly as he continued to look at the Mind Stone, which had returned to his hands. As for Stark, he did indeed go to see a psychologist, but this one was somewhat different. He was not a professional therapist. In Stark's mansion, Nan Zhou and Stark sat facing each other. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's arrival, Stark's expression finally. Since the Battle of New York, Nan Zhou had not seen Stark again. Upon meeting Stark, Nan Zhou realized just how poorly Stark, with a haggard complexion, sunken eyes, and dark circles under his eyes. Looks like you've been through a tough time. What happened? Nan Zhou asked. Stark, hearing Nan Zhou's words, forced a smile and nodded. Indeed, I've been sleeping poorly lately. I have nightmares every night about that colossal alien ship, and I. Stark felt utterly drained as he spoke. You are fortunate to possess such tremendous power. You must not fear such things. Stark sighed again. He envied Nan Zhou immensely. With such powerful abilities, he wouldn't care about those alien ships. Facing those enormous alien vessels would be a simple sweep to resolve the battle. In truth, everyone has things they are afraid of, Nan Zhou said as he stood up and walked to Stark's side. Even I have things that frighten me. Upon hearing this, Stark felt as though Nan Zhou was trying to comfort him. Tell me, to what level has extraterrestrial technology reached? If we develop it ourselves, how long would it take to reach the pinnacle of the universe? This question. Nan Zhou stroked his chin and smiled lightly. Let's put it this way, if humanity develops it on their own, the Earth could be gone before we reach the pinnacle of the universe. This answer was already within Stark's expectations, so he was not very surprised. However, the situation on Earth is somewhat special because there are unique individuals here. As he said this, Nan Zhou pointed at Stark's nose. Me. Stark was taken aback when he saw Nan Zhou pointing at himself. That's right, it's you. Nan Zhou chuckled at Stark's incredulous expression. What? The ever-proud Tony Stark has become this insecure. Stark shook his head at these words. If he had been arrogant and proud before, it was simply because he had never encountered extraterrestrial technology. His understanding was limited to Earth. But this time was different. He had seen extraterrestrial life, witnessed extraterrestrial technology, and encountered the terrifying Thanos. This completely shattered Stark's sense of pride. The inner demon must be broken, not allowed to torment you. Seeing Stark, who had lost his confidence, Nan Zhou once again entered his motivational mode. You are Iron Man Tony Stark. You can take down several, even dozens of those aliens. What exactly are you afraid of? Are you intimidated by their technology? Just shake it off. Mastering that technology should be a piece of cake for you. With a series of actions from Nan Zhou, Stark's confidence reignited. That spark of life reignited in Stark's heart once more. After the New York battle, the city entered a reconstruction phase, with numerous refugee camps set up amidst the ruins. As once the world's greatest metropolis, New York now no longer deserved that title. Restoring vitality is not a matter of just 1 or 2 years. To truly return to the former glory of New York, at least 5 years are needed. Nan Zhou stood beside the construction site of New York's reconstruction, where a skyscraper once stood, half of which was blown away during the battle, claiming countless lives. Now that building had been completely leveled and was set for reconstruction as no one could rebuild on the half that remained. Watching the workers laboring, Nan Zhou fell into deep thought. He was in New York, having witnessed the city's current state firsthand after the Great Battle. Countless people were displaced, many children had lost their parents, countless parents had lost their children, and others had lost their shops that were their means of livelihood. Nan Zhou saw the many who had become permanently disabled due to the battle, and it dealt a blow to what he had always stood for. After crossing into this Marvel universe, Nan Zhou had adhered to the principle of easily altering history. Although he had brought Wanda and her companions back, there were still other major events he changed daily, including this New York battle. The arrival of Thanos was clearly abnormal, so Nan Zhou only dealt with him, not killing many of the Chitauri. He believed this was a calamity for New York, so he did not intentionally change anything. However, seeing the displaced people still deeply affected him. After all, he was also human, and at less than 50 years old from his previous world, he had not transcended to the point of even Hela, who was thousands of years old, and Thor, who was 1,500 years old, could not do so, let alone himself. Now thinking of those in the refugee camps, Nan Zhou pondered whether what he had done before was right or wrong. If he made changes, the entire universe would shift, but if his changes led to fewer of such scenes, then it would be worth it. Nan Zhou fell into a dilemma for a moment, shaking his head and leaving the area. Darkseid, right? Just as he walked a few steps, a voice called out to him. Turning around, Nan Zhou saw a figure wrapped tightly in a black cloak, wearing a hood that obscured their face. Or perhaps I should call you Nan Zhou instead, the figure said with a hint of amusement as they noticed him turning. Nan Zhou's expression darkened. Oh, very few knew he was Darkseid, and also Nan Zhou. Perhaps only Hela and Odin knew. So who was this person? At that moment, the figure walked toward the depths of the nearby woods, clearly indicating for Nan Zhou to follow. Without much thought, Nan Zhou complied. They arrived at a secluded part of the woods completely devoid of people, where the figure stopped and turned around. I truly did not expect it. Didn't expect that the one capable of dominating Thanos and playing with the great titan like a puppet would be an Earth human. An Earthling possessing such power is truly a sin against the universe. Hearing this, Nan Zhou's expression grew darker. It seemed this person had been following him for some time and had a good understanding of him, yet he had been completely oblivious to it. This demonstrated the person's terrifying presence. Who are you? Nan Zhou asked, looking at the figure whose face he could not discern. Me. The figure smiled faintly, lifting their hood to reveal a pale-faced alien. One of Thanos' 5 generals, Ebony Maw. The individual identified themselves as Ebony Maw, which surprised Nan Zhou. He did not expect this person to come to see him alone. So did Thanos send you to investigate me and then find me at? Nan Zhou's question made Ebony Maw chuckle. Of course not. I am here purely of my own accord. Lord Thanos is unaware. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou's gaze towards Ebony Maw changed. He knew Ebony Maw had treacherous thoughts towards Thanos, but he did not expect that at this point Ebony Maw would already dare to seek him out without Thanos' knowledge. Then why are you investigating me and seeking me out? Are you trying to kill me? Upon seeing this, Ebony Maw quickly waved his friend. Such words should not be spoken. With your immense power, even Lord Thanos was vanquished at your hands. How could I dare entertain any ill thoughts towards you? Moreover, you have the goddess of death from Asgard by your side, do you not? By now Nan Zhou's expression had turned rather grim. It seemed that Ebony Maw's understanding of him exceeded his expectations. This person could not be left alive. But please do not worry, I harbor no malice towards you, and I even have a slight admiration for you. Ebony Maw could sense that Nan Zhou had murderous intent, so he quickly spoke. In truth, his arrival here was a huge gamble. If Nan Zhou was displeased, he might truly end up as a corpse. He had no confidence in defeating a terrifying being like Nan Zhou. I deeply apologize for investigating you, as I truly did not know your stance. Without sufficient information, I dare not stand before you. Seeing Ebony Maw's humility, Nan Zhou retracted his murderous intent. Then why have you come to find me? Nan Zhou disliked Ebony Maw's roundabout way of speaking. He wanted the truth. Ebony Maw saw this and chuckled, slowly stepping closer to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou did not feel particularly wary, knowing that Ebony Maw posed no threat to him. But to his surprise, Ebony Maw suddenly knelt on one knee before him, an action that astonished Nan Zhou. He did not expect that one of Thanos' 5 generals would have such a weak knee. Ebony Maw wished to defect from Thanos and serve the great Dark Lord Darkseid. It seemed that Ebony Maw had even inquired about the Dark Lord's title. You wish to serve me, just because I crushed Thanos? Nan Zhou looked at the traitor kneeling before him and asked. Correct, I believe you are far more worthy of servitude than Thanos. I would much prefer to serve the strong. Do you prefer to serve the strong? Nan Zhou coldly laughed as he grasped the head of Wu Mu Ho tightly. As a betrayer, do you think I would let you serve me at ease? Nan Zhou despised traitors the most. Can he be sure that someone who betrays those he once served won't betray him too? Moreover, Wu Mu Ho claimed he wished to serve the strong, but what would happen when he encountered someone even more powerful than himself? Would he not simply switch his allegiance? These things could truly happen. Wu Mu Ho gazed at Nan Zhou's face, his sense of crisis skyrocketing. Although Nan Zhou was smiling, he could very well open his bloody maw and swallow him whole. Wu Mu Ho realized that what he had said was utterly inappropriate. He had directly severed his own escape route. He was a rather composed and calculating individual. Why had he uttered such a lowly statement at this moment? Was it truly because Nan Zhou's presence had put invisible pressure on him? Even Wu Mu Ho himself was unsure about this. But he knew that if he could not please Nan Zhou, his ending might be quite tragic. Nan Zhou noticed a flicker of faint fear in Wu Mu Ho's eyes. What's wrong? As one of the 5 generals, a military figure, how could you be so afraid of me? How terrifying am I really? Nan Zhou's words made Wu Mu-ho swallow hard. In truth, Wu Mu-ho had been quite confident, believing that with his abilities he could easily achieve his intentions. However, upon seeing Nan Zhou in person and truly feeling the overwhelming aura he exuded, Wu Mu-ho felt his own insignificance. The aura radiating from Nan Zhou was even more terrifying than that of Thanos. In his panic, Wu Mu-ho naturally revealed signs of distress. Seeing that Wu Mu-ho had nothing to say, Nan Zhou sneered twice. "What's the matter?" "No words to say." Wu Mu-ho's eyes occasionally darted to the side. Although Nan Zhou's tone was calm, each word struck deep into his soul. Wu Mu-ho felt extremely awkward, at a loss for words for a moment. Fu would have thought that as the strategist of Thanos' army, you could be so flustered. Nan Zhou mocked Wu Mu-ho before contemplating what to make this guy do. Since he wanted to serve him, Nan Zhou would not let this opportunity go to waste. Wu Mu-ho still had some value to exploit. At that moment, Nan Zhou suddenly thought of something. Perhaps he could make use of this guy? He squatted down looking at Wu Mu-ho, and the smile on his face made Wu Mu-ho feel a shiver run down his spine. There is indeed something only you can do. You say. Wu Mu-ho's voice trembled slightly. There's no need to be so afraid. Nan Zhou helped Wu Mu-ho up and placed a hand on his shoulder, as if they were long time. This task is quite simple. Mainly you just need to return to Thanos, and continue working with him, wandering through the universe, acting as a strategist. Just keep an eye on one thing for me. Wu Mu-ho was taken aback at this. Keep an eye on one thing. Was it that simple? He could hardly believe his ears. Just like that. Nan Zhou nodded seriously. Just like that. Then what exactly is this thing you need me to watch? Wu Mu-ho's question did not receive an immediate answer from Nan Zhou. Instead, Nan Zhou stroked his chin and then smiled. I don't know yet. Once I find out what it is, I will tell you. But how will you find me? Wu Mu-ho asked the question again. Nan Zhou wanted him to return to Thanos. That was in the universe. How would Nan Zhou be able to contact him? I have my ways. Then he suddenly pulled off Wu Mu-ho's hood. This thing is enough for me. As long as it retains your aura, I can find you. If your aura starts to fade, I will ask you for something else bearing your scent. This is a new ability I developed. As long as I have something with another person's aura, I can traverse space-time rifts to locate. As for whether it could be used in the universe, Nan Zhou had already tested it on Odin, and it was very effective. Thus, even with Wu Mu-ho, Nan Zhou felt confident. Seeing Nan Zhou's confidence, Wu Mu-ho said nothing more. After all, Nan Zhou's strength was evident, and possessing such skills was not particularly difficult for him. Alright, I understand. Then, Wu Mu-ho said, looking at Nan Zhou, unsure if he had anything else to add. You don't have anything else to do, you can leave now. Nan Zhou simply waved his hand. There was really no use for Wu Mu-ho to stay here, so it was better to let him go. Wu Mu-ho nodded, turning to rip a piece from his black cloak to cover his head. With the hood removed by Nan Zhou, he needed to find something to conceal his face. Otherwise, if the Earthlings discovered he was an alien, he would be in danger. Moreover, he could not harm the Earthlings. After all, if Nan Zhou wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pie. Thinking this, Wu Mu-ho decided to leave quickly. Moreover, he could not harm the Earthlings. After all, if Nan Zhou wanted, it truly was effortless. Nan Zhou initially thought he would have to venture into the universe for the thing he mentioned, but it seemed that with Wu Mu-ho, everything could be much simpler. With this in mind, Nan Zhou turned and walked out of the forest. Wu Mu-ho wandering through the universe with Thanos would surely lead to the thing that existence mentioned. Now Nan Zhou just needed to wait for that existence to tell him what that thing actually was. Meanwhile, Wu Mu-ho's spaceship stood in outer space outside Earth, and with their technology returning to Thanos' main ship was a piece of cake. They just needed to traverse a wormhole. Wu Mu-ho quickly returned to Thanos' fleet. Wu Mu-ho. Not long after he returned to the fleet, Thanos summoned him. Where have you been during this time? Thanos asked him as soon as he saw him. My lord, I was feeling unwell, so I wanted to get some fresh air, and to avoid worrying you, I did not report. Although Wu Mu-ho faced Thanos with ease, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Thanos did not harbor any doubts. Esteemed Lord Thanos, may I ask what task you have for me? Wu Mu-ho approached Thanos once more and knelt on one knee. For our next target planet, I hope you will make a trip there. Thanos looked at the respectful Wu Mu-ho and spoke. You will go to that planet and investigate the level of their top combat power. Wu Mu-ho was somewhat surprised by Thanos' words. It seemed that the war on Earth had made Thanos exceedingly cautious, indicating that Nan Zhou had indeed left a significant psychological shadow on him. Of course, my lord, I will take care of it right away. Wu Mu-ho slightly lowered his head. Such tasks were incredibly easy for him. With that, he stood up and walked out. Despite suffering a setback on Earth, Thanos did not stop his pace. His grand ambitions would not be halted. On the contrary, the stimulus from Nan Zhou made him work even harder. He needed to strive more to surpass Nan Zhou. He had been defeated by Nan Zhou this time, but he would rise again. This time he had lost to Nan Zhou, and the next time he faced him on Earth, he would make this fellow pay the price. Of course, after the defeat on Earth, Thanos had become much more cautious. Now he would thoroughly understand any planets he did not know well in advance. Naturally, this task fell to Wu Mu-ho. Such tasks were still within Wu Mu-ho's expertise. His reconnaissance abilities were top-notch. However, watching Wu Mu-ho leave, Thanos narrowed his eyes and summoned another subordinate who was also an expert in reconnaissance. Follow Wu Mu-ho closely and keep an eye on him, understood? The person was initially taken aback, but upon noticing Thanos' expression nodded and turned to leave. Thanos ultimately harbored suspicions about Wu Mu-ho. This recent disappearance caused him to feel a sense of unease. Thanos could see the treachery in Wu Mu-ho. The main reason he remained by his side was that his own strength and military dominance allowed him to move freely in the universe. However, things were different now. They had suffered a setback on Earth, they had failed, and he had been soundly beaten. It was hard to imagine how much Wu Mu Hao's treachery might grow. He had to keep a close watch. Yet Wu Mu Hao's counter-reconnaissance abilities were also quite exceptional. Although the person he dispatched was also quite skilled, Thanos was not confident that the person would truly remain undetected by Wu Mu Hao. At this moment Thanos turned around and gazed into the starry universe outside. Darkseid, I remember you. One day, just the thought of Darkseid who had defeated him filled Thanos with a sense of unwillingness. As the great titan and ruler of the Thanos fleet, he could stride across countless planets, yet he had been completely overpowered by a being regarded as inferior, backward, and ignorant, an earthling. This was something Thanos could not accept. Therefore he needed to become stronger to surpass Darkseid. He also knew that this fellow was the strongest obstacle to his grand ambitions, and he must defeat him. With that thought Thanos turned around again. Now was not the time to be idle. He needed to continue training. As for Wu Mu Hao, Thanos was unaware of his actions. He still proceeded to that planet to conduct reconnaissance. Meanwhile, on another planet life was in ruins and cries filled the air. Countless weeping voices turned this planet into a living hell. Ronan stood atop a mountain of corpses looking down at the remaining half of the planet's population, his eyes icy. You people who have been spared a life, be grateful. I keep my word. Oh, I only randomly wiped out half of you without any emotion. The remaining half of the population looked at Ronan's face with eyes full of hatred. But Ronan did not care about this. He had seen such expressions many times before. However, Ronan was not in a good mood at the moment. As a Kree fanatic, he refused to accept the peace treaty proposed by his empire, and the Sheer Empire instead opting to carry out a genocide against all Sheer. His current collaboration with Thanos was due to the promise that if he helped this guy, Thanos would assist him in annihilating the Sheer Empire. He sought out Thanos precisely because Thanos' fleet was invincible throughout the universe, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. But now Thanos had lost. He had been beaten by those backward Earthlings. Even the Chitauri under his command had suffered significant losses. Moreover, even Thanos himself had been utterly humiliated by an Earthling. Could such a person, such a military force, truly defeat the Sheer Empire's New Star Legion? Could they truly annihilate that planet he despised so much? Ronan expressed his doubts about this. Hence his mood was quite poor. The current morale of Thanos' fleet was low, primarily due to their leader's defeat. After all, the Chitauri, who were seen as inferior just like the Earthlings, would not care if they were completely wiped out by Earthlings. It was just two insects fighting you at most. It was the bigger one getting killed by the smaller one, nothing more. But Thanos' defeat was akin to a person being defeated by an ant. This was something Ronan found hard to accept. He had counted on Thanos to annihilate the Sheer Empire, and now he had to think about who else could help him do it. The thought of leaving Thanos was growing stronger. He was considering whether he should take his subordinates and leave the Thanos army. This would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Thanos, and he would certainly face fierce retaliation. Although Thanos had suffered a setback on Earth, he had brought the Chitauri with him. If he took his strong soldiers away, he would probably not be able to handle it. With that thought, Ronan snorted coldly. Right now he truly could not leave Thanos' army. Being weak means being at the mercy of others. To gain autonomy, to escape from the scrutiny of others, one must only strengthen oneself. That is the only way. Thanos' defeat made Ronan realize that Thanos was utterly unreliable. Rather than hoping he would help him destroy the Sheer Empire, he might as well become stronger and do it himself. He did not want to be subservient. He wanted to match Thanos, and even surpass him to replace Thanos. Two generals from Thanos' Legion have already turned against him, all because of one person. At this moment, Nan Zhou is on Earth. After Wu Mu Hao left, he returned to a mundane life. The S-H-I-E-L-D has no missions assigned to him, leaving him with plenty of free time. Such a life is quite comfortable for Nan Zhou. He enjoys it. With nothing to worry about, he strolls outside, watches television at home, exercises occasionally, and cooks. Isn't this what a beautiful life is all about? However, Nan Zhou is well aware that this kind of life cannot last. As long as the threat posed by the divine beings exists, he will never truly experience a life of peace. Nan Zhou stands by the bedside, basking in the sunlight, watching the bustling traffic below. Although New York has suffered greatly, some of its infrastructure remains remarkably intact. While the city is no longer as formidable as it once was, it still stands as a powerful metropolis. Nan Zhou accessed his personal system interface and saw that his Darkseid template had reached 24. During the last battle in New York, he gained the achievement of being targeted by Thanos, raising his inheritance template to 20. Coupled with witnessing Iron Man destroy an alien spaceship, his inheritance level has now reached 23. Thus, since the New York battle, Nan Zhou has only increased his template inheritance by 1. Over this period, he has spent less time in that room with Omega radiation. Sometimes Nan Zhou just forgets to complete this daily task, and he doesn't even know why. At this moment, he noticed that his lottery chances had increased to 4. Since winning the Aquaman trident the last time, he hasn't drawn anything good again. Let's give it another try. Today you'll be a European. Nan Zhou clasped his hands together, silently praying for a golden legend to appear. If it does, this round will be a decisive. With that thought, Nan Zhou resolutely decided to draw. Ding, the lottery system is activated. The familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Ding, 1 lottery, draw a Godzilla model. Nan Zhou frowned. This first draw doesn't look promising. Continue. He still has 3 chances left, and isn't about to get. Ding, 1 lottery, draw a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. Seeing this prize, Nan Zhou was quite speechless. Is this thing good? Not particularly. Is it bad? Not really either. System, can this replica be used to snap fingers? Nan Zhou asked. If this replica can't be used for snapping fingers, it would be a huge loss. Ding, the replica can be used to... Hearing the system's response, Nan Zhou let out a sigh of relief. It seems this time, he didn't lose too much. Strike while the iron is hot, let's continue. Seeing this, Nan Zhou continued with the lottery. Ding, one lottery draw, Aquaman's trident sample. Nan Zhou was somewhat puzzled. Good grief, recycling old prizes. Nan Zhou almost couldn't help but curse. He already obtained an Aquaman trident, which is quite good in red quality, and now he's got a sample, meaning it can only be a decoration, right? What bad luck. Looking at this disappointing lottery result, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly and began his fourth draw. Ding, one lottery draw, an alien spirit stone fragment. As the system's voice fell, a spirit stone fragment appeared in Nan Zhou's inventory. What is this thing for? Nan Zhou felt somewhat curious. He naturally didn't know its purpose. System, what is this thing? He asked. But this time, Nan Zhou received no response from the system. He scratched his head, feeling puzzled by the system's silence. Does the system not know what this is, or is it simply unwilling to answer? We'll just keep it, or it might have some other use. The system's lack of response made Nan Zhou cautious. It seems this spirit stone fragment could be something quite important. Moreover, the words alien likely indicate that this item, like him, comes from outside the Marvel Universe. Overall, this lottery wasn't too bad. He got an infinity gauntlet that can control the infinity stones and snap fingers, along with this potentially important spirit stone fragment. Nan Zhou felt he still came out ahead. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and found it was Nick calling. What's up? Nan Zhou answered the call. There's a mission for you in New York. It's nearby, and the details will be sent to you via email shortly. Nick's voice came over the phone. Oh, a long-awaited mission was finally here. Got it. Nan Zhou replied and hung up. Soon he received the email from Nick. Nan Zhou opened it and saw an image of a clown mask. The current situation in New York has led to a rising crime rate, with many criminal gangs surfacing. The Joker gang is one. At present, they are thriving in New York's underworld, having seized numerous gang strongholds and amassed considerable assets. In fact, this kind of issue is not something SHIELD typically intervenes into if things escalate. It's the NYPD's problem. But this time Nick decided to take action. Because the Joker gang may possess alien weapons left over from the New York battle. These weapons are far more advanced than Earth-made ones and significantly stronger than those of other gangs. Otherwise, how could a newly emerged Joker gang thrive so easily in New York? Nan Zhou's task is to investigate this Joker gang. If they really have alien weapons, this matter will require the Avengers. If these alien weapons fall into civilian hands, the consequences could be dire. Looks like I've got work to do. After reading the email, Nan Zhou shut down his computer, went to his bedroom to change clothes, and headed out. At that moment, Hela came back from outside and saw Nan Zhou preparing to leave. She asked, "Where are you going? Isn't this too early for you to be out?" The early hour caught Hela off guard, and her keen eyes quickly noticed Nan Zhou's action of loading his gun. "What do you have, a mission?" Nan Zhou nodded. "Yes, SHIELD has a task for me in New York. I don't have to travel far. A small gang seems to have acquired alien weapons, and I need to investigate. The Joker gang has been wandering through the slums of New York. Although the current leader has distanced himself from this impoverished area, many new members of the Joker gang still come from the slums." Nan Zhou stepped onto the land of the slums once again. Since the New York battle, the conditions in the slums have become even more dire, far beyond mere chaos. Nan Zhou's arrival did not attract the attention of the people in the slums. After all, this place is now a mix of various characters, and Nan Zhou has no particularly distinctive features, so naturally no one pays him any mind. Thus Nan Zhou simply wandered around the slums without actively seeking information about the Joker gang. Approaching someone would surely reveal his intentions and draw the attention of the gang. His plan was simple: to wander aimlessly in the slums, waiting for members of the Joker gang to reveal themselves. This method indeed proved effective. Shortly after he arrived in the slums, he heard the sounds of crashing nearby. "You bastard, give it to me." A person wearing a Joker mask snatched food from a woman living in the slums, while another masked individual stood beside him holding a gun. From the sound of his voice, he seemed quite young, around 17 or 18 years old. "Do you know who we are?" "We are the Joker gang." After seizing the food, he kicked the woman down and walked towards others. The woman could only sit on the ground and weep. Seeing this, Nan Zhou hid behind a wall. Though there were only 2 members of the Joker gang present, he did not wish to alert them. He wanted to wait for a moment when no one was around to take action. The 2 members of the Joker gang looted around, taking whatever money or food they found without any disdain. What a bunch of poor bastards, how unlucky. The 2 looked at the food in their bags and the thin stack of cash in their hands. Disdainfully they left. Nan Zhou followed, noticing their intent to head to another location. The 2 left the slum planning to go to another slum just a street away, and by coincidence they wandered into a deserted alley. "Hey!" Nan Zhou called out from behind the 2. Hearing Nan Zhou shout, the 2 members of the Joker gang turned around, surprised to see a well-dressed person wearing a mask behind them. "Who are you?" The 2 remained quite arrogant, and the one holding the gun swaggered forward. He sized up Nan Zhou, noticing his decent attire, clearly not someone from the slums. "Got any money? If you know what's good..." Nan Zhou smiled helplessly. It seemed the Joker gang was indeed very arrogant. "I can give you money, but I want to meet your boss." "Meet our boss." The man turned to the one holding the food bag, and both of them burst into mock laughter. "You're wearing a mask? You might be a gang member yourself. You think you can meet our boss? Dream on. Hurry up and hand over the money, then scram. Don't make me shoot." The man's tone turned more menacing as he pointed the gun at Nan Zhou. "You don't want to cooperate peacefully, do you? Is this how..." Nan Zhou sighed. He detested being threatened by such a punk with a gun. "Stop with the nonsense." The man, seeing that Nan Zhou still showed no sign of handing over money, cocked his gun. "You don't drink the toast, but rather the punishment wine." Nan Zhou looked at the man pointing the gun at him and sneered twice. Then in a flash he appeared in front of the man, and before he could react, Nan Zhou had already grasped the gun. The man was taken aback, frantically pulling the trigger, but it was futile. Nan Zhou held the gun tightly, rendering the trigger immovable, and naturally no bullet could be fired. "You." The man stared at Nan Zhou in disbelief, a wave of fear rising within him. Before he could finish his words, Nan Zhou delivered a punch to his face, shattering his mask. "You." The man stared at Nan Zhou in disbelief, a wave of fear rising within him. Before he could finish his words, "It's safe to say this boy is now ruined for the future." The child dangled in Nan Zhou's grip like a little chick, having been knocked out cold by that punch. The one holding the food bag, witnessing this scene, drew a gun from his waistband and pointed it at Nan Zhou. "What now? Go ahead, shoot." Nan Zhou taunted as he tossed the child onto the ground. "You were so arrogant against the slum folks, so cocky with me. Why are you not so bold now?" As Nan Zhou stepped closer to the man found himself backing away. "Come on, shoot me, aim for here." Nan Zhou pointed to his forehead, continuing to mock. "Aren't you from the slums? Why treat your fellow slum dwellers like this?" Nan Zhou questioned as he approached closer. The man's hand holding the gun trembled. "You? Don't come any closer," he shouted, instinctively preparing to pull the trigger. But he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger, as if it were welded shut. At that moment, Nan Zhou had already reached in front of him, gripping his handgun, and then he watched as the gun's body underwent severe deformation. The reason the man couldn't pull the trigger was due to Nan Zhou's manipulation, keeping the trigger firmly in place. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't pull it. As for the deformation of the gun, Nan Zhou's strength made it easy to crush the man's skull, so crushing a gun was a trivial matter. Seeing the gun squashed into a disc, the previously arrogant member of the Joker gang had his psychological defenses collapse, sinking weakly to the ground. Nan Zhou reached out to remove his mask, revealing another 17 or 18-year-old boy. "Tell me, where is your boss now?" Faced with Nan Zhou's question, the boy's voice trembled. I don't know either. We just joined the Joker gang not long ago, and we've never met the boss." "Do you know how large the Joker gang has grown?" Nan Zhou anticipated the boy's answer, prompting a second question. "Many kids from the slums have joined the Joker gang, but this slum has very few members, so the higher-ups sent us here to start." Hearing this, Nan Zhou smiled slightly. "Then tell me, where are your higher-ups?" Nan Zhou returned to the slum, carrying a large bag of food and the small stack of cash he had retrieved. He had memorized exactly what each victim had lost, so his distribution was flawless. Every person received precisely the food and money stolen from them. As for the two hapless thugs, Nan Zhou had already dealt with them. He knocked them unconscious and dumped them by the roadside, placing clown gang masks beside their bodies. Any passing police officer would inevitably arrest them. Having resolved the matter, Nan Zhou turned to leave the slum. He now possessed the location of the two thugs' superior, and it was— "Wait!" The woman who had been robbed first called out to Nan Zhou and stepped before him. "Thank you deeply for what you've done for us, but you've angered members of the clown gang. Please do not return to this slum again." Her warning startled Nan Zhou. Clearly the clown gang's reputation in the slum was anything but favorable. "How much do you know about the clown gang?" Nan Zhou, sensing she might hold valuable insight, asked directly. The clown gang. Once it was merely a small local gang operating across these slums. The woman did not refuse his question. Instead, she led him beneath the shelter of her tent. Back then its members were all children. Its mission ostensibly was to rob the rich and aid the poor. Though theft is never justified, they truly did help us. So we welcomed them warmly. But then, everything changed. At those words the woman sighed deeply, her face heavy with sorrow. The New York catastrophe granted the clown gang's leader alien weaponry, an arsenal of terrifying power. You know how devastating such weapons are. A single shot reduces flesh to bare bone. They acquired 30 alien rifles, and swiftly used them to dominate the underworld, crushing rival gangs one after another. Yet expansion bred corruption, decadence, moral decay, and the abandonment of their original ideals. She glanced up at Nan Zhou. The rest required no explanation. Nan Zhou nodded slowly. They were, after all, only children, granted immense power, yet lacking the wisdom or discipline to wield it justly. To forget their roots was to turn their violence upon the very slum that had raised them. This place, their cradle. It was like the super soldier serum. Not everyone could become Steve Rogers. Perhaps only Rogers himself could be transformed into something greater, not something darker. At that moment the woman's demeanor shifted. Grief welled up from within her, raw and uncontainable. "My son, he was so young. When the clown gang tried to seize his candy, he refused and fought back. And for that they beat him to—" Her voice broke. Tears spilled freely as she recalled her boy, full of hope, brimming with dreams for the future, murdered by the clown gang's hands. Seeing her weep, Nan Zhou could only gently pat her shoulder. She lifted her head once more. "Your voice sounds young. You mustn't provoke them. They're monstrous. They'll kill you without mercy. Even if they're children, their cruelty knows no bounds." Grateful for his help in recovering her food and money, she feared retribution from the clown gang, and wished no harm upon the man who had aided her. But Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, and produced his S.H.I.E.L.D. identification. "Don't worry. I came here precisely to confront them." The woman paused, stunned by the badge, then smiled softly. Her fears, it seemed, had been unfounded. At last someone was rising to reign in those arrogant, lawless brutes. At last, someone has stepped forward. This time her tears were tears of relief and hope. Before, the New York Police Department had attempted to suppress them, only to fail utterly. Now however S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency backed by the Avengers, had intervened. The clown gang's reign of terror would soon end. And what do you know of the clown gang's leader? Nan Zhou asked, seeking intelligence from her first-hand knowledge. I know him, a white boy named Roger Cole. He founded the clown gang himself. She reached into her bag and withdrew a photo. That's him. I'll never forget his face. The very man whose followers murdered my child. Nan Zhou accepted the photo and smiled with quiet satisfaction. This lead had come effortlessly. Thank you for your help. I assure you, you'll soon receive an answer worthy of your trust. With that, Nan Zhou departed from her. Obtaining the leader's identity was a significant breakthrough. Holding the photograph, Nan Zhou returned home and activated his computer to investigate Roger Cole. He was now certain the clown gang possessed Chitauri weapons, but he withheld the information from Nick Fury. Proof was required before he reported it. His investigation would continue. For Nan Zhou, tracking a single individual posed no challenge. Even the most elusive quarry could not escape his grasp. Soon Roger Cole's full dossier appeared on screen. A conspicuously clean record devoid of criminal history or Brooklyn. Nan Zhou noted the phone's geolocation data. Roger Cole was in Brooklyn, mere miles from Manhattan, where having pinpointed his location, Nan Zhou prepared to move. Leaving already? Hela called out as he headed for the door. I've located the gang leader who acquired the alien weapons. Time for a conversation. Without pause, Nan Zhou stepped outside. Hela watched his retreating figure and pouted. He couldn't even stay for a bite to eat or a sip of water. Rushing off, meanwhile Nan Zhou tore open a spatial rift and instantly materialized in Brooklyn. The calamity in New York was chiefly concentrated in the Manhattan district, while Brooklyn remained largely unscathed with its infrastructure remarkably intact. Nan Zhou swiftly located the residence of Luo Jiekir, following the address. To his surprise, the location was an old building slated for abandonment and renovation, evidently long forsaken. I never expected he would live in a place like this. That's truly astonishing. In Nan Zhou's view, a gang leader of such stature would surely reside in an upscale community, so why inhabit a nearly derelict building plagued even by heating issues? Puzzled, Nan Zhou stepped into the building. Upon entering, a musty stench assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. It was an unbearably oppressive odor. Observing the hallways with walls extensively covered in mold, Nan Zhou concluded that manpower was unnecessary to demolish this place. It would soon collapse on its own. It's surprising that the rapidly rising clown gang's leader in New York actually lives here. Nan Zhou's tracking couldn't pinpoint the exact floor, so he could only rely on luck inside the building. However, very few residences were occupied here anymore, making the task of elimination quite straightforward. Just then the door on the 4th floor swung open, and a young man wearing a hood and bandages wrapped around his face descended the stairs. Nan Zhou immediately donned his mask. If the person was an innocent bystander, he wished to conceal his identity. When their eyes met, Nan Zhou suddenly noticed that the eyes and nose beneath the bandages bore an uncanny resemblance to those in Luo Jiekir's photograph. They were in fact identical. Good heavens, could this really be Luo Jiekir? Nan Zhou, somewhat astonished, tentatively called out, Luo Jie. The bandaged man immediately turned his head toward the masked Nan Zhou and then hastened his pace down the stairs. Well, it really is you. Nan Zhou gave chase, but remained cautious. This matter seemed more complex than it appeared. This Luo Jiekir did not resemble a typical gang leader. Luo Jiekir's speed was swift, but before Nan Zhou, it was like a master swordsman facing a novice. Being empowered by the Bell of Doom and Darkseid templates, Nan Zhou easily caught up. Stop right there. Nan Zhou swiftly subdued Luo Jiekir and revealed his credentials. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The clown gang leader Luo Jiekir, I require your assistance with an investigation. Upon seeing Nan Zhou's credentials, Luo Jiekir sighed deeply before offering a bitter smile. If you're here looking for the clown gang leader, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I used to be the leader, but no longer. Nan Zhou observed Luo Jiekir's expression, sensing no hint of jest. It seemed his intuition was correct. Luo Jiekir was no longer the gang leader. He wasn't even a member anymore. Nan Zhou released him and helped him to his feet. Explain to me carefully about the clown gang. Luo Jiekir was somewhat surprised by Nan Zhou's composed demeanor. It was clear this man was no ordinary individual. Luo Jiekir glanced toward a nearby stone bench, implying an invitation. Nan Zhou understood and sat beside him. I was once the leader of the clown gang. At that time the gang was not as fearsome as it is now. We merely robbed from the rich to aid the poor, taking valuables from the wealthy and distributing them to the slums. Those times were hard but joyful. We could barely afford a full meal every few days. Later we resolved the issue of basic sustenance. With our support, the slum residents warmly welcomed us and even actively sheltered us. At this point Luo Jiekir smiled ruefully. But everything changed after the catastrophe in New York. We acquired alien weaponry. Luo Jiekir looked at Nan Zhou as he said 35 in total. Though the aliens appeared grotesque, their weapons were terrifying. A strike would reduce a person to mere bones. We dared not keep such weapons. Their destructive power was overwhelming. We were a minor gang in Manhattan. These should be handed to others like your S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. Recounting the weapons might, Luo Jiekir involuntarily took a sharp breath. Our second-in-command, a man named Larry S.D., he said as he pulled out a tattered leather wallet and took out a photo of himself with another person. Beside him stood a black boy. This is the man who grew up with me. He opposed handing over the weapons, believing we should use them to elevate our status. He thought that with those weapons, even the golden core cultivators would fall before us. This clashed with my ideals, and we had a fierce argument. In the end, they attacked me, forcing me to flee here. As he spoke, Luo Jiekir removed the bandages on his face to reveal horrifying scars. Except for his eyes, nose, and lips, much of his face was severely burned. It was evident that Larry St. had struck with brutal cruelty. They are still hunting me. I only caught my breath after escaping Manhattan. Now I dare not return, and my mother is still there. Luo Jiekir clenched his fists tightly. His mother and sister remained in Manhattan, yet he could not meet them, for returning would mean certain death. Nan Zhou gently patted his shoulder, feeling a growing sympathy for the young man. Rest assured, I am here to investigate the alien weapons. I promise you, I will reunite you with your mother and sister. That Larry St. will pay the price he deserves. Nan Zhou obtained a photograph of the current leader of the clown gang, Larry Steer, which meant he would have to return home again. Cole stopped him. Well, if you really destroy the clown gang, could you spare those people? Nan Zhou turned back, looking at the complex expression on Roger's face, and let out a long sigh. It seemed that even though the clown gang treated him this way, he still cared for them and didn't wish them harm. In fact, Roger had hesitated for a long time before saying this. After all, the members of the clown gang would love nothing more than to kill him to eliminate future threats. If he hadn't settled his family, he couldn't even imagine what would happen after Larry Steer found them. At that time, his mother and sister would not be able to escape the clutches of those guys. Those people would not only harm his family, but also use them to threaten him. Despite this, Roger still spoke those words. His feelings for the clown gang were quite deep. Even though they treated him this way, he still didn't want to see them harmed. Nan Zhou looked at Roger, feeling helpless. Roger's words showed that he was a very kind person, but this kindness was somewhat excessive. Given how the clown gang treated him, he would have wanted to kill them all without leaving a path for them to escape. How could he let them live? Yet since Roger had said so, Nan Zhou nodded. All right, I'll do my best. After saying this, he turned and left, heading to a secluded corner where he opened a spatial rift. Once Roger saw Nan Zhou leave, he slumped onto a stone bench, cradling his head in his hands. He no longer knew whether to feel happy or sad. The intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. meant that the clown gang would face sanctions, and he would reunite with his family in Manhattan. But this also meant that the clown gang would completely disappear, a place that carried his dreams and beliefs, and he was truly unwilling to see it destroyed. However, at this point, he had no way to change things, and could only let events unfold. Nan Zhou returned home, and his quick return surprised Hela. Did you finish so quickly? Nan Zhou shook his head. Not really. The clown gang is somewhat complicated. The leader I just investigated has long been replaced after the battle in New York. Not really. The clown gang is somewhat complicated. The leader I just investigated has long been replaced after the battle in New York. She had experienced the taste of betrayal herself, a feeling she would never forget in her lifetime. Those people in the clown gang are truly despicable. How could Roger still want to spare them? If it were me, as long as I had the ability, those people would definitely end up as corpses. Hela said this, her anger evident. She shared the same sentiment as Nan Zhou. If Roger were hers, the members of the clown gang would surely not survive. While Hela was still expressing how she would deal with those from the clown gang, Nan Zhou had already begun investigating Larry Steer. As expected, Nan Zhou looked at the computer and let out a cold laugh. Just as he had predicted, Larry Steer lived in the affluent area of Manhattan. It wasn't far from him. After finishing the search, Nan Zhou closed the computer and saw Hela still talking. Okay, that's enough. I found that person's location and I'm going to find him now. He'll go with you. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Hela immediately spoke up. I want to go and give that guy a good beating. Nan Zhou looked at Hela's serious expression, feeling somewhat speechless, and then took out a mask. Put this on and come with me. Seeing this, Hela was satisfied as she took the mask. This was Nan Zhou's way of quickly silencing her. By fulfilling her, Nan Zhou led Hela out of the house, and this time, he did not open his spatial rift, as he had never been to the affluent villa area of Manhattan. You've never been to the affluent villa area? Hela was somewhat surprised, as she thought someone like Nan Zhou would know every corner. Nan Zhou merely snorted. I thought about visiting that place when I was buying a house, but then I reconsidered. During a previous mission, I met a few people living in the villa area. They were all the same arrogant white supremacists. As Nan Zhou spoke, he recalled his previous encounters with the wealthy in the villa area. Because of his Asian skin color, those people did not show much respect toward him. If it weren't for his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., their attitude would have been even worse. Nan Zhou despised those people. Thus, he didn't understand why Larry Steer, as a black man, would choose to live among a group of white. However, the answer to this question would only become clear to Nan Zhou once he reached that place. The two of them arrived at the affluent villa area, and the security outside attempted to stop them upon their arrival. But Nan Zhou took out his FBI credentials, and seeing this, the security immediately cleared the way for Nan Zhou and Hela. That credential of yours is quite effective, Hela remarked playfully, as she saw the respect the security showed after Nan Zhou presented his credentials. However, Hela still had some doubts. She didn't understand why Nan Zhou would use FBI credentials instead of SALDs, so of course the FBI credentials work better in this white supremacist villa area. This was Nan Zhou's answer. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is black, so they naturally look down on S.H.I.E.L.D. If I used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s credentials, I would have been subjected to some trouble. Hela felt embarrassed upon hearing Nan Zhou's explanation. Those white supremacists were indeed quite annoying. In Hela's view, all Earthlings were the same, yet they discriminated against other races because of skin color. Such behavior, however, upon reflection, it was also understandable, as they saw Earthlings as inferior and backward. The fact that a single planet was divided into hundreds of national regimes was enough to showcase Earth's backwardness. The two continued walking through the affluent villa area, and Hella's appearance attracted the attention of many passersby. Some well-dressed men even pointed at her, which gradually made Hella's anger rise. Don't make a move. As Nan Zhou noticed Hyla becoming increasingly agitated, he quickly intervened. TSK. Hyla turned her head back, not attacking, but casting a murderous glance at the few who were discussing her. The nearly lethal gaze silenced those who had been gossiping about Hyla in an instant. The sight of her eyes sent chills down their spines, and they involuntarily broke into a cold sweat, turning to leave. Your gaze isn't fierce enough if it didn't scare the urine out of them. Nan Zhou teased, watching the retreating figures. Hyla snorted at his words. If I wanted to, I could kill them with just a look. Had it not been for Nan Zhou's warning against harming others recklessly, those people would certainly have met their demise at her hands. After driving away the gossipers, the two continued towards the location of Larry Sturt. Soon a standalone building on the second floor appeared before Nan Zhou and Hyla. This Larry Sturt clearly has made a fortune. This house doesn't look cheap at all, Nan Zhou remarked as he donned his mask. Nan Zhou politely knocked on the door. Who is it? Not long after, a young black man opened the door, seeing Nan Zhou and Hyla wearing masks. The person looked just like the one in the photo Rosen had given Nan Zhou, standing beside Rosen. This person was indeed Sturt, the current leader of the clown gang. Who are you? Seeing the two masked figures, Larry Sturt was quite puzzled and felt a surge of wariness. Nan Zhou took out his shield agent credentials. Shield agent, we need to inquire about the extraterrestrial weapons of your gang. Larry Sturt's face changed dramatically at this statement, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed inside. Damn it, not again. Nan Zhou sighed helplessly and quickly gave chase. However, being inside the room, he couldn't utilize his full speed, while Larry Sturt rushed up to the second floor. Sturt entered his room at the fastest speed. When Nan Zhou arrived, he discovered that Larry Sturt had pointed an extraterrestrial weapon at himself. I advise you to stop right there, Larry Sturt threatened, aiming the extraterrestrial weapon at Nan Zhou. Whoa. Seeing the extraterrestrial weapon, Nan Zhou quickly extended his hand. Calm down. If you fire that, half the building might be gone, and this place is quite valuable, isn't it? If you take another step forward, it'll definitely pull the trigger. I'm not afraid of destroying the building. I have plenty of money. I can. To Larry Sturt, Nan Zhou's words were like nonsense. He took no heed of them. Hearing this, Nan Zhou sneered twice. If he dared to pull the trigger, Nan Zhou wouldn't hesitate to break his limbs. With this in mind, Nan Zhou stepped forward. Did you not hear what I said? Larry Sturt continued to shout angrily, taking a step forward with the extraterrestrial weapon in hand. If you dare come closer, I will make you wish you were never born. Seeing this scene, Nan Zhou glanced back at Hyla, who was still standing outside the door, and both tilted their heads. Friend, extraterrestrial weapons are not something you should possess, understand? Nan Zhou spoke slowly without making a move. Shut the hell up. I got this thing, it's mine, got it. Now get lost. Larry Sturt remained aggressive, showing no intention of having a civil conversation. Nan Zhou, feeling rather helpless, directly drew his gun and aimed at Larry's leg. Larry Sturt didn't react in time, and was shot in the knee by Nan Zhou. A scream escaped his lips, as he hadn't expected Nan Zhou would actually shoot. Suffering from intense pain, Larry Sturt was about to pull the trigger of the extraterrestrial weapon, wishing to turn Nan Zhou into dust. But just like the unfortunate souls Nan Zhou encountered in the slums, he couldn't pull the trigger at all. Nan Zhou had used telekinesis to inhibit Larry. Larry Sturt found himself unable to pull the trigger. Who are you? Larry couldn't believe his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger, as if it had been welded shut, just like the unfortunate guy from the slums. At this moment, Nan Zhou had already approached him and landed a punch on his face. This punch wasn't very powerful for Nan Zhou. Sturt, however, it was a direct hit to the face. Oh. Larry Sturt clutched his face. His nasal bone had completely broken. I'm going to kill you. Larry Sturt had completely lost his reason, abandoning all thought, and lunged at Nan Zhou. Foolish. Nan Zhou shook his head helplessly and kicked him in the abdomen. Another wave of excruciating pain brought Larry Sturt to his knees, unable to make a sound. Nan Zhou delivered another punch to Larry's face, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint. When Larry Sturt regained consciousness, he found himself tied to a chair, unable to exert any strength no matter how. Stop struggling, it's useless. Your body is under anesthesia, you can't muster any strength, Nan Zhou advised as he watched Larry Sturt squirm. Get lost. You beast, I'm going to kill you. At this point, Larry Sturt's hatred for Nan Zhou had reached its peak. Let me tell you, you better behave. It would be as easy as pie for me to kill you, understand? Nan Zhou squatted in front of Larry Sturt, his tone gentle, showing no anger despite Larry's insults. Easy as pie. You think if I die you'd know where the other extraterrestrial weapons are? Larry Sturt scoffed at Nan Zhou's words. You underestimate the SHIELD agency too much. Nan Zhou chuckled twice, realizing this kid was still too young. Nan Zhou then yanked at his hair, his tone turning serious. Let me tell you, as long as the SHIELD agency is willing, we can easily find this batch of weapons that have not left this country, understand? Right now the SHIELD agency sent only me because I can resolve this issue on my own. Even if I kill you, I can still find those weapons. That has nothing to do with you. Don't underestimate us, you little brat. Nan Zhou's words finally instilled a sense of fear in Larry Sturt. It is worth noting that just moments ago this guy had shot through his own knee without hesitation. If he wished, his head would truly end up with a gaping hole. Nan Zhou noticed Larry Sturt's fear and smiled with satisfaction. You might as well accept your fate. Right now you are no different from the fish on a chopping board. As long as you do not resist, I will not kill you. At most, I will just send you to prison. Don't worry, I still abide by the law. The reason I have tied you here is that I hope you can tell me where the remaining 34 extraterrestrial weapons are. Although I could find them myself, I would prefer to save some trouble. Nan Zhou's words fell, and all he received was a cold snort from Larrister. Despite the fear he had developed towards Nan Zhou upon hearing this, he still let out a couple of cold snorts. In the end, it still comes down to me, right? I will not tell you where they are. If you have the ability, go investigate it yourself. This scene was naturally within Nan Zhou's expectations, and he did not press further, but changed the topic. Back when you and Roger Cole had a disagreement, why did you want to kill him? This scene was naturally within Nan Zhou's expectations, and he did not press further, but changed the topic. Back when you and Roger Cole had a disagreement, why did you want to kill him? You two were childhood friends. How could you do that? Nan Zhou's question left Larrister momentarily stunned, but soon he understood. Nan Zhou had found him, because he had located Roger Cole. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be this person. I should have dealt with him sooner. Upon mentioning Roger Cole, Larrister sneered. He is just a cowardly waste. The clown gang wants to grow stronger, but not with such rubbish. Even so, you shouldn't have needed to harm his life. Nan Zhou was still quite interested in the story between Larrister and Roger Cole. He felt there must be some untold truths within. Why did you want to kill him? Larrister sneered again. If I don't eliminate this guy, I will never truly grasp power. Roger has quite a few followers in the clown gang. After all, he is kind and treats people well. Even now, the clown gang has both Roger's faction and Larrister's faction secretly at odds. Therefore, if Larrister wanted to truly take control of the clown gang, he could only expand the gang and completely eliminate Roger. For his own lust for power, Larrister would not hesitate to kill a childhood friend. Larrister's actions made Nan Zhou scoff. Such a person is truly the type who would sacrifice anyone for their own interests. He really should be sent to a psychologist for proper treatment. It seemed Nan Zhou was overthinking. There were no hidden conflicts between the two, just Larrister's personal issues. Alright, seeing that you can't provide any useful information, I will have someone take you away. You might spend the rest of your life in prison, or whether or not you receive the death penalty will depend on your own fate. At this moment, Nan Zhou also took out his phone and dialed Nick's number. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Larrister became a bit flustered. You wait. Answer me. What do you mean by depending on my fate? Didn't you say that as long as I do not resist, you will not harm? At this point, Nan Zhou also hung up the phone and looked at him. I didn't lie. If you don't resist, I truly won't harm your life, but the law doesn't care about these things. You should have quite a few lives on your hands. Let's see how many heads you can afford to lose. Acquiring extraterrestrial weapons and using them to kill is a heinous act. With Larrister now in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could only wish for the best. At this moment, Nan Zhou looked at Hela beside him, and she understood as well. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived, she could not appear before them as it would cause trouble for both herself and Nan Zhou. So Nan Zhou led her downstairs and opened a spatial rift. Hela walked straight into it and returned to Nan Zhou's home. As for the surrounding surveillance, Nan Zhou used his phone to erase Hela's figure completely, as if she had never been there. Soon the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived at Larrister's home, and the leader was Hill. I didn't expect you to handle this matter. Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised by Hill's arrival. I happened to be in New York, so I came over. After taking Larrister away, Hill and Nan Zhou began to reminisce. By the way, Coulson. Hill looked at Nan Zhou and slowly spoke. The headquarters has already initiated the resurrection plan for Coulson. It won't be long before Coulson is revived. While Hill was speaking, she observed Nan Zhou's expression and noticed that he did not show much surprise. You know about this? Seeing Nan Zhou's lack of surprise, Hill asked. But Nan Zhou shook his head. I didn't know. In truth, Nan Zhou was aware, but not in this universe. Before the battle in New York, Coulson was killed by Loki during a fight on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spaceship. Nick did not wish for Coulson to die, so he began planning the resurrection. GH-325, a cellular regeneration drug, was what brought Coulson back to life. However, the suffering Coulson had to endure was immense. Hill shivered at the thought of that scene. If it were her, she would rather die than endure such pain. This shows how much suffering Coulson had to go through. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick was having a video conference with the top officials. A batch of alien weapons that fell into civilian hands has begun to be recovered, and the leader of those people has already been captured by the Scourge. Nick said, deliberately mentioning Nan Zhou's codename. Didn't we say that the Scourge should be eliminated sooner? Why are you still assigning him tasks? One woman spoke up, her tone tinged with anger. The Scourge's abilities are quite evident, and he is still of great use to us. Eliminating him now is premature. Nick's face, already pale, grew even darker. Every time he spoke with these people, they eagerly wished for Nan Zhou's demise. Nick's pressure was only increasing day by day. In Washington, at Peggy's home, Captain America Steve Rogers was attentively taking care of Peggy. After the battle in New York, Steve Rogers once again appeared in the public eye, and people truly realized that the Captain America had not died. He had been alive all along, only resurfacing when the Earth faced a crisis. You are now an idol to thousands. The matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers are numerous, so there's no need for you to come here every day. I'm not yet at the age where I can't move at all. Peggy was enjoying Rogers' shoulder massage before continuing. I'm not too busy right now. After the New York battle, everyone is recuperating. I actually had a mission to investigate a case in New York where a gang obtained alien weapons, but Nick handed this matter over to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou. Peggy was slightly taken aback by Rogers' words and turned to look at him. They handed this task over to Zhou. Rogers nodded. What does it seem unbelievable? Yeah. Peggy chuckled softly. I thought that kid had drifted further away from S.H.I.E.L.D. She had also heard some things about Nan Zhou from Sharon. Now Nan Zhou was completely idle, drawing a salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. while doing nothing, living a much more leisurely life. That kid is quite strong. It seems Nick also wanted to invite him to join the Avengers, but he declined. Rogers added, a kid in his 20s, yet he behaves like an elderly person in his 70s or 80s, completely indifferent to the world. Peggy shook her head at Rogers' words. As someone who raised Nan Zhou, she was puzzled by how he had turned out this way. Just then the door opened, and Sharon walked in. Aunt. Sharon entered the room and saw Rogers giving Peggy a shoulder massage. Captain. Sharon exchanged glances with Rogers, and both nodded slightly. Rogers understood Sharon's intention, released his grip on Peggy's shoulders, and stepped out of the room, carefully closing the door behind him. What's the matter? Peggy turned around. It seemed Sharon had something very important to tell her. It's about Nan Zhou. What happened to Zhou? Seeing Sharon's serious expression, Peggy realized something might be wrong and quickly asked. The higher-ups might impose strict control over Nan Zhou. Sharon's words shocked Peggy, disbelief written all over her. How could this happen? Peggy couldn't believe that the higher-ups would make such a decision. It's absolutely true, but there haven't been any actions yet. However, it's going to happen soon. After Hill took Larry Stark away, Nick had another heated argument with the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. The higher-ups believed that someone like Nan Zhou, who had effectively already distanced himself from S.H.I.E.L.D., should no longer be assigned such tasks, and thus decided to control him directly. If control failed, they would eliminate him. And Sharon, as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, was now tasked with being an undercover operative for the higher-ups. Therefore, after finishing her conversation with Nick, they began to take action against Nan Zhou, of which she was fully aware. She didn't even inform Nick right away, but hurriedly came to Peggy's home. How could this happen? Peggy's expression darkened upon hearing Sharon's words. This absolutely cannot happen, Peggy said as she prepared to rise. Nan Zhou was brought into S.H.I.E.L.D. by her. She could not allow him to die at the hands of their own people. Seeing this, Sharon immediately went to support her, but Peggy waved her hand, standing up on her own strength. Take me to S.H.I.E.L.D. As Peggy spoke, she headed for the door. At that moment, Steve Rogers heard the commotion inside and walked in. What's going on? As Rogers entered the room, he saw Peggy standing up from her chair. Sharon stepped forward to explain the situation to Steve. What? Rogers was equally astonished, unable to believe that the higher-ups would truly take action against Nan Zhou. Even though he had only met Nan Zhou a few times, he knew just how strong he was. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou was a living legend. He had single-handedly taken down several Hydra bases without a scratch. Just based on that, Nan Zhou was more than capable of annihilating anyone sent to eliminate him. What were the higher-ups really thinking and wanting to deal with Nan Zhou? With that thought, Rogers looked at Peggy. You don't need to go for now. I'll go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out what's going on. Your health isn't great, so just stay at home and rest. Peggy looked at Rogers' commanding expression. Although she was reluctant, she still sat back down. Rogers exchanged a glance with Sharon, and the two left directly. Before long, the two arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. and quickly met Nick. When Nick heard what they had to say, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, Nick slowly spoke. So those people really made a move. He approached the bedside, looking out the window through the... Are we just going to sit here and wait? We need to stop them, Rogers said, seeing that Nick had no plans whatsoever. Stop them? Captain, please tell me how I should organize them. Nick turned to Rogers, his expression complex. Rogers was taken aback by that look, and then fell silent. He knew that organizing them would be useless, as those people would not listen to them, even if he was Captain America. Captain, you should understand that we are actually powerless, especially you and I, Nick said as he came to Rogers' side, patting his shoulder. Indeed, Nick, Rogers, Natasha, and Barton were not the same as other Avengers like Stark, Banner, and Thor. Though they were also members of the Avengers, these others were relatively free. Meanwhile, the Captain and his team, besides their identities as Avengers, also bore the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They were under jurisdiction and could not simply do as they pleased. If they attempted to stop the higher-ups, they would be held accountable for insubordination. Both Nick and Rogers understood this. Nick had been protecting Nan Zhou, yet this incident still occurred. What happened next would depend entirely on Nan Zhou's own fate. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou felt an unusual sensation. He keenly sensed that there were several individuals lingering near his home, and their attention was all directed towards his house. They were watching him. As a top-tier operative, Nan Zhou could easily detect when he was being surveilled. To confirm his suspicion, he chose to go out for a stroll. Indeed, he was being watched. As he left his house, those individuals followed him. Although they kept their distance, Nan Zhou remained within their line of sight. Nan Zhou did not intentionally try to shake them off. If they realized that he had discovered them, it would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Before long, Nan Zhou returned home. While he was unconcerned about being monitored, the three little ones inside his house were a different matter. He couldn't let those who were watching him discover their presence. Of course, Hela was the same. Thus, Nan Zhou used a spatial rift to send the three children away. Although Hela was quite unwilling, Nan Zhou insisted on sending her away under the pretext of taking care of the three kids. Just after sending them away, Sharon's call came through. Nan Zhou, recently you need to. Before she could finish, Nan Zhou interrupted her. I know, don't worry, you'll be careful. After saying this, Nan Zhou hung up before she could respond. When Sharon called, Nan Zhou had already guessed everything. He stepped to the window, observing the individuals who were monitoring him, his expression darkening. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed taken action against him. He knew how much effort Nick had put in to prevent this day from coming, and he was grateful to him for that. Since you come seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless. Time passed, and a knock sounded at Nan Zhou's door. Nan Zhou opened the door to find several sharply dressed men standing outside. Mr. Nan Zhou, we are from the FBI, and we hope you can cooperate with our investigation. The leading man presented his credentials for Nan Zhou to see. Nan Zhou did not refuse. Instead, he stepped aside and let the men enter his home. Nan Zhou sat on the sofa while the leading man pulled up a chair opposite him and the others stood vigilantly to the side. Although they were top operatives of the FBI, Nan Zhou was a global operative from S.H.I.E.L.D.O. and his legendary status was known even among the FBI agents. Faced with such a formidable individual, they felt uncertain. Mr. Nan Zhou, given your performance in S.H.I.E.L.D., the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied. As a level 10 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., you are now essentially completely detached from the organization. The man spoke, his eyes occasionally darting toward Nan Zhou. He was also feeling uneasy with such a stern tone. If Nan Zhou were to become displeased, his life could very well be at stake. He did not want to be so forceful, but it was an order from above, and he had to tough it out. Nan Zhou's expression was naturally not good upon hearing this, but he could tell from the man's demeanor that this unfortunate fellow was merely a messenger. Seeing that Nan Zhou had not spoken, the man continued, given your inherent danger, the government has decided to impose restrictions on your personal freedom. All your actions will be limited. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man heard Nan Zhou's cold laugh. What a joke. Are you trying to place me under house arrest? Do you really think you can confine me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the man heard Nan Zhou's, putting aside whether you have the capability according to the law, I am not a citizen of your country. If you confine me, it is an illegal restriction of a foreign citizen's freedom. Got it. Nan Zhou had never been an American citizen. His nationality was changed when he turned 18 and the FBI agents were aware. But what difference did that make? Even if he was an A.U.S. citizen, he was still on this land. Mr. Nan Zhou, we cannot provide answers to the matters you mentioned. We ask that you do not resist and cooperate with us. We will not harm you. As he spoke, the man reached out to take Nan Zhou away. But faced with the approaching hand, Nan Zhou directly brushed it aside. Sorry, I don't want to go with you. Clearly, Nan Zhou's actions were anticipated as the man's expression turned grim. Mr. Nan Zhou, your non-cooperation makes things difficult for me. Difficult? You wouldn't have a problem if you just left my house now and sent your superiors to talk to me. I want to speak with them in person. After Nan Zhou said this, he noticed the men beginning to make small movements. He understood that since they could not resolve this through words, they would resort to force. Mr. Nan Zhou, I cannot agree to your proposal. Since you are not cooperating with us, we will have to use coercive measures. As soon as the man finished speaking, one of the others shouted, everyone come in. Then a loud explosion was heard as Nan Zhou's door was blown open and more sharply dressed individuals rushed into the house, drawing their guns at Nan Zhou. Seeing this, Nan Zhou's expression darkened. I said, what do you mean by blowing up my door? His gaze was icy as he looked at the man who had just spoken. The man met Nan Zhou's gaze and immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were staring into the eyes of a beast capable of devouring him whole. There was still a chance for a calm discussion, but your actions will implicate all of you. I can send that message right back to you. Hearing this, the leading man quickly replied. Mr. Nan Zhou, as long as you cooperate and come back with us peacefully, we will not harm you. But if you resist... Before he could finish, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the sounds of tanks and helicopters. You really went all out, didn't you? Nan Zhou chuckled bitterly, realizing that they even dispatched helicopters and tanks to subdue. There's no choice, you are just too troublesome. The leading man wore a confident smile, feeling increasingly assured now that reinforcements had arrived. After all, you are the Bell Killer, the lone man, who took down a stronghold. In the face of such a powerful operative, we must be fully... At that very moment, a helicopter on standby hovered directly across from Nan Zhou's room, its rifle barrel aimed squarely at him. Should Nan Zhou resist, the sniper aboard would fire without hesitation. Nan Zhou let out a cold snort. Evidently, they had long prepared this trap, intending to catch him like a fish in a barrel. Mr. Nan Zhou, the leader addressed him. Faced with such overwhelming force, do you still intend to resist? The leader fixed his gaze upon Nan Zhou and spoke slowly. Nan Zhou merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. The two sides stood locked in silent confrontation. Neither moved first. After a long pause, Nan Zhou finally broke the silence. Tell me, if I refuse to return with you, then we regret to inform you. We have no choice but to proceed by force. The leader drew his pistol. Nan Zhou sighed deeply, a quiet lament for the abrupt end of his peaceful life. In an instant, Nan Zhou vanished from sight, reappearing before the leader in a blur, and struck his wrist with a single palm strike. A sharp jolt of pain shot through the man's arm. His firearm clattered to the floor. You. The leader clutched his throbbing wrist, stunned that Nan Zhou had actually struck first. His comrades wasted no time. They opened fire without hesitation. But Nan Zhou moved like lightning, dodging every bullet with impossible speed, leaving each shot to whistle harmlessly into empty air. Having evaded their barrage, it was now their turn to face retribution. One punch. Each assailant crumpled like a child. None could withstand even a single blow. We're under attack. From the helicopter, observers watched the chaos unfold below, their faces paling. The sniper chambered a round, took precise aim at Nan Zhou and fired. Nan Zhou sidestepped, evading the bullet meant for his temple. Impossible. The sniper stared in disbelief. Earlier dodges might be excused as luck amid the confusion, but this shot had been perfectly calibrated. No ordinary human could possibly evade it. Nan Zhou now turned his gaze toward the hovering helicopter, his eyes locking unflinchingly onto the sniper. Fire the minigun now. Trembling, the sniper tore his eyes away and shouted at the pilot. The pilot instantly reoriented the helicopter, swinging its mounted minigun toward Nan Zhou, determined to eliminate him at all costs. The pilot depressed the trigger. The hail of bullets descended like a merciless storm. Within Nan Zhou's home, there was no cover, no refuge from such sustained wide-area suppression. To the pilot, Nan Zhou's death was inevitable. That was the pilot's belief. He held Nan Zhou in deep respect, the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. operative whose name would echo through history. Yet now he must die. But what the pilot did not anticipate was Nan Zhou standing motionless, facing the onslaught heat in, without flinching, without being riddled with holes. For the bullets could not pierce his flesh, only shred his clothing. With a single powerful motion, Nan Zhou tore his shirt apart, revealing a physique carved from raw power and divine resilience. This, the pilot's jaw dropped. Was Nan Zhou even human? At that moment, a colossal black and gold battle axe materialized in Nan Zhou's hand, radiating torrents of primordial energy. With one sweeping arc of the axe, Nan Zhou cleaved the helicopter cleanly in two. The two men aboard left maimed, if not on the ground. The operations commander watched the footage on his monitor, speechless. A figure suddenly surged into his memory. A masked warrior who had dominated the New York battle, manipulating the violet-skinned giant as though he were a puppet. A being far more terrifying than any Avenger. We must report this, immediately. Without hesitation, the commander initiated an urgent transmission upward. Yet before the call connected, Nan Zhou leapt from his window, landing squarely atop a tank, its hull groaning under the impact. And that was with restraint. He had deliberately held back. Had he unleashed his full strength, the crew inside would have been obliterated. Open fire. At the command, armored infantry behind the tank unleashed a torrent of gunfire. But mere bullets posed no threat to Nan Zhou, not even as obstacles. He advanced steadily, his axe humming with lethal resonance. The frontline soldiers, paralyzed by dread, instinctively fell back, unable to hold their ground. Nan Zhou paid them no mind. He vaulted high, landed behind the main command tent, and ripped aside the flap to find the commander mid-report. The commander recoiled violently at Nan Zhou's sudden appearance. Had all his men already fallen? Out of the corner of his eye, however, he glimpsed his troops still standing, relief flooding his chest. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Just hand me your comm unit. Nan Zhou smiled, gently extending his hand. The commander hesitated, his superior's voice crackling impatiently over the line, demanding to know why he'd gone silent. Under Nan Zhou's unwavering gaze, he finally surrendered the device. Good, that's exactly right. Nan Zhou nodded approvingly and slipped the earpiece into place. Hello, this is Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou. A furious voice erupted from the other end, yet laced with unmistakable uncertainty. The voice knew Nan Zhou was Darkseid, and that knowledge alone silenced any further bravado. We could have coexisted peacefully. I'd have lived quietly, even aided you when needed. Yet you chose to seal every path to hunt me relentlessly. Why? His words hung in the silence, provoking deep reflection. Had they known his true identity, not even 10 lifetimes' courage would have permitted such an order. After a long, heavy pause, the voice returned. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not tolerate disobedience. Again, Nan Zhou sighed, wearily amused. It seemed these people possessed only one phrase, repeating it like a broken incantation. Regardless, your actions today leave me with no recourse. I am furious. Tell me, what must you do to appease my wrath? His gaze drifted sideways, to the trembling commander. How about this? Erase every agent you sent here. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, the commander instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Nan Zhou's gaze was not one of jest. This cold-blooded killer was indeed capable of such actions. Nan Zhou, you must remain calm. The voice on the communicator finally showed signs of fear. They knew very well that Nan Zhou could indeed carry out such deeds. Do not do anything foolish that will lead you to the abyss. If all the people they sent were to be lost, he did not know what would happen to Nan Zhou, but he would certainly face dire consequences. Very well, since you do not wish for me to act, I will wait for you. You have 5 minutes. If there is no response after that, be prepared to collect the corpses of these people. Having said this, Nan Zhou tossed the communicator to the commander. Your lives are now in the hands of those people. Oh, you might as well hope that the white supremacist capitalists above you care about your lives. After speaking, Nan Zhou left the tent and stepped outside. He settled himself atop a tank that had almost collapsed under his weight, and not a single soldier around him showed any sign of being moved. They had all seen footage of this man during the battle in New York, where the red lasers erupting from his eyes could pierce through any defense. You better not move. All of you are my hostages now. A group of fully armed soldiers were actually hostages to a defenseless man, which was quite absurd. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Washington. The top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the power brokers in Washington urgently convened an emergency meeting. Everyone was now aware of Nan Zhou's identity as the Dark Lord Darkseid, including Nick. Nick was of course very surprised. He had not expected that the man who was stronger than all the members of the Avengers claiming to be Darkseid was actually Nan Zhou. However, after learning this, he did not wish to speak up for the power brokers. When those people ordered him to call Nan Zhou, I have pleaded with you more than once, yet you still made this decision. Do you think I could possibly step forward now? Nick naturally held no goodwill towards these individuals. He had always despised these racists. Nick's refusal to provide assistance only aggravated their anxiety. If Nan Zhou truly unleashed a massacre, it would send shockwaves worldwide. At that point, their positions would undoubtedly suffer severe blows, and they would surely be replaced. This incident would become a significant disgrace for their nation, eternally etched in the annals of shame. Time passed slowly, yet Nan Zhou was in no hurry. He did not mind playing with these people a little longer, he was eager to see them embarrass themselves. However, if 5 minutes elapsed without a response, Nan Zhou looked at the soldiers whose psychological pressure was immense and ready to collapse, and shook his head with resignation. There are still less than 2 minutes left. In the video conference, these individuals had yet to come to any conclusion, and finally someone reminded them. Quickly negotiate with him, extend the time. Speed is of the essence. They could do nothing else but drag this out for as long. I think it would be better to call the Avengers. Several people believed that having the Avengers resolve this issue was the optimal choice. We are already in contact, but Steve Rogers has clearly refused. One person spoke in a low voice. After all, Nan Zhou had been raised by Peggy and Rogers still had that connection with Peggy, the outcome was predictable. Moreover, since Rogers had not intervened in their plan to eliminate Nan Zhou, he felt immense guilt, and naturally, he would not agree to this request to make amends. Stark has also refused. The person paused for a moment before continuing, and we cannot reach Dr. Banner. When Stark learned that Darkseid's true identity was Nan Zhou, he naturally stood firmly on Nan Zhou's side. Without this savior of his had provided substantial help, and was also the second largest shareholder in his company, as Stark would not assist them in dealing with Nan Zhou. As for Dr. Banner, it was quite similar. The Avengers are entirely unreliable. Ultimately, someone voiced this. Those in the Avengers are still subordinate to S.H.I.E.L.D. If that bastard Nick Fury does not make a statement, how could they possibly take a side? This statement left everyone in silence. They were at a loss for how to resolve the issue. The 5-minute deadline had long since passed, yet Nan Zhou still had not acted. Had it not been for the commander's constant delay, Nan Zhou would not have waited for so long. Yet his patience was ultimately limited. Have your superiors come up with a solution yet? Nan Zhou impatiently looked at the commander. My patience is limited. If you continue like this, I will truly take action. As he spoke, red lasers appeared in Nan Zhou's eyes as he threatened the commander with his Omega beams. The commander was now drenched in cold sweat. He was merely following orders from above to buy time, doing everything in his power to prolong their lives. But after repeated inquiries, all he received was continued delay. The commander had begun to lose hope. They felt like as the commander, he had to strive to ensure the safety of his soldiers. They all had families, and their loved ones could not lose them. But after repeated inquiries, all he received was continued delay. The commander had begun to lose hope. They felt like abandoned pawns cast aside, left to Nan Zhou's mercy. It seems your superiors have already given up on you. It has already been 10 minutes, and I have extended your time significantly. Nan Zhou looked at the dazed commander and said with a grin, how about I give you a few more minutes to say goodbye to your families? Tell them that the country you pledged allegiance to has abandoned you. Nan Zhou's words completely shattered the psychological defenses of these soldiers. Some squatted on the ground, unable to hold back their tears. Now they found themselves amidst the bustling city in New York within the country they pledged loyalty to, yet they felt so helpless and so isolated. Though they had advanced equipment, in the face of Nan Zhou, everything felt so insignificant. Now they truly understood what it meant to be isolated and helpless. Time ticked by, and the soldiers who had been turned into hostages by Nan Zhou were now filled with despair as that ominous order. More than 10 minutes had passed, yet those in power above still made no response, merely ordering the commander to delay further. These soldiers might truly be their discarded pawns, experiencing firsthand what it meant to be utterly isolated and helpless. Your superiors must have forgotten about you, right? Nan Zhou looked at the nearly broken soldier beside the tank he was sitting on and slowly spoke. In their hearts, they only care for their own interests. After all, they are capitalists. As long as they wish, they can abandon you. This brief statement from Nan Zhou completely shattered the soldier's psychological defenses, causing him to sit down on the ground and cry out loud. Seeing the soldier before him, Nan Zhou shook his head helplessly. The area was now surrounded by a growing crowd, with numerous onlookers gathering and several helicopters from news stations conducting live broadcasts above. Yet, even the news stations had no idea what was happening, as both the military and the government kept their mouths tightly shut, none daring to let slip any information. This was a matter concerning the dignity of the nation. One must understand possessing such advanced equipment along with numerical superiority, yet being taken hostage, would be utterly laughable if it got out. Thus those in power would certainly not make this matter public. Just then, once again, a chaotic roar echoed from afar. Countless combat helicopters and tanks rushed toward this direction, forming a dark mass that was quite spectacular. Seeing this, Nan Zhou let out a cold laugh. It seemed this was the solution those in power had come up with. Nan Zhou, I now order you to surrender immediately, or we will unleash a wide range of firepower against you. A voice from a helicopter hovering above Nan Zhou came from a man. So is this the ridiculous plan your superiors have devised? As Nan Zhou spoke, he glanced at the pale-faced commander. However, the other soldiers, seeing reinforcements arriving, visibly sighed in relief, seeming to believe they would not die. But the commander did not think so. He did not believe that these forces alone could defeat Nan Zhou. On the contrary, the probability of being counterattacked by Nan Zhou was quite high. Nan Zhou, this is our second warning. Kneel on the ground with your hands on your head. Seeing that Nan Zhou remained unmoved, the helicopter again transmitted a voice. Nan Zhou coldly laughed twice in response. You want me to kneel on the ground? It's surprising you could come up with such a With that, Nan Zhou extended his right hand and clenched his fist toward the tanks. Immediately, the tracks of those tanks were crushed into iron discs, rendering them combat ineffective. Then Nan Zhou squeezed again, and the barrels of the tanks were bent in half. In this situation, if they still wished to fire, the only outcome would be a catastrophic explosion. The person who had spoken from the helicopter was dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. He never expected Nan Zhou would take the initiative and instantly eliminate their ground firepower. The tanks he had brought along had now turned into scrap metal collectively silenced. Do you know? Your foolish actions are merely constructing a grave for yourselves. Nan Zhou looked at the helicopter above him and slowly spoke. Though his voice was not loud, everyone around could hear it. I wanted you to come up with a way to appease me, not to pour oil on the fire above my head. His words carried a hint of anger. The person who had just spoken from the helicopter was trembling all over his legs, uncontrollably shaking. This voice struck at the soul, even piercing their very essence. Even those observing everything through monitors in the background couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The pressure was simply too terrifying. We could have had a pleasant conversation, but you insist on making things so rigid. Do you think you could send me hostages? Do you think these hostages are too few? Is it not thrilling enough? Nan Zhou's words even reached the ears of the crowd out. Only then did they realize that those soldiers were indeed the hostages of that person, and most importantly, that person was all alone. In an instant, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Since the emergence of superheroes, the value of their country's military had been steadily declining. Now it seemed they had fallen to an irretrievable low. With armed helicopters, tanks, and live ammunition, they had still been reduced to the hostages of one person. It was truly embarrassing. That bastard Nan Zhou. The rulers behind the scenes were fuming with anger upon seeing that the crowd had realized the military had become hostages. But they too could think of no solution. This situation was quite different from what happened in New York. They might not be able to deploy lethal weapons anymore. If it were not saving the day last time by sending those lethal weapons into space, New York would have suffered tremendous casualties at the hands of its own people. Thus these rulers could only watch Nan Zhou's provocation with clenched teeth. For a moment, both sides faced off, with Nan Zhou looking at the combat helicopters circling above, hoping the rulers would produce more ridiculous jokes. But unfortunately, the outcome was that those in power had no response whatsoever. So boring. Nan Zhou sighed in disappointment, and then with a wave of his hand, all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers fell into his grasp. This left the soldiers somewhat at a loss. In this situation, these weapons were the only things providing them with a sense of security. Yet this very thing was easily taken away by Nan Zhou. What was he planning to do? Go on a killing spree? Nan Zhou, you must calm down. The person in the helicopter hurriedly spoke upon seeing this scene. Don't do anything foolish, or you will suffer eternal consequences. Eternal consequences? Nan Zhou coldly laughed twice upon hearing this. The moment you did this was the true point of no return. With that, Nan Zhou's hand tightened into a fist, causing all the guns to undergo severe deformation, being crushed into a ball. Then he raised his hand to the sky, sending the ball, made of guns, flying upward. Upon reaching midair, it exploded instantly. How unlike other explosions, this one resembled a grand firework display. The firework was immensely large and magnificent, its dazzling light illuminating the entire night. Underneath this splendid firework, the guns turned into nothingness, leaving not even a scrap of metal behind. The firearms had been turned into fireworks by Nan Zhou, and the tanks had lost their mobility and firepower, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Now only the helicopters retained a semblance of combat capability. But would the helicopters truly dare to attack Nan Zhou? The crippling of the tanks and the destruction of the firearms were accomplished with just a wave of his hand. They had no possibility of victory at all. Thus they failed, utterly and completely. Most importantly, they failed in front of their people, and in such a humiliating manner. How boring is this all you are capable of? Nan Zhou glanced disappointingly at the soldiers who had already been disarmed. He noticed the fear reflected in the soldiers' eyes and smiled slightly. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Facing them, Nan Zhou wore a smile, yet no one felt goodwill in it. Then with another wave of his hand, a fissure in space appeared before him, leaving everyone stunned. I know you are all pitiful beings with wives and children. I will not make things difficult for you. As for the true nature of your rulers, you should have seen it clearly by now. With that said, Nan Zhou stepped into the spatial rift. As for what you choose to do, that is up to you, and it has nothing to do with me. With those words, Nan Zhou entered the rift, and as it closed, he vanished from sight. All the soldiers present could only watch helplessly as Nan Zhou disappeared before them, with none daring to step forward. The rulers behind the scenes watched this scene, collapsing into their chairs with long sighs. It's over, everything is over. The international prestige and image they had built collapsed in an instant that night. The reason was simple: they had provoked someone. Time had already moved to the daylight of the following day, and chaos erupted. The army's disgrace was broadcast repeatedly on major television stations, and no matter how the government suppressed it, they could not contain the situation. This situation was like a spring. The harsher the government's suppression, the more intense the backlash. Every ruler was in a state. Many citizens also took to the streets, starting protests. Among them were several soldiers present last night. The ruler's abandonment of them filled them with rage. Nan Zhou's mercy had allowed them to see the true face of those in power. Many citizens were also utterly disappointed. In their eyes, their army had become a useless waste, merely raising a bunch of freeloaders. Without superheroes, they believed they could not withstand foreign invasions for even 3 days. Though it was not quite so exaggerated, many citizens felt this was the reality. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a major eastern nation, in a small western-style building in a small county, Nan Zhou and Hela were watching this news report on television. Is this the effect you wanted? Hela turned to Nan Zhou and asked. Pretty much, but I didn't expect it to escalate to this extent. It's a bit beyond my imagination. Nan Zhou also did not expect it to turn out like this, as now every city had people marching in protest, and the functions of the cities had been completely disrupted. This was entirely beyond Nan Zhou's expectations. But I must say, last night when you stood atop that tank, you looked truly Hela recalled the kingly aura Nan Zhou exuded while standing on top of the tank, facing those soldiers, feeling that he was extraordinarily handsome. Hela and Wanda were directly sent to Peggy's home by Nan Zhou through the spatial rift. Meanwhile, Peggy was still in a daze, not knowing what had happened. After all, she initially did not know about Nan Zhou's abilities or Hela's existence. It was only in the evening that she learned about Nan Zhou's identity and his powers. As for the spatial rift Nan Zhou opened at the end, it was certainly the one leading to Peggy's house. However, what surprised him was that Peggy did not ask many questions about him at that moment, although her face was filled with astonishment. She merely advised Nan Zhou to be careful and nothing more. Nan Zhou left Wanda and the others at Peggy's house and did not bring them to the place where he was currently seated. A sudden change in environment combined with the language barrier would surely make Wanda and the others very uncomfortable. So they stayed in Washington, and as for the transfer process, that would be handled by Peggy and Sharon. Hela, of course, would not agree to stay in Washington, so Nan Zhou could only take her along. As for the place they were currently residing, it was a property Nan Zhou purchased here after coming of age. The purpose was straightforward. Once he left S.H.I.E.L.D., he would come here to live, enjoying an early retirement. Nan Zhou had directly let Stark handle the properties and luxury cars in New York, and the money from the sales would go directly in. As for the house capable of releasing Omega beams, Nan Zhou had it brought back to his mansion, and when he needed it, he would pass through the spatial rift. Stark was also somewhat shocked, not expecting that the Darkseid was actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., someone he had crossed paths with before. This was something he had not realized. Nan Zhou's identity was now public knowledge. The one who had once assisted the Avengers turned out to look like this. However, no matter how they investigated, even employing human resources, they could not uncover Nan Zhou's true identity. So they only knew his face, but not his name, background, or past. The current populace remained completely unaware of Nan Zhou's father, that Darkseid. In the palace of Wakanda, T'Challa looked at his father, aware that they had also received this news. I never expected it to be such a young person. The American army suffered greatly at his hands. The king shook his head, chuckling helplessly, then asked, "Do you know his address now?" T'Challa shook his head. "No one knows where he is. I believe he has already left by now." The king nodded in agreement with T'Challa. "This person is significantly stronger than the Avengers. In my opinion, those individuals combined might not be a match for him." The king had also seen the footage captured at the time of the New York battle by the brave television crews. Provoking such a colossal figure will not end well. Nan Zhou's affairs in Country M had come to a temporary close. He had long since begun a new life of retirement across the ocean. As for the chaos unfolding in Country M, it was no longer of any concern to him. Nan Zhou had also enjoyed a few days of peaceful living, spending time at home with Hyla, occasionally going out for strolls, and generally leading a tranquil life. That existence had not sought him out again. Nan Zhou had no idea how things were going on that end. Could he have been taken down by... Nan Zhou was not entirely sure, and without that existence reaching out to him, he could only wonder about what they had referred to. There was no way to defeat that divine being without understanding it. However, since that existence did not come looking for him, Nan Zhou would not take the initiative to seek him out. For now, he was simply enjoying the life he had longed for. As night deepened, Nan Zhou lay in bed. He would no longer continue sleeping on the sofa at home. After Wanda and the others had left, the entire house was now just Nan Zhou and Hyla. Thus, there was certainly enough room, and Nan Zhou officially ended his life of sleeping on the sofa. Lying in bed waiting for sleep to come, he suddenly felt a whirlwind of sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that void. It appeared that it was that existence who had brought him here, possibly because of that item capable of defeating the divine being. Upon surveying his surroundings, Nan Zhou discovered that the previously damaged void had been significantly restored. It seemed that it was that existence who had done the repairing. Perhaps he had gained the upper hand against the divine being. "I say, dragging me here in the middle of the night, what's the matter?" Looking around the void, Nan Zhou spoke up. "I have received news regarding that item capable of defeating the divine being." Hearing Nan Zhou's question, that existence slowly began to speak. "There's news. What is it?" Nan Zhou lifted his head to look at the void and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden fragment slowly descended from the void into his hand. There are a total of 7 such fragments. Once they are gathered and assembled, they can form a weapon that can harm the divine being. When the divine being first arrived in this universe, he was also seriously injured, and this item is what caused his wounds. Nan Zhou looked at the fragment in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "I feel like I've seen this before." At this point, a thought flashed in his mind. Then another fragment, almost identical to the one in his hand, appeared. It was the spirit stone fragment he had drawn during the last. Seeing that Nan Zhou had 2 identical, albeit irregularly shaped fragments, that existence was taken aback. "How did you—" "By chance," Nan Zhou replied evasively. He couldn't tell this being that he had received it through a system lottery, so he could only... At that moment, the 2 fragments in Nan Zhou's hand unexpectedly began to attract each other. They collided together, and surprisingly, their gaps miraculously aligned perfectly. The 2 fragments fused into one. Meanwhile, in another part of the void, a pair of eyes slowly opened. "Has that item... Could it be that the consciousness of this universe has discovered my weakness? No, the emitted aura isn't very strong. It seems they have not yet gathered all of them. It seems I must hasten my pace. Otherwise, once those 7 fragments are gathered, I will have no choice but to abandon this universe." A powerful aura emanated from the void. "I need to enlist others to help me search for that fragment. I can't do it all on my own. There are so many people in this universe. Surely there are many capable individuals. Once I dominate this universe and replace the will of the universe, that one who claims to be the Dark Sovereign will surely perish at my hands." On the other side, within the void of that existence, I never would have expected you to have another one in your hand. This truly comes without effort. Now we only lack 5 pieces. That existence spoke. Nan Zhou could hear the excitement in his tone. I say these 7 fragments should logically be in your universe. Why do you need me to find them? Nan Zhou asked, looking at the void. That item like you belongs to an outsider, and I don't know what technology has been used to directly block my probing. So I have no way to find it. I can only rely on you. Hearing that existence's words, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly. In this vast universe, with even parallel universes and countless stars, finding these 5 spirit stone fragments was indeed quite a challenge. Now Nan Zhou had acquired the ability to traverse the universe as the Wumu Ho was in the universe, but he still did not know how to reach the parallel universe. With this in mind, Nan Zhou raised his head once more to look at the void. I say you should have the ability to send me to the parallel universe, right? If those fragments are in the parallel universe, I would need to go there. Nan Zhou's words caused that existence to fall into deep thought, and finally he slowly nodded. I can send you to the parallel universe, but the prerequisite is that you must find all the fragments in this universe. That existence would not easily let Nan Zhou venture to the parallel universe, or else the history of the parallel universe could be altered by him. Alright, I understand. I will start preparing to search now. Nan Zhou waved his hand, opening a space rift to return home. At this point I feel like a caretaker. Stepping into the space rift, Nan Zhou uttered this remark before leaving. Time had come to the following day. Nan Zhou did not continue his leisurely life, but instead took out the hood imbued with the aura of Wumu Ho. Then with a thought, a space rift appeared before him. Nan Zhou stepped into the space rift and directly appeared before Wumu Ho. At that moment, Wumu Ho was in his own room aboard the Thanos fleet, and Nan Zhou's sudden appearance startled him. It was important to note that just moments ago his subordinates had left his room with the orders he had given. Had Nan Zhou arrived just a moment earlier, he would have met face to face with that subordinate. At that point the situation would not have been so easy to resolve. If Thanos found out, he would likely face death, as Nan Zhou certainly would not protect him. Are you trying to scare me to death? Wumu Ho looked at Nan Zhou speechless. If others discovered Nan Zhou, it would be impossible. Stop complaining. I came here to discuss something with you. Nan Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wumu Ho, and then he took out the fragment of the spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to Wumu Ho. Wumu Ho took the fragment, glancing at Nan Zhou with suspicion. What is this? Don't worry about what it is. It's something. Nan Zhou did not disclose to Wumu Ho what the fragment was, or its purpose. After all, this guy was not a good person. Even Hela was not informed about these matters by Nan Zhou. I mentioned before that you could help me with something, and this is it. Please help. Wumu Ho took the fragment from Nan Zhou and examined it carefully, his expression showing hesitation. I don't even know what this thing is called. How can I help you find it? It seems quite difficult. Wumu Ho's statement made sense because it was indeed challenging to search in this vast universe without knowing the name. Seeing Wumu Ho like this, Nan Zhou could only smile wryly. Do you think I know what this thing is called? If I knew, I would have told you already. In fact, Nan Zhou simply chose not to reveal the origin and use of this item to Wumu Ho, but he truly did not know its name. Alright, let me take a look. I will definitely do my best to help you find it, but I have a condition. Wumu Ho put away the fragment, and then his expression changed. Go ahead. Wumu Ho's words were naturally within Nan Zhou's expectations, so he inquired about Wumu Ho's request. It should be easy for you. Wumu Ho smiled slightly. As long as you can guarantee my safety, that's all. Wumu Ho believed that his change of heart would eventually be discovered by Thanos, and at that time his life might be at risk. Thus ensuring his safety was of utmost importance. I see. Nan Zhou understood Wumu Ho's little thoughts and smiled slightly. Since you are helping me, I will naturally ensure your life is safe. You can rest assured about that. After speaking, Nan Zhou stood up. He did not want to stay here too long. If someone unwise were to come in and attack, it would be... Don't forget the task I gave you. I will come to check on the situation regularly. As Nan Zhou spoke, he opened a spatial rift and stepped inside. Wumu Ho watched as the spatial rift closed behind Nan Zhou and took out the fragment that had been handed to him. What is this thing? Wumu Ho had no impression of this item. He had never seen it before. When he recalled Nan Zhou's words, I will come to check on the situation regularly, he felt speechless. If one day Thanos were in front of him, and Nan Zhou suddenly tracked him down following his aura, encountering Thanos face-to-face would be too awkward. Even if Nan Zhou could defeat Thanos, could he really escape from an entire army of Thanos? Even if he managed to escape, what about himself? Would he take him along? Not necessarily. It seemed he needed to think of an escape route. Rather than hoping that Nan Zhou would ensure his life, it was better to prepare his own escape route. Trusting oneself was better. Thinking this way, Wumu Ho placed the fragment in his pocket, realizing that he had gained an additional task. Just then someone knocked. Lord Wumu Ho, Lord Thanos wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Wumu Ho stood up. Lord Thanos is looking for... Could it be that he wants me to carry out another reconnaissance mission? With this question in mind, Wumu Ho left the room, heading straight for Thanos' control room. Lord Thanos. Wumu Ho arrived before Thanos, kneeling on one knee, appearing very respectful. For the next planet, I still need you. Thanos looked at Wumu Ho and said lightly. Wumu Ho had performed excellently on the last mission, which pleased Thanos greatly, so this time, he chose Wumu Ho again for the reconnaissance of the planet. By the way, I will have someone assist you. As soon as Thanos finished speaking, Gamora stepped out from behind him. Gamora will accompany you to the next planet to assist you. Gamora's outstanding performance had caught Thanos' eye, and coupled with Thanos' favoritism, he began to assign her more tasks. This time traveling with Wumu Ho was one such example. Understood. Wumu Ho glanced at Gamora and nodded slightly. Alright, there's nothing else. You may leave now. After assigning the tasks, Thanos waved his hand signaling that Wu-Mu-Ho. Once Wu-Mu-Ho left the control room, Thanos turned to Gamora beside him. You haven't forgotten the task I assigned to you, have you? Gamora nodded. Father, I will absolutely not forget the person you entrusted to me. Thanos smiled with satisfaction, patted Gamora on the shoulder, and turned to leave. The task assigned by Thanos to Gamora was to monitor Wu-Mu-Ho. Currently, Thanos found Wu-Mu-Ho increasingly untrustworthy and suspected that his disloyalty was growing, so he decided to send someone to keep an eye on him. Last time it was a small minion under his command, this time it was his adopted daughter. Last time he had a minion secretly follow, this time he was having Gamora accompany him openly. However, how could Wu-Mu-Ho not be aware of Thanos' little schemes? As the strategist of Thanos' fleet, he could certainly guess Thanos' intentions. Seeing that Thanos wanted Gamora to accompany him on the planetary investigation, he understood Thanos' thoughts. It seems I need to think of an escape route quickly. Now Wu-Mu-Ho not only had to quickly gain Nan Zhou's trust, but he also had to prepare his escape route swiftly. If he really got caught up in this, he had to strive for a way to escape intact. With this in mind, Wu-Mu-Ho quickened his pace. Nan Zhou returned to his home, lying on his bed once more. Hela had no idea he had left, and when he returned she was naturally unaware. At that moment the system's voice suddenly came through. Ding, mission acquired, collect fragments of the Spirit Stone defeated from the Holy Spirit, 27. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Nan Zhou was somewhat surprised, not expecting this to be a mission. Moreover, the system's notification came so late, which was also unexpected for Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou heard the system's notification sound and opened his system page, noticing a new task in the taskbar. Is there no reward for this task? Looking at the task in the taskbar, Nan Zhou was puzzled to find that there was no reward attached at all. Ding, a mysterious grand prize will be awarded upon task completion. A mysterious grand prize. Nan Zhou rubbed his forehead, thinking that this so-called mysterious prize probably. However, the system was like toothpaste, it needed to be squeezed out to reveal its contents. This task will take some time, let Wu-Mu-Ho search slowly. Nan Zhou waved his hand to close the page, and then lay back in bed, wanting to continue his nap. Just then someone knocked on. Hey, are you up? I'm hungry, came Hela's voice from outside. Nan Zhou had just closed his eyes, feeling quite helpless. He turned over and got out of bed to open the door. Seeing Hela in a sleeveless nightgown, cradling a pink rabbit doll with sleepy eyes looking at Nan Zhou. They'll make you. Nan Zhou walked past Hela and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her. Hela sat at the dining table watching. Ever since they moved into this house, Hela had spent much more time with Nan Zhou. Almost every day she got to see him cook for her. Hela enjoyed this time immensely, as it was the life she had once longed for. Nan Zhou skillfully prepared breakfast. The repetition of daily tasks meant he could make decisions without much thought, expertly flipping the eggs, knowing exactly how to cook them. Before long, breakfast was served on the table. The enticing aroma made Hela unable to resist drooling. Go ahead and eat, stop staring. Seeing Hela's expression, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, and said with his encouragement. Hela immediately picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a fried egg, and took a bite. During her time with Nan Zhou, Hela had unconsciously started to use chopsticks, and now her proficiency had reached an impressive. The taste of the egg hit Hela's palate, causing her pores to open wide. No matter how many times she ate it, she would never tire. I was thinking. At this moment, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke up. Aren't you planning to go back to Asgard to take a look? Hela, upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, slowly set down her chopsticks and looked up at him. What, you don't want me to stay here anymore? Hela's rebuttal caught Nan Zhou off guard. That's not what I meant. I just think that you are, after all, an Asgardian, and your relationship with Odin has improved quite a bit. I think you should consider going back to sea. Who said my relationship with Odin has improved? Hela tilted her head, somewhat perplexed. Odin told me that himself. When Nan Zhou previously went to Asgard, Odin had mentioned that his relationship with Hela had indeed improved. In truth, Nan Zhou wasn't entirely convinced, but upon seeing Odin's sincere gaze, he found it somewhat believable, prompting him to ask Hela. Hela let out a bitter laugh upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. Odin is such a liar. Oh, do you really believe what he says? If I return to Asgard, I'll just end up imprisoned by Odin again. Just thinking about the dark, cold place where she had been imprisoned before made Hela despise Odin for life. Besides, I'm quite happy here, enjoying free food and drink, living quite well. I'm definitely not leaving. Hela said, her gaze suddenly turning seductive as she reached out to touch Nan Zhou's face. Nan Zhou didn't dodge and let Hela pinch his cheek. Ever since the two of them distanced themselves from Wanda and the others, such physical contact had increased. Nan Zhou didn't take the initiative, but he also didn't refuse. A real scoundrel. However, Hela seemed to enjoy it. If Nan Zhou had refused, it would have been awkward. After Hela had pinched enough, she released her hand and continued eating her fried egg. So don't think too much about Asgard, and definitely not going back. I'm just going to hang out with you for now, taking it one day at a time. As Hela spoke, she revealed a smile completely unlike the fearsome goddess of death. The current Hela had completely shed the aura of the goddess of death. If one didn't know her true identity, they wouldn't be able to. Alright, I got it. Nan Zhou chuckled and continued eating his breakfast. After finishing, he sat on the sofa, skillfully turned on the TV, and watched the morning news. Meanwhile, Hela washed the dishes in the kitchen. Back in the U.S., they had this division of labor. Nan Zhou was responsible for cooking, while Hela took care of the dishes. Before long, Hela shook the water off her hands and came to sit beside Nan Zhou. The two were tightly pressed together, with Hela intentionally leaning towards Nan Zhou. If you keep squeezing like this, I'm going to move to another spot, Nan Zhou said, helplessly turning to look at Hela. Hela pouted upon hearing this and stopped squeezing, Nan Zhou maintaining her position instead. Do you think this life is too monotonous? Hela looked at the TV and suddenly spoke up. Every day repeats the same things aside from different food, there's nothing else that changes. This life, while pleasant, might get stale after a while, right? Hela looked at Nan Zhou, who lived almost the same daily routine, and questioned him. It should get stale, right? Nan Zhou's gaze remained on the TV as he answered Hela's question. But at least for now, I don't feel tired of it. When I do, I'll look for a new way of life. Nan Zhou's words made Hela shrug her shoulders. This answer was within her expectations. However, she was well aware that this kind of life wouldn't last long. The reason was simple. Nan Zhou's identity, destined his life, would not be this mundane. But for now it might just be the calm before the storm, and as time passed a great crisis would surely draw near. Thinking of this, a serious question that Hela had once pondered suddenly surfaced in her mind. After all, Nan Zhou was an outsider not belonging to this universe. What would happen if Nan Zhou left this universe and returned to his original one? In the vast universe, on a seemingly beautiful, yet perilously crisis-laden planet, Kimura and Ebony Maw were conducting an investigation on this planet. They sought to discover whether this planet possessed a superhero organization akin to that on Earth. After their defeat on Earth, Thanos had conquered many planets, randomly slaughtering the general populace. It proved that Earth was a unique planet. Among the many worlds encountered, only Earth had a superhero organization capable of contending with and ultimately defeating him. As for other planets, while they also had such organizations, they were still utterly inept against his formidable army, unable to compare with Earth's Avengers, showcasing a vast disparity. Nevertheless, Thanos remained exceptionally cautious, fearing the worst. His defeat on Earth had significantly diminished his prestige among his troops, and their morale was quite shaky. Thus, he had to ensure that no mistakes occurred in the future, solidifying his supreme authority through a series of victories. Ebony Maw and Kimura surveyed the lush greenery and the cheerful local natives on this planet, exchanging glances. What a beautiful planet, it seems destined to turn into a purgatory soon, Ebony Maw remarked. However, for the grand vision of Lord Thanos, their sacrifices are worthwhile. This remark was intentionally directed at Kimura, as he was aware that her mission alongside him was to monitor his actions. To dispel Kimura's suspicions, Ebony Maw felt compelled to put on a show. Upon hearing his words, Kimura couldn't help. In her eyes, Ebony Maw was a quintessential hypocrite. Although he was not particularly handsome, he behaved quite gentlemanly. Yet beneath this facade, he was filled with malice, always concocting wicked schemes. Though his combat prowess might not be top tier in Thanos' army as the strategist and advisor, he was still quite terrifying, causing those familiar with Thanos' forces to dread him. When Thanos assigned Kimura to work with Ebony Maw, she was extremely reluctant. Being near him made her worry about whether she might be betrayed. After all, Ebony Maw had also developed a rebellious mindset and might act treacherously. Why don't we split up? This way our investigation can proceed faster. Kimura was the first to speak. Even though Thanos had tasked her with monitoring Ebony Maw, she did not wish to act alone. Ebony Maw was taken aback by her suggestion. He had not expected Kimura to propose this first. He nodded. With that, Ebony Maw smiled slightly and chose a path to leave first. Kimura did not head in another direction, but instead followed closely behind him. She still remembered Thanos' task, so she needed to follow Ebony Maw. How could Ebony Maw fail to notice this move of Kimura? Every action of Kimura was crystal clear to him. Still too naive, he sneered softly, finding Kimura's attempt to follow him utterly childish. He simply watched as Ebony Maw turned a corner and vanished. By the time Kimura caught up, he was nowhere to be seen. Lost track of him. Kimura exclaimed, then cursed. Damn it, this guy is really cunning. I was careless. Kimura frowned, realizing her cultivation was still lacking, and she couldn't outplay this guy. I might as well conduct the investigation honestly, Kimura sighed, helplessly turning to venture in another direction. Just after Kimura's silhouette disappeared, Ebony Maw's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Ebony Maw chuckled coldly. Girl, you're still too young to challenge me. Evading a tail was child's play for him, especially against a novice like her. Despite Kimura having completed many tasks under Thanos and crawling out from heaps of corpses, the disparity between her and Ebony Maw was not trivial. Once he had shaken off Kimura, Ebony Maw felt no lingering worries and took out the fragment given to him by Nan Zhou. He deemed this planet unworthy of investigation. His primary focus was on completing the task assigned to him by Nan Zhou. As the strategist of Thanos' army, Ebony Maw was proficient in languages. He quickly learned the language of this planet and was able to communicate fluently. As long as he wrapped himself up tightly, no one would discover he was an alien. Under such circumstances, Ebony Maw commenced. Meanwhile, far beyond the planet aboard Thanos' fleet, Thanos was standing in the control room, gazing at the verdant planet outside with Nebula kneeling beside him. The mission was executed well, Thanos remarked after a long pause, turning to face her. Upon hearing this, Nebula's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was one of the rare compliments Thanos offered her. He stepped forward, crouched down, and gently stroked Nebula's head. You performed well on this mission. I believe you can do even better. Thanos spoke to Nebula with uncommon gentleness, leaving her momentarily speechless. She immediately shifted from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both, her body trembling. She could not comprehend why Thanos had suddenly become so gentle. As the saying goes, unusual behavior indicates something is amiss, which she felt was a bad omen. Seeing Nebula's fear, Thanos smiled slightly, and then stood up. I have another task for you. If you perform well, there will... Upon hearing this, Nebula quickly lifted her head. Please instruct me, Father. Nebula will certainly complete it. Seeing Nebula's eagerness, Thanos smiled with satisfaction. I need you to go to Earth and steal the Mind Stone for me. If the mission goes smoothly, there will be generous rewards for you. Upon hearing the name Earth, Nebula's heart trembled slightly. After all, that was the place where her father, the formidable Titan Thanos, had suffered a crushing defeat. Although this planet was backward and inferior, it possessed the capability to resist them. Yet Nebula was not afraid. To earn Thanos' favor, she would accept and execute any task. Nebula accepts the order and will not disappoint father. Speak up, why did you come all this way to find me? Nan Zhou looked at the smiling Odin in front of him, furrowing his brows. Beside Nan Zhou stood Hela, also casting a gloomy glance at Odin. Just this morning while Nan Zhou was tidying up breakfast, there was a knock on his door. When he opened it, he saw Odin with a beaming smile. Odin entered without any politeness, shamelessly joining Nan Zhou for breakfast, and only after finishing did he press Nan Zhou onto the couch. Nan Zhou never expected that even after changing countries, Odin would still be able to find him. Do you believe I'm here just to catch up? Odin's smile remained as he asked, do you believe it? At that moment, Nan Zhou tilted his head towards Hela and inquired. Hela shook her head. Well, I don't believe it. What a coincidence, I don't either. Nan Zhou and Hela reached a consensus, both turning to look at Odin. So what brings you here? Odin must have come for something new, otherwise he wouldn't have sought Nan Zhou out. As a god king, Odin certainly didn't have that much time to spare. Ha ha, Odin burst into loud laughter. On brother, you still don't understand me. Even though I, Odin, am busy with my daily affairs, am not the type to return only when something happens, otherwise wouldn't I be out of a job as a god king? Hela couldn't help but scoff at Odin's words. To her ears it sounded like nonsense. So you came here just to chat with me? Nan Zhou asked. Not exactly. I do have something to trouble you with, Nan brother. Odin quickly replied upon hearing Nan Zhou's words. TSK. Nan Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. No matter how flowery his words were, in the end, he still had something to seek from him. Alright, what's the matter? This time, it was Nan Zhou who sat on the couch, crossing one leg over the other, looking at Odin. The thing is, I hope you can come to Asgard, and once we arrive we can discuss the details further. This statement made Nan Zhou raise an eyebrow, his gaze towards Odin filled with suspicion. Don't worry, I definitely won't harm you, right? Seeing Nan Zhou's doubt, Odin quickly reassured him. If you agree to my request and succeed, I can offer you a generous reward. Generous reward? Nan Zhou suddenly became somewhat interested. If it were on Earth, he might not be too keen, but this was a promise from Odin, the god king of Asgard. The generous reward he mentioned would surely not be trivial. Why don't you tell me what the reward is first, and then he'll decide. Nan Zhou's suggestion left Odin in a bit of a dilemma. That's not acceptable, you are making it difficult for me. Nan Zhou's words were something Odin would definitely not agree to. This was one of his bottom lines. Alright. Nan Zhou stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. In fact, he had already been tempted when Odin mentioned a reward from Asgard coming from the god king would surely be significant, so it seemed he could indeed give it a try. With this thought, Nan Zhou stood up and looked at Odin. No problem, I can go to Asgard to discuss it in detail, but if I find that I can't fulfill this request, I need to return. Odin nodded. That's definitely not a problem. At this time, Nan Zhou looked at Hela, who obviously had a somewhat displeased expression, because Nan Zhou was leaving her again and going to Asgard, a place she didn't like or even loathed. Go ahead. I'm not a fool, I can take care of myself. Despite her unhappiness, she didn't oppose Nan Zhou's decision. After all, it was difficult for Hela to criticize Nan Zhou's choices when he had helped her. Nan Zhou naturally noticed Hela's discontent. He walked to her side and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, it'll definitely be. Upon hearing his words, Hela cast him a slightly aggrieved glance before turning away, pretending to still be angry as she returned to her room. Seeing this, Nan Zhou turned back to Odin and let out a small sigh. He then opened a spatial rift the other side, leading to with Nan Zhou around. Why would one need the Bifrost? A spatial rift was much faster than the Bifrost. At this moment, Odin also came to Nan Zhou's side and suddenly asked in a low voice, "What is the relationship between you and her?" The her Odin referred to was undoubtedly Hela. Nan Zhou glanced at Odin, surprised that this old man was quite. Have you reached the hand-holding stage? Seeing that Nan Zhou didn't answer, Odin continued to inquire. Could it be that you've even reached the kissing stage? As soon as Odin's words left his mouth, the scene from that night on the couch flashed through Nan Zhou's mind. Just thinking about Odin's keen eyes caught that subtle movement from Nan Zhou, and then he smiled. Although their progress was still slow, they had indeed reached the kissing stage. Regardless of who took the initiative first, reaching this stage indicated that the next step was not far off. Alright, if we keep talking about this, I won't go. Nan Zhou's expression darkened, his voice somewhat serious. It was clear he didn't want to discuss this matter. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore, let's go. Odin quickly said upon seeing this, then pulled Nan Zhou into the rift, arriving at Asgard. Asgard was still the same Asgard, still resplendent and vibrant. Nan Zhou gazed at the lively scene, and memories of Hela's massacre in Asgard surfaced in his mind. Now Hela had completely changed, to such a future was unlikely to occur, so what would this future become? This was also something that concerned Nan Zhou. Meanwhile, Odin was leading the way, bringing him into the Golden Hall of Asgard, where the two sat down. Soon fine wine and delicacies were served. Since it was past mealtime, the food consisted of light snacks. I say, why don't you just tell me directly, stop keeping me in suspense? Nan Zhou looked at the delicacies on the table, and the fruity wine wafting in the cup, speaking up. He didn't want Odin to beat around the bush, he wanted him to finish so he could make a decision. Seeing this, Odin nodded, and then waved towards the shadows of the hall. For the god of thunder stepped out from the shadows, and walked to Odin's side. The appearance of Sol took Nan Zhou by surprise. Brother Nan, I have a request for you, I hope you can be my son, specifically Sol. Coach. Nan Zhou looked at Odin with some suspicion, not understanding his meaning. Actually, I just hope brother Nan can be a sparring partner for Sol to train with him a couple of rounds. Odin clapped Nan Zhou on the shoulder after finishing his words. You wouldn't refuse this, would you? It's not a difficult task. Nan Zhou slowly spoke. I just really want to know what kind of reward I won't be able to get. He still had lingering thoughts about the reward belonging to Odin, the king of Asgard. Nan Zhou's words made Odin unable to help but chuckle. Brother Nan, you can rest assured about this. After all, I am the king of Asgard, and the reward I give you will definitely satisfy you. Odin's words made Nan Zhou stroke his chin since Odin said, so it seemed quite promising. Then Nan Zhou nodded. All right, since that's the case, I will agree. After saying this, Nan Zhou turned his gaze to Sol and extended his hand. Please take care of me. Since Sol stood beside Odin, he hadn't spoken a word. When Nan Zhou reached out his hand, he was taken aback for a moment. Once Nan Zhou's appearance was revealed, Sol realized that the masked person he had seen on Earth was actually so young. I look forward to having a match with you. Sol also reached out to shake Nan Zhou's hand, smiling slightly. Just thinking about how Nan Zhou could even press that purple potato monster to the ground made his fighting spirit soar. He knew that he was still at a disadvantage compared to Nan Zhou, and it was quite significant, but the thought of fighting a strong opponent. Then let's not delay. Oh, I am eager to see the extent of your power as the god of thunder. Although Nan Zhou knew that Sol was not his opponent at all, he was still curious to see what abilities this person could force out of him. The two arrived at an open space in Asgard with Odin following closely behind. Come on, show your strength in front of your father. Nan Zhou maintained a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Sol. Sol had already summoned his Mjolnir, eager to face Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou maintained a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Sol. Sol had already summoned his Mjolnir, eager to face Nan Zhou. He leaped forward, charging at Nan Zhou. In Nan Zhou's hand, a battle axe appeared, transformed from the trident of the Sea King. Facing Sol's attack, he raised the battle axe in front of him. The clash of the two weapons released a massive energy that shook the entire open space. This force also sent Sol flying away. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou stood still, though the ground beneath him had completely shattered. No wonder even Thanos couldn't defeat such power. It's truly impressive. After the shock, Sol's entire body trembled, even his internal organs were not spared. You're really strong, Sol said as he brushed the dust off his clothes. Nan Zhou rested the battle axe on his shoulder and beckoned Sol to come forward. Take this. Nan Zhou's gesture naturally ignited Sol's fighting spirit. He swung his Mjolnir once more, charging. Once again, the hammer and axe clashed in the air, and the tremendous energy fluctuations forced Odin to shield his eyes with his hand. As for poor Sol, he was once again sent flying by this force. However, Sol did not give up. He swung his hammer and charged forward once more. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded in this open space. The son of the king, the future king of Asgard, the god of thunder, Sol was repeatedly knocked away by Nan Zhou, only to stand up again and be knocked away once more. Nan Zhou looked at Sol, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed that Sol's problem was indeed considerable. Although Nan Zhou was quite pleased with Sol's relentless effort, his lack of strategy was also quite bothersome to him. After once again sending Sol flying, Nan Zhou swiftly appeared in front of him, pressing the battle axe against Sol's neck. Your fighting style is monotonous, lacking brains, relying solely on brute force. Is this what it means to be the god of thunder? Nan Zhou looked at Sol, his brow slightly furrowing. You disappoint me somewhat, Sol said incredulously, looking at Nan Zhou, surprised by the seriousness in his eyes. Having promised Odin, Nan Zhou would naturally not take it lightly. He had to fulfill his obligations. After all, being 1500 years old, fighting cannot rely solely on brute force. You must use your brain. Nan Zhou said coldly, dropping this remark before leaving. Sol watched Nan Zhou's retreating figure momentarily at a loss. In fact, Nan Zhou was correct. He rarely used his brain in fights, mostly relying on instinct. However, Sol felt there was nothing wrong with this, as he believed that the Bodhi's reflexes were quicker than brain reactions. Meanwhile, Odin walked up beside Sol. What he said is true. You often fight without using your brain, relying instead on your Bodhi's instincts. This is not a good thing. I hadn't intervened before, but after you were defeated by Thanos with one move, I think it's time for you to make. That said, Odin turned to leave. Don't underestimate this kid. Though he is only in his 20s, you can learn a lot from him, so don't let me down. As for Nan Zhou, he was leisurely wandering around the palace of Asgard, looking at everything around him with no soldiers to stop him. Because Odin had given the order, Nan Zhou had free passage here, even underground. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a room surrounded by transparent glass, where the elegantly dressed Loki was present. Loki was somewhat surprised to see this unfamiliar face. What? Are you new here? Loki looked at Nan Zhou and asked. No, we have met before. Nan Zhou replied with a slight smile. We met. Loki fell into deep thought, but he could not recall this person's image. Nan Zhou stepped in front of the glass, looking directly at Loki. I am the Dark Lord Darkseid. Dark Lord Darkseid. Loki recoiled several steps, stunned upon hearing the name, never imagining that the seemingly youthful figure before him was none other than the legendary Dark Lord himself. For a moment, Loki struggled to believe it. My identity is already known to nearly every human on Earth, so there's no longer any need for me to wear a mask. Nan Zhou spoke as he tapped lightly on the glass. Its material astonishingly dense, clearly engineered to prevent. Given your current strength, breaking through this substance would be exceedingly difficult, Nan Zhou remarked, scrutinizing the pane from. Loki scoffed coldly and retreated to a corner, settling onto the floor. I hadn't expected you'd still have ties to Asgard. Those ties are purely transactional, mutually agreed upon, fairly compensated. He pays who I act. Nothing more, nothing less. Loki lifted his gaze at Nan Zhou's words. Then tell me, what bargain have you struck with Odin this time? A faint smile touched Nan Zhou's lips as he replied, Odin sought me out to serve as Thor's martial instructor, to hone his combat prowess. in exchange for substantial recompense. Loki let out another derisive snort. How predictably biased he remains. He shook his head, voice thick with biting irony. He had long resented Odin's unwavering favoritism toward Thor. And once the truth of his origins, as a frost giant not an Asgardian, was laid bare before him, his resentment toward Odin and all of Asgard deepened into something far more visceral. But how precisely do you manage bodily functions in this place? Nan Zhou glanced around the utterly exposed enclosure. Do frost giants simply abstain from such necessities? The question left Loki speechless. Surely no sentient being could utter such a remark with a straight face. I have my own methods, none of your concern. Loki rolled his eyes dismissively. Nan Zhou, watching his flustered indignation, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Enough teasing. I'll leave you to your solitude. Perhaps one day Asgard will turn this chamber into a tourist attraction. The first most handsome man of Asgard admission, 60 credits. A guaranteed windfall. Nan Zhou's words darkened Loki's expression like charred coal. Were he not imprisoned and vastly outmatched, he'd have torn that smug grin from the man's face. Savoring Loki's exasperated fury, Nan Zhou departed with a smirk, and at the corridor's bend found Odin waiting. It's been ages since I've seen Loki so thoroughly flustered and powerless. Even his sparring matches with Thor always ended with him gaining the upper hand. That's only because he never met me. Nan Zhou responded coolly. Truth be told, this place isn't entirely dull. Occasionally engaging him for amusement proves rather satisfying. Odin regarded him with weary resignation. Here stood one of Asgard's most brilliant minds, yet reduced to such helpless frustration beneath Nan Zhou's effortless command. Truly this man was formidable. Regarding Thor, do you have a plan? Odin asked again, his concern focused squarely on cultivating strategic intellect within his son's combat instincts. Hardly insurmountable. Change is possible. If only you weren't so advanced in years, you wouldn't require my intervention at all. As Nan Zhou strode forward, Odin followed quietly in his wake. You sought me precisely because your vitality wanes. You sense your time drawing near and find yourself increasingly unable to guide Thor as you once did. Am I mistaken? Odin nodded slowly. Nan Zhou's assessment was unerringly precise. Had he been centuries younger, he'd never have needed such. Yet now his diminished capacity left little room for diversion, making Nan Zhou's involvement not merely convenient, but essential. Watch closely. My method will work, though Thor will certainly endure hardship. That's perfectly acceptable. He needs. Though Thor had lived 1,500 years in Odin's eyes, he remained less mature than the 20-something Nan Zhou, still impetuous, still boyish. Even granting Asgardians extraordinary longevity, surely their intellects shouldn't develop at such glacial pace. Yet Thor remained disarmingly naive, trusting even Loki without reservation. Should Nan Zhou truly transform, Thor the young prince would evolve into a wiser, more capable sovereign, and Odin's reign would conclude without regret. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. I'll return this afternoon, ensure Thor prepares himself mentally. Already. Odin blinked in surprise. After all, someone at home still depends on me. Not exactly fair to expect her to cook. Ah, so protective you are, you won't even let her lift a ladle. Odin's expression shifted instantly into gleeful curiosity. You've yet to witness what her cooking does to a kitchen. Nan Zhou rubbed his temples. Though Hela could now sustain herself, her culinary attempts remained diplomatically unpalatable. Each time Hela entered the kitchen, chaos reigned. Grease, smoke, and shattered crockery inevitably followed. Her sole domestic duty now was dishwashing. Nan Zhou genuinely feared she might detonate the entire room. Though such catastrophe seemed improbable, caution remained prudent. Seeing the exhaustion in Nan Zhou's eyes, Odin finally grasped the depth of his burden. He placed a reassuring hand on Nan Zhou's shoulder, then watched as Nan Zhou casually tore open a rift in space. Back home, Hela looked up in mild surprise. So, you returned early. Did negotiations fail? She assumed Nan Zhou's swift return signaled unresolved terms, perhaps over compensation or conditions. Nan Zhou shook his head. No failure. Terms were settled. It's simply not urgent. And yes, I came back to cook. Hela's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, you returned just to cook for me? In the afternoon, Nan Zhou arrived at Asgard once again, and by this time, Thor was already on high alert. Those with confidence and determination find it easier to change. My training for you is actually quite simple. It's just a matter of you and me sparring, nothing more. Nan Zhou looked at Thor and continued. However, I won't remain stationary. I will take the initiative to attack, and you must fight back until I am satisfied. At this point, a battle axe materialized in Nan Zhou's hand. Are you mentally prepared? Thor nodded seriously, knowing that this training would be a painful and lengthy process, and he had to be mentally prepared. All right, without further ado, let's start now. As soon as Nan Zhou finished speaking, he vanished and reappeared right. The morning sparring had already given Nan Zhou a rough assessment of Thor's abilities. He swung the battle axe towards Thor, but Thor managed to dodge just in time. Nevertheless, a few strands of his hair were. Thor's face changed dramatically. It seemed he had been too careless. If he had reacted a moment slower, he could have lost his head. You're being so ruthless. Thor retreated, keeping a safe distance from Nan Zhou, breathing heavily, still shaken. Nan Zhou smiled slightly. This was the effect he wanted to achieve. He wanted Thor to realize that he was serious, and one mistake could lead to death. But the truth was, Nan Zhou wouldn't actually strike with lethal force. If Thor hadn't dodged in time, he could have held back, as he hadn't used his full strength just yet. Odin watched from the side, finding Nan Zhou's method quite effective. Keeping Thor in a constant state of crisis would force him. This was something Odin as a father found difficult to do. After all, Thor was his son, and Odin couldn't bear to truly hurt him, which would lead Thor to become complacent. With Nan Zhou as the teacher, he didn't worry about Thor becoming slack and trusted that Nan Zhou wouldn't truly harm his son. "You're really brutal," Thor said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "If he wasn't careful, the son of the God King, the Thunder God, might die in his own homeland of Asgard. You will have to experience life and death moments like this many times. If you want to escape this feeling, you must improve yourself." Nan Zhou spoke again, then pushed off the ground and charged at Thor. This time, Thor did not evade, but faced Nan Zhou directly, wielding his Mjolnir ready to clash. However, the vast disparity in strength left Thor struggling to keep up, while Nan Zhou remained completely at ease, his expression revealing everything. In contrast, Thor could only passively endure Nan Zhou's relentless barrage, with more and more wounds appearing on his body. Just as he focused on defending against Nan Zhou's axe, Nan Zhou's right foot landed a kick on his abdomen before he could react. A sharp pain radiated from Thor's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of saliva before he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Stop staring at my weapon, and my legs aren't made of dough." Nan Zhou approached, looking at the exhausted Thor. "During combat, you must use both your mind and limbs. You did well utilizing your limbs, but you also need to pay attention to your opponent. When you're at a disadvantage, you must watch out for their counterattacks. They might just catch you off guard, understand?" Thor brushed off the dust on his body and nodded. "Since I understand, let's continue." Seeing Thor wasn't seriously hurt, Nan Zhou spoke up. "Come on." Thor rallied once more, gathering the power of lightning into his hammer and swinging it forcefully. A massive bolt of lightning shot straight towards Nan Zhou. This time, Thor was determined not to be passive. He would take the initiative and strike first against Nan Zhou. But for Nan Zhou, it was still of no consequence. Even if he took the lightning directly, it would only tear his clothes. Yet he had no intention of taking it. He swung his battle axe, gathering a golden energy on it. Against the lightning, Nan Zhou swung the axe down. The two energies clashed in midair, resulting in a huge explosion, and Thor was once again sent flying. Nan Zhou remained where he was, just like before. The difference in their conditions was clear. Odin sighed deeply as he watched Thor becoming increasingly beleaguered. Though he felt for his son, he had to restrain himself for Thor's sake. Only by facing an enemy strong enough to crush him could Thor learn to fight intelligently. Combat involves life and death. One cannot solely rely on reflexes. One must have a strategy. So Thor had to endure this suffering. As dusk fell, Thor returned to the palace of Asgard, his body covered in wounds. All these marks were the result of Nan Zhou. Throughout the afternoon, he had been ruthlessly beaten by Nan Zhou to the point where his confidence began to waver. How could he possibly defeat such a colossal being as Nan Zhou? Thor, looking disheartened, staggered through the palace, eventually arriving at the place where Loki was imprisoned. Well, if it isn't the God King's son, the Thunder God, the future king of Asgard, my brother Thor. How have you been? You look worse for wear after a few days apart. Loki couldn't help but mock as he saw Thor's injuries. He had heard from the guards that Odin had found Thor a teacher in Nan Zhou to guide his combat. This set of injuries was undoubtedly caused by Nan Zhou. "It seems your training hasn't gone smoothly. You've been thoroughly thrashed." Thor, hearing Loki's taunt, stopped in his tracks and gave Loki a cold look. "What can you do from in there besides spout sarcastic?" "What can I do?" Loki sneered a couple of times. "I can enjoy watching your misfortune." Loki was quite pleased to, though he was imprisoned here, being able to see Thor's misadventures was still worth it. "Look at all these scars." Sol returned to his room covered in wounds, and before long Frigga knocked and entered. Seeing the scars on Sol's body, Frigga felt a deep ache in her heart. After all, Sol was her son, and she couldn't bear to be as cruel as Odin and let Sol suffer such pain. "Your father is truly callous, allowing you to endure such suffering." Frigga gently caressed Sol's cheek with a pain. Although she knew this was a trial Sol had to go through, she naturally couldn't stop it, so she could only privately criticize Odin. Looking into his mother's eyes, Sol managed a faint smile. "It's just a minor injury. A few days of rest will suffice." He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. "You may recover in a few days, but Nan Zhou is coming again tomorrow." Frigga looked at Sol and uttered a statement that left him momentarily stunned. "Coming again tomorrow?" Sol was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Nan Zhou to return the next day. "What? You didn't know? Your father insists that Nan Zhou must come every day, and Nan Zhou is quite willing to do so." Frigga's words struck Sol like a bolt from the blue. He could hardly believe that Nan Zhou was indeed coming every day. Sigh. Sol let out a long sigh, instantly feeling as if all hope had been stripped away. Just the thought of facing Nan Zhou's relentless beating tomorrow left him speechless. "Mother, can't you heal me? Just treat my wounds so I don't have to recover on my own, please." Sol looked at Frigga, his eyes. His mother was raised by a witch, so healing spells were surely second nature to her. With this thought, Sol's previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. It seemed he might yet find relief for his wounds. But unexpectedly, Frigga shook her head and stood up. "Your father told me not to heal you. Tomorrow you must face Nan Zhou with these injuries." As she spoke, Frigga tenderly stroked Sol's cheek. "My child, I know of your pain, but this is for your own good, so do not." With that, Frigga turned and left without looking back. Sol watched her retreating figure, wanting to say something, but finding himself utterly speechless, simply watching as she exited his room. What bad luck. After Frigga left, Sol let out another long sigh and collapsed onto his bed. Little did he know that he would have to endure these experiences again tomorrow, and indeed every day thereafter. When will this? Sol felt utterly exhausted, not just physically, but emotionally as well. "I should go to bed early." He turned over, not even changing his clothes, and simply closed his eyes. He was truly worn out and in desperate need of rest. "So you spent the entire afternoon beating up Sol?" In Nan Zhou's home, Hela looked at him in surprise. Basically, it was a comprehensive beating. That guy is just too weak and doesn't stand a chance against me. As Nan Zhou spoke, he noticed Hella's expression, which revealed a hint of delight. What? You're happy that your brother got beaten? Of course. I'm actually quite pleased. Hella beamed, her smile brimming with schadenfreude. If you had beaten Odin instead, I might have been even happier. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou understood. It wasn't Soul's beating she was eager to witness, but rather Odin's son getting pummeled. Make sure to hit him harder when you go tomorrow. Hella said, clenching her fist, wishing she could take Nan Zhou's place in Asgard to give Soul a good thrashing. So you no longer oppose my going to Asgard? Nan Zhou smiled at Hella and asked you. Hella looked at him momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, she only huffed softly. They'll let you off this time, but remember to give Soul a good beating, understood? Nan Zhou chuckled bitterly and nodded. Alright, I promise to make you satisfied. Hearing this, Hella nodded in contentment. Now that's more like it, I'm hungry. Make me dinner. Hella plopped down on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of a queen. Nan Zhou said nothing and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for her. Hella watched Nan Zhou cook, imagining the scenes of him beating Soul. In her imagination, Nan Zhou wielded his battle axe, controlling it with his will, unleashing atomic breaths, and even his omega rays, beating Soul to the point of howling. But ultimately this was just Hella's imagination. She had no idea of the real situation. 40 minutes later, Nan Zhou brought the prepared dishes to the table, and Hella was drawn to the dining area by the enticing aroma. Your other brother, the one named Loki, is currently locked in a room surrounded by transparent glass walls. Nan Zhou said, is he the one who tried to kill Soul and was sent by Thanos to invade Earth? Hella asked. Yes, that's the one. Nan Zhou nodded and recounted how he had mocked Loki. Goodness, even if he may not be human, he truly is a dog. Hella couldn't help but respond upon hearing this. Nan Zhou's words were indeed not very harmful, but extremely insulting. What can I say? After all, this guy is just asking for a beating. Hella chuckled helplessly at Nan Zhou's remark. But I never expected that the future Loki would become a member of the Time Variance Authority. Oh, I really didn't see that coming. As Hella spoke, memories of the time just after the New York battle surfaced in her mind when the future Loki had come to Nan Zhou's previous home. If Nan Zhou hadn't informed her, she would have been unaware of the existence of the Time Variance Authority. It was hard to fathom that someone who would rather be Thanos' lapdog could become a member of such an organization. It was truly difficult for her to believe. Yet time can change a person. Even a 1,000-year-old Loki is not exempt. Perhaps Loki experienced something during that period that led to such a future. However, it seems that the Time Variance Authority has not continued to bother you lately, right? Hella continued to inquire. Nan Zhou snorted softly upon hearing this. After what happened last time, they absolutely won't trouble me. In the short, the sun over Asgard rose as usual. Thor opened his eyes, fatigue emanating from him like a cloud. Since collapsing onto his bed, he had slept until dawn. Now the sun had already streamed into his room. Feeling the soreness in his body, he walked into his bathroom to wash away the... After cleansing himself, Thor changed into his clothes and stepped outside. Awake. In the palace hall, Odin was enjoying his breakfast. Seated beside him was Nan Zhou. Odin had not set a specific time with Nan Zhou, so Nan Zhou arrived in Asgard during breakfast. Seeing Nan Zhou's arrival, Thor felt his body suddenly go weak. He hadn't expected this teacher to be so dedicated. Upon seeing Thor, Odin smiled and extended his hand, beckoning him over. Thor, come and eat something first. Since Odin had said so, Thor had no choice but to gather his courage and sit at the table, picking up a piece of food to eat. Odin looked Thor up and down, noticing the scars on his body still lingering. He nodded in satisfaction. It was just as Frigga had said. She had not helped Thor heal, and he remained injured. How could I sleep well when I'm so exhausted? Thor replied irritably. This was after his shower, so he looked slightly better. How could I sleep well when I'm so exhausted? Thor replied irritably. This was after his shower, so he looked slightly better. Before the shower, he had looked even more dispirited. Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at this. Don't worry, you'll gradually adapt over time. This only left Thor more speechless, but he had already mentally prepared himself, so it didn't affect him much. After breakfast, let's rest for a bit before starting the training for the second day. At this moment, Nan Zhou stood up and glanced at Odin. Odin also looked at Nan Zhou, and the two exchanged glances, with Odin immediately understanding Nan Zhou's intent. Nan Zhou informed Odin with his eyes not to forget their agreement. Thor, of course, could not forget this, and responded with a smile. Nan Zhou didn't want to stay there any longer, so he walked into the palace's interior to find Loki. However, when Nan Zhou reached Loki's location, he found Loki still asleep. Even though he was confined in such a public place, he could still sleep soundly. Nan Zhou approached and tapped on Loki's glass. Hearing the sound, Loki opened his eyes and was slightly surprised to see Nan Zhou standing outside. What are you doing here? Do you come every day? Nan Zhou nodded. Thor is having breakfast now. Once he finishes, we'll start the training for the second day. Saying this, Nan Zhou leaned closer to the glass and whispered, have you considered it? Just ask me, and I can give your brother a good beating. How about that? Loki smiled wickedly upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to be a good-looking guy with a belly full of schemes. Nan Zhou couldn't help but laugh at his words. There's a saying that one should not judge a book by its cover, right? So what do you think? However, Loki shook his head. I wouldn't ask you for that. I doubt you could even pull it off. If I beg you, it would only backfire on me. Loki saw right through Nan Zhou, realizing that this was merely a ploy to take advantage of him. Seeing that Loki wasn't falling for it, Nan Zhou pouted. Of course he hadn't come here just for that. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and brought up a picture which was of the Spirit Stone fragment. Let me ask you something serious. Have you seen this thing? Loki looked at Nan Zhou, unsure of what he was up to, but still glanced at the picture of the Spirit Stone fragment and shook his head. I really haven't seen this before. Loki was not lying, he truly had not seen this item. Nan Zhou also recognized that Loki was not lying and sighed helplessly. However, this was within his expectations. He never thought Loki would know the whereabouts of the Spirit Stone fragment. He was merely asking out of curiosity. Nan Zhou put his phone away. Since Loki had never seen this item, there was no need to continue the questioning. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. At this moment, Loki suddenly called out to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou looked back puzzled and found Loki's expression somewhat unnatural. If possible, please give Thor a good beating for me with those red lasers from your eyes. Consider it a favor. Loki ultimately couldn't resist the temptation posed by Nan Zhou and spoke these words. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou grinned. Since you're asking me so earnestly, how could I refuse? Alright then, just watch, I'll make it even harder today. After saying this, Nan Zhou turned and left, returning to the long table in the palace. At this point, Thor had already finished. Seeing Nan Zhou walk out, Thor couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite being battle-hardened and having slain countless foes, he felt not only unprepared, but also quite fearful in front of Nan Zhou. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. At most you'll just suffer a bit of pain. Nan Zhou patted Thor's shoulder to comfort him. Thor forced a bitter smile. He didn't want to experience that pain either. But what could he do? He was just a bit of a disaster. With his father supervising nearby, he had no choice but to comply. Thor could only brace himself and stand up, taking a deep breath and looking determinedly at Nan Zhou. Come on, this time I won't be like yesterday. Seeing the determination in Thor's eyes, Nan Zhou smiled in satisfaction. After all, he was a superhero with a belief system that differed from others, and his recovery speed after setbacks was faster than most. This is why superheroes become superheroes. But it's a pity that Thor was facing Nan Zhou, someone who could easily overpower the entire Avengers. No matter how strong Thor's confidence was or how resilient his spirit, could he maintain his confidence in the face of Nan Zhou's overwhelming advantage? This was one of the important aspects of Odin's training for Thor. Once again, dusk descended as Thor finished a day of training, dragging his weary, scarred body onto the already tattered ground. You made some progress today, I hope you continue tomorrow. Nan Zhou stepped forward and patted Thor's shoulder, offering his. Today was yet another comprehensive defeat. No matter how hard Thor tried, he was utterly defenseless against Nan Zhou. The gap between them was even greater than the distance from the Mariana Trench to Mount Everest. How are you so strong? Thor looked at Nan Zhou, realizing there was not a hint of fatigue on him, not even a trace of weariness. It was quite astonishing. Having given it his all, Thor felt that his efforts were merely a tickle to Nan Zhou. Why am I so strong? Nan Zhou repeated Thor's question and then smiled slightly. Perhaps it's just good luck. Such questions were naturally dismissed by Nan Zhou, who patted Thor's shoulder once more. Don't be discouraged, you've improved a lot compared to yesterday. I believe you will get better. With that, Nan Zhou left the clearing and walked toward the palace. Thor, lying on the ground, closed his eyes to rest for a moment before struggling to get up. The soreness in his body made him frown. All he wanted now was to take a shower and then go to bed. Thus, Thor made a beeline. However, as he passed by the place where Loki was imprisoned, Thor heard Loki's gloating voice. Your injuries are even worse than yesterday. It seems your teacher doesn't care about your identity as the god of thunder and is truly ruthless. That's how it should be. Hearing Loki's mockery, Thor shot him a glare. If he cared about my identity, he would fear my family and he would certainly be hesitant in teaching me. That's not the kind of teacher I want. Loki did not expect his sarcasm to receive such a righteous response from Thor. How boring. Loki suddenly found it quite dull, waving his hand to dismiss him. Thor said nothing more and turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the long table in the palace, Nan Zhou took out his phone and showed a photo of the Spirit Stone fragments to Odin. Not knowing what Loki would say, Nan Zhou was merely testing to see if Odin recognized the existence of this item. This thing. Odin looked at the photo on the phone and was momentarily perplexed. He felt that this object looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Seeing this, Nan Zhou felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed that Odin had indeed encountered this item. Suddenly, Odin exclaimed as if struck by a sudden realization. I remember now, I have seen this thing. Where? Nan Zhou's eyes filled with anticipation. Rather than waiting for Yu Wu to investigate for him, it was indeed more practical to ask this God King. After all, this was the God King. He surely knew more than Yu Wu. A few years ago, a meteor from the universe fell onto the planet of Xander, and fragments with this pattern are on Xander. Hearing Odin's words, Nan Zhou was momentarily taken aback. So this fragment is currently on Xander. Odin neither nodded nor shook his head, only shrugged. I don't know how Xander has dealt with it, but they probably wouldn't just discard it, so I believe it is still on Xander. Upon hearing Odin's statement, Nan Zhou was overwhelmed with excitement. It truly seemed like a stroke of luck. He had merely asked casually, and it turned out he had discovered the whereabouts of the third fragment. So are you planning to go to Xander? Odin asked upon seeing Nan Zhou's expression. Nan Zhou nodded. Should I let Thor accompany you? With his identity, things would indeed be easier to handle. But Nan Zhou shook his head. Your son is injured like this, and you still want him to go to Xander with me. Are you really his father? Nan Zhou's retort left Odin somewhat embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. I have the ability to go to Xander on my own. I'll let Thor rest for a couple of days. He is quite injured from the beating I gave him, so let's allow him to recuperate during this time. And let him reflect on the details of the battles over the past 2 days and improve himself. When I return, we will continue. After Nan Zhou finished speaking, he opened a spatial rift and left Asgard. Odin watched the rift close before rising to head toward Thor's room. At this moment, Thor had just finished his shower. He didn't even want to eat and only thought about sleeping. However, his door was knocked on and Odin walked in. Father. Thor called out upon seeing Odin, but his voice was weak and he looked utterly exhausted. Odin approached, Thor helping him sit on the bed. You've worked hard these 2 days constantly being beaten by Nan Zhou. Watching from the side, I felt quite pained, but for your sake, I couldn't intervene. Hearing Odin's words, Thor felt considerably better. It seemed his father would not just stand by and watch him get beaten to death by Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou won't be coming to Asgard for a while. He has some matters he can't leave at the moment. He wants you to reflect on the details of the battles, and when he returns the lessons will continue. Upon hearing Odin's words, Thor's eyes were filled with disbelief. So he won't be coming tomorrow? Odin nodded yes. Thor immediately buried his head into his bed. Even the exhaled breath was filled with excitement. The 2 days of torment had been nearly unbearable for him, and he didn't know how to pass the coming days. But fortunately, although Nan Zhou claimed to be the Dark Lord of Asgard, he was ultimately not a demon. He still knew. Long live. Thor howled to the heavens, his spirits soaring. Odin watched Thor's exuberance and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. This boy had truly suffered these past 2 days. Just then Frigga entered with food. Upon hearing that Nan Zhou would not be coming to teach tomorrow, she quickly handed the prepared dinner to Thor. Hurry up and eat, then get a good night's sleep. Ooh, I won't wake you up tomorrow. Thor took the dinner and began to devour it hungrily. Frigga and Odin looked at Thor, glancing at the scars on his body, which were marks of his growth. These 2 bouts of punishment would surely grant Thor a wealth of knowledge. Thinking of this, the two exchanged glances before leaving Thor's room. After returning home, Nan Zhou began to tidy up some things. Clearly he could not travel to the Shandal Star through spatial rifts, especially since he had never been there before. The spatial rifts would be ineffective. Therefore Nan Zhou planned to find Wu Mu Ho to take him to Shandal Star. At this moment Hela noticed that Nan Zhou was packing and felt somewhat surprised. Are you going out? Hela asked. Nan Zhou nodded in response. Indeed, I need to go out for a while, possibly for several days, so I might not be able to cook for you. Where are you going? You aren't planning to stay in Asgard, are you? Hela asked again. Nan Zhou shook his head and slowly replied. I need to make a trip to Shandal Star. Shandal Star. Hela was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. She was aware of Shandal Star, a planet with a very advanced civilization, and its new star Legion was quite famous in the universe. Why did Nan Zhou want to go there? I need to find something, and that thing is on Shandal Star. I received this information from Odin. Upon hearing this, Hela fell into deep thought, realizing that Nan Zhou was still concealing something from her. I want to go. At this moment she looked at Nan Zhou and said, I want to go with you to Shandal Star. She might not follow him to Asgard, but she had to accompany him to Shandal Star. Seeing the seriousness in Hela's eyes, Nan Zhou sighed helplessly. It seemed that refusing her was not a viable option and he had no choice but to take her along. Alright, then I'll take you with me. Seeing Nan Zhou compromise, Hela smiled contentedly. Nan Zhou didn't have much to prepare, staring at his belongings without knowing what to take. Now he no longer needed a mask, he could discard it. There was nothing else he needed to bring except for some food in case he couldn't adapt to the food on Shandal Star. After tidying up for a while, Nan Zhou finally organized a shoulder bag containing some convenient food that could be prepared with hot water. That's all I need. Nan Zhou slung the shoulder bag over his back and looked at Hela beside him. Let's go. Then with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared before them. Once Hela stepped out of the spatial rift, she found herself on a spaceship with Nan Zhou. Where is this? She asked. This is probably Thanos' fleet, Nan Zhou said, glancing around. This was not the same room of Wu Mu Ho he had visited last time, indicating that Wu Mu Ho was not there. Thanos' fleet. Hela was taken aback. What are you doing here? She did not understand why, if Nan Zhou was going to Shandal Star, he would come to Thanos' fleet. She was also puzzled as to how he managed to get here in the first place. Just then Wu Mu Ho's voice came from the nearby corridor. Hela was already prepared for a fight, but unexpectedly Nan Zhou seemed quite relaxed. Alright, my tasks are done, hurry up and leave. Wu Mu Ho's voice echoed again, clearly issuing commands to his subordinates. As he reached the corner, he happened to see Nan Zhou smiling at him. Damn, if Wu Mu Ho weren't battle-hardened, he might have been scared to death by Nan Zhou. What are you doing here? Wu Mu Ho approached Nan Zhou and grabbed his arm, leading him toward his room. The distance to his room was very short. Wu Mu Ho quickened his pace, bringing Nan Zhou and Hela into his room. If you get discovered, I'll have to silence anyone who sees you, do you understand? After returning to the room, Wu Mu Ho sighed and vented his frustrations at Nan Zhou. If the warship is short on personnel, Thanos will notice immediately, and I might not be able to escape, you know. Nan Zhou's sudden appearance left Wu Mu Ho feeling quite frustrated and helpless. Every day, he had to worry about Nan Zhou suddenly showing up and being seen by others. Seeing Wu Mu Ho's furious expression, Nan Zhou felt somewhat awkward. He had not expected Wu Mu Ho to be this angry. Wu Mu Ho sighed deeply and then waved his hand. Forget it, just tell me why you came here to find me. I need you to take me to Shandal Star, Nan Zhou said, directly looking at Wu Mu Ho. You want to go to Shandal Star? Wu Mu Ho seemed unable to believe his ears. Brother, I'm also wanted on Shandal Star. If I arrive on that planet, I will definitely be hunted down. You must understand that all notable figures from Thanos' fleet are wanted on Shandal Star. If they show up near Shandal Star, they will be pursued relentlessly. Although Shandal Star cannot prevent Thanos' fleet from trampling other planets, they can ensure that these people cannot step. Upon hearing Wu Mu Ho say this, Nan Zhou revealed a strange smile. He did not believe Wu Mu Ho's words. He believed that Wu Mu Ho was indeed wanted on Shandal Star, but he did not believe that Wu Mu Ho had no way to enter Shandal. After all, he was Thanos' strategist. If he lacked such capability, he wouldn't hold his position for long. You don't need to explain this to me, Wu. I know you have your ways. Besides, I didn't come here to negotiate, but to inform you. Stop the chatter and come with me. Nan Zhou really would not allow Wu Muho to say much more, pulling him along to leave. Alright. Wu Muho had no choice but to yield to Nan Zhou. You two wait here, they'll be right back, Wu Muho said before leaving his room. Now only Hela and Nan Zhou were left in the room. I didn't expect that you still have connections with Thanos' subordinates. That person must be quite powerful, right? Nan Zhou nodded in response. He is one of Thanos' Black Order and the strategist of Thanos Legion, so he is undoubtedly Nan Zhou nodded in response. He is one of Thanos' Black Order and the strategist of Thanos Legion, so he is undoubtedly such a person could only accept when facing Nan Zhou and not resist. Hela began to grow increasingly curious. She wondered what had transpired between the two of them. The Thanos fleet detached from a small spacecraft inside, which were Wu Muho, Nan Zhou, and Hela. It takes 3 jumps to reach Xander, and we are still quite far from there. Having said that, Wu Muho turned his head to look at Nan Zhou and Hela behind him. Who here has never been to space? In response to Wu Muho's question, Nan Zhou raised his hand. Although he had been to Asgard beyond Earth, he had never actually. At this moment, Wu Muho noticed that the stunning lady beside Nan Zhou did not raise her hand, which intrigued him. Madam, could it be that you have been to space? Indeed, I've been there more than once. Hela glanced at Wu Muho and replied. Hearing this answer, Wu Muho was quite surprised. He didn't expect her to have been to space. Her identity is not simple. Oh, don't ask too many questions, just fly your ship. Seeing Wu Muho seem to have many questions, Nan Zhou spoke up. Upon hearing Nan Zhou's words, Wu Muho merely curled his lips and stopped talking. Since he was currently working for Nan Zhou, he naturally had to listen to him. Having frequently worked under Thanos, he had developed many habits in dealing with others. Although Nan Zhou did not appear as violent as Thanos and lacked his bloodthirsty brutality, Wu Muho still decided to treat Nan Zhou the same way he treated Thanos. Mr. Nan Zhou, since you have never engaged in spatial jumps in space, please take care of your body during the spatial leap. Wu Muho had already phrased it delicately. In fact, he was warning Nan Zhou not to vomit later. Having said that, Wu Muho pushed the lever in front of him, and the entire spacecraft instantly entered the spatial leap. A rush of force startled even Nan Zhou. Images flashed in his mind of Rocket and Groot making over 700 jumps to rescue Star-Lord on Ego, and the impact this time was just as great, let alone 700 times. However, despite the strong impact, it caused no harm to Nan Zhou's body. It was merely an experience of something novel. After 3 jumps, when Wu Muho's spacecraft reappeared in space, before them lay a vibrant planet. The vitality could be felt just by sensing it. Nan Zhou stood up and approached the window, gazing at the planet outside, and asked, "Is this Xander?" Wu Muho nodded. Indeed, this is Xander, a planet with remarkable technology. By the way, what brings you to Xander? Wu Muho, startled by Nan Zhou's sudden arrival, had forgotten to ask the reason for Nan Zhou. The fragment of the Spirit Stone I gave you, I learned from Odin that there is another piece on Xander. Hela, who had been listening to their conversation, became intrigued by the Spirit Stone fragment. Spirit Stone fragment? What is that? Hela inquired of Nan Zhou. However, this time, Nan Zhou did not tell her the truth, instead finding an excuse to brush her off. He knew that this matter must not be revealed to Hela, and he did not plan to involve her in it. Even if Hela at her peak intervened, the outcome would still likely be death. Seeing that Nan Zhou had no intention of telling her, Hela felt slightly displeased, but the look in Nan Zhou's eyes conveyed a message of no matter how persistent you are, I will not tell you, so Hela wisely refrained from pressing further. Alright, there's no time to waste, take me inside. Xander has a systematic and stringent process for identity verification of outsiders, and Nan Zhou was curious about how Wu Muho would manage to get them into Xander. Just watch me, I won't disappoint you. Hearing Nan Zhou's words, Wu Muho once again pushed the control stick of the spacecraft, steering it toward the backside of Xander. There is a nearly non-existent gap on the backside of Xander. As long as we pass through that gap, we can naturally enter Xander. While controlling the spacecraft, Wu Muho spoke up. How did you come to know about this gap? Nan Zhou asked Wu Muho. Upon hearing this, Wu Muho smiled slightly. As you said, I have means to safely enter Xander. This is one of them. One of them? Nan Zhou was taken aback. So you have other methods, don't you? Wu Muho nodded. I indeed know more than one way to enter Xander, but we only need this one method. Not long after, under Wu Muho's deft maneuvers, Nan Zhou and the others successfully entered Xander. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Given how advanced the technology of this planet is, how could there still be such a gap? Hela looked at Xander, which was far more prosperous than Earth, and slowly asked. Even the most perfect and advanced technological society will inevitably have flaws. Even Thanos' fleet has vulnerabilities. There is no such thing as perfection in this universe, not even among those so-called celestial beings. Wu Muho's words caused Nan Zhou and Hela to exchange glances. Indeed, there was no fault in what Wu Muho said. At that moment, Wu Muho put on his hood and wrapped his scarf around himself, covering himself entirely. His face was known to all the guards on Xander. Once they saw Wu Muho's face, he would undoubtedly face a fierce attack. At that time, escaping would be nearly impossible, and he would have to rely on Nan Zhou. But I have a question. At this moment, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke up. I don't know the language of Xander, and am not familiar with any other alien languages. How will I communicate with them? Nan Zhou's question made Wu Muho smile slightly. You need not worry about that, for I have a solution. As he spoke, Wu Muho extended his hand and placed it on Nan Zhou's forehead. Nan Zhou did not resist. He did not believe that Wu Muho had the guts to harm him now. Just as Wu Muho's fingers touched Nan Zhou's forehead, a torrent of information flooded into Nan Zhou's mind. All of this information was language. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to understand all languages in the universe. The host can now speak and comprehend all languages, including Groot's language. Language ability. Hearing the system's prompt, Nan Zhou was slightly taken aback. He never expected that just by having the Blackwood throat pointed at his head, he would gain a new ability, even being able to understand Groot language. What I injected into you is the official language of the Shandar Star. After you adapt to it a bit, although there might be issues with communication, you will be able to fully understand what they are saying. Nan Zhou nodded at the words of the Blackwood throat. It seemed that the Blackwood throat had simply uploaded the official language of Shandar Star into his brain, but the system had directly upgraded it to the universal language. This was something Nan Zhou did not expect. He didn't think the system would upgrade his abilities, but indeed seemed a bit buggy. As Nan Zhou absorbed the newly added knowledge in his mind, the languages of the entire universe now resided in his head. With such a vast vocabulary, Nan Zhou had to digest it carefully. He closed his eyes, not wanting to be disturbed, and simply sat down on the ground. Hela and the Blackwood throat exchanged a glance, unsure of what exactly was happening with Nan Zhou. I just poured the official language of the Shandar Star into his mind. How did it turn out like this? The Blackwood throat looked at Nan Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, puzzled. In his view, as someone who could easily take down Thanos, accepting such things should not be a problem for Nan Zhou. Yet now he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, which clearly did not align with his identity. However, the Blackwood throat didn't know how to resolve this issue. The best course of action might just be to wait for Nan Zhou to open. Before long, Nan Zhou opened his eyes. He looked at the Blackwood throat and directly spoke to him in perfectly standard official language of the Shandar Star. This left the Blackwood throat and Hela dumbfounded. According to the Blackwood throat, Nan Zhou should only have mastered listening without issues, with communication needing improvement. But he never expected that Nan Zhou had directly mastered the official language of the Shandar Star with no accent, just like a purebred Shandar native. The Blackwood throat clearly found it hard to comprehend. Nan Zhou noticed the Blackwood throat's expression and don't be too surprised. If you're astonished by these things, then in the future some events might truly leave you dumbfounded. After saying this, Nan Zhou patted the Blackwood throat's shoulder and walked straight ahead. Hela and the Blackwood throat exchanged glances and then followed suit. Shandar Star indeed had much more advanced technology than Earth. It was Nan Zhou's first time witnessing such a technologically developed planet, and for a moment, he was somewhat overwhelmed. So Mr. Nan Zhou, where should we look for that fragment? Seeing Nan Zhou still gazing at the surrounding buildings, the Blackwood throat, he did not want to stay in this place for long, as every second was a minute of danger for him. After all, the Blackwood throat was on his own, and even with Nan Zhou by his side, he felt uncertain. It's not that he thought Nan Zhou couldn't handle the Nova Corps, but he feared that Nan Zhou might just abandon him here. If that happened, he would truly be in trouble. With this thought, the Blackwood throat hoped that Nan Zhou would quickly finish his business and leave this dangerous place. Don't worry, I know who to look for. Although Nan Zhou had never been to Shandar Star, he still knew some things about it, and was aware of who. Don't worry, I know who to look for. Although Nan Zhou had never been to Shandar Star, he still knew some things about it, and was aware of who to ask for such information. However, the more pressing issue was that both Nan Zhou and the Blackwood throat, as well as Hela, were as lost as if they were in a maze on Shandar Star. Though the Blackwood throat knew about the secret entrance of Shandar Star, he had spent less than a day on this planet, so naturally, he wouldn't know the routes. As for Hela, there was no need to mention it. Being imprisoned by Odin for over 1,000 years, she was bound to be unfamiliar with it. So now the three could only rely on aimless wandering and inquiries. Fortunately, the technology on Shandar Star was quite advanced, and transportation was rapid. As the three arrived at the capital of Shandar Star, Nan Zhou found the broker who would meet with Star Lord in the future. Nan Zhou felt that this person might know the whereabouts of the Spirit Stone fragment. He brought Hela and the Blackwood throat to the broker's shop, and took out his phone to show the image of the Spirit Stone fragment. Friend, have you seen anything like this? Nan Zhou asked. The broker looked at the photo on Nan Zhou's phone, feeling that it was familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Wait a moment, I seem to have some impression. The broker said, rubbing his temples, falling into thought. Nan Zhou naturally did. The broker's action indicated that he had seen this thing before, but just couldn't remember it at the moment. Oh, I remember. Before long, the broker's eyes lit up as he looked at Nan Zhou. Sir, I remember now. Oh, I have indeed seen this thing. A few years ago, a meteorite fell in a nearby forest. When we discovered the meteorite, there was an incredibly hard fragment embedded in it, and the patterns on that fragment were very similar to the ones in your photo. With the broker's words, Nan Zhou, the Blackwood throat, and Hela exchanged glances. They never expected to obtain information about the third fragment so easily. Then where is this thing now? Nan Zhou continued to ask, but the broker shook his head. This thing should now be in the hands of the Nova Corps. After all, it is an extraterrestrial object. The Nova Prime took it back, and it should now be in their core. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou nodded slightly. He had obtained the information he wanted, so after thanking the broker, he planned to— Wait a moment, sir. Suddenly the broker spoke again, and at this moment, he wore a completely unfriendly smile. It's inappropriate for you to leave so directly without paying the consultation fee, right? Hearing this, Nan Zhou frowned. It seemed this broker was quite the schemer. At that moment, the Blackwood throat suddenly extended his hand, and the nearby glass shattered instantly, with a sharp glass shard coming to rest against the broker's neck. I'm giving you 5 seconds. Please think carefully about your words. You should know what to say and what not to say. The voice of Wu Mu Ho carried a hint of threat, and the broker was sweating profusely, realizing that this time he had— Sir, please show mercy. The broker said with a bitter smile, slowly speaking. 5. Wu Mu Ho ignored him and began counting down. 4. The broker realized that Wu Mu Ho was serious and fear gripped him even more. He was just a merchant, utterly powerless, merely a shady businessman. He could tell that the three from Nan Zhou were extraterrestrials and seemed unfamiliar with this place, which was why they dared to masquerade as shady businessmen to scam money. However, he never expected to hit a steel plate this time. 3. Wu Mu Ho continued counting down, showing no mercy. If it weren't for Nan Zhou being nearby, this broker would already be a corpse. 2. The broker trembled all over, wanting to speak, but unable to produce a sound, yet felt as though his throat was being choked, rendering him voiceless. Stop. Nan Zhou spoke at this moment, placing his hand on Wu Mu Ho's arm, using his aura to suppress Wu Mu. Seeing this, Wu Mu Ho naturally said nothing more. With a thought, the sharp glass that was poised at the broker's neck fell to the ground. The broker slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for air. At this moment, Nan Zhou approached him, squatting down. If you act as a proper merchant, no one will trouble you, but if you choose to be a shady businessman, Nan Zhou said, patting the broker's, you risked your life. This time you just encountered me, and I do not wish to shed blood on this beautiful planet, so you remain alive. But if you offend others in the future, no one will be able to save you. After saying this, Nan Zhou stood up and left. Wu Mu Ho and Hai La followed closely behind. Watching the three leave, the broker finally exhaled a breath. He truly deserved it, wondering why he provoked those three. The person who had just pointed the glass shard at him exuded a sinister charm, while the man who had just patted his face radiated a terrifying aura. When he squatted before him, it felt like a great mountain stood in front of him. Huff. The broker sighed, feeling as though he had saved his. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou and the others had arrived at the square outside. You acted faster than I did just now, Nan Zhou said, glancing at Wu Mu Ho with a faint smile. Nan Zhou understood why Wu Mu Ho acted that way. It was merely to gain his trust. If you weren't present, that person would have already been killed by me, and what would be left there would just be a corpse. Hearing this, Nan Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Don't resort to violence at every turn. Oh, it's not good. Sometimes leaving a life is the better option. Wu Mu Ho nodded slightly at Nan Zhou's words without responding. The difference between following Nan Zhou and following Thanos. After all, Thanos was the type to kill at any moment, while Nan Zhou was not as brutal as Thanos. In fact, Wu Mu Ho had already exercised considerable restraint. If the broker had been Thanos instead of Nan Zhou, Wu Mu Ho would have acted long ago. There would have been no countdown. However, since he was following Nan Zhou, now certain behaviors had to change. He couldn't act according to his previous principles. Now we know that the item is in this area. If we can negotiate with the new Stellar Supreme, I think it wouldn't be impossible. The three of them were now seated on a bench discussing this matter. I don't think that's feasible, Wu Mu Ho spoke up. First, meeting the new Stellar Supreme is detrimental to me. I will strive to avoid the meeting with him. Secondly, we have entered Shandar Star without the proper legal documents, so meeting the new Stellar Supreme would be like walking into a trap. It would not only implicate me, but also affect all of you. As for the third point, even if we could manage to meet the new Stellar Supreme, we would not have the corresponding rewards to offer. I came out without any money, so we can only resort to theft. Wu Mu Ho directly laid out 3 points, essentially telling Nan Zhou that their only option now was to steal. Clearly, Nan Zhou understood Wu Mu Ho's words and couldn't help but sigh. We don't even know where the item is. How can we steal? At this moment, Wu Mu Ho's gaze fell upon the tallest building within sight. If nothing unexpected happens, that item should be underground in that building. How do you know? Nan Zhou and Hai La both looked at Wu Mu Ho, recalling that this guy had previously claimed he had never been to Shandar. Why was he so certain this time? This is the center of Shandar Star, the hub of economy, politics, and military. Naturally, the highest building is the administrative core. So if it's something the new Stellar Supreme values, it would definitely be here. As for why it's underground, Wu Mu Ho said, glancing at Nan Zhou. Mr. Nan Zhou, as an agent, you should be well aware, right? Nan Zhou nodded in agreement. He indeed knew well. Underground facilities are easier to defend. In any country or planet, some secrets are kept underground. Therefore, Wu Mu Ho's speculation that the item is underground is completely reasonable. However, what surprised Nan Zhou even more was that Wu Mu Ho was talking so much, which was completely out of character for him. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Nan Zhou stood up first, heading towards the building. Soon the three of them arrived near the building, but getting any closer proved to be quite difficult. The area was filled with guards, and the three of them lacking legal documents would undoubtedly raise suspicion. At that moment, the spirit stone fragment in Nan Zhou's possession began to vibrate. He took it out, discovering that it shimmered with a golden light and was still trembling. But the trembling was inconsistent. It seems you're right. That item is indeed inside this building. Nan Zhou looked at Wu Mu Ho with a satisfied smile. The vibration of the spirit stone fragment indicated a resonance. However, Nan Zhou found the inconsistency puzzling. It was likely that they were studying the item and had used some method to weaken the resonance connection. But none of that mattered now. What was important was that they had found the third piece of the spirit stone fragment. Once they obtained the third piece, only 4 would remain. Gathering all 7 pieces of spirit stone fragments was just a matter of time.